Ping sat on the rooftop, leaning against the wall, gazing up at the starry sky. Through his tear-filled eyes, he seemed to envision the aged faces of his parents. And in that moment, tears streamed down his cheeks. It had been 2 years since he last visited them. All of this was due to his love for a girl he should not have fallen for. Su Xiao. After 3 years of hard work in Zhongzhou, he finally met the conditions set by the Su family. Yet, the outcome was disheartening. Su Xiao, who had gone abroad for her studies, announced her engagement to a young master from the Li family in Kyoto. Upon hearing this news, Ping fainted on the spot. When he regained consciousness, he isolated himself in his meticulously arranged so-called love nest for 2 days and nights without food or drink. On the 3rd day, he ventured downstairs to purchase an abundance of alcohol, determined to drown his sorrows. Wiping the tears from his face, he chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing that only today did he truly mature. It was no wonder they say men who have not experienced love remain immature, despite his 3 years of experience in the business world. Tomorrow, I shall return home, Ping proclaimed, taking a hearty swig of beer and shattering the can on the ground. In the distance, the stars twinkled softly, illuminating Ping's face. The vastness of the starry sky seemed to stretch infinitely, with the Milky Way swirling like a vortex, its countless celestial bodies shimmering with an enigmatic allure. Yet, amidst this boundless expanse, a figure clad in black robes stood at the edge of the Milky Way, his eyes flickering with divine light. Who possesses such prowess to establish a grand interstellar formation in this galaxy? Even I could not devise such a scheme. I must uncover the secrets hidden here. As he spoke, the black-robed figure began to gesture with his hands, sending streams of light shooting into the void. Boom! The eternal silence of the void suddenly trembled, as if the entire Milky Way shuddered. Then, waves of energy surged from beyond the galaxy, violently pouring into the Milky Way, creating whirlpools in the void. This is bad. This is an energy confinement formation, the middle-aged man frowned. Who set this up, blocking cosmic energy and hindering biological evolution? What ruthless tactic? Oh, there's a planet inhabited by intelligent life? Under such a fierce energy impact, mutations will be exceedingly violent. The inhabitants of this planet will find it hard to survive. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow as he scanned with his consciousness. After a moment of silence, the black-robed figure seemed to make a decision. He extended his hand and produced a pitch-black orb, grimacing slightly as if in pain, before finally gritting his teeth and tossing it aside. In the next instant, he vanished from the endless starry sky, while the black orb transformed into a streak of light. Hurtling toward a blue planet, Ping was still gazing at the starry sky when he suddenly noticed a star in the distant heavens flicker brightly. A powerful warm wind swept through, accompanied by a mournful sound that rustled his clothes. Then, he felt the ground tremble, as if an earthquake had struck, causing the cars in the neighborhood to activate their alarms one after another. Could it really be an earthquake? Ping wondered, preparing to descend. What on earth is that? Just as he pulled back from the rooftop railing, he saw a brilliant star streaking directly towards him. A meteor? How unfortunate! The thought flitted through his mind, and in an instant, the shining meteor struck him, plunging him into darkness, detecting low-level intelligent life forms meeting the heritage criteria. Fusion commencing. 100. Fusion successful. Beep. Initiating information search. Detecting low-level civilization electronic devices, connecting to network information collection. Beep. Identifying compliance with civilization heritage program, beginning program fusion. Beep. 100 integration successful. Apocalypse Sanctuary Heritage System awaiting activation. Volume 1. The Coming Apocalypse. Chapter 0002. The Apocalypse Descends. Ping lay unconscious on the ground, enveloped in a faint red glow. Gradually, the red light receded, leaving him alone on the rooftop, with only the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest indicating that he was still alive. Those awakened by the tremors, shaken with fear, found no further changes and eventually returned to sleep, oblivious to the profound alterations occurring on Earth. What on earth? Why am I sleeping on the rooftop? Ping opened his eyes to find daylight breaking, realizing he was still on the roof. Oh, I forgot I was drinking on the rooftop last night. He patted his head, recalling how he had fled to the rooftop in sorrow. Wait a minute, Ping suddenly exclaimed, sitting up. Wasn't I struck by a meteor last night? How am I unscathed? Beep. Post-awakening. Please activate the apocalypse sanctuary system promptly to prepare for the apocalypse. Who? Who? Who is speaking? Ping was startled, scanning the rooftop for the source of the voice, but found no one. Beep. Please activate the apocalypse sanctuary system quickly. The cold voice echoed in his ears once more. Am I hearing things? Is this real? Ping confirmed there was indeed a voice. Who's playing tricks on me? Show yourself. I can see you. He called out several times, peering left and right, but saw nothing. Suddenly, a chill crept over him. Could it be a ghost? System, you better show yourself. Or else. Ping muttered under his breath, shaking off the goosebumps. Just then, his vision blurred, and a phantom materialized before him. A ghost. Ping instinctively jumped back, and the apparition mirrored his movement. His skin prickled, and he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Peering cautiously, he recognized the figure resembled something from a game he played, the Apocalypse Fortress. The apparition bore a striking resemblance to a sci-fi screen, displaying scenes reminiscent of a mobile game's opening, complete with castles, markets, and estates, though much of it remained shrouded in darkness, unresponsive to his touch. How do I use this? I have no idea how to activate it. Ping pondered, searching for a way to operate the system. Beep. Host, please activate the Apocalypse Sanctuary system promptly. Activate. Ping tentatively suggested. Beep. Activation failed, conditions lacking. Please meet the requirements promptly. Beep. Task. Activate the system by collecting 5 energy cores to meet the activation conditions. Reward. 1 legendary recruitment scroll. A new sound echoed, and red text appeared at the top of the virtual screen, detailing the task. Tasks. A legendary recruitment scroll is a valuable item. But what are energy cores? Ping scratched his head in confusion. Never mind. He shook off the dust and stood up, never one to dwell on dilemmas. Oh no. Suddenly, Ping gasped, staring blankly ahead. The entire neighborhood had transformed into a primordial forest, towering trees surrounding him. Apart from the 2 small high-rise buildings where he stood, all the villas had been swallowed by the forest, peering into the distance. The city seemed submerged in a sea of green, with only a few skyscrapers peeking above the foliage, like islands in a verdant ocean. The vibrant greenery, usually a source of joy, now sent chills down Ping's spine. Amidst the celestial green, a sense of lurking terror loomed. The unknown always breeds fear, especially after such an overnight transformation. Waking from slumber to behold such a scene would terrify anyone. Ping faintly heard the sirens echoing through the city, and soon it seemed as though the entire metropolis had awakened, the wailing resonating from every corner. Suddenly, a thunderous roar filled the sky. Ping looked up to see 5 or 6 fighter jets soaring at low altitude, leaving a fleeting trail across the heavens. At that moment, a door on the rooftop swung open, and a throng of individuals surged forward. Upon spotting Ping atop the building, they merely cast a fleeting glance his way and continued to press against the edge of the rooftop, scanning the surroundings with apprehension. What could possibly be happening? Look at the cityscape. Their astonishment mirrored that of Ping as they beheld the unfolding scene. Citizens, please remain calm. Return to your residences promptly and await further instructions from the government. For helicopters hovered slowly above the city, their amplified announcements reverberating through the air. Not good. The food supplies. Ping suddenly exclaimed in alarm. With the government urging citizens to stay indoors and the city becoming engulfed by towering trees, transportation would inevitably be hindered. The guarantee of food supply was in jeopardy, leading to an impending scarcity. Thus, stockpiling provisions became essential. Without hesitation, Ping turned and hurriedly descended the stairs, casting a quick glance at the group of individuals above. These people, accustomed to their peaceful lives, remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Ping was no altruist. He realized that alerting these individuals might jeopardize his own chances of securing even a morsel of sustenance. Volume 1. The Arrival of the Apocalypse. Chapter 3. The frenzied scramble for food. Ping's residence was located on the top floor of a duplex, conveniently situated close to the rooftop. He hurried down the stairs, anxiously opened his door, dashed into his room, grabbed his handbag from the bed, and swiftly exited, locking the door behind him as he rushed to the elevator. At the entrance of the building, a considerable crowd had gathered, scanning their surroundings. Some individuals were vociferously expounding their knowledge, while the security personnel busied themselves comforting those who were overly anxious. No one paid him any heed as Ping dashed outside, only to realize that the path had vanished, overgrown with lush grass reaching over a foot in height. The narrow paths were flanked by wild bushes that had grown nearly as tall as a person, and he surmised that the stone paving must have stunted the grass and Apos' growth. Following the path, Ping continued onward. The once smooth concrete surface of the community had cracked, with tufts of wild grass sprouting from the fissures. He had no time to examine it closely and quickened his pace towards the community entrance. There, a 24-hour supermarket, provided by the developers, stood, its size considerable and its stock ample. Upon arriving at the entrance, Ping discovered the supermarket was open, 2 staff members standing on the steps, staring vacantly at the trees around them. Following their gaze, he noted that the steps were entirely covered in waist-high wild grass. The trees lining the main road were towering, and while the road surface appeared relatively intact, it was only a matter of time before it too would be overtaken by grass. As the powerful roots of the trees had begun to lift the pavement, threatening imminent fractures, he had to buy supplies. Ping had no time to linger. He knew that once the residents realized the situation, there would be a mad rush, making it difficult to procure essentials later. Good. The 2 employees finally snapped to attention, responding in unison. Ping rushed into the supermarket and headed straight for the food section, a familiar territory for him. He grabbed a shopping cart and filled it with several bags of rice and flour, tossing in oil, salt, milk, and chocolate until he had filled 2 carts to the brim. The 2 employees assisted him in pushing them to the checkout. But Ping's impatience was palpable as he waited for the items to be scanned. The employees, seemingly affected by his urgency, hurriedly rang up the items. In no time, the total was over 3,000 yuan, which Ping promptly paid. "Come on, help me push these back," Ping instructed, pushing one cart himself while urging the staff member to take the other. We have to work?" The 2 employees exchanged glances, hesitating. 500 for each of you." Ping tossed 1,000 yuan onto the counter. "All right, Xiaochen, you go." The older employee, glancing at the money, nudged the younger boy beside him. "Okay." The young boy, having seen the money, responded resolutely. "Let's go." Ping wasted no time. Pushing one cart while instructing Xiaochen to take the other, both hurrying back to the community. The grass seemed to flourish along the path, making it strenuous to push the carts. Ping gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength. Thankfully, it was a short distance of about 400 or 500 meters. As they approached the building entrance, the gathered crowd suddenly brightened at the sight of the food. "Food? Yes. Our supplies are running low too. We need to stock up," someone exclaimed, prompting a surge of excitement through the crowd. Though they lacked survival instincts, they had seen enough apocalyptic films to understand the significance of food. With this reminder, they rushed back upstairs, some grabbing money, others collecting their belongings, and in the blink of an eye, the area in front of the building was deserted. Ping ignored the commotion, guiding Xiaochen as they pushed the carts into the stairwell. The building had 2 elevators serving 2 units each, and soon enough, both carts were unloaded in his apartment, their contents spilling onto the floor. Ping and Xiaochen hurried back down to fetch more supplies. Upon reaching the supermarket again, they found it in chaos, filled to capacity with people. While the community wasn't and Apos' large, there were still around 400 to 500 residents. The 2,000-square-foot supermarket was packed tightly. Ping fought for more items and managed to fill another cart, but by the time he returned home, the shelves were nearly empty. Fortunately, there was still some water available, so he grabbed another cart of bottled water before finally stopping. Collapsing onto the sofa at home, Ping felt utterly drained. Despite his regular workouts, he hadn't experienced such intensity in a long while. Gazing at the heaps of food around him, he couldn't help but admire his own efforts. Suddenly, Ping sprang up from the sofa, alarmed. He quickly grabbed the phone from the table and began dialing. Why was Ping so anxious? He had suddenly recalled the voice in his mind stating that the apocalyptic shelter system had been activated. He dared not dismiss it as a fabrication. Although he had his doubts about it being a malicious prank, the voice had emanated from his consciousness. According to Earth's current technological level, such a phenomenon seemed implausible. If it were indeed true, humanity would have long since ventured beyond Earth. He had also read numerous apocalyptic novels and watched films, understanding that various dangers would inevitably arise during such times. The outside world was certainly unsafe, and having been preoccupied with gathering food, he now realized that remaining indoors might not be secure either. He needed to call his parents to ensure they were aware and prepared, lest they underestimate the situation and find themselves in danger. He had no way of knowing what was happening outside and could not rush back home immediately. Beep, beep. The phone rang. Dad. Ping's voice trembled as the call connected. Ping, why are you calling? Aren't you busy with work? His father, initially startled, quickly became excited upon hearing his son's voice. Dad, don't ask questions. Just listen to me. Ping feared the call might cut off, given the uncertainty of the situation. What's wrong? Did something happen? His father's tone shifted to one of concern, sensing the urgency in Ping's voice. I'm fine. Has the grass and trees at home grown rapidly? Ping's questions tumbled out in haste. Yes. I overslept today, and when I opened the door, it was all trees and wild grass outside, which startled me. Is it the same in the city? His father seemed equally unsettled by the external circumstances. Ping's suspicions were confirmed. The world was undergoing a transformation. It appeared that the alarming scenario he had feared was indeed unfolding, and the miraculous system had manifested, suggesting that the apocalypse might genuinely be upon them. Dad, listen carefully. Gather food and water at home. Lock the yard gate and the front door. Stay indoors, and do not open the door if someone knocks. If there's danger, hide in the basement. Ping instructed urgently. Ping, is something really wrong? Don't be afraid. If anything happens, come home. I'll be here. His father, rather than being anxious about the outside world, seemed more concerned about Ping's safety. I'm perfectly fine. Please, just do as I say and gather the relatives at home for safety. Remember, do not go outside. Ping sensed the signal was deteriorating and didn't want to prolong the conversation. All right, Ping, I'll listen to you. His father's tone was filled with determination, as if he had been inspired by Ping and Apos' resolve. Quickly, go prepare. I and Apos, I'll come back to get you. Ping reiterated a couple of times before hanging up. Afterward, he called several close friends, and perhaps due to the bizarre nature of the situation, each of them readily agreed to take action. This reassured him. Setting down the phone, Ping began organizing the food in his room, spending nearly an hour to stack everything properly. He found a small room designated for storage. With a notepad in hand, he recorded the supplies: 10 bags of rice, each weighing 25 gene. The supermarket had not stocked 50 gene bags. Otherwise, he would have surely opted for the larger sizes. There were 5 bags, each weighing 25 gene, 5 jars of oil, each holding 5 gene, 30 bags of salt, each containing 500 grams, 5 boxes of instant noodles, 5 boxes of ham sausages, 20 packets of chocolate, 50 loaves of bread, 50 steamed buns, 60 gene of cured meat, 5 large barrels of water, 3 boxes of mineral water, along with various other food items. Afterward, Ping thoroughly cleaned the bathtub in the bathroom and filled it with water, ensuring that every container in the house was filled to the brim. Only then did he wipe away his sweat and sink into the sofa, utterly exhausted. I would have truly suffered a great loss had it not been for the apocalypse, Ping thought to himself with a gentle smile and a shake of his head. By the way, let me check if the system is still there. I hope I'm not merely dreaming, Ping mused as he lay on the sofa, lost in thought. System, he called softly. Suddenly, a bright light dazzled his eyes as a virtual screen materialized before him, appearing just as it had before, with a task scroll displayed at the top. Ping slumped back onto the sofa, realizing that it was indeed real. Though he wondered if this golden finger of fate was unique to him, or if many others possessed it as well, should the apocalypse truly arrive. Possessing such a powerful system would mirror the experiences of a game. That would be perfect. However, he was filled with both hope and fear. How would he confront the apocalypse? And with what mindset? The agony of waiting was palpable. Throughout the morning, Ping remained indoors, locking the door tightly, occasionally standing by the window to gaze outside. Occasionally, fighter jets soared overhead, and government helicopters hovered above the community, broadcasting monotonous announcements. The chaos in the neighborhood gradually subsided. The supermarket had been completely ransacked, and those who had failed to secure food banded together to search further afield. The number of people moving about in the community dwindled, leaving only the sanitation workers who began clearing the grass, their machines buzzing incessantly. Ping sat helplessly in the sand, flipping through the television channels out of boredom. Every channel was airing a single program, expert interviews discussing the morning's anomalies. Speculation ran rampant, yet the overarching theme remained unchanged. The anomalies were not a significant concern. They might even be beneficial. The growth conditions for trees and wild grasses would improve. There would be no more worries about smog or rampant deforestation, and the earth would regain its youthful vitality, among other such notions. It seemed as though peace had returned to the world. Ping scoffed and shook his head. The tendency to downplay significant issues into trivialities had not altered. The television continued to broadcast reports of cities beginning to clear their weeds, with no apparent problems arising from it. It truly seemed that there was nothing to worry about. Volume 1. The Arrival of the Apocalypse. Chapter 4. The True Beginning at Noon. Ping hastily consumed a meager meal, yet the system remained inaccessible. He was utterly oblivious to the nature of the crystal cores and had no means to acquire them. Thus, he aimlessly wandered about his room, occasionally glancing at the television to hear experts boast, perusing books, or gazing out of the window. It was indeed a dreary day, Ping lamented. It seemed he had not experienced such leisure in a long while. Every day prior had been consumed with busyness, with little time for idleness, only indulging in books or games during sleepless nights. Days devoid of purpose like this were truly rare. As dusk descended, those who had ventured out to gather food returned, and an eerie silence enveloped the entire community. Ping sensed something amiss, as if the atmosphere were distinctly different. It struck him suddenly, the absence of birdsong. Today, he realized, he had not heard a single chirp. Normally, the early morning chorus of birds prevented him from sleeping in, and in the evenings, flocks of birds would frolic in the neighborhood. Yet, today, not a sound was to be heard. Wasn't he that peculiar? Suddenly, a terrified scream pierced the air. Ah! A huge rat! Ping swiftly dashed to the window to peer below. A group of cleaners was struggling to clear the overgrown grass. Despite spending the entire day merely clearing the pathway, the task had only just begun. As they operated the weed whacker, several large rodents burst forth from the undergrowth, and upon closer inspection, they revealed themselves to be enormous rats, about the size of cats. These creatures appeared unperturbed by human presence, their eyes gleaming red as they squeaked and stared at the workers. Ping, witnessing this scene, was taken aback. His earlier speculations had proven true. This morning, he had seen on television reports of rats the size of cats being captured in various locations, and it had crossed his mind that if plants could undergo such astonishing changes, perhaps animals could as well. He had merely consoled himself with the thought that it might be an isolated incident. However, as he beheld these cat-sized rats within his field of vision, he relinquished the last vestige of hope. The apocalypse had indeed arrived. With incessant squeaking, a dozen more rats suddenly emerged from all directions, seemingly emboldened by their numbers. They charged towards the cleaners. One elderly man, around 50, found himself overwhelmed before he could flee, as two rats knocked him to the ground, their sharp teeth gnashing wildly, blood spraying as he screamed in agony. The remaining cleaners, paralyzed with fear, attempted to escape, but their speed was no match for that of the rats. Before they could reach the staircase, they were engulfed by the onslaught, their cries echoing throughout the neighborhood. Meanwhile, massive rats continued to erupt from the grass, racing toward the building. Ping felt his scalp prickle and his stomach churn as he witnessed a man being reduced to a bloodied skeleton by the voracious rodents. The visual assault was overwhelming, compelling him to rush to the restroom and retch violently. Just then, anguished screams began to emanate from within the building. It seemed the rats had breached the apartments. Ping's heart raced as he abandoned his retching, sprinting to the door, where he hastily pushed a sofa against it. Though the door was sturdy, he could not gamble on the rat's sharp teeth failing to penetrate. Having barricaded the door, Ping rushed to the window, drawing the curtains and extinguishing the light, fearful that the rats might be drawn to the illumination. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the door was struck. Panic surged within him. It was evident that the rats had reached the upper floors. If they sensed any movement within the apartment, they might invade. After a moment, another sound erupted, seemingly from the neighbor's door to the left. The rats, sensing the presence of occupants, relentlessly assaulted the door. Fortunately, the developers had installed robust doors, advertised as bomb-proof. Regardless of the veracity of that claim, the large rats battered the door repeatedly, failing to breach it, their heads likely suffering from the impact as they scuttled away. Ping remained motionless, acutely aware of the intelligence of rats. He feared they might return. After several minutes of silence, he cautiously settled onto the sofa, exhaling a long sigh. Below, it seemed a few floors had succumbed to the rat invasion. As the blood-curdling screams gradually faded into silence, the sky outside darkened, casting a shadow over the spirits of the survivors within the building. No one could have anticipated a day when they would be pursued and bitten by rats the size of cats. Were these truly the timid creatures of nature? Aside from a few careless residents who had fallen victim to the onslaught, most households remained tightly shut, not daring to make a sound. The sturdy doors had indeed played a crucial role. Distant gunfire echoed from the urban center, a cacophony of chaos. Ping surmised that the police were firing upon the rats. The gunfire was brief, quickly diminishing, suggesting that the rat infestation had reached catastrophic levels, and they no longer feared humans, transforming into a terrifying menace. Ping sat quietly on the sofa, feeling an emptiness within. He was at a loss for thoughts as the sounds of shattering glass and human screams occasionally pierced the air. It seemed that the lower balconies of the villas had been breached, with rats smashing through windows. Once symbols of wealth, these luxurious homes had now become harbingers of doom. Throughout the years, Ping had endured unimaginable hardships, yet he was still an ordinary young man. Faced with events beyond human comprehension, he felt utterly helpless. His mind was a blank, and as he listened to the cries outside, each sound sent shivers down his spine. He felt powerless to intervene, unable even to save himself, let alone step beyond the threshold of his door. Though he possessed a system, he remained ignorant of the prerequisites for activation. What were these elusive crystal cores? It felt akin to desperately needing to relieve oneself when a restroom was within reach, yet being obstructed from entering. The sensation was maddening. That night was agonizing. Ping remained seated in silence on the sofa behind the door, motionless, listening to the intermittent screams and distant gunfire, unable to find solace in sleep. His eyes grew weary and reddened. As dawn began to break, the rats appeared to retreat, leaving the community in an eerie stillness. Ping rubbed his tired, dry eyes and washed his face in the bathroom, relieved that the water supply remained uninterrupted. Cautiously, he opened the curtains, peeking outside. The trees appeared to have grown significantly, and the wild grass in front of the building flourished anew. The areas cleared by the cleaners the previous day were now overrun with greenery. The bloodstains from the previous night were obscured by the dense foliage. Suddenly, a dog barked, a sound accompanied by screams from an unknown apartment. Ping was startled. This bark was unlike any he had heard before, piercingly loud and coupled with a low, guttural growl that resonated ominously, reminiscent of a lion's roar on the savannah. Could the dogs have mutated as well? It was possible, for he had not seen any dogs roaming outside that day. Ping's mind raced with concern. Many residents in the neighborhood owned dogs, including some formidable breeds. Cursing silently, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. This door might withstand the rats. But could it hold against mutant dogs? The chaos escalated as the entire building erupted into pandemonium, with the cacophony of barking and human screams intertwining. As people shouted for help and flung open their doors to flee, Ping stealthily parted the curtains and peered downwards. Observing 5 or 6 individuals, both men and women, emerging from a building he occasionally encountered. These individuals were known to him as fellow dog owners. often seen strolling their pets within the community. Now, they were drenched in blood, frantically fleeing. Suddenly, 3 dogs darted out from the stairwell. If one could still consider them dogs, 2 were imposing Alaskan Huskies, each standing a towering 1.5 meters tall, while a third, a chow chow, was nearly a meter high. All 3 animals exhibited bloodshot eyes and bared fangs, silently lunging at their targets. Humans could scarcely outrun dogs, and within mere moments, 3 of the fleeing individuals were tackled to the ground by the mutated canines. The aberrant dogs sank their teeth into the necks of their victims, causing blood to splatter and anguished cries to echo. 2 middle-aged men in the front, without a glance back, continued their desperate flight. One of the monstrous huskies seized several bites, seemingly unsatisfied, released its grip, and fixated its blood-red gaze on the 2 who had darted into the underbrush, suddenly unleashing a low growl before surging into the foliage like a flash of lightning. The other 2 mutated dogs merely glanced up momentarily before resuming their gruesome feast on the fallen, tearing away chunks of flesh as their prey convulsed in a state of unconsciousness. Di Ping, witnessing this bloody spectacle, could no longer contain himself. His throat tightened, and he fled into the bathroom, retching violently. Having skipped breakfast, little came forth, leaving his mouth bitter. With a resounding bang, Di Ping struck the sink multiple times, a profound ache swelling within him. Though these individuals bore no relation to him, the sight of humanity reduced to mere sustenance for mutated beasts ignited an uncontrollable fury and hatred within him. The residents had endured a night of terror from mutated rats, hoping that daylight would bring respite, only to be confronted with an even more terrifying reality. The dogs had mutated as well, and their ferocity surpassed that of the rodents. If indeed dozens of dogs within the community had transformed, what hope remained for humanity? Throughout the neighborhood, the chilling howls of the aberrant dogs intermingled with the relentless screams of the victims, a cacophony that persisted until midday before gradually subsiding. Di Ping, his hair disheveled and complexion pale, trembled slightly as he leaned against the sofa on the floor, gripped by a profound fear and uncertainty about his fate. In such a dire environment, was there any hope for survival? Would he endure? Could he make it home? Would his parents hold on until then? He incessantly questioned himself, yet found no solace in answers. The more he asked, the deeper his anguish grew, the heavier his worries weighed upon him. At that moment, he felt like a solitary, helpless child, softly weeping. Tears had eluded him for many years, but today, he wept. Powerlessly, he wept. Volume 1. The Coming of the Apocalypse. Chapter 5. The Path of the Hero. After weeping for a while, he wiped his face and reached for a pack of cigarettes from the table, trembling as he extracted one. After fumbling around for some time, he finally found a lighter, flicked it open with a snap, lit the cigarette, and took a deep drag. Leaning back against the sofa, he stared blankly into space, lost in thought. After taking several more puffs, he realized that he had consumed nearly half the cigarette with just a few vigorous inhales. He stubbed it out forcefully on the floor and suddenly stood up, as if a decision had crystallized within him at that very moment. Di Ping was resolute in his refusal to sink further into despair, for he had a duty to return and save his parents. He felt unworthy of succumbing to hopelessness. He owed too much to them. The longer he delayed, the slimmer his chances of rescuing them would become. Moreover, he possessed a hidden potential, a golden finger of sorts, though he had yet to discover how to activate it. Nevertheless, he believed that since it had manifested, it would surely be unlocked eventually. Otherwise, its existence would serve no purpose. With newfound determination, Di Ping swiftly made his way to the bathroom to wash his face and tidy his short hair. He then rummaged through the kitchen and devoured 2 packs of bread, having not eaten since the morning. As he relaxed, a wave of hunger washed over him. After consuming 2 pieces of bread and 2 sausages, he began to contemplate his next steps. The first task was to acquire a weapon. It was essential. Engaging mutated beasts unarmed was not an option. Following that, he needed to train himself, focusing on building both strength and reflexes. Otherwise, he would be utterly powerless in this apocalyptic world. As he pondered how to procure a weapon, a sudden thought struck him. During the renovations of his home, a friend had gifted him a Han sword. claiming it was a protective charm for the house. The sword, handcrafted and exquisite, had cost his friend over 20,000. He remembered it being a magnificent piece, sturdy and sharp. He had placed it on a shelf in the living room, and upon glancing up, he saw it resting there, perfectly positioned. Hastening over, he retrieved the Han's sword from the shelf. It was sheathed in a black wooden scabbard, measuring 1.2 meters in length, with a blade of approximately 30 centimeters and weighing over 10 pounds. The moment he grasped it, he felt its weight and power. As he drew the sword from its sheath, the blade glimmered with a cold light, revealing a double-edged design with a blood groove running down the center. At that moment, Di Ping had never felt such an affinity for the sword. Holding it imbued him with a sense of valor. Equipped with a weapon, Di Ping set forth on his training regimen. Although he had previously enjoyed exercising, the intensity had been minimal, primarily focusing on aesthetics. Now, he needed to concentrate on building strength and speed. However, he was cautious not to make too much noise. As the situation outside remained uncertain, excessive sounds could attract mutated creatures. Thus, he practiced a few sword movements quietly. Fortunately, electricity and the internet were still available, allowing him to search for practical sword techniques to incorporate into his training. The sword was indeed heavy, and after swinging it a few dozen times, he began to feel fatigued. He completed sets of 20 cuts, 20 slashes, and 20 thrusts, followed by another set of 20 sweeps. By the end of this round, he was utterly spent, collapsing onto the floor, gasping for breath. In that moment, he recognized the extraordinary prowess of ancient warriors. Wielding such a heavy sword required tremendous strength. After resting for half an hour, he resumed his training, completing one set after another until he had practiced for an entire afternoon. Exhausted, he found himself too weak to confront even a mouse, let alone a dog. Suddenly, a realization struck him. If he continued at this intensity, he would be in genuine peril should danger arise. Consequently, he revised his plan, deciding that his daily practice should not exceed 5 sets. He would gradually increase the intensity as his strength improved. There was no need to rush. After a lengthy break, he took a shower and prepared a meal. While eating, Di Ping felt a pang of regret. In his desperation for food, he had overlooked the danger of cooking in such dire circumstances. What if a mutated dog caught wind of the aroma? Fortunately, he had managed to secure some bread and ham. Otherwise, he would have had nothing. As night descended, Di Ping lay in bed, clutching the sword. Having locked the door and barricaded it with a table, he needed a good night's sleep. Otherwise, he would lack the energy to train the following day. The sounds of mice began to echo in the hall, punctuated by the barks of dogs engaged in fierce skirmishes. Gradually, he drifted off to sleep amidst this chaotic environment. Suddenly, a loud crash startled him awake, seemingly emanating from within the room. Di Ping jolted upright, straining to listen to the sounds outside. How could anything have entered his room? Had a mouse somehow found its way in while he slept so soundly? Regret washed over him. He should have been more vigilant, never anticipating that something could intrude. He carefully stepped off the bed, slipped on his shoes, and, fortunately, had not removed his clothes. Gripping the Han sword, he approached the bedroom door cautiously. A clattering sound echoed from the kitchen. Startled, he realized something had indeed entered. He held his breath, listening intently for any signs of movement. The unmistakable sound of gnawing reached his ears. Is it feasting on my food? Di Ping thought, his heart racing. The audacity of this mutated rodent was infuriating. It had the nerve to steal the provisions he had painstakingly gathered. The gnawing continued, and Di Ping felt a sense of dread wash over him. If his food supply dwindled, he would be left to starve. With his current capabilities, he certainly could not contend with the large dogs or swarms of mice outside. I have no choice, he resolved, unwilling to wait any longer. Listening carefully, he discerned that only one mouse was present. Gritting his teeth, he muttered a curse. If he was afraid of a single mouse, how could he ever hope to return home and rescue his parents? He stealthily pushed the table aside, straining to hear any sounds from outside, and gradually opened the door. Peering out cautiously, with the aid of the colorful lights from the hallway, he spotted the mouse busily devouring a box of instant noodles he had left in the kitchen. The box lay in tatters, dozens of packets scattered across the floor as the audacious creature enjoyed a feast. The mouse was a dark gray, nearly the size of a domestic cat, seemingly emboldened by its mutation. Ping steadied himself, gripping the sword tightly as he approached stealthily. Just then, the mouse's keen senses kicked in. It turned to face him, its eyes glinting with a menacing red hue. Having bitten numerous humans in recent days, it seemed unfazed by the presence of a person, emitting a low growl before lunging at him. Feeling a rush of adrenaline, Ping reacted instinctively, swinging the sword toward the mouse's head. The creature was surprisingly agile, swiftly dodging the blade. The sword struck the wooden floor with a resounding thud, sending shockwaves through his arms and nearly causing him to lose his grip. The mutated mouse let out a shriek of defiance, swiftly circling around to charge at Ping's feet. In that instant, he had no time to retract his sword. Instead, he instinctively raised his leg and kicked. The impact connected solidly with the mouse and Apo's face, sending it tumbling into the kitchen. Ping winced, realizing he had kicked something as hard as wood. The creature's bones were tougher than he had expected. The mutated mouse, clearly injured, hesitated before attempting to flee. In its panic, it forgot its increased size, attempting to squeeze through the narrow gap between the refrigerator and the wall, only to become stuck, unable to advance or retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Ping dashed forward, sword raised, ready to strike. With a soft hiss, the long sword pierced the body of the mutated rat, its blade remarkably sharp, impaling it effortlessly. The rat shrieked in distress, its limbs thrashing violently. Ping, fearing the noise would attract other rodents, acted swiftly, pinning the creature down with his foot. He withdrew the sword and struck again with precision until the rat ceased its struggles and cries, allowing him a moment of relief. Once he relaxed, Ping felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, collapsing onto the ground as he gasped for breath. The fierce struggle had drained every ounce of his strength and spirit, and at that moment, all he desired was a brief respite. Suddenly, he noticed a small, green orb, roughly the size of a pigeon's egg, rising from the mutated rat's body. It ascended about 30 to 40 centimeters before abruptly turning towards him and darting into his own body, vanishing without a trace. What was that peculiar thing? How could it have entered my body? Ping was momentarily bewildered, uncertain whether it was a boon or a bane. Then, a voice echoed in his mind. Energy of the soul detected. System not activated. Unable to store. Consuming soul energy for host body enhancement. Just as he was engulfed in worry, the system's voice resonated within his consciousness, followed by a sudden tremor coursing through his body. He felt a warm current rising from deep within, gradually spreading throughout him. With each passage, warmth ebbed away, leaving a comforting sensation in its wake until the warmth enveloped him entirely. In a mere span of seconds, after the warm flow subsided, Ping felt an invigorating rush of vitality. He became alert, sensing an inexplicable surge of strength coursing through him, as if he had gained a considerable boost. The sword in his hand felt significantly lighter. He flexed his fingers and swung the blade a couple of times, affirming the authenticity of his newfound vigor, his heart swelling with joy. According to the system, this energy must be the soul energy obtained from slaying the mutated rat, which could be utilized to enhance himself. It appeared that the act of defeating monsters not only led to leveling up, but also to acquiring newfound capabilities. Ping, invigorated by the pulsating power within him, experienced an insatiable yearning. Initially troubled by the system's inactivity, he now discovered this unexpected boon, the ability to gain strength by vanquishing mutated creatures. What could intimidate him now? He believed that as long as he continued to slay these aberrant beings, he would soon return home to his parents. Volume 1. The Coming of the Apocalypse. Chapter 6. Discovery of the crystal core. A chilling electronic voice echoed in my mind. Crystal core detected. Please collect it to activate the system. Crystal core? Where could it be? Could it possibly be within the mutated rat? After hearing the system and Apo's announcement, I surveyed my surroundings and concluded that the crystal core must indeed be located within the rat. But where exactly? Is it in the belly or the head? Gazing at the bloodied mutated rat, I recalled reading that it is typically found in the head. Thus, I retrieved a bone knife from the kitchen cabinet and extracted the rat, placing it in the sink. Suppressing a wave of nausea, I cracked open the rat's head and, to my astonishment, discovered a small, round object the size of a fingernail nestled inside, resembling jade in its texture. It felt warm and smooth to the touch, and upon rinsing it with water, I noticed a faint, peculiar fragrance emanating from it. So this is the crystal core, the very item required to activate the system. With one already in my possession, I only needed to acquire 4 more to meet the necessary conditions. My heart surged with excitement as I held the crystal core, marveling at the beauty that could emerge from such a filthy creature. After admiring it for a moment, I found no other apparent use for it. So I carefully wrapped it in a cloth and placed it in my pocket. Only then did I take in the chaotic state of the kitchen. The rat's remains lay in the sink, and I knew that if I did not clean it up, the stench would become unbearable in this weather. How could I possibly remain in the house? I cautiously gathered the mutated rat into a trash bag, tidied up the scattered items on the floor, wiped away the bloodstains with a cloth, and washed the area clean with water. After more than half an hour of labor, the room finally resembled something orderly. The blood-soaked instant noodles were beyond salvage and were tossed into the trash bag. Staring at the bag, I was momentarily at a loss as to what to do with it. Disposing of it outside was out of the question. There was no sanitation service available now, and keeping it indoors was equally unacceptable. Finally, I steeled myself and resolved to throw it out. Carefully, I drew back the curtains to peer outside, discovering a stillness that seemed typical of midnight, save for the distant flickering lights and the occasional sound of explosions from the city. A stark reminder that this night was anything but tranquil. Seeing no immediate danger, I gently opened the window, cautiously extending the trash bag outside. As I released it, the bag fell with a whoosh, landing on the ground with a loud thud. The noise echoed far, and suddenly the building came alive with commotion. Squeaks and barks filled the air. Moments later, chaos erupted below as several mutated dogs and rats fought over the discarded remains. The dogs quickly overpowered the rats, who retreated in defeat, leaving only the dogs to gnaw on the rats' flesh. I dared not lean out to look, carefully closing the window and retreating back inside. I hurried to the bathroom to wash the blood from my hands and face, scrubbing with soap until the metallic scent dissipated. My clothes were also stained, and the very thought of wearing them made me uneasy. After completing my tasks, sleep eluded me, and I settled onto the sofa, waiting for dawn. Glancing at my watch, I noted it was already 5 o'clock. Dawn would break soon, as autumn mornings are not particularly late, and by 6, the sun would rise. As dawn approached, the community felt eerily silent. The mutated dogs seemed to have dispersed, with only the distant sounds of barking and unidentifiable animal howls, perhaps lions or tigers, piercing the stillness. Just as I began to feel drowsy, a sudden crack jolted me awake. I realized that the power had gone out. The refrigerator and Oppo's light had extinguished. Rushing to turn on the lights confirmed my fears. The electricity was indeed cut, and soon the water would follow suit. Outside, the buzzing of helicopters filled the air, accompanied by loudspeaker announcements urging citizens to remain indoors and await government assistance, cautioning that any household pets should be dealt with promptly, as they could pose a severe threat. As the helicopter faded into the distance, I resolved to prepare some food. The daytime would be manageable. I could cook a warm meal. The gas and water were still operational, and I had no intention of letting them go to waste. After cooking some rice and stir-frying a dish, I took a brief rest before commencing my training for the day. I practiced various techniques: chopping, thrusting, and slicing, completing 5 sets with relative ease. The enhancement from the previous night's training was evident, as my strength had increased by nearly a third. I pushed through another 5 sets, halting only when I felt I was approaching my limits. With the power out, I was cut off from the internet, and my phone signal was useless. Thankfully, I had an MP3 player with radio capabilities. It appeared that government functions were still operational, as the radio continued to broadcast various updates. The events of the previous day had unfolded so abruptly, resulting in widespread devastation and countless casualties. Many were attacked, and due to transportation issues, numerous injured individuals were unable to receive medical attention. The government's efforts to clear the roads had faltered, encountering not only mutated rats and cats, but also large predators that had escaped from the zoo, alongside a multitude of venomous snakes. The police, limited by their weaponry, were unable to fend off the mutant creatures, and the engineering team suffered significant losses, forcing them to retreat. Meanwhile, the military was establishing safety bases on the outskirts to provide refuge for evacuating civilians, though their efforts were also proving challenging. Consequently, they were unable to advance into the city to offer assistance. The government could only implore citizens to take initiative in their own survival, urging them to remain indoors, gather food, and await rescue. Faced with such a monumental crisis, the government's response was commendable. They shared information transparently, allowing citizens to understand the gravity of the situation and preventing rampant speculation that could incite panic. With one earbud in place, I listened to the radio while finding ways to occupy my time, reading, practicing my swordplay, and occasionally peering outside. Thus, the day passed. As night fell once more, enveloping the world in darkness, an overwhelming dread returned. Leaning against the sofa, clutching my sword, I gazed toward the kitchen, waiting in silence. The previous day and Apos' rat had entered through the ventilation shaft, and I had neglected to seal the opening. I hoped that another rat would appear tonight, granting me the opportunity to acquire another crystal core and further enhance my abilities. Time slipped away, and I unknowingly drifted into slumber, cradling my sword. Suddenly, a noise jolted me awake. Blinking in the moonlight filtering through the kitchen window, I spotted yet another mutated rat entering the kitchen, gnawing on the 2 bags of instant noodles I had deliberately left out. Rubbing my eyes, I slowly rose from the sofa, treading lightly toward the kitchen. The rat's acute hearing detected my movements almost immediately. It lifted its head, crimson eyes glinting with bloodlust in the dim moonlight. Before I could react, it emitted a low squeak and charged toward me. These rats, once timid, had gained audacity after witnessing so many humans fall prey to their teeth. They had become unnaturally bloodthirsty, while humanity, having enjoyed years of peace, seemed to have forgotten its primal instincts. It was a tragic reality that human beings crumbled in the face of mutated rodents. Having slain a mutated rat previously, I felt more accustomed to the confrontation. Instead of retreating, I advanced boldly, closing the distance in mere moments. With a swift motion, I swept my sword forward to meet the rat, cautious not to swing too hard lest I miss and lose my balance. After the enhancement, Deeping's speed increased significantly. The long sword shimmered with silver light as it sliced through the jaw of the mutated rat. The creature, seemingly caught off guard, did not anticipate such swiftness. In the battlefield, a misjudgment could cost one their life. The mutated rat was a testament to this truth, as the long sword drew forth a spray of blood, the sharp blade nearly cleaving its head in two. It crashed against the wall before sliding to the ground, blood gushing forth, its limbs twitching aimlessly. A clear sign that survival was no longer an option. Deeping was taken aback by the simplicity of this encounter. It appeared that his regular sword practice had indeed borne fruit. With his strength surging, the mutated rat had miscalculated his speed, allowing him to secure victory in a single strike. Soon, the creature ceased its convulsions, and a green soul energy emanated from its body, rushing towards Deeping and swiftly vanishing within him. A sound echoed in Deeping's mind. Energy cannot be stored unless the system is activated, consuming energy to enhance the host's physical capabilities. Standing still, he felt a surge of energy rising from within, coursing through his body and fortifying it. Mere seconds later, the energy dissipated as quickly as it had come. Clenching his fists tightly, a robust sensation welled up inside him. His strength had augmented by nearly a quarter, similar to his previous enhancement, making the sword feel lighter in his grip. Deeping calculated the increase in power, estimating that he had gained approximately 30 to 40 pounds of strength from each enhancement, totaling around 70 to 80 pounds overall. His original strength had been significantly less, but now it had nearly doubled. Why didn't I discover a crystal core this time? He pondered, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Indeed, he had reduced the mutated rat to a pulp, yet he found no crystal core atop its head, only a soft, bony mass. It seemed the core within this mutated rat had not fully formed. No wonder its reactions and strength were inferior to others. It appeared there was a distinction between those with crystal cores and those without. Not every mutated creature possessed one. Is the system truly so difficult to activate? Ping sighed wearily. However, a wave of boundless courage surged within him. As his strength increased, so did his confidence, and the fear of mutated creatures gradually faded. He resolved to slay a few more. He placed the nearly pulverized mutated rat into a bag, tidied up, and discarded it from the building, drawing the attention of several more mutated rats and dogs vying for the remains. This time, he felt no revulsion. It seemed that humans, when pushed to their limits, could indeed rise to the occasion. Volume 1. The Coming of the Apocalypse, Chapter 7. The human heart in the apocalypse. Another night has passed, and the sun rises anew, casting its brilliant light into the room. The intense rays awakened Ping, revealing the bloodshot veins in his eyes, a testament to his fatigue from a night of restless vigilance. He had only dared to sleep after securing the smoke vent, yet his slumber remained uneasy. While the strength he possessed offered him some sense of security, he could not afford to let his guard down. The bedroom door was tightly barricaded, and even in sleep, he clutched his longsword. Upon entering the bathroom, Ping discovered that the water supply had ceased. Fortunately, he had anticipated this and stockpiled enough water for his needs. He filled a cup, using it sparingly for washing his face, and after a brief physical workout and a few sword drills, he prepared a modest breakfast to address his morning hunger. Why was it so quiet today? As he rested after his meal, Ping sensed an unusual absence. The helicopters, which typically flew overhead at this hour, were conspicuously absent. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He hurriedly turned on the radio to ascertain the situation, only to hear the broadcaster reporting alarming news. It turned out that a multitude of mutated avian species had appeared in the skies above the city, including sparrows larger than pigeons and flocks of creatures the size of hens. Helicopters had been attacked shortly after takeoff, with 3 out of 5 sustaining damage, while the remaining 2 barely managed to land without complete destruction. The broadcaster's voice trembled with urgency, highlighting the breakdown of communication and transportation to the outside world. With signals lost, the city had become an isolated island, engulfed by an endless jungle. Many who heard this report felt an overwhelming sense of despair, though there was some solace in the knowledge that the government was making efforts to address the crisis. The public wondered when the military would establish a base and open the city's roads for rescue, thoughts shared by countless individuals. Ping too sensed that circumstances were shifting dramatically. The government appeared to be losing its grip, as the police were ill-equipped to contend with the mutated creatures. With the ongoing mutations among various species, the situation was likely to escalate. From the broadcaster's tone, it seemed that the government had exhausted its options and was contemplating retreat. This was the essence of human nature. At the brink of crisis, few could abandon their own well-being for the sake of others. As conditions deteriorated, the uncertainty of what might follow loomed over everyone. The prevailing thought among many was that regrouping with the military would offer the greatest safety. For the state's military might was not to be underestimated. Yet, Ping felt powerless to influence these events. He could barely manage his own affairs, let alone those of others. In times of prosperity, one may seek to benefit the world, but in adversity, self-preservation takes precedence. With a mind burdened yet resolute, he set aside his tumultuous thoughts and resumed his training. After completing 10 sets of exercises, he still found reserves of energy, prompting him to add 5 more sets before finally stopping, drenched in sweat. Once he felt sufficiently recovered, Ping rose to wipe the perspiration from his brow, intending to read a book. After all, there was little else to occupy his time. Suddenly, a gentle knock echoed from outside the door. The sound startled him, akin to thunder in the night sky, causing his heart to race. After a moment and pause, he managed to steady his breath, pondering who might dare venture out in such perilous times. Although the mutated rodents tended to retreat during daylight, the mutated dogs remained a threat. Encountering one could spell doom. Another series of soft knocks followed. Gripping his longsword, Ping stealthily approached the door and peered through the peephole. He beheld 2 unfamiliar men outside. One was a robust 30-something with short hair and a square jaw, wielding a baseball bat, exuding an aura of toughness. The other appeared to be a portly young man in his 20s, easily over 200 pounds, standing around 6 feet tall, with a round face and short hair. evoking a certain comedic charm. He held a steel rod over a meter long, about the thickness of a thumb, and seemed visibly anxious, glancing around nervously, sweat beading on his brow. "Who are you?" Di Ping inquired softly from behind the door after observing them for a moment. "Brother, we're from downstairs," the portly man exclaimed, his face lighting up upon hearing a response. "What do you want?" Di Ping continued to observe their movements through the peephole. "Brother, we mean no harm. We wish to discuss something. Can you open the door? It's too dangerous outside," the portly man urged, glancing anxiously from side to side. The larger man behind him appeared equally on edge, scanning their surroundings. After a moment of contemplation, Di Ping sensed that the men bore no ill intentions. Feeling bold, he cautiously moved the sofa aside, slowly opening the door, and stepped back a few paces. The portly man, seeing the door ajar, beamed with delight and hurried inside, followed closely by the larger man, who promptly shut the door. It was only then that they noticed Di Ping standing in the center of the room, gripping his gleaming sword, which caused them to tense up. The portly man quickly placed his steel rod on the ground, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. "Brother, please don't be alarmed. We mean no harm. I'm Chun Gang from apartment 302 on the 3rd floor." The portly man introduced himself, wiping the sweat from his brow. He then gestured to the larger man behind him. "This is my brother, Li Sheng." "Hello," Li Sheng greeted with a steady, powerful voice. "Greetings. You may call me Di Ping. What brings you here?" Di Ping acknowledged them with a nod, though he remained vigilant, aware that in times of apocalypse, anything could transpire. "Well, it's like this. Do you know that the government is planning to retreat?" The portly man said earnestly, his expression serious. "Really? Is that information reliable?" Di Ping's heart raced at the revelation, startled that his suspicions had proven true. "Absolutely. The news comes from Wang Dellen, who lives on the 2nd floor, apartment 201. The portly man replied eagerly. Noticing Di Ping's skepticism, he continued, "Wang Dellen is the 2nd secretary of the provincial government. This morning, he received a special call instructing him to gather by noon tomorrow at the provincial government. The government will organize a police escort to break through, and the military has already secretly dispatched a team for support. So, you wish to go to the provincial government for the evacuation?" Di Ping surmised, understanding their intentions. Yes. The portly man nodded vigorously in agreement. "And why are you seeking me?" Di Ping probed, beginning to grasp their underlying motives. "Brother Di, we believe that strength lies in numbers, and it would be safer to gather more people for the journey to the provincial government. Would you consider joining us?" The portly man and Apos' hopeful gaze fixed on Di Ping. "How many people do you currently have?" Di Ping felt a stirring of interest. If many were to leave, he would be left alone in the building, increasing his vulnerability without anyone to share the burden. "Nearly 100. We're all gathered at Zhang Dellen's place on the 3rd floor. You could come down shortly, and we can discuss it together." The portly man and Apos' face lit up with excitement at the prospect. "All right, I'll come down shortly." Di Ping contemplated for a moment, feeling that it might be worth a try. Safety in numbers was a compelling argument. He nodded in agreement. "Wonderful. Brother Di, we'll go gather more people from other floors, and we'll meet you on the 3rd floor shortly." The portly man, sensing Di Ping's consent, was eager to leave. He extended his hand for a shake, and Di Ping reciprocated, exchanging polite words before the two men departed, carefully opening the door and tiptoeing down the stairs to avoid drawing attention. After observing the two individuals depart through the window, Di Ping returned indoors, contemplating whether to descend and investigate. He changed into a set of athletic attire and donned a pair of sneakers, deciding it was prudent to wield his sword, sheathed in hand, particularly as Chun Gang and Li Sheng were armed as well. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, he cautiously opened the door to assess the surroundings, ensuring there was no commotion outside before quietly closing it again. He carefully descended the staircase. The corridor was eerily silent, suggesting safety, though the sporadic bloodstains were stark reminders of past violence. The descent was smooth, and logically, it should have been secure, especially since Chun Gang and Li Sheng had just ascended without incident. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, where room 301 was located, Di Ping approached quietly, pressing his ear against the door to listen. Thanks to his enhanced physique, His hearing had improved significantly, allowing him to discern hushed, chaotic voices within. Convinced that Chen Gang and Li Sheng were not deceiving him, he stood upright and gently knocked on the door. A low, restrained male voice responded from behind the door, identifying himself as someone from the 8th floor. Diping glanced around before replying in a subdued tone. The door opened slightly from within, revealing a middle-aged man with a fair complexion who scrutinized Diping before cautiously scanning the surroundings. He then gestured for Diping to enter. Diping slipped through the narrow opening, only to find that the room was already filled with 30 to 40 individuals, a mix of men and women, though predominantly male. Fortunately, the spacious hall, approximately 100 square meters, allowed for a comfortable gathering despite the number of attendees. Upon his entrance, all eyes turned to him momentarily before shifting away. In the center stood a man in his 30s who beckoned Diping forward to speak. This individual, slightly shorter at around 1.7 meters, had a somewhat portly physique, short hair, and a square face. Clad in a casual white t-shirt, he exuded a calm and dignified aura, unmistakably a figure of some standing in society. He did not underestimate Diping's youth. Instead, he smiled and gestured for him to approach. "Hello, brother. I am Wang Delin, and I welcome you to our assembly." Upon Diping's approach, he extended his hand, greeting him warmly in a hushed tone. "Greetings, Brother Lin. You may call me Xiao Di," Diping replied, aware of the social dynamics at play, and returned the smile. Once Diping found a place to sit, he noticed Chen Gang and Li Sheng among the crowd. Chen Gang greeted him with a nod and a smile, while Li Sheng offered a more neutral acknowledgement. Diping reciprocated their gestures before turning his attention back to Wang Delin in the center of the room. Clearing his throat lightly, Wang Delin commanded the audience's attention and began, "I trust everyone is aware of the purpose of our gathering here today." Volume 1. The Coming of the Apocalypse, Chapter 8. The Pathfinder. After Wang Delin and the others took their seats, he cleared his throat lightly to draw the attention of the crowd before speaking slowly. "I trust everyone is aware of the purpose of our gathering." Seeing the nods of understanding from the assembly, he continued, "The provincial government has notified key leaders that by noon tomorrow, we will break through to the military base in the eastern part of the city. The military will be there to provide support. This is our only opportunity to join them. If we miss it, we shall not see them again." At this juncture, Wang Delin paused, scanning the room before he continued. "Thus, we must reach the provincial government by noon tomorrow to align ourselves with the main force. This journey of over 10 kilometers will undoubtedly be fraught with peril, and we must unite for our safety." "Wang Ge, when do we set off?" A woman in her 30s, possessing a hint of beauty, inquired softly from the crowd. "We will depart promptly at 6 a.m. tomorrow. I have observed that the mutated rats and dogs tend to retreat around 5 o'clock, making 6 o'clock a relatively safe time to travel. Furthermore, the roads are treacherous, so we must allocate sufficient time for the journey," Wang Delin replied, casting a glance at the woman. "But what if the outside is unsafe? What if we encounter mutated animals on the way?" A slender young man voiced his fears, trembling slightly. "Indeed. I heard on the radio that there are also mutated snakes and cats on the roads. Is this not too dangerous?" A wave of panic rippled through the crowd. "Yes, I believe there are even lions and tigers out there. I think it's safer at home," another voice chimed in. Diping had been observing Wang Delin closely and noted the icy glare he cast at the fearful young man, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes. That moment passed, replaced by a faint smile. Diping felt a chill run down his spine. He realized this man was not to be trifled with, and his animosity toward the young man was palpable. Such intensity was not easily discerned by the unobservant, a skill Diping had honed over the years. When Wang Delin's gaze fell upon him, he discreetly lowered his eyes. Coughing again, Wang Delin managed to suppress the murmurs of the crowd. "Everyone, I have but one question." He intensified his tone, scanning the room with a piercing gaze before continuing, "How much food do you have at home? And for how many days will it last?" "Impressive," Diping thought to himself, acknowledging Wang Delin's astuteness. He had considered this very issue with the power out. Gas supplies would soon cease as well. Even if they had rice or flour, cooking was impossible, and their stockpile of bread and instant noodles would only last a few days. Diping had gathered the most food, yet it was dwindling. And that was true for everyone. Indeed, our supplies are about to run out. One person suddenly exclaimed, realizing the dire situation. My stock is depleted too. I took too little during the raid. I doubt there will be anything left by tomorrow. Can someone lend me some? Another lamented. Anyone who lends food now is a fool. The crowd shot him disdainful looks. Wang Delin observed the anxious whispers among the people, a smug smile playing on his lips as he sat back on the sofa, arms crossed over his abdomen, his legs swinging slightly in satisfaction. Diping quietly continued his observation, sensing Wang Delin's cunning. He had accurately gauged the activity patterns of the mutated animals and managed to gather all these people, uniting a group that was on the verge of fracturing with just a few words. His methods were indeed effective. I think we should go. Waiting at home is akin to waiting for death. A few voices echoed in agreement. Yes, I believe we should head to the provincial government after all. There are troops there. The crowd began to express their consensus. Very well, it is decided then. We shall assemble at 5:30 a.m. tomorrow and depart at 6 o'clock a.m. sharp. With the group's opinions aligning, Wang Delin made a final decision. Now, let us assign tasks and determine who will lead the way. As no one voiced objections, Wang Delin lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling a cloud of smoke that drifted over the assembly. The pivotal moment is upon us. Diping mused internally. Silence enveloped the room as everyone hesitated. No one wished to take the lead, for who among them was not afraid of death? Yet, inevitably, someone had to venture forth. I'll lead. A voice emerged from the crowd, drawing the attention of all, including Diping, who was somewhat surprised to see it was Li Sheng, one of the two who had sought him earlier. Diping had anticipated that this quiet individual would possess such courage, which matched his robust exterior. In reality, self-sacrificial individuals were rare, as this could be a matter of life and death. Who would want to be the one to stand out? Diping himself lacked such bravery. Count me in. Another voice chimed in, familiar to Diping. It was Chun Gang, the portly companion of Li Sheng. He had not expected both of them to volunteer to lead. Excellent. 2 brave souls already. Is there anyone else? Wang Delin praised the pair, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Everyone who met his gaze quickly averted their eyes, fearful of being singled out by Wang Delin, who might then expect them to volunteer. I'll join too. A voice piped up from the crowd. Diping turned to see a middle-aged man around 40, clad in workman's attire, dust covering his face. Likely a worker trapped here due to the chaos. Wonderful. Another brave soul joins us. We just need one more. Wang Delin commended the worker, then scanned the room again. Diping glanced around, noting that most people were still looking down, avoiding eye contact with Wang Delin, clearly unwilling to step forward. I'll join as well. Diping finally declared, having considered it carefully. His decision was not born from any heroic spirit, but from a desire to distance himself from the self-serving, timid souls around him. He preferred to align with these 3, who appeared more reliable. Well done, young man. There are not many like you left in these times. Wang Delin regarded Diping with admiration. Diping merely smiled faintly, exchanging glances with the other 3, each sharing a silent understanding as they nodded slightly. All right, we shall conclude here for today. Remember to gather here tomorrow. Do not be late. With all matters settled, Wang Delin refrained from further chatter, aware that such a large assembly was precarious. Everyone nodded in agreement, and one by one, they quietly opened the door to assess the situation outside before departing. Diping, after bidding farewell to the 3, ascended the stairs lightly to return to his room. Once inside, Diping wasted no time. He retrieved a hiking backpack, filling it to the brim with all the food he could carry, along with several bottles of water, stopping only when he could fit no more. After a light lunch, he resumed his training for the afternoon, keeping the intensity manageable, completing 10 sets before allowing himself a well-deserved rest. As night once again enveloped the world, he opened the flue, preparing 2 bags of convenience food to fish once more. Retreating to his room, he refrained from sleeping on the sofa this time, fearing that he might succumb to slumber, as he had nearly done the previous night. The thought of being attacked by rodents in his sleep was a grim prospect. This night seemed unusually tranquil, punctuated only by occasional barks from dogs outside and the eerie calls of unknown beasts, alongside piercing bird cries. until the stillness was shattered by the sudden awakening of the anxious Di Ping as dawn approached. His dread of oversleeping kept his nerves taut, and the moment the first light seeped into the room, he stirred. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 5:40. He hurriedly splashed water on his face and tore open 2 bags of bread, hastily consuming them as a makeshift breakfast. Shouldering his backpack and grasping his sword, he prepared to descend and join the others. In the corridor, the sounds of a bustling gathering reached his ears, though they were not overly loud. Di Ping's keen hearing discerned that a considerable number of people had already assembled downstairs. Sensing that danger was unlikely, he hastened his descent. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he found the door to room 301 ajar, revealing a throng of people within. Without counting, he could tell there were at least 100 individuals, men and women, young and old. Although their voices were hushed, the sheer number created a subtle cacophony. Wang Delin stood among them, flanked by Chun Gang, Li Sheng, and a laborer. Spotting Di Ping's entrance, he immediately approached. "Di, my brother, the majority have arrived. We were just waiting for you. Are you ready? We shall depart shortly." Wang Delin exclaimed with a smile, grasping Di Ping's hand. "No need for formality, Lin Gu. It is I who arrived late." Di Ping replied, somewhat embarrassed by his tardiness. Not at all, not at all. Just in time." Wang Delin waved his hand dismissively. "Come, Di, let us examine the route." Wang Delin beckoned Di Ping to the coffee table at the center of the hall, where a map of Zhongzhou City lay spread out. Delicate lines marked the location of the provincial government, and a red line traced a direct route from the residential complex. "Brother Di, what do you think of this line?" Wang Delin inquired, pointing to the path on the map. "Indeed, the route is sound. These are all main roads, which should have less undergrowth and be easier to traverse." Making navigation straightforward, Di Ping observed, recognizing Wang Delin's astuteness in planning. The route was not only the most direct, but prioritized primary thoroughfares, which are typically better maintained and less overrun with wild vegetation. Volume 1. The Coming of the Apocalypse, Chapter 9. The difficult journey through the apocalypse. Di Ping carefully scrutinized the map once more. The routes depicted were ones he had traversed frequently before, making him quite familiar with them. He was confident that he would not veer off course. With a nod to Wang Delin, he signaled that he was ready. "Is everyone here?" Wang Delin, noticing Di Ping's gesture, glanced around at the gathered crowd. "We're all present," replied the middle-aged man, who had opened the door for Di Ping the day before, glancing at the densely packed sheet of names in his hand. "Excellent. Let us set forth," Wang Delin declared with enthusiasm, turning his gaze towards Di Ping and the others. "I appreciate you all for taking the lead." Di Ping remained silent, merely nodding as he stepped forward, leading the way. Chen Gang wore his usual cheerful expression, smiling and nodding in agreement, while Li Xing and the laborer, Brother Luo, appeared more stoic, exchanging a glance with Wang Delin before following Di Ping outside. The 4 of them descended the stairs, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Only when they confirmed that no threats were present did they proceed. The narrow pathways between the buildings were now entirely obscured, discernible only through the slightly lower grass that outlined the route. As they ventured onto the path, a throng of people followed behind, brandishing an assortment of weapons. Some wielded kitchen knives, others wooden sticks, and one elderly woman even carried a plunger, her expression tense as she scanned the area. Di Ping couldn't and Oppos, help but chuckle to himself, thinking how absurd it was for the woman to consider a plunger useful against mutated beasts. Chen Gang, noticing Di Ping struggle to suppress laughter, glanced back and burst into a fit of giggles, only to quickly cover his mouth, realizing the inappropriateness of the moment. Li Sheng and Brother Luo exchanged puzzled looks, but continued to remain alert and vigilant. Di Ping and Chun Gang shared a knowing smile, the exchange lightening the atmosphere and alleviating some of the tension that had gripped Di Ping and Oppos' heart. The overgrown weeds on the narrow path reached above their knees, and the dense grass along the roadside towered over a meter high. The wind rustled through the foliage, creating an eerie sound that sent shivers down their spines, as if ferocious beasts lay hidden within. Di Ping remained alert, his sword drawn and resting against his shoulder, ready for action at a moment's notice. Fortunately, they encountered no immediate dangers as they exited the community, though the four were drenched in sweat. Navigating through such an environment indeed tested their courage. When the larger group finally gathered at the entrance, Wang Delin arrived, his shirt soaked, a testament to the arduous journey they had undertaken. Not everyone could confront the unknown with composure. "Thank goodness for our safety. Everyone's here," Wang Delin said, wiping the sweat from his brow as he approached Diping. Though it was early summer, the weather was surprisingly pleasant, with a gentle breeze providing a refreshing respite. Yet, the sweat continued to pour down. "Very well, let us depart," Diping replied without hesitation, eager to begin their journey. "Be cautious, the terrain ahead may be treacherous," Wang Delin advised, eyeing the dense trees beyond the community with a flicker of fear in his expression. "Let us move," Diping nodded, signaling for the others to follow as they stepped outside. The once wide road was now completely overrun by trees. The decorative saplings that had been planted on either side had grown to towering heights, some reaching nearly 100 meters. The trunks were so thick that two people could hardly encircle them, while the robust roots had shattered the concrete beneath, causing wild grass to flourish from the crevices. Before them lay a vibrant tapestry of wild grass and monumental trees, reminiscent of a primeval forest, a sense of ancient wilderness enveloping them. Diping involuntarily shivered, a chill coursing through him as he stepped onto the road. Though the path was challenging, the contours remained discernible, and much of the concrete was intact enough to allow passage. The group moved forward cautiously, their silence reminiscent of a phantom battalion. As they advanced nearly 2 kilometers, drawing closer to the city ring road, the sudden sound of barking dogs erupted ahead, sending a wave of terror through the crowd. Diping jolted at the sound, his heart racing. He had allowed himself to relax, only for danger to rear its head. "Take cover," he shouted, beckoning the three to hide behind a few abandoned vehicles along the roadside, signaling to the larger group behind them to do the same. In an instant, chaos erupted as people scrambled to find shelter, grateful for the abundance of wrecked cars and the thick underbrush that provided cover. Once he confirmed that everyone was concealed, Diping turned his anxious gaze forward. The barking grew louder and more frantic, drawing closer by the moment. Within a minute, a pack of mutated dogs appeared about 200 meters away, viciously pursuing a mutated goat that resembled a horse, towering nearly to a man and Apos' height. The dogs, some even larger than the goat, lunged at it with reckless abandon, leaving it bloodied and battered. Diping felt his breath quicken, the sight of the feral beasts instilling dread in his heart. The others nearby were equally shaken. Chun Gang was sweating profusely, his legs trembling, while Li Shang and brother Luo gripped their weapons, hands shaking uncontrollably, sweat dripping from their brows. The crowd of 30 meters behind them was equally disturbed, some trembling in fear, while others stifled cries, hands clamped over their mouths to suppress the sounds. "Please, let nothing go awry," Diping silently pleaded. Despite his enhancements, he could not entertain the notion that he could confront such formidable creatures. The mere sight of those towering beasts sent his heart racing. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the air. An infant, spurred on by the anxiety of its parents, began to wail. "Oh no, this is bad," Diping cursed inwardly, the chilling realization washing over him. The child's mother quickly covered its mouth, but it was too late. All at once, the pack of mutated dogs halted. Their ears perked up, and they turned their heads towards their direction. With a low growl, the largest among them barked, and immediately 5 or 6 of the dogs charged towards them with alarming speed. The mutated hounds drew closer, incessantly sniffing as if searching for something. Diping concealed himself behind the car, gripping his longsword tightly, scarcely daring to breathe, and his 3 companions mirrored his apprehension. None dared to reveal themselves. They hoped to evade detection, yet Diping had misjudged the nature of the crowd. The 4 closest individuals had not yet succumbed to panic. But the 100-strong group 30 meters behind them suddenly fractured, with several individuals crying out and fleeing. This flight caused a chain reaction, and the throng soon unraveled. The mutated hounds swiftly took notice, letting out low growls. 5 or 6 of them, their bodies coiled like springs, launched themselves towards the fleeing crowd with astonishing speed, akin to galloping steeds. The mutated hounds were as swift as lightning. The unmutated humans stood no chance. In mere moments, one hound caught up to a straggler, toppling him to the ground and sinking its teeth into his neck. A chilling scream shattered the air as the victim writhed in a pool of blood. The hound released its bloody grip and pursued another target. Before long, 5 or 6 more were brought down by the ravenous beasts, their screams rising and falling like a haunting symphony. "Damn it, is that a loaf of bread he's holding?" Ping cursed under his breath. With so many people around, even if a scuffle broke out, it was not so easy for the mutated hounds to kill. At that moment, a pack of 7 or 8 hounds that had lagged behind began to howl fiercely in pursuit, joining the fray. Go. What should we do?" The rotund Chen Gang stammered, trembling with fear. "What can we do? Run," Ping retorted through clenched teeth, casting a scornful glance at Chen Gang, who weighed over 200 pounds. "No one can save anyone. We must flee. I don't have the strength to help." And charging in would be tantamount to delivering a meal to those beasts. With that, he crouched low and darted towards the roadside bushes. Chen Gang and the others exchanged glances, their courage waning as they beheld the distant figures being mauled by the hounds. They too crouched and followed Ping into the underbrush. Having distanced themselves over 30 meters from the road, they cautiously began to retrace their steps. They dared not approach the provincial government. It would be tantamount to courting death. They had barely ventured out when nearly their entire group had been decimated. Those who sought safety hurried away, heedless of the danger, while others cleverly sought refuge in the bushes. Many more sprinted wildly down the road towards the residential area. In moments of peril, people often succumb to panic, running in a singular direction, oblivious to the need to navigate. All they desired was to reach familiar ground. A scream shattered the air ahead. As Ping pushed aside the foliage, he beheld a mutated hound savaging a woman, its jaws crushing the flesh of her nape. At the sound, the creature lifted its head, locking eyes with Ping. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, cursing his misfortune. The hound emitted a low growl, its body coiling as it launched itself at Ping, reaching him in an instant. The blood-stained fangs glistened ominously as they aimed for his throat. In that moment, Ping's mind blanked. Having faced mutated rats twice before, his resolve had solidified. As the hound lunged, he realized there was no time to swing his sword. Instead, he transformed his slash into a thrust, aiming the long sword directly at the charging beast. Volume 1. The Coming of the Apocalypse, Chapter 0010. In the face of life and death with a sharp thrust, the blade pierced the neck of the mutated dog, and a torrent of blood erupted forth. The Han sword, a pinnacle of weapon-forging technology on Earth, showcased remarkable sharpness. The mutated dog writhed helplessly, its crimson eyes fixed on Ping, filled with disbelief, as if it could not fathom that it had succumbed so easily to a human. The 3 companions behind him stood in stunned silence. The ferocity of the mutated dog had been vanquished with such ease, leaving them astounded. Only Ping understood that these mutated creatures had overestimated their speed and underestimated him, mistaking him for an ordinary person. Little did they know, his speed and strength far surpassed that of an average human. Otherwise, he would have faced significant injury in dispatching the creature. With a swift pull of the sword, the lifeless body of the mutated dog fell to the ground, staining the surrounding foliage with its blood. At that moment, a small orb of deep green soul energy, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, began to rise and subsequently transformed into a stream of radiant light that entered Ping's body. The system chimed in, indicating that soul energy could not be stored as the system was not activated, but it could enhance the host's physical form. A powerful warmth surged from deep within him, spreading throughout his entire being, enveloping him in a comforting glow. Moments later, the energy dissipated, and Ping clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously. He felt an immense increase in strength, far surpassing his previous enhancements, an impressive 200 gene. This newfound power fortified his resolve to survive. Suddenly, a wave of panic washed over Ping as he remembered the 3 companions behind him. He turned to see them still in shock, gazing at the fallen mutated dog in disbelief. Good, you are incredible," stammered the heavy-set one, astonished at the sight. The other 2 nodded vigorously, seemingly oblivious to the soul energy. Perhaps only he had the ability to perceive it. Ping noted their astonishment at his victory over the mutated dog, but they appeared unfazed by the soul energy if they had seen it. Their astonishment would have surely surpassed that of witnessing the creature's demise. The system chimed again, this time alerting him to the presence of a crystal core. Elated, Ping wasted no time and sliced open the mutated dog's head. Indeed, a smooth, pearl-like orb, the size of a thumb, lay before him. Ignoring the blood, he bent down, picked up the crystal core, wiped it off, and pocketed it. Go. What is this? The heavy-set one inquired, confusion evident on his face. We'll talk later. We must leave now. Ping responded, scanning the surroundings cautiously as he began to move forward. The heavy-set one, sensing the urgency, fell in line behind him, and the others, Li Sheng and Lao Luo, dropped their questions and followed suit. As they passed the spot where a middle-aged woman had been bitten and left for dead, Ping paused. Her body convulsed slightly, but her neck was shattered beyond recognition. It seemed she would not survive. With a sigh and a shake of his head, he resumed his journey through the underbrush. In this apocalyptic world, human life was as cheap as grass. Ping had read about it before, but now he felt the harsh reality of it. The cries of the wretched echoed from all directions as he and his companions moved cautiously through the dense foliage, stopping intermittently to listen for danger. After nearly an hour, having traversed almost 2 kilometers, the sounds of barking dogs and anguished cries began to fade. Ping felt a twinge of melancholy. It seemed the 100-man team was nearing its end. Who goes there? A low voice suddenly called from the thicket ahead. Is that you, Brother Wang? Ping recognized the voice as Wang Delin's, though distorted. His enhanced hearing allowed him to discern it clearly. Loudy. Wang Delin emerged, pushing aside the foliage to reveal himself and the group he had gathered. His expression shifted from shock to joy. You're all safe. That's wonderful. Ping nodded as he approached, realizing there were over 20 individuals gathered here. Brother Wang, what are your plans? He asked, glancing over the frightened group crouched on the ground, his brow furrowing slightly. I believe it's best to regroup at the provincial government. Wang Delin replied with determination. I think that and Oppos, is unwise. The journey is too perilous. Ping countered, shaking his head. He had undergone 3 enhancements, confirming the utility of the mysterious force in his mind. And he wished to keep this knowledge to himself. With his current abilities, venturing into a military base was not a prudent choice. Instead, maximizing his advantages here was the best course of action. Loudy. Wang Delin's expression tightened at Ping's refusal. Before he could finish, Ping raised a hand to interrupt him. I won't go either. I'm sticking with you. Qin Gang, the heavy-set one, declared. Me too. Li Sheng and Lao Luo chimed in quickly. They were not foolish. Having witnessed Ping's strength and speed, they recognized that following someone capable of dispatching mutated creatures was the safest option. The grim reality of their situation weighed heavily on them. Few would likely survive if they pressed onward. I want to go back. A young girl, tears in her eyes, spoke up. I will too. A middle-aged man added, standing up. Gradually, 3 more individuals joined them, making a total of 8 who chose to abandon the idea of regrouping at the provincial government. Wang Delin's expression darkened, but he felt powerless to change their minds. Very well, let us depart. Ping urged, unwilling to linger any longer. The more people there were, the more likely they would attract attention from the mutated dogs. Brother Wang, we're heading back. Take care. Ping turned to Wang Delin, extending his hand in farewell. All right, until we meet again, Wang Delin replied, shaking hands with Ping before they parted ways. Let us go. Ping called to his companions as he bent low to navigate through the underbrush towards the vicinity of their residence. Qin Gang and the others followed closely behind, and the 5 newcomers, 3 men and 2 women, quickly joined them, vanishing into the thick foliage. Wang Delin watched them disappear, then, with a resolute expression, gathered his remaining group to head towards the city center. The group moved carefully for nearly half an hour, and when they finally parted the foliage once more, the familiar sight of their residential complex greeted them. The large green letters spelling Yuan above the entrance felt comforting. Had the situation been different, they might have cheered. Ping let out a long breath of relief. He scanned the surroundings and noted the absence of both people and mutated dogs, a serene silence permeating the air. Just as they began to approach the entrance, a sudden cacophony of barking and human screams erupted from behind them. The crowd turned in astonishment, revealing Wang Delin and his group, which had dwindled from over 20 to fewer than 10, now frantically sprinting towards the residential complex, pursued by 5 or 6 mutated dogs. To everyone's surprise, Wang Delin was at the forefront, running with remarkable speed. Upon spotting Di Ping and his companions, Wang's eyes lit up as he shouted and hurried towards them. Damn it! Di Ping recognized Wang's intentions to drag him into this chaos. He was truly despicable. However, this was not the time for reprimands, so he urgently commanded, "Run." Leading the charge, he turned and fled, with 5 or 6 dogs on their tail. And uncertain if more lurked behind, he knew that to be surrounded would spell disaster. There was no time to hesitate. The 7 individuals beside Di Ping, without waiting for further instructions, immediately turned and dashed away, quickly entering the complex. Di Ping was swift, surging ahead towards his building. Safety lay within its walls. In the open terrain, he knew that being encircled by the mutated dogs would lead to their demise. The only strategy was to scatter and tackle them individually, a tactic advised by an elderly miner. A scream echoed through the air, signaling yet another unfortunate soul had been caught. The once thick grass now served as a deadly snare for those fleeing. The dense underbrush hindered their escape, while the mutated dogs, with their superior speed, raced ahead, relentlessly pursuing their victims. Gripped by terror, the fleeing crowd pushed themselves to the limit. Reaching the entrance, Di Ping hastily inputted the security code, the door clicking open with a beep. He stood at the threshold, urgently beckoning everyone to hurry. Quickly, get inside. Leading the charge was Li Sheng, who displayed impressive speed as he dashed through the door, followed closely by another young man. Soon, Luo Leoj also made it inside. However, to Di Ping's dismay, the overweight Qin gang was still 20 meters away, struggling to keep pace. Wang Delin, to Di Ping's astonishment, surged past Qin, racing towards the entrance. A pale middle-aged man hot on his heels. Hurry, close the door, Wang Delin urged frantically as he entered. We can end Oppos, T. There are still people outside. Di Ping hissed in response. Fatty, run, he shouted, his voice rising. Chun, while running, glanced back, tears and sweat streaming down his face. Close behind him were 3 others, 2 men and a woman, one of the men clutching a 5 or 6-year-old child. A mutated dog had just killed the last person in their group, its bloodthirsty eyes fixated on the remaining 3. These beasts seemed insatiable, unwilling to relent until they had claimed every life in their path, ignoring the bloodied corpses of their previous victims. At that moment, the man holding the child suddenly tossed the child into the woman's arms, shouting, "Run." With that, he brandished a baseball bat and charged at the oncoming mutated dog, bellowing, "Ah, damn you. Ah, husband." The woman, momentarily dazed, let out a piercing cry. Another man nearby reacted quickly, grabbing the woman and pulling her along, as she began to comprehend that her husband was sacrificing himself for their chance at survival. With tears flowing, she desperately ran towards the entrance. The man charging at the mutated dog swung his bat, but before he could strike, the creature lunged at him, sinking its teeth into his throat, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Volume 1. The Coming of the Apocalypse, Chapter 0011. Bloodlust de Gu, let me go save Fatty. Li Sheng exclaimed anxiously upon witnessing the chaos in the corridor. I will rescue him. You all secure the entrance. Di Ping's eyes reddened, seemingly provoked by the man's demise, and he shouted as he dashed forward. Di Gu. At that moment, Fatty, witnessing Di Ping and Oppos' charge, could no longer hold back his tears. Stop dawdling, get inside. Di Ping barked, his form a blur as he rushed towards the 2 at the back. This brave man held the mutated hounds at bay for a few seconds with his life, allowing the 3 to finally reach the entrance. However, the mutated hounds, enraged, viciously attacked the man still convulsing on the ground, blood splattering from its mouth as it let out a furious howl. Before charging toward them like a bolt from a crossbow, Di Ping confronted the 2 hounds, dragging his companions toward the corridor. But an unexpected scene unfolded. Fatty stood outside the door, refusing to enter, his gaze filled with despair as he turned back to Di Ping. The door is blocked. Fatty's voice echoed with hopelessness. Damn it, this bunch of idiots. Di Ping cursed vehemently, realizing the truth. Not only was the door obstructed, But the shattered glass walls had also been barricaded with furniture. He never anticipated that these people could be so selfish, blocking him out while he attempted to save them. However, at this point, cursing was futile. The mutated hounds had already caught up, and the man and woman he had saved collapsed in defeat. As if resigned to their fate, the mutated hounds loomed closer, sensing their prey was ensnared. They growled lowly, baring their bloody fangs, their crimson eyes fixated on the four. "You filthy beasts, do you think your grandfather fears you?" With no retreat left, Di Ping steeled himself, gripping his sword tightly as he charged at the mutated hounds. The hound responded with a low growl, seemingly infuriated by this challenger to its authority. With powerful limbs, it lunged at Di Ping like a cannonball. At this moment, Di Ping's strength had surged beyond 300 pounds, and his speed had been significantly enhanced. The hound's original velocity appeared less intimidating. As man and beast were on a collision course, Di Ping could even smell the foul stench of the hound's breath. "Die!" Di Ping shouted, his sword extended sideways, pivoting sharply as he slashed at the mutated hound. The blade sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. Then, with a sickening thud, it cleaved through the hound's midsection, sending a spray of blood in all directions. Witnessing the hound severed in two, an overwhelming pride surged within Di Ping. The once dreaded monster was now rendered powerless in his hands. He had seamlessly executed a move he had practiced repeatedly, effortlessly slaying the mutated hound. At that moment, a swirl of spiritual energy erupted from the hound's carcass, rushing into his body, invigorating him with a newfound strength that coursed through his veins. Beep. Spiritual energy detected. System not activated for storage. Energy consumed to enhance host's body. Before Di Ping could fully grasp this surge of power, 5 more mutated hounds erupted from the shadows. Upon seeing their fallen comrade, they howled in fury and charged at Di Ping. With a roar of defiance, Di Ping surged forward. He had no escape, and with another wave of empowerment, he felt his strength reach an astonishing 500 pounds, rivaling that of the strongest adults. With lightning speed, Di Ping swung his sword, deftly deflecting the first hound, which let out a pained yelp as it flew away, its head nearly severed. He swiftly followed up with a diagonal slash, sending another hound hurtling aside. Damn it! Despite his quickness, the odds were against him. While he dispatched 2 hounds, a third managed to sink its teeth into his thigh. "You shall perish," Di Ping roared, kicking the 1-meter-tall hound away with a force that sent it sprawling 5 or 6 meters, blood spraying from its mouth as it lay incapacitated on the ground. Having undergone 4 rounds of enhancement, Di Ping's strength exploded forth, a frightening power that combined his anger and speed, delivering a kick that exceeded 1,000 pounds of force. No hound could withstand such might. At that moment, 2 more hounds approached from his left and rear, sinking their teeth into his backside and left leg. "I will take your lives." Di Ping seemed to have entered a frenzy, retracting his sword to thrust backward, impaling one hound on his blade, then raising his knee to shove the one on his left aside. The impaled hound, seemingly unscathed, unleashed a furious bark and charged again. In haste, Di Ping flicked his sword, casting the impaled beast aside, right into the path of the oncoming hounds. With a sickening crash, the two collided, rolling over one another in chaos. As Di Ping prepared to confront the remaining hound, he was suddenly met with another 5 charging from the bushes. Beep. Spiritual energy detected. System not activated for storage. Energy consumed to enhance host's body. Beep. Spiritual energy detected. System not activated for storage. Energy consumed to enhance host's body. In that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, and Di Ping felt a surge of joy. It seemed 2 had fallen, granting him 2 more enhancements. Indeed, 2 deep green orbs of energy rushed into his body, causing a warm sensation to rise within him, particularly at his wounds, which felt hot, numb, and itchy, a sign of healing. The 5 newly arrived hounds, momentarily stunned by the sight of their fallen brethren, howled in rage, fixating on Di Ping. The warm current surged quickly, vanishing just as rapidly as it had come, yet it left behind the effects of enhancement. Di Ping suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of power within him, gripping his sword tightly as it creaked under the pressure of his newfound strength. "Come forth, you vile beasts." A wave of bravado surged within him as he bellowed, kicking off the ground with immense force. With a thunderous crash, The earth shattered beneath him as he surged forward like the wind. The 5 mutated hounds, too, unleashed a frantic howl, propelling themselves towards Diping. "Come on!" Diping shouted, sweeping his sword in a horizontal arc, moving faster than lightning. The hounds, caught off guard, were struck and sent flying. With a swift spinning kick, he sent another hound reeling, its agonized cries echoing as it tumbled away. Just as one lunged at him, Diping withdrew his sword and slammed the hilt into the hound's jaw, sending it sprawling in agony. "How dare you bite me?" Though the hounds appeared slow in Diping and Apos' eyes, their numbers overwhelmed him. His newfound strength and speed were still challenging to control. Nonetheless, he had already sent 4 flying. Yet, the last hound charged at him, aiming for his neck. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, evading just in time, though it bit into his shoulder, tearing away a chunk of flesh and causing him to gasp in pain. "Curse you!" At that moment, the previously unnoticed creature stealthily approached, lunging at Diping's back with a savage bite aimed at his neck. Should it succeed, the consequences would be dire for Diping. Suddenly, the despairing figure of the hefty man seemed to awaken. Upon witnessing the peril, he let out a frantic roar and charged forward. Bang! The robust body of the hefty man collided with the mutated dog, sending it yelping in pain and hurtling away. The hefty man pursued, wielding a steel rod, striking down upon the creature with furious blows while cursing incessantly. Free from the immediate threat, Diping seized the mutated dog that had latched onto his left shoulder, slamming it forcefully to the ground before delivering a powerful stomp. The impact of his foot was immense, though he could not gauge its true force at that moment. His foot landed squarely on the creature and Apos' midsection, resulting in a grotesque explosion of flesh and blood, snapping its spine with a sickening crack. "Be careful, hefty man," Diping cautioned, observing that the mutated dog, despite sustaining several wounds from the hefty man and Apos' onslaught, was still intact. It lunged toward the hefty man and Apos' neck. The hefty man raised the steel rod just in time to block the creature's jaws, yet he was overpowered and knocked to the ground. With a shout of warning, Diping sprang into action, moving with the swiftness of lightning. In a mere flash across the 6-meter gap, he executed a swift slash with his longsword, severing the mutated dog in two with a soft thud, showering the hefty man in a spray of blood. Beep. The system registered the presence of soul energy, but the system was inactive and unable to store it. Instead, it reported the consumption of energy to enhance the host's body. Beep. The system repeated thrice, indicating that 3 more creatures had perished, and 3 orbs of deep green energy surged into Diping's body, invigorating him with a rush of strength. Suddenly, the air was pierced by the frantic howls of more mutated dogs, as 3 more emerged from the underbrush. "Come forth," Diping proclaimed, feeling the surge of newfound strength coursing through him, his wounds healing rapidly. Filled with an unquenchable spirit, he gripped his sword tightly and let out a thunderous roar. The 3 mutated dogs, finally perceiving the unfolding chaos, recoiled in fear at Diping's bellow, trembling as they turned to flee into the thicket. "They are retreating?" Diping stood momentarily stunned, having anticipated a fierce battle. The ferocious creatures were abandoning the fight. "Is the hefty man all right?" he pondered, swiftly shaking off his bewilderment and pulling the still reclined hefty man upright. I'm fine." The hefty man stuttered, seemingly dazed. Diping, bloodied yet moved, felt a surge of gratitude. He had not anticipated such bravery from the hefty man at the critical moment. Such a person was worthy of friendship. However, his gaze flickered toward the entrance of the building, a glint of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. Volume 1. The Coming of the Apocalypse, Chapter 0012. Bloodshed. Seeing that the stout man was unharmed, Diping prepared to clean up the battlefield. 3 mutated dogs lay on the ground, still alive, their bellies heaving as if filled with energy. He would not let them escape. With a swift thrust of his sword, he approached and delivered a final blow to each, ensuring their demise. In his mind, he heard the system's notifications echo thrice, as 3 orbs of energy surged into his body, initiating a process of enhancement. After several seconds, the sensation subsided. It was not as intense as before, and he felt a diminished effect. Now, he only sensed a surge of energy within him, uncertain of how much strength he had actually gained. Energy crystal detected. Please collect. The system chimed again, reminding him that he needed to activate the system by gathering the crystals. Thus, under the curious gaze of the stout man, Ping began to dissect the heads of the mutated dogs to collect the crystals. To onlookers, it might have seemed like he was venting his rage by desecrating the corpses. 12 crystals. Each mutated dog contained one. Elation surged through Ping's heart. He had finally gathered enough to activate the system. However, he decided that now was not the time, as he was unsure what changes would occur. It would be prudent to keep this information concealed from others for the moment. It is time to deal with you. With the crystals secured, a glint of ferocity flashed in Ping's eyes. Nearby, the last two survivors, a man and a woman, stood by the doorway. The middle-aged man gazed at Ping with a look of near worship, while the woman clutched her child, her eyes vacant and lost, seemingly devoid of spirit. The 5-year-old girl in her arms appeared utterly terrified, burying her head into her mother's embrace and trembling uncontrollably. Ping sighed softly, feeling a sense of helplessness. The man had sacrificed his life to save his wife and child, yet they had lost their will to live, their source of courage gone. Gu. At that moment, the stout man, Chen Gang, seemed to regain his senses and hurried after him. Ping remained silent, peering into the doorway, which appeared to be empty. The entrance was tightly blocked by various tables and chairs. It seemed the people had fled to hide in the rooms. He thought to himself how remarkable it was that they managed to move so much furniture in such a short span of time. Only a few minutes had passed since the fighting began. After re-entering the password, he opened the outer door, which swung outward, revealing a few chairs stacked together inside, with tables further in. With a grunt, Ping kicked them aside. Bang! A loud crash echoed as several chairs shattered. Bang, bang! With a few more kicks, the tables splintered and collapsed to the ground. Li Sheng? As the tables fell apart, Ping and the stout man spotted Li Sheng and Lao Luo lying unconscious at the elevator doors, their eyes closed. Their rising and falling abdomens indicated they were merely unconscious. Li Sheng, what happened? Wake up! Lao Luo! Lao Luo! The stout man rushed forward, shaking Li Sheng vigorously. Then anxiously nudging Lao Luo, concern etched across his face, revealing their close bond. Cough, cough. Perhaps shaken too violently. Li Sheng coughed a few times and slowly opened his eyes. Stout man, you're still alive. Seeing the stout man brought a flicker of joy to Li Sheng's fatigued expression. Pa, you flat-faced corpse, I'm not dead yet. The stout man spat in retort. Li Sheng, are you all right? Ping stepped forward, concern evident in his tone. Gu, I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. Li Sheng shook his head vigorously in response. What on earth happened? The stout man pressed, urgency in his voice. I was knocked out, Li Sheng replied, a hint of helplessness in his demeanor. Who did this? The stout man demanded, his anger brewing, eager to take action. The bastard named Wang, along with a few others. They wouldn't let me open the door, and when I insisted, that Wang scoundrel hit me from behind. Li Sheng's frustration was palpable as he recounted the incident. Wang Dellen? Ping questioned, puzzled. He had long suspected Wang Dellen was no good, but had not anticipated such treachery. That very Wang. A group of them held me and Lao Luo down while that scoundrel struck from behind. Li Sheng, now sitting up, rubbed the back of his head, still cursing. It was rare for him to speak so much. Evidently, the situation had ignited a fire within him. Damn that dog Wang. I'll go smash his face in. The stout man seethed, his teeth gritting as he prepared to confront the enemy. Not yet. Ping whispered, restraining him. Gu, those bastards nearly got us killed you. The stout man seemed confused, looking at Ping with urgency. We'll discuss it once we're up there. Ping replied with a calm smile. Turning to ascend the staircase. He was not a person to be trifled with. Those who had wronged him would have to brace themselves for the consequences of their actions. The four of them climbed the stairs, the middle-aged man guiding the dazed woman by the arm. She followed mechanically, appearing like a mere shell of a person. Upon reaching the third floor, Ping listened intently, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. They were indeed gathered together. It was time to settle the score. Knock on the door. Ping instructed softly. Bang, bang. The stout man, filled with rage, stepped forward to pound on the door. Who is it? A trembling voice called from within. "It's your stout master. Open the door, quickly." The stout man impatiently shouted. After a few moments of silence, the door creaked open, revealing the pale-faced, middle-aged man. Upon seeing Di Ping behind the stout man, his face flushed, and he stammered, "I-S-U-D. Brother, please come in." "Step aside." The stout man shoved the pale-faced man aside and pulled the door wide open for Di Ping. Di Ping entered the room calmly, and indeed, all the culprits were present, including Wang Delin, who upon spotting Di Ping, wore a displeased expression. He quickly stood to greet him, his face plastered with a forced smile. "Di brother, I'm so glad to see you're unharmed." As Wang Delin extended his hand for a handshake, Di Ping leaned on his sword, his expression indifferent, showing no intention of reciprocating. "Haha, Di brother, please don't misunderstand. I was advocating against blocking the door, but these people were too scared to listen." Wang Delin awkwardly withdrew his hand, rubbing it together with a forced grin. "How dare they shut the door? Now they don't even dare to look at me?" Di Ping ignored him entirely, scanning the room. He noted the fearful glances of the others, lacking any semblance of remorse, and his anger surged. He had not anticipated the depths of human selfishness, and seeing their lack of repentance extinguished any desire for leniency he had harbored. With a firm resolve, he raised his voice, "You scoundrels! I saved you, yet you repay kindness with malice, wishing for our destruction." The stout man, incensed, pointed an accusing finger at the group, unleashing a torrent of curses. As the portly figure grew more animated in his tirade, Di Ping quietly called out to him, "Di Gu, these individuals deserve a reckoning. They are nothing but scoundrels." The rotund man begrudgingly returned to Di Ping's side, still grumbling. "You all participated in blocking the doorway, did you not?" Di Ping and Apos' gaze was calm yet piercing, his hand resting on the hilt of his bloodied sword, exuding an aura of lethal ferocity. "I'm a fair man," he remarked nonchalantly, observing the lack of reaction from the crowd. "You should all leave this place. Where are we supposed to go?" At that moment, the group believed Di Ping was letting them off the hook, and one young man, visibly relieved, inquired, "Anywhere but this building. I do not care where you go, but you are not permitted to remain here," Di Ping replied, casting a dispassionate glance in his direction. "By what authority do you expel us?" The crowd stared incredulously at Di Ping, some voicing their disbelief. "By what right?" Di Ping merely chuckled derisively, abruptly lifting his sword. In a swift motion, the blade glinted ominously as it swept across. "Ah, my hand!" Wang Delin, standing before Di Ping, suddenly screamed in agony, clutching his severed limb. The crowd gasped in horror. Witnessing the gruesome sight, Di Ping's blade had cleanly severed one of Wang Delin's hands, which fell to the ground in a pool of blood, causing him to break into a sweat as the crimson liquid gushed from the stump. The floor was soon drenched in blood. This shocking display rendered the onlookers speechless, their eyes wide with terror, unable to comprehend the brutality they had just witnessed. Even the pale-faced middle-aged man in the back shrank back, taken aback by Di Ping's ruthless decisiveness. He realized that this man was not to be trifled with, and he himself would not dare to commit such an act. The portly man and his companions were similarly startled, yet soon came to terms with the situation. To slay these individuals was not unjust. "You incapacitated Li Sheng and Lao Luo, and I took your hand. Am I not magnanimous? You should be grateful I spared your life," Di Ping remarked, his expression unwavering. He had considered killing Wang Delin, but ultimately could not bring himself to do so. After all, he was still a fellow human being. "And you all, leave this instant. Do not linger and tempt my patience," Di Ping suddenly barked. The group fled as though granted a reprieve, dashing out in haste, fearful of being called back by Di Ping, who at that moment seemed more fearsome than any mutant beast. Wang Delin clutched his severed wrist as he staggered toward the exit, his eyes seething with hatred. "Di Gu, why not eliminate him? He is nothing but a venomous serpent," Li Sheng whispered as he approached. Di Ping regarded Li Sheng with unexpected admiration. He had not anticipated such depth beneath the man's rough exterior. Recognizing him as a potential ally, "No need. He poses no threat," Di Ping replied with a dismissive smirk. He had indeed seen the potential for violence, but he refrained from crossing that line. Taking a life was a weighty decision he was not yet prepared to bear. Wang Delin would likely survive the night. The scent of blood would suffice as a reminder of his folly. If he did survive, it would signify a fortunate fate, a matter of destiny. In his heart, Ping grappled with doubt. In peacetime, he was just an ordinary man. Today, he had refrained from taking a life as a last vestige of his humanity. He could not foresee what the future held, but in this apocalyptic world, it seemed no one could remain unscathed. Volume 1. The Coming of the Apocalypse, Chapter 0013. System Activation. Initially, Ping had not intended to drive everyone away. However, upon witnessing their complete lack of remorse or intention to repent, his heart grew cold. Such individuals were not worth saving or investing effort in. Sharing a roof with them could lead to unforeseen complications. Thus, with resolve, he expelled them all. He felt a particular concern for Wang Dellen, a man who possessed both cunning and malice. Reluctant to keep such a person close, he found himself unable to resort to violence. So he chose to dismiss them all instead. Make sure to check if they have left. Once they are gone, seal the stairwell and come find me on the 8th floor. Ping instructed the 4 companions behind him as he ascended the stairs. Pausing at the staircase, he added, "Also, dispose of the mutated dogs' corpses to prevent attracting other aberrant creatures. You've all worked hard. I am quite fatigued." At that moment, Ping felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. The morning's battles had exhausted him, having slain 13 mutated dogs, leaving him both physically and mentally drained. All he yearned for was a hot shower, something to eat, and a good night and sleep. "Don't worry about a thing, Digo. Leave these minor tasks to us," the portly man assured with a hearty slap on his chest. Upon returning to his room, he prepared some water and took a quick shower. Pleasantly surprised to find that his injuries had completely healed, the once wounded areas merely exhibited slight redness. It seemed the energy had remarkable restorative properties. After his shower, Ping found a piece of bread and a bottle of water, reclining on the sofa as he munched and sipped, his mind wandering in a chaotic swirl. The day's events had been overwhelming. From setting out in the morning, encountering the mutated dogs, losing sight of his companions, to battling the beasts and facing betrayal from a comrade. Nearly losing his life, ultimately he had made the painful decision to expel those people and severed Wang Dellen's hand. A sense of despondency began to envelop him, leaving him questioning whether humanity was worth saving. He pulled out a cigarette, lighting it, and taking a few deep puffs, allowing his turbulent emotions to settle. Suddenly, he felt a sense of solace. There were men who sacrificed their lives for their wives and daughters, which was indeed a form of greatness. Moreover, there was the stout Chen Gang who had come to his rescue, and Li Sheng and Lao Luo who had fought valiantly to protect the door. These were admirable individuals. The world contained both good and evil, and there were still those worth saving. With this realization, Ping felt a renewed clarity, a sense of direction, and the courage to strive forward. He understood that he could not save the entire world. He could only care for his family, friends, and like-minded allies. What did the rest matter to him? It was time to activate the system. Suddenly recalling that he had gathered enough crystal cores, exceeding the required amount, he thought, now is the perfect moment to proceed. Discarding his cigarette, but he sat up abruptly. Ding! Crystal cores detected. Activation conditions met. Would you like to activate the system? The distinctive voice of the system echoed in his mind as he presented the 14 crystal cores he had acquired. Activate. Ping whispered with excitement. Ding. System activation in progress. 1, 2, 100. System activation successful. A sound signal completion. And he observed 5 of the crystal cores vanish from his hand, while a progress bar appeared in his mind. Ding. System activation successful. Reward. 1 legendary recruitment scroll. Please proceed to initiate hero recruitment promptly. Is that all? Ping thought, somewhat perplexed. The activation was merely a process of reading a progress bar. There were no dazzling lights or grand displays, nothing ostentatious. Entirely unlike the dramatic portrayals in movies and novels. Ping couldn't help but critique the system, but since it claimed to have activated, he assumed it would not lead him astray. System, he mentally commanded, and a virtual interface materialized before him. He had previously tested this feature. The system could be summoned by merely thinking or speaking the command. Indeed, the interface transformed. with two elements illuminating and pulsating among the otherwise dim display. One depicted a Western-style castle and the other a manor. The interface resembled that of a game, though he remained uncertain about the functionality. Clicking on the castle icon, a radiant aura enveloped it, and moments later, the icon shone vibrantly, indicating successful activation. Ding! Castle activation successful. Host title changed to Lord of the Castle. The system and Oppo's voice announced, yet Ping paid little mind to the title change, eager instead to explore the castle's interior. With a click, he prepared to enter. As he did, he found himself presented with a three-dimensional model of a Western castle, complete with walls, a courtyard, a grand hall, a tall tower, lodging quarters, a conference room, a study, a kitchen, and stables. Elated, he thought. This is the residence of someone of status and significance. Domestic villas pale in comparison to this magnificent structure. How wonderful it would be to reside in such a castle, he mused. He noticed a line of text beneath the 3D image that read, "Select a suitable location to materialize the castle." The castle is a symbol of the Lord's protection and the central hub of power. After reading this, Ping froze momentarily before joy surged through him. The villa could manifest in reality, making his dream of living in a castle potentially achievable. Suppressing his excitement, he examined the castle more closely. Noting there were no particularly special features, and the exact functionalities remained vague, only that single line of text hinting at what might be discovered once it materialized. After inspecting the castle, Ping redirected his gaze to the other pulsating icon, the manor. In the game, the manor served as a resource collection site, and he was curious about its function here. With eager anticipation, he gently tapped the icon, which immediately began to glow. Moments later, the icon brightened, and the pulsation ceased. Ding! Manor activated. Reward: initial resources of 100 each. Please designate a location for the manor and Oppo's manifestation or bind it to a real-world structure. As he clicked the icon, a dialog box appeared before him, displaying several categories, with the top line reading idle workers, 0, followed by various resources, food, storage, 100, 1000, production, 0, upgrade, wood, storage, 100, 1000, production, 0, upgrade, iron, storage, 100, 1000, production, 0, upgrade, crystal, storage, 100, 1000, production, 0, upgrade, mithril, storage, 100, 1000, production, 0, upgrade. The manor's initial resources had been generously provided, apparently with a storage capacity of 1000. However, without binding or materializing it, this space could only exist within the system. This mysterious system likely harbored more functionalities waiting to be uncovered. At that moment, Ping noticed a button labeled Recruit Craftsman at the bottom of the screen. Cautiously, he clicked it to see if recruitment was possible. To his surprise, two options appeared: System Craftsman Recruitment and Real-World Craftsman Recruitment. Ping contemplated this revelation. The system was not merely a direct replication of game content, but rather a combination of beneficial elements with reality. He had no means to ascertain the origins of this system, but acceptance was his only option. For now, he could only utilize this system to grow. Thus far, it had proven advantageous. What the future held was uncertain, but he would face it head-on. Shaking his head to clear the chaotic thoughts, Ping turned his gaze towards the third icon, that of the tavern. He understood that only when this feature was activated could the game truly commence. The primary functions of the tavern were hero recruitment and class advancement, making it the feature he anticipated the most. However, despite the castle and manor being unlocked, the tavern icon remained grayed out. The conditions for activating the tavern had been met, so why was it still inaccessible? Ping felt a wave of profound disappointment and jabbed the icon with frustration. Ding! The tavern activation failed. Activation conditions: the castle and manor must be materialized to unlock the tavern. At that moment, the system and Oppo's voice resonated abruptly in Ping and Oppo's mind. So, the castle and manor needed to be materialized? Only then did he comprehend the reason. Yet, now was not the appropriate time for materialization. It seemed he needed to clarify his objectives. The buildings within the system must be materialized to reveal their capabilities, and determining a suitable location for establishing a base was of utmost importance. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted Di Ping's train of thought. Recognizing the sound, he realized it must be the group led by the chubby fellow. Exiting the system, he acknowledged that there was no point in yearning for the tavern. He needed to materialize first. Peering through the peephole, he confirmed it was indeed the chubby group, each one drenched in sweat and appearing utterly exhausted. "Come in, everyone. You've all worked hard." Di Ping smiled as he opened the door, welcoming them inside. "What hardships are you referring to, Digo? You have saved our lives. What is a bit of labor in comparison? I would gladly sacrifice my life for you." The chubby fellow expressed his gratitude, his eyes nearly disappearing into slits as he beamed with appreciation. "Indeed, what are our small contributions compared to that?" The man who had been rescued alongside the middle-aged woman seemed to regain his composure, wiping his brow and gazing at Di Ping with immense gratitude. Di Ping held this middle-aged man's opinion in high regard. It was truly rare to find someone willing to lend a hand in times of peril. Unlike those who would block the door at the slightest hint of danger, this man had acted nobly, surrounded by those who had shared life and death experiences. Especially with everyone looking at him with near reverence, Di Ping suddenly felt that all his sacrifices were worthwhile. The wounds he had endured were not in vain. And a swell of emotion surged within him. He lightly punched the chubby fellow on the shoulder, declaring, "We are all brothers here. No need for formality." His expression then shifted slightly as he added, "But in the future, please refrain from constantly mentioning the debt of gratitude. That would truly make me feel unbrotherly." With that, Di Ping burst into laughter, prompting the chubby fellow to scratch his head and chuckle in agreement. "Haha, understood. We will heed Di Guo's words." Standing behind the chubby Qin Gang, Li Xing's lips curled into a smile, his gaze towards Di Ping more fervent, while Lao Luo appeared to be on the verge of tears. "All right, enough with the sentimentality. We are all comrades in this struggle for survival in the apocalypse. Please, take a seat." Di Ping chuckled, inviting everyone to sit down. He cherished this atmosphere immensely. Volume 1. The Coming of the Apocalypse, Chapter 0014. Warmth, little girl. "Are you hungry? Come and have some bread." A woman in her 20s, who had lost her husband, sat on the sofa to the left, cradling her child. Her complexion had improved considerably, though her expression remained somewhat vacant. The little girl in her arms seemed to have recovered from her fear, her long eyelashes fluttering as she peered with wide, dark eyes at Di Ping. "Come on, it's delicious," Di Ping encouraged, noticing the child's trepidation and desire for the bread. "Wan, quickly thank your uncle," the woman said softly, her voice warm and soothing. At that moment, Di Ping took a closer look at the woman before him and realized she was truly beautiful, her figure ample, with a slim waist and long, straight black hair. Her delicate features, with finely arched brows and a small nose, radiated charm with every smile. She wore a fitted top and light blue jeans that accentuated her perfect curves. If not for her slightly reddened eyes from crying and her pallid complexion, she would easily score above 90 in beauty. Sensing Di Ping and Apos' gaze lingering a bit too long, the woman blushed and lowered her head. Clearing his throat, Di Ping attempted to mask his embarrassment. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Di Ping. Let us all share our names and professions. It's more convenient to know each other since we'll be sharing meals." He only knew Qin Gang, the chubby one, Li Sheng with his poker face, and old Luo. The identities of the woman and the middle-aged man remained unknown to him. "I'm Qin Gang, nicknamed Fatty. I'm the warehouse supervisor at Yunjia Supermarket. Feel free to call me Fatty." Qin Gang introduced himself with a hearty laugh. "Li Sheng, the transportation captain at Yunjia Supermarket." Li Sheng stated plainly. "Luo Kuan-yu. I work in construction and decoration. You can just call me Old Luo," the shy old Luo added. "I'm Ching Chao, a veteran who used to run a hotel. You can call me a Ching or Old Ching," the middle-aged man said with warmth and seriousness, his voice still carrying the vigor of a soldier. I'm Yushujia, a professional manager primarily focused on commercial planning," the woman said, her nervousness apparent as she spoke. Di Ping couldn't help but silently commend her beauty, both in appearance and name. "I'm Yunwan Nuan, Suddenly, the little girl in the woman and Apos' arms chimed in, seemingly eager to introduce herself after everyone else had shared. Haha. Yes, we mustn't forget Nuan. Ping laughed heartily, finding the child delightful. So Nuan, what do you do? I'm still a child. How can I have a job? The girl pouted, rolling her eyes at Ping. Coughing to mask his surprise, Ping shot a playful, slightly hurt glance at the little girl, feeling somewhat scorned. Laughter erupted in the room as everyone found the girl's response amusing. Even Yu Shujia smiled, playfully swatting her daughter's bottom in mock reprimand. The somber atmosphere of the apocalypse seemed to lighten with that laughter, and the bonds among them appeared to strengthen, infused with warmth and camaraderie. I suppose everyone must be hungry. There's food in the kitchen. Whoever can cook should prepare something, Ping suggested, scratching his nose, unsure of what else to say. With the little girl's antics, he felt the need to change the topic. I'll take care of it, the woman offered, noticing the puzzled looks from others. Although I have work, I usually cook for Nuan after I get off. Mommy's cooking is the best. Nuan nodded vigorously at her mother's words. All right then, we'll count on you. We trust that Nuan will be well fed, Ping said with a smile, affectionately ruffling the little girl's hair. You'll be in for a treat. My daddy usually doesn't get to eat this well, Nuan proudly declared. At this, the mood shifted. The faces of the adults darkened, and tears glistened in Yu Shujia's eyes. Ping felt a pang of sorrow, realizing that the little girl might not yet understand that her father had permanently departed from her life. Struggling to hold back his own tears, he smiled at Nuan, saying, Yes, let us thank Nuan. Today, we are all fortunate. Mr. D, I'll go prepare the meal, Yu Shujia said hurriedly, fearing that if she lingered, her tears would flow uncontrollably. Go ahead, Ping replied, his expression somber. Yu Shujia rushed into the kitchen with the child in her arms, her steps slightly unsteady, as if pursued by some unseen beast. The others could only sigh softly, watching her leave. Once Yu Shujia was gone, the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Ping reclined on the sofa, exhausted from the day's events, and the others appeared equally drained from the fright and the ensuing chaos. The physical exertion had left them all fatigued, and now, with a moment of respite, they felt the ache in their bodies intensify. From the kitchen came the clattering of pots and pans, followed by the rhythmic chopping of vegetables, amplifying the eerie silence in the room. Occasionally, the sound of suppressed sobs from Yu Shujia could be heard, casting a pall over the group. No one dared to break the silence. The woman was indeed commendable. Not only was she gentle and beautiful, but she was also quite adept in the kitchen. Before long, 5 dishes were presented on the table, their aroma tantalizing and appetizing. Ping, already famished from the morning's exertions, found the bread insufficient to quell his hunger. Finally, the woman brought a pot of rice to the dining table, smiling warmly as she beckoned everyone to eat. Come, let us eat. A person is made of iron, and rice is steel. If you skip a meal, you'll be left starving. The world is vast, but a hearty meal is paramount. We must fill our bellies before we can work, Ping proclaimed, rising to his feet and guiding everyone toward the dining area. Upon hearing his invitation, everyone stood up and followed, their stomachs growling in unison. They had all been too hungry to make a move until Ping had prompted them. Nuan, come sit beside your uncle, Ping said as he reached the dining table, lifting the little girl and placing her in a seat beside him before taking his own place at the head of the table. Please, everyone, take a seat. Are you not hungry? His words drew laughter from the group, and they quickly found their places at the table. As soon as Ping sat down, Yu Shujia hurried over, serving him a bowl of rice, her face a mix of nervousness and concentration, beads of sweat forming on her forehead from her labors. He felt a moment of clarity, realizing she was a clever woman who understood her role and was adaptable. Let us serve our Nuan first. She is a growing child, after all. Ping smiled as he received the bowl of rice and placed it in front of the little girl, noticing Yu Shujia's previously tense expression gradually softening into one of relief, as if she had exhaled a held breath. Her demeanor reflecting excitement mingled with a hint of melancholy. In that moment, Ping found himself genuinely admiring this woman, a true professional manager. She possessed an astute understanding of human nature, In a world where morality and law had crumbled and the darker sides of humanity were unleashed, it was crucial for someone in her vulnerable position to know how to survive. The fact that she grasped this so quickly earned her Di Ping's respect. Her act of serving Di Pingxing food signifies his position as the head of the household, indicating her dependence on him. Should Di Pingxing refuse her offering, it would imply his rejection of her inclusion, for she is acutely aware that in the desolate environment of the apocalypse, women are often deemed useless, perhaps only valuable as subservient to men. Yet, she is reluctant to accept such a fate. Thus, aligning herself with a seemingly benevolent strongman appears to be her most prudent choice. When Di Pingxing accepted her offering but handed it to Nuan, it symbolized his acceptance of her dependency, not as a woman, but in the role of Nuan's mother. Consequently, she felt a mix of relief and joy, for she now had a support system, alleviating her fears of surviving in such dire circumstances. However, a pang of disappointment lingered. She was acutely aware of her beauty and the attention it commanded from men. The realization that Di Pingxing's acceptance stemmed solely from her role as Nuan's mother, rather than her allure, left her somewhat disheartened. Women often embody contradictions. They desire love rooted in inner qualities yet lament when their beauty is overlooked. This paradox encapsulates the essence of womanhood. Nuan, undoubtedly famished, eagerly dug into her food. Di Pingxing, cherishing the moment, gently patted the little girl's head, his eyes brimming with affection. Such an adorable child had lost her father and support in this bleak world, and her mother, unable to protect her, was compelled to submit in order to safeguard her. The age-old adage that a mother becomes strong for her child holds true, despite Yu Shujia's stunning beauty. Her demeanor exuded propriety, distinguishing her from frivolous women. In a remarkably short span, she had resolved to take on this formidable challenge. A testament to her greatness. How could Di Pingxing criticize her? At this moment, Yu Shujia emerged from her scattered thoughts and, upon seeing Di Pingxing again, hurriedly served another bowl of rice. Di Pingxing accepted it, nodding in acknowledgement, and urged her to sit down and eat, as they had all labored throughout the morning. "Oh, all right," she replied, already exhausted. Upon hearing his command, she promptly took a seat at the far end, collapsing into her chair like a deflated balloon. The others, equally ravenous, hastily filled their bowls without concern for the meal's quality. After days of subsisting on dry rations, they were desperate for nourishment. Di Pingxing sampled a few bites of the dishes and was pleasantly surprised. The 5 dishes were indeed delightful, surpassing the fare of many restaurants. The flavors were impeccable, the cooking precise, the ingredients fresh and vibrant, making it truly delectable. He couldn't help but compliment Miss Yu on her culinary skills, suggesting she could easily open a restaurant. Hearing this, Yu Shujia's demeanor lightened, and she exhaled in relief, finally proving her worth to the group. "Delicious, absolutely scrumptious," the chubby fellow exclaimed, stuffing his mouth as he spoke. "Why haven't you choked to death yet, you glutton?" Li Sheng retorted sharply. The chubby one seemed genuinely on the verge of choking, clutching his throat and coughing, his face turning crimson as he hastily gulped down nearly half a bottle of water to regain his breath. "You face of stone. From now on, I shall call you Crow's Mouth," he declared, still struggling to catch his breath, while Li Sheng remained unfazed, continuing to pilfer the dishes on the table. Volume 1. The Coming of the Apocalypse. 0015 Dire News, by heavens. You insidious face of yours, cursing me to choke, and here you are, hoarding food. The plump fellow, upon noticing Li Sheng indulging in the frenzy of food gathering, immediately grasped the situation and rushed to the table, joining the ranks of the food scavengers. Di Ping observed this with amusement, while a warm sensation blossomed in his heart upon seeing Yu Shujia stifling her laughter. He remarked with a smile, "Miss you. If you don't act soon, there may be no food left for you. Look at these famished souls who have no concept of courtesy." Yu Shujia, finally ceasing her laughter, rose to serve herself a portion of rice, sitting at the table and savoring it delicately. Di Ping shook his head, bemused. This woman had evidently not endured enough hardship in the apocalypse, still maintaining such a genteel demeanor while dining. In this setting, it was acceptable, but in other circumstances, she might find herself without food, still oblivious to the harshness of the new world. A single basin of rice and 5 dishes were devoured in a frenzy. Just a few days prior, one would have feasted in abundance, yet now, each person consumed 2 to 3 bowls. Diping found it remarkable, with his enhanced physique. He had polished off 5 bowls and still felt only half satiated. This realization left him incredulous. If he continued to strengthen, would he truly become a bottomless pit for food? Once the meal concluded, the group found themselves unable to move. The plump man slumped onto the ground, leaning against a chair, fast asleep with drool trickling from his lips. The others were not faring much better. Luo Quan, one hand pressed against his chest, continually belched. Li Sheng, attempting to drink from a bottle of mineral water, struggled to swallow, ultimately capping the bottle in defeat. He was simply too full, the food pressing against his throat. Chung Chao, however, was more resilient, managing to stand and walk slowly around the hall, though the furrow of his brow suggested discomfort, prompting a secret smile from Diping. What a feast! Even the little girl, Nuan, clutched her belly while reclining in her chair, mumbling softly. At last, Yushuju finished her meal, having barely touched the dishes. Her small appetite mitigated by the bread supplies they had managed to secure at home. Observing everyone else satisfied, she began to clear the table, resembling a dutiful housewife. Her graceful form and gentle demeanor undeniably captivating. It was no wonder her husband would risk everything for her and their child, Diping mused. If only he could also fight fiercely for such a lovely wife and adorable child, he would awaken with a smile every day. As Diping and Apos, as thoughts wandered, he gradually succumbed to fatigue. The day had been taxing, and his injuries were no small matter. Had it not been for the restorative power of soul energy, he was uncertain whether he would be in such good shape. When Yushuja emerged from the kitchen, having finished her tasks, Diping summoned the others. The layout of his residence comprised 3 bedrooms and 2 living areas, with a study. He occupied one room, allocated another smaller one to Yushuja and her daughter, while the larger room housed 4 men, with the sofa accommodating 2 more if necessary. Feeling overwhelmingly tired, he excused himself to take a nap. His slumber was deep and undisturbed, the most restful he had experienced in days. Previously, he had always slept lightly, wary of the solitude that enveloped him. Tonight, the presence of others in the room provided a sense of security, allowing him to drift into a sound sleep. It seemed true that humans are social creatures. The isolation he had endured was maddening, even affecting his ability to sleep soundly. A prolonged period of such solitude would surely lead one to madness. This was Diping's most immediate realization. Awakening after a lengthy nap, he was astonished to find it was already 4 p.m. He had slept for over 3 hours. Rising, he splashed water on his face, feeling instantly rejuvenated, the weariness dissipating, replaced by a surge of vitality. Clenching his fists, he felt a satisfying crackle throughout his bones, a grin spreading across his face as he stepped out of his room. During his rest, Diping had contemplated his plans. He intended to establish a base at Green Edge. This decision was the result of careful deliberation for several reasons. Firstly, although his strength had improved, he remained uncertain of the dangers lurking outside. A few mutated dogs had already left him in disarray. While victorious, the encounter had been perilous. Should he encounter true apex predators like tigers or mountain cats in the wilderness, he would require greater strength. Thus, opening a tavern was the quickest means to bolster his power. Acquiring a few heroes would significantly enhance his abilities, allowing him to expedite his return home to save his parents. Secondly, this area, being suburban and near the city, had fewer mutated animals. The densest populations of such creatures resided in the wild forests, where survival would be impossible. While the urban environment harbored its own threats, particularly mutant rodents and cats, it was still comparatively safer than the wilderness, especially given the presence of the largest zoo nearby. Finally, the residential complex was spacious, with 2 buildings and various villas, providing ample room for his needs, facilitating the manifestation of his System S constructions. Considering these 3 factors, Diping resolved to remain here rather than venture to the military's Bianzhou base, where his movements would be restricted. Here, he felt he would have greater freedom. Though uncertainty lingered regarding the thoughts of the others, and whether they would choose to stay. As he stepped out of his room, Di Ping was taken aback to find the others gathered in the hall, each seated on the sofa, their expressions vacant and eyes tinged with despair. Yu Shujia's eyes glistened with tears, and only little Nuan Nuan, nestled in her mother's embrace, hummed a soft tune. "What has transpired?" Di Ping inquired, noting their unawareness of his presence. Sensing something amiss, he greeted them with a smile. "Di Gu, Mr. D." The group, startled by his voice, rose to greet him. "What's wrong? You all seem off," Di Ping observed, gesturing for them to sit as he took a seat on the sofa, scanning their faces with concern. Di Gu, I. The plump man rose abruptly, visibly agitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "Calm down. Sit," Di Ping urged, noticing the man's excitement. He turned to Cheng Chao. "Please, enlighten me on what has transpired." He recognized that Cheng Chao was the most articulate among them, capable of conveying the situation clearly. Li Sheng spoke little, and often too simply to be understood. Luo, honest yet inarticulate, was not the best source of information, and Yu Shujia, with her tear-streaked visage, would hardly be able to provide clarity. Alas, it is truly tragic. Cheng Chao, responding to Di Ping's prompt, wore a somber expression as he sighed. "The radio just reported that the government began its retreat at 11 this morning." "Oh, what of the retreat? We didn't make it. Has something gone awry?" Di Ping and Apos' demeanor shifted sharply, sensing the gravity of the situation. The exodus had gathered nearly 50 to 60,000 people, initially proceeding safely as the mutated animals refrained from attacking such a large group. However, the sheer number of individuals made navigation difficult, and by early afternoon, they had arrived at the banks of Dihu, only to encounter disaster, a calamity of unimaginable proportions. Cheng Chao's eyes welled with tears as his voice faltered, struggling to continue. "What exactly happened?" Di Ping pressed, anxious to understand how such a large gathering could face catastrophe. "I apologize, Brother D. Allow me a moment to regain my composure." After all, Cheng Chao is a soldier. He cast a somewhat regretful glance at Di Ping, then straightened his posture, fervently rubbing his face with both hands to steady his nerves. He recounted how the main force had reached the shores of D Lake, only to be unexpectedly confronted by an enormous crocodile that scattered their ranks. Following closely were mutant creatures, leading to a catastrophic loss for the entire unit. As he spoke, his voice trembled, and tears streamed down the faces of his companions. Yu Shujia, overwhelmed, stifled her sobs, pressing her hands tightly against her mouth, her shoulders quaking with emotion. How could a single crocodile disrupt a force of tens of thousands? Were these thousands mere decorations? Di Ping and Apos' eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, one could only curse the fool who unleashed such a beast upon D Lake. The stout man seethed with rage. "Brother D, do you have any idea how massive this crocodile is?" Cheng Chao, finally regaining his composure, noticed Di Ping's incredulous expression. He continued, "This creature stands over 5 meters tall and stretches more than 20 meters in length. Its speed is astonishing. A single bite can claim multiple lives. Its tail is like a pillar, sweeping aside armored vehicles as if they were toys, not to mention human beings, covered in scales harder than steel. Bullets barely leave a mark, and even artillery is ineffective against it. Half of our comrades fell victim to this monster." Cheng Chao's face was still etched with terror, as if he had experienced the horror firsthand. A crocodile of such magnitude, larger than any cinematic depiction of a mutant beast, impervious to gunfire. The gravity of the situation struck Di Ping like a thunderbolt, rendering him speechless as he sank into the sofa. After undergoing several enhancements, he had felt immensely powerful, his strength exceeding 1,000 pounds, and his speed surpassing that of ordinary humans by 2 or 3 times. Yet now, he felt as though he had been struck with a heavy blow, his heart racing with anxiety. He had not anticipated such rapid mutations among these creatures, nor had he imagined the terrifying extent of their transformations. Just days prior, he had heard on the radio of tigers towering 3 to 4 meters high, and he had been skeptical. Now, confronted with the undeniable evidence of this crocodile, witnessed by tens of thousands and responsible for countless deaths, he was profoundly relieved that he had not recklessly ventured home. Given his current abilities, an encounter with such a creature would surely spell doom. He had thought himself to have grown stronger, yet now, in comparison to these mutant beasts, he realized he was still at the very bottom of the food chain, having merely ascended a fraction. His previous self-satisfaction felt naive and foolish, akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. In that moment, he re-evaluated his earlier dismissive attitude, beginning to confront the harsh realities of this altered world. In this world, can I still survive? Di Ping's expression darkened, as if he had lost his sense of direction and motivation in that instant. Volume 1. The Advent of the Apocalypse. Chapter 0016. The initial stabilization of human hearts. No, I possess a system. Yes, I have a mysterious system, and I shall undoubtedly grow ever stronger. I will trample upon those entities that threaten my very existence. Suddenly, Di Ping's expression shifted. He recalled the system at his disposal. His trump card. He could not fathom failing to survive this apocalypse with such a golden opportunity that would render him a fool. With this thought, an inexhaustible motivation surged within him, reinvigorating his spirit. Since heaven has granted me this chance, I shall live a life unlike any other. How many have survived? And where have they gone? Di Ping pondered for a while before slowly lifting his gaze to the crowd. The radio mentioned that people were scattered, with some members of the military and government managing to escape the city, while others fled in all directions, hiding in places too numerous to count. The radio vehicle had found refuge in a shopping mall, accompanied by several hundred others. After securing their safety, they broadcasted a warning, urging everyone to avoid that direction. At this moment, Cheng Chao had completely regained his composure and recounted the events to Di Ping in detail. Alas, this is indeed a calamitous era. Death may perhaps be a blessing, sparing one from disaster, while the living face even greater hardships. Di Ping rose and approached the window, gently parting the curtain, gazing into the distance with a soft sigh. Indeed, living is even more challenging. Cheng Chao echoed with a heavy sigh. What are your plans? Di Ping suddenly turned to the group and inquired. Plans? The others looked at Di Ping, exchanging glances. Even Yu Shujia paused her tears, raising her tear-streaked eyes towards him. Wherever Brother Di goes, I shall follow. At that moment, the stout man stood up, his eyes ablaze with excitement as he resolutely spoke to Di Ping. Me too. Li Sheng, seated on the sofa, casually trimmed his nails, appearing relaxed, yet his tone was unwaveringly firm. Brother Di, what are your intentions? Cheng Chao asked nonchalantly. I intend to stay here. I will transform this place into a safe haven, providing a sanctuary for countless souls. A spark of determination ignited in Di Ping's eyes as he spoke with conviction. At that moment, he emanated an aura akin to radiant clouds. The others gazed at him with fervor. Even Yu Shujia seemed captivated by his imposing presence, her eyes sparkling with admiration, while the little girl, Nuan, gazed at him with starry-eyed wonder, thinking her uncle looked truly impressive. Very well, Brother Di, from this day forth. This shall be the last time I address you in this manner. I shall now call you Di Go. I want to leave. I'll stick with you. Cheng Chao exclaimed, standing tall. As a soldier, he favored individuals like Di Ping, who possessed both passion and integrity. His calling Di Ping Di Go signified his recognition of him as a leader. Cheng Chao had once been a prosperous businessman, managing a hotel company with assets exceeding 100 million before the apocalypse, making it rare for anyone to earn his respect. Yet, anyone who has achieved such success cannot be foolish. Having served in the military and witnessed the brutality of combat, he understood the potency of military force. Having seen the ferocity of mutated dogs and the invincibility of crocodiles against artillery, he recognized that the world had changed. Observing Di Ping and Apos' formidable capabilities, it became evident that he was no ordinary individual. If animals could mutate, could not humans do the same? If his speculation held true, this era would indeed be one where the strong reigned supreme, and following a powerful leader would be the most prudent course. Moreover, Di Ping was a person of deep loyalty, someone one could trust to follow. Di Go, I too shall stand by you, Lao Luo declared, rising to express his allegiance. Di Go, I will remain too. Yu Shujia also stood, her face flushed, her eyes still glistening with tears, yet her resolve unwavering. As she stood, the little girl, previously perched on her lap, jumped down, pouting with her hands on her hips in a display of discontent. Haha, splendid. Let us navigate this apocalypse together. Di Ping had initially doubted whether these individuals would choose to follow him, but their unwavering determination deeply moved him. It filled him with pride and joy, realizing he now had a team, and he cheerfully extended his hand. Come, come. The others simultaneously reached out, placing their hands atop Di Ping's. Their expressions were charged with excitement, their eyes ablaze with fervor. All prior sorrow and despair dissipated in that moment. And what about me? At that moment, Nuan swiftly climbed onto the coffee table, extending her chubby little hand to join the others. Haha, splendid. Our Nuan is here too. The group erupted in laughter, and Di Ping joined in, chuckling heartily. Now, let us unite in our endeavors. Togetherness, they proclaimed in unison, their voices resonating with strength, dispelling the remnants of despondency, replaced by an unwavering faith in the future. After a while, as the excitement subsided, everyone settled down. Di Ping pulled out a cigarette, sharing it among them, while Yushuji sent Nuan to play in another room. I wish to share my intentions with everyone. Di Ping took a deep drag from his cigarette before slowly articulating his plan. He had never been a smoker during his college days. He was the only one among his dorm mates who abstained. However, after Su Xiao left for America, the overwhelming pressure led him to take up smoking. He knew it was detrimental, but in moments of suffocating stress, he found solace in a cigarette, believing it brought him a semblance of peace. Seeing the others light their cigarettes, their attention focused on him, he continued. First, we must gather food and water. Without sufficient provisions, survival will be exceedingly difficult. Second, we need to swiftly eliminate the mutated creatures in the community to ensure safety. He paused here, taking another drag, the smoke enveloping his face. Thirdly, we should search for any survivors within the vicinity. We must gather those who share our ideals. Strength in numbers is vital. The community is vast. And to ensure our safety, we must erect high walls, as the current barriers will not withstand the mutated creatures. Having shared these thoughts, Di Ping extinguished the remaining stub of his cigarette in the ashtray and gazed at the group, inquiring if anyone had additions to his plans. I have nothing to add. Brother Di, I will follow your lead. The stout man, Chun Gang, was the first to voice his agreement. A true foodie, he was not one to overthink matters. Indeed, I cannot think of anything either, Li Shang chimed in unexpectedly. You expressionless dolt, you might as well call yourself a glutton. Stop being so pretentious. If you have something to say, say it. Chun Gang retorted, teeth gritted in frustration. I have no objections. Li Sheng shrugged nonchalantly. Damn, you emotionless fellow. Look at you. You can't even take care of yourself. Chun Gang exclaimed in exasperation, spitting into his palm and rubbing his hands together, calling Li Sheng out for a fight. Yet he remained firmly planted in place. TCH. Li Sheng huffed, crossing his arms and leaning back on the sofa. All right, Chun Gang, sit down. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Di Ping understood that these two loved to jest, but it was time to address serious business and not allow their antics to distract from the task at hand. Di Gu, while cooking today, I sensed that the gas supply was dwindling and might cease at any moment. Should we gather some gas canisters? There are 3 restaurants outside our community, and they surely possess some. At this point, Yushuji contemplated and spoke up briskly. Indeed, that is a concern. Let Indopos, let's have a look tomorrow. Di Ping acknowledged, well aware that the gas would not last indefinitely. It was essential to prepare fuel in advance. Relying solely on bread and instant noodles would be insufficient. If only we could procure some frozen meat. He mused. I wonder if these restaurants have cold storage? Upon hearing this, the plump fellow suddenly perked up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Have you all turned into pigs, still craving meat? Li Sheng, a man of few words, found joy in teasing the plump one, never missing an opportunity to banter. You're just envious and resentful. The plump one chuckled with pride. Haha, now I understand why you've ballooned in size. Di Ping laughed heartily, joining in the jest. Di Gu, I simply have a penchant for meat. A day without it leaves me drained. The plump one grinned sheepishly, scratching his head. Suddenly, A look of regret crossed his face as he slapped his thigh. I suggested bringing the dog meat up for a feast this morning, but you all refused. That dog meat would be divine, a true delicacy. Ugh. Suddenly, Yushujia covered her mouth and retched. Yujia, are you feeling unwell? The plump one inquired. Noticing her distress. You foolish glutton. Those dogs have feasted on humans, and you still dare to eat them. Yushujia shot a glare at the plump one. Retching again. So what? Dogs eat excrement too. Yet, there are still people who consume dog meat. The plump one stubbornly countered. Ugh. Unable to contain herself any longer, Yushujia dashed to the restroom. Hey, can you refrain from such crude remarks? Di Ping felt queasy as well, having contemplated whether this mutated dog meat was edible. The plump one's comments had made him uneasy, prompting him to intervene. You foolish glutton. If you have such thoughts again, don't expect to eat my cooking. At that moment, Yushujia emerged from the restroom, glaring fiercely at the plump one, her complexion pale, clearly disturbed by his words. Ah, fine. What a pity. It would surely smell divine when stewed. The plump one lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. Foolish glutton. Now incensed. Even Sheng Chao stood up, his face pale, whispering angrily. Li Sheng lifted his foot and kicked the plump one's ample backside, sending him sprawling onto the sofa. Meanwhile, Yushujia retched once more and rushed back to the restroom. Volume 1. The Coming of the End Times. Chapter 0017. Misunderstanding. The corpulent man slumped onto the sofa, seemingly aware of the trouble he had caused. Upon sitting back down, he lowered his gaze and adopted an innocent demeanor, resembling a meek woman. Di Ping was instantly filled with exasperation, feeling even more nauseated than before. Can one imagine a hefty man weighing over 200 pounds, his face a mass of flesh, with his eyes and nose squished together, feigning an expression of a wronged little wife? It could hardly be more revolting. Di Ping understood that this rotund character, Chen Gang, was a jester who loved to eat and entertain, and he chose not to hold a grudge against him. He could only shoot him a disapproving glare. When Yushujia emerged from the restroom yet again, her complexion was even paler, and her steps were somewhat unsteady, indicating that she had been quite ill. Mommy, are you going to have a baby? Suddenly, the little girl dashed out, tugging at her mother's sleeve with a childish voice. A chorus of laughter erupted at the innocent remark. Good girl, Mommy is just feeling unwell. Go and play. Yushujia's face flushed crimson, as she quickly bent down to explain to her daughter. After a brief moment of merriment, the group gathered again around the sofa. The light-hearted banter alleviating some of their inner turmoil, and the prolonged tension eased considerably. All right, if no one has any objections, let us settle on this. Di Ping leaned back against the sofa, arms crossed over his chest, casting a sweeping glance over the others. Everyone shook their heads to indicate their agreement. After all, they were all inexperienced in navigating the apocalypse, uncertain of the proper course of action. They could only proceed by trial and error. Even Di Ping was unsure if his approach was correct, but there was only one path ahead: survival or the relentless endeavor to develop the system's functionalities. He believed that once the system and Apos' capabilities grew, they would be able to venture further in this desolate world. Very well, if there is nothing else, we shall commence cleaning this building tomorrow and gather provisions. Di Ping concluded decisively. Noticing it was only a little past 5, he dismissed thoughts of dinner and, disregarding the others, began his training for the day. He had realized the utility of practicing swordplay over the past few days. Although simple, it proved invaluable during combat. Had he not dedicated himself to the sword, his current position might have been precarious. As he swung the sword once more, he was struck by the transformation of the once cumbersome Han's sword, now feeling almost weightless in his grasp. However, he sensed that he was not harnessing its full potential. With no other weapon at hand, the Han sword had become his best option. This time, Di Ping increased his repetitions from 25 to 100 for each set of 5 movements: chopping, slicing, slashing, sweeping, and thrusting, each executed 100 times, totaling 500. After completing 5 sets, he finally felt he had reached his limit. Any further exertion could lead to overexertion, which posed risks for the night ahead. The others watched in awe as Di Ping practiced his swordsmanship, not because his movements were particularly graceful, but due to their sheer speed. Each swing was as swift as lightning, the blade cutting through the air with a sharp whistle. Observing Di Ping's relentless training, they realized that his formidable strength was no mere coincidence. It was the result of his unwavering dedication. He had swung the sword thousands of times, drenched in sweat, and they wondered if anyone else could possess such tenacity. As Di Ping continued with his training, he shifted to enhancing his physical strength and flexibility. By the time he completed his regimen, night had fallen. And glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 7. He instructed Yushuja to prepare dinner while he took a moment to wash off the sweat. The evening meal was rather simple. The coal fire was dwindling, threatening to extinguish at any moment. They hastily prepared a few dishes. And since they had all eaten heartily at lunch, dinner was a light affair. After the meal, Di Ping assigned watch duties. Lao Luo would guard the first half of the night, while Li Sheng would take the latter half, allowing everyone to rest without worry. After a night of rest, Di Ping awoke before 6, unable to return to sleep. Having taken a good nap during the day and with no electricity or entertainment that evening, he found himself wide awake. After a brief wash, he opened the door to be greeted by the delightful aroma of steamed buns. Curiously, he wondered who had prepared them. Entering the hall, he discovered a cutting board on the coffee table, dough scattered about, and 2 baskets brimming with fluffy white buns. The dining table was also laden with them. While Yushuja lay sleeping on the sofa, her face and hands dusted with flour, her clothing speckled as well. It appeared she had been busy steaming buns throughout the night. He approached quietly, observing her peaceful slumber, her face adorned with flour, rendering her beauty even more ethereal, reminiscent of a celestial being descended from the heavens. She lay curled up, her brows occasionally furrowing in distress as if troubled by dreams. And faint trails of tears marked her cheeks, suggesting she had been crying in her sleep. Di Ping felt a stirring in his heart. Compelled by an inexplicable urge to gently brush aside the stray strands of hair from Yushuja's face, his expression softening. She was indeed a pitiable woman, he thought with a sigh. He bent down, wrapped his arms around her, and carefully lifted her, making his way to his room. As he entered, he gently placed her on the bed, feeling her soft body against him, the delicate fragrance wafting into his nostrils, evoking a sense of reluctance to let her go. Suppressing the peculiar feelings rising within him, Di Ping draped a light blanket over her, casting one last glance before turning to leave the room. Unbeknownst to him, as he turned away, the woman lying in slumber quietly opened her eyes, staring blankly at his departing figure, her gaze a tapestry of emotions, gratitude, confusion, and a hint of sorrow. Only when Di Ping softly closed the door did she snap back to reality, her face flushing a deep crimson as she buried it in the blanket. Emerging from the room, Di Ping noticed a new presence in the hall, Li Sheng, who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. "Di Gu," Li Sheng exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement, visibly relaxing as the tension in his face dissipated. "Where were you just now? I didn't see you earlier," Di Ping inquired, bewildered by Li Sheng's sudden presence. "I just finished gathering the buns," Li Sheng replied, holding up a basket filled with steaming buns. At that moment, he had coincidentally emerged from the kitchen just as Di Ping had entered his room with Yushuja. Typically, Di Ping would have noticed, but he was so entranced by the softness of Yushuja's form that he had been oblivious to his surroundings. Li Sheng had felt a conflict within him upon seeing Di Ping carry Yushuja. While he followed Di Ping faithfully, he had his own principles. He was apprehensive about Di Ping's intentions towards her and debated whether to intervene. Ultimately, he chose not to, fearing it would upset Di Ping. When he saw Di Ping exit the room, relief washed over him, accompanied by guilt for having misjudged his leader, who had shown such care for their well-being. Upon witnessing Di Ping exit the room, Li Sheng felt a profound mixture of emotion, gratitude, shame, and a burgeoning respect. At that moment, he realized that selling his life to Di Ping was indeed worthwhile. Henceforth, he would follow Di Gu unhesitatingly into any peril, be it mountain or fire. Little did Di Ping know the tumultuous thoughts stirring within Li Sheng's heart, nor did he comprehend that such a simple action had inadvertently secured a devoted follower. Human nature can often be surprisingly straightforward. One may labor extensively for another, only for that individual to remain ungrateful. Conversely, a seemingly trivial gesture might evoke deep appreciation. During the Three Kingdoms period, Cao Cao's act of greeting Su Yu barefoot moved Su Yu to loyalty, leading to Su Yu and Apos' invaluable counsel in the decisive Battle of Guandu against Yuan Shao. It is often the small, inadvertent acts that reveal the essence of a person and Apos' character. As dawn broke around 7, everyone gradually roused, relieved of the need to prepare breakfast, thanks to the ample supply of steamed buns. Yu Shujia, concerned about a potential gas outage, had prepared extra buns the previous night. Di Ping rummaged through a box, producing several bags of pickled vegetables, and they all settled for a humble meal of buns and pickles. As they were enjoying their meal, the sound of Di Ping's door caught their attention. Yu Shujie emerged from her room, and all eyes were instantly fixed upon her, leaving the stout fellow frozen mid-bite, his expression dazed. Yu Shujie was taken aback to find everyone gathered at the table, directly facing Di Ping and Apos' room, and her face flushed crimson as she hurriedly retreated to her quarters. When she finally closed the door with a resounding thud, the group snapped out of their stupor, their gazes shifting to Di Ping, their eyes glimmering with newfound understanding. "What are you all staring at? There's nothing to see," Di Ping protested, feeling the weight of their collective gaze. "I saw her asleep and simply went to my room." He felt an overwhelming wave of embarrassment wash over him as he held a bun in one hand and rubbed his forehead with the other in innocence. "Come on." The incredulous expressions on their faces made Di Ping break into a cold sweat. In desperation, he turned to Li Sheng, hoping for an ally. "Li Sheng, you were there too, right? You saw it, didn't you?" Li Sheng, however, feigned ignorance, shaking his head and returning to his bun with an air of nonchalance. Di Ping nearly choked on his frustration. He had not realized just how cunning Li Sheng truly was. With a fierce glare directed at him, Di Ping finally threw up his hands in resignation. "I won't waste my breath explaining myself to you unscrupulous lot. Your thoughts are far too impure." Laughter erupted among the group, filling the air with a sense of camaraderie. Volume 1. The Coming of the Apocalypse. Chapter 0018. Clean up yesterday. Di Ping was terrifying. He slaughtered the mutated dogs as if they were mere vegetables, drenched in blood and appearing almost mad, given that they had only recently met. The others felt a twinge of fear, especially when they witnessed him solemnly severing Wang Delin's hand. However, they all knew that Di Ping could not have harmed Yu Shujia, as someone had kept watch the previous night. It was a bit surprising to see Yu Shujia emerge from Di Ping's room, prompting a jest from the group. Particularly, after Li Sheng had started considering Di Ping as a brother, his mischievous nature began to show, as he playfully jabbed at Di Ping. When the others observed Di Ping sweating in panic, flustered and hurriedly explaining himself, they realized he was just a friendly neighborhood boy. This decisive young man was not frightening. Rather, he had an endearing quality, bringing a wave of relief that led to hearty laughter. "Oh, you rascals, how dare you tease me?" Di Ping suddenly understood he was being jested with, and warmth spread in his heart, realizing they truly considered him a brother. Thinking to himself, if they could playfully tease him, he might just join in the fun. With a serious expression, he declared, "All right, I have decided to clean up the neighborhood today. You few will lead the way." The hefty one, with a bun in his mouth, dropped it onto the table and let out a cry, immediately looking up at Di Ping with pleading eyes. "Brother Di, I weigh over 200 pounds. Please don't feed me to the mutated dogs. You fat fool. How disgusting. Enough already. Let us eat. If you keep this up, I won't be able to eat." Cheng Chao snapped, his irritation evident. The group erupted into laughter once more. This chubby fellow was the source of joy, always leaving them in a state of amused exasperation. Not long after, Yu Shujia emerged from her room, holding little Nuan Nuan, her expression calm, though the redness in her ears betrayed her inner unease. The group sensed it was time to stop the teasing. Excessive joking could ruin the mood, so they moved on. "Yu Jia, today we will head out to clear the floors and gather food. You should stay here with Nuan Nuan," Di Ping said after everyone finished eating. "Well, that is fine. I can't be of any help," Yu Shujia replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "Keeping the home safe is also essential. Don't open the door for anyone while we're gone," Di Ping reassured her with a smile. The four hefty ones had been prepared, weapons in hand, waiting for Di Ping. He looked at their makeshift weapons with a hint of disbelief. The hefty one had a steel rod. Li Sheng wielded a baseball bat. Cheng Chao had fashioned a long steel pipe, and Luo Quan held a shovel, still coated in white dust from his previous work. Though he found their choice of arms lacking, there was little he could do. They could not forge proper weapons without the workshop being operational. Once outside, Di Ping instructed Yu Shujiet to close the door behind them. He intended to sweep through the building first, ensuring a safe environment for himself and his companions. On this floor, there were only two households, his own and the one next door, which had been silent. It was time to check. As they gathered at the door, Di Ping signaled Cheng Chao to knock. Cheng Chao, possessing a friendly demeanor and appealing looks, was chosen to call since the homeowners might feel more at ease with him. Knock, knock. Is anyone there? Cheng Chao softly called. After a dozen calls with no response, Di Ping strained his ears but heard nothing from inside. It seemed there was no one home. Fatty, did this family respond when you gathered before? Di Ping turned to the hefty one and quietly inquired. Brother Di. Last time there was no reply from inside. I thought no one lived here, the hefty one recalled, still remembering the recent events. No, there are people living here. I heard noises from this direction last night. Di Ping was certain this household was inhabited. What now, Brother Di? Cheng Chao asked, knocking again with no answer. Turning back in frustration. Stand back, Di Ping commanded. He was convinced someone was inside, and since they had not joined the group at the government office, they must be home. The silence could be due to fear or something more sinister. Approaching the door, Di Ping grasped the handle. The doors in this community swung outward, making it difficult to force them open, and their design prevented mutated creatures from barging in easily. Di Ping gripped the handle firmly and gave it a gentle tug. The door shook slightly but remained steadfast. With determination, he steadied himself, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Hey!" With a sudden surge of strength, he yanked the door open. The sound of cracking echoed, dust raining down from the frame. Di Ping noticed the door was indeed sturdy, yet with a powerful heave, he tore it open, bending the steel bolts that secured it and shattering the concrete above. Setting the door aside, he dusted off his hands and drew his sword. Let us go. He turned to the others, only to find them staring in shock, as if witnessing a monster. It was no wonder they were astonished. After all, what kind of strength could pull a door off its hinges? The hefty one gulped, reaching out to pinch Di Ping's arm, seemingly verifying his humanity. I am indeed human. Now, let us move. Stay close and be cautious. Di Ping grumbled, swatting the hefty one's hand away before ushering everyone inside. The interior mirrored Di Ping's own, though this place was extravagantly decorated, exuding an air of refinement. The moment they stepped in, a faint fragrance lingered, indicating it was a woman's abode. Di Ping advanced cautiously, sword in hand, sensing something was amiss. Brother Di, there and Appos, a dead body. The hefty one suddenly exclaimed. Keep your voice down, Di Ping replied, startled by the outburst. Before them lay a woman dressed in a black casual nightgown, reclining on a brown leather sofa, her head tilted back, long black hair cascading down one side. Her face was pale, eyes wide open as if staring at the group, blood trickling from her mouth to her shoulder, now dried and dark. Approaching slowly, Di Ping discerned the wounds on her chest, torn fabric revealing her pale skin, marred by gory injuries. Her chest had been ripped open, intestines spilling onto the sofa. Despite having faced many mutated creatures, the sight churned his stomach. At that moment, the stout man could no longer contain himself and turned away. Retching violently, Di Ping, suppressing his own discomfort, focused his gaze on the woman's chest wound, and suddenly felt a chill run through him. This was a claw mark from a wild animal. Be cautious, there may be a mutated cat. Di Ping and Appos' expression shifted dramatically as he recalled the woman. He had rarely seen her venture outside, only descending to the supermarket for supplies, and in his 2 months of residency, he had encountered her no more than 5 times. He remembered catching glimpses of her in the elevator, always alone, cradling a white kitten in her arms. Scanning his surroundings, Di Ping noted that the glass remained intact, suggesting that the cat was still within the confines of the room, though its hiding place was unknown. He had yet to witness a mutated cat, and he pondered how its abilities might have evolved. Cats, by nature, were akin to assassins, adept at lurking in the shadows, striking swiftly when the moment was right. Di Ping felt a knot of anxiety. He despised the sensation of being watched. While he could confront a formidable opponent face to face, a cunning feline posed a unique challenge. As the others observed the woman's grotesque injuries, flesh shredded by claws, sending shivers of dread through them, they instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. The stout man, Chen Gang, ceased his retching and began to scan the area nervously. Di Ping cast a glance at the rooftop, reassured by its flat design. Devoid of hidden recesses where a cat might conceal itself, vigilance of the surroundings was now paramount. "You all exit and barricade the door," Di Ping commanded. Realizing that these individuals would be of little assistance within the room, he was more concerned about ensuring their safety from potential attacks. "Di Go, we are here to assist you," the stout man declared, his voice tinged with tension. "It and Oppos, it's all right, you should leave. This way, I can focus on the task at hand and prevent it from escaping." Di Ping replied with a reassuring smile. "Very well, Di Go, take care." The stout man and his companions slowly retreated. The four joined forces to lift the door and secure it in place, while Di Ping positioned himself beside it, his keen eyes scanning left and right. "Seal it tight. Hurry," Di Ping suddenly shouted, urging them on. He then raised his sword, fixating on the study. Having caught a glimpse of a white shadow darting within, he understood that the creature was astute, fully aware of their intentions. "It's too late," Di Ping whispered sharply. The white cat had realized that this door was its means of escape. It had attempted to flee earlier, but the group had remained too close. Moreover, it sensed a potent surge of blood energy emanating from Di Ping, instilling a sense of fear that restrained its movements. However, witnessing their efforts to block the door, it could no longer hold back. This was a fleeting opportunity to escape, one it was determined not to squander, and it charged forward with all its might, hoping to break free before the door was secured. Volume 1, The Coming of the Apocalypse, Chapter 0019, The Mutant Cat Strikes. Di Ping caught sight of a white shadow darting towards him with lightning speed, aiming directly for his face. In an instant, he swung his sword downwards. His blade, akin to a shooting star, descended with a piercing whistle, reaching the white figure in the blink of an eye. However, the creature abruptly twisted in midair, narrowly evading the sword's edge as it zipped past Di Ping's left side. The sound of fabric tearing resonated through the air, and Di Ping felt a searing pain in his left arm. He was injured. How could it move so swiftly? He inhaled sharply, realizing that despite his own formidable strength and speed, this white shadow was even faster. A sudden encounter had left him stung with embarrassment and simmering anger. With a loud thud, the white shadow collided with the door, which a group of hefty individuals had just closed. It emitted a pained meow, tumbling to the ground. As Di Ping turned sharply, he discovered that the creature was a white cat, remarkably adorable in appearance, albeit slightly larger than the average rural dog. The cat mewed pitifully, its eyes wide with fear and pleading, yet its once blue irises now glowed a menacing crimson, a sight that sent shivers down his spine. The allure of a cute animal softened Di Ping's heart momentarily, but he was abruptly reminded of the gruesome corpse on the sofa, its horrific wounds and expression of terror. Resolutely, he steeled himself, realizing that this seemingly innocent creature was not as benign as it appeared. In a fleeting moment of distraction, the white cat let out a sharp cry, arching its back and launching itself at him like an arrow. Di Ping, taken aback by the sudden attack, cursed under his breath. He swiftly pivoted to the left, narrowly avoiding the cat's glistening claws while his sword swept through the air. With a swift motion, Di Ping's blade cut through the air, his strength and speed combining to create a formidable strike. Yet, the white cat was quicker than he anticipated, evading his deadly blow by rolling midair like a ball. Stunned, Di Ping thought to himself, "This creature is incredibly fast. I refuse to be outmatched." Anger surged within him as he prepared to pursue the cunning feline. Having such a sly and speedy mutant cat lurking nearby was too perilous. He could not allow this ticking time bomb to remain unchecked. Determined to eliminate the crafty white cat, Ping approached the room with utmost caution, gripping his sword tightly. He knew that the cat's speed far surpassed his own, and he could not afford to be careless. The bedroom, spanning over 30 square meters, was decorated in a Western style, containing little more than a large white leather bed, a combination vanity, a 55-inch slim television, and a tall wardrobe with tightly shut doors, directly facing a balcony with floor-to-ceiling windows. Ping carefully stepped inside, his eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of the elusive cat. The room, though small and sparsely furnished, offered ample hiding spots, beneath the bed, behind the curtains, or even inside the wardrobe. Who knew if the creature had learned to open doors? After a thorough search yielded no results, frustration began to build. Cats were notorious for their stealth and ability to remain undetected. Finding this one would not be an easy task. Just then, a glimmer of hope crossed his mind as he spotted the left-hand door. He stepped forward cautiously, placing a hand on the doorknob and exerting pressure. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. The clever white cat seemed to sense the impending danger as it let out a sharp cry, making a sudden dash from behind the curtain, leaping onto the bed. Its blood-red eyes fixated on Ping, sparkling with ferocity. Breathing heavily, Ping reflected on the nature of animals. They still reacted slower than humans. You may be fast, he thought, but I shall compress your space and see how you fare. The white cat, feeling cornered, let out a piercing scream and sprang off the bed, its claws slashing through the sheets as it lunged at Ping. Come at me, he shouted, raising his sword to meet the charge. Once again, Ping and Apo's attack missed its mark. The cat and Apo's sharp claws grazed him, leaving several gashes across his skin. Again, he shouted, charging forward once more. The room erupted into chaos as the two engaged in a fierce exchange, each strike and claw creating a whirlwind of destruction. The television shattered, the vanity was splintered, and the bed and Apo's linens flew about in disarray, while the wardrobe suffered a similar fate, clothes strewn everywhere. Panting heavily, Ping leaned against his sword, drenched in sweat. His clothes in tatters, stained with blood. He bore shallow cuts on his face, beads of blood oozing from them. Across from him, the white cat's fur was disheveled and matted with blood, its fierce gaze locked onto Ping, as if it longed to end his life. Come on, Ping spat, gritting his teeth. I refuse to be defeated by you, you little menace. He felt a surge of energy return to him, bolstered by his relentless training with the sword. With a furious scream, the white cat charged at him once more, though its speed had noticeably diminished. Watch out for my trap, Ping grinned, suddenly lifting his sword to flick a red dress from the ground, sending it flying toward the approaching cat. Caught off guard, the cat found itself ensnared by the fabric, struggling helplessly beneath it as the dress enveloped it like a net, its frantic claws tearing at the material. Begone, as Ping's body surged forward with his coat. He leaped onto the grand bed, his longsword whirling violently above him, akin to a heavy hammer poised to descend from the heavens. Whoosh! Crack! The sword sliced through the air, crashing down with a resounding whoosh, directly targeting the white cat ensconced within the folds of the coat. Meow! With a pitiful cry, the white cat was forcefully struck to the floor beside the bed with a thud, followed by a tremor within the coat, from which crimson blood began to seep onto the ground, the quivering gradually subsiding. Thud, thud. Ping advanced with 2 more strikes of the sword, intent on ensuring the creature's demise, unwilling to grant it a single chance for retaliation. Hadn't he observed such scenarios in films? Assuming it was dead, who could fathom the possibility of feigning? He could not afford to give this cunning mutated feline any opportunity. As the saying goes, cats possess 9 lives. Their bones are pliable, making them difficult to kill. Thus, Ping opted to strike with the flat of the blade, wary that a smaller impact would not harm the white cat. It was only when a wisp of green soul energy began to ascend, transforming into a luminous stream that surged into his own body, enhancing his physical form, that he allowed himself to relax, collapsing onto the bed. This battle had been exceedingly arduous. He had not anticipated that a mere mutated cat could render him in such a disheveled state, neither resembling a man nor a ghost. Thankfully, he had devised a strategy. Otherwise, today would not have ended favorably. The white cat primarily faltered due to its lack of strength, while its speed was remarkable. The damage it could inflict was severely limited unless struck directly. Had its power been greater, he might well have been the one lying here today. Beep. Upon detecting the soul energy, the system activated, indicating that the tavern was yet to be constructed and could not store the energy, necessitating its consumption to bolster the host and Apo's physique. At that moment, the system beeped again, and Di Ping felt a warm current rising within him. Albeit this sensation was not as intense as in previous instances, it was considerably milder, lacking the formidable energy of the mutated dog, signifying a minimal increase in power. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Di Ping exclaimed, realizing that although his strength had not augmented, his body seemed to have grown more agile, his reflexes sharper. Could it be that different soul energies enhance various attributes? As he carefully contemplated the changes within his body, he pondered uncertainly, sensing that his hypothesis might indeed be correct. Nevertheless, this enhancement was slight. He would determine more upon slaying another creature in the future, thus he opted not to dwell on the matter further. Digo, are you all right? Came the voice of the chubby friend from outside the door. I'm fine, come in. Di Ping replied, aware that this was not the time for analysis, promising to explore it later. Just then, he heard the anxious tone of his friend and called out loudly in response. Good grief. Digo, are you certain you're not demolishing the house? As the chubby friend and others entered, they were met with a perplexed expression upon witnessing the scene within the room. Volume 1. The Coming of the Apocalypse, Chapter 20. The restaurant. Di Ping cast an annoyed glance at the rotund man beside him, harboring a deep resentment. Had this heavy-set fool not noticed his disheveled state? Still concerned about the house. Wow. Digo, are you performing a piece of action art? The fat man finally seemed to register Di Ping and Apo's attire, his face filled with astonishment. You fat fool, I have decided that the next time I encounter a mutated cat, I will lock you in with it. Let you experience what action art truly is. Di Ping glared at him, gritting his teeth. Kiki, how could I? Digo. I was merely trying to lighten the tense atmosphere. The rotund man immediately plastered a grin on his face, leaning in close. Get away from me. Your face is making me nauseous. Di Ping was tempted to kick the heavy-set man out of his sight. It was truly a gruesome sight. This was the first reaction from the group upon seeing the overcoat being lifted. Beneath it lay the corpse of a white cat, utterly mangled. As if it had been run over by a truck, flattened with bulging eyes, a distorted nose and mouth, and entrails spilling out, a scene of blood and gore. Brother, you're far too violent. The rotund man exclaimed in shock. Did you not see my own miserable state? If it weren't for my skills, you would be collecting my corpse right now. Di Ping scolded him with irritation. Is it really that formidable? Cheng Chao, who was aware of Di Ping's prowess, his immense strength and incredible speed, questioned. This cat must indeed be extraordinary. Di Ping had dispatched dozens of mutated dogs without such carnage. Indeed formidable. Di Ping's expression turned serious as he addressed the four of them. From now on, be cautious when encountering mutated cats. They are exceedingly swift, and ordinary individuals have no time to react. Understood, Digo. We will be careful. The four nodded in agreement, their expressions earnest. The fact that Di Ping deemed it formidable indicated that this mutated cat was certainly not to be underestimated. Another crystal core. After resting for a while, Di Ping rose, swinging his sword to cleave open the cat's head, retrieving a crystal core the size of a fingernail, his heart secretly elated. Although the others did not know what the crystal core was, they refrained from inquiring, knowing that if Di Ping wanted to share, he would do so. Asking would only irritate him. All right, tidy up. Wrap that woman in a blanket as well. We'll bury her together later. In this apocalypse, human lives are as cheap as grass. Di Ping stored the crystal core, glanced at the chaos around him, and sighed. Don't worry, Digo. The others quickly responded. Digo, what happened to you? Are you injured? When Di Ping opened his door to change clothes, Yushujia was startled to see him covered in blood, assuming he had been hurt. Rest assured, I'm fine, just changing clothes. Di Ping casually smiled and waved her off. Upon opening the door again, they were greeted by a plethora of food items, rice, flour, and some ham among other provisions. Digo, this woman had quite a stash of food. This is just half of it, Chung Chao exclaimed, emerging from the opposite room with 2 jugs of oil and a large bag of snacks. Excellent. Let us move everything inside. We'll sweep through the others' homes. We're bound to gather quite a bit more. Di Ping was also very pleased, recognizing the critical importance of food for survival in this desolate world. The group swiftly moved all the items into the house, then descended with a human-shaped bundle. Di Ping led them floor by floor. Most of the residents in this unit had been called to gather at the provincial government, leaving their homes empty. They collected a substantial amount of water and food. The small storage room was already full, forcing them to place the overflow on the balcony. A sight that was truly gratifying. Just too little meat. The fat man grumbled with dissatisfaction. You should eat less, given your size. Chung Chao laughed heartily at the rotund man's bulk of over 200 pounds. Di Gu, the gas has been shut off, Yu Shujia said, looking at Di Ping with some resignation. Already shut off. Di Ping had anticipated this, yet he felt a pang of disappointment. He had hoped it would last another couple of days. With the gas gone, cooking would be impossible, and relying solely on bread and ham would not suffice. Weren't you saying that the restaurant at the entrance should have some food? Let us go check it out. Di Ping suddenly recalled Yu Shujia and Apo's words from the previous day and decisively made up his mind. Di Gu, are we really going? The fat man asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Can you fill your belly with just bread? Di Ping retorted, bemused by the man's contradictory nature, sometimes bold as a lion, other times timid as a mouse, though the mouse seemed emboldened now. Let us go after all. The fat man ultimately succumbed to his inner glutton and decided to join. As the group stood at the entrance of the community again, their emotions were indescribable. Just 2 days prior, 100 people had set out from here, and now only they remained, a mix of relief and sorrow enveloping them. Di Ping gazed at the once concrete jungle, now transformed into a primal landscape. With towering trees and dense wild grass obscuring the horizon, a myriad of fierce beasts seemingly lurking within. Standing amidst this ancient wilderness, one truly felt their insignificance. No longer the sovereign of this earth, but rather prey that could be hunted at any moment. This shift in status was one that, if not adapted to, would lead to elimination. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Di Ping waved his hand and softly instructed, everyone be careful and stay close to me. Let us go? To the east of the main gate was a supermarket, the very place where Di Ping had previously scavenged for supplies, while the west was lined with various small shops. Predominantly restaurants, with 5 or 6 in total, only 2 of which were larger establishments. The stairs were overrun with grass, yet the thick concrete kept it manageable. Di Ping led the way to the first restaurant, a hot pot establishment, confident that it would contain meat, given its considerable size and usual foot traffic. Break in. Di Ping peered through the glass door and commanded. Understood. Old Luo stepped forward, wielding a large pair of scissors designed for cutting steel rebar, which he had found during the renovation of a building. Di Ping had deemed it useful enough to bring along. With a series of metallic clinks, the U-lock was severed, and Li Xing removed it. All set, Di Gu. Old Luo wiped the sweat from his brow, having exerted considerable effort to cut through the tough lock. Di Ping nodded and stepped inside. The bright daylight flooded in, the sun hanging high in the sky, illuminating the interior, which, although lacking electric lighting, was not overly dim. Search for anything useful and gather it here. We'll take it with us shortly. I'll keep watch outside. Move quickly. Di Ping scanned the surroundings, noting no immediate threats, before positioning himself by the door to observe the outside. All right. You watch carefully. The fat man grinned and dashed toward the kitchen. Di Gu. There's a cold storage room inside, but the door is locked. Old Luo hurriedly reported back to Di Ping. You keep an eye outside. I'll check it out. Di Ping, filled with anticipation, instructed Luo to stand guard while he ventured inside. Cold storage typically held frozen meat, and right now, that was precisely what they lacked. Di Gu. Upon entering the kitchen, one immediately notices 3 individuals gathered around a small doorway, which serves as the entrance to the cold storage. This door is exceedingly robust and typically resistant to damage. Di Ping refrained from unnecessary conversation, approaching to inspect it. He discerned that the door was an outward opening type, secured with a lock that could only be accessed with a key. Attempting to force it open without the proper tools would prove exceedingly challenging. The cold storage was a singular unit. Unlike a conventional door that could be forcibly pulled open, this one was not to be trifled with. He pondered whether the restaurant might have a key stored within its premises and inquired among the trio. We searched everywhere, but to no avail. Cheng Chao replied, his expression one of resignation. Then we have no choice but to resort to brute force. Di Ping glanced at the formidable iron door, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Gripping the wrench, he exerted force, yet it remained steadfast, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a section of the cold storage wall, and an idea sparked in his mind. He hurriedly approached and knocked against it, the sound resonating hollowly. Elated by this discovery, he realized that the door was designed to be compact and operated via a rotary mechanism, with steel columns reinforcing the structure. Once locked, it would be nearly impossible to breach due to the steel bolts securing it from all sides. However, he surmised that the walls of the cold storage were likely not composed entirely of thick steel. They were typically fashioned with double layers of iron, interspersed with an insulating material to preserve temperature. Let us search for tools. We must breach this wall, Di Ping declared, feeling along the surface as he spoke. The trio hurriedly scoured the establishment in search of suitable implements. Diga, how about this? While rummaging through various items, Cheng Chao suddenly exclaimed with delight, brandishing a red fire axe. Quick, hand it over. Di Ping's spirit soared. What could be more effective for breaking in than this? It was astonishing to find such a tool in this establishment. Di Ping passed his sword to the approaching Li Sheng and seized the fire axe from Cheng Chao, weighing it in his hands. It was slightly heavier than his own sword, though the blade was not particularly sharp. Nonetheless, it would serve far better for breaching the wall than his sword would. Everyone stand back, he instructed, rotating the axe before turning to face the wall of the cold storage. With determination, he swung the fire axe down with considerable force. The axe struck the iron wall with a resounding crash, creating a long fissure that revealed a core of foam and sponge-like insulation material. Encouraged by the sight, Di Ping continued to strike, debris flying in all directions. It's open, the onlookers exclaimed in joyous surprise as a substantial gap, over a foot long, appeared in the wall, releasing a rush of frigid air that sent shivers through the group, their faces lighting up with delight. Volume 1. The Arrival of the Apocalypse. Chapter 21. A frightening encounter. The reason for Di Ping and the others' delight was the frigid air, which indicated that the meat in the cold storage would not spoil. They had initially feared that after 3 days without power, the meat might deteriorate. However, they had not considered that the cold storage lacked ventilation, making it difficult for the cold air to dissipate. Moreover, the contents within were entirely frozen, and the emitted chill would not dissipate in just a day or two. I will go inside and take a look. At that moment, Li Sheng bravely volunteered. The entrance was over a foot wide, making it quite a challenge to squeeze through. Among them, only Li Sheng was somewhat slender, although Di Ping was even thinner. It would be inappropriate for the others to allow the leader to enter first, especially since Di Ping was the one exerting effort to break down the wall. They could not simply enjoy the fruits of his labor. All right, just be careful and open the door. Di Ping pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Nowadays, cold storage facilities are generally equipped with an internal switch, due to numerous reports in previous years of people accidentally locking themselves inside and freezing to death. Thus, modern designs incorporate a mechanism to open the door from the inside, even when locked. The group brought over a stool, and Li Sheng cautiously poked his head inside. The entrance was lined with curled metal sheeting, and a moment's carelessness could lead to injury. After considerable effort, he finally managed to crawl in, sustaining several cuts in the process. Inside, the cold storage was pitch dark, and the light filtering through the entrance was insufficient for illumination. Li Sheng felt his way along the wall towards the door. Did you find anything? Cheng Chao leaned forward and whispered. Nothing. I can't see a thing. If only we had a flashlight. The stout man grumbled softly. What good would that do? How many places in the city actually have flashlights? Cheng Chao retorted with a roll of his eyes. I found it. Li Sheng exclaimed suddenly, followed by a series of screeching metal sounds that pierced the air. It's open. The others cried out in excitement. With a decisive click, the doors swung open, revealing Li Sheng, who emerged shivering, BBBRR, it, and Apos, s so cold. Even though it was the height of summer, everyone was dressed in short sleeves, and the cold storage felt as if it were at least 5 degrees below freezing. No wonder they were shivering. Wow, so much meat. The stout man, unable to contain his eagerness, pushed past a still shivering Li Sheng and dashed inside, his face lighting up in delight. Di Ping followed suit and confirmed his suspicions. The hot pot restaurant had indeed been thriving and had stored a considerable amount of meat. Though the inventory was not vast, there was an abundance of frozen goods. Over 100 frozen chickens, 5 or 6 whole sheep, and about 10 hefty chunks of beef, each weighing at least 30 pounds. Not to mention various other animal organs, all solidly frozen. Digu, what should we do? We have nowhere to store all of this. Cheng Chao's initial joy quickly shifted to concern. Let's take some back to eat first, then seal the entrance. It should last a few days. We can come back for the rest after we finish what we take. Di Ping had already contemplated this issue. With the power outage, they could not properly store the meat at home, so a compromise was necessary. Are we moving it now? The stout man rubbed his hands together, his eyes greedily scanning the meat. Let us take 2 sheep, 10 chickens, and some beef. Di Ping chuckled at the stout man and Apos' eagerness and nodded without further ado. All right. The stout man responded excitedly, lunging towards a whole sheep and hoisting it up as he headed for the exit. There wasn't much to carry. Within a few moments, they had moved the meat outside, stuffing it into several large bags for easier handling later. Did you find the gas? Di Ping suddenly recalled the group's purpose for coming to the restaurant and turned to Li Sheng, who was busy packing. Di Gu. I saw at least 5 full canisters in the kitchen. Li Sheng pointed towards the back of the restaurant. Excellent. Let us haul it all back. First, we'll transport the meat. Di Ping exclaimed joyfully, then effortlessly lifted a pack of frozen chickens weighing around 70 to 80 pounds onto his shoulder. Remembering something, he instructed Cheng Chao, who was preparing to carry a whole sheep. Cheng Chao, wait. Close the cold storage door and seal the entrance. We need to keep the cold air in. Understood, Di Gu. Cheng Chao replied, passing the sheep to Li Sheng. Let us go. Di Ping led the way outside, with Li Sheng and the stout man closely following, the latter carrying a whole sheep under one arm, while clutching a bag of frozen beef in the other. Di Gu. Old Luo, who was on watch outside, saw them emerge and greeted them in a hushed tone. Old Luo, has everything been quiet outside? Di Ping asked, nodding to indicate he understood, while cautiously peering out. Still quiet. Good. Let's move. Relieved that all was well, Di Ping called out to Cheng Chao and Li Sheng as he stepped out. The 3 men carefully made their way back to the apartment complex, and fortunately, nothing untoward occurred on their way. They safely delivered the meat to Di Ping's home on the 8th floor. Upon seeing the meat, Yu Shujia beamed with joy, and their little daughter leaped with excitement, exclaiming that they finally had meat to eat. If not for Yu Shujia's stern look urging her to quiet down, the child might have jumped to the ceiling. Without further ado, the 3 of them quickly set down their loads and hurried back downstairs. Cheng Chao and old Luo remained at the restaurant, as Di Ping felt uneasy. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. As the trio cautiously exited the complex and approached the restaurant's entrance, they suddenly froze in shock. The glass door, which had once been intact, now lay shattered. Glass scattered across the ground. Di Ping's heart sank. Something had indeed gone wrong. Old Luo, Di Ping called softly. Crash. A loud noise echoed from within the restaurant, as though something had fallen. Step back. Di Ping's heart raced, and he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his gaze sharp as he turned to the others, whispering urgently for them to retreat. Di Gu, we should go together. Cheng Chao and the stout man, ignoring Di Ping and Apos' command to step back, took a resolute step forward. Di Ping felt a surge of emotion. These 2 did not instinctively hide at the first sign of danger, but instead stood by him, ready to face whatever threat lay ahead. Regardless of whether the danger was real, their willingness to stand by him was enough to deem them trustworthy brothers. However, Di Ping could not allow them to advance. They were merely ordinary individuals, and should they encounter a mutated creature, it would only lead to peril. Don and Apos, be reckless. Step back and follow orders. Di Ping commanded firmly. Reluctantly, The two complied, slowly retreating, their faces reflecting a mix of frustration, regret, and appreciation, an expression Ping could not see as he turned his back to them. With the two stepping back, Ping cautiously stepped over the shards of glass, advancing into the restaurant. The interior was cluttered with tables, chairs, and numerous partitions, obscuring the view inside. Fortunately, it was midday, and the sunlight streamed through the shattered glass, illuminating the room sufficiently despite the lack of artificial light. Ping remained on high alert, his eyes darting around as his senses heightened. He caught a faint, unpleasant odor wafting through the air, accompanied by a subtle yet palpable sense of pressure. With both hands tightening around the hilt of the Han sword, he cautiously raised it to his chest, the blade pointing skyward, effectively shielding himself behind it. This tactic, gleaned from online swordsmanship resources, was to facilitate a quick defense should the need arise. He advanced step by step, each movement bringing him closer to Ping, the pungent stench growing increasingly apparent. The kitchen lay shrouded in darkness, an ominous abyss reminiscent of a monstrous maw poised to engulf any intruder. To claim that Ping felt no fear would be a falsehood. However, the fate of Cheng Chao and old Luo hung in the balance. He had come to regard these few as brothers, and thus, regardless of the lurking perils, he felt compelled to venture forth into the unknown. This resolve swiftly dispelled the trepidation that had settled in his heart, leaving only concern for his comrades. The hall revealed no signs of the two missing individuals, nor any traces of injury. The establishment appeared unchanged since his departure, devoid of any evidence of a fierce struggle with mutated creatures, save for the lingering foul aroma that unmistakably emanated from such aberrations. Were the two hidden within the kitchen? If not, where else could they have fled? Scanning the vicinity, Ping confirmed that the hall was indeed devoid of their presence. Thus, the kitchen became the only plausible refuge. Should they not be there, the only alternative would be their escape into the night. Once more, his gaze returned to the kitchen as he cautiously edged towards the small door. As he entered, the mere act of his body blocking the scant light rendered the already dim space even darker. Suddenly, a sharp hissing sound pierced the air, accompanied by a foul, powerful gust that rushed towards his face. A snake. In that instant, Ping instinctively recognized the threat. However, there was no time for further contemplation. Having just stepped into the obscurity, his eyes needed a moment to adjust. The serpent's choice to strike at this juncture was cunning, for these creatures are natural predators, and their instincts had been amplified through mutation. Without a moment and Apos' hesitation, sensing the fierce wind approaching, Ping caught sight of a dark form hurtling towards him with the speed of lightning. Reacting on pure instinct, he swiftly pivoted to the left, thrusting the sword forward in defense. The impact resonated like iron against a drum, a dull thud echoing in the confined space. Ping felt a powerful recoil, the force jolting his arm, causing him to stagger back several steps before regaining his balance. The sword vibrated in his grip, humming ominously, while his hands trembled, as if struggling to maintain their hold. The shadowy figure was equally affected, reeling from the blow, emitting rapid, piercing hisses of distress. Just as Ping steadied himself, a rustling sound emerged from the kitchen entrance, the unmistakable noise of a snake in motion, swift and menacing. He quickly retreated a couple of steps from the threshold. Emerging from the darkness, the shadow revealed its true form. Indeed, it was a snake, and a colossal python at that. Volume 1, The Coming of the Apocalypse. Chapter 22, The Battle of Man and Serpent. The enormous python slowly emerged, raising its massive head, akin to a basin in size. Its long tongue, nearly a foot in length, flicked in and out with a hissing sound, while its blood-red eyes fixed a chilling gaze upon Ping, sending a shiver down his spine. The creature's dark, dense scales were tough and formidable, its body extending at least 10 meters in length. With its head towering in the hall and its lengthy tail trailing behind, not yet fully revealed. Upon its head lay a shallow wound, glistening with a trace of blood, evidence of the blow Ping had struck moments earlier. It was evident that while Ping had been repelled, the python had also suffered. Observing the injury, Ping felt a pang of disappointment. The Han sword, once his finest weapon, had proven increasingly ineffective against the mutated creatures he encountered. Though this sword epitomized craftsmanship of the highest order, it could not truly harm this aberrant serpent, let alone the colossal mutated crocodile that had decimated a battalion. Hiss! The giant python, now seemingly enraged, lunged towards Di Ping, its gaping maw resembling a mountain crashing down upon him. Di Ping could clearly see its enormous fangs. With heightened focus, he swiftly retreated to evade the python's maw, raising his sword to strike downward. The blade flashed coldly, slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Clang! With a thunderous noise, the sword struck the ground, sending sparks flying as the floor tiles shattered into fragments. The impact jolted Di Ping, leaving his hands numb, nearly causing him to drop the sword. He had not anticipated the python and Apos' speed. After missing his strike, it recoiled with astonishing swiftness. Although Di Ping was quick, this was his first encounter with a serpent, and he could hardly fathom the speed of its assault. Whoosh! Bang! Just as Di Ping prepared to counter, a dark shadow hurtled towards him with the force of a gale, leaving him no time to react. With a resounding thud, he was struck in the chest and sent flying. Puff! Blood sprayed from his mouth as he crashed against a wooden table, which splintered upon impact. Lying amidst the debris, Di Ping felt as if his chest would burst, the force of the blow nearly causing him to vomit blood. This strike bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, leaving him momentarily blind. As he pressed a hand against his chest, he realized that the shadow was none other than the python's tail. In his focus on attacking the serpent's head, he had overlooked its cunning nature. While he attacked, the tail had stealthily struck back without giving him a moment to react. Damn! Di Ping spat blood into his hand and wiped it off, slowly rising to his feet. Surprisingly, the giant python remained still, its blood-red eyes seemingly filled with derision, mocking Di Ping's audacity. How infuriating it is to be scorned by a serpent. Others may look down upon me, but you, a mere snake, dare to belittle me. Come, let us fight again. Di Ping felt a surge of rage erupt within him. His vision tinted crimson as a wave of murderous intent surged forth. He kicked aside the shattered wood and, with a fierce shout, charged at the giant python. Sword in hand, Di Ping had been provoked. The disdainful gaze of others had always irked him, especially the condescending looks from Su Zhao's family, which regarded him as a mere insect, easily crushed beneath their feet. Yet, for the sake of love, he had endured it all. For 3 years, he had borne countless hardships, humiliation, and torment, all the while gritting his teeth and persevering. He was determined to prove to everyone that he was no insignificant creature, but a man capable of offering happiness to his beloved. Yet, all he had endured had turned into a cruel joke. The woman he fought for had easily become another's bride, leaving him a fool, a simpleton. His perceived success was merely a jest in the eyes of others, a bitter truth that drove him to despair. But when he thought of his aging parents, who had finally succumbed to death, he resolved never to allow anyone to trample upon his dignity again, not even with a glance. Sensing Di Ping's overwhelming rage, the giant serpent hissed in response, its body coiling like a bow before it lunged forward, swift as lightning, closing the distance of 5 or 6 meters in the blink of an eye. Flash! Di Ping stepped forward, exerting force beneath his feet as he leaped into the air, raising his sword with both arms, channeling all his strength downward. The sword unleashed a thunderous roar, its energy cleaving through stone. Swoosh! The sword screamed through the air, as if it would tear the very fabric of reality. The python, taken aback by Di Ping's sudden acceleration, attempted to evade, but it was too late. The blade was already descending. In a desperate maneuver, the serpent swung its lengthy tail in retaliation. Whoosh! The tail sliced through the air with a menacing rush. Crack! The tail struck Di Ping's right shoulder, the sound deafening as his clothing shredded, and his body was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into a pile of tables and chairs. Puff! Once more, blood erupted from his mouth, leaving half his body numb and devoid of feeling. Yet, at that moment, he seemed to descend into madness, quickly regaining his footing, his eyes filled with ferocity and insanity. Ah, come again! With a mighty roar, Di Ping charged once more at the giant python. The serpent, embodying the mentality of a cat playing with its prey, flicked its tongue rapidly, hissing with disdain. As it saw Di Ping rush forward again, it lunged once more. Sidestep and slash. Just as the python's massive jaws were about to close around him, Di Ping executed a sharp left turn, avoiding the serpent's head. In midair, he spun, using all his strength to bring the sword down in a diagonal slash. The python's maw snapped shut, sensing the impending danger too late. As it attempted to withdraw, it aimed to repeat its previous tactic, swinging its head to the side to avoid the blade, while its tail rushed to follow suit. Thwack! The serpent was a moment too late. Di Ping moved with astonishing speed, allowing the head to evade the sword but not the blade and Apo's edge. The sword sliced through the python and Apo's neck, carving a deep wound that exposed bone, a testament to the immense force behind it. Simultaneously, a resounding crack echoed as the serpent's tail struck Di Ping's back, causing him to cry out in pain once more. Hiss! The giant python let out an anguished hiss, blood gushing from its neck wound, pooling on the ground. It seemed enraged, as though it had been stung by a mere insect. With a furious roar, the serpent lunged at the still struggling Di Ping. Clearly no longer interested in playing. This is exhilarating. Di Ping stood once more, bloodied and battered, his clothes in tatters. Yet a mad grin spread across his face as he brandished his sword and charged at the python once again. Though he appeared mad, within him lay an unshakable calm. He understood that both speed and strength were not on his side against the python. His only chance of victory lay in exploiting the creature and Apo's overconfidence. Thus, he feigned madness to provoke it, a strategy that had proven effective before. However, the python seemed to have caught on, now filled with fury, intent on eliminating this insignificant pest. Enduring the excruciating pain in his body, Di Ping dashed towards the python. The serpent opened its mouth wide, letting out a deafening roar, its tail sweeping towards him once more. Here it comes. Seeing the tail, as thick as a bowl, hurtling towards him with tremendous force, Di Ping swiftly rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the strike as the tail whooshed overhead, shattering several wooden tables into splinters. As Di Ping had yet to rise, the serpent's head descended upon him like a hammer. Cursing under his breath, he realized that his sword was beyond reach. Instead, he pressed his palm against the ground and rolled away like a gourd, narrowly avoiding the lethal blow. The impact reverberated through the earth as the colossal serpent's head struck the ground, shattering the tiles beneath it. Had Di Ping been struck, he would have been reduced to mere pulp. The serpent, seemingly dazed by the tremendous force, shook its head in an attempt to regain composure. Seizing the opportunity, Di Ping, already on his feet, let out a fierce roar as he charged forward, his sword raised high. In midair, he felt a surge of joy as he aimed for the serpent's neck. If his strike landed, the beast would either perish or be gravely injured. However, just as Di Ping anticipated his triumphant hit, the serpent unexpectedly lunged into him. Caught completely off guard, he was struck as if by a speeding vehicle. The sound of impact mingled with the ominous crack of bones. He was flung through the air, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. With a crash, he hurtled towards the glass door, shattering it upon impact and collapsing onto the steps outside. Di Gu, Li Sheng, the stout friend, had been anxiously listening to the commotion within. Upon witnessing Di Ping emerge, bloodied and battered, he screamed and rushed forward. Di Gu, are you all right? The two hurried to embrace Di Ping, their voices trembling with concern. The stout one, tears streaming down his face, could barely contain his sorrow. Why you must leave? Di Ping and Apo's vision blurred. He felt as though his body was no longer his own. He had not anticipated the serpent and Apo's cunning, feigning dizziness to execute a surprise attack. The force of the serpent's head was overwhelming, and Di Ping had been entirely unprepared, hearing the ominous crack of his ribs confirming his grave injuries. Di Gu, we will not leave. If we must go, we go together. The stout one, tears in his eyes, shook his head resolutely. Li Sheng stood silently beside him, clutching a baseball bat, his expression resolute, indicating his unwillingness to flee. Leave now. Di Ping bit down hard, summoning what strength he had left as he urged them. He attempted to rise, but misjudged his own condition. The injuries were far too severe. No, we will not leave. Early death means early rebirth. The stout one wiped his tears and picked up a steel rod from the ground, standing defiantly before Di Ping alongside Li Sheng, their gazes fixed with unwavering determination upon the slowly advancing serpent. Volume 1, The Coming of the Apocalypse, Chapter 23, Potential Good Brothers. A surge of warmth flooded through Di Ping's heart, blurring his vision as overwhelming emotion washed over him. The colossal python leisurely emerged, its blood-red eyes cold and merciless, seemingly perceiving not life, but a mere stone. As it swept past the two hefty companions, it displayed indifference, fixating only on Di Ping, half reclining on the ground, as if he alone piqued its curiosity. Di Ping thought he might meet his end here today, his golden finger proving futile against this grim fate. Yet, a profound tranquility enveloped him. The fearsome situation seemed less daunting when he gazed at his two trembling brothers, who stood their ground despite their terror. With brothers like these, what more could one desire in life? Come, if you wish to harm Brother Di, you must first pass through me, the stout companion suddenly bellowed, brandishing a steel rod as he charged at the python. With a swat of its tail, the python casually brushed aside the 200-pound man. He tumbled down the steps, rolling onto the grass, motionless, blood gushing from his mouth. Damn it! Li Sheng, witnessing his friend's injury, was instantly engulfed in rage and charged forward. Once again, the python flicked its tail, sending Li Sheng crashing against the wall, blood spewing forth as he slid down, unable to move, while the python paid him no heed, its gaze fixed solely on Di Ping. Beast, I will take your life. Di Ping initially contemplated surrendering to death, his body racked with pain. But upon witnessing his brother's valiant attempts to shield him from the python's wrath, blood surged to his head, igniting a fierce determination. Gritting his teeth, he cursed loudly, summoning the strength to rise and confront the beast. Alas, his severe injuries rendered him powerless, and after several futile attempts, he collapsed back to the ground. The python observed him with an increasingly disdainful gaze. Damn it! Damn it! Di Ping muttered repeatedly, blood staining the earth beneath him as his hands scraped against the shards of glass, carving wounds into his palms. His eyes brimmed with blood and tears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for breaking through the shackles of humanity and awakening your potential. Potential level, B. Ding. Congratulations, host, for unlocking potential and acquiring the innate skill, Flame Enhancement B level. Ding. Host has autonomously activated the potential system and received the skill, Detection. Ding. Host has preemptively activated potential. Please establish a tavern to unlock the professional system and complete the job transition. As Di Ping struggled to rise and confront the python once more, he felt a sudden jolt coursing through him, as if something within had been unleashed, granting him newfound lightness. A series of notifications echoed in his mind, and a torrent of knowledge surged into his consciousness, melding seamlessly with his essence. Memories, vivid and clear. Moments later, his body trembled violently as a powerful energy erupted from within, swiftly radiating throughout him. This surge was more intense than any he had previously experienced, causing him to shudder uncontrollably. Each pulse of warmth healed his wounds, igniting a tingling sensation throughout his body, and his bones crackled as if awakening. This torrent of energy was fleeting, vanishing within seconds, yet Di Ping's heart soared with joy. He had awakened at the last moment, receiving a reinforcement stronger than ever before. Feeling the surge of power within him and a fierce bloodlust welling up, Di Ping's gaze locked onto the python, his eyes cold as ice, as if staring at a lifeless object. Hissing ominously, the python sensed something was amiss as Di Ping slowly rose. A terrifying aura emanated from the seemingly insignificant creature, leaving the python momentarily perplexed. Yet its instincts screamed for immediate action. It had to eliminate this little insect at once. Releasing a piercing hiss as it lunged toward Di Ping. Die. Di Ping abruptly lifted his head, a formidable force erupting from him, feeling an empowerment that surpassed his previous strength by at least double. Previously, his might had exceeded 1,000 pounds. Now, it felt as if he surpassed 3,000. A surge of confidence surged within him, and he let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a punch toward the python, which had just leaped toward him. The sheer force of his attack made the python halt midair. Without pausing, Di Ping's fist, akin to a thunderclap accompanied by a gale, struck the python's jaw with a resounding crash, sending it hurtling through the air, blood spewing from its mouth. Before the python could land, Ping propelled himself off the ground with a thunderous boom, darting after it. He executed a whip-like kick that struck the python's midsection with the force of a steel column, sending its massive form twisting through the air. Once more, Ping charged again, seizing the python's tail, and with a primal roar, he swung it around before slamming it down to the ground. A tremendous crash reverberated as the earth shook, debris flying from the steps, and the python spewed forth blood as Ping, grinning with ferocity, lifted the creature again for another devastating strike. The thunderous sounds continued, shaking the ground as if an earthquake had struck, and the python's flesh was rent asunder. "Brother D." A faint voice broke through Ping's fury, pulling his attention. He turned to see his stout companion had somehow managed to crawl up, leaning against the steps. While Li Sheng had also regained consciousness, protected by Cheng Chao and Lao Luo. With a swift motion, Ping discarded the python's lifeless body and hurried over, his face alight with joy. "Fatty, Li Sheng, are you all right?" "This is wonderful," Ping exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. He had feared he would lose these brothers. Yet they were alive. He embraced them tightly, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Brother D, we were too useless to help you," Fatty lamented, his expression filled with guilt. "Enough of that. You are all my brothers. We share everything amongst ourselves. Do not speak such words again," Ping replied sternly, his gaze fixed upon them. "Where have you two been hiding? I thought you had fallen prey to that beast," Ping questioned, perplexed to see Cheng Chao and Lao Luo standing before him unscathed. "Brother D, after you left, I discovered a massive python skin and several gigantic snake eggs inside a shattered glass case. I immediately suspected it was a snake den," Cheng Chao recounted, his face still pale with the memory, glancing at the mangled remains of the python. "It startled me so much that I rushed to inform Lao Luo so we could leave and return to notify you." He paused, still shaken, exhaling deeply before continuing. "As we were preparing to leave, we heard a hissing sound from the grass, and the foliage was shaking violently with incredible speed. Before we could react, the massive head of a python emerged from the underbrush, catching sight of us. Cheng Chao, overwhelmed by fear, seemed yet to recover from the fright of that moment. Lao Luo was clearly shaken as well, his lips turning a shade of purple, his body trembling uncontrollably. "What happened next? Where did you two run off to?" Ping inquired, gently patting their shoulders, allowing them to gradually regain their composure. "We were so startled that we froze. Upon seeing the massive serpent, we knew there was no time to flee outside. In a moment of inspiration, I suggested we take refuge in the cold storage, so I pulled Lao Luo inside," Cheng Chao recounted, wiping the sweat from his brow, his excitement palpable. "The giant python spotted us and charged in, crashing into the glass door, shattering it into countless shards," Cheng Chao remarked, glancing at the broken glass strewn across the floor. At that moment, Ping realized just how shattered the glass door truly was. Fortunately, the glass door provided us with a barrier. As soon as Lao Luo and I entered and closed the cold storage door, the python lunged at us. Thankfully, I managed to block the hole we had previously created. Otherwise, we would have been in serious trouble," Cheng Chao expressed with a hint of regret. "We only dared to emerge when we heard Diga shouting for us, but upon stepping out, this is what we found," Lao Luo added, a tinge of remorse on his face. "We couldn't end Oppos help at all, and instead, you all ended up injured? Haha. Since we and Oppos, brothers, let us not dwell on it too much." Ping laughed heartily, offering comfort as he patted the two. "Come, let us take a look at this behemoth. Can you two manage to get up?" Ping asked, glancing at the hefty figure of the fatty, who was half reclining on the steps. "I can get up. This dead serpent is surprisingly strong, but thankfully, I'm built solid," Fatty retorted, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he cursed. Slowly rising with the support of the steps, Li Sheng, seemingly more severely injured, leaned weakly against Cheng Chao and Lao Luo. "Diga, I'm fine. I just need to rest a bit," he said weakly. Ping instructed the two to support Li Sheng as they approached the fallen giant python. Lying in a pool of blood, remarkably, Fatty managed to lift his leg and follow along, though his steps were somewhat unsteady. He redirected his worried gaze towards the massive serpent on the ground. Suddenly, a flash of information appeared before Di Ping's eyes. He thought, could this be the system and Opos? S skill of inspection? Mutated Python. Bloodline rank. Low. Talent skill. None. Enhancement level. First stage. Level 2. Skill. Lightning whip. Is this the information about the giant python? This inspection skill is indeed quite useful. In the future, I can ascertain information about mutated beasts without groping in the dark. Di Ping mused, scrutinizing the stream of information. Lightning whip. Goodness. No wonder that dead serpent's tail whipped around so swiftly. It was impossible to evade. Had it not been for the activation of my latent potential at a critical moment, I would undoubtedly have met my demise. He thought with a stroke of luck. Bro, are you sure you and Opos? We're not a gorilla? Fatty asked in horror, staring at the deformed body of the python on the ground. Dead Fatty, watch it. Di Ping snapped, gritting his teeth. This audacious Fatty dared to call him a gorilla. It seemed he needed to be taught a lesson. Hey, Digo, I was wrong. I'm an injured party, Fatty exclaimed, noticing Di Ping's expression darkening. He attempted to lift his foot, feigning a pitiful demeanor, akin to an injured lamb. Get lost. Don't disgust me, Di Ping replied, exasperated. This shameless Fatty was truly relentless. Volume 1. The Arrival of the Apocalypse. Chapter 0024. Finally enjoying meat, it was not only the fat man who harbored such doubts. Cheng Chao and the others also wished to inquire. Digo, are you truly a superhuman? However, unlike the fat man, who had a thick skin, the others were wary of provoking Di Ping, as receiving a beating could very well cost them their lives. Just look at the lifeless serpent lying on the ground. If one did not scrutinize it closely, they might mistake it for a tattered sack, cracked all over. Upon closer inspection, Di Ping found no valuable information but picked up the sword that had fallen to the ground. With a swift stroke, he severed the head of the giant python and extracted a pearl-sized crystal core, smooth and delicate like jade, significantly larger than any he had encountered before. Previously, Di Ping lacked the ability to detect the ranks of mutated creatures, yet it was evident that this mutated serpent surpassed the mutated dogs in power, as evidenced by his own dire situation. Damn it, Di Ping muttered under his breath, stepping back in disbelief. At that moment, a fist-sized orb of green soul energy surged from the giant python, rapidly entering his body. Di Ping cursed because he had not anticipated the serpent's remarkable vitality. It had only just perished now. He had been so engrossed in the thrill of the fight that he had overlooked the energy, assuming that such a battered creature should be dead. The realization that it was still alive startled him. He discovered that the soul energy could not be stored but instead consumed energy to enhance the host's physique. The energy surged within Di Ping, yet he felt only a faint sensation as it coursed through his body. The enhancement was minimal at best, a mere pittance compared to what he hoped for. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that even this small boost was better than none. Digo, how should we deal with this giant python? Cheng Chao inquired as he observed Di Ping secure the crystal core and regard the serpent's carcass. Seizing the python's tail, Di Ping took a few steps forward, exerted his strength, and effortlessly hurled the creature away. With a whoosh, the giant python flew like a length of rope, crashing into a tree by the roadside end. After a few rolls, hanging precariously from a branch, swaying back and forth. Let us leave it here. It will deter other mutated animals, Di Ping said with a chuckle, dusting off his hands. The others looked on in astonishment, though they had previously witnessed Di Ping's bravery. Seeing him toss the giant python as if it were a mere rope was difficult for them to fully comprehend. Let us go. We still need to fetch the gas canisters, Di Ping called back after noticing that the others were lagging behind. He relished the admiration reflected in their eyes, a feeling he cherished despite having matured significantly through recent experiences. After all, he was still just a young man in his mid-20s. All right, we're coming. They finally snapped out of their shock and hurried to catch up with Di Ping as he led them into the store. Shortly thereafter, they emerged from the restaurant, where Di Ping had tied 2 gas canisters together with rope, effortlessly lifting one in each hand as if they were weightless. Only old Luo struggled with the remaining canister, while Cheng Chao assisted Li Shang, who seemed to have regained some strength and was now able to walk on his own. With concern in Yushujia's eyes, Di Ping and his companions returned to their residence, settling Li Sheng onto the sofa to rest. They then transported the gas canisters into the kitchen, where old Luo, being familiar with the setup, quickly installed the gas stove. A collective sigh of relief escaped them. At long last, they could enjoy a hot meal. Di Ping returned to the bathing area, shedding his tattered clothing. With the water running low, he could not afford to waste it, so he merely rinsed himself off. To his surprise, all his injuries had healed completely, and even the pain from his previously fractured ribs had vanished. As he felt the surge of power within him, Di Ping reflected on his situation with a mix of awe and disappointment. Although he had sustained significant injuries and narrowly escaped death, his gains were considerable. He had always believed he would need to wait until the tavern was completed to unlock his potential, yet he had unexpectedly accessed it ahead of time, reaching a B-level potential. Having engaged in this game for quite some time, he understood that D and C-level heroes were relatively easy to acquire, whereas B-level heroes were more challenging. The A-level and above, particularly S and SS levels, were exceedingly rare. Most of his S-level heroes had been obtained through monetary investment. He pondered whether potential levels in this reality mirrored that of the game world. What tier corresponded to B-level potential? He could only take things one step at a time. Deep down, he felt a tinge of disappointment. He had not anticipated that he was merely a B-level potential. The disparity between potential levels was stark, particularly concerning initial abilities and growth increments with each upgrade. For instance, a D-level hero would see an increase of 1 per level, while a C-level would gain 1.5, and a B-level would increase by 2. Thus, an SS level could jump to an increase of 4, highlighting the widening gap. Consequently, the potential level would dictate future development. And it was understandable why Di Ping felt disheartened by his B-level potential. Moreover, today's greatest triumph lay in acquiring 2 skills, one innate skill, the purpose of which he had yet to explore, and another, the detection skill, which he had already employed with great efficacy. He sensed that this skill would prove immensely beneficial to him in the future. After changing into a fresh set of clothes, he found the others gathered in the living room, the fat man animatedly recounting his perilous encounter with the giant python. "Wasn't he it you who bolted into the bushes in one swift move?" Li Sheng interjected, unable to tolerate the fat man and Apos' exaggerations. "Shut up. I'm not dead yet," the fat man retorted, his face flushed with embarrassment as he glared at Li Sheng. "Indeed, you could choke on your own words." Li Sheng remained unfazed, maintaining his calm demeanor. With a chuckle, Yushujia burst into laughter, prompting the others to join in as well. "You." The fat man was momentarily at a loss for words, pointing at Li Sheng in exasperation. Di Gu, Cheng Chao, seated by the window, sprang to his feet as soon as he spotted Di Ping. Di Gu. The others also stood, including Li Sheng, who had been reclining, their eyes filled with genuine respect and unforced admiration. "All right, please, be seated. Make yourselves at home. There is no need for such formality." Di Ping waved dismissively, then turned to Li Sheng, who was half rising from the sofa. "You should be more careful. Do you think you can handle it like the fat man? Lie back down." Di Gu. "I haven't done anything to provoke you." The fat man complained innocently. "Well, you should take it as a compliment. That bulk of yours acts as armor. Otherwise, you'd be lying down like Li Sheng." Di Ping teased. "Hey, don't dismiss it. This is indeed our advantage." The fat man replied, seemingly convinced. "Li Sheng, would you like me to share some weight-gaining tips? If you had my physique, you wouldn't be in this predicament today." Li Sheng shot the fat man an annoyed glance before reclining on the sofa, choosing to ignore him. "Li Sheng, how are you feeling? Any internal injuries?" Di Ping asked. Noticing the faint hint of pain on Li Sheng's face, his concern evident. "I am uncertain whether any injury has occurred. I merely experience a faint pain in my chest when I breathe." Li Sheng spoke with a voice lacking strength, seemingly hesitant to raise his voice. It is possible that he may have sustained an injury, and none among us possesses medical expertise. Di Ping glanced around at the others, noticing their nods of agreement. Before continuing, do your best to remain still and avoid unnecessary movement. We shall endeavor to locate a doctor this afternoon. Thank you, Di Gu. Li Sheng struggled to rise, a flicker of gratitude shining in his eyes. "We are brothers in life and death. There is no need for such formalities. Let us refrain from uttering such words in the future. Ping chuckled as he gently urged Li Sheng back onto the sofa to rest. With the arrival of gas, they were able to rekindle the fire and prepare a meal. Yu Shujia prepared a few simple dishes, one of which included a portion of meat, served in a basin as per Ping and Appo's instructions, aware that everyone had gone several days without meat, and he himself was feeling a twinge of craving. A basin of stewed lamb, hearty chunks of meat complemented by carrots, filled the air with a tantalizing aroma. The others savored their meal, their mouths glistening with juices, while the little girl, overwhelmed with delight, perspired profusely, her chatter silenced as she focused on chewing the meat. Ping, too, relished 2 generous bowls of meat before feeling a comforting warmth settle in his belly. As his physical capabilities improved, Ping recognized an increasing demand for energy. Ordinary food became insufficient to satiate his hunger. Until he discovered superior alternatives, meat would remain his primary source of nourishment. After 2 harrowing battles that morning, particularly with the giant python, he had momentarily believed he would meet his end there. However, through the awakening of his latent potential, he had survived. Now, with the lamb in his stomach, a sense of relaxation washed over him, leaving him languid and devoid of energy. I shall take a brief nap. Please wake me at 2, Ping instructed Yu Shujia, who was tidying the tableware, before he trudged into his room. Lying on the bed, he intended to contemplate the skills he had acquired, but as soon as his head touched the pillow, his eyelids grew heavy, and he quickly succumbed to deep slumber without even a dream. He slept soundly, and it was only when Yu Shujia knocked on the door that he awoke with a start, the clock striking 2. He felt the fatigue dissipate, replaced by a surge of invigorating energy coursing through him, a truly exhilarating sensation. After rolling out of bed and freshening up, he exited his room to find the others already gathered in the hall, engaged in casual conversation. Upon his arrival, they rose to offer him a seat on the sofa. As soon as he settled in, Yu Shujia brought him a cup of tea, its fragrant aroma invigorating and refreshing. Go, what shall we do next? Cheng Chao inquired softly, observing Ping as he sipped his tea. We shall sweep that building over there and gather food and water. Ping replied without lifting his gaze from the cup. This had been their plan all along. Once they cleared those 2 buildings, they would proceed to the villa area, ensuring the safety of the community before he dared to materialize the structures from the system. He wished to keep his secrets concealed from too many prying eyes. Volume 1. The Coming of the Apocalypse, Chapter 25. A visitor approaches. Ping constantly felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Each day that passed without utilizing the system's capabilities left him restless. The moment he learned of the colossal, mutated crocodile in Emperor Lake, he sensed a fundamental shift in this world. The rate of mutation among various animals was alarmingly swift, while humanity, once the dominant species on this planet, seemed to be lagging behind in this transformation. To date, he had neither encountered nor heard of any human mutations. As he observed the trees in his community growing larger day by day, he was struck by the realization that the wilderness had transformed into a perilous realm reminiscent of a primordial world. If the trees were flourishing so, one could only imagine the rapid evolution occurring among the animals. The emergence of mutated cats and dogs had already become unmanageable, and the giant python he faced today only heightened his concerns. He had seen such pythons before. They were typically found in rural areas, and the largest he had ever encountered was about the size of a carrying pole. Yet today, this creature had grown to a size that rivaled the Amazon's anaconda. This series of changes instilled in him a profound sense of dread regarding humanity's survival. Particularly alarming was the rapid growth of flora, which encroached upon the spaces humans occupied at a frenzied pace. Should humanity lose the last bastion of urban architecture, how many would remain alive? The unlocking of his potential today filled him with exhilaration. It was at this moment that he felt a compelling desire to activate the system, for within it lay a glimmer of hope. The potential he had unlocked bore a striking resemblance to that found in games. The system urged him to hasten to the tavern to complete his class transition, revealing to him a new realm of possibilities. He yearned to discover whether this professional system was exclusive to him or accessible to all. Until now, He had only begun to genuinely appreciate the significance of the system. A voice in his mind insisted that activating it was humanity and Apos' final hope. Seated on the sofa, Di Ping remained silent, deep in thought. Li Sheng lay immobilized on the couch, while the stout Ching Chao and old Luo prepared their gear. Once his thoughts were settled, Di Ping set down his teacup and stood up, retrieving his Han sword from Yushujia. Gently unsheathing the blade, he noticed numerous nicks along its one sharp edge, which cast a shadow of disappointment over him. This sword, a representation of humanity's finest craftsmanship, was no longer adequate to contend with the rapid mutations of animals. Had he possessed a sharper weapon today, he could have easily slain the enormous python, thereby avoiding the life-threatening situation that befell him and sparing Li Sheng from his current plight. With a sigh, Di Ping recognized that the time to activate the system was indeed pressing. He longed to materialize the system immediately. To procure a weapon and ascertain its potency, was it as formidable as those in the games? Let us go. Di Ping dismissed all distractions from his mind and called to the three prepared companions as they made their way toward the door. Suddenly, two faint knocks echoed from outside, causing Di Ping and Apos' body to tense and his steps to freeze. The others mirrored his astonishment. The building was deserted, so who could possibly be knocking? Di Ping felt a twinge of annoyance at his earlier distraction. He had failed to notice someone approaching, signaling for the others to remain still. He crept closer to the peephole to peer outside. Through the peephole, Di Ping beheld a young woman, standing over 7 meters tall, with long, lustrous black hair cascading to her shoulders. Her fair complexion and angular features epitomized contemporary beauty. Her large, expressive eyes were framed by delicate, elongated lashes, while her finely arched brows resembled crescent moons. She was undoubtedly a stunning woman, easily earning a score of over 90 among those he had encountered. Yet at that moment, her forehead glistened with sweat, her expression fraught with anxiety and panic, her dark, beautiful eyes darting around in fear. "Who are you?" Di Ping inquired, assessing that the woman did not seem to pose a threat. Listening intently, he discerned that apart from her rapid breathing, the hallway was silent, prompting him to lower his voice. Why you hello? I am from Building 2. The woman, initially startled by his voice, quickly brightened upon seeing the door, her face lighting up with eagerness. "Is there something you need?" Di Ping continued observing her movements. His caution was not unwarranted. In this apocalyptic world, anything was possible, and vigilance was always prudent. He remained wary of whether she might have ulterior motives. "Please, can I come in? I'm scared," she implored, her eyes wide with fear and desperation, scanning her surroundings before returning to the peephole, her face as pale as a blank sheet of paper. Very well. After a moment's consideration, Di Ping decided to open the door. He sensed that her fear was genuine, her eyes reflecting an authenticity that seemed too profound to be feigned. If she were indeed acting, she was exceptionally skilled. With that, he gestured for the others to stand back. Yushujia cautiously retreated, while the other three armed themselves, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. Thank you. Upon hearing Di Ping's voice, the woman's face radiated relief, her previously anxious features transforming into a radiant smile, revealing her inherent beauty. Di Ping could not help but admire her silently, thinking how truly beautiful she was. If Yushujia was like a fully blossomed flower, this woman was akin to a bud just beginning to unfurl, mature and graceful, exuding warmth and allure, while the former embodied youthful vibrancy, radiating an indescribable freshness akin to morning dew upon petals. In the relentless pursuit of survival, Di Ping had previously only had eyes for Su Xiao, leaving no room for others. Though he had encountered many beautiful women over the years, he had never truly seen them. His gaze would merely skim over them before moving on. However, upon awakening from his infatuation with Su Xiao, his heart, once steadfast, lay shattered. It seemed that as his fixation dissipated like mist, he found a newfound freedom to appreciate the world around him, including his perceptions of women. Shaking his head to dispel the flutter of emotions, Di Ping firmly suppressed his feelings. He held steadfast to his principles, unwilling to succumb to moral decay in this world devoid of humanity. His self-discipline was the cornerstone of his success, an unwavering foundation that propelled him forward. As the door creaked open, though Di Ping felt assured that the woman was not a trap, he maintained a degree of caution. The door opened just enough for her to slip inside, and he was confident that few could overpower him should he wish to close it again. The woman, her eyes alight with excitement, swiftly darted through the narrow opening, as if pursued by some primal beast. Once inside, she leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. Her hands pressed against her chest as if to quell the wild beating of her heart. She wore a loose-fitting short-sleeve blouse that accentuated her slender waist, paired with form-fitting, stretchy denim capris that showcased her long, elegant legs. Leaning against the door, she continued to pant, the soft fabric of her blouse unable to conceal the rhythmic rise and fall of her figure. Di Ping was momentarily captivated by the woman's beauty. Just moments ago, he had observed her through the peephole and found her striking. Now, at such close proximity, he felt that a score of 90 seemed rather modest. She was undoubtedly exquisite. However, Di Ping, having been tempered by the brutalities of a post-apocalyptic world, only allowed this fleeting distraction to surface briefly. He noticed that the three large men in the room were equally entranced. The stout man wore a foolish grin, nearly drooling with his eyes glazed over, while Cheng Chao regarded her with unmistakable admiration. Among the trio, it was Lao Luo who displayed the most subdued reaction, merely scanning her with his gaze before returning to his previous demeanor. Di Ping mused silently on the disparities among individuals. Different lives, varied circumstances, and distinct experiences forge unique personalities. The stout man was candid, never concealing his opinions or attitudes. Cheng Chao, with a military background, exhibited a commendable self-control, maintaining his principles. Lao Luo, having labored at the fringes of society for years, possessed a keen understanding of his own desires and needs. Di Ping felt a sense of satisfaction with their reactions. The absence of lewdness in their gazes indicated their noble natures. This alleviated his concerns, for he had no desire for unsavory intentions within his ranks. Such individuals would undoubtedly be a liability, and had any of the three displayed even a hint of impropriety, he would have promptly expelled them from the group. Fortunately, all three passed his silent test. From the moment he laid eyes on the woman, Di Ping had a singular thought: to open the door and allow her entrance. Stepping back to reveal her to the others, keen to observe their responses, a testament to his meticulous intentions. Suddenly, sensing the oppressive silence, the woman opened her eyes and gasped upon realizing that three men were staring at her. "Now speak. What is your purpose?" Di Ping inquired, cradling his sword in his arms, his expression devoid of emotion. I. The woman stammered, shrinking back in fear, visibly anxious and struggling to articulate her thoughts. "Miss, there is no need to be frightened. Take your time," soothed Yu Shujia, who stepped out from the room, gracefully crossing the threshold to gently grasp the woman's hand, offering her comfort. With a sudden rush of emotion, the woman found solace and buried her face in Yu Shujia's shoulder, weeping uncontrollably as tears flowed freely. Yu Shujia cast a glance at Di Ping, receiving a nod in return, before she gently patted the woman's back, murmuring reassurances. It's all right. It's all right. Do not fear. You are safe here." After what felt like an eternity, the woman gradually composed herself, pulling away from Yu Shujia's embrace, dabbing her tears with the backs of her hands, and repeatedly expressing her gratitude through choked sobs. Yu Shujia, like a caring elder sister, continued to offer her gentle comfort, eventually guiding the woman to a sofa to sit. The two engaged in quiet conversation while the four men exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Volume 1. The Coming of the Apocalypse. Chapter 26. The Age of Chaos. Di Ping shook his head as the woman entered the room and immediately burst into tears, her sobs clouding her judgment. Uncertain of the situation, he peered through the peephole to confirm that everything outside was calm before settling into a chair across from her in the hall. The woman's cries had subsided, and she was now using tissues provided by Yu Shujia to wipe her eyes, although her shoulders continued to tremble, betraying her lingering sorrow. Meanwhile, Yu Shujia sat beside her, gently holding her hand and offering quiet comfort. It was only when Di Ping took a seat that the woman seemed to regain her awareness, abruptly standing up. Why you? Please. You must help me, she implored, nearly collapsing in front of Di Ping as she grasped his hand, her eyes filled with desperate plea. Startled by her sudden fervor, Di Ping nearly drew his sword in response, but he restrained himself, remaining seated and gazing at her as he gently withdrew his hand. Realizing her own impulsiveness and loss of composure, the woman blushed and quickly retracted her grasp. What do you need my help with? Di Ping leaned back in his chair, regarding her calmly. I need your assistance to save my two friends, she exclaimed, her embarrassment dissipating as she hurriedly explained. Your friends? What has happened to them? Di Ping inquired, surprised by the woman and Apos' audacity in seeking help in such perilous times, particularly for her friends. Was one of them a romantic interest? He exchanged glances with the others present before continuing to question her. As the woman spoke, tears began to flow once more. Eventually, through her sobs, she recounted her tale. The woman, named Yi Lu, lived on the 8th floor of building number 2. This apartment was her own, and feeling lonely without a boyfriend, she invited her two close friends to stay with her for companionship and safety. The three shared a profound bond, and on the day of the incident, they were all at home, blissfully unaware as they slept. When they finally realized the chaos unfolding, they rushed to gather supplies, only to find the supermarket completely looted. Fortunately, they had stocked up on snacks, enough to last them for a few days. They had anticipated that the turmoil would pass within a couple of days, but as the situation worsened, their supplies dwindled. Terrified by the horrifying screams echoing throughout their building and the community, they dared not venture outside. Then, just yesterday, someone knocked on their door, delivering a small amount of food and suggesting that they join a group of people gathered on the 4th floor in apartment 401 for safety. The three friends, though wary, did not immediately refuse. The visitors left the food behind and departed, and in their hunger, the trio devoured the meager rations, knowing it would only last half a day. The next day, unable to endure their hunger any longer, the three reluctantly decided to sneak downstairs to knock on the door of apartment 401. They took precautions, with one friend knocking while the other two stayed hidden, ready to flee if anything seemed amiss. For three beautiful women in an apocalyptic world needed to learn to protect themselves. To their astonishment, the door opened, allowing one of their friends inside. But it shut behind her. Anxious, the other two were soon met with a horrifying scene as their friend was suddenly yanked inside by a man, her food scattering across the floor. Another man, furious, charged toward the stairs. The two women were momentarily frozen in shock, but one friend quickly regained her composure, pulling Yi Lu to flee upstairs. Aware of their peril, they sprinted upward, fully aware of the intentions of the men pursuing them. Yet, the men were faster. After ascending just 2 flights, one of them caught up. Yi Lu, run, her friend shouted, pushing her forward while bravely confronting the foremost man. The two collided, tumbling down the stairs, causing a chaotic pile-up of bodies. Ah, Xiaonan! Yi Lu cried out, momentarily stunned and ready to race back down. Don and Apos, worry about me. Just run. Xiaonan's voice rang out desperately as she fought fiercely against the three men, trying to buy time for Yi Lu. The chilling sound of her friend's cries and the brutal struggle echoed in Yi Lu's ears, propelling her to escape into their apartment. Slamming the door shut and collapsing against it, weeping softly, the men followed closely, cursing and pounding on the door. After a while, sensing the noise was too conspicuous, they retreated downstairs, leaving Yi Lu in silence, feeling utterly helpless as her friends risked themselves for her safety. Suddenly, she was jolted from her despair. She needed to find someone to save her friends. Remembering a recent incident where she had witnessed a man bravely combat mutated dogs to rescue others, she believed he might possess the strength to save her friends. Determined, she ventured out to seek his help. How can you be certain I will assist you? Di Ping asked, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized her eyes for any sign of deception. I sense you are a good person, she replied, wiping her tears and speaking timidly. Di Ping felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. It seemed he had been branded a good Samaritan. Di Gu, Yu Shujia called softly, her eyes filled with hope as she looked at him. The woman's empathy toward another in distress was evident. and Di Ping could see that the others in the room shared a glimmer of longing and anticipation in their gazes. Yi Lu and Apos, eyes, brimming with tears and expectation, implored him. Understanding their collective hope for his assistance, Di Ping resolved to help. He was not heartless after all. "Are you willing to lead me?" he asked Yi Lu, his voice steady. "I am," Yi Lu replied, her posture firm and determined. "Very well. Let's go," Di Ping declared, satisfied with her resolve. He admired her courage in the face of such dire circumstances, deeming her worthy of his aid. Without further delay, Di Ping led Yi Lu and the three men downstairs swiftly, while Yu Shujia remained to watch over the children. As they descended, Di Ping moved with purpose, his keen eyes scanning their surroundings like a hawk, every sound captured by his attentive ears. His formidable strength gave him the confidence to face whatever awaited them. A group of four swiftly arrived at the entrance of building number 2, where the glass door lay shattered, scattered across the ground, stained with dark blood. It was evident that a tragedy had unfolded here. The entrance was unsealed, allowing the four to ascend the staircase directly to the 4th floor. After instructing the others to wait on the 3rd floor, he ascended quietly, positioning himself at the door to listen intently to the sounds within. With his keen hearing, he discerned that, despite the hushed tones, the room was occupied by several individuals. Upon closer inspection, he could detect the breaths of at least 7 or 8 people, accompanied by low murmurs of laughter and scorn, alongside the muffled cries of a woman whose mouth had been silenced. Listening to the cacophony within, Di Ping was consumed by fury. He had not anticipated that within just a few days, some individuals could no longer suppress their inner darkness, resorting to actions more vile than those of beasts. Straightening his posture, he stepped back 2 paces, suddenly channeling all his strength into a powerful sidekick. With a resounding crash, fueled by his rage, the force of his strike was terrifying. His foot, enveloped in a whirlwind, struck the door with the speed of lightning, reducing the iron barrier to mere paper, which failed to withstand even a second before it crumpled and was hurled aside. A hapless soul, positioned just behind the door, was struck by the flying debris, soaring through the air before crashing against the wall, resulting in a gruesome spectacle of blood and flesh, reminiscent of dough splattering against a surface, slowly sliding down to stain the wall a deep crimson. The occupants of the room were instantly paralyzed with shock, their eyes wide in disbelief as they beheld Di Ping's furious entrance. A young man, completely unclothed, had been pinning a similarly unclad woman against the dining table. Now frozen in terror, staring at Di Ping. The woman lay on her back, her mouth gagged with a black lace garment, her head turned towards Di Ping. Her eyes wide open yet devoid of focus, akin to a still pond, betraying no emotion, even in the face of the chaos erupting around her. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, staining the pristine white tablecloth a vivid red. On the other side of the room, 2 bare men were forcing another woman against the armrest of the sofa. One held her hand while a middle-aged, gaunt man loomed behind her, equally stunned, his gaze fixed at the doorway, standing there in his nakedness. Another man lounged in the center of the sofa, while a completely unclothed woman knelt on the floor. Turning her head in this direction, all rendered immobile as if frozen in time. The expression of shock was palpable on the faces of those in the room. Their mouths agape. What is going on? What is all this noise? Suddenly, a door that had been closed swung open with a creak, and a man leaned out, vociferously cursing. Volume 1. The Coming of the Apocalypse. Chapter 27. Regret. Di Ping and Amp. Apos. S. heart surged with fury upon recognizing the figure before him, Wang Dellen. Through the doorway, he could see a woman bound to a chair beside the bed, completely naked, her mouth taped shut, arms restrained to the chair's back, and legs tied to the chair's legs. She struggled desperately, while her legs, exposed at the foot of the bed, were also bound. Di Ping's anger erupted like a volcano. He felt a profound regret he had never experienced before. Not even when Su Xiao left him did he feel such remorse over the efforts he had exerted. Today, however, he was engulfed in regret. The individuals in the room were precisely those he had previously released. The man sitting naked on the sofa was Bai Hamlin, accompanied by a slender young man. In that moment, Di Ping felt as if his heart had been seized, making it difficult to breathe. He had never felt such pain before. He had not anticipated that his moment of mercy would lead to these individuals transforming into venomous serpents. How could one act so ruthlessly? Di Ping's eyes widened as if blood tears were about to flow. His hands clenched so tightly that they creaked, nearly crushing the sword he gripped. Di Gu. At that moment, a group of portly men rushed in, their expressions frozen in shock at the scene before them. Ah! Yi Lu entered behind them, gasping in horror at the sight. Ah! It's Di, brother. Wang Delin, who had opened the door, also spotted Di Ping, his face paling in terror as he stuttered. You all deserve to die? Di Ping and Apos' blood-red gaze fixed intensely on Wang Delin, then swept across each person in the room, enunciating each word with chilling emphasis. The room's occupants were paralyzed by the lifeless, bloodshot intensity of his stare, trembling in fear. They were all aware of Di Ping's formidable nature, especially in light of the palpable murderous aura radiating from him. Barely had he spoken when he moved, his sword cutting through the air with a sharp whistle. In an instant, the blade flashed, slicing through the neck of the closest young man at the dining table. Blood erupted like a fountain, and the young man's head was severed from his body. Without pausing, Di Ping sidestepped, sweeping his sword across the neck of the man standing behind the woman, who instantly fell with a fatal wound, blood gushing forth. He continued his assault, thrusting the sword into the man holding the woman's hands, piercing through the heart. With a swift withdrawal of the blade, a torrent of blood spurted out. In the blink of an eye, Di Ping had slain 3 men, his movements as swift as lightning. The others were left stunned, unable to react to the swift execution of 2 decapitations and 1 fatal stab. Suddenly, a cacophony of screams erupted from the room, the occupants frozen in shock. No, please don't kill me. By Hamlin, who had been seated on the sofa, finally regained his senses, shoving the woman aside and falling to his knees before Di Ping, tears streaming down his face. Di brother, please don't kill me. I am willing to serve you. Di Ping kicked him aside, but By Hamlin crawled back, prostrating himself repeatedly, his head hitting the ground in desperation. Yes, it's all Wang Delin's fault. I truly didn't want this. I intended to spare you. Yet look at what you've done. I do not wish to kill, yet you force my hand. Di Ping gritted his teeth, his gaze steady upon By Hamlin, whose desperate sobbing only fueled Di Ping's fury. I regret this. I regret it deeply, so I wish for your demise. With a decisive thrust, Di Ping's sword pierced By Hamlin's chest, emerging from his back. By Hamlin stared at Di Ping in disbelief until the latter withdrew the blade, blood spraying from the wound, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Turning his attention to Wang Delin, who was paralyzed with fear, Di Ping's sword dripped with blood. Wang Delin, caught in Di Ping and Apos' gaze, let out a piercing scream and fled back into the room, slamming the door shut behind him. Di Ping's companions remained frozen in fear, with Yi Lu fainting from terror, only to be caught by Cheng Chao. As they witnessed Di Ping move towards the inner room, they called out nervously. Di Ping cast a blood-red glance at them, their hearts turning to ice at the sight of his merciless, cold demeanor. His eyes held no warmth, only a chilling aura of impending doom. The 3 men, silenced by fear, could not utter a word as Di Ping approached the door, lifting his foot to kick it open. With a resounding crash, the thick door splintered like paper, and Di Ping strode forward without a backward glance. The woman bowed to the chair. Upon seeing the door burst open and Di Ping enter, began to struggle violently. However, the murderous intent in his blood-red eyes rendered her speechless with terror. Don't come any closer. If you do, I will kill her. Wang Delin, positioned behind the bed, clutched the naked woman tightly with one arm while brandishing a knife with the other, his face pale, shrieking in desperation. You are condemned. Di Ping's voice, icy and resolute, emerged through clenched teeth. Wang Delin, we have no enmity. You pursue your own, and I pursue mine. What gives you the right to interfere with me? Wang Delin's bravado seemed to return, his voice steadying as he pressed the knife against the woman's throat, who gasped for breath, her hands grasping at his arm in a futile struggle. What gives me the right? Di Ping echoed, seemingly lost in contemplation, his murderous rage subsiding as clarity returned to his mind. Indeed, what gives you the right? You occupy your own territory, and I occupy mine. You indulge in your pleasures, and I in mine. If you desire more, I could offer you some. Wang Delin, sensing a shift in Di Ping's demeanor, relaxed, looking down on him with mockery, thinking that he could easily overpower him. What gives me the right? Di Ping murmured, fixated on this singular question. What do you think of these two? They are fresh acquisitions I have yet to enjoy. I bestow them upon you, dear brother, as a gesture of goodwill. Wang Delin, believing Di Ping was contemplating, attempted to divert his attention, but then suddenly cried out in agony. It seemed he had tightened his grip too much, as the woman seized the opportunity to claw at his injured arm, causing him immense pain. You wretched harlot, I will kill you. Wang Delin cursed, clutching his wounded arm, blood seeping from the bandage. He stepped on the woman's hair to keep her down, raising his knife to strike at the woman on the bed. At that moment, the woman bound to the chair witnessed Wang Delin poised to take the life of the woman on the bed. She struggled fiercely, emitting muffled cries, her eyes wide with terror as the gleaming dagger seemed poised to plunge into the victim's chest. The woman on the bed, restrained by hair that was stomped down, could hardly rise and, in a moment of utter despair, ceased her struggles. Suddenly, a piercing sound broke the air, reminiscent of an arrow slicing through the sky, followed by a sickening thud as if a blade had sunk into flesh, accompanied by a chilling scream. The woman, who had been writhing in her restraints, now froze, her gaze fixated on the bed. The woman who had been waiting for death with closed eyes opened them, startled by the absence of pain, only to scream at the sight before her. Wang Delin, the assailant, was impaled by a sword, a tremendous force pinning him against the wall, the blade vibrating ominously as blood cascaded down its length, staining his chest crimson. He stared in disbelief at Di Ping, muttering incoherently, blood gushing from his mouth. Did you not question my strength? I shall enlighten you. It is because I am stronger, because I possess the power to end your life. Di Ping, with an emotionless countenance, traversed past the bound woman and approached Wang Delin, his voice steady yet imbued with unwavering resolve. I refuse to accept this. Wang Delin suddenly bellowed, spewing a mouthful of blood before his head tilted, the dagger slipping from his grasp as he succumbed to death, his eyes wide open, fixated on Di Ping with a gaze full of unbridled malice. Refusal will lead only to death, Di Ping remarked dismissively, casting a glance at Wang Delin's lifeless body before drawing forth the sword, which clattered to the ground as the corpse fell. Approaching the bed, Di Ping severed the bonds restraining the woman's legs, and then moved to the woman tied to the chair, cutting her free as well. Dress and come out, he instructed calmly, turning to exit the room and gently closing the door behind him. Go. A few individuals approached with concern, their expressions laced with worry. Dispose of these bodies. Find a suitable place to bury them, Di Ping replied, his voice heavy with fatigue and resignation. The act of taking life was not a source of exhilaration. His rage had led to a flurry of violence, leaving his emotions in disarray. Understood, Digu. The stout man and the others responded in unison. Digu, these individuals deserve death. Do not burden yourself with guilt. Chung Chao, observing the despondent expression on Di Ping's face, finally spoke up. Having served in the military and witnessed bloodshed, he understood the turmoil that accompanied taking a life. He had experienced the aftermath of his first kill, which had left him sick for 2 days, and he feared for Di Ping's state of mind, prompting him to offer a word of caution. I am fine, just a bit weary. You all may leave now. Di Ping forced a faint smile, patting Chung Chao on the shoulder. Volume 1. The Coming of the Apocalypse, Chapter 28. The Price of Growth, She is Dead. Di Ping walked towards the door, his mind solely fixated on stepping outside for a smoke. As he passed the dining table, he noticed the woman who had previously lain there, utterly motionless, her eyes wide open, the blood at the corners of her mouth having ceased its flow. Lao Luo stood nearby, his hand at the woman's nose. Upon seeing Di Ping approach, his eyes filled with tears of sorrow as he spoke. For her, death would be a more merciful release. Let us find a place to bury her alone. Di Ping gazed at the woman's battered body, the gruesome wounds, and the bloodied chest, alongside her unblinking eyes that seemed to lament the injustice of this world. He sighed heavily, his voice imbued with desolation. Such people truly deserve death. 1,000 times over would not be excessive. Lao Luo gritted his teeth, then kicked at a nearby severed head, as if attempting to expel all the resentment he felt into that lifeless object. At that moment, Yi Lu, who had been lying on the sofa, stirred awake. Upon noticing Di Ping standing before her, she was startled into an upright position, trembling uncontrollably. "Are you afraid of me?" Di Ping inquired, observing her shivering form with a calm demeanor. "And no," Yi Lu stammered, shaking her head and waving her hands, though her eyes betrayed her fear. "Look around. Are those not your two friends?" Di Ping offered a self-deprecating smile and gestured towards the door leading to the room behind him. Oh, Yi Lu rapidly nodded, then cautiously moved past Di Ping, rushing a few steps towards the door, which she flung open before slamming it shut behind her. Di Ping wore a bitter expression and shook his head, stepping over the corpse of the middle-aged man who had been stabbed to death. He made his way to the balcony, flung open the door, and pulled out a cigarette, lighting it with a deep inhalation. He exhaled slowly, the smoke enveloping his face, obscuring his features. Through the window, he beheld the sky, a breathtaking expanse of blue, devoid of clouds, its purity striking against the backdrop of lush greenery that covered the earth. The air was thick with a sweet fragrance, and everything appeared idyllic. Yet, beneath this beautiful sky, countless tragedies unfolded, and unspeakable horrors were being enacted. Di Ping's heart remained tumultuous. He was not a man given to lamentation. Yet the day's events left him feeling suffocated with pain. He could not comprehend why, as fellow humans in this apocalypse, they could not support one another. Why, in such a brief span of time, had some individual's humanity twisted into something so grotesque? The image of that lifeless woman, her eyes wide with terror, haunted him relentlessly, causing his hand to tremble as he held the cigarette. He did not wish to take a life, yet he felt cornered into doing so. These people had shown no remorse even in death. What kind of humanity was this? As the cigarette burned down to his fingers, he felt no pain until he extinguished it. He retrieved another cigarette, lighting it and inhaling deeply, the acrid smoke filling his lungs, as if it could alleviate the anguish within. He raised his gaze to the distant city, once adorned with magnificent towers, now standing like solitary sentinels amidst the primordial forest, akin to solitary boats adrift in an ocean, perilously close to being submerged. A sudden weight settled upon his shoulders. This beautiful land should not endure such suffering. Although it had its imperfections, Di Ping had often felt exasperated with it. Yet now, he realized how splendid it had been. With a semblance of order that allowed the darkness to exist only in the shadows, unlike now, when it lay bare, stripped of all pretense. "Thank you." A soft voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned to find the woman who had been bound to the chair, her eyes radiating an indomitable spirit. She was accompanied by the woman who had been tied to the bed, along with Yi Lu, who supported her. "You are not afraid of me?" Di Ping asked, surveying the scattered corpses and the blood-soaked room, then spoke softly, surprised that this woman, who had resisted so fiercely, possessed such a tender voice. "Why should I fear? These people deserve their fate. By killing them, you are a hero." The woman's eyes swept over the fallen bodies, and though apprehension flickered within them, her expression remained resolute as she addressed Di Ping with clarity. "A hero?" Di Ping mused, catching a glimpse of Yi Lu, who averted her gaze. He let out a self-mocking laugh. "Yes, a hero," the woman supported by Yi Lu affirmed, her voice pure and clear, reminiscent of a pristine meadow refreshed by rain, like a lark from an untainted, dreamlike forest. She looked at him with gratitude, excitement, and a hint of reverence. For a moment, Di Ping felt disoriented, as if he had stumbled into a realm of beauty. The three women stood together, each captivating in their own right. One exuded a grace akin to willows swaying in the breeze, another possessed the freshness of a lily after rain, and the third radiated the brilliance of a morning blossom. Yet, amidst this beauty, his mind was a chaotic tempest, leaving no room for appreciation. "If you have the strength, please assist them." Di Ping gestured towards the two women. One drenched in blood and trembling, the other curled up in tears. "Understood." The three women chorused. Yi Lu still dared not meet his gaze, her eyes darting away as if he bore some dreadful secret, while the other two turned eagerly to help. They labored until nightfall, finally transporting the bodies to a pit they had dug for burial, including the deceased woman, before returning home with the 5 women. Yushujia was taken aback, seeing Di Ping covered in blood, exuding an aura of deadly intensity. Weariness etched upon his face, an image both fearsome and heart-wrenching. Yet, Nuan refused to approach him. Take them to wash up. Prepare some food for them. Di Ping instructed Yushujia, glancing at the women behind him, before retreating into a room and shutting the door. What is wrong with Digo? Yushujia sensed the desolation and loneliness radiating from him. A sharp pang of pain gripped her heart, and tears threatened to spill. In that moment, she longed to embrace him, to offer solace. Let us discuss it later. For now, let us ensure they are settled. Cheng Chao sighed deeply, his voice weary. He understood the source of Di Ping's distress, but at this moment, no one could aid him. This was a battle he must face alone. Yushujia recognized now was not the time for inquiries. She brushed away her tears and beckoned the women to follow her for cleaning. Once in his room, Di Ping did not emerge again, and as night fell, the house, now filled with so many people, should have buzzed with activity. Yet, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Everyone remained quiet. Even the usually chatty fatty sat in silence, head bowed. The women were equally mute, while little Nuan nestled in her mother's arms, no longer singing her favorite songs. In the evening, a sumptuous feast had been prepared, yet not a single person stirred. Even as Yushujia made several attempts to call Di Ping, only to be thwarted by Cheng Chao. The 5 women, who were already ravenous, had not eaten anything substantial for 2 or 3 days and felt their heads spinning from hunger. Yet, with a table laden with dishes before them, they hesitated, unwilling to touch the food while the key figures remained still, merely swallowing nervously. Yi Lu and her 2 close friends were somewhat better off, but the other 2 women felt increasingly desperate, wanting to rise and eat but too afraid to do so, having suffered greatly at Wang Delin and Apos, as hands previously. What could be taking Di Gu so long? It has been 5 or 6 hours. Could something have happened? Yushujia's eyes shimmered with tears as she looked at the others, but they remained silent. The hefty man buried his head in his arms, not lifting it, while Lao Luo chain-smoked, and Cheng Chao stared blankly at a painting on the wall, lost in thought. Li Sheng, sprawled on the sofa, anxiously scanned the 3 of them. Brother Cheng, please say something. Yushujia urged, her anxiety directed at Cheng Chao. Not a word. Cheng Chao replied firmly, shaking his head in refusal. Yushujia and Apos, chest heaved with frustration, but there was little she could do without their responses. The events of the day, aside from Di Ping, had been profoundly shocking. They were ordinary people, unaccustomed to violence, let alone murder. Di Ping's demeanor had been terrifying, as if killing was as simple as drinking water or chopping vegetables. With heads flying and blood splattering. This overwhelming visual impact was the reason for Yi Lu's fear of Di Ping. Witnessing someone decapitated before your eyes would instill fear in anyone. Even Lao Luo and the hefty man felt trepidation at the memory of Di Ping's ferocity. Only Cheng Chao, having experienced such turmoil before, understood the gravity of the situation. They could do nothing but wait for Di Ping to come to terms with his actions. Intervening might complicate matters further, thus he resolutely prevented Yushujia from disturbing him. This was a transformation, a battle of life and death, on the battlefield. If one does not kill, one will be killed. Such is the stark reality. A general without blood on his hands. Has it not been said that a general's success is built upon countless sacrifices? Has it not been noted that an emperor's wrath can result in countless corpses? History is replete with rulers whose hands were stained with blood. For Di Ping, an ordinary individual aspiring to become a general or a king, this process of metamorphosis was essential. Only through such trials could he truly transform. Perhaps once completed, his mindset would shift. Whether this change would be for the better or worse was uncertain, but he understood that no transformation comes without a cost. The table was filled with fragrant dishes, their aroma permeating the room, yet the occupants seemed oblivious, each lost in their thoughts, as if the food were tasteless. Only they could discern whether the food was truly appealing or not. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the door swung open, startling everyone from their stupor. Why are you all not eating? I can hardly bear the smell. If you won't eat, I shall, boomed a man's deep, hearty laughter. Instantly, smiles broke across the faces of the crowd, and the oppressive atmosphere in the room lifted, sunlight flooding the space. Volume 2. Apocalypse Sanctuary. 0029 Manifestation of the castle. 3 full days had elapsed since the last incident, and building number 1 had become bustling with activity. During these 3 days, Di Ping had not been idle. He meticulously scoured building number 2 and miraculously rescued 5 families, totaling 27 souls. He then ventured into the Villa District, managing to bring back 13 individuals. The Villa District had suffered the greatest losses during this upheaval. With 30 standalone houses and over 100 townhouses, yet only these individuals were found. The remaining properties were either uninhabited or marred by shattered glass and bloodstains, likely the aftermath of attacks by mutated creatures. At this point, the entire community had converged here, and together with Di Ping's group, only 50 residents remained, indicating a catastrophic toll. The community had once boasted a permanent population exceeding 1,000, and now less than 1/10 remained alive, underscoring the harshness of survival in such an environment. Throughout this ordeal, Di Ping had also vanquished 2 mutated cats, 5 mutated rats, and a mutated dog. With so many people now residing in Di Ping's quarters, it was impractical, so he organized the upper 2 floors of the building to accommodate them. The survivors no longer found it inconvenient to share rooms. Rather, their diminished numbers left them feeling insecure. Subsequently, Di Ping formed a patrol team comprising individuals aged between 18 and 50 to ensure everyone's safety, led by Qing Chao, the corpulent Qin Gang, and the elderly Luo. Li Xing, still recovering from his injuries, remained on the mend, a process expedited by their resident doctor. Among the rescued was Yi Lu, accompanied by her 2 close friends, one of whom turned out to be a doctor, Ning Nan, the melodious-voiced woman. Ning Nan was a chief surgeon at the 2nd affiliated hospital of the Provincial Medical University, a returning PhD with exceptional skills. She performed a reduction on Li Sheng's fractured sternum, alleviating much of his agony. The other friend, Lu Bingyu, bore a name that amused Di Ping, as it seemed at odds with her enchanting demeanor. Lu Bingyu hailed from the capital and came from a family of considerable influence. She herself owned a business and had come out for leisure. She shared a close bond with Yi Lu, who was now a psychological counselor at the same hospital, specializing in adolescent mental health. Their acquaintance had blossomed into a profound friendship. The group, grateful for their rescue, found solace in finally having ample food and a safe place to rest. Building number 1 was imbued with a vibrant vitality, as if this sanctuary was enough to satisfy their needs. Moreover, the nights had grown remarkably tranquil. For reasons unknown, even the rats had ceased to invade the community. Di Ping speculated that his recent slaying of numerous mutated creatures had instilled fear in them, though he was content not to delve deeper into the cause. Tonight held great significance for him. After days of slaughter, he had finally gathered the conditions necessary for manifesting the castle. After a hearty meal, he concocted an excuse to descend the stairs and made his way towards the rear of the building. He had already scouted a location, 2 small high-rise buildings situated centrally in the community, close to the main entrance, surrounded by the Villa District. During his exploration of the villas, he discovered one particularly expansive property, spanning nearly 2 acres, adjacent to a small river that encircled it. In front lay a drivable flat bridge, while a garden shaped like a crescent moon lay behind, enveloping the villa. This property had been specially developed for sale at over 200 million, but had remained unsold and vacant. The villa was fully furnished and ready for immediate occupancy, and Di Ping intended to materialize his castle here. Uncertain of the castle's dimensions, he concluded that 2 acres should suffice. Standing before the villa on level ground, he gazed around. The once pristine lawn had become overgrown with waist-high weeds, obscuring the villa and diminishing its aesthetic appeal, rendering it a desolate sight reminiscent of a long-abandoned estate. Calming his thoughts, he silently commanded the manifestation of the castle. Beep. The castle cannot bind to existing structures. Please confirm if you wish to manifest here. Confirm. Di Ping felt a surge of excitement as he promptly agreed, surprised that the castle required direct manifestation rather than binding to an existing building. At that moment, he set aside all other concerns and focused on the manifestation. Beep. Manifestation commencing. 1, 2, 99. 100 Suddenly, Deeping witnessed a rippling wave above the villa, as if the sky itself had developed folds, shimmering with vibrant colors reminiscent of the aurora borealis, dazzling him. The heavens erupted with lightning, serpentine bolts racing through the sky as if heralding the apocalypse. The city transformed from utter stillness to cacophony, with countless mutated beasts howling in unison, their voices echoing with palpable fear, as if a great terror was about to descend. Boom! Deeping felt a weight in his chest as a deep, thunderous sound resonated through the sky. The heavens appeared to cave in, and a purple vortex materialized from thin air, rapidly spinning and expanding until it formed a 1-meter-wide black opening. The darkness was as deep as ink, emanating waves of unsettling energy as though a terrifying monster lurked within, sending chills down his spine, rendering him unable to gaze directly at it. In the midst of Deeping's astonished gaze, the black hole quivered violently, shooting forth a tiny dark point that grew larger as it emerged, ultimately unveiling a castle resembling a model of medieval Western architecture. Appearing like a mirage against the radiant energy of the sky, the castle began to descend slowly from the heavens, and with each inch it sank. The villa beneath it was obliterated, gradually vanishing into nothingness. The castle was far grander than Deeping had anticipated, not only occupying the villa's location but also engulfing dozens of neighboring properties. The area exceeded his initial estimation. He had thought 2 acres sufficient, yet the reality was far more expansive than he had imagined. Deeping stepped back until he found himself on the bridge, finally escaping the castle's domain. He hadn't expected the castle to consume the entire rear section of the villa district and garden, undoubtedly spanning over a dozen acres. As the castle continued to descend, its pace was deceptively swift. In less than 10 seconds, all structures within its range disappeared without a trace, leaving in their stead an ancient Western-style castle before Deeping's eyes. The dazzling display vanished in an instant, and the sky returned to tranquility, enveloped in the deep night, as if nothing had transpired. As the mist gradually dissipated, revealing the castle and Apos' true form, Deeping was struck by the castle and Apos' majestic grandeur, profoundly moving his spirit. Standing on the bridge, he gazed across at the castle, which now stood before him, its grounds transformed from overgrown weeds to a meticulously manicured lawn. As if artfully tended, the castle loomed silently just over 30 meters ahead, resembling a colossal beast, exuding a terrifying aura, akin to a dragon coiled and a tiger poised. Outside the castle stands a towering exterior wall adorned with battlements, reminiscent of ancient fortifications. Surrounding this stronghold are 5 spire-topped watchtowers, each rising over 20 meters high, their walls punctuated with numerous small apertures for observation and defense. Each of these sentinels occupies an area of no less than 40 to 50 square meters. At the rear of the castle, a grand central tower ascends 30 to 40 meters, covering an expansive area exceeding 100 square meters. The more Deeping gazed upon this castle, the more enamored he became, unable to resist the urge to approach it. "My esteemed master, your loyal servant, the castle's steward Barton, welcomes your return." As Deeping reached the entrance, the formidable iron door creaked open. Out stepped a corpulent gentleman of over 50, clad in a butler and Apos' attire, his face adorned with a genial smile as he respectfully bowed to Deeping. "Steward?" Deeping inquired, regarding the golden-haired, high-nosed, blue-eyed man standing respectfully at the threshold. "Indeed, master. I am your castle steward, created to serve you, overseeing your residence and the management of the castle." Barton replied with utmost reverence. "How did you come to be in the castle?" Deeping pondered, uncertain of Barton's origin. Could he be a creation of the system? "Respectful master, I exist solely for you, having awaited your arrival within these walls." Barton lowered his posture even further. "You do not know how you arrived here?" Deeping pressed, unwilling to relent. "Correct, master. In my memory, I have always awaited your presence in the castle. My mission is to serve you. Your every command is my highest decree." Barton bowed once more, his face radiating devotion, as if Deeping were a deity before him. "Very well." Ping felt slightly exasperated. It seemed Barton truly was unaware of his origins. It appeared that this powerful system had conjured him from some unknown realm. However, this was not the time for speculation. For now, he decided to place his trust in the system, as long as it posed no threat to him. "Show me around, please." Ping set aside his thoughts, addressing the respectful steward before him. "At once, my master." Barton bowed deeply and gestured for Ping to enter the castle. Without hesitation, Ping stepped through the grand entrance, marveling at the imposing steel door, which towered over 10 meters in height, measured 5 to 6 meters in width, and boasted a thickness of nearly a foot. Its formidable presence was indeed intimidating. Upon entering, he noted a pair of guardrooms flanking either side of the entrance, clearly designated for the gatekeepers. As he traversed the threshold, Ping was struck with awe at the sight within. The entrance led into a vast hall, flanked by broad corridors on either side. Illuminated lights brightened the space, and Ping's gaze pierced through the entrance to glimpse the hall's grandeur. He hurried inside, instantly captivated by the opulent decor. The hall itself spanned no less than 1,000 square meters, crowned with a soaring glass dome that allowed the twinkling stars to be visible, creating the illusion of being adrift in a sea of stars. A magnificent crystal chandelier descended from above, its myriad lights casting a brilliant glow across the polished marble floor, which sparkled with a luminous sheen. Surrounding the hall were exquisitely carved Roman columns, which supported the glass dome and formed a circular corridor about 3 meters wide along the walls. At the center of the hall stood a raised platform of 30 to 40 square meters, reminiscent of a speaker's dais, capable of accommodating 1,000 attendees for meetings or events without issue. At the far end of the hall, a doorway led outside, where the light was dim, revealing the faint outline of a small garden, lush with flowers and trees. "What lies before us, Barton?" Ping inquired, not advancing, but turning to the steward who had silently followed him. "Master, before you is a small garden, beyond which lies your lordly tower. Would you care to see it?" Barton gestured respectfully. "Wait a moment. Where do these corridors lead?" Ping contemplated, declining Barton's proposal and instead directing his attention to the 2 expansive corridors at the hall's entrance. "Master, the left corridor leads to the accommodation wing, while the right leads to the functional wing," Barton detailed, pointing out each passage. "I shall first inspect the accommodation wing," Ping decided, casting a glance at both corridors before proceeding. As he explored, Ping and Oppo's heart brimmed with delight, more so with surprise. The accommodation wing consisted of 3 floors, with the first housing over 300 rooms. Although each room was modest, measuring under 10 square meters, it was sufficient to comfortably house 4 to 5 individuals, with the first floor capable of accommodating over 1,000 residents. The second floor offered slightly larger rooms, each around 20 square meters, complete with washrooms and enhanced decor, suitable for small families. However, only about 100 rooms were available. The third floor exceeded Ping's expectations, featuring spacious rooms of 40 to 50 square meters, designed with 2 bedrooms and a living area. Each room boasted a washroom and a small kitchen, allowing families to prepare their own meals. Ping found himself thoroughly pleased. However, the third floor had even fewer rooms, totaling less than 50. After a moment of contemplation, Ping began to formulate his plans. Volume 2, Apocalypse Shelter, Chapter 0030. A day tour of the castle. After completing their tour of the accommodation building, Ping and Barton moved to the opposite side. It was then that Ping discovered the accommodation building was connected to the functional building on the 2nd and 3rd floors via corridors, allowing them to traverse directly without descending to the 1st floor. The functional building, as its name suggests, was indeed designed for a specific purpose. Upon closer inspection, Ping understood its utility. The 1st floor served as a training area, featuring numerous training rooms of various sizes. The larger rooms could easily accommodate 300 to 500 individuals, while the smaller ones, approximately 30 square meters, sufficed for 1 or 2 people to exercise. The equipment within these rooms was impressive, replete with an array of training tools. The training ground was laid with uniform, dark stone blocks, hinting at significant durability. When stepped upon, they produced a muted sound, indicative of their solid construction and excellent sound absorption. The second floor was designated for dining, housing a large cafeteria that could comfortably serve 1,000 patrons. The arrangement of tables and chairs showcased the meticulous attention to detail that the castle's design incorporated. In addition to the main dining hall, there were 2 upscale restaurants and luxurious private dining rooms, indicative of exclusive services for the leadership. Most intriguingly, a small bar styled in a Western fashion was also present, accommodating around 100 patrons for drinks. Diping ascended to the 3rd floor with a satisfied smile. This level comprised a grand conference room, 3 smaller meeting rooms, and an intriguingly named war room, adorned with several maps. Though Diping did not examine the maps in detail, the 3rd floor boasted 2 cinemas, each capable of seating 100 viewers for film screenings. In this apocalyptic world, the castle stood as a haven of comfort and enjoyment, thoughtfully designed to cater to all aspects of life, entertainment, and combat, a quintessential retreat for any traveler. The castle featured a circular tower equipped with staircases leading to all sides, along with a dedicated elevator ascending directly to the tower from the 1st floor. Diping was truly impressed by the system's ingenuity. The Lord's Tower was the tallest structure within the castle. Standing before the glass window at the pinnacle, Diping surveyed the entire fortress, observing the expansive walkways atop the city walls, the glass dome over the square, and the surrounding community, which appeared shrouded in darkness. Beyond lay an endless sea of forests, and the twinkling stars in the sky seemed to dance beneath his feet, igniting within him a fierce pride. Everything here belonged to him, and soon he would possess even more, greater strength and resources. With such a formidable system at his disposal, he felt that thriving in this apocalypse was no longer a challenge. The high tower where the Lord resided was far more than a mere dwelling. It contained a private resting chamber for the Lord at its highest level, flooded with natural light from a large floor-to-ceiling window. At this moment, Diping stood by the window, gazing at the enchanting nightscape. The tower also housed a small conference room, an office, a training room on the lowest level, and the castle's core control center. The control room was equipped with a powerful integrated system that allowed monitoring of the status of all structures within the castle and the resources they occupied. It enabled communication with any personnel within the system and facilitated timely coordination among various small shelters and resource locations, essentially serving as the nerve center of the entire shelter. While Diping's system could perform these functions independently, it also offered the convenience of delegating command to an officer in his absence, ensuring seamless management even when he was away. "Barton, how does this castle have electricity? Where does it come from?" Diping inquired, observing the illuminated surroundings. From the rooms to the corridors, all brilliantly lit by street lamps, a clear indication of electrical support. "Master, there is a small energy gathering array beneath the castle," Barton replied, tapping a virtual screen to reveal an image of a basement-like space measuring around 100 square meters. 12 stone pillars, each about a meter tall, adorned with small white jade orbs, stood within. The 12 orbs appeared interconnected by a bright beam of light, shimmering as if alive, illuminating the room with a dancing glow. In the center, a thicker pillar, resembling the girth of an adult thigh, bore an irregular crystal-like object on its top. The light from the 12 orbs converged upon this central crystal, causing it to flicker as if electrified. "This can generate electricity?" Diping exclaimed in astonishment, marveling at the fantastical presence of such an object in reality. However, he soon chuckled to himself. Given the presence of this system, such a phenomenon was hardly surprising. "Indeed, Master, this energy-gathering array collects natural energies and converts them into electrical energy to power the entire castle," Barton explained after deactivating the screen. Diping glanced at the time, realizing it was already past midnight. It took him this long to tour the castle, but considering its considerable size, spanning over 10 acres and brimming with various functions, spending several hours just to inspect it was quite reasonable. A thorough examination would undoubtedly require an entire day. Not wishing to delay any further, his utmost anticipation lay in the manifestation of the tavern. Only by realizing this tavern could he recruit heroes, thereby rapidly enhancing his strength. With time slipping away, he hastened to finalize the tavern and Apos' establishment. As Barton respectfully and eagerly escorted him out, He stood at the entrance until Di Ping had completely left, at which point he turned to re-enter the castle, the iron gate closing slowly behind him. Crossing the small bridge, Di Ping headed to the right, where 5 rows of connected villas stood, each featuring 5 doorways. He had previously observed this area, deeming it an ideal location for constructing a manor, warehouse, or workshop. Thus, he intended to place these buildings here. Standing before the first row of villas, Di Ping focused his thoughts, summoning the system interface before him. He selected the manor option and proceeded to bind it to the existing structures. Beep. Do you wish to bind this building as a manor? Yes. Di Ping affirmed internally. Beep. Binding requires the expenditure of 5 crystal coins. The host has insufficient crystal coins. Please exchange with the system. Di Ping's anticipation was abruptly interrupted by the notification that he needed crystal coins, which he currently lacked. Where am I supposed to exchange for crystal coins? Di Ping thought, feeling frustrated with the system and Oppo's unreliability. In games, he knew that building constructions typically consumed wood, yet here he discovered that it required crystal coins. But what exactly were crystal coins? Beep. Crystal coins can be exchanged for crystal cores, with exchange rates determined by the energy level of the cores. It seemed the system had overheard Di Ping's thoughts, as it promptly provided an explanation. Di Ping was somewhat perplexed. Typically, the system remained unresponsive to inquiries, leading him to believe it was incapable of interaction. Yet at crucial moments, it would offer timely guidance, leaving Di Ping uncertain whether the system was inherently uncommunicative or simply aloof. System, exchange for 10 crystal cores. Di Ping ventured, recalling that he had accumulated a total of 22 crystal cores through careful collection during this time. Beep. Exchange successful. You have obtained 12 crystal coins. Indeed, the system facilitated the exchange, converting 10 crystal cores into 12 crystal coins. Beep. Binding commencing. A beam of light suddenly appeared out of nowhere, sweeping across a row of 3-story townhouses like a brush. As the radiant glow passed over, the villas instantly transformed, taking on a dreamlike quality, as if by magic. Within a mere minute or two, the row of houses morphed into structures resembling a Western farmhouse. Then, the light burst like a bubble, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a transformed estate. As Di Ping marveled at the mysterious and formidable capabilities of the system, the gates of the estate opened, and a man of Eastern descent, accompanied by 10 individuals resembling farmers, approached with broad smiles. Upon reaching Di Ping, he bowed deeply and said, "Esteemed master, welcome to your abode. The estate manager, Derlin, is at your service." Having learned from the incident with Barton, Di Ping surmised that these individuals were likely gifts from the system to manage the estate. "Hello, Derlin." Di Ping greeted, feeling that both Barton and Derlin were not mere automatons. Their speech and actions mirrored those of real humans, prompting him to treat them as equals. "Derlin is at your command," Derlin responded, lowering himself even further in a display of respect, his smile widening. "Please allow me to show you around the estate." Though pleased, Derlin did not forget his responsibilities, respectfully guiding Di Ping towards the grand entrance. The estate spanned a considerable area, encompassing 3 to 4 acres and featuring 3 levels. Inside, there were workshops for timber processing, grain production, ironworking, crystal crafting, and even a secret silver processing facility. Each workshop was equipped with production lines, igniting a fervent excitement within Di Ping. The system and Oppo's power was astounding. He had never encountered such a multitude of production lines before. And what was even more remarkable was the presence of a materials dispatch center, complete with a teleportation array connecting to resource sites. However, he currently lacked access to any resources. At that moment, the estate boasted 10 workers, and Di Ping needed to recruit more to operate the estate effectively. Derlin urged, "Master, please expedite the connection to the resource site so the estate may commence operations." "Understood, I am aware. By the way, Derlin, how should we handle food production?" Di Ping pondered, realizing that establishing the resource site would require assembling his team, which was no small task. Suddenly, he recalled his pressing concern regarding food, as his growing number of subordinates made the issue of sustenance increasingly urgent. Food can be transported from outside for processing, or you may allocate workers to cultivate land for crops. Derlin explained. Is it true that they will cultivate the land on their own upon delegation? Di Ping inquired eagerly, intrigued by the details. Indeed, master. The estate is equipped with comprehensive cultivation tools, and once you delineate the area, the workers will commence planting, as instructed. Derlin confirmed Di Ping and Apos' suspicions. Very well. Derlin, assign all 10 workers to cultivate crops. As for the area, let it be the land in front of the estate. Direct them to begin. Di Ping commanded, having received Derlin and Apos' affirmative response, and he designated the region. This territory was now Di Ping and Apos' domain, and the more crops they could grow, the better. At your service, my master, Derlin replied respectfully. Subsequently, Di Ping engaged Derlin in further discussions about the estate, gradually grasping its immense potential. The estate was fundamentally crucial for Di Ping and Apos' development. Only with ample food could he sustain more people. With a larger workforce, he could supply the various workshops with additional labor, resulting in greater resource production. An abundance of resources would facilitate the upgrading of taverns and workshops to recruit more heroes and forge powerful weapons, thereby accelerating his strength. This intricate web of interdependence underscored the estate's foundational significance. After conversing with Derlin and finalizing arrangements, Di Ping glanced at the time and realized it was already 2 p.m. He needed to hasten the construction of the tavern. Once established, he could finally begin this venture. Feeling a surge of excitement, he swiftly moved towards the left side of the castle, where over 200 meters away stood a series of individual villas. The layout of this community featured detached houses to the south and east, while the west comprised townhouses and stacked units. At the rear lay the most desirable area of the community, adorned with gardens and large standalone villas, with Di Ping's 2 small high-rise buildings situated prominently at the front. Volume 2, Apocalypse Shelter, Chapter 31. The Tavern. Di Ping selected a 3-story villa of over 600 square meters as his binding object. He believed its design resembled that of a tavern and its size was appropriate for such a purpose. Moreover, it was not far from the castle, as he intended to construct all these buildings adjacent to the castle for easier management. Standing before the villa, Di Ping opened the system interface once more, his heart swelling with excitement as he clicked on the tavern icon. Beep. Do you wish to bind this building to the tavern? The system chimed again. Yes. Di Ping hastily confirmed in his mind. Beep. Consuming 5 crystal coins to manifest the tavern. With a whoosh, a radiant aurora appeared above the villa, surreal and enchanting, with magical light dancing around. The villa began to transform, morphing into the shape of a tavern. In a mere minute or two, the light vanished, revealing a 3-story tavern that blended Eastern and Western architectural styles. The structure was reminiscent of traditional Chinese buildings, adorned with intricately carved beams and flying eaves, while the windows were made of glass, allowing a glimpse of the warm ambience within, featuring Chinese-style 8 immortals tables alongside a long Western bar counter. A flag inscribed with the character for wine fluttered at the entrance. Master, the tavern manager, Wuan, welcomes your arrival. At that moment, a stout, middle-aged man of Eastern descent emerged from the tavern, descending the steps with a broad smile to greet Di Ping. Hello, Manager Wu. Di Ping, having already met Barton and Derlin, was no longer surprised, recognizing this was yet another system-assigned manager. Master, you honor me. Wuan bowed, visibly flustered. Enough, Manager Wu. No need for excessive formality. Here, you may act freely. Di Ping interrupted with a smile. Master, Wuan appeared both touched and anxious, eager to decline, but was interrupted by Di Ping's gesture. All right, Manager Wu, please show me around the tavern. Di Ping was eager to recruit heroes and had no time to linger. As you command, Master. Wuan complied without further protest and led Di Ping into the tavern. The tavern was spacious, with the first floor covering 300 to 400 square meters, filled with numerous tables. However, at that moment, it was devoid of patrons. Only 2 staff members were at the bar, idly polishing glasses. Upon noticing Di Ping and Wuan's entrance, they straightened and saluted, but returned to their tasks at Wuan's signal. As Wuan guided Di Ping through the various features, he discovered that the tavern offered more than just a place to drink. It functioned similarly to a mercenary guild, allowing patrons to accept quests. At the far end of the first floor was a window displaying a large screen that continuously rolled through quest information, which mercenaries could accept and later present at the window to claim their rewards upon completion. This was akin to a scene from a novel about a mercenary guild, and a spark of inspiration ignited within Di Ping's mind, though he knew it was too early to act on it. He pushed aside the burgeoning idea and continued his exploration of the tavern. The first floor served as a gathering place for mercenaries to drink, socialize, and exchange information, while the second floor featured private rooms for those seeking a quieter environment, with only around 20 rooms available and presently unoccupied. Di Ping ascended to the third floor. Unlike the second floor, which was open to all, the entrance to the third floor was a sealed black iron door, guarded by two armored sentinels wielding broadswords. Identity verification, access granted. As they approached, a beam of green light emitted from one of the guardians, prompting Di Ping to instinctively prepare to evade, only to realize it was merely a scan. The light faded, and a cold voice from the sentinels confirmed their identities, stepping aside as the iron door swung open. "Wu, and what are these guards?" Di Ping inquired, puzzled by the sentinels' appearance, which resembled metallic figures yet moved with a semblance of human agility. "Master, these are combat automatons equipped by the tavern," Wu explained. Di Ping was taken aback. The system was indeed mysterious, conjuring combat automatons. Yet, considering that even real individuals like Wu had been summoned, creating a robot seemed trivial. Crossing through the iron door to the third floor unveiled the tavern's core functionalities. Here, not only could one recruit heroes, but it also served as a place of inheritance, where anyone who had unlocked their potential could come to learn new skills. As one advanced in levels, they could return to acquire further knowledge. Wu elaborated on the third floor and Apos' features as he led Di Ping, who felt a surge of excitement. This was precisely what he needed. Having awakened his talents, yet lacking any martial skills, he was merely a brute. This was akin to receiving a pillow when one was already sleepy. Initially, he thought the tavern's sole function was to recruit heroes, but he had not anticipated such additional capabilities. Di Ping envisioned this place becoming a sanctuary for many professionals, a requisite destination for those wishing to change careers or acquire skills. This tavern would surely become a cherished haven for all professions, a place that must be safeguarded from harm. Upon reaching the third floor, he found it quite unadorned, featuring a large open space devoid of complex structures. In the center stood a blackened platform approximately 1 foot high, encircled by a 2-meter triangular pillar, tapering from a diameter of 1 meter at the base to about 30 centimeters at the top. The entire pillar was inscribed with a multitude of mysterious runes, and as he gazed upon it, he felt dizzy and quickly averted his eyes. Wu explained that any qualified inheritor placing their hand upon the pillar would receive guidance for skill acquisition from the inheritance column. But where do I recruit heroes? Di Ping scanned the area, unable to find a recruitment spot. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Could recruitment also be conducted via the system? He hurriedly accessed the system, noticing the tavern icon glimmering. A familiar interface appeared before him, indicating 10 available hero slots, yet none were filled. At the bottom, buttons for recruit newcomers, upgrade tavern, and leave were displayed. Just like a game, Di Ping's heart raced at the sight of the recruit newcomers button. May the divine protect me. Avalokiteshvara has manifested. Deep in his heart, Di Ping silently prayed, hoping to summon a high potential hero. The probability of recruiting high-level heroes in the game was exceedingly low. Only through scrolls could one acquire any decent heroes. Relying on natural refreshes made it nearly impossible to obtain a high-potential hero, with D-level being the most common. C-level appearing with some frequency, B-level rarely showing up, and A-level being exceedingly rare. As for the legendary S-level, it was a true rarity, and he had never encountered an SS-level hero in his gameplay, only seeing them in the possession of other players, leaving him perplexed as to how they acquired such treasures. After fervently praying, Di Ping finally resolved to engage in new recruitment. The virtual screen flickered, revealing 3 card-like images, as the 3 heroes slowly materialized in the center. A glance revealed to Di Ping that he could not suppress a curse under his breath. They were all D-level heroes, with not even a single C-level among them. Eyeing the familiar refresh icon below, he gritted his teeth and clicked it, muttering to himself about the futility of his luck. What terrible luck. All D-level heroes. At least a C level would have provided some consolation. The screen then displayed two options, one to use a crystal coin and the other for a legendary recruitment scroll. D-Ping chose to use a crystal coin, refraining from the legendary scroll for fear of its steep cost for S-level hero recruitment. With only a few crystal cores to his name, he decided to play it safe. The screen blurred momentarily before gradually revealing its contents. D-Ping was nearly driven to expletives. His misfortune continued unabated, with yet another trio of white D-level heroes and not a single green C-level in sight. What misdeeds had he committed today to warrant such ill fate? He pondered, but could not recall any wrongdoing. He hadn't obstructed anyone's chimney, sprinkled salt in anyone's rice. Nor had he even indulged in peeping at women bathing. Why, then, was he so unlucky? Fuming with anger, D-Ping declared to himself that he would not succumb to despair and opted to refresh once more, determined to make one last desperate attempt. He was dismayed to discover that this time it would cost him 5 crystal coins. He had only a handful left after spending 5 to establish his manor, another 5 at the tavern, and 1 for each refresh. Now, he found himself with just 1 coin and 12 crystal cores. It became clear that crystal coins were the true currency of the game, needed for recruitment and construction, while crystal cores held little value. Resolutely, he decided to exchange all his cores. Beep. 12 crystal cores exchanged for 15 crystal coins. Thus, D-Ping depleted his cores entirely, leaving him with 16 crystal coins, hoping they would suffice. After confirming his choice, the screen once again blurred and transformed. Moments later, 3 heroes emerged. I knew my luck would turn around. This time, 3 distinct heroes appeared, 1 D-level, 1 C-level, and astonishingly, 1 B-level. D-Ping was taken aback by this unexpected stroke of fortune, his heart racing with excitement. After a series of disappointments, he had finally struck gold. A B-level hero, a rarity in the early game, had appeared after only 2 attempts. Select quickly, he exclaimed, hurrying to choose the B-level potential hero. Yet, as he glanced at the required cost of 50 crystal coins for recruitment, a wave of shock washed over him, nearly causing him to choke on his frustration. How could it be that recruiting a mere B-level hero demanded such an exorbitant price when establishing the tavern had only cost 5 coins? Staring at the shimmering blue B-level potential mage, D-Ping felt a surge of resentment, akin to the anguish of a man presented with a stunning beauty, alluring yet unattainable. Just as he was ready to seize the moment, she would tell him that it was her time of the month, leaving him utterly exasperated. This was precisely how he felt now, his mouth dry and his heart heavy. Regardless of his grievances, reality forced him to accept the situation. Reluctantly, he shifted his gaze from the B-level hero to the C-level hero, settling for second best. This C-level potential hero was a barbarian named Buggy, with a strikingly robust appearance that suggested European heritage. D-Ping sighed. C-level it is. After a final glance at the B-level hero, he clenched his jaw and made his choice. Thankfully, the recruitment cost for the C-level potential hero was 10 coins, and with his 16 coins, he had just enough. Confirm. Using 10 crystal coins. D-Ping clicked to recruit, and the screen flickered as the hero slot became vacant, yet there was no further response. Where is he? D-Ping looked around, but all he saw was the tavern manager, Wuan, standing nearby. Just as he was about to inquire, the triangular pillar in front of him began to emit a series of clicks. He quickly turned his attention to it, watching as the pillars slowly split in the middle, transforming into 3 smaller columns, from which a radiant orb of light emerged. As the 3 columns separated further, the light within grew ever brighter, accompanied by waves of energy and swirling clouds, with streaks of lightning dancing like serpents within the space. When the area expanded to a few square meters, the energy suddenly surged outward, enveloping the surroundings in brilliance before retracting with a powerful force, revealing a figure within the light. Volume 2. The Apocalyptic Sanctuary. Chapter 32. Tavern recruitment of barbarians. A blinding radiance compelled D-Ping to shield his eyes. As the energy abruptly contracted, a towering figure materialized within the pillar of light, emanating an overwhelming aura of brutality that struck Di Ping like a tangible force, propelling him back 2 or 3 steps before he regained his footing. Di Ping was taken aback. He had not anticipated such formidable strength in this summoned hero. Without even revealing his face, the mere essence of his presence was enough to force Di Ping into retreat. Despite his enhanced strength exceeding 3,000 to 4,000 pounds, he found himself unable to withstand the oppressive aura, leading him to ponder the immense power this hero must possess, filling him with eager anticipation. With a thunderous crash, the imposing figure advanced, stepping forth from the light like a mammoth trampling the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath him. "Master, Buji at your service." As the figure emerged from the light, his eyes flickered. Upon seeing Di Ping, he suddenly knelt on one knee, his voice resonating like thunder, shaking the very fabric of the space around them and leaving Di Ping momentarily deafened. "Please rise. There is no need for such formalities." Di Ping pressed his hands against his ears, regaining his senses, and gazed at the kneeling figure, who bowed his head in reverence. "Thank you, master." With that, the towering figure stood, and Di Ping was struck by the true meaning of robust physique. Standing over 6 feet tall, his formidable presence was awe-inspiring. With broad shoulders and pronounced pectorals resembling 2 great hills, while his arms were like sturdy columns, thick veins resembling intertwining roots. This Buji embodied the visage of a Westerner. With fiery red hair and a matching beard, his eyes wide as bronze bells, and a square jaw, he bore an unmistakable resemblance to the barbarians of the Dark Realms, exuding an aura of primal ferocity. Regardless of his combat prowess, his mere physical stature instilled a sense of intimidation in those around him, deterring many from meeting his gaze. Clad only in a leather vest and shorts, devoid of any equipment, Di Ping inwardly cursed the system for its stinginess, akin to what he had encountered in games, stingily withholding weaponry. As he beheld the barbarian before him, Di Ping felt an increasing fondness. This was a C-rank hero, although he was unaware of Buji's exact combat capabilities. The oppressive aura alone had compelled him to retreat, and coupled with his musculature, it was evident that his strength would not be lacking. Race: Barbarian. Potential: C-rank. Level: First tier. Skills: Strike, Cosmic Blow, Wild Dance. Unlike his subterranean kin, he possessed an extraordinary resilience and strength, yearning for life on the surface world. A wanderer expelled from the underground, he responded to the call of the sanctuary's master to fight in the realm above. Observing Buji standing silently beside him, Di Ping could no longer resist the urge to employ his detection skill, eager to glean information about the hero he had summoned. The information was presented simply in a frame, revealing only the hero and Apos, S-race, potential rank, and class level. Di Ping felt a curious sense of inferiority. Although he had undergone numerous enhancements, he sensed that Buji was vastly superior in strength, igniting a strange feeling within him. As he scrutinized Buji and Apos' displayed skills, Di Ping realized that the disparity between himself and Buji lay here. While he possessed considerable strength and speed, his skills were limited to the non-combat skill of detection and a talent skill of flame enhancement, which he had yet to learn to utilize. His offensive capabilities were woefully insufficient. With this thought in mind, Di Ping's heart raced as he gazed at the 3-pronged pillar. The system had persistently urged him to activate the tavern to complete his professional inheritance. Now that the tavern was ready and he had recruited a C-rank potential hero, the next step was to complete his professional inheritance, thereby swiftly augmenting his strength and enhancing his survival capabilities in this apocalyptic world. "Wuan, is this where I place my hand?" With a heart full of trepidation, Di Ping approached and pointed at the now restored pillar, glancing at Wuan, who had been by his side. "Yes, master. Place your hand upon it and concentrate your mental energy on the pillar." Wuan quickly clarified. "Understood." Steeling himself, Di Ping slowly extended his hands toward the pillar, his movements deliberate yet betraying a slight tremor, revealing a mind not as tranquil as it appeared. Finally, his hands rested upon the cold, iron-like surface of the pillar, and a chilling sensation coursed through his palms. Focusing his mental energy on the intricate runes adorning the pillar, Ping felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if the runes had suddenly come to life, pulsating with light and shifting colors. Abruptly, an even more potent chill surged through him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Ding. Potential level B. Meets the conditions for class activation. Please select your class. At that moment, the system's cold voice resonated in Ping's mind, and simultaneously, his surroundings darkened, transporting him to a vast plaza. The square was expansive, exceeding 200 square feet, circular in shape, with a white embossed floor depicting vivid scenes of battle, warriors wielding swords, mages brandishing staffs, and barbarians raising massive axes, all engaged in fierce combat with a variety of beasts. The intensity of the depicted battles surged forth, stirring excitement within him. Surrounding the plaza stood 6 statues, evenly spaced around the perimeter, while the outer edges faded into a void, rendering the space beyond invisible. This plaza seemed to exist in an ethereal realm. Ping examined each statue closely. Having played this game before, he easily discerned their identities. One statue depicted a warrior with a raised sword, another a barbarian bellowing with an axe, a third a sharpshooter aiming with a rifle, a fourth a rogue crouched with a dagger, and the last a healer, solemnly holding a square hammer. Realizing these statues represented potential class choices, Ping felt a strong inclination towards the warrior. He relished the notion of charging into battle with a blade in hand, eschewing the roles of mages or ranged combatants. The rogue was out of the question, as he had no desire to dwell in the shadows, and the healer's role seemed ludicrous to him. Without hesitation, he stepped toward the statue of the warrior, standing before it and sensing an enigmatic energy emanating from its form, accompanied by a subtle pressure that, although not overwhelming, hinted at the immense power contained within. Ding. Warrior selected. Confirm your choice. As he approached the statue, the system's voice echoed in his ear. Confirm. Ping promptly affirmed his choice without a second thought. Ding. Inheritance commencing. At that moment, a sharp sound pierced the air, and suddenly the soldier's eyes emitted a dazzling brilliance, akin to lightning cleaving through the darkness, brilliant and swift. In the blink of an eye, the light struck Ping, who had no time to react before being enveloped in a radiant cocoon of energy. In that instant, the brilliance intensified, tightly wrapping around him, while Ping appeared to lose consciousness, gradually settling into a meditative posture. His hands formed a gesture, his eyes were tightly shut, and his brow furrowed, as if he were deep in contemplation. Time seemed to stretch, yet it passed swiftly. In less than a minute, the light emanating from the statue's eyes began to retract, while the cocoon of light surrounding Ping remained intact. Through the translucent glow of the cocoon, one could see Ping seated calmly on the ground, his eyes still closed, though his expression seemed to have settled into tranquility, remaining utterly still and silent. After several more seconds, Ping's brows twitched, and he abruptly opened his eyes. In that instant, a sharp glimmer flickered within them, like a shooting star streaking across the night sky, here and gone in an instant. A cold voice echoed in Ping's mind, akin to a thunderclap, startling him into a sudden stand. At that moment, he had no inclination to ponder his newly acquired profession. Instead, he felt a surge of frustration. The system had activated his class at the cost of precious crystal coins, information he had not been privy to. Now, only a pitiful coin remained in his possession, leaving him feeling as though he had regressed to a state of despair. Damn it, Ping exclaimed, cursing under his breath. This system was insatiably greedy, demanding payment at every turn. All the crystal coins he had painstakingly accumulated had vanished in an instant. Yet, cursing proved futile. The system remained silent and unyielding, deducting as it pleased. Despite his helplessness, he found solace in the fact that his profession had successfully activated. Reflecting on it brought a glimmer of joy. Efforts would eventually yield rewards. Crystal coins could be earned anew, but the opening of a profession was a different matter entirely. Finally, Ping calmed himself to savor the moment. A wave of elation washed over him as he realized the expenditure had indeed been worthwhile. His strength had significantly increased. From a previous strength of over 3,000 pounds, it had surged to 4,000 pounds. Although he had not measured it precisely, he could unmistakably feel the enhancement. Having once possessed 3,000 pounds of strength, this increase was at least a third, which was undeniably significant. At that moment, Dipping found himself endowed with a colossal force of 2 tons, an unimaginable feat. Volume 2, The End Time Sanctuary. Chapter 33. Transition to Warrior for Enhanced Strength. Dipping set aside his elation at the surge of power and took a moment to savor the transformative effects of his new profession. It felt as though his mind had expanded, revealing new facets of understanding. Upon focusing his thoughts, he discovered an array of information materializing in his consciousness, imprinted indelibly as if it had become a part of his very memory. Skills. Dipping recognized the newfound information in his mind. Indeed, he had acquired 3 skills: slash, taunt, and charge. These abilities felt familiar, as if he had practiced them countless times, ready to be deployed at a moment's notice. At that moment, Dipping was unable to perceive the interior of his mind, but had he been able to, he would have seen 5 luminous orbs gently pulsating in the misty expanse of his consciousness. These orbs represented the skills he had mastered, including the previously learned skills of detection and his innate ability, fire enhancement. Just as he was reveling in his newfound abilities, darkness enveloped him momentarily. When his vision adjusted, he found himself back in the original scene, hands resting on the surface of a pillar. He withdrew his hands and retreated to where Wuan stood, who, along with Buji, gazed at him with expressions of delight. "Congratulations, Master, on your successful inheritance," they chorused in unison. After lingering in the tavern for an extended period, Dipping had gleaned all the information he could. Feeling satisfied as he prepared to leave, he decided to leave Buji behind. This base was his foundation, and he wished to ensure its safety. With Buji present, he felt assured that any potential problems would be promptly addressed by the system, allowing him to return swiftly without missing anything crucial. In truth, he was overly concerned. The system, by its very nature, was not prone to mishaps. Such occurrences would be deemed extraordinary. Upon exiting the tavern, he noted that it was nearly 6:00 and Oppo's clock. The sky was dimly illuminated, and the eastern horizon glowed with a faint red light. The morning sun streamed through the gaps in the towering trees, casting its rays upon the lush green grass, where dew clung to the leaves, shimmering in the sunlight with an enchanting brilliance. The cacophony of humanity had faded, replaced by a gentle breeze rustling the leaves, creating a soft, soothing sound. The entire world seemed to bask in serene tranquility. Standing before the tavern, Dipping inhaled deeply, savoring the faintly sweet scent in the air. How wonderful it would be if this realm were not an apocalypse, free from pollution, noise, and conflict. It represented a world worth yearning for. He hurried back to Building 1, where the duty officers on the first floor were astonished to see him return. They were unaware of when he had departed, and now, in the early morning, he arrived visibly damp from the dew that had settled on the foliage overnight. "Diku, you've returned?" 2 officers queried, their faces familiar yet nameless to him. No issues, I hope." Dipping inquired softly as he stepped inside, brushing off the dew from his clothes. "Diku, it's very safe. We haven't noticed anything amiss all night," responded a young man in his 20s, his complexion dark but respectful. "Good." Dipping felt relieved upon hearing that all was well. He turned to the young man, inquiring, "What is your name?" "Diku, I'm Li Shuang." The young man's face flushed with joy, and he pointed to a shorter, similarly aged boy beside him. "Captain, this is Wang Fong." "Diku." "Hello," Wang Fong exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. "Excellent, my brothers. You've worked hard on duty." Dipping smiled, acknowledging them. He was impressed with Li Shuang. Not only was he quick-witted, but he also took the initiative to introduce his companion, providing him an opportunity to shine. Such qualities were commendable and worth nurturing. As Dipping ascended the stairs, he was taken aback upon entering the room, finding it crowded with people, all of whom appeared to be wide awake, silently gathered in the hall. The atmosphere was thick with an oppressive silence, as if the very air were laden with an intoxicating stillness. Everyone stared blankly in one direction, except for Wan, who was cradled in Yushuji's arms, peacefully sleeping on the sofa. The room remained enshrouded in silence, so profound that even Di Ping's entrance went unnoticed. As he stepped inside, the others suddenly awoke, springing to their feet, their previously vacant expressions transforming into ones of concern, reproach, surprise, and a palpable sense of relief. Yushujia's gaze was particularly filled with joy and excitement, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, which she bit her lip to suppress. Even Lu Bingyu and Ning Nen wore expressions of worry and delight, while Yi Lu seemed to shy away from his gaze. "Why are you all sitting here? Haven't you slept? Has something happened?" Di Ping asked, bewildered by their demeanor, noting the dark circles under their eyes and their evident fatigue. "Had a crisis occurred? My brother, where have you been? You had us all worried sick." A sudden exclamation erupted as the rotund Qin gang rushed forward, enveloping Di Ping in an exuberant embrace. Caught off guard by the unexpected speed of the hefty man, Di Ping found himself in an uncomfortable position, as he was not fond of being embraced by men, especially one with such a distinct lack of hygiene. The stench that assaulted his senses was reminiscent of a refuse heap, nearly overwhelming him. "Get off, you glutton. I'm not interested." Di Ping twisted away, casting Qin gang aside with a swift kick, sending him crashing onto the sofa. "Di Gu, how heartless. I was merely worried about you all night." Qin gang lamented, sprawled across the sofa, gazing at Di Ping with mock sorrow. "Ugh, don't be disgusting, you fatso," Di Ping retorted, nearly gagging as he shot a glare at Qin gang before walking toward the others amidst their laughter, the light-hearted banter alleviating the previously heavy atmosphere. As Di Ping settled down, they began to converse, and he learned the true extent of the situation. After his departure the previous night, his absence had initially gone unnoticed. But as time passed without his return, concern grew. They scoured the entire building in search of him, but found no trace. With the organization now expanded beyond their original small group, the fear of his disappearance weighed heavily on them. Di Ping was the linchpin of their collective survival. If news of his misfortune spread, it could spell the collapse of their emerging community. Hence, only a few dared to seek him out discreetly, avoiding any unnecessary alarm. As the night wore on and his absence lingered, panic set in among the group. Without Di Ping, they felt utterly lost, uncertain of how long they could endure. Despite their exhaustive search, venturing outside was perilous, rendering their efforts futile. Thus, they congregated, hoping for a miracle, praying for Di Ping's safe return. As dawn approached, despair enveloped the group. Each heart harbored the belief that something must have befallen Di Ping. To their astonishment, he returned gracefully at that very moment, a sight that evoked sheer joy among them, akin to a parched soul in the desert suddenly discovering a refreshing oasis. Gazing into the eager eyes fixed upon him, Di Ping felt an unexpected weight settle in his chest, a moment of realization regarding responsibility. Though he had always wished to protect more people, it was in this instant that the sentiment crystallized. These individuals stood before him, alive and full of hope, each entrusting their aspirations to him. This expectation infused him with both pressure and warmth. "In a moment, I shall take you to behold something remarkable," Di Ping declared, withholding the details of his previous night's endeavors. Initially, he had intended to keep the castle hidden from the public eye, yet the palpable attachment he sensed from the crowd compelled him to reconsider. While not all may have held genuine intentions, the majority sincerely relied on him. Thus, the purpose of concealing the castle seemed diminished, especially as he found himself needing to navigate between two realms, which proved inconvenient. Hence, he resolved to unveil the castle to them. What kind of remarkable thing? At that moment, the portly man once again squeezed through, his expression eager as he looked at Di Ping. "A splendid place for you to bathe. You reek." Di Ping shot a glare at the rotund Qin gang, exasperated. "Oh no, Di Gu, have mercy," the portly man cried, covering his face in despair. "Fat fool, no bath means no food." Yushujia chimed in playfully from the side. "Yes, indeed. No bath, no food." The others echoed with hearty laughter. "Ah, you are all wicked," the portly man lamented, burying his face in his hands. Laughter erupted among the group, for this jolly fellow never failed to bring joy to their hearts. "Prepare breakfast. After we eat, I shall take you there." Di Ping stood and instructed the others, a mysterious smile gracing his features. "I assure you, you will be pleasantly surprised. What could it possibly be? Why the mystery?" As Di Ping retreated into a room, the others began to speculate in the hall. They understood that whatever Di Ping deemed good must indeed be extraordinary. In their eyes, he had become a figure of almost divine capability, someone who could not be trifled with. Having washed up briefly, Di Ping felt weary after a night of labor. The morning dew clung to him, and he longed for a proper bath. No longer concerned about water conservation, he was now aware of the castle's advanced water purification system, ensuring an ample supply of clean water at his disposal, freeing him from previous worries. Volume 2, Apocalypse Sanctuary, Chapter 0034. A new home and a new atmosphere. As Di Ping bathed, he pondered the various skills he had acquired. Skills he had yet to thoroughly explore. The first, detection, was a powerful ability granted by the system. Although he had utilized it sparingly, its practicality was undeniable. It not only allowed him to assess the strength of his opponents, but also to investigate unknown phenomena. Next was flame enhancement, which he had only just begun to comprehend. This skill enabled him to imbue his palms or weapons with fire, amplifying their damage. A most useful ability indeed, perhaps akin to a supernatural power. Turning his attention to the three skills he had acquired from his warrior class, Di Ping recognized that these abilities optimized his combat prowess. Though fundamental, they were indispensable to him, marking a significant shift from relying solely on brute strength. For instance, the strike skill concentrated his force into a swift weapon swing, inflicting damage, an application of strength as technique. The taunt skill, reminiscent of psychic manipulation, provoked his enemies, inciting their wrath. Di Ping remained perplexed by its underlying mechanics. Lastly, the charge skill allowed him to harness his strength for a rapid assault on foes, enabling him to close the distance swiftly while using momentum to inflict damage. While these skills did not exude a sense of cataclysmic power, Di Ping deemed them exceedingly practical, significantly enhancing his capabilities. He felt a stark contrast between his current self and his pre-clash transition self, as if he could now vanquish 10 foes with ease. Having familiarized himself with his skills and finished his bath, Di Ping emerged from the bathroom, searching for clothing. After a lengthy search, he managed to find a suitable outfit. He had never placed much importance on attire, with only a couple of sets for summer. The high wear and tear on his clothing in recent days had left him with little to wear. Thankfully, he found 2 old garments to make do with. Breakfast was modest. Although provisions were relatively abundant, everyone understood that food supplies dwindled over time, and the future of the apocalypse remained uncertain. Consequently, they consciously conserved their rations. That morning, they prepared some steamed buns along with a thin porridge, accompanied by several bags of pickled vegetables. Despite its simplicity, the meal was savored, especially by those whom Di Ping had rescued, who felt particularly fortunate. After breakfast, Di Ping led the residents of his room downstairs, joined by the likes of Fatty, Luo Quan, Cheng Chao, Yu Shujia, and Wan Wan. Li Sheng, still recovering from his injuries, remained behind, while the 3 newly added friends of Yi Lu followed suit. The other 2 women appeared fearful of venturing outside and opted to stay behind to care for Li Sheng. As the group trailed behind Di Ping, they navigated through the community, surrounded by towering trees and waist-high weeds. Their eyes reflected trepidation as they cautiously scanned their surroundings, fearing that monsters might leap from the thickets at any moment. Di Gu, how much further? Fatty, the most timid of the group, asked with a quivering voice, hunched over and casting furtive glances around. Almost there, Di Ping replied, glancing back with a chuckle. What are you afraid of? Only a coward would be scared. Fatty, sensitive to being perceived as weak, straightened up at Di Ping's words, raising his voice. I'm not scared. Keep your voice down. You'll attract the mutated dogs. Cheng Chao admonished from behind Fatty. Oh, Fatty, realizing his volume, quickly covered his mouth with both hands. His eyes wide with fear as he scanned for any signs of danger, letting out a sigh of relief once he saw nothing amiss. The small high-rise was not far from the villa district, merely about 300 meters away. They crossed a small garden area, where the trees had grown to an enormous size, completely obscuring the original pathways. The group had no choice but to wade through the thick underbrush, making their way clumsily. That short distance took them more than 10 minutes to traverse. Upon reaching the castle, Di Ping was struck by its grandeur. a stark contrast to the previous night's obscured view. Bathed in the morning sun, the castle's glass windows sparkled brilliantly, while the high towers cast long shadows upon the ground. The sprawling estate of over 10 acres appeared like a majestic fortress, its towering walls exuding a sense of security. Standing on the bridge, the group gazed in awe at the scene before them. They were familiar with the community and had all visited the largest villa, situated at the heart of the garden. Yet, they were taken aback. It seemed far larger than they remembered. When had it been renovated? A wave of confusion swept over them. None would suspect that the transformation was a manifestation of Ping's system, while many in contemporary society still believed in the supernatural. Such an extraordinary occurrence was beyond their comprehension. Thus, they assumed it to be a renovation by someone else, unaware that it had been conjured into existence. With a creak, the castle doors slowly swung open, startling the group. They exchanged nervous glances as they watched the entrance reveal itself. "Let us go," Ping called out, striding confidently toward the open doors. "Go," the others exclaimed behind him. "It's all right. Come along," he reassured without turning back, gesturing for them to follow. Seeing that Ping showed no signs of hesitation, they exchanged determined looks before hastily pursuing him. "Welcome back, Master." As Ping reached the entrance, the door fully opened, revealing Barton, who stepped forward to greet them with a bow. "Where's Budgie?" Ping inquired, recalling he had instructed Budgie to arrange the castle's defenses before his departure. "Budgie has gone to inspect the security of the territory," Barton replied respectfully as he followed Ping inside. "Come in." Ping beckoned, sensing something amiss when he noticed the others staring at him as if he were a creature from a tale. "Don't worry, this is Barton." Realizing their astonishment at Barton's presence, Ping understood why they might find a Western gentleman in such a peculiar castle to be unsettling. He stepped forward to clarify. "Greetings. I am Barton, the steward of the castle. Welcome to the abode of our master." Barton bowed respectfully, his demeanor reflecting the necessary reverence for Ping's friends. Regardless of their astonishment, once inside the castle, the group was captivated by the beauty that surrounded them. The bright lights, immaculate environment, elegant rooms, splendid bathrooms, and well-equipped training facilities presented an idyllic living situation. All fear dissipated as they ran about, exploring and touching everything with wonder. After all, none of them had ever encountered such marvels. Even Ping had felt a surge of joy upon his first glimpse, akin to an awestruck visitor entering a grand garden for the first time. Ping smiled as he observed the scene before him, watching the group darting about, while the little girl ran energetically in the hall, occasionally curiously touching this and that, as if everything around her was irresistibly fascinating. After an hour of sheer exuberance, the crowd gradually emerged from their frenzied state, gathering in the hall and gazing at Ping with eyes filled with reverence, their hearts stirred with excitement. Not only was Go formidable in combat, but he had also discovered such a splendid place. It was nothing short of miraculous. None could fathom that this wondrous environment was conjured by Ping, nor could they believe it. Naturally, Ping would not divulge this to them. "Go, are we going to live here from now on?" The chubby man inquired with a beaming smile, rubbing his hands together in delight as he turned to Ping. "Indeed, we shall commence our move here today," Ping replied, his eyes sparkling with warmth as he looked at the group. "Yay!" The crowd erupted in joyous cheers, leaping in excitement. "You may choose a room on the second floor," Ping said once the exuberance had subsided. "Brother, may I reside on the third floor?" The chubby man suddenly asked with an ingratiating expression directed at Ping. "What do you think?" Ping replied calmly, his gaze steady upon him. "Ah, who wishes to live on the third floor? Who just declared they wanted to live there? The second floor is splendid. The rooms are quite comfortable. Whoever dares to say the second floor is inadequate, I will confront them." The chubby man lamented dramatically, before adopting a serious demeanor and scolding the others loudly. The crowd looked at him in bewilderment, silently questioning his lack of dignity. Was it not he who had made such declarations? Could one be any more shameless? However, the chubby man had voiced the thoughts lingering in everyone's hearts. Who wouldn't he desire a finer room? Although the second floor was commendable, it could not compare to the luxurious suites of the third floor. "I have my own arrangements for the third floor. You will understand in due time." Ping replied with a gentle smile, sensing the unspoken thoughts of the crowd. He felt it necessary to explain that only those who had achieved a certain level of merit would be eligible to reside in the castle, and the requirements for the third floor were even more stringent. The fact that they were allowed to stay on the second floor was already a privilege, and they would need to strive diligently. It would be quite embarrassing if they were surpassed by newcomers. Digu, what conditions must we meet? Cheng Chao inquired, enviously eyeing the criteria for the third floor. He had once been a CEO, enjoying the best accommodations and cuisine. Those circumstances had changed. He still longed for better living conditions. You are the first group to accompany me, hence I have granted you the benefit of residing on the second floor. In the future, to gain entry into the castle, one must either ascend to the management level or achieve a certain contribution value. We will establish a contribution system. And the third requirement is to unlock one's potential. Ping elaborated, articulating the three conditions he had conceived the previous night. The castle was limited in space. It was impractical for everyone to reside within it. Thus, a hierarchical system was essential. Volume 2, The Apocalypse Sanctuary, Chapter 35. The initial revelation of astonishing evolution potential. What potential? Cheng Chao inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. While the first 2 points were comprehensible, the third, unlocking potential, puzzled him and his companions. None of them had any understanding of what Ping meant by unlocking potential. What exactly is potential? Ping observed the group's curious gazes and smiled slightly. Let me clarify it in another manner. As you are aware, dogs have mutated. Cats have mutated, and even rats have undergone changes. Fierce creatures like tigers and crocodiles have also transformed. In essence, all animals have experienced mutations. He looked at them with an air of calm, pausing momentarily before posing a question shrouded in mystery. As a superior species, do you think humans, beings at the pinnacle of evolution, might also mutate? Have you ever considered this? Though Ping and Apos' words were delivered in a casual tone, they landed like a bomb upon the tranquil surface of a lake, shattering the calm and stirring tumultuous waves within the hearts of his listeners. A palpable fear gripped the group as they exchanged glances, each wearing a mask of trepidation. They had contemplated such questions before, perhaps harboring some suspicions, yet they had never witnessed any mutations in humans and were uncertain of the consequences. Would a mutated person behave as frantically as a rabid dog? Thus, they had subconsciously overlooked the matter, and now, with Ping's sudden revelation, they found themselves caught off guard. Can humans truly mutate? If they do, are they still human? Yushuchia's complexion reflected her anxiety, as if she feared she might soon transform into a crazed mutant, rampaging about. Do I appear abnormal to you? Ping responded with a slight smile, his voice low yet striking enough to cause the others to recoil in apprehension. Their eyes filled with a mix of confusion and fear. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Ping, noticing their overwhelmed expressions, chuckled and waved his hand. In truth, it is not so much a mutation as it is an evolution. One might also refer to it as an awakening. I prefer the term awakening. Each individual possesses unique talents that usually lie dormant, but once awakened, these talents bestow upon us formidable powers. Once the group settled down, Ping shared his theory. He had pondered these questions since inheriting the warrior system, believing he had finally found the answers he had long sought. This phenomenon could be described as a talent evolution, with the system guiding individuals to unlock their innate abilities and learn to harness the power of this evolution. If animals can evolve, then surely humans, as the most intelligent beings, should possess the capacity for evolution as well. However, this process may be more challenging due to humanity's prolonged separation from nature, resulting in a diminished ability to absorb and respond to the energies of the world around them. This could explain the absence of visible evolution among humans thus far. Evolution. The group seemed captivated by Ping and Apos' theory, contemplating it deeply. Yes, evolution, animals evolving, trees evolving, all striving towards higher forms of life. Humans too are evolving, exhibiting greater strength, swifter speed, and enhanced physical resilience. This is the unlocking of potential, manifesting in a variety of extraordinary abilities. Only by unlocking this potential can humanity contend with mutated creatures in this drastically changed world and ensure its survival. Ping succinctly summarized his thoughts, integrating them with the knowledge he had gleaned from the system, uncertain of how his companions would receive this information. Gu, why are there so few cases of human mutation? Xing Chao quickly regained his composure, honing in on the crux of the matter. There are aspects I have yet to fully observe, but I have contemplated it. My analysis suggests two primary reasons. First, humans are no longer mere animals. Having departed from the jungle to lead communal lives and learn to wield tools, we have lost our primal instincts, leading to a gradual degeneration of our physical constitution and diminishing our capacity to absorb energy. Second, as highly intelligent beings, human mutations may be more complex, a subject beyond my comprehension. Ping reflected, acknowledging his own uncertainties regarding this matter. Noticing the expressions of disappointment and fear on their faces, he attempted to lighten the mood with a reassuring smile. There is no need for concern. I believe that, in time, more humans will undergo mutations. We simply have not encountered them yet. Gu, are you an evolved being? Chung Chao's eyes sparkled with intensity. His gaze fixed fervently on Ping as he voiced the question everyone was eager to ask. Indeed, I have evolved and awakened my talents, Ping replied, casting a calm glance over the group, his tone casual as if discussing the most trivial of matters. Ah, is that truly the case? No wonder Gu is so formidable. The group murmured amongst themselves, their voices laced with envy, fear, astonishment, and joy, each harboring their own thoughts. Let us not dwell on this topic any further. Ping interjected, sensing that the discussion had piqued their interest, particularly among the women, whose eager expression stirred a sense of restlessness within him. There's no rush. You will gradually come to understand. Perhaps one among you will soon experience an evolution. And once your talents are awakened, you too will become powerful. With a few claps to regain their attention, Ping announced, today, you may take residence in this castle, and the choice of rooms is entirely yours. But be warned, if you linger too long, others may claim the best ones, and then you shall have no cause to lament. All right, let us race for the rooms. The group, still reeling from the earlier revelations, momentarily set aside their concerns. Excitement surged as they dashed upstairs, eager to claim their spaces, pushing and pulling each other in a frenzy, fearful of being left behind. Ping watched them with a smile as they frolicked and joked. He had no intention of assigning the rooms on the third floor to his companions. He had already devised a plan. The stipulations he had set forth earlier were merely a preliminary framework. The world had irrevocably changed, and the strong would reign supreme. It was only fitting to provide the strong with better living conditions. Ping did not subscribe to the notion of absolute equality. He believed that strength should confer certain privileges, and the pursuit of equality between the strong and the weak was inherently unequal. Volume 2, The Last Sanctuary, Chapter 0036. The busy undertaking of cultivating the estate. After more than an hour, everyone finally selected their rooms, seemingly satisfied as they chatted and laughed while descending the stairs. Fortunately, aside from slight variations in location, the furnishings were identical, leaving little room for contention. Most disputes revolved around minor issues such as sunlight exposure. The second floor offered ample options, and the selection process was smooth, with minimal conflict. Leading a few individuals to the estate, Ping soon noticed the transformations taking place. A plot of land had been cleared in front of the estate, approximately 1 acre in size, where 5 or 6 workers were tilling the soil and planting various seeds. Derlin, the estate manager, was also present, fiddling with a machine of uncertain purpose, while Buji observed the surroundings with cautious vigilance. "Welcome, my lord, to inspect the estate," Derlin exclaimed upon spotting Ping and his group, hastily setting aside his work to greet him with deep respect. "Enough, Derlin. There is no need for such formality," Ping replied, gently lifting Derlin's arm in a friendly manner. Derlin, visibly moved, stammered, "Thank you, my lord. This is simply my duty." "What are you all engaged in?" Ping inquired, aware that he must tread lightly with these system-gifted individuals. Though they appeared like ordinary humans, their inherent respect and humility made him somewhat uncomfortable, especially in a time when addressing someone as my lord seemed out of place. Master, we began clearing this plot with 10 workers early this morning, and now we are planting seeds. Derlin explained, gesturing toward the field. What kind of seeds? What can be planted at this season? Di Ping, being from a rural background, knew that little could be cultivated at this time, prompting his confusion. Derlin produced a small cloth bag from within his clothing, extracting a few seeds and presenting them to Di Ping. These are special seeds from our estate. A type of grain that is unaffected by the seasons. They sprout in 7 days, shoot in another 7, develop in 7 more, and finally ripen in yet another 7. Di Ping's spirits soared upon hearing this, as he eagerly accepted the seeds for inspection. They bore a resemblance to wheat, appearing quite ordinary at first glance. Yet he was astonished by their remarkable growth cycle, 1 month to maturity. If cultivated on a larger scale, food scarcity would no longer be a concern. What is the yield? Are there many seeds? Di Ping suddenly realized that a small yield could pose a problem. Thus he asked urgently, My lord, this acre yields approximately 2,000 pounds. And there is no need to worry about the seeds. We can save some for replanting after harvest. Derlin replied, taking the seeds back and placing them in the small bag once more. Excellent. Truly splendid. Di Ping exclaimed, overjoyed. He had not anticipated the estate system to be so powerful. The issue of food would undoubtedly be the greatest challenge for humanity's survival in the future. And here was a solution presented so effortlessly. How could he not be elated? My lord, Derlin said, observing Di Ping's exuberance, as if he had more to share. Speak freely. Di Ping smiled, encouraging him to continue. The current dilemma is a shortage of manpower. If we had more hands, we could clear additional land. Derlin lamented, glancing at the workers diligently sowing seeds. Di Ping chuckled. Isn't that precisely why I'm here? I came to solve this issue. His intention for the day was indeed to address this matter. After a brief laugh, he beckoned the others who had stood by, their senses dulled by the morning's extraordinary events. The magnificent castle was one marvel. But the emergence of this estate and the sight of several individuals industriously farming were equally astonishing. Had the apocalypse truly passed, allowing humanity to resume a semblance of normalcy? They wandered about curiously, much like a child exploring a grand estate for the first time. Upon seeing Di Ping's gesture, they hurried over. This is Derlin, the manager responsible for this estate. Di Ping introduced, and Derlin stepped forward to greet the group. The others, somewhat accustomed to the surreal events thanks to their earlier encounters with Barton, were not overly surprised and introduced themselves in turn. Di Ping and Apos' thoughts were straightforward. He realized he could recruit workers through the system or from reality. Setting aside the system and Apos' recruitment costs, could he truly sustain these individuals without them contributing? Encouraging self-sufficiency rather than dependency was the optimal path. The expense of supporting idle workers was considerable and detrimental to development. Upon sharing his thoughts with the group, they reacted with enthusiasm, considering it a splendid idea. Those without tasks could work at the estate, receiving food in exchange, while the able-bodied men could form a security team, ensuring the safety of this small base. The division of labor was clearly defined, facilitating the estate and Apos' growth, and the consensus was unanimous. When the group learned of the seeds and Apos' rapid growth cycle and the promise of abundant food, excitement erupted, and many leapt in joy. In this post-apocalyptic world, what could be more vital than safety and sustenance? With this issue addressed, how could they not rejoice? Di Ping had no intention of revealing everything at once. He preferred to unveil the wonders gradually. Revealing too much too soon might frighten them. Thus, he instructed everyone to prepare for the relocation and summoned Buji, who was stationed at a distance to ensure the estate's security, to assist in the introductions and aid in the move. The sight of Buji left the others speechless. The surprises of the day seemed endless. At this point, if Di Ping were to produce a celestial being, they would likely accept it without question, for their leader had transcended their understanding of humanity. Upon hearing of a more secure location with ample food and water, the remaining survivors in the community erupted in joy. After days of struggle in this desolate world, they had come to appreciate the significance of a stable environment. They yearned for a life of freedom, yet found themselves devoid of safety. Only in loss did they recognize the rarity of their former tranquility. Thus, the prospect of such an environment invigorated their spirits. They worked with remarkable speed, and by midday, the relocation was nearly complete, even transporting tons of food with alacrity. When everyone gathered in front of the castle, their reactions mirrored those of the previous group. Shock, disbelief, excitement, and fervor coursed through them. After the astonishment and exhilaration subsided, a sense of fulfillment and pride welled within each individual. To have such a place to call home felt like a divine blessing, prompting some to kneel and fervently offer their gratitude to the heavens. Volume 2, The Last Day Sanctuary, Chapter 0037, Flourishing Hearts and Joyful Spirits After a Morning's Effort. The group finally completed their relocation. The essentials were minimal, with each individual carrying but a single bundle, leaving food as the primary remaining item. With such a number of hands at work, the task was accomplished swiftly. There were in total over 50 people, among whom only 20 were adult men. The rest comprised the elderly, women, and children. Prior to this, the men had been organized into a guard unit by Di Ping, and all members were assigned to the first floor of the castle, with families allocated separate rooms for their accommodation. The older individuals and women were directed to the estate, where they were placed under Derlin's supervision for agricultural production. Upon their arrival at the estate, Derlin trained these individuals in a designated training room, seemingly facilitated by the knowledge transmission system of the estate. Remarkably, they quickly adapted to their new roles, and according to Derlin, within a fortnight, everyone would be proficient. The 5 women rescued from Wang Derlin, Yi Lu and Lu Bingyu, were retained due to Ning Nan's position as a doctor, a necessity for the base. Unfortunately, the other 2 women did not share their fortune. They were initially slated for production roles within the estate, but were ultimately required at the castle to assist with cleanliness and meal preparation for the guard unit, a demand they could easily manage given the current limited personnel. Yu Shujie continued to oversee the dietary needs of Di Ping and his key associates. Di Ping had grown accustomed to her cooking, making it difficult for him to enjoy meals prepared by others. Although Butler Barton had insisted on recruiting several maids to serve Di Ping, he firmly declined, understanding that such actions could foster resentment among the populace. He was not the type to let minor achievements inflate his ego. Standing by the grand floor-to-ceiling window of his chamber, Di Ping gazed out from the lofty tower, which soared at least 30 meters high. From this vantage point, he surveyed the entire area. He observed the guards patrolling the castle walls, while the estate bustled with activity, as workers tended to the fields. In the distance, Buji led the guard unit on patrol, ensuring the safety of those laboring in the fields from any mutated creatures. The entire base was abuzz with individuals engaged in their respective tasks, yet Di Ping could see the joyful expressions on their faces, radiating a sense of safety and prosperity. Witnessing this scene filled Di Ping with warmth, reinforcing the importance of his efforts. Although he was a stranger to these individuals, their collective presence fostered a secure living environment, a source of genuine happiness for him. Wasn't this reason enough to feel pleased? Di Gu, come and have some tea. A soft feminine voice interrupted his reverie, jolting him back to the present. Without needing to turn, he recognized the voice belonged to Yu Shujie, for no one could enter this tower without his permission. This castle, unlike ancient fortresses, resembled a futuristic stronghold, operated by an intelligent electronic control system. The tower's access was strictly regulated. Unauthorized entry was impossible. Di Ping had granted permissions to only a select few he trusted, with the exception of the main office, where access remained restricted. He wished to avoid becoming an aloof figure, disconnected from those around him. Now, standing in his expansive drawing room, Yu Shujie presented Di Ping with a pot of tea. "Thank you, Yujie," he replied with a smile, accepting the tea. The fragrant aroma mingled with her delicate scent, and he realized she must have just bathed, her damp hair cascading over her shoulders. Her fair complexion appeared slightly flushed, as if she had just emerged from the water. She wore a fitted, short gray dress that accentuated her perfect curves, exposing her smooth shoulders. He quickly averted his gaze, only to catch sight of her long, slender legs, partially revealed by her brief attire, causing a rush of warmth to his cheeks. Hastily taking the tea, he seated himself in a rattan chair by the window, attempting to mask his embarrassment while sipping the tea, daring not to look at Yushuji again. Though he was a young and vigorous man, withstanding such temptation was a testament to his remarkable self-control. Yushuji found amusement in Di Ping's flustered demeanor, her own cheeks reddening in response. She had not anticipated that. In a moment of whimsy, she would don such an outfit to bring him tea, an attire she typically reserved for the privacy of her home, away from her husband's gaze. Yet today, after her bath, she had felt an inexplicable urge to wear it and visit Di Ping. Volume 2. The Apocalypse Sanctuary, Chapter 0038. Ensnared by beauty, Yushuji internally chastised herself for her lack of dignity, yet she found herself relishing Di Ping's furtive glances, filled with both curiosity and trepidation. Each time his eyes flitted towards her, he would hastily lower his gaze to sip his tea, seemingly parched. Finishing a cup in mere moments. Drink slowly, it's quite hot. Yushuji chided playfully, her cheeks flushed as she approached him, taking his cup and pouring him another. Yushuji, I'm not thirsty. Di Ping stammered, yet upon receiving the cup, he gulped it down in 2 swift swallows. Yushuji could no longer contain her amusement, stifling a laugh behind her hand, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth, long lashes quivering slightly with her gentle smile. She gazed at Di Ping's flustered demeanor, pondering whether this was truly the unyielding and formidable warrior known for his decisive nature, or merely a bashful boy next door. Her laughter drew Di Ping and Apos' attention once more. He beheld the enchanting Yushuji, inhaling the intoxicating fragrance that enveloped her. Captivated by her alluring curves and the ripe allure reminiscent of a perfectly ripened peach, a string within him seemed to be plucked, causing his breath to quicken. His eyes tinged with red, filled with desire. Yushuji, the intensity in Di Ping and Apos' gaze startled Yushuji, tightening her breath. Though she had intended to tease him, she was unprepared to confront a man and Apos' attention so directly. Despite the turmoil in her marriage and her undeniable attraction to him, she felt ill-equipped to accept such advances. Upon meeting Di Ping's heated gaze, she, as a mature woman, recognized the implications of his reaction. All right, you should rest for a while. I must go tend to Nuan. Yushuji exclaimed in a flurry, hastily fleeing through the door, her movements frantic as if pursued by phantoms. Witnessing her panicked escape and the fear in her eyes jolted Di Ping back to reality. He rushed to the tea table, pouring himself a drink as if quenching an insatiable thirst, then collapsed onto a rattan chair, gazing at the ceiling, breathing heavily. Minutes passed before his breath steadied. Di Ping cursed himself for his lack of composure, reflecting on the near misstep. With his current strength, had he acted upon his impulses, Yushuji would have had no means of resistance. Yet, this was not his intention. He did not wish to be akin to those of ill repute like Wang Delin. Unbeknownst to him, his struggle was not merely a matter of willpower. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had endured immense pressure, living in constant fear, uncertain of his survival, battling solitude and dread. Each harrowing encounter had etched deep scars upon his psyche. Emotions that he usually suppressed would inevitably erupt when pushed to the brink. This was why so many transformed from virtuous individuals into malevolent beings during such times. The accumulation of pent-up emotions could lead to unimaginable actions, revealing an inherent savagery. Earlier, Di Ping had felt the stirrings of losing control. Fortunately, Yushuji's sudden departure removed his target, allowing his formidable willpower to reassert itself, preventing him from making a grievous error. Although he was indeed attracted to Yushuji, who wouldn't he be drawn to a beautiful and gentle woman? He could not bring himself to act upon those desires. After spending half an hour in contemplation, Di Ping finally regained his composure. He sensed something was amiss within himself. So he remained still in the chair, regulating his breathing to calm his mind. Once tranquility settled upon him, he picked up a pack of cigarettes from the side table, extracting one and lighting it with a deep inhalation. The surge of desire he had felt earlier frightened him. He was relieved that he had not lost control, for he could scarcely fathom how to face Yushuji afterward. Being an astute individual, his years of experience had instilled in him the importance of self-reflection. Hence his concern regarding the unsettling shift within him. He had sensed a loss of control over his desires, feeling an impulsive urge to seize Yushu Jie, to possess her beneath him. The mere thought had not repelled him, and had it not been for the last remnants of restraint, his speed would have rendered her escape futile. Finishing his cigarette, Di Ping sighed, still baffled by his own state of mind. Sensing an underlying issue he could not quite articulate. Di go. Just then, the exuberant voice of Fatty echoed outside, followed by the abrupt opening of the door with a forceful bang. What is it, Fatty? Di Ping inquired. Extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray and looking up at the panting figure of Fatty, who had rushed into the room, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Volume 2, Chapter 39, The Grim News Arrives. Di go. Something terrible has happened. The hefty figure burst through the door, his voice laced with urgency. What has transpired? Di Ping, initially dismissive of his friend's exaggerated demeanor, immediately stood up, concern etched on his face at the mention of a grave situation. Di go. There's a distress call coming through the radio. The fat man panted heavily, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Damn it. You call this a big deal? Di Ping nearly kicked him out in frustration, having expected something far more catastrophic, only to learn it was merely a cry for help over the airwaves. This is indeed a serious matter, Di go, the fat man retorted, his face flushed in indignation. Di Ping, adopting a leisurely demeanor, reclined back into his wicker chair. Very well, enlighten me. In this apocalyptic world, there are countless pleas for help. Am I to attend to them all? He sipped his freshly poured tea, observing the increasingly agitated man. Seeing Di Ping sip tea seemed to intensify the fat man and Appo's thirst. He grabbed a cup, filled it from the teapot, and gulped it down before recounting the events in detail. The situation unfolded as follows. Usually, the trio spent their idle hours in the room, tuning into the radio for updates. Today, after a bath, the fat man, feeling bored, decided to check on Li Sheng, who was bedridden due to injuries. Cheng Chao joined them, and the three began a card game. Li Sheng, often idle, had a penchant for turning on the radio, and as they played, the broadcast delivered shocking news that left them momentarily speechless, unsure of how to proceed. They ultimately agreed that this was too significant to ignore and resolved to inform Di Ping. Thus, the fat man, ever impulsive, hurried to seek Di Ping's attention. What exactly did the radio announce? It was the familiar voice of the broadcaster, but this time, instead of regular updates, it relayed a desperate plea for assistance. The radio station operated a mobile unit equipped with a complete communication system, capable of functioning as long as it had fuel. After the main force and Appo's relocation ended in failure, the mobile unit joined a smaller group into an underground base, serving as their conduit to the outside world. Amidst the apocalypse, many communication towers had ceased functioning, and signals had weakened, yet some military or governmental backup communication devices remained operational. This mobile unit could still receive external information, which it disseminated, keeping Di Ping informed of the world beyond. Occasionally, the broadcast detailed the progress of military installations, reports of formidable mutated creatures, or gatherings of thousands of individuals. Recently, however, the tone had shifted. The female announcer's voice trembled, frequently mentioning critical terms like food and supplies. It was not difficult to envision the dire situation in the small base, where the daily consumption of food by such a large group posed a significant challenge, and sourcing provisions had become increasingly problematic. The situation escalated, and today it spiraled out of control. Normally, teams ventured out to forage for food, yielding some success, albeit with the grim reality that some members never returned. Today, however, disaster struck. A foraging party unwittingly attracted a pack of mutated dogs, numbering 50 to 60. Fortunately, they were detected in time, and despite suffering casualties, they managed to block the entrance, preventing the creatures from breaching the base. While they preserved most lives, a new dilemma arose. The mutated dogs refused to leave, seemingly aware of the presence of numerous humans below. Initially, the trio thought the creatures would disperse, yet hours passed with no sign of retreat. The underground market's food supply had already dwindled, and with the search parties unable to venture out, a grim fate loomed: starvation. To contemplate an escape was absurd. Despite being 1,000 strong, none possessed the courage to face the pack of mutated dogs. Although they understood the dire consequences of remaining inside, the fear of being torn apart by the creatures paralyzed them. The leaders of the small base convened and decided to seek assistance from the military, only to be met with disappointment. The military was overwhelmed, grappling with its own challenges, and could not spare forces for their aid. In a desperate bid, they implored the radio to continue broadcasting their plight, hoping someone might respond, though hope was a fleeting notion. If even the strongest military could not lend a hand, who else could? After listening to the fat man's account, Di Ping fell silent, overwhelmed by uncertainty. Despite having gained some strength, he recognized his vulnerability against creatures akin to crocodiles. The distance to the underground base exceeded 10 kilometers, fraught with unknown dangers. The prospect of failing to save others, only to become a victim himself, loomed large. Yet, turning a blind eye to the plight of over 1,000 lives was equally unbearable. He could see the earnest plea in the fat man and Apo's eyes. Denying aid would not only portray him as cold-hearted, but would deeply wound the compassionate soul of his friend. Di Ping had come to regard the fat man as a true brother, and the thought of disappointing him weighed heavily on his heart, leaving him ensnared in a dilemma. At that moment, a knock echoed on the door, jolting Di Ping from his reverie. He gestured for the fat man to answer. Volume 2, Chapter 40, gathering in the tower to discuss rescuing people. As the doors swung open, a throng of individuals streamed into the room. Li Sheng was supported by Qing Chao and Old Luo, followed closely by Yi Lu, Ming Nan, Lu Bingyu, and even the recently fled Yu Shujie, all joining the assembly. Fortunately, Di Ping and Apo's suite was spacious enough to accommodate the multitude without feeling overly cramped. Please have a seat. Di Ping observed the anxious expressions and the complex emotions reflected in the eyes of the gathered crowd. It was evident he understood their purpose for being there. With a sigh, he gestured for everyone to take their places. The antique European-style wooden sofas in the hall provided ample comfort, allowing the group to sit without feeling restricted. Di Ping reclined in his rattan chair, idly twirling a purple clay teacup in his hands, his gaze continuously scanning the faces around him. Once everyone was seated, silence enveloped the room. No one dared to break the stillness. Each person wore a grave expression, their brows furrowed in contemplation. You are all aware of the situation at hand. Please share your thoughts. Di Ping finally broke the silence. For a moment, the group exchanged glances. Their expressions varied and uncertain, seemingly at a loss for words. Eventually, their gazes converged on Di Ping, filled with expectation. No, I cannot endorse a rescue mission. It is far too perilous. Let Di go. What if something goes awry? Suddenly, Yu Shujie stood up, her voice urgent and her face flushed with emotion. A mixture of agitation and anger propelling her words. But what about those people? There are thousands of them at that moment. The stout figure of Fatty sprang to his feet, visibly agitated, his anxious eyes fixed on Di Ping, the intensity of his hope palpable. You foolish Fatty. Do you wish to put Di in harm's way? Yu Shujie retorted fiercely, glaring at him. If anyone should go, let it be someone capable. Why must it be Di risking everything? I didn't mean to. Fatty stammered, his face reddening in distress as he scrambled for an explanation. You didn't mean to? You didn't suggest Di undertake the rescue? Do you have any idea how far that place is and the dangers that lie along the way? Yu Shujie interrupted, her finger pointing accusingly at him. Her voice a rapid-fire barrage. Moreover, there are dozens of mutated dogs gathered there. How can Di possibly face that alone? Are you trying to endanger him? If you're so capable, why don't you go save them? Her words came forth like a machine gun, causing Fatty to retreat, sweat pouring down his forehead. Di Ping found himself momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated Yu Shujie's sudden fierce protectiveness, akin to a mother hen shielding her chicks from a predator. Embarrassed, he rubbed his nose, feeling a warmth swell within him at being cared for so fervently. I didn't mean to. I didn't want to harm Di. Fatty blurted out, his words tumbling over one another, panic evident in his voice. Fatty, please sit down, a weak voice interjected. It was the injured Li Sheng, who admonished Fatty softly. However, speaking seemed to aggravate his wounds, causing him to grimace and draw in a sharp breath. Upon hearing Li Sheng's words, Fatty ceased his defense, casting a glance at the still fuming Yu Shujie and then at the others, suddenly realizing the oddity in their gazes. A dawning understanding washed over him, turning his complexion pale, his eyes pleading as they met Di Ping's. "Di Gu, I Fatty, please take a seat," Di Ping interjected, halting Fatty's next words. In truth, Di Ping recognized that Fatty bore no ill intentions. His impulsive concern stemmed from a place of anxiety, believing that Di Ping's strength could surely save the day without considering the associated risks. Now, confronted with Li Sheng's admonishment and the scrutinizing eyes of the others, Fatty grasped the gravity of his words. Though he was simple-minded, he was not foolish, and he realized he had inadvertently placed Di Ping in a compromising position, pressing him into a perilous role. Hearing Di Ping's words, Fatty's expression softened somewhat, yet he averted his gaze, feeling the weight of guilt settle heavily in his heart. The vibrant, lively spirit he typically exuded was replaced by an unusual silence. "Yujia, you two should take a seat," Di Ping gently consoled Yu Shujia, who still wore a mask of anger, after Fatty complied. Fatty did not intend any harm. He is simply prone to worry. Please do not hold it against him. Yu Shujia, sensing the sudden shift in her demeanor, flushed and hastily settled back into her seat. Her head bowed in shame, avoiding the stares of her companions. She felt exposed, as if all eyes were on her, amplifying her discomfort. After all, she was not Di Ping. Such intensity in her response could not help but raise questions among the group, and the mere thought made her ears burn. While Di Ping found some amusement in Yu Shujia's bashfulness, he was also touched by the care she exhibited. It was a comforting sensation to be valued. "Di Gu, I too oppose the rescue." Cheng Chao's voice, which had been silent until now, suddenly broke through the tension. "Oh, Cheng Gu, please elaborate," Di Ping inquired, maintaining his composure despite his curiosity regarding Cheng Chao's sudden descent. Cheng Chao's demeanor shifted to one of hesitation as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. "Di Gu, we currently stand isolated, with merely a handful of us. Our combat capabilities are woefully inadequate. Without your leadership, our survival would be in jeopardy." After a brief pause, his voice rose. "Thus, we simply lack the strength to attempt a rescue of such magnitude. We are deficient in resources, security, and transportation. How can we save anyone?" Di Ping regarded Cheng Chao with genuine appreciation. He understood that Cheng Chao, a soldier at heart, upheld the duty of safeguarding lives and property, a creed he had carried from his military days. Even though he had left the army, his principles remained steadfast. Yet, deciding against a rescue weighed heavily on him, undoubtedly inciting an internal struggle. Volume 2, Chapter 41, Strategic Planning for the Small Base. I also disagree. Li Xing, half reclining on the sofa, spoke in a somber tone. Unlike the others, Li Sheng was a man of few words, yet his heart burned with passion. Once he had resolved to follow Di Ping, everything pertaining to him became of utmost importance. One could say that Di Ping's interests were synonymous with his own. Thus, it was entirely natural for him to voice his dissent. Li Sheng resembled the knights of ancient Western lore, epitomizing unwavering loyalty and dedication. He would lay down his life for the one he served, a trait that has become increasingly rare in this age where self-interest reigns supreme. In a society that prioritizes wealth above all, those who would sacrifice themselves for a friend are often perceived as foolish. Li Sheng, therefore, is a true rarity in this era. Such individuals typically have few friends, rarely express their emotions, yet when they do, they are willing to face any peril for their chosen few. I too do not support this. Old Luo, the usually taciturn figure, voiced his opinion. He adhered strictly to the principle of equitable exchange. While he was willing to assist others, it had to be without compromising his own safety. This perilous rescue operation clearly contradicted his survival logic, and he was understandably reluctant. It is normal that not everyone can embody selflessness. We also believe it is too dangerous. At that moment, the soft voice of Lu Bingyu chimed in. Di Ping, observing the silent exchange of glances among the three female friends, understood that their sentiments were unanimous. Most were opposed to the rescue, and it seemed likely that the matter would be set aside. In truth, Di Ping himself was not entirely in favor of it. He was not a selfless saint. Had he the capacity to save, he would not have hesitated. However, despite his considerable strength, who could ascertain the number of mutated crocodiles like those in the Emperor Lake. Moreover, his system had only just begun to materialize. Everything was still in its infancy. If he ventured out and encountered trouble, he would not only endanger himself, but also those who depended on him, including his parents. He could not recklessly abandon his life. Ding. System task issued. Rescue mission. Successfully completing the task will reward you with 500 crystal coins and a black gold war dagger. Failure will result in a deduction of 100 crystal coins. Will the host accept? Just as he was about to voice his decision against the rescue, the system's notification interrupted him. For Diping. Despite having awakened his potential and completed his vocational inheritance, he fundamentally remained an ordinary university graduate, having only 2 years of experience. Although he had achieved modest success and demonstrated rapid personal growth, he was still an average person raised in an era of peace. It was impossible for him not to feel apprehensive in the face of unknown dangers. Even though the system had sparked within him a vague ambition to care for the world, that sentiment could only flourish once he had attained sufficient strength. At his current level, it was a challenge just to ensure his own safety. However, the situation had changed. The system had presented a task, and the reward of 500 crystal coins was substantial. He had toiled for days to earn merely 20 coins, not to mention the allure of the war dagger. He had long felt that his current sword was inadequate, so this opportunity was akin to a blessing. Though fraught with danger, the prospect of profit altered the equation. As the great Marx once stated, capital will take risks for a 50 profit. For a 100 profit, it would trample over all laws. Diping felt like a capitalist. For the sake of crystal coins, he was willing to take a risk. He was in dire need of money. The thought of 500 crystal coins made his mouth water, and the prospect of acquiring a black gold dagger was too enticing to resist. Thus, he resolved to accept and complete the task. Having made up his mind, he no longer hesitated. To be indecisive was not his nature. Otherwise, he would not have amassed a fortune of millions in such a short span of 3 years. No need for further debate, Diping declared, drawing the attention of those who had been quietly arguing. He continued, I understand you are all concerned for my well-being and afraid of the danger. His expression darkened momentarily as he reflected, but to turn a blind eye to the plight of over 1,000 lives would be unconscionable. Digo. Several voices exclaimed in astonishment, unable to believe that he would make such a decision, which seemed akin to courting death. Do not rush. Diping raised his hand to silence them. His gaze swept across the room, noting the glimmer of excitement in Cheng Chao's and Yi Lu's eyes, particularly in Cheng Chao, whose eyes sparkled with hope. Old Luo wore a look of surprise, while Li Sheng maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly supportive of whatever decision Diping made. Only Yu Shujia's eyes reflected a mix of anxiety, concern, and a touch of gratitude, a complex array of emotions. Even the usually withdrawn Fatty looked astounded, his eyes shining with surprise and emotion as he absorbed the moment. I will not act recklessly. You need not worry. I merely wish to assess the situation. If I can save them, I will. If not, then it cannot be helped, Diping assured them. But what if the distance is too great? What if danger arises? Yushujia asked nervously, her beautiful eyes fixed on Diping, brimming with concern. Diping smiled reassuringly. Do not fret. I am not so foolish if I cannot win. I can always retreat. Digo, I will accompany you. Cheng Chao suddenly stood, his gaze resolute, as if he were prepared to face any peril alongside Diping. I will go too, Fatty exclaimed, springing to his feet, followed closely by old Luo and Apos. As agreement. Only Li Sheng remained silent, his eyes dimmed. Enough. This is not a banquet. Diping chuckled wryly, waving his hands. I will go alone. Your current abilities would only hinder rather than help. The group understood the truth in his words. Their spirits dampened as they reluctantly settled back down. The 4 women, aware of the men's limitations, resigned themselves to the situation, each finding their own peace. Volume 2, Chapter 42. Busy battling for crystal cores, Diping had already formulated a plan in his mind. He knew that venturing out alone would render him vulnerable, and bringing Buji along would compromise the castle's safety, especially with dozens of people present. Thus, Buji had to remain behind. He resolved to seize the opportunity of the day to hunt monsters, hoping to acquire more crystal cores, and upon his return, Recruit a hero to accompany him on his journey, which would ensure greater security. However, as a few individuals attempted to voice their concerns, Di Ping raised his hand to interrupt them. No more buts. You all stay here and guard our home. Only then can I venture out with peace of mind. It's settled. I will depart tomorrow morning, and once I leave, you shall manage everything here. The group fell silent, and Di Ping assigned tasks. Cheng, you are in charge of the patrol team. After a moment's thought, he added, Buji, I will leave you here. Collaborate with him to swiftly eliminate the mutated beast in the vicinity, ensuring the safety of the estate and Appos, as cultivators. Yes, Di Gil. Cheng Chao stood at attention, proclaiming, I guarantee I will fulfill the task. Di Ping smiled and nodded. Fatty, team up with Lao Luo, gather some manpower, and repair the community walls. Reinforce the areas where mutated beasts can easily breach. All right, don't worry, Di Gil. The two assured him as they stood up. Di Gil. At this moment, Yu Shujia looked anxiously at Di Ping and inquired, What about us? Yes, we are here too. Lu Bingyu and the other women echoed. Of course you all have tasks. Di Ping smiled at the four striking women. His heart stirred slightly, but he quickly composed himself, responding with a gentle smile. You will be responsible for managing the personnel within the castle, as well as the population allocation of the estate. With that, Di Ping's expression turned serious. This matter is of utmost importance. Can you handle it? Humph. The four women looked defiant, with Yu Shujia lifting her chin, asserting, Don't underestimate us. We will ensure we complete the tasks. The other three nodded in agreement. Di Ping observed the four women, laughing heartily. Good. I believe in you. Immediately, however, his demeanor shifted, and the smile vanished as he regarded everyone in the room with a serious gaze. After I leave, you must discuss matters thoroughly among yourselves and avoid any conflicts. Understood? Rest assured, Di Gil. They all replied earnestly, as he watched them file out of his room. Di Ping leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. Observing the group's behavior today, he felt reassured. They seemed to comprehend the gravity of their situation and were not blindly reckless, gradually grasping the survival tactics necessary in this post-apocalyptic world. Of course, apart from Fatty, who appeared somewhat idealistic, he believed this was not necessarily a bad trait and trusted that he would eventually adapt. In a world such as this, it was difficult for those without principles to survive, and he was confident Fatty would come to understand this soon. After resting for a while, Di Ping donned a tracksuit, grasped his sword, and stepped outside without informing anyone. It was just past noon, and he intended to utilize this time to gather more crystal cores and recruit additional heroes, as this was of utmost importance. Moreover, he noticed that the system's warehouse icon had lit up, indicating that the construction of this warehouse was imminent. Though he was uncertain of its purpose, he trusted that the system would provide only the finest quality, but all of this required the expenditure of crystal coins. He swiftly exited the community gate. The trees lining the road had grown taller, and the wild grass was more abundant. The mutated giant snake he had previously hung from a branch was still there, though it had begun to emit a foul odor in the current weather. The sun hung high in the sky, its rays fierce. Although the presence of more foliage mitigated the heat somewhat, the air in the grass was still stifling. After walking a few hundred meters, Di Ping was already drenched in sweat, cursing under his breath as he turned and stepped onto the road from the grass. The road was far less overgrown, and despite the surface being uneven due to the roots of the grand trees, it was still preferable to trudging through the grass, as there was space to breathe and a gentle breeze to be felt. Towering trees lined both sides, their green canopies shielding him from the sun, making the experience far more pleasant. As Di Ping cautiously advanced, he suddenly heard a series of grunting noises not far ahead. Straining to listen, he discerned that it resembled the sound of pigs. Having grown up in the countryside where his family raised pigs, he was quite familiar with the sound. He slowed his pace and moved forward quietly. Navigating around a few abandoned cars, he soon spotted 3 black pigs about 50 meters ahead, foraging under a tree root, seemingly in search of something to eat. Grunting cheerfully, Di Ping gazed at the 3 black pigs, feeling a sense of dread. These mutated black pigs were nearly 1.5 meters tall, with bodies stretching up to 4 meters long. Their long, pointed snouts protruded 2 massive tusks, each about 30 centimeters long, and their bristly fur stood on end like steel needles, sending shivers down his spine. Visually, they bore no resemblance to domestic pigs, but rather appeared to be ferocious wild boars. What alarmed Di Ping even further was the sheer strength of these wild boars. When one of them encountered a parked car obstructing its digging, its tusks effortlessly sent the vehicle flying 5 or 6 meters away. Wild boars are not only powerful, but also remarkably swift, and their vitality is formidable. Once provoked, they would charge at their assailants, leaving the slow to either perish or suffer grievous injuries. Hence, hunting such creatures was generally avoided prior to the apocalypse. Di Ping sensed that these mutated wild boars possessed strength comparable to, if not greater than, his own. Contemplating this, he hesitated, unsure if he should engage them. After all, 3 of them meant 3 crystal cores, but he feared he might not be able to handle them. It was well known that when enraged, wild boars could even take on tigers. Just then, as Di Ping pondered whether to act, he accidentally stepped on a twig, causing it to snap. Though the sound was faint, in the stillness of the road, it resonated clearly, akin to a pin dropping in a silent room. Instantly, the 3 wild boars halted their foraging, raising their heads in unison to stare in his direction. Damn it! Di Ping stood frozen in embarrassment, cursing under his breath. At this point, hiding was futile, as he had already been spotted by the 3 boars. Seemingly enraged by the interruption, the wild boars flared up, their bristled fur standing on end, eyes bloodshot with fury. With a low growl, they charged the ground with their powerful hooves, launching themselves at him like 3 black arrows. The trio of massive wild boars, each nearly his height, charged forward like frenzied bulls, their thunderous gallop shaking the ground with each heavy hoof-fall, creating a whirlwind that swept everything in their path. Realizing the enormity of the threat before him, Di Ping, despite his own strength, dared not confront them head-on. He was still uncertain of his true capabilities, so he opted to evade. With a swift movement, he darted sideways, leaping 4 to 5 meters away and seeking refuge behind a large tree. Boom! A tremendous crash reverberated as a jeep that had been in his previous position was obliterated by the oncoming wild boars, its parts scattering in all directions. The vehicle's S-frame soared high into the air, tumbling and crashing down over 10 meters away, landing heavily against a stout tree trunk. Volume 2, Chapter 43. The initial display of skills. The trio of wild boars exhibited an unwavering confidence in their speed, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Di Ping could easily evade their charge. In their reckless momentum, they collided with a vehicle parked by the roadside. Although the impact sent the car flying, the boars themselves were not without consequence, as they staggered, dazed by the collision. What an opportune moment! Di Ping's heart surged with exhilaration upon witnessing this. The wild boars were merely 5 or 6 meters away, an ideal distance for an attack. He dared not hesitate. If not now, when? With a surge of energy, he activated his charge skill. Power coursed through him, muscles tensed like a drawn bow. With a sudden push against the ground, he propelled himself forward, creating a thunderous sound as stones flew in all directions. In an instant, he transformed from stillness to blinding speed, appearing before the nearest wild boar as if space itself had lost its significance. Di Ping angled his body slightly, driving his elbow and half his torso straight into the boar's chest. A resounding thud echoed, reminiscent of a giant drum being struck. The wild boar let out a horrific scream, akin to being struck by a speeding train, and was hurled a considerable distance, crashing into a nearby tree, which swayed under the force. The boar then slumped to the ground, bleeding profusely, its body convulsing weakly, rendered motionless. Di Ping stood momentarily stunned, astonished by the sheer force of his impact. The perfect amalgamation of speed and strength had yielded such a result. It felt as though all his power had been concentrated in his elbow and side. The only sensation he experienced was a slight numbness, coupled with a surge of vitality. It appeared that such power significantly enhanced his bodily defenses. As Di Ping pondered this, the remaining 2 wild boars, witnessing their comrade's demise in a pool of blood, were consumed by rage. Their eyes glowed with fury as they let out a ferocious howl and charged at Di Ping, intent on exacting vengeance. Having just experienced the extent of his strength, Di Ping realized that these formidable wild boars posed no real threat. fear dissipated, replaced by a fierce spirit of combat. "Come," he bellowed, charging towards the two boars with palpable excitement. The trio moved with astonishing speed towards a collision. Suddenly, Ping leaped into the air, soaring over the heads of the charging boars. His exhilaration did not cloud his judgment. He recalled the danger posed by their formidable tusks and recognized the necessity of avoiding a direct confrontation. The boars, realizing they had missed their target, skidded to a halt, their hooves carving deep grooves into the earth as they prepared to turn back. But Ping had anticipated this. He surged forward before they could regain their footing. With a powerful strike, his muscles rippled with energy as he swung his sword at an unusual angle. The blade sang as it sliced through the air, radiating a crimson glow, seemingly transcending the constraints of space as it struck one boar's neck with a thunderous crack. The blade penetrated flesh with a soft sound, creating a deep gash that laid bare bone, blood erupting like a geyser. The wild boar howled in agony, retreating as its blood spilled onto the ground. Yet the other boar, quick to react, lunged at Ping, its formidable tusks poised to strike. Ping, having honed his combat style through these encounters, executed a precise withdrawal, evading the attack just as the boar and Apos' teeth grazed his clothing. The impact of the boar and Apos' bite reverberated like a thunderclap, a force so immense it could cleave steel. Ping felt a shiver of dread. The injured wild boar, its pain igniting its ferocity, charged at Ping once more. Unprepared and unable to evade, Ping braced himself and swung his sword. The blade collided with the boar's head, but he was taken aback by the toughness of its hide. The sword struck with a resounding thwack, leaving only a white mark, devoid of blood. The tremendous force of the blow caused the boar to recoil, while Ping staggered back, his hand tingling from the reverberation of the impact. Ping had not anticipated the stark contrast in damage between his skillful strike and a regular slash. Earlier, his charged attack had effortlessly inflicted a near foot-long wound on the giant boar, yet now he struggled to breach its defenses. It became evident that the skill was indeed crucial for the optimal application of his strength. As he stumbled back a few paces, another wild boar charged at him, its tusks lowered, ready to attack. Volume 2, Chapter 0044, Battling the Wild Boar. Damn it. Ping cursed under his breath, delivering a powerful kick to the wild boar's head. The impact sent the creature crashing to the ground, jolting his leg and causing a numbing sensation. He quickly propelled himself backward, leaping several meters away to evade the onslaught of the two wild boars. Roaring in fury, the injured boar, having been struck by a sword, staggered back momentarily before shaking its head and charging once more with increased speed. As Ping landed, the beast was upon him. The formidable strength of the wild boar, coupled with its sharp tusks, posed a grave danger. A collision would surely result in severe injury or worse. Ping found himself at a disadvantage, as his sword inflicted only minimal damage, and even his skills were insufficient for a decisive blow. The trusted sword that had accompanied him through many battles felt increasingly ineffective and light in his grasp, preventing him from leveraging his considerable strength. Unlike the mutated dogs, which often exposed their vital points while pouncing, these wild boars attacked relentlessly with their powerful frames, targeting his lower body and making it difficult for him to wield his sword effectively. It was no wonder that in martial tales, such creatures were regarded with disdain. Desperate to avoid another collision, Ping dodged the boar's charge and swiftly leapt onto the roof of a nearby bridge truck. Boom! As he positioned himself atop the truck, the previously grounded boar barreled toward him, crashing into the truck's door with a deafening roar, sending the vehicle flying several meters. Ping had no time to jump down and was thrown from the impact. Thud! He landed heavily against the trunk of a massive sycamore tree, the force knocking the breath from his lungs and nearly provoking a cough of blood. Frustration welled within him. Who would have thought that on his first day of hunting he would encounter 3 wild boars? Their coordination was formidable, leaving him with no chance to react, despite his superior strength. Suddenly, he noticed that the injured boar had been momentarily obstructed by the truck, having been flung several meters away. The other boar, disoriented from the collision, seemed unable to locate Ping at first. However, as it regained its senses, it charged forward once more. This is my chance. Ping's eyes gleamed with determination. Remaining still, He awaited the boar's approach, and just as it neared, he exerted force through his legs. Leaping over 2 meters into the air. Crash! The massive sycamore shook violently as the wild boar slammed into it, its tusks embedding deep into the bark, rendering it momentarily stuck. Elated, Di Ping seized the opportunity he had envisioned, a tactic he had gleaned from a documentary. He remembered that wild boars did not shy away from large trees when charging. He intended to use the tree to incapacitate the beast. With its tusks lodged, he wasted no time and mounted the boar, reversing his sword from a slash to a thrust, driving it downward with force. Flame enhancement. At that moment, he activated his long-dormant skill, feeling a surge of energy emanate from deep within, flowing into his sword. Suddenly, the blade glowed a fiery red, as if engulfed in flames, radiating intense heat that filled the air with a pungent aroma. Thrusting his sword into the boar's back felt as if piercing soft earth, accompanied by the sickening sounds of flesh being seared. The blade sank deep, but shockingly, no blood flowed from the wound. Instead, smoke wafted up, hinting that the blood had been vaporized, leaving behind the tantalizing scent of roasted meat. A chilling scream erupted from the giant boar, reverberating painfully in Di Ping and Apo's ears as it thrashed violently. Perhaps sensing the imminent threat of death, the boar and Apo's strength surged, violently shaking its body in an attempt to dislodge him. Di Ping, however, clung on fiercely, tightening his grip with both legs and hands, refusing to be thrown off. He twisted the sword within the boar, which howled in agony, its cries echoing throughout the forest. The other boar, witnessing the chaos, hesitated, unsure how to assist. Suddenly, the injured boar let out a deafening roar, mustering a final surge of strength to break its tusks in half. It lost all control, bolting away in a frenzied dash. Di Ping, using all his might, kept his grip firm, feeling the strain in his legs but resolutely refusing to let go, continuously twisting the blade within. The wild boar spun erratically, but as it realized Di Ping's determination, it charged forward, its insides ravaged by Di Ping's relentless assault. After racing 100 meters, it collapsed, trembling and whimpering. The last remaining boar, also grievously injured with a long gash bleeding profusely, witnessed its companion's downfall. Instead of retreating, it charged at Di Ping once again. Undeterred, with the weight of the charging boar pressing down on him, Di Ping swiftly kicked it away and drew his sword, locking his gaze on the approaching beast, which resembled a rampaging bull. Come! Di Ping felt the surge of battle within him, a powerful roar escaping his lips as he unleashed his overwhelming strength, causing the surrounding grass to bend beneath the force of his energy. Volume 2, Chapter 0045, The Might of Combination Skills, Flame Enhancement this time. He resolved not to evade but to confront head-on, eager to ascertain the damage inflicted by the combination of slashing and flame enhancement. With a swift flick of his wrist, Di Ping's long sword ignited in a blaze, the flames enveloping the blade as he lunged forward, charging directly at the mutated wild boar. As the man and beast neared, the ferocity of his advance shattered all obstacles in his path. With a fierce shout, Di Ping propelled himself forward, all his strength surging forth. This power, combined with the sword, allowed for an even swifter strike, the blade slicing through the air, trailing a vivid red arc of searing flames. Its sound reminiscent of a piercing whistle that seemed to slice through the very air itself. The sound of steel meeting flesh resonated, accompanied by the sickening crunch of bone, sending shivers down the spine of any who heard it. The wild boar let out a half-hearted roar before its skull was cleaved in twain. The tremendous force not only severing the head but also driving it into the ground, splattering blood across the earth. Di Ping, gripping his sword tightly, gazed at the lifeless form of the boar, blood pooling around it, and let out a long sigh of relief. Suddenly, a notification rang in his ears. Soul energy detected. Acquired 10 points of soul energy. At that moment, the heart of the severed wild boar ceased its rhythmic beating, and a sphere of deep green, akin to a ping-pong ball, ascended from the carcass, transforming into a streak of light that surged into Di Ping's body. The system's voice chimed once more, but this time, Rather than enhancing him, the energy was stored away. Di Ping, unperturbed by the details, noted that the other two injured boars lay on the ground, still alive and yet to yield any soul energy. He felt considerable fatigue from the skirmish, realizing that resting was paramount. He retrieved a crystal core, no larger than a fingernail, from the bisected head of the boar and approached the other two beasts. True to his expectations, their hearts were still beating. Without hesitation, he struck down with his sword once more, claiming 2 additional crystal cores. With each satisfying chime, he garnered another 20 points of energy, bringing his total to 30 points. Though he remained unsure of how to utilize them, he resolved to examine this in a safe location later. Having just endured a fierce battle, the cacophony might attract other mutated creatures, and he knew this was not a place to linger. After quickly gathering his belongings, he hastened away. As he predicted, mere minutes after his departure, a few mutated dogs were drawn to the lingering scent of blood. After traversing approximately another kilometer, Di Ping stumbled upon a parked delivery truck. He slipped into the back of the vehicle, seeking refuge to rest briefly. Though he had sustained minimal injuries, the mental toll and physical exhaustion were considerable. Without a moment of respite, facing danger again would be arduous. He procured a bottle of water from his backpack and took a few sips before reclining in the truck's cargo area. Reflecting on the recent battle, Di Ping recalled his long-standing habit of summarizing his daily gains and losses each night, a practice that had accelerated his growth over the years. He recognized that while his physical strength and speed surpassed those of the wild boars, he had nonetheless found himself in a precarious situation, expending much effort to defeat 3 of them. This was not typical. The potency of the skills he had wielded became evident to him. The application of combination skills had yielded remarkable results. The boar's tough hide, which had previously resisted his strikes, succumbed to the power of his enhanced attack, illustrating how adept skill utilization could amplify combat effectiveness. He acknowledged that although the charge skill was formidable, his execution had faltered. A momentary pause after his initial assault had cost him the advantage, and had he maintained his focus and continued the onslaught, he could have severely injured another boar, leaving him with only one to dispatch easily. It was clear that his experience was still limited, and his reactions lagged. Moreover, his command of strength was insufficient, leading to considerable waste of energy. This period of introspection allowed Di Ping to recognize his shortcomings, gradually enhancing his combat awareness. With every battle experience, he learned and improved, convinced that he would perform significantly better in future encounters. Outside, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid of even the chirping of insects. After half an hour of rest, during which he consumed a couple of ham sticks and a rural-style marinated egg, he felt his stamina replenished. He emerged from the truck and resumed his journey toward the urban area. Tomorrow, he intended to venture to a small gathering point to rescue over 1,000 individuals trapped in an underground mall. To reach this destination, he would need to head toward the city, navigating the outer ring, and then eastward, ensuring he scouted a suitable path for easier travel the following day. Having walked another kilometer without encountering any mutated creatures, an occurrence that could be deemed fortunate or unfortunate, Di Ping felt increasingly agitated. It was as if he were the sole inhabitant of this dense, wild landscape. The sun had begun its descent in the west, and glancing at the time, he noted it was nearing 4 o'clock. Contemplating his next move, he decided it was wise to turn back. He had already covered 3 to 4 kilometers, and should he continue, darkness would soon fall, ushering in a night that belonged to the beasts. Though he had trained as a professional warrior, he was not invincible and needed to exercise caution. Volume 2, Chapter 46. The poor must have their own strategies. Half an hour later, the cautious Di Ping arrived once more at the site where he had battled the wild boars. He dared not hasten his pace, for who could tell what formidable beasts lurked within the dense forest. He remained on high alert, yet this vigilance drained his mental energy and squandered precious time. Hastening was not an option. At the scene of the skirmish, only bloodstains remained, and the 3 wild boars had seemingly vanished. However, traces of blood on the ground suggested that their carcasses had been dragged away by some creature. The area had been thoroughly cleaned, leaving not even a fragment of flesh behind, and the scavenging animals had long since disappeared without a trace. Di Ping felt a chill creep over him. The three massive wild boars, akin to towering steeds, had been entirely consumed in a little over an hour, if it were not for some colossal beast that devoured them. Then a horde of mutated creatures must have been responsible, gazing into the boundless, shadowy forest, which seemed to harbor endless terrors. He dared not linger longer and quickly made his way toward the residential area. With careful steps, he was relieved to find the way tranquil. Upon entering the community, he encountered no mutated animals. It appeared they had all hidden away. The large serpent still dangled from a tree branch, untouched by any creature. Perhaps due to its elevated position, Ping mused. As the castle reappeared before him, an unexpected feeling of home enveloped him, dispelling the intense fear from the outside world. A sense of warmth washed over him as he observed the villagers still tending to their fields and the vigilant guards patrolling the walls. In that moment, his heart found an unparalleled tranquility. Digo. Upon his emergence onto the small bridge, the watchful guards atop the wall recognized him, and the gates slowly creaked open. Two guards approached, their faces alight with joy. "Is everything all right?" Ping nodded in acknowledgement. Sensing from their expressions that no calamity had befallen them, he merely sought reassurance. "Everything is normal." "Good. Brothers, thank you for your diligence. Remain vigilant." Ping smiled and nodded, his eyes reflecting genuine concern. "It's no trouble at all, Digo. Rest assured, we will keep our eyes peeled to ensure everything remains in order." The two guards pledged with enthusiasm. "Welcome back, Master." At that moment, Barton was already awaiting him at the castle entrance, ever humble and courteous. "Barton, have all the people settled in?" Ping asked with a slight smile as he walked inside. "All has been arranged. However, the maidservants for your service have yet to be determined," Barton replied, bowing as he followed Ping, then abruptly shifted the conversation back to the matter of the maidservants. "Let us not concern ourselves with that for now. We can discuss it later," Ping interjected, feeling somewhat exasperated. This was not the era of wealthy landowners with maidservants at their beck and call, desiring such luxuries now, when safety was still uncertain, seemed perilously foolish. Barton, sensing Ping's displeasure, refrained from further discussion on the topic, silently following him until they reached the Lord's tower. He assisted Ping into the bathroom, preparing garments for him before excusing himself to attend to other matters. Though the grand castle housed few inhabitants, there was no shortage of tasks. Reclining in the warm waters of the pool, Ping felt every pore of his body relax, as if all his weariness were gently washed away by the soothing currents. He marveled at the system's provision of such comfort. It was truly a delightful indulgence, and he could easily lose himself in it. "The system has converted all crystal cores into crystal coins." Ping reminded himself of his mission that day, to gather crystal cores for recruiting heroes. He did not wish to venture out alone again. The silence of the world was overwhelming, devoid of even the chirping of insects. Had they all perished? He cursed under his breath. Ding! 3 crystal cores have been exchanged, yielding for crystal coins. Ping exhaled deeply, relief washing over him. He had been extremely anxious, fearing the energy from the 3 crystal cores would fall short. If he could only exchange them for 3 coins, combined with the one he had left, it would barely suffice to recruit a D-rank hero. Thankfully, he had not been disappointed. He had secured 4 coins, bringing his total to 5. Ample for recruiting a D-rank potential hero. In truth, he did not shy away from recruiting higher-ranked heroes. It was simply a matter of lacking sufficient crystal coins. Moreover, he felt he might be falling into a misconception about the game. In the realm of games, D-rank heroes were often seen as the least desirable, hardly sought after by players. Yet, it was essential to remember that this was reality, where unlocking potential was exceedingly rare and most individuals remained ordinary. A D-rank potential hero should not be underestimated. Today, Ping held on to this thought, realizing that at the heart of it lay his financial constraints. If not for his lack of funds, he would certainly consider higher-tier heroes, ideally those of B rank or above. The poor must employ their own strategies, he reflected, meticulously calculating his options. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him. He felt an overwhelming urge to experiment, to discern the correctness of his thoughts. After all, he possessed 10 hero slots, yet only one was currently filled. Wasting the opportunity seemed unremarkable. Volume 2, Chapter 0047. Recruiting the enchanting sorceress. Having amassed a considerable amount of crystal coins, Ping once again activated the system, and a virtual interface materialized before him. Each time he accessed the system, he experienced an ethereal sensation akin to a dream, reminiscent of Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly, uncertain of who dreams of whom. However, this was not the moment for such musings. He suppressed his distracting thoughts and directly navigated to the tavern's recruitment interface, subsequently entering the hero recruitment section. The interface shimmered momentarily, revealing 3 heroes. Yet fortune did not always smile upon him, as all 3 heroes presented themselves with D-grade potential. With only 5 crystal coins at his disposal, Ping found himself unable to refresh the options, but fortuitously, he intended to recruit a D-grade hero to validate his conjecture. The first hero was an archer, whom he dismissed immediately. Why, you may ask? Because these heroes came unarmed, devoid of any weaponry. Where would he procure a shooting weapon for them? The second was yet another barbarian. Ping had already recruited one named Buji, rendering this choice redundant. The third hero was a sorceress, and notably, a female sorceress. This aligned quite well with Ping's intentions. As a warrior, having a ranged combat profession to complement his skills would indeed be advantageous. Thus, he made his decision. He promptly selected the sorceress and confirmed the recruitment. Previously, he had heard the tavern's manager, Wuan, mention that recruitment could be conducted directly via the system, without the necessity of visiting the tavern's 3rd floor. As long as the system confirmed the action, the recruitment tower on the 3rd floor would automatically activate and fulfill the recruitment task. Consequently, Ping completed this recruitment while lounging in the bath. A surge of red light enveloped the female sorceress, and in an instant, she vanished from the interface. Simultaneously, the recruitment tower on the tavern's 3rd floor blazed to life, its pillars adorned with intricate, shimmering runes pulsating with energy. The pillars radiated brilliance, illuminating the entire 3rd floor, as 3 prisms slowly opened, expanding wider. Within, energy swirled, coalescing into a misty cloud, crackling with electric sparks reminiscent of countless serpents of lightning. The mist thickened and expanded, ultimately enveloping the 3 prisms. After a minute, a faint rumble echoed from within the dense fog, which suddenly accelerated in size, only to retract sharply, condensing into a humanoid light form. As the mist gradually dissipated, dimming light revealed a tall figure cloaked in black, their face obscured by shadows. After a brief pause, this figure stepped forward, while Wuan, the tavern manager, had already awaited them in the 3rd floor hall. At that moment, Ping was oblivious to these developments. He witnessed the image of the female sorceress vanish from the recruitment interface. And beneath the barbarian Buji's listing in the tavern's hero section, another hero emerged, Gina, the female sorceress, at level 1, 1st tier, with all weapon slots empty. Confirming that the recruitment had indeed succeeded, he summoned Barton to bring Gina to him. Though the castle bore an ancient architectural style, it possessed a fully functional artificial intelligence system akin to a sci-fi film. Ping merely spoke into the air, instructing Barton to fetch the new recruit from the tavern, and the castle's intelligence system relayed the message to Barton. Initially, Ping found this technology somewhat disconcerting, but after several explanations from Barton, he recognized its convenience. In such a vast castle, locating someone without this intelligence system would prove to be quite tedious. After completing his bath and dressing, Ping entered the living room, where Barton awaited him, accompanied by the cloaked sorceress. The sorceress had removed her hood, allowing cascading golden locks to fall freely over her shoulders. Her skin was porcelain-like, and her deep blue eyes sparkled like the vast cosmos, exuding an alluring depth that seemed to draw one's very soul. Her long, curled eyelashes framed her enchanting gaze, while her delicate brows arched gracefully. A regal nose, sculpted with precision, complemented her full, inviting lips, which bore a subtle, perpetual smile. Her elongated face, shaped like a slender oval, showcased prominent cheekbones, rendering her strikingly beautiful with an almost otherworldly charm, though her figure was concealed beneath the voluminous robe. The hints of her curves suggested an exquisite physique, far removed from the frail, cold image often associated with sorceresses. Instead, she radiated an undeniable aura of vitality. "Master, Gina is at your service." The sorceress, Gina, gazed at Di Ping for a brief moment before her demeanor shifted dramatically. Instantly, respect filled her eyes, and, in a flurry of concern, she knelt before him, raising her right hand to her elevated chest in a gesture of reverence. "Haha, please rise," Di Ping responded joyfully, moving forward to assist the kneeling Gina, welcoming her warmly. "Gina, I extend my heartfelt greetings to you." Though initially taken aback by Gina's beauty, he quickly regained his composure, refusing to let her appearance fluster him. It would be quite embarrassing to lose one's poise due to the looks of a subordinate. While he acknowledged the respect his heroes held for him, maintaining a certain decorum was essential. However, the moment his hand made contact with Gina's arm, even through the fabric, he felt a heartbeat quicken within him, overwhelmed by her softness and warmth. A subtle, intoxicating fragrance wafted into his senses, igniting a fervor within him. Although he had experienced romance before, it was during his university days, characterized by innocent embraces and fleeting kisses with Su Xiao. Now, he found himself a novice in matters of desire. Su Xiao, while captivating, embodied a youthful beauty that paled in comparison to Gina's alluring, mature femininity. Gina exuded a captivating charm that, combined with her delicate fragrance, stirred a passionate fire within him. Volume 2, Chapter 0048. Inner Turmoil and Hidden Worries. Di Ping sensed that he had recently encountered a troubling issue. He found it increasingly difficult to suppress the desires that stirred within him, akin to a youth suddenly awakening to the intricacies of love and attraction, becoming impulsively driven. Such was his state now. Even the slightest external stimulus could ignite an uncontrollable urge. Gina, who was being assisted by Di Ping, felt her cheeks flush as she sweetly expressed her gratitude. "Master." Her voice was both melodious and gentle, resonating deeply within his heart. It seemed as though her words bore an enchanting charm, awakening a dormant demon within Di Ping. His heart raced, blood surged to his head, and he felt a dizzying sensation, causing him to inadvertently tighten his grip. "Master, it hurts," Gina cried out timidly, her arm throbbing from Di Ping's unexpectedly firm grasp. Her soft, plaintive whimper ignited a fervor within him, akin to a spark igniting dry tinder. Di Ping and Apos' breathing grew coarse and labored, akin to a bull in heat, his eyes burning with desire as they fixated on Gina. Realizing Di Ping and Apos' unusual demeanor, Gina's gaze met his, and she recoiled in fear, akin to a startled rabbit. Her startled exclamation struck Di Ping like a clap of thunder, jolting him back to reality. Upon seeing Gina, who resembled a frightened bird, his heart sank, a wave of panic swept through him, and beads of sweat cascaded down his brow. "Cough, cough. Barton, please bring Miss Gina some tea," Di Ping stammered, awkwardly releasing Gina's arm and retreating several steps, clearing his throat in an attempt to mask his embarrassment while beckoning Barton to serve tea to alleviate the awkwardness. "Yes, master." Barton, who had been silently standing by like a statue, remained unfazed by Di Ping's earlier actions. Upon receiving the command, he promptly stepped out. Di Ping was beset by a whirlwind of doubts. How had he suddenly become so overwhelmed with desire? Though Gina was undeniably beautiful, she had not reached the point where she could provoke such instincts within him upon their first meeting. He pondered whether fatigue from recent endeavors had clouded his judgment. With Gina present, he refrained from overthinking, shaking his head to ease the headache forming. "Gina, I apologize for my earlier behavior," he said earnestly, observing the flustered Gina, who stood uncertainly before him. Di Ping was not one to succumb to baser instincts. After all, he had dedicated years to his ambitions, maintaining his integrity all the while. Thus, upon regaining his composure, he recognized the potential harm his desires could inflict on Gina and genuinely expressed his remorse. Although Gina and the others were summoned by the system and showed him great respect, he had never regarded them merely as servants. Instead, he perceived them as individuals with genuine emotions, deserving of compassion and camaraderie. Gina, taken aback by Di Ping's apology, hastily waved her hands. "Master, Please do not apologize to Gina. Her face flushed. She timidly added, it was Gina who overstepped. Whatever Master desires, Gina will obey without question. The suddenness of the situation had startled her. Despite being system recruited, she was a living, breathing human being with her own emotions. The intense desire she sensed from Di Ping had frightened her, prompting her startled cry. Now, standing there in trepidation, she dared not raise her gaze, fearing that her earlier reaction might have displeased him and provoked his ire. Hearing Di Ping's sincere apology touched her heart immensely. In their world, masters wielded the power of life and death over their servants, and dissatisfaction could lead to dire consequences, including execution. The notion that Di Ping was so compassionate and understanding filled her with gratitude. She felt fortunate to have followed such a benevolent master. Gina, please have some tea, Di Ping said, feeling a surge of warmth at her earnestness, but his heart raced once more at her candidness, igniting an internal struggle. He chastised himself for his lewd thoughts, realizing how inappropriate it was to harbor such desires so soon after their meeting. Just then, Barton returned with a tea tray, providing Di Ping with a much-needed distraction as he urged Gina to enjoy her tea. Thank you, Master. Gina, feeling a blush rise at her earlier boldness, accepted the tea with a slight flush creeping up her ears. Still quite young and innocent, she had acted out of loyalty, but now, reflecting on her actions, she found herself blushing profusely. Di Ping gazed at Gina, his heart filled with myriad thoughts. The heroes summoned were unlike any mere automatons or clones. They possessed fully realized personalities, imbued with the depth of human emotion. Gina, where do you hail from? He inquired, settling into his chair, savoring the aroma of the tea as he sought to calm his racing heart. Master, I am from Kalen City on Sod Star, summoned by your call to become your follower. Gina answered promptly, placing her teacup down at Di Ping's question. Where is Sod Star? Di Ping asked, intrigued by the mention of another celestial body. Earthlings had long considered themselves the sole inhabitants of the universe. The existence of another planet with humanity was a revelation. Yet he was left wondering about the whereabouts of Sod Star. I do not know, Gina replied, shaking her head in bewilderment, disappointing Di Ping with her uncertainty. Then do you know how you arrived here? Di Ping pressed on, unwilling to give up just yet, hoping she might have insights regarding her journey despite her ignorance of Sod Star's location. Volume 2, Chapter 49. Astonishing news of visitors from beyond. I was summoned by my master, and after consenting to the contract, I fainted when I regained consciousness. I found myself here, with no recollection of how I arrived. To Di Ping's disappointment, Gina also shook her head in confusion, seemingly unaware of her journey to this place. However, at that moment, it appeared that Gina suddenly recalled something and changed her tone. What is it? Di Ping asked eagerly, hoping she had remembered something significant. While I was unconscious, I seemed to have learned a great deal about the language of this place, as well as various skills that I had not yet acquired at the academy. Gina initially appeared to be lost in thought, but then her excitement surged. Di Ping smacked his forehead in frustration. It seemed impossible to extract much information from Gina. Yet, one thing was evident. These individuals were indeed living, breathing humans, albeit from a different planet. He wondered how the system managed to transport these people to Earth and recruit them as heroes, but he deemed it unnecessary to ponder further, as long as they could assist him. Through their subsequent conversations, Di Ping learned about the planet Sod. Much like Earth, it possessed technology. Cars and trains traversed the ground, while planes and satellites soared through the skies. In fact, its technological advancements appeared to surpass those of Earth considerably, having already begun preliminary development of near-Earth planets. Di Ping believed that Earth would catch up in a few decades, making the gap not overly distant. The sole distinction was that this planet also embraced magic and martial arts, which had become an indispensable part of life. The Academy of Magic and Martial Arts resembled ordinary schools on Earth, with cultural subjects taking a back seat to the primary focus on various forms of magic and martial arts instruction. Subjects pertaining to culture were relegated to secondary status. Furthermore, advanced mages and martial artists possessed powers that allowed them to traverse the skies and the earth, rendering technology a mere auxiliary means. While the continuous development of human potential was the ultimate aspiration for everyone. On this planet, mages and martial artists held esteemed positions, regarded as superior beings, with the highest authority wielded by these individuals. Everyone aspired to become a great mage or martial artist, and Gina had fortuitously unlocked her potential, earning the respect of those around her. Once an orphan, she had been recognized for her D-class mage potential and subsequently enrolled in a prestigious academy to study magic. Although D-class was not particularly high, it was certainly remarkable, as unlocking potential was notoriously difficult. 1 in 10,000 might achieve it. Thus, it was no surprise that she became an object of envy. Having just completed her first year at the academy, Gina had only mastered the most fundamental aspects of magic, such as the basic meditation technique and the foundational skill, fireball. Eager to test her abilities, she ventured into the mountains to hunt magical beasts with a group of inexperienced peers. They unwittingly delved into a territory rife with mutated creatures, facing peril from advanced beasts. While some perished and others fled, Gina was fortunate enough to find refuge in a cave. However, she became lost in the vast mountains, surrounded by formidable mutated beasts. And without rescue, her demise seemed imminent. It was then that a voice whispered to her, promising survival and the opportunity to attain higher knowledge by becoming a follower of a powerful individual. Overjoyed, she realized that in this world, being a follower of a strong figure was not a source of shame, but rather a matter of pride, as many profound teachings were unattainable in the academy. The best meditation techniques and formidable skills were typically held by influential families, and ordinary individuals had little chance of accessing such knowledge. Thus, the chance to become a follower of a powerful family was an opportunity she could not pass up. Delighted, she agreed, but shortly thereafter, she fell into a deep slumber, awakening to find herself in this new place, having indeed acquired some skills and knowledge previously unknown to her. Unbeknownst to her, the system had infused her with knowledge during her slumber while subtly instilling an unwavering loyalty to Ping. In her world, becoming a follower of another meant a lifetime of allegiance, with betrayal resulting in dire consequences. The follower contract bore a soul mark to prevent treachery, and the system's imposition was even more tyrannical. Defiance would only lead to death. From their conversation, Ping learned that Gina was merely 19, akin to many young women just beginning their university journey on Earth. However, upon hearing her age, Ping could not help but roll his eyes, thinking that her development seemed unusually early. Observing Gina's figure, with her slender legs and mature, alluring visage, he mused that she hardly resembled a typical 19-year-old, leading him to conclude that women on Sod matured more swiftly. After nearly 2 hours of conversation, Ping instructed Barton to arrange for Gina's accommodation on the 3rd floor. Currently, the 3rd floor housed only one resident, the newly arrived mage Gina, and the barbarian Buggy. Ping decided to reserve the 3rd floor for professionals or senior management of the base. As the base was still understaffed and roles were not clearly defined, he allowed Li Sheng and several of his earliest followers to reside on the 2nd floor. Once responsibilities were established, the 3rd floor would be opened up, serving as a form of benefit for his loyal followers. Volume 2, Chapter 50. The Enchantress provokes unease as the clock approached 7. Wisps of smoke began to rise from the manor, visible through the glass window. Workers in the fields started to gather their tools and head towards the estate, while outside, 2 acres of land had been transformed into cultivated fields. The rich yellow-black soil turned into neat, straight furrows. For those from rural backgrounds, no matter how long they had lived in cities, the affection for the land seemed innate. Each furrow represented the hope for tomorrow's harvest. Ping, a child of the countryside, harbored a special fondness for the earth. Observing the newly cultivated plots stirred memories of his youth spent toiling at home. Though exhausting, those labors brought a profound sense of satisfaction, especially when he witnessed the joy radiating from his father's face as he tended to the crops, as if they were not merely grains, but golden treasures. It was only in adulthood that Ping understood that these crops symbolized not just sustenance, but the hopes of an entire family. At this moment, gazing at the fields, A familiar feeling of hope and contentment welled within him. After years of relentless pursuit for wealth, he had come to realize that such a chase had not brought him happiness, but rather exhaustion. In this fleeting moment of respite, he recognized the simplicity of existence. That true joy stemmed from hope and fulfillment. Contemplating this, he felt an even stronger longing for his parents, a fervent desire to return and rescue them from afar. He yearned to embark on his journey immediately, yet he understood that was not feasible. He was aware that his current abilities were insufficient to traverse the distance and save his parents. Such an endeavor could endanger not only them, but himself as well. Thus, he resolved to accelerate the development of his abilities, believing that the realization of his goals was imminent. "Mom and Dad, please wait for me. I shall return swiftly." Deeping murmured softly, clenching his fists in a silent vow to hasten his progress. Time was of the essence. Over a week had passed since the apocalypse began, and survival conditions were undoubtedly becoming more arduous. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted his reverie. "Come in," Deeping replied, his gaze still fixed on the setting sun. "Gu, dinner is ready." The door creaked open, revealing a soft, melodious voice. Deeping did not need to turn around to know who it was. Indeed, it was Lu Bingyu, a woman whose name starkly contrasted with her demeanor. "Oh, it's you." Deeping finally shifted his gaze, turning to smile at the delicate and beautiful Lu Bingyu. "Who did you think it was? Sister Yu?" Lu Bingyu and Appo's tone carried a hint of disappointment, almost sulking, yet her cheeks flushed red, betraying a hint of jealousy. "Ha! The stunning Lu Bingyu has come to invite me for dinner? How could I not be surprised?" Deeping found amusement in her bashful demeanor. His earlier contemplations had lightened his heart, and seeing Lu Bingyu flustered made him want to tease her. "Gu, are you trying to make me happy?" Though shy, Lu Bingyu looked up at Deeping with wide, expectant eyes, her gaze sparkling with hope, causing his heart to race. "Ahem. Of course." Deeping coughed to mask his embarrassment, quickly nodding. "Then let us dine." With that, Deeping hurriedly exited the room, avoiding any further glance at Lu Bingyu. Watching him rush out, Lu Bingyu stifled a smile, her eyes gleaming with mischief. She had intended to tease him, but found his innocence endearing. He resembled a pure-hearted young man, his cheeks flushed from her playful banter. Yet, her interest piqued. This mysterious individual intrigued her. Oblivious to her thoughts, Deeping walked ahead, viewing the world through his own lens. He could not fathom how someone like Lu Bingyu, born of a prominent family, could exhibit such simplicity. Having grown up in such an esteemed household, she must have learned the intricacies of high society. He never considered that she was merely toying with him for amusement. Upon arriving at the exclusive dining room on the second floor, Deeping found his friends had already gathered. The second floor featured 3 dining areas, 1 large and 2 smaller ones. The most upscale of the smaller rooms resembled an elegant hotel suite, divided into several private sections. Currently, only a handful of them occupied the largest room, including the stout Li Sheng, Lao Luo, Lu Bingyu, Ning Nan, Yi Lu, Yu Shujia, and Nan Nan, creating an atmosphere of spaciousness. Deeping had instructed the system to summon Barton along with Bujia and Gina, introducing them to the group. The revelation that these two, a burly man and a beautiful woman, shared the same potential as Deeping astonished everyone. Curiosity surrounded the newcomers and the enigmatic castle. Yet they were aware that Deeping preferred to keep certain matters private, leading them to refrain from probing further. The meal was modest, a deliberate choice by Deeping. As food was scarce, the newly cultivated fields would not yield crops immediately. Everyone seemed lost in thought, eating in silence. After the meal, Deeping offered only a few brief instructions before allowing everyone to return to their quarters, as he intended to depart early the next morning and needed rest. Thus, the group remained quiet, each lost in their own reflections. Volume 2, Chapter 51, Upgrading and Enhancing Strength. Deeping returned to his chamber and retrieved the city map that Chung Chao had provided him. He meticulously studied the routes and marked one with a pen, believing it to be the most favorable path, primarily along the main roads, many of which were quite broad. He recalled that the trees lining the roadside were either small or had mutated to a size that was not as formidable as those robust trees at the entrance of the community, which had grown even sturdier after the cataclysm. Consequently, the damage to the roads should be less severe, making traversal easier. Having determined his route, Diping performed a quick wash and lay down on his bed. As he idly flipped through the pages of a book, he suddenly remembered that he had killed 3 wild boars that day and accumulated energy points. However, he had not yet enhanced himself. It seemed he had gathered enough energy, but he was uncertain how to utilize it. In the game, energy points were collected within the tavern system. He wondered if the same applied here and how he might employ them. He pondered the system, and the interface materialized before him. Upon accessing the tavern, he noted that the displayed soul energy was 30. Inside the tavern frame were 2 heroes, the barbarian Buji and the mage Gina. Clicking on their icons revealed information akin to that in the game, detailing their level, profession, skills, and an empty equipment slot. At the bottom were 2 options to unlock or upgrade. Buji required 15 points of soul energy to advance to the next level, while Gina astonishingly needed only 10 points. The disparity in their upgrade requirements intrigued Diping. Buji was a C-level potential hero, whereas Gina was rated D-level. The differing potentials explained the variance in their energy needs for leveling up. Diping realized that with only 30 points of energy, he could elevate Gina to the 3rd level. He wondered how much energy he would require for his own B-level potential. After further investigation of the tavern, he found no indication of where he could upgrade himself, nor did he know the energy points needed for his enhancement, leaving him with no choice but to reluctantly close the tavern interface. As he prepared to exit the system, he noticed a new element on the interface that he had previously overlooked. In the top left corner, an icon of his own visage had appeared, an addition he had failed to notice until now. He quickly clicked on the icon, and information about himself appeared. Castle host, Diping, profession, warrior, level, 1st level. Current holdings, castle, manor, tavern, heroes recruited. 2 at the bottom of this information was indeed an upgrade button. Elated, Diping clicked to investigate, revealing that to ascend to the next level, he required 20 points of soul energy. His assumption had proven correct. The energy needed for upgrades varied according to potential levels, with his requirement being double that of a D-level hero. He found himself musing over how much energy would be necessary for an SS level upgrade. With 30 points at his disposal, he was poised to level up. Since he was set to embark on a mission to save others, greater strength was imperative. Resolutely, Diping decided to proceed with the upgrade, and as he clicked the button, he felt no immediate change in his body, as if nothing had occurred. Just as disappointment began to creep in, a sudden warmth surged within him, an energy rising from deep inside, causing his blood to boil as if an ocean of tumultuous waves coursed through him. The rhythmic pounding of his heart echoed like a war drum, and the blood, infused with potent energy, surged through his veins. At that moment, Diping felt as though he had transformed into a searing lobster, his skin flushed and burning, as if the boiling blood would burst forth at any moment. Intense pain crashed over him like relentless waves, overwhelming him with agony that rendered him breathless. His bones creaked, and his flesh felt as though it were being scorched by flames. Diping curled up on the bed, beads of sweat cascading from him. He howled in anguish, gripping the sheets tightly, his jaw clenched and teeth grinding, every second stretching into an eternity of suffering. Yet, just as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, the tumultuous blood within him began to settle, and the pain gradually subsided, replaced by a soothing warmth that flowed through him like a gentle breeze on a spring day. It was as if a tender hand had caressed him, bringing comfort to his very core. The once taut and aching veins now felt pleasantly tingly, while his bones resonated with a satisfying hum under the influence of the warm energy, as if new flesh were forming. This soothing warmth persisted for nearly a minute before it slowly dissipated, leaving no trace behind, as if it had never been there. However, Diping sensed a renewed strength coursing through him, his physical resilience markedly enhanced. Upon the energy's complete withdrawal, he carefully assessed the enhancement from his level up and estimated it to be approximately 200 pounds, a meager addition compared to his current strength of 4,000 pounds. Yet, he reminded himself that each level up would yield such an increment. In the game, ascending from the 1st to the 10th level amounted to an increase of 2,000 pounds, culminating in a formidable 1-ton strength, a remarkable feat indeed. Upon checking his information, he confirmed that his level had indeed risen to the second tier, while the soul energy in the tavern had dwindled to 10 points. Ping sighed, recognizing that the path to further upgrades would be long and arduous. Afterward, he noticed that his body was drenched in a sticky, dark substance that emitted a pungent odor. Feeling the need to cleanse himself, he rushed to the bathing area, scrubbing vigorously with soap until he felt adequately clean. Once refreshed, Ping felt a lightness in his body, as if he had shed a burden. However, exhaustion engulfed him. He casually changed the bed linens and collapsed into a deep slumber. Volume 2, Chapter 52, Stepping Out of the Base to Save Lives After a Night of Silence. At dawn the next day, around 6 o'clock, Ping awoke punctually, as his biological clock had accustomed him to rise at this hour. He felt invigorated, his body brimming with vitality. As he clenched his fists, his bones crackled, resonating with the surge of power coursing through him, instilling a sense of confidence that he could conquer the world. He unleashed a series of powerful punches, the force of which howled through the air, creating a thunderous roar that seemed to shatter the very atmosphere. A fierce spirit surged from within him, as if he could obliterate mountains with a single blow or slay cattle effortlessly. Indeed, with such strength, dispatching a bull would be a matter of mere moments. This overwhelming power almost compelled him to rush out and confront a mutated beast. However, it was not yet time. Ping engaged in some basic physical training. As his strength grew rapidly, he often found it challenging to fully control his newfound might. He had already crushed several teacups unintentionally. These simple exercises, however, helped him familiarize himself with his strength more swiftly, enabling him to gain better control. Previously, he had been quite troubled by this, but having discovered this method, the results were evident. He no longer crushed teacups at random, though achieving fine-tuned control still remained a goal. Around 7 o'clock, a gathering of people congregated at the castle entrance, surrounding Ping. Each person's gaze reflected reluctance and concern, for he was setting off with Gina, and they had come to bid him farewell. All right. I'm not going far. I might be back by the end of the day. There's no need to worry. Ping, who detested such farewell scenes, felt a pang in his heart as he observed the expressions of those around him. He hurriedly smiled and waved to reassure them. Gu, take me with you, the chubby boy exclaimed, his eyes filled with eagerness and anticipation. Enough. Don't be like a woman. Just take care of things here. Ping, touched by the chubby boy's sincere concern, gently patted his shoulder and smiled. Cheng Chao, you are the most reliable here. Keep an eye on things while I'm gone. Ping earnestly addressed Cheng Chao. He felt uneasy about leaving, but had assessed Cheng Chao over the past few days and found him to be a capable person, the most stable and possessing leadership qualities among the group. With him in charge, Ping felt a bit more at ease. Good, don't worry. I will do my utmost, Cheng Chao replied, standing at attention, his expression serious as he assured Ping. By the way, keep up the training for the team. Safety is paramount. Do not let your guard down. Ping recalled something and reiterated his instructions to Cheng Chao. Understood. Cheng Chao saluted once more, his tone resolute and powerful. Buji, I'm leaving you behind. Make sure to follow Chenggu's orders and ensure the safety here. After confirming Cheng Chao as temporary leadership, Ping turned to Buji, who was holding a fire axe. Since Ping couldn't procure a weapon for him, he instructed him to utilize the axe for the time being. Understood, master. The simple-minded Buji replied, his voice booming. Ping felt he had arranged everything necessary. The castle would be taken care of, the tavern was currently closed, and Wuan could manage that. Although the estate had more responsibilities, he trusted that the system dispatched Dellen could handle it, and had arranged for Lao Luo to assist him, ensuring Dellen would have some support. His gaze swept over the eager Yu Shujia, and he returned her a reassuring glance. The 3 other women merely received a cursory glance from him. Their relationship was still new, and no further acknowledgement was needed. With that, Ping and the sorceress Gina set forth, disappearing into the trees until they were out of sight. The remaining group slowly returned to their senses and made their way towards the castle in silence. The expressions on their faces revealed that Ping's departure had stripped them of their spirit, leaving them feeling unmoored. It was hardly surprising. These individuals had relied entirely on Di Ping, existing under his protective wing. They had grown accustomed to his presence, which provided them with a sense of security and stability. With his absence, they found themselves in discomfort. However, this could be a blessing in disguise. Before the apocalypse, they had been individuals of strength. The sudden onset of the end times had rendered them powerless, forcing them to cling to the strong for survival. Now, with Di Ping gone, they would be compelled to grow and evolve, becoming his true right and left arms rather than mere echoes of his commands. As the saying goes, two flowers bloom, each telling its own story. Let us shift our focus back to Di Ping and Gina. Di Ping, accompanied by Gina, left the neighborhood and headed south along the road. The distance to the rescue site was over 10 kilometers, though Di Ping had not calculated the exact distance. He had driven this route before, heading 5 kilometers along the road before turning east, ultimately reaching an underground mall, a small base housing over 1,000 people. The sun had risen, casting a reddish hue through the leaves onto the road, where dew glistened on the wild grass. A gentle morning breeze, tinged with a hint of chill, belied the summer heat. Having scouted the path the previous day, they moved swiftly, covering 2 kilometers in just over 20 minutes. They arrived back at the van where they had rested before, yet encountered no mutated creatures along the way. It seemed the wildlife had yet to awaken or had just returned to their nests. Gina, clad in a black trench coat that concealed most of her face save for a pale cheek, walked closely beside Di Ping. She had seamlessly adopted the role of a follower, her sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. No longer resembling the timid girl he had first met, her deep blue eyes sparkled with alertness, akin to flashes of blue lightning, as she perceptively monitored every sound around them. Her expression was taut, serious, and focused, not at all like a novice entering a magic academy, but rather reminiscent of a seasoned veteran. Di Ping thought to himself that the System S product was indeed exceptional. Volume 2, Chapter 53, The encounter with the mighty eagle. Di Ping felt relatively at ease, as he had previously navigated this path, which provided him with a sense of comfort. Moreover, the presence of 2 companions alleviated the loneliness that would otherwise engulf him, a solitude that could drive one to madness. Di Ping was not one to relish isolation. After half an hour, they finally traversed the section of the path explored the previous day and now faced the uncertainties that lay ahead. Di Ping halted, scanning the surroundings before taking a deep breath and resolutely stepping forward, with Gina closely following. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting elongated shadows on the ground. The road was strewn with cracked concrete fragments, while resilient wild grasses thrived, forming patches of greenery scattered across the asphalt. Abandoned vehicles dotted the landscape, many of them ensnared by creeping vines, exuding an air of desolation. Suddenly, a sharp and piercing sound resonated from the distant sky, a bird's call that shattered the tranquility. Echoing in Di Ping's ears and leaving him momentarily dazed, his ears ringing. It was the first avian song he had heard since the apocalypse. "Master, don't move." Gina and Apo's urgent whisper broke through his reverie, and knowing her instincts were reliable, Di Ping immediately froze. Another cry, reminiscent of metal scraping, pierced the air, long and shrill. This sound was even closer, reverberating in Di Ping's mind, overwhelming him with a sense of dizziness and agitation. What had been several kilometers away now felt perilously close, revealing the astonishing speed of the creature. Eagle's cry. Di Ping recognized it unequivocally. He had heard this majestic call before. In the world before the cataclysm, such birds reigned supreme in the skies, fierce predators at the pinnacle of the food chain, aside from human combat aircraft. Given the mutations that had affected even the most mundane of creatures in this new world, it was inevitable that such formidable raptors had also undergone transformations. A thunderous roar echoed from afar, reminiscent of a tempest. The sky darkened as a massive shadow loomed overhead, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that bore down upon them, instilling a sense of desolation and a chilling aura of solitude. Di Ping felt his breath constrict as his legs involuntarily buckled, as though he were on the verge of kneeling. Gina, too, appeared to struggle. Her pale visage beneath the black cloak trembled, and it seemed she might collapse at any moment. In a surge of determination, Di Ping clenched his teeth, channeling his strength to counter the oppressive force. Standing upright and reaching out to support Gina, who looked ready to faint. The leaves began to rustle violently, as if swept by a fierce wind. Di Ping understood that the creature was drawing near. The sound of wings beating echoed like a tempest crashing against the shore, creating a whirlwind that caused the trees to sway wildly. This was the wind pressure generated by the flapping wings of the approaching eagle. Di Ping dared not move, keeping his gaze lowered, aware that making eye contact with such a creature could lead to immediate detection. The rustling intensified, and suddenly, a dark cloud streaked overhead, casting a shadow that enveloped the ground as if a storm were imminent. The wind howled even more ferociously, threatening to uproot the trees, while the grass danced wildly in the gale. With a roar akin to a plane soaring through the sky, Di Ping glanced down to witness the enormous shadow gliding past before he quickly looked up, yearning to behold the magnificent eagle. His breath caught in his throat as he gasped in astonishment. The sheer size of the creature left him momentarily speechless. The moment he looked up, he was met with a dazzling golden silhouette that sent shivers down his spine. His first impression was that it was colossal. No wonder it loomed like a dark cloud above. With wings spread wide like an aircraft, it surpassed 20 meters, and as it flapped, the very air around it seemed to warp. It skimmed low, pressing down upon the trees, which swayed uncontrollably beneath its might. Faster than lightning, in the brief moment Di Ping looked up, the creature had already soared far into the distance, seemingly in pursuit of something unseen. Exhaling deeply, Di Ping felt his heart race wildly. He had believed he was growing stronger, only to be confronted with this colossal bird, which served as a stark reminder of his own insignificance, shattering his burgeoning pride. A wave of helplessness washed over him. He realized he needed to strive even harder. This world was utterly chaotic, and mere survival required relentless effort. Yet, he harbored faith in his potential to grow stronger. What could this eagle truly signify? He possessed a golden opportunity, as long as he was not foolish. He was certain that with the aid of the system, he would become increasingly formidable, destined to stand at the pinnacle of this world. He held on to that belief. Volume 2, Chapter 54, Survival in the Apocalypse. Gina. Di Ping took several deep breaths to gradually calm his excited heart. It was only then that he remembered Gina, and looking at her, still somewhat dazed in his embrace, he hurriedly called out softly, "Master." Gina awoke from her stupor, glancing at Di Ping, her small face instantly flushing with a hint of panic as she lowered her head and whispered, "Are you all right, Master? Are you okay, Gina?" Di Ping finally released his arms, his concern evident in his voice. "Master, I am fine. I feel so useless, unable to protect you." Gina steadied herself, gazing at Di Ping with a look of despondency, her tone heavy with self-reproach. "Haha, Gina, trust me, we will grow stronger. And I will catch that eagle for a delicious soup." Di Ping laughed heartily, his eyes glinting with ambition as he spoke to Gina. Gina seemed taken aback by Di Ping and Apo's exuberance, her face reddening as she responded in a voice as soft as a whisper, as if her youthful spirit had returned to her. "Let us go." Observing the bashful Gina, the allure she exuded washed over him like a tide, her fair, slightly flushed face and her slender waist, seemingly delicate enough to be grasped by hand. Is she wearing a crop top? The sight was almost blinding, and Di Ping nearly choked on his own breath. The slit. It could cost me my life. As Di Ping's gaze skimmed over the high slit of Gina's skirt, revealing her long, fair thighs, he silently cursed, feeling his blood rush, as if it were about to surge from his nose, while wild thoughts raced in his mind. No. Di Ping bit down on his tongue, the pain jolting him back to reality. What was he thinking in such a moment? It seemed his composure was slipping away. Suppressing the urge to glance back at Gina, he hurriedly took a few deep breaths to regain his steadiness. "Master, what's wrong?" Gina, noticing Di Ping's unusual demeanor, asked softly with concern. "Nothing. Let us go." Di Ping replied tersely without turning back, as if forcing the words through clenched teeth. "Oh," Gina responded, a hint of confusion in her expression, yet she followed closely behind Di Ping, pondering what had come over him. Being young, she was still quite naive regarding matters of the opposite sex, unaware of her own captivating allure. The two fell into silence as Di Ping dared not look back, focused instead on forging ahead. After a while, he realized something amiss. In his preoccupation with controlling his emotions, he had unknowingly covered a considerable distance, 2 kilometers. And the overpass loomed ahead, yet all remained eerily quiet. Was it too quiet? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. The very route they traversed had been where the eagle had soared. With such a formidable presence, no mutated creature would dare linger in this vicinity. Di Ping was filled with exhilaration. Fortune seemed to favor him. Once bustling with traffic, the elevated bridge now stood silently, akin to a statue frozen in time, exuding a serene and solitary grandeur, though this was a bit of a stretch. Underneath the overpass, the landscape was still unspoiled. The holly trees planted in the center had not grown too tall, reaching only 5 to 6 meters. They were lush but could not obscure the road. On either side stood ornamental trees, magnolias, which, when originally planted, were no thicker than a child's arm. Now, they had only grown to the size of a bowl, standing no taller than 10 meters. Their roots were insufficient to disrupt the hardened concrete surface, which was in much better condition than the road outside Di Ping's community. If one were to drive, it would still be passable, but venturing out in such silence would merely act like a loudspeaker, inviting the mutated creatures. Di Ping initially considered crossing to the overpass, but then recalled the eagle and Apos' earlier flight. Even it had not dared to traverse the open expanse. He decided it was wiser to stick to the ground. There were few abandoned vehicles beneath the overpass, as they were just on the city's outskirts. The nighttime traffic had been light, and during the onset of the apocalypse, only a handful of vehicles had collided, leaving them scattered along the roadside without obstructing the path. Suddenly, a piercing whistle echoed from above, reminiscent of the calls of wild ducks, growing nearer. "Quick, hide!" Di Ping exclaimed, pulling Gina swiftly beneath the wide leaves of the magnolia, which provided ample cover from the sky, while the half-meter-tall wild grass concealed their bodies. The whistle drew closer, and Di Ping looked up to see a flock of birds emerging from the city, numbering around 20 or 30, soaring swiftly towards them. Doves? As the flock approached, Di Ping realized they were not ordinary birds. They resembled wild ducks, their size nearly twice that of typical ducks. The once endearing beak of the mallard had elongated to about 5 or 6 centimeters, with a sharp hook that resembled that of a hawk. Damn it! Di Ping cursed silently, recalling just days prior when he wondered why he hadn't heard the morning calls of birds, assuming they had all perished. What a jinx he had been. Now, these birds had appeared, yet their entrance was far from reassuring. Just like the colossal eagle he had seen earlier. One could easily believe it was an aircraft, but who would suspect that these duck-sized creatures might have developed a taste for flesh? Given the aggressive nature of all animals since the apocalypse began, these doves certainly were not messengers of peace. Volume 2, Chapter 55. The fiery mage unleashes his power. The flock of mutated seagulls soared ever closer, nearly hovering above the two individuals. Di Ping and Apos' gaze remained fixated on the aberrant birds, which, despite their mutations, retained their ancestral trait of swirling in the sky, shifting through various formations while emitting haunting calls. Di Ping was unable to ascertain whether these creatures possessed any formidable aggression. It was prudent to exercise caution and remain concealed. "Master, be careful." Just as Di Ping was deeply engrossed in observing the aerial flock, a sudden exclamation from Gina broke his concentration. Startled, he quickly averted his gaze, catching a glimpse of a white figure darting from the roadside bushes, hurtling towards him with alarming speed. There was no time for contemplation. The white figure approached him like a bolt of lightning, and in an instant, a glimmering threat loomed perilously close to his face. With no opportunity to wield his sword, Di Ping instinctively crouched low, executing a clumsy roll that sent him tumbling several meters away. Though ungraceful, this maneuver proved effective, allowing him to evade the mutated seagull's attack and create distance from his assailant. As he regained his footing, Di Ping pressed himself against the ground and sprang back to his feet, his white shirt now dusted with grime. Anger surged within him. He had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Had Gina not alerted him, he would surely have fallen victim to the surprise assault. His face flushed with embarrassment. His ire only intensified as his sharp gaze fell upon the white figure. To his astonishment, it was merely a white cat, nearly a meter in length, larger than some adult dogs, truly resembling a diminutive tiger. Its eyes narrowed menacingly as it glared at Di Ping. Its fur bristled as if poised to pounce. Detection art. With a concentrated thought, Di Ping cast a probing spell, and immediate information materialized before him. Mutated cat. Bloodline grade. None. Talents. None. Enhancement level. 0. Skills. None. Foolish feline. Di Ping cursed under his breath. A creature lacking even latent potential dared to launch a sneak attack on him. Anger coursed through him as he unsheathed his long sword, intent on dispatching the audacious white cat. Meow. The white cat, seemingly incensed, charged at Di Ping, determined to reclaim its dignity after its failed attack. Unaware of its own insignificance, Di Ping muttered contemptuously, raising his leg to charge at the oblivious wildcat. Suddenly, a resounding explosion erupted before him, a brilliant fireball, no larger than a fist, shot forth from behind Di Ping, striking the airborne cat. In an instant, the fireball enveloped the white cat, transforming it into a larger sphere of flames. Meow. A chilling scream emanated from within the fireball as it plummeted to the ground. The white cat writhed desperately, attempting to extinguish the flames, but its efforts were in vain. The fire blazed ever brighter, crackling ominously, while the cat emitted pitiful cries. No matter how it rolled, the flames clung tenaciously, refusing to be shaken off. Within moments, the cat's cries diminished, and after several agonizing seconds, it lay still, the flames slowly dissipating to reveal a charred mass on the ground, accompanied by the aroma of roasted meat. Di Ping stared in disbelief at the charred remains of the white cat, an avalanche of thoughts racing through his mind. Is this the power of a mage? This is what the weakest D-grade potential in the game amounts to? How astonishing. He silently berated himself. The mage's prowess far exceeded his expectations. Had he known, he would have chosen the path of magic himself, for this fireball was undeniably mesmerizing. Its explosive power and fervent flames were a sight to behold. Swallowing hard, he turned to Gina, who wore a serious expression, her small hand outstretched, palms slightly open, directed toward the direction of the white cat. Di Ping and Apos, gaze filled with fervor, nearly salivating at the spectacle. Ah, master. Gina, sensing Di Ping's intense stare, glanced up to find his eyes filled with admiration and fervor. Flustered, her cheeks flushed as she retracted her hand and exclaimed in surprise. Gina, Di Ping called, jolted from his reverie by her voice. He quickly wiped at the corner of his mouth, where drool threatened to escape, and looked at her earnestly. Yes, master, Gina replied softly, her blush still evident. You were remarkable, Di Ping praised, raising his thumb in commendation. Truly, Gina had performed admirably. Had she not alerted him, he might have fallen prey to the attack. Her subsequent actions required no intervention from him. Thank you, master. Gina beamed, her smile brightening her face as she shyly looked down, her cheeks growing even redder. 6 energy points collected. Di Ping noted, his excitement surging as he recognized the significance of the soul energy. He regarded the mutated beasts as mere sources of energy and coins, feeling himself becoming somewhat obsessed with the prospect of wealth. Suddenly, a cacophony of coos echoed from the sky. This is bad. Volume 2, Chapter 0056. The explosive mage strikes again upon hearing the cooing sound. Di Ping felt an immediate chill run down his spine, realizing the gravity of the situation. Just moments ago, he had been preoccupied with the mutated cat, neglecting the fact that a flock of mutated doves was hovering above. As he dashed out from beneath the trees and into the open road, he became painfully aware of his conspicuous presence. The ghastly cries of the mutated cat echoed in the distance, and unless these doves were blind or deaf, they were bound to notice him. The urgent coos of the doves resonated overhead, and he knew he was in trouble. He was unable to protect both his front and his rear. Gina, hide quickly, Di Ping shouted, urgency lacing his voice. Looking up, he saw a swarm of doves that had previously been flying ahead, now circling ominously in the sky. With the rising coos, dozens of doves descended upon him like cannonballs, and Di Ping's heart raced in alarm. This was no mere handful of birds. With around 30 of them charging, it would take considerable effort to fend them off. A couple of pecks could be quite painful, and the hooked beaks of these creatures revealed that they were far from harmless. "Why aren't you hiding?" Deeping was also looking for a place to take cover when he turned to see Gina standing still. Anger flared within him. Hadn't he just instructed her to seek shelter? "Are you just going to stand there like a fool, Master?" Gina remained rooted in place, gazing at Deeping with a look of innocence, her eyes scanning the surroundings helplessly. Damn it! Deeping was taken aback by her expression, and upon glancing around, he felt a wave of frustration. The empty road offered no cover whatsoever. Hiding under a bridge? What good would that do? That elevated structure stood 10 meters high, offering no protection against the onslaught of doves. With only small trees nearby, and none of them substantial enough to provide shelter, Deeping felt a surge of desperation. Come on, today seems like a good day to catch a few doves for soup. Realizing there was nowhere to hide, Deeping stomped his foot with determination. Casting aside the sword sheath and gripping his sword tightly, his gaze fixed firmly on the sky. "Gina, hide behind a tree," he commanded without looking back. The doves descended with astonishing speed, as if shot from arrows, their wings whirring in a cacophony of sound. In an instant, they were directly above Deeping, who gripped his sword tightly, his eyes sharp and focused, bracing himself for the impending attack from the mutated doves. Suddenly, Deeping noticed several small fireballs soaring from behind him, trailing smoke like rockets as they hurtled towards the flock of descending doves. Sensing the imminent danger, the doves flapped their wings frantically, attempting to slow their descent. The sky erupted into chaos as dozens of doves collided mid-air, panic-stricken as they sought to escape. Then, with a resounding boom, the fireballs detonated, creating a spectacle akin to fireworks. The explosion enveloped the doves, sending them spiraling in all directions, their wings torn, blood flowing, and feathers scattering. The flames clung to the doves as if they were cursed, igniting upon contact and transforming them into fiery specters, casting a crimson hue across the sky. The air was filled with the sounds of crackling flames and the anguished cries of the doves, a symphony of despair that tugged at the heartstrings. One by one, the doves plummeted to the ground, resembling birds struck by bullets, their fiery bodies crashing down with sickening thuds. The acrid scent of singed feathers permeated the air, mingling with the sounds of their desperate demise. A minute later, the last dove fell, reduced to a pile of ash on the tarmac, leaving the road blanketed in a layer of charred remains, still emitting wisps of smoke. The once bustling environment fell eerily silent, a stillness that was almost palpable, broken only by the occasional crackle of the scorched doves' corpses. As the smoke from the firework display dissipated, Deeping stood frozen, sword raised high, his body in a state of shock. He found himself grappling with the reality of the situation. The earlier fireball that had vanquished the white cat had already astonished him, but this mage had utterly shattered his understanding of power. He had never imagined that the mage class possessed such devastating capabilities in reality. The manipulation of elements was undeniably beyond ordinary strength. He knew he could take down these mutated doves, but sustaining no injuries in the process was a different matter entirely. He was far from mastering the art of combat without a scratch. Defeating 30 doves would take at least 3 to 5 minutes, a daunting task considering his current abilities. He realized that boasting about strength in this apocalyptic world, without a clear understanding of one's limits, could lead to a swift demise. The mage had merely executed a singular skill, one he recalled from a game as Ignition, a group version of the fireball spell capable of unleashing multiple fireballs around the enemy, creating chain explosions that dealt area damage. In his memories, it had seemed like mere data, but the reality was terrifying. Deeping felt a wave of regret wash over him. He truly regretted his choices, whereas he had previously felt a slight tinge of remorse. Now that regret had intensified to an overwhelming degree, he had chosen to be a warrior, believing the thrill of bloodshed and the exhilarating rush of battle would be immensely rewarding. Yet, as he compared the warrior's mundane skills to the mage's formidable prowess, he felt utterly disheartened. Casting a glance back at Gina, who stood gracefully behind him, seemingly unfazed, his heart raced with confusion. Sensing Deeping's gaze, Gina's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her hands, standing awkwardly with her head bowed, unable to meet his eyes. My goodness, Ping thought to himself, smacking his forehead. Was this the enchantress who could annihilate dozens of mutated doves with a mere wave of her hand? Not only would others find it hard to believe, but even he struggled to comprehend the reality. This seemingly demure young woman was a master of obliterating mutated beasts. A mage? A true mage. Volume 2, Chapter 57. The struggles of mutated avian survival. Ping was not one to envy others often, yet at this moment, he found himself feeling a twinge of jealousy, believing that warriors paled in comparison to mages. He contemplated the necessity of further studying his career choice, realizing that this was not merely a game where one could easily switch professions. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could he possibly choose anew? Just then, a voice echoed in his mind, cold and clinical. Once a profession is inherited, it cannot be changed again. Please refrain from capriciousness. The warrior class is among the strongest. Lost in thought, he was startled by the system's sudden reprimand. Ah, can you hear me? Ping exclaimed, his heart racing with joy at the prospect of communicating with the usually indifferent system. It had spoken to him uncharacteristically today. Perhaps it possessed some form of intelligence. He attempted to engage further, but silence enveloped him once more. System, why are you silent? Speak to me, he implored, yet his inquiries were met with a void. Where do you come from? Please, say something. He persisted, unwilling to yield. Master, what is the matter? Gina, standing a short distance away, observed Ping and Amp. Apos' dazed expression and his incessant murmuring, her concern prompting her to approach him. Oh, it and Amp. Apos' nothing. Ping responded, momentarily shaken from his reverie, chastising himself inwardly for his foolishness. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead, realizing that the ground was littered with cores from the fallen creatures. How could he have nearly forgotten such an important task? Setting aside thoughts of the system for now, he recognized the perilous nature of their surroundings and hastened to collect the necessary crystal cores. He quickly approached a mutated cat and Apos' carcass and extracted a core, which was only slightly larger than a mouse's. Eyeing the multitude of mutated birds, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his mind. Would they yield cores as well? Never mind. I'll find out. He reassured himself and proceeded to dissect a mutated bird's head. To his delight, a core the size of a red bean, resembling jade, materialized before him. He was elated. Although small, even a mosquito's worth of flesh was still valuable. Observing Ping's efforts, Gina, unsure of what to do, retrieved a small knife from her belongings to assist in the search for cores. After about 10 minutes, they had successfully collected cores from all the mutated birds. Not daring to linger further, Ping and Gina pressed onward, eager to escape the treacherous area. Fortunately, they soon spotted a bus stop a few hundred meters ahead, situated beneath an overpass. It featured a small shelter, presumably for staff, and Ping gently pushed the door open, which creaked in response. The room was modest, measuring no more than 10 square meters, furnished with a small bed, a desk, and a chair, accompanied by a tiny television. After ushering Gina inside, Ping quietly closed the door behind them, allowing himself a long sigh of relief. He removed his backpack and handed a bottle of mineral water to Gina, then sank into the chair, gulping down the refreshing liquid to quench his thirst. Gina, too, delicately twisted the cap off her bottle, taking a small sip before sealing it once more. A few drops lingered on her lips, and with a playful flick of her tongue, she wiped them away, an action that would surely have made Ping and Apos' heart race had he noticed, but he was currently preoccupied with exchanging the cores for currency. Beep. 34 cores can be exchanged for 16 crystal coins. Upon hearing the amount, Ping was filled with exuberance. He had initially expected only a handful of coins. The unexpected bounty exceeded his expectations, bringing him closer to recruiting a C-class hero, thereby enhancing his capabilities. Today, he had witnessed the emergence of the giant eagle, a stark reminder that avian species had also undergone mutations. The proliferation of these mutated birds signified a further degradation of the human environment, making survival increasingly arduous. To thrive in this apocalyptic world, he realized he must augment his strength. Before the apocalypse, Urbanization had encroached upon wildlife habitats, drastically reducing the number of wild animals. Only remote mountainous regions still harbored some fauna, a result of national initiatives to restore ecological balance. Consequently, the mutated animals in urban areas were predominantly cats and dogs, with many mutations originating from city zoos and pet markets. However, birds were a different matter. Despite the pressures of urbanization, avian populations had remained relatively robust, and even in cities, one could still find an abundance of common birds, albeit with fewer raptors. This urgency to strengthen himself weighed heavily on Di Ping's mind. Thus, he focused his thoughts, accessing the system interface and navigating to the tavern section. The display revealed 2 heroes, and he noticed the crystal coin count had changed from 0 to 16, while his soul energy had risen to 72. Elated, he realized that 72 points would allow him to level up 3 times. Without hesitation, he decided to prioritize his own advancement before recruiting any heroes. Exiting the tavern interface, he clicked on his profile and promptly selected the upgrade option, clicking 3 times without a moment's pause. As golden light enveloped him, his level surged to the 4th tier of the first stage. Volume 2, Chapter 58. The growing strength and hidden concerns. The mere thought of upgrading filled Di Ping with trepidation. The excruciating pain from his previous enhancement haunted him. Yet, for the sake of power, he had no choice but to endure the torment. Suppressing his apprehension, he confirmed the upgrade. With his eyes tightly shut, he awaited the inevitable pain. Moments later, a surge of energy began to rise from within him. This gentle energy flowed like water, swiftly ascending from the depths of his being, transforming into warm currents that coursed throughout his body. Each wave intensified his warmth, eliciting sensations of itchiness and numbness. The energy coursing through his meridians felt like needles, a mild discomfort rather than true agony. As the energy reached his bones, they crackled, seemingly becoming denser and more robust. Before it flowed into his flesh, tightening it as if every cell sang in satisfaction, rapidly becoming more resilient. To Di Ping's surprise, this time there was no repetition of the previous pain. Although there was a slight discomfort, it was entirely bearable. The sensation was almost intoxicating, truly delightful. However, the energy arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Half a minute later, instead of dissipating into nothingness, it traveled along the governing vessel, ultimately settling in the Qi-Si Dantian. Di Ping felt a warm, swelling sensation in his Qi-Si, as if it were expanding outward, accompanied by a prickling pain that made his lower abdomen feel as though it were being pierced. The intense discomfort caused him to grunt softly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Fortunately, the pain subsided after mere seconds, and the energy began to stabilize. "Master, how do you feel?" Gina inquired. Having noticed Di Ping's condition as she stood before him, concern etched on her face. "I'm fine," Di Ping gasped, slumping in his chair, still recovering from the earlier discomfort. "It's quite painful the first time Qi returns to the Dantian," Gina remarked, producing a handkerchief to gently wipe the sweat from Di Ping's brow. "How do you know this?" Di Ping exclaimed, startled, as he grasped Gina's hand anxiously. How could she possibly know he was experiencing Qi returning to the Dantian? Could she see into his very being? His astonishment was palpable. "Master, you're hurting me." Gina winced, her expression contorting in pain as she gazed at him. "Oh, my apologies. I was too surprised." Di Ping quickly released her hand. Fully aware of his own strength, he had not meant to grip her so tightly. "I've observed the warrior seniors at the academy as they returned their Qi to the Dantian. The teachers mentioned that warriors enhance their bodies at the first level and begin to fortify their Qi at level 4, preparing for the next tier," Gina explained carefully, rubbing her wrist where he had grasped her. "Ah, I see." Di Ping realized he had been quite careless, knowing that Gina belonged to a world of magical martial arts. He should have sought more knowledge on the subject to avoid being an ignorant novice, blindly stumbling along without guidance. After all, this was a matter of cultivation. Any mistake could lead to disastrous consequences. With renewed enthusiasm, Di Ping began to ask Gina questions, only to be met with disappointment. It seemed he had overestimated her knowledge. She had only been at the academy for 6 months and had yet to learn much beyond what was systematically taught. The curriculum primarily focused on magical knowledge, leaving her unaware of the warrior-S path. Her insights had come only from witnessing a senior-S advancement and the accompanying lecture. Ping's earlier reaction mirrored that of the senior, which had emboldened her conjecture. Very well, Ping sighed, feeling somewhat dejected. After regaining his composure, he assessed the effects of his recent upgrade. He felt his strength had increased by an impressive 600 pounds, officially elevating his power to 5,000 pounds. The sensation of overwhelming strength coursing through him was exhilarating, as if he possessed boundless energy, strong enough to lift the heavens or shift the earth. He mused that even the legendary warrior Li Yuanba from the Sui and Tang dynasties would be hard-pressed to match his newfound might. Strength is indeed a curious phenomenon. It can transform the meek into the formidable and bolster the already powerful. It seemed as if he could conquer the very world around him, ready to challenge celestial and terrestrial forces alike, as the vigorous energy flowed through him like the roaring yellow river. Ping understood how ancient warriors could charge fearlessly into the fray amidst thousands. It was strength that bestowed upon them the audacity to confront both heaven and earth. Yet, amid this exhilaration, he felt an unsettling bloodlust rising within him, an urge to destroy all obstacles in his path. Taking a few deep breaths, he sought to quell his fervor. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him. He recognized that such rapid enhancements to his power could lead to perilous consequences. Not only would he struggle to master this newfound strength with precision, but his mindset was also at risk of spiraling out of control. This bloodthirsty impulse filled him with trepidation. Perhaps this was what the novels referred to as losing oneself to madness, a side effect of hastily augmenting one's power without solid grounding. Reflecting on the impulsive urges he had experienced over the past few days, he surmised that they were likely linked to this issue. This behavior was entirely uncharacteristic of him. He had always prided himself on his exceptional self-control. Yet, he had come dangerously close to losing that control multiple times recently. He needed to be vigilant. While he was unsure if his suspicions were accurate, an instinct whispered to him that he was onto something. After taking a few sips of water, he suppressed his anxiety. Gina stood before him, her eyes filled with concern as she sensed his emotional turmoil, though she remained unaware of its cause. "I'm fine now. You should rest for a bit. We'll depart shortly," Ping assured her, his demeanor now entirely composed as he regarded her with a gentle smile. "Oh, all right." Seeing Ping's calm expression, Gina nodded obediently and returned to her bed, settling into a cross-legged position to meditate. Volume 2, Chapter 0059. The splendor fades in absence. Ping withdrew his gaze from Gina and reopened the system interface, selecting the tavern icon to check whether any new heroes had emerged. Once again accessing the hero recruitment page, he quickly realized that indeed, the heroes had refreshed. At this moment, Ping had grasped the system's rules. The hero recruitment refreshed daily, precisely at midnight. He recalled that when he went to bed the previous night, just before 11, he had noticed that there had been no changes, and now the heroes had indeed transformed. This pattern had been consistent in his prior experiences, and thus he understood the system's refresh mechanism. 3 heroes were displayed in a row, all of them D-rank, yet Ping had long since abandoned his earlier perceptions. While D-rank was typically regarded as the weakest tier in the game, Gina, the female mage, had completely altered his understanding. The potential of a D-rank hero could be remarkably formidable. Though Ping acknowledged that D-rank heroes were not necessarily weak, Hu Wuden and Appos, he prefer a superior option? With a C-rank available, why settle for a D-rank? Perhaps today was simply unlucky for Ping, as the refresh yielded only D-rank heroes. With not a single C-rank in sight, he felt a twinge of frustration, grappling with the decision of whether to refresh again. It is worth noting that each refresh required a single crystal coin, and he had only managed to accumulate a modest sum. He could not afford to squander it recklessly. Ultimately, however, Ping's determination prevailed, and he opted to refresh. A flash of golden light illuminated the interface as the 3 heroes gradually faded from view, only to be replaced by another trio that emerged amidst the shimmering glow, becoming increasingly distinct until the light subsided and the heroes were fully revealed on the system interface. "Damn it," Ping cursed under his breath, realizing his ill fortune once more. The system had presented him with yet another trio of D-rank heroes. Though he grumbled, he dared not refresh again, for doing so would cost him 5 crystal coins, and he currently possessed only 15. If he exhausted his resources without securing a worthy hero, he would have cause for lamentation. Forget it. Ping sighed resignedly, closing the system. What is meant to be will come in due time. What is not meant to be should not be forced. He felt a sense of acceptance wash over him. Gina, are you ready to go? He called softly to Gina, who was seated cross-legged on the bed, meditating. Yes, master. Gina responded immediately upon hearing his voice, her beautiful eyes opening wide with a radiant smile as she leaped from the bed. Ping opened the small door and stepped outside, cautiously scanning the surroundings for any anomalies before fully exiting the small dwelling. He inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. The sun shone brightly, and the lush greenery provided a welcoming shade. How delightful it would be if this were not the apocalypse, Ping mused, fully aware that such thoughts were mere fantasies. He shook his head and proceeded eastward with Gina. Their journey unfolded smoothly. The road was eerily quiet, devoid of any unusual activity. The sun had risen high in the sky, its fiery rays scorching the earth, yet the abundant trees provided a cooling respite from the heat. Walking beneath their canopy, Ping felt pleasantly unbothered by the sun and oppos's intensity. The two moved swiftly, having already covered 4 or 5 kilometers since leaving the small house. Glancing at the time, he noted it was only 9:30, and they were drawing ever closer to their destination. Although it should have been the hottest part of the day, the temperature felt surprisingly mild, with a gentle breeze providing a refreshing sensation. As long as they were not directly exposed to the sun and oppos's rays, they hardly felt any discomfort. Turning to check on Gina, who walked closely beside him, he noticed that despite her mage robe, her complexion was flawless, without a trace of perspiration, as if she had not traversed this distance at all. Gina, are you tired? Do you need to rest? Ping inquired, feeling it prudent to check on her, for it is a man's duty to care for a woman. Master, I am not tired, Gina replied, her face lighting up with a smile at his concern. Damn it, Ping thought, feeling his heart race at her enchanting smile. A wave of desire swelling within him. His expression shifted, and he hurriedly suppressed those thoughts, chastising himself internally for his lack of composure. Clearly, he was becoming increasingly affected by his own emotional state. This recent surge in power had been reckless. He had yet to fully master his previous strength. Yet here he was, experiencing another elevation as if this were merely a game. Just moments ago, even walking felt like a delicate dance, fluctuating between weightlessness and heaviness, making it challenging to control his exertion. Noticing Ping's reaction, Gina stifled a giggle behind him, her big eyes curving into charming crescents, an alluring aura radiating from her. Ping remained oblivious to her playful antics. Had he known her intentions, he would have surely addressed her mischief. At that moment, he was preoccupied with calming his own restless emotions. With no further words exchanged, Ping dared not look back. Since their master had not spoken, Gina refrained from saying anything either. They continued onward in silence until they completed a circuitous kilometer, finally entering the urban area. Although this was a newly developed zone, it had been established for over a decade, taking on a semblance of civilization. Towering skyscrapers lined both sides of the road, and with their arrival, the level of danger escalated significantly. Buildings flanked the streets, posing the potential threat of mutated creatures emerging at any moment. They could no longer afford to be as careless as before. On either side of the roads, ornamental trees, now mutated, had grown into colossal giants, their trunks thick enough to require 2 or 3 people to encircle. The robust root systems had disrupted the pavement, causing the concrete to crack and bulge. Although the situation was better than the outskirts, the sidewalks were still overrun with weeds stubbornly pushing through the fractured tiles. The streets formed green belts along either side. While numerous wrecked vehicles were haphazardly parked along the road, some reduced to mere skeletons, remnants of past fires. Bloodstains could still be spotted, yet no bodies were visible. The shops lining the streets were either shuttered or had shattered windows, creating an eerie stillness devoid of life. save for Ping and Gina. Volume 2, Chapter 60. Surviving the catastrophe. The once bustling streets now lay in eerie silence, as if humanity had vanished from this city overnight. A gust of wind swept through, sending debris swirling across the ground, creating a rustling sound that echoed between the buildings, evoking a profound sense of desolation amidst the remnants of former grandeur. "Be cautious, Gina," Ping called out without turning his head, his voice tinged with urgency. The atmosphere was suffocating, as though they tread upon ancient, barren land, a relentless sense of desolation enveloping them, making it difficult to breathe. "Yes, master," Gina replied, fully aware that this was no time for levity, her tone serious as she scanned their surroundings with vigilant eyes. Consulting the map, Ping noted that the underground mall was less than 3 kilometers away. Relatively close, he believed that with caution, they should encounter no significant obstacles. With his sword in hand, Ping proceeded carefully, his sharp gaze sweeping the area, ears perked to catch any sounds in the stillness. He had discarded the sword sheath earlier, finding it cumbersome in their recent skirmish. Wielding the sword freely was far more practical than fumbling for it in the face of danger. He had once envisioned himself as a dashing hero like those in martial arts films, but reality proved such fantasies impractical. Suddenly, as they passed by a supermarket, the sharp sound of shattering glass erupted from within, piercing the silence and causing Ping to jump. They exchanged a quick glance before swiftly taking cover behind a large tree, peering cautiously toward the supermarket. This establishment was modest, consisting of 3 storefronts, all adorned with floor-to-ceiling glass windows. Despite the absence of lights, the interior was unnaturally bright. Ping edged closer to the entrance, cautiously peering inside. But the supermarket was devoid of sound, its towering shelves obscuring any view of the situation within. Yulai had originally been a member of the underground base's food collection team, which comprised 10 individuals. They had ventured out successfully 2 or 3 times before, returning with ample supplies and without incident. However, this second outing took a dire turn. As they joyfully returned to the base with their heavy bags of food, they were ambushed by a pack of mutated dogs as they approached the plaza. The 3 men at the front had no time to react before being brought down, torn apart amidst a spray of blood. Panic ensued, and the group turned to flee, while 2 others froze in terror, trembling and wide-eyed, paralyzed by fear. In that moment, survival instincts kicked in, and those who could run did so, desperate to escape the pursuing beasts. Yulai, reacting swiftly, grasped his companion Lu Han, who was momentarily stunned by fear, and pulled him to safety. Finally jolted into action, Lu Han raced alongside Yulai. The frantic barks of the mutated dogs echoed behind them, as more than a dozen emerged from the shadows, drawn by the commotion. For those who had hesitated, it was already too late. They were quickly overtaken, their screams mingling with the chaos. Others among the pack of mutated dogs, not involved in the initial attack, pursued the fleeing individuals, driving them to a state of sheer terror. As they ran for their lives, the haunting cries of their companions echoed behind them, intensifying their desperation. Yet, the speed of these mutated creatures far exceeded that of the fleeing humans. Soon, the dogs caught up with 2 stragglers, and the air filled with their anguished cries. "Run!" Yulai shouted, barely daring to look back, urging the remaining 4 to hasten their escape. Fortunately, Yulai was in peak physical condition, a collegiate athlete known for his speed. He surged ahead, leaving the others behind, while Lu Han, also athletic from his love of basketball, managed to keep pace. In stark contrast, the 2 remaining individuals, accustomed to office work, quickly found themselves gasping for breath, their pace faltering as panic set in, their faces pale as they called out for the others to wait. Having rounded a corner, Yulai and Lu Han had already gained a 50-meter lead when they heard cries of despair from behind, indicating that the 2 lagging behind had met their fate. Not daring to look back, they spotted an open hotel nearby. With a shared resolve, they dashed inside and ascended the stairs, seeking refuge in a vacant room. Unbeknownst to them, the last 2 individuals had fallen victim to the mutated dogs, which were now consumed by primal fury, oblivious to the escapees as they tore into their prey. Thus, Yulai and Lu Han narrowly evaded disaster. Hiding in the hotel, they dared not venture outside. remaining in their room for an entire day. Eventually, hunger drove them to seek sustenance. However, the hotel had long been ransacked, leaving not a scrap behind. With no other options, they resolved not to succumb to starvation. After several cautious forays, they discovered that the mutated dogs seemed to have lost their trail, allowing them the courage to descend and seek food. Scouring the vicinity, they found that many had already stripped the area bare. In desperation, they journeyed farther afield, ultimately stumbling upon a supermarket that appeared untouched. As they pried open the door and beheld the shelves brimming with food, their chronic hunger surged to the forefront, and they eagerly seized loaves of bread, devouring them in haste. However, Lu Han, in his eagerness, choked on his food and inadvertently knocked a glass jar off the shelf. The sound of shattering glass reverberated through the air, sending both into a state of panic. The noise could attract the attention of any lurking mutated creatures, rendering them immobile with fear. Volume 2, Chapter 0061. First encounter with the base's stranded soul's old lie. It seems quiet. Yu Lai and Lu Han huddled behind the shelves, too afraid to move. After more than a minute of silence, Lu Han could no longer contain himself and peeked outside. Whispering to Yu Lai, "Could you be a bit more cautious? You nearly scared the life out of me." Yu Lai jabbed his finger into Lu Han's side, reproaching him. Hey, it was an accident, all an accident." Lu Han, realizing he had almost caused trouble, sheepishly scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. "I'm starving. I need to eat something. I almost choked earlier." Feeling the coast was clear, he grabbed a pack of bread from the shelf, tore it open, and devoured it ravenously. "You're beyond saving. Can't you wait a bit? We have no idea what's going on outside. Seriously, can you not eat so fast? You might choke again." Yu Lai watched Lu Han gobble down the food helplessly and couldn't help but remind him quietly. "I and Appos, V got this." Lu Han lifted a bottle of mineral water, shaking it gently, his mouth still full of bread as he spoke indistinctly. Yu Lai found himself at a loss for words in response to his best friend's carefree nature. He recalled a time in college when Lu Han had a girlfriend, and they were inseparable. When she broke up with him, he was inconsolable, crying heart-wrenchingly. The dorm mates, seeing him in such distress, decided to take him out for drinks. The moment he heard about the alcohol, his tears ceased, and he joyfully led his bewildered friends to the bar. He was so lively at the table. It was as if the sorrow of the previous day had never existed. From that moment on, they all realized just how oblivious Lu Han could be, and no one dared to hold grudges against him, for dealing with someone like him was futile. Today he might be sulking, and tomorrow he'd be inviting you for a drink. Yu Lai was equally famished. In the base, he could barely get a couple of pieces of bread a day, which left him perpetually hungry. After hiding for 2 days, his stomach was pressing against his back, and the recent scare had made him forget his hunger. However, seeing Lu Han enjoy his meal made his own stomach grumble, prompting him to snatch a piece of bread and shove it into his mouth. Unbeknownst to them, although their conversation was hushed, it was overheard by Di Ping, who had stealthily approached the glass door. His hearing had been significantly enhanced, allowing him to detect even the faintest sounds, such as a mouse scurrying in the small supermarket, let alone the voices of the two men. Gina followed closely behind Di Ping, her gaze scanning the street rather than the supermarket, keeping watch behind him. Yet, she too heard the conversation clearly. A mage's strongest asset was their mental acuity. Although she couldn't project her thoughts outward yet, her heightened senses allowed her to hear even better than most, possibly rivaling Di Ping. Exchanging a quick glance, Di Ping signaled to Gina to stay outside while he entered the store. Gina acknowledged with a nod, and Di Ping quietly approached the supermarket, his steps as light as a cat's, careful not to startle anyone inside. Clatter. Yu Lai and Lu Han were blissfully munching on their bread and washing it down with water, occasionally exchanging sly glances, completely oblivious to the danger. Di Ping and Appos' footsteps were barely audible, especially to the engrossed eaters. It wasn't until a glinting sword was thrust before them that they both choked in surprise. The sight of the gleaming blade and the imposing man holding it sent chills down their spines. The man exuded a palpable aura of menace that left them frozen in fear, their mouths agape, with crumbs from their bread falling as they stood paralyzed. The bread and water they had been holding dropped to the ground with a thud. "BB brother, we were just eating some bread. We'll pay. Luhan stammered, his face ashen, mistaking Di Ping for the store owner and thinking that paying for a few pieces of bread was sufficient. Sir, we're merely looking for something to eat. We mean no harm. Yulai managed to speak, his voice trembling yet more coherent than Luhan and Apos. What are your names? And how did you end up here? Di Ping observed their student-like demeanor and lack of weapons, sensing their genuine innocence, which prompted him to lower his sword but remain vigilant. Brother, I'm Yulai, and this is Luhan. We are university students. With the apocalypse upon us, we sought shelter nearby and, driven by hunger, ventured out to find food. Yulai steadied his voice, wiping crumbs from his mouth as he replied to Di Ping's inquiry. Just the two of you? Di Ping relaxed his grip on the sword, but remained cautious, scrutinizing their expressions for any signs of deceit. There were 10 of us initially, but now only the 2 of us remain. Yulai's expression darkened, his tone somber. Surviving in the apocalypse is no easy task. My condolences. Those who remain must be strong and persevere. Di Ping sighed, offering words of comfort. Having faced life and death himself, he understood the pain of witnessing others perish. Seeing the 2 men's expressions soften slightly, he continued, Can you share what transpired? What is there to hide? The dead are gone. Yulai sighed deeply, his voice laced with profound resignation. Volume 2, Chapter 62. Inquiring the reason behind. We are members of the food collection team from the nearby underground marketplace. Are you from the Balha underground base? Upon hearing the mention of the underground marketplace, Di Ping abruptly interrupted Yulai's words. Realizing that it was likely the large gathering place known as Balha, as described by the others, he hastily inquired, Yes, do you know about that place? Yulai, startled by Di Ping and Apos' exclamation, immediately questioned him upon learning that he was familiar with the gathering spot. Has something happened there? How did you end up here? Receiving a positive response from Yulai, Di Ping's heart sank as he worriedly pondered whether the underground base had encountered trouble. Otherwise, why would these 2 be here? Had he arrived too late? If he had known, he would have come alone and not wasted so much time. We are unaware of the current situation at the gathering place. We did not flee from there, but rather failed to enter. Yulai was taken aback by Di Ping's intense reaction and mused whether he was one of their own or had relatives there, given his agitation. Not from within? Then how did you end up here? Could you share your circumstances? Upon hearing that they were not fleeing from the gathering place and had no knowledge of its current state, Di Ping felt compelled to inquire about how they came to be in this location. We are from the food search team of the gathering place. The day before yesterday, we set out to collect food, planning to return in the afternoon. As we reached the square, we were chased by a pack of mutated dogs. Thankfully, we managed to escape quickly, but the rest of our teammates did not. We never even made it back inside the gathering place. So we have no idea if something has happened there. We dared not return and had to hide in a nearby building. Eventually, hunger forced us to come out in search of food. Yulai, demonstrating commendable clarity, succinctly recounted the events, while Luhan, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Affirming Yulai and Apos' account, Could you tell me about the underground gathering place? With so many people gathered, how can they ensure adequate food and shelter? Di Ping picked up 3 bottles of water from a nearby shelf, handing one to each of them before taking a sip himself. After a long journey, he was parched. Seeing that both had calmed down after drinking, he continued his inquiries. Where can we find assurance? Just finding a place to hide is a blessing. There is absolutely nothing. Not even a roof over our heads, let alone food. Our search team is fortunate to secure a piece of bread each day, while ordinary folks can barely manage even that. There are elderly and frail individuals among us who are on the brink of starvation. Yulai shrugged helplessly, a look of resignation on his face. Who manages the gathering place? With such a shortage of food, haven't they considered any solutions? Di Ping was aware that feeding 1,000 people was indeed a daunting challenge, but surely there must be some form of management in place. With the situation being so dire, had they not sought alternatives? Nonsense. They have food and drink. They couldn't care less about our survival. Luhan interjected, his earlier fear replaced by indignation. His expression was one of vehement discontent. Oh, what exactly is going on? Could you elaborate? Di Ping sensed that there were deeper issues at play. Reflecting on past events where internal strife had nearly cost him his life, he understood that in such dire circumstances, the nature of humanity could lead to unexpected outcomes. They only care about their own bellies. The food we gather must be handed over to them, and they merely toss us a piece of bread. Those unable to venture out receive only half a piece, and some get nothing at all, while they indulge in fine meals, wine, and even have women. Lu Han spoke with fiery resentment, his eyes seeming to blaze with anger. Who are these people? Di Ping asked, curious about the identity of those Lu Han was referring to. Oh, just the officials. Lu Han replied dismissively. Have you tried reasoning with them? Di Ping countered. Reasoning? They have people and weapons. What do we have against them? Our bare hands. Lu Han rolled his eyes, looking at Di Ping as though he were foolish. Old Lu. You lie, concerned that Lu Han's tone might provoke Di Ping, softly warned him. Lu Han, realizing he had overstepped, quickly fell silent. Di Ping, feeling somewhat awkward, touched his nose and chuckled, signaling that there was no issue. How many mutated dogs did you see surrounding the base? Di Ping shifted the conversation to the dire situation at the base. The two suddenly displayed expressions of terror, with Yulai trembling as he replied, I don't know. We didn't dare to look. We just ran. I heard there were over 10. There's no need to be afraid. You are safe now. Di Ping reassured them, understanding that they were likely still shaken from their harrowing experience. He gently patted their shoulders and spoke in a soothing tone. Volume 2, 0063 The Extinction of Humanity in a Chaotic World. The three individuals engaged in a conversation, exchanging words. Although Yulai was somewhat more mature, he still appeared rather inexperienced when compared to Di Ping, who had navigated the merciless commercial landscape for 2 to 3 years, let alone Lu Han, who was oblivious to the gravity of their situation. In no time, they were left trembling, as if they had wet the bed in their youth, considering the dire circumstances within the base. The inhabitants of the base were those who had fled here after the last massive government retreat, initially numbering only 500 or 600. The population gradually swelled to over 1,000 as more individuals sought refuge. At first, the situation seemed promising. There was a supermarket within the marketplace, brimming with food, vegetables, cooking oil, grains, and an abundance of bread and biscuits stored in the warehouse. The base was overseen by Ge Zhongping and a handful of officials who had not evacuated. In the absence of higher-ranking officials after the army's withdrawal, he assumed the role of the highest authority in the area. Naturally, the nearly 100 police officers who had failed to evacuate were compelled to follow Ge Zhongping's leadership. Though their weaponry was inferior to that of the military, they possessed sufficient deterrent power over the ordinary populace. Initially, with food supplies plentiful, Ge Zhongping and his administration managed affairs quite well, ensuring that everyone had enough to eat and drink. The people regarded him as a capable leader who genuinely cared for their welfare. However, the daily consumption of food for 1,000 people proved to be alarming. The supplies from the supermarket dwindled at an alarming rate. When Ge Zhongping and his team realized the gravity of the situation, they found that the food reserves were alarmingly low. This sparked discontent among many, particularly among some disgruntled police officers demanding a halt to food distribution, insisting that supplies should prioritize those protecting the underground base. Despite the opposition from a few conscientious officers, they were vastly outnumbered and held little sway. The authority of Ge Zhongping and the administration stemmed from the support of these armed officers, who could intimidate the thousands within the base. Understanding the potential loss of their support, they acquiesced to the demands, leading to a reduction in food distribution. Yet, merely cutting back on rations was insufficient. The consumption continued to escalate. Consequently, these individuals devised a sinister plan. They compelled the physically strong to venture out in search of food, threatening that failure to do so would not only result in food cessation, but also jeopardize their safety. Although the base's residents opposed this notion, fearing for their lives, the armed officers shot dead a few leading dissenters, thus instilling a grim realization among the populace. They had no choice but to acquiesce. They could either seek food or face starvation. Those accustomed to a peaceful existence were unprepared for hunger. A few days without sustenance was bearable, but prolonged deprivation was unbearable for anyone. The base organized multiple search parties, each dispatched to forage for food. Though some returned, many did not, often leaving their lives behind in the hunt. Yet, the desperation of hunger drove people to madness, causing them to forget their fears and continue their search. However, upon returning with food, they discovered that the base's leaders demanded they surrender their finds, allowing them to retain only a meager portion. Despite their outrage, no one dared to resist. The price of defiance was exclusion from the gathering place. Moreover, the leaders seemed to adapt increasingly to this apocalyptic reality, not only hoarding food but also employing it to lure the hungry women within the base, indulging their base desires. As time progressed, the intoxication of power led them to become increasingly brazen, openly targeting the attractive women of the base, while the inhabitants dared not voice their indignation. The silence of the masses only emboldened these tyrants, who began to perceive themselves as kings in this dystopian world, unrestrainedly unleashing the darkness within. Fortunately, Vice Mayor Han Zhonghua, responsible for agriculture and forestry, along with a few principled officers, continuously resisted these excesses. However, their numbers were limited, and their weaponry inferior to that of their adversaries. Fearing a conflict that could lead to mutual destruction or attract mutated beasts, they hesitated to provoke these individuals too aggressively. Yet, some women, driven by hunger, succumbed to the temptation of food, leading to their degradation when they entered the predator's grasp. Gu Zhongping himself began to descend into depravity, allowing these individuals to run rampant while he indulged in the finest resources and the most beautiful women. He seemed to relish this newfound existence, reveling in the unrestrained exercise of his power, with no one to hold him accountable. Were it not for his confinement within these walls, he would wish for this life to continue indefinitely, far removed from the oppressive forces of the pre-apocalyptic world, where every action was scrutinized and controlled. Here, in this chaos, he felt liberated. Listening to the two express their outrage over the happenings within the base, Di Ping felt a surge of fury ignite within him. The previous actions of Wang Delin and his cohorts had unleashed their inner darkness, and now, the individuals within the underground base, under the pressure of the apocalypse, were not only neglecting to care for one another but were also succumbing to their own base desires, displaying insatiable greed and cruelty against their fellow humans. Di Ping could hardly comprehend how fellow humans could perpetrate such heinous acts. His blood seemed to boil, and the fire of indignation threatened to consume him. A potent urge for retribution surged within him. He had already sentenced these individuals to death in his mind, though he did not desire to kill. Some had forfeited their humanity. They were less than beasts, polluting the very air they breathed. He was neither a deity nor a judge. Yet he would gladly transform into a fierce avenger, purging the world of these evils. Volume 2, Chapter 64, A Towering Hatred Leading to Murder. However, he failed to notice that both Yu Lai and Lu Han were enveloped in a palpable aura of murderous intent. They had shed blood, having slain not only humans, but also a considerable number of mutated beasts. This overwhelming aura gathered around them like a howling tempest, forcing the two young men to stagger backward several paces. The chilling malice, as frigid as ice, left them shivering uncontrollably. Their bodies trembled involuntarily in the face of Di Ping, who exuded an air akin to that of a demonic deity, radiating a deathly aura. Fearful astonishment filled their eyes as they regarded him, their bodies quaking in dread. "Are you two all right? I lost control just now." Di Ping, realizing that his energy had inadvertently unleashed a wave of overwhelming force upon the two ordinary youths, hastily retracted his formidable presence and apologized, his demeanor softening. "And no, we're fine," Yu Lai stammered, the tremor in his voice betraying his unease. Despite Di Ping's efforts to rein in his aura, the lingering fear in their gazes persisted. They could hardly fathom how a single individual could possess such formidable presence. The murderous intent had pierced their hearts, rendering them breathless and nearly stopping their hearts. Was this not the stuff of novels? Were there truly martial masters in the real world? This revelation shattered their understanding, and they regarded Di Ping with a mixture of trepidation and awe, akin to gazing at a monstrous entity. "Master, there is a situation." Suddenly, Gina appeared quietly beside Di Ping, her voice a mere whisper. "Ah." Yu Lai and Lu Han were startled by Gina's sudden emergence, nearly letting out a cry. However, they quickly stifled their surprise, resembling startled ducks, their necks stretching out in apprehension. It was no wonder they reacted thus. Gina, clad in a black robe with her head bowed, had appeared silently amidst them, a sight to unnerve anyone, especially in this bizarre post-apocalyptic setting where tension was palpable. The very notion that she could suddenly materialize left them shaken. Gina lifted her face to glance at them, finding their expressions somewhat amusing. A smile blossomed upon her lips, enchanting like 1,000 charms. The two young men, who had previously been transfixed, now stood frozen, their gazes filled with fervor as they beheld her. If Di Ping found it difficult to resist Gina's allure, how could these novices fare any better? Just a smile from her nearly sent their souls soaring. What is happening? Di Ping cast a glance at the two, a hint of pity in his eyes, recognizing that they had been momentarily ensnared by Gina's charm. Yet, with the urgency of the situation, he turned to Gina, inquiring about the matter at hand. There are several mutated large dogs roaming the streets, heading this way. Gina shifted her gaze away from Yulai and Lu Han, her smile fading as her enchanting visage receded into her dark robe. Her voice, sultry yet soft, emerged from within the shadows of her attire. The moment Gina's face vanished, disappointment flooded the two young men's expressions, though their senses were jolted back to clarity. They exchanged a glance, recognizing the fear mirrored in each other's eyes, realizing that their previous days had been abnormal. Their gazes towards Gina now held a flicker of unease. However, upon hearing the warning about the approaching mutated dogs, their faces turned ashen, and they trembled anew. They were genuinely terrified, having narrowly escaped a harrowing encounter with those beasts just days prior. The memory of being cornered and feeling utterly helpless lingered, and the mere mention of the mutated dogs reignited their primal fear. Let us go check it out. Di Ping, unfazed, regarded the approaching mutated dogs as a trivial matter, his expression calm as he led the way outside. Didantigo, Yulai and Lu Han were momentarily taken aback, not expecting Di Ping to venture out. As they observed him turning to leave, Gina followed suit, prompting them to urgently call out, attempting to restrain the two. Yet, neither Di Ping nor Gina paid them any heed, swiftly making their way outside, seemingly oblivious to their pleas. In an instant, they vanished into the distance, their footsteps echoing as they headed straight for the entrance. What do we do? The two exchanged glances, simultaneously voicing their concern. Let us risk it. Better to die early than live in fear. We can't let ourselves be outdone by a woman, Lu Han suddenly declared, determination flashing in his eyes. The sight of a woman like Gina fearlessly confronting danger stirred something within him. After all, dying alongside such beauty could be a fate worth embracing. All right. I've had enough of running. I'll join you, Yulai echoed, his resolve firm as he spoke each word with conviction. Agreed. Let us go. Haha. Today we brothers shall take a stand. If we die, we'll die with our heads held high. If we live, we shall thrive again. Lu Han, ever the free spirit, laughed heartily as he turned to head outside, casually picking up a kitchen knife from the shelf. Yulai followed suit, grabbing a knife of his own, stepping in line behind Lu Han. Though Di Ping walked ahead, he was acutely aware of the commotion within the room and overheard their conversation. A subtle smile crept upon his lips as he noted their bravery. They were aware of their limitations, yet dared to step out into danger. Such courage in individuals was indeed worthy of cultivation. Volume 2, Chapter 65, A Fierce Battle Against the Mutated Hounds in the Streets. Di Ping, accompanied by Gina, approached the entrance of the supermarket. Following Gina's indication, he gazed down the street, where indeed 5 or 6 various breeds of mutated dogs were sniffing around, occasionally rummaging through nearby shops. Their immense size caused them to topple tables and shelves, creating a cacophony of clattering sounds, seemingly in search of food. At this moment, Yulai and Lu Han had also caught up, standing behind Di Ping, their eyes following the same direction. Upon seeing the 5 or 6 mutated hounds, each as large as a tiger, their bodies tensed, pores tightening as if doused in icy water. An involuntary shiver coursed through them, and the courage they had previously mustered began to dissipate swiftly. Suddenly, Gina took a step forward, eager to engage, but Di Ping reached out to stop her. It was not his style to send women into danger, and more importantly, He wished to hone his skills and enrich his combat experience. A sense of urgency lingered in his heart as he perceived that the world was becoming increasingly perilous. If he did not grow rapidly, survival in this apocalyptic landscape would likely become an arduous challenge. Gina obediently halted, while Di Ping, amidst the bewildered gazes of Yu Lai and Lu Han, slowly exited the supermarket and descended the steps, positioning himself at the center of the street, quietly observing the distant mutated hounds. Is he insane? Lu Han stared at Di Ping, eyes wide with disbelief, stammering. It's possible. Yu Lai, equally perplexed, could not fathom why someone would willingly court death. Initially, they had believed this man and woman possessed genuine abilities due to the formidable aura they had exuded earlier, reminiscent of legendary martial arts masters. Yet now, they questioned their sanity, striding boldly into the street as if the mutated hounds were mere relatives. This is the end. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a profound sense of helplessness and sorrow. Silence. A sultry yet dissatisfied reprimand pierced the air as Gina glared frostily at the two men. Anyone who dared to show disrespect to her master was showing disrespect to her. She longed to send them flying for their insolence. Oh. Yu Lai and Lu Han immediately recognized the discontent in Gina's voice, particularly as her striking face radiated an icy demeanor, her blue eyes glimmering like a deep, shadowy spring. They felt a shudder run through them and promptly fell silent. Woof, woof. Di Ping, standing boldly in the street, was akin to a 5,000-watt light bulb, immediately attracting the attention of the mutated dogs, which erupted into a frenzy of barks, calling all their companions. Woof, woof. The mutated hounds, previously scavenging, heard their comrades' calls and dashed into the street. Upon spotting Di Ping, they howled violently, their blood-red eyes glistening with a ravenous excitement, sharp claws scraping against the ground in a display of readiness to charge. At that moment, a massive yellow wolf dog, as robust as a mule, burst forth from a nearby shop. This wolf dog was clearly the alpha. The 5 restless mutated hounds retreated a few steps, emitting low growls. The wolf dog positioned itself before them, its blood-red eyes fixated on Di Ping, growling in a low, menacing tone, its mouth agape to reveal a set of sharp, gleaming teeth, saliva dripping ominously. This breed of wolf dog is quite common in China, typically a hybrid of wolves and dogs. Many police dogs in the country belong to this category, later entering civilian life due to their ferocity and intelligence. These wolf dogs are known for their aggression and formidable size, often daring to confront genuine threats like tigers. Even hardened criminals tend to steer clear of such dogs. However, this particular specimen was a true mutated variant, towering to the height of an adult human. Merely witnessing it could instill paralysis. Suddenly, the wolf dog raised its head and let out a long, resonating howl, shattering the silence. The 5 mutated hounds seemed to receive a command, crouching low and launching themselves like cannonballs towards Di Ping. Flame enhancement. Di Ping resolved to conclude this swiftly, aware of the proximity to the square, where dozens of mutated creatures might soon converge due to the commotion. With no time to waste, he concentrated, causing the Han's sword in his hand to shimmer with a fiery energy. This flame was intriguing. While it appeared to blaze fiercely, it did not harm the sword itself. Yet upon contact with any object, the burning force proved terrifyingly potent. A single strike would seal wounds as if cauterized by high temperatures, leaving no traces of blood. What on earth is that? Lu Han watched in astonishment as the sword in Di Ping's hand ignited with vibrant flames, momentarily rendering him speechless. Initially, both men had felt an impulse to retreat into the supermarket, deeming the young man foolish for awaiting his demise. However, upon witnessing the sudden transformation of the sword, their instincts to flee were quelled, replaced by confusion over the unfolding events. In the blink of an eye, the distance of several hundred meters diminished as the mutated hounds charged forward with lightning speed. Yu Lai and Lu Han now understood that their previous escape had been a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Impact. Di Ping remained steadfast, the sword lowered at his side, flames roaring above it. As the mutated hounds closed in, only 20 meters away, he unleashed a powerful shout, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. The concrete beneath him shattered under his forceful push, debris flying in all directions. Bang! A tremendous crash resonated as one mutated hound was struck, sent hurtling backward as if colliding with a stampeding rhinoceros, blood splattering through the air without a cry escaping its lips. Volume 2, Chapter 66, The Mutant Hound. Like a slaughtered chicken with a swift motion, Ping disregarded the mutant hounds that had been launched into the air. His body moved with the grace of a fleeting shadow, propelling him toward the 4 mutant hounds. His sword danced in the air like a gust of wind, emanating a series of glimmering arcs of silver, each stroke cleaving through the atmosphere with a sharp whistle, delivering a flurry of strikes so rapid that they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The 4 mutant hounds were enveloped by a torrent of crimson sword flashes. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of razor-sharp blades slicing through flesh resonated in the ears of onlookers, sending shivers down their spines. Ping's rapid advance brought him to a halt 20 meters from his initial position, maintaining a poised stance with his hands firmly gripping the hilt of his sword. Although the crimson glow had faded from the blade, wisps of white smoke still emanated from it, unmarred by a single drop of blood. Behind him, the ground lay strewn with the chaotic forms of the 4 mutant hounds, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. In an instant, they collapsed, horrific gashes marring their flesh. Moments later, it appeared as though their blood had found a release, gushing forth like a fountain, rapidly staining the ground crimson. Boom! At that moment, a loud crash resonated as the previously struck mutant hound soared through the air, landing heavily against a parked vehicle. The glass shattered instantly, and the mutant hound crumpled to the ground like a lifeless mass, blood flowing freely from its nostrils and mouth. Its chest barely rose and fell, resembling a boneless lump, a clear sign that its life was all but extinguished. The remaining hound paused, seemingly taken aback by the prowess of this human, who had felled 5 of its kind in the blink of an eye. Yet, fury soon replaced its shock. The wolf hound, a fierce creature, was unaccustomed to retreat. Seeing Ping slay its comrades ignited its rage, and it let out a furious howl, its eyes glistening with a savage, frenzied light. Meanwhile, Yulai and Lu Han, who had been hiding in a nearby supermarket, were utterly bewildered. They could scarcely believe their eyes, their minds seemingly frozen in disbelief as they stared at the unfolding scene. Come! Ping suddenly cast a scornful glance at the wolf hound, his sword raised in a provocative gesture. With a furious roar, the wolf hound, already incensed, became even more agitated. It threw its head back and let out a primal scream, its powerful claws raking the concrete, leaving deep gashes in the ground. Like a charging rhinoceros, it surged toward Ping with an overwhelming force. Huh, come forth. Ping laughed heartily, relishing the unfolding drama. He had intentionally provoked the hound, fearing it might flee, and to his delight, it charged at him with fierce determination. With a thunderous crack, a flame ignited along the blade of his sword, turning its surface a fiery red. He crouched slightly, then propelled himself forward with explosive force, hurtling toward the oncoming beast. The mutant hound charged like a rampaging bull, and as the distance closed, a powerful gust of wind swept toward Ping. Just before impact, the hound leaped into the air, soaring over 2 meters high, pouncing upon him like a ferocious tiger. Its razor-sharp claws descended toward Ping, aiming to crush him, as if only the destruction of this human could quench its wrath. Flash! Ping roared, his will igniting a surge of strength throughout his body. With a fluid motion, his sword sliced through the air, moving with an unnatural speed. In a moment, a red flash streaked through the atmosphere, arcing toward the mutant wolf hound. A crisp sound echoed as the blade made contact, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it, as though they had felt the cut themselves. In a split second, man and beast collided. And while the mutant hound hit the ground, it did not remain standing. Instead, with a resounding thud, it was cleaved in two, the wound searing black, emitting wisps of smoke. Moments later, blood gushed forth, spilling its innards onto the ground. Ping stood a few meters away, calmly swinging his sword, the crimson glow extinguished. He turned to regard the lifeless body of the mutant hound with an air of indifference, though inside, his heart surged with exhilaration. The mastery of his skills felt overwhelmingly powerful. 6 mutant hounds had fallen before him in mere moments. The combination of strength, speed, and technique made dispatching these creatures, which had once posed a significant challenge, a task as trivial as slaughtering chickens. My goodness, Di Ping remained composed, yet his companions were anything but. Yu Lai and Lu Han stared with wide eyes, their expressions filled with astonishment, as if they had been struck by fear. Lu Han muttered incessantly, as if to dispel his terror. The two suddenly entertained a wild thought. Had they somehow crossed over into another realm? Was this truly Earth? Mama, we miss home. Volume 2, Chapter 67. The sudden emergence of divine light. In search of salvation, Yu Lai and Lu Han found themselves questioning whether they had transcended time and space, no longer inhabiting the Earth. It was no wonder they felt this way. The extraordinary sights before them surpassed their understanding, accumulated over more than 20 years. What was that luminous object on the sword? Was it magic or martial prowess? The astonishing speed akin to teleportation and the formidable superhuman strength evoked images straight from a fantasy novel, compelling them to doubt that they were still on Earth. Gina cast a disdainful glance at the two bewildered individuals, reminiscent of country bumpkins arriving in the city. Yet, when her attention returned to Di Ping, her eyes sparkled with admiration. She found her master to be incredibly handsome, far surpassing the upperclassmen at her academy. He hardly resembled a mere first-tier warrior. His prowess was truly remarkable and fierce. As she gazed upon his imposing figure standing confidently in the street, her eyes grew misty, filled with affection and warmth, as if she were about to melt. Di Ping slowly turned, his gaze falling upon the lifeless bodies of the mutated dogs sprawled on the ground. A profound and indescribable feeling surged within him. Once, he had been chased by these very creatures, but now, within less than a minute, he had vanquished 6 of them, leaving their corpses scattered. This represented a tremendous advancement, achieved in just a matter of days, rendering the experience dreamlike. He felt a sense of satisfaction with his performance that day. The reflections following each battle and the relentless training had allowed him to master his strength increasingly, and though perfection remained elusive, he felt a sense of fulfillment in his current capabilities. He believed that he would continue to grow stronger and was determined to survive in this apocalyptic world. Suppressing his emotions, Di Ping regained his composure and approached the carcasses of the mutated wolves. With a swift motion of his sword, he severed the head of one, crouching down to search for the crystal core. In just a few moments, he extracted a small, fingernail-sized orb of jade-like substance and proceeded to do the same with the others. Seeing Di Ping's actions, Gina hurried downstairs, producing a small knife that she had inconspicuously kept on her person to assist him. Old Lai, what do you think they are looking for? Lu Han, having somewhat recovered from his earlier shock, inquired curiously as he observed Di Ping and Gina probing the heads of the mutated dogs from a distance. Although he could see a glimmer of white, he could not discern what it was. Unable to contain his curiosity, he turned to Yu Lai. How would I know? Yu Lai, still in a state of astonishment, finally calmed down a bit. When he heard Lu Han's question, he replied somewhat irritably, wondering to himself what on earth it could be. Shall we go take a look? Lu Han suggested, unable to suppress his desire for discovery. Once his excitement was ignited, he seemed to regain a newfound vitality. Why don't you go? My legs are a bit shaky, Yu Lai admitted, feeling a sense of trepidation from the powerful and mysterious aura radiating from the duo. It was said that the unknown is the most terrifying, and he instinctively felt averse, his legs refusing to cooperate. You're really useless. What is there to be afraid of? Let us go take a look, Lu Han insisted, dragging Yu Lai toward Di Ping's location. However, by the time they arrived at the scene, Di Ping and Gina had already extracted all the crystal cores from the heads of the 6 mutated dogs. Gina handed the cores to Di Ping, who then cleaned them with a bottle of water before stowing them away in his bag. The two onlookers could only see a few white objects, and Lu Han shot an annoyed glare at Yu Lai, seemingly blaming him for moving too slowly and missing the spectacle. He had intended to ask about the find, but upon seeing the heap of mutated dog corpses, he promptly fell silent. Although he was somewhat reckless, he was not foolish enough to ignore the gravity of the situation, forcing himself to suppress his curiosity. Yu Lai's gaze remained fixed on the bodies of the mutated dogs, though his thoughts wandered. The fearsome creatures that once instilled terror had now become mere corpses. His mind raced with a multitude of thoughts. Who were these individuals? How could they be so powerful? Dispatching mutated dogs with the ease of slicing vegetables? They seemed enveloped in an aura of mystery, akin to characters from a fantasy novel. Were they Earthlings? Or aliens? Perhaps hidden masters of martial arts? Yuli's mind was in disarray, a tumult of thoughts swirling chaotically, rendering him unable to think clearly. Normally regarded as the clever strategist within his circle of friends, he now felt utterly inadequate. His gaze occasionally drifted toward Diping, who stood in the street, sword in hand, exuding an air of unblemished valor, untouched by the blood of battle. Suddenly, Yuli felt a jolt in his heart, a fiery determination igniting within him, and his face lit up with joy as if he had glimpsed sunlight after a storm or spotted land while navigating the vast ocean. Diping secured the crystal cores and looked up to see the two students emerging from the supermarket. A wave of relief washed over him, pleased that they had not let him down. Yet, upon meeting Yuli's intense gaze, he felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine, a chill of discomfort creeping into his heart. Could this guy harbor some peculiar inclination? After all, what kind of man gazes at another man with such fervor? Diping pondered, casting a wary glance at Yuli. While he held no prejudice against such inclinations, he certainly did not appreciate being regarded in that manner. Affirming to himself that he was a good young man living under the banner of social morality. Suddenly, Yuli's expression shifted, as if he had made a resolute decision, and he hastily approached Diping. Volume 2, Chapter 68. The agreement reached, and hasty steps. Diping was startled. He had always found this individual rather repugnant, and as he saw Yuli rushing towards him in a flurry, he quickly sidestepped, not wishing to be embraced by such a person, lest it nauseate him further. "What do you intend to do?" Diping exclaimed, his voice low, his eyes warily assessing Yuli, his expression already turning unfriendly as he raised his sword. At the same time, Gina stood firm, one hand emerging from her robe, a subtle yet undetectable ripple of energy emanating from her palm, her gaze fixed intently on Yuli and his companion, seemingly poised to strike at any moment. The atmosphere grew tense. Please, do not misunderstand. Do not misunderstand." Yuli, sensing the shift in mood, quickly came to his senses, realizing that he had been overly zealous, and frantically waved his hands at Diping, his expression one of urgency. "What are you doing, old Lai?" At this moment, Lu Han rushed over, seizing Yuli with concern in his eyes, glancing nervously towards Diping and his companion. "Hero, please save the people in the gathering place. Save my girlfriend. I beg you." Yuli ignored Lu Han's grip, abruptly dropping to his knees with a thud, tears glimmering in his eyes as he looked at Diping with a fervent plea. "Hero, we implore you, save his girlfriend. You are so capable, surely you can assist." Only then did Lu Han comprehend the reason behind Yuli's fervent reaction. Observing his companion kneeling and pleading desperately, he too dropped to his knees, his eyes reddening. "Please, rise." Diping finally grasped why Yuli's gaze had been so fervent. It was a plea for help regarding his girlfriend. He felt somewhat embarrassed and rubbed his nose, stepping forward to assist them both and standing. "Hero, do you truly promise to help?" The two, witnessing Diping and Apos' gesture, were instantly filled with joy, their excitement palpable as they looked at him expectantly. "Indeed, I promise." Diping smiled at the two, acknowledging their enthusiasm. Thank you. They immediately regained their composure and stood, expressing their gratitude profusely. "Enough. No need for thanks. Lead the way." Diping interjected, eager to halt their endless expressions of gratitude. "Oh yes. Right. Let us go, old Lu, we shall lead." Yuli was overjoyed, wiping away tears as he nodded vigorously, rising and tugging Lu Han forward. Diping signaled Gina to follow, not even glancing at the mutated dog on the ground, quickly advancing to walk alongside the two. Although he had instructed them to lead, he had no intention of letting them walk at the forefront. Should a mutated creature ambush them, the two would be in peril. Thus, he kept pace with them. As the trio walked, they engaged in conversation. Diping sought to gather information about the situation within the base, eager to collect as much intelligence as possible, knowing it would prove beneficial. Through their discussion, he learned that Yuli and Lu Han, along with a few classmates, were trapped within the base, including his girlfriend. They had originally been university students, venturing out together for leisure. One of their classmates was celebrating a birthday, and they had gathered at his house, conveniently located near the provincial government. Unfortunately, the apocalypse struck, leaving them stranded. Fortunately, the classmate's family was relatively well off. His father was a local official, and upon receiving news of the government evacuation, they joined the retreating forces. However, they encountered mutated crocodiles, scattering the main group. Ultimately, they were fortunate to escape death, hiding in this base with a group of others. Later, as the base organized search teams due to a lack of food, Yu Lai and Lu Han joined the search effort to procure sustenance for everyone, while his girlfriend remained behind in the base with 3 or 4 other classmates. Unfortunately, during this incident, the two found themselves trapped outside, unable to return. Yu Lai was deeply concerned for his girlfriend, aware that the base was far from a safe haven, particularly for a beautiful woman. They were no longer the innocent students they once were. The harsh realities of the apocalypse had shown them too much of humanity and Apos as cruelty. They understood all too well what could befall his girlfriend should they fail to return without food. Yu Lai was anxious, his pace quickening, almost breaking into a run. Disregarding the dangers, Di Ping recognized that this reckless speed was untenable. The safety of the journey could not be overlooked, and such haste could endanger them all. Yu Lai, stop, Di Ping called softly. Hearing his admonition, Yu Lai and Lu Han paused, turning back with puzzled expressions. Di Ping regarded them seriously. Yu Lai, you must calm yourself. The road ahead is fraught with peril. If you wish to save your girlfriend, steady your heart. Brother Di, I. Upon hearing Di Ping's words, Yu Lai seemed reluctant, but ultimately, under Di Ping's stern gaze, he lowered his head, anxiety etched on his face. Having learned the young man's name was Di Ping during their conversation, the two began to address him as Brother Di. Yu Lai, overwhelmed by anxiety, had temporarily forgotten the dangers. Now, chastised by Di Ping, he swiftly regained his composure, his eyes filled with remorse. Life is paramount. Without it, you cannot hope to save another. Di Ping regarded them with calm eyes, speaking slowly. Thank you, Brother Di. The two recognized their misjudgment, and in unison, they pledged. We will certainly be cautious and not act recklessly. Volume 2, Chapter 69. Exhausted resources and chaotic hearts at the moment when Di Ping departed from the fortress. Vice Mayor Ge Zhongping, along with a dozen heads of the underground base, was deliberating matters in a room. Among them was Lu Hai, the director of the Municipal Police Bureau, a figure wielding significant authority over dozens of officers who commanded respect within the underground base. It could be said that Ge Zhongping's position as the top leader was entirely reliant on Lu Hai's support. Also present was Han Zhonghua, the vice mayor in charge of agricultural education and health, who had a contingent of about 10 police officers backing him, thus maintaining a certain level of influence within the management team. The remaining individuals were largely passive, with some openly siding with Ge Zhongping, while the majority remained neutral. Very few aligned with Han Zhonghua, leaving him quite isolated. Were it not for the few firearms he possessed, he would have been ousted from the management team long ago. As Ge Zhongping inhaled from his cigarette, his gaze pierced through the haze of smoke, scrutinizing the expressions on each person's face. When his eyes lingered on Han Zhonghua, there was a noticeable pause, a fleeting glimmer of malice. Though concealed within the cloud of smoke, none could discern his intentions. The room was steeped in silence. Everyone absorbed in their own thoughts, quietly smoking as the air thickened with haze, obscuring their faces. Only the flickering embers of their cigarettes illuminated the gloom, while the eerie quiet was punctuated by the sporadic crackling of burning tobacco. Recently, Yang Shusen, the supervisor of resource allocation, had publicly read a report detailing the current inventory of supplies. The revelation left everyone in a state of shock, with palpable fear etched onto their faces. What had incited such panic? Indeed, it was the alarming scarcity of resources. The available supplies were insufficient not only to sustain everyone, but even to meet the needs of the management and police forces. With only 2 or 3 days and Apos worth of provisions remaining, in just a few days, they would face starvation. While they were relatively better off, It was important to remember that the majority within the base had already endured over 2 days without food. Many had subsisted on merely a few pieces of bread, let alone a satisfying meal. Reports of starvation had begun to circulate, with several casualties in the past 2 days, primarily among those whose health was already compromised due to previous food shortages. The situation was dire. Those who were previously healthy had also found it increasingly difficult to procure sufficient sustenance. If this continued for another 3 days, the base would be rife with the specter of starvation. The lives of these individuals were not the concern of the higher-ups, yet they too faced imminent deprivation. What would happen if the police force revolted? The mere thought sent waves of anxiety through the assembly, and Gu Zhongping felt a surge of irritation. He longed to relinquish his responsibilities, yet found himself trapped in an untenable position. Let us share our thoughts. Many minds are better than one, Gu Zhongping declared, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray while scanning the room. However, to his dismay, no one lifted their heads, each person silently absorbed in their own contemplation, fixated on the patterns of the table as if they were of paramount fascination. Gu Zhongping felt a surge of indignation. Their blatant disregard for his authority was infuriating. Lu Hai, what is your perspective? Please, share your thoughts. Gu Zhongping, recognizing the silence, turned to his loyal ally, Lu Hai, hoping to extract some insight. Yet, he overlooked the fact that Lu Hai was merely a puppet, a mouthpiece he had appointed to facilitate control over the police system. What wisdom could such a man possibly offer? Secretary, your views are my own. I shall follow you resolutely. Lu Hai, upon being called upon, stood hastily. A sycophantic smile plastered on his face as he addressed Gu Zhongping. Gu Zhongping nearly choked on his indignation. He regretted placing such an inept individual in a position of critical importance. Yet, he failed to realize that his own domineering nature had contributed to the necessity of such a subordinate. At this moment, it was clear that any hope of obtaining valuable counsel from Lu Hai was futile, prompting Gu Zhongping to dismiss him with a wave of his hand. Lu Hai exhaled a sigh of relief as he sank back into his seat, wiping the sweat from his brow. Let us not remain silent. Speak freely. We must unite our intellects to navigate this crisis, Gu Zhongping proclaimed, shedding his bureaucratic demeanor, recognizing the gravity of their predicament. His ascent to power was not the result of foolishness. He was well aware of the precariousness of their situation. One misstep could mean the difference between survival and demise. Allow me to contribute. Han Zhonghua, who had remained silent until now, abruptly extinguished his cigarette and raised his gaze to meet Gu Zhongping and Apo's. His eyes sharp and resolute. Oh, splendid. Vice Mayor Han, please do share. Let us all heed your words. Gu Zhongping, initially buoyed by the prospect of dialogue, felt his enthusiasm wane upon realizing it was Han Zhonghua speaking. He harbored a deep-seated animosity toward Han, believing that if it were not for this man's relentless interference, he would have solidified his control over the base long ago. The multitude of neutral voices in the management team was a direct consequence of Han Zhonghua's influence. Though he loathed the man, he dared not exhibit his disdain, forcing a smile as he addressed Han Zhonghua. Volume 2, Chapter 70, The Onset of Eternal Strife. In the quest for survival, Han Zhonghua was exceedingly reluctant to engage in conversation with someone like Gu Zhongping. However, for the sake of the lives of over 1,000 individuals in the base, he felt compelled to step forward. He could not turn a blind eye to the impending loss of life, for such indifference was not in his nature. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we are all acutely aware of the gravity of our situation. We have reached a critical juncture between life and death. What shall we do? Han Zhonghua rose, his piercing gaze sweeping across the room, his voice steady and resonant, reverberating in the chamber and capturing everyone's attention. He then struck the table with a fist and declared, "Our food supplies have dwindled to the point that we can no longer afford to wait. The military district cannot dispatch forces for our rescue. Thus, we must take matters into our own hands. What suggestions do you have, Vice Mayor Han?" Gu Zhongping interjected, feeling slighted as Han Zhonghua commanded the room's focus and unwilling to relinquish the spotlight. "I cannot ascertain whether my ideas are indeed good, but I am certain of one thing. If we fail to devise a plan, we shall all perish." Han Zhonghua replied, not even glancing at Gu Zhongping, his tone unwavering. Gu Zhongping felt his temper flare at being disregarded, yet he was a man of profound thought. He took a drag from his cigarette, suppressing his anger as he sat silently, exhaling clouds of smoke. Vice Mayor Gu, please voice your opinions. Waiting idly is certainly not an option. Would you not agree? At that moment, Secretary Lu Guoyang of the Municipal Committee finally spoke, his tone clearly supportive of Han Zhonghua. Gu Zhongping's heart sank. He understood that although Lu Guoyang usually maintained a neutral stance, his influence over the neutral faction was significant, making him a trusted ally among them. It was perplexing that this typically silent figure would suddenly declare his position so openly. Indeed, continuing in this manner is tantamount to awaiting our demise, remarked one official, smoking a cigarette with a tone of cold derision. Absolutely. Day by day, we are left without food or water. We need not fear the mutated dogs. We shall starve to death ourselves. Another individual chimed in, extinguishing his cigarette with a worried expression. It is high time for a change. Just look at the life we are enduring. Someone else exclaimed, raising their voice in frustration. With Lu Guoyang's words igniting the crowd, the previously neutral individuals began to clamor, turning the meeting into a cacophony of discontent. Gu Zhongping, observing the chaos, felt his hand tremble around his cigarette, his eyelids twitching in agitation. Silence. Gu Zhongping erupted, slamming his hand on the table, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his voice laced with ire. What manner of disorder is this? Is this how state officials ought to behave? The uproarious crowd fell silent, intimidated by Gu Zhongping's formidable reputation within the city and his authoritative control over the base during these tumultuous times. They dared not challenge him openly and quieted down. Now, Vice Mayor Han, what insights do you have? Please share, Gu Zhongping said, satisfied to see the crowd avoid his gaze, his eyes betraying a fleeting glimmer of triumph. Very well. Allow me to speak. Han Zhonghua seemingly ignored Gu Zhongping's moment of pride, forcefully placing his teacup on the table before continuing in a solemn tone. Currently, we are besieged by mutated dogs, and with no hope for rescue, we must rely on ourselves. Any further delay is a path to certain death. I trust there is no dissent on this matter? After scanning the room and seeing nods of agreement, including from Gu Zhongping, he continued. With a population exceeding 1,000 at the base, fleeing is not a viable option. If we attempt to break through with so many, our forces would be utterly inadequate to defend against the onslaught. In the open streets, we would stand no chance against the mutated dogs and would be picked off one by one. Han Zhonghua's voice echoed throughout the room, and the attendees exchanged furtive glances, acutely aware of the harsh truth in his words. They were trapped, waiting in fear, and with food supplies dwindling. They faced starvation before the threat of the mutated dogs could even materialize. Thus, we must confront these mutated dogs head-on. Suddenly, Han Zhonghua raised his fist, altering the tone of the discussion, as if igniting a powder keg, triggering a chain reaction of unrest in the room. Surely you jest. Who will confront the mutated dogs? This is a ludicrous notion, came a derisive voice from the faction aligned with Gu Zhongping. Indeed, Vice Mayor Han, what weaponry do you propose we use? If we could fight back, would we be cowering here like rats? Another chimed in, their skepticism palpable. The supporters of Gu Zhongping mocked Han Zhonghua's proposal, their laughter echoing through the chamber. Gu Zhongping remained silent, observing the turmoil, though his own mind was in disarray. He felt the situation slipping from his grasp. Why was it only his supporters causing such a ruckus, while Han Zhonghua and Apos, S faction, including the typically neutral Lu Guoyang, remained composed and silent? Could it be that they had secretly allied themselves? If so, what could explain their unified front? The thought sent a chill down Gu Zhongping's spine. He could not comprehend how this coalition had formed without any indication, and the more he pondered, the more anxious he became. Drawing a deep breath from his cigarette, he sought to regain his composure. If this was indeed the case, the implications were dire. Volume 2, Chapter 71. The scheme to trap the aberrant hound. Gu Zhongping exhaled a plume of smoke, obscuring his features within the haze. Narrowing his eyes, he swiftly scanned the faces of those present, keenly observing their expressions. This was his preferred method. During significant meetings, he often concealed himself in smoke, subtly gauging the reactions of others to ascertain the direction of events. It had long been his habit. After surveying the room, he understood that his suspicions were nearly confirmed. Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoliang had indeed formed an alliance, and he had been oblivious to it. His gaze then fell upon Lu Hai, igniting an intense fury within him. This man, who excelled only in womanizing, had failed to uncover such a critical matter. Simultaneously, a pang of regret struck him. He had grown somewhat lax, indulging too much in carnal pleasures and neglecting to guard against these individuals. With a deep sigh, Gu Zhongping felt a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flash in his eyes before he swiftly suppressed it. He recognized that now was not the time to clash with Han Zhonghua. Unity was essential to navigate through the current predicament. As long as he wielded power, these individuals could not rise against him. Enough of the commotion. Let us hear what Mr. Han has to say. Gu Zhongping cast a cold glance at Han Zhonghua before forcefully extinguishing his cigarette. He sternly admonished Lu Hai and a few others for their inappropriate behavior, then transformed his expression into one of feigned amiability as he turned to Han Zhonghua. Minister Han, pray tell, how do we intend to eliminate the aberrant hound? Lu Hai appeared perplexed by Gu Zhongping's sudden reprimand, yet accustomed to Ji's authority, he promptly took a seat. Observing the lead enforcer seated, the others followed suit, albeit with expressions of bewilderment. Han Zhonghua, a pragmatic individual disinclined toward empty rhetoric, seized the opportunity to redirect the conversation. Our weaponry is limited, and our ammunition sparse. We cannot confront the aberrant hound head-on. Thus, we must rely on our wits. Upon uttering this, Han Zhonghua surveyed the assembly, noting their silence and rapt attention. He continued, we can create a passageway at the entrance of the mall, constraining it to a narrow corridor, allowing only one aberrant hound to pass through. We shall lay an ambush within this passage, striking the creature down before it can escape. He punctuated his statement with a vigorous motion of his arm, eyes brimming with confidence. Yet, he was taken aback by the eerie tranquility in the room, where no one responded to his proposal. It seemed his words had rendered them speechless, their gazes fixed upon him in silence. Have you considered the extraordinary strength of the aberrant hound? You have witnessed it firsthand. How can we ensure it will be trapped within this passage? What if unforeseen circumstances arise? Gu Zhongping ultimately broke the stillness, articulating his concerns. He was no fool. Having encountered the formidable nature of the aberrant hound, his objections were indeed valid. Many others shared his apprehensions, despite the collective realization that they were at a dire impasse. The fear of confronting the aberrant hound loomed large. Few ordinary individuals possessed the courage for such a confrontation. Having seen the hound and amp, Oppos's devastating power, its ability to sever a head with a single bite and to rend steel with its claws. Do not fret. We have two structural engineering experts who, after extensive deliberation, have assured us that a combination of supermarket shelves and screws can withstand the hound's assault. Moreover, we can strike at it from the gaps. Han Zhonghua, noticing the inquisitive gazes directed at him, divulged the rationale behind his plan. Indeed, Han Zhonghua had been industrious in the past few days. When trapped underground by the aberrant hound, he had begun contemplating strategies. Through a chance encounter during a patrol, he found two structural experts who assured him they had a method to eliminate the hound. Elated, he brought them into his fold and devised the current plan. Simultaneously, he had approached Lu Guoliang to express his discontent with Gu Zhongping and the future of their base. Lu, already growing increasingly disenchanted with Gu's methods, found Han's plan plausible. Thus, the two formed a coalition, intent on consolidating their power to ensure the plan proceeded smoothly. Gu Zhongping remained silent, extracting a cigarette from his pack, attempting to light it. Frustration mounted as the lighter failed repeatedly, in a fit of irritation. He crushed the cigarette and discarded it onto the floor. At that moment, he felt a deep sense of vexation. He had originally intended to organize the evacuation of their base personnel, leveraging their numbers to withstand the aberrant hound while ensuring a safe retreat under police protection. Yet before he could voice this proposal, Han Zhonghua had quashed it. Now he found himself supported by only 5 allies, while Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoliang commanded a significant majority of 8. To counter now would only serve to alienate him further. The assembly murmured quietly, their discussions swirling around Han Zhonghua's proposal. The cacophony of whispers heightened Gu Zhongping's agitation, his gaze flitting across the crowd. Noting that the majority seemed to direct their attention toward Han Zhonghua, indicating tacit approval of his plan, a sense of despair washed over Gu Zhongping. He realized he had lost his influence within this management circle. Han Zhonghua had clearly assumed the dominant position, and now his only remaining support lay with a handful of loyal subordinates. Volume 2, Chapter 72. Every talent has its uses. Vice Mayor Gu pondered over the plan. He wondered whether it could be implemented. Just then, Han Zhonghua's resonant voice echoed, "Let us proceed to a vote." Startled from his reverie, Gu Zhongping realized the situation was beyond redemption. Yet, he clung to the hope that the vote might yield a different outcome. "Very well, let us vote by raising our hands." Han Zhonghua, having anticipated Ji's dissent, was satisfied merely to hold the vote, and thus concurred. "All right then." Gu Zhongping, feeling somewhat defeated, lightly tapped the table with his finger before addressing the assembly. "Those in favor of Vice Mayor Han's plan, please raise your hands." With a rush, Han Zhonghua was the first to lift his hand, followed closely by two associates. When Lu Guoyang hesitantly raised his hand, Gu Zhongping was engulfed by a sense of foreboding. His suspicions were confirmed as the 6 members of the neutral faction promptly followed suit. At that moment, only Gu Zhongping, Lu Hai, and 4 others from his faction remained with their hands down. However, the outcome was already a foregone conclusion, with a commanding 10-5 majority. Resigned, Gu Zhongping slowly raised his hand. As the leader, he understood that standing against the collective would lead to his isolation. Thus, he complied, albeit with a heavy heart. The others, including Lu Hai, cast him expectant glances, and upon seeing him raise his hand, they too reluctantly followed suit. Unanimously approved, Han Zhonghua declared triumphantly. Although he struggled to suppress his inner elation, his excitement evident in his tone. The group then proceeded to strategize their next steps. Ultimately, Gu Zhongping managed to establish a temporary working group composed of 4 members: himself, Han Zhonghua, Lu Guoyang, and Lu Hai, whom Gu insisted upon including. Han and Lu understood the necessity of not pushing too hard and acquiesced, resulting in a stalemate within the group. What would transpire next remained uncertain. It must be said, when these individuals committed themselves to their tasks, they proved quite effective, and the combined efforts of the hundreds at the base began dismantling the shelves. Under the guidance of 2 experts, they constructed shelving at the entrance to the mall. The shelves were disassembled into individual units, which were then connected using angle iron and screws, creating a narrow passageway just wide enough for a person to traverse, surrounded by a labyrinth of interwoven angle iron frames, firmly anchored against the walls, resembling a colossal, nest-like structure. The framework utilized principles of physics, rendering it remarkably sturdy, even as a dozen individuals pushed against the passage. The structure remained immovable. The interlocking frames formed a cohesive whole, enhancing stability. It was evident that the experts held some merit, at least within their domain of expertise. By the end of the morning, the supermarket shelves had been entirely cleared, resulting in a massive framework at the underground mall entrance, approximately 30 meters long, 5 meters high, and 3 meters wide. A central passage allowed only one person to pass through, with additional side passages permitting entry to confront the mutated dogs lurking within. After a busy morning, they concluded their labors. Time was of the essence. They could not afford to delay in exterminating the mutated dogs and foraging for food. As the prospect of starvation loomed larger with each passing moment, the framework was confirmed sound by the 2 experts, and the police force quickly took their positions, armed and ready at various points of the structure. Additionally, 200 able-bodied youths armed with makeshift long weapons were prepared to enter the passage and eliminate the mutated canines. A palpable tension hung in the air at the base, as everyone awaited the moment when the barricaded door would swing open. The outcome remained uncertain, life or death. None could say. The effectiveness of this framework was beyond human prediction. Even Han Zhonghua was sweating profusely, while Gu Zhongping wiped his brow with a handkerchief, mentally cursing Han and Apo's ancestry. Yet he recognized that trust was all he had left. As noon approached, the sun blazed high in the sky, casting intense rays upon the street. Di Ping and his 3 companions had come close to the base, Arriving at the hotel where Yulai had previously sought refuge, they entered the hotel to rest. After a long morning and 2 battles, Di Ping needed to recuperate, for an even greater confrontation awaited him at the square. He needed to ensure he was invigorated for the challenges ahead. Meanwhile, at the base, everyone held their breath, fixated on the entrance, where 3 individuals were dismantling the previously erected barricade. As the protective wall gradually yielded, allowing beams of light to filter through, the hearts of all present tightened in anticipation. Volume 2, Chapter 73 Crisis Approaches. United we stand with a resounding crash. The last remaining obstacle at the entrance of the underground mall was toppled by 3 individuals using a rope. This singular act triggered a chain reaction, causing the barriers to collapse in unison, allowing a sliver of light to penetrate the darkness. As the barriers fell, a cacophony of fierce barking erupted from outside, prompting the 3 demolition workers to scream and hastily retreat down the passageway, their speed remarkable. At that moment, the growl of mutated dogs resonated at the entrance, and a shadow loomed, obscuring the light. The corridor was instantly shrouded in darkness as a massive, menacing dog had intruded, its blood-red eyes glinting ominously. Upon spotting the crowd behind the framework, it tilted its head back and unleashed a deafening howl. The echo of the howl reverberated throughout the underground mall, causing a ringing sensation in the ears of all present. Many were so frightened that they screamed, while others hastily covered their ears. The crowd, positioned behind the framework, instinctively recoiled, their faces pale with fear. The plan had seemed straightforward, yet in the face of such a terrifying mutated beast, the courage of the individuals began to wane rapidly. Another round of howls erupted from outside, seemingly in response to the chaos within. The sounds grew increasingly closer, as if a horde was swiftly approaching. What are we to do? We can't possibly contend with this. Someone quivered, their steps retreating gradually. Shall we run? Hide, murmured another, their countenance ashen. Where to run? A woman leaned against the wall, her face ashen, her eyes devoid of life. I warned against this foolish endeavor. It has proven utterly futile. Someone lamented, casting blame on the originator of this ill-fated idea that now threatened their lives. Indeed, it is their reckless insistence on confronting these mutated beasts that has ensnared us in this peril. We cannot hold our ground. We are doomed. The crowd, now gripped by the rising chorus of howls, retreated further. Some had dropped their weapons, their expressions fraught with panic. There were complaints, regrets, and faces drained of color, leaving no room for the spirit of fight. The officers, though armed, were not faring much better, their hands trembling uncontrollably. Were it not for the last vestiges of rational thought, they would have retreated long ago. Brothers and sisters, cast aside your fear and steady your hearts. Hear me. Suddenly, Han Zhonghua leaped onto a table, addressing the panicking crowd with fervor. As their desperate gazes turned towards him, he raised his voice once more. Brothers and sisters, I speak the truth. We are out of food and water. Our only path forward lies in vanquishing these beasts. The door is now open. We must fight or perish. Do you wish to be devoured by these monstrous dogs? His voice resonated powerfully, urging the disheartened to reclaim their courage. Indeed, we are out of provisions. Where else can we hide? We must fight. Yes, fight. 1 kill suffices, 2 bring profit. To hell with it. Who fears mere wild dogs? I shall fight. Tonight, we feast on dog meat. Inspired by Han Zhonghua and Apos' impassioned words, the crowd finally paused, their eyes sparking with a newfound determination. A glimmer of courage ignited in their souls. Han Zhonghua, sensing the shift in morale, boomed once again. Tell me, do you wish to be consumed by these hideous beasts? Not at all. The crowd resounded in unison. Do you wish for your parents, spouses, or children to fall victim to them? Not at all. Came an even louder reply. Then must we not slay these beasts? Yes. The atmosphere surged with fervor, weapons raised high as everyone, including the officers, echoed their resolve. Han Zhonghua, overwhelmed with excitement, raised his hand and shouted, Then let us kill, kill, kill. The crowd erupted in a primal roar, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Weapons held aloft as they screamed in unison. However, beneath the fervor, Ge Zhongping watched with a heart full of resentment. He had not anticipated Han Zhonghua's ability to galvanize the crowd so effectively. Mere words had rekindled their fervor. Yet, at this moment, he was powerless to intervene. Forced to watch helplessly, as if incensed by the fervent cries within the mall, the mutated dog howled once more, smashing through the barriers with a single strike, charging unabated through the entrance, closely followed by another mutated beast. Quickly, take your positions. We shall slay the mutated dogs, Han Zhonghua shouted, pointing as the creatures breached the threshold. The previously terrified crowd seemed to forget their fears, rushing towards their designated spots, weapons raised, their eyes ablaze with fury, panting heavily as they fixated on the mutated dogs. The first mutated dog collided violently with the framework, the structure trembling but holding firm, only slightly bending the iron corners. The crowd erupted in excitement, realizing that their defenses were effective. The first mutated dog continued to howl and assault the framework. Meanwhile, a second mutated dog entered the fray. Yet instead of colliding with the framework, it surveyed the scene before darting down the corridor, seemingly more astute than its predecessor. Volume 2, Chapter 74, The Underground Blood Battle, Monsters Appear. Han Zhonghua observed keenly as the mutated dog dashed forward with remarkable speed, reaching the halfway point of the passage in the blink of an eye. He urgently shouted, "Quick, seal the passage." Boom. The group that had been prepared pushed the spiked framework into the passage and secured it with various objects, effectively sealing the entire entrance. Woof woof. The mutated dog charged too swiftly and collided headfirst into the sharp spikes, letting out a pained howl as the framework trembled from the impact. Kill. Upon witnessing the effectiveness of their efforts, Han Zhonghua's spirits soared, and he roared with enthusiasm. Thud! A barrage of self-made spears shot forth from both sides of the passage, piercing the mutated dog with their sharp tips. The creature howled in madness, yet it was trapped and unable to turn around. The group, driven by a frenzy, relentlessly thrust their spears, and before long, the mutated dog collapsed into a pool of blood. Ooh! As the mutated dog fell, a wave of exhilaration surged through the crowd, joyous roars erupted, and smiles graced every face. They had finally slain the mutated dog, revealing that these creatures were not as fearsome as they had previously believed, igniting a greater courage within them. Courage is a curious force. It can enable a seemingly weak individual to unleash immense strength. Just moments ago, the mere thought of confronting a mutated dog had terrified them, yet after vanquishing one, they suddenly perceived these beasts as less formidable. In that instant, courage blossomed, as if the mutated dog had transformed into a docile rabbit, erasing the memory of their previous terror. Woof woof. At that moment, the first mutated dog finally comprehended that charging at the framework was futile and dashed towards the passage. Boom. The foolish creature collided with its predecessor, causing the framework to sway, but it too suffered from the impact. The long spikes penetrated the body of the fallen mutated dog, inflicting pain and eliciting a series of agonizing cries. Thud, thud. Without waiting for Han Zhonghua's command, the spear-wielding defenders on both sides of the passage thrust their weapons forward, producing a cacophony of metal-piercing flesh. The trapped mutated dog ceased its howling after enduring multiple stabs. Boom. Just as the crowd began to revel in their triumph, a sudden deafening crash echoed as debris blocking the entrance toppled, completely opening the doorway. 5 mutated dogs surged through the now wide entrance. Had this occurred earlier, the crowd would have fled in terror, but emboldened by their recent victories. Fear was no longer a factor. Woof, woof. Upon seeing their fallen companions in a pool of blood, the newly arrived mutated dogs erupted into furious howls, their once crimson eyes now ablaze with rage as they charged into the passage. Boom. The sheer force of their assault caused the entire framework to tremble violently. Though the iron structure contorted under the pressure, its core remained steadfast, providing some reassurance to the defenders. Thud, thud. The mutated dogs, before breaking through the framework, were met with a barrage of spear attacks from both sides, resulting in a chorus of anguished cries. Woof, woof. Suddenly, the entrance darkened again as another pack of mutated dogs rushed in. Witnessing the carnage on the ground, they howled in dismay. Avo. A more profound wolf-like howl resonated from outside the entrance. Boom. The debris at the entrance shattered as if struck by a vehicle, scattering everywhere. The entrance brightened as all obstacles were obliterated, sunlight filtering into the underground marketplace. At this moment, the pack of mutated dogs ceased their howling and turned towards the entrance, while those behind the framework paused, wide-eyed in anticipation of what was unfolding. Suddenly, the light dimmed again as if something was blocking the entrance, followed by the emergence of a long, beastly shadow cast upon the ground, prompting everyone to hold their breath. Huff, huff. A deep, raspy breathing filled the air, akin to a windbox or the low growl of a monster, sending tremors through the hearts of the onlookers. Ah, a monster! A voice broke through the crowd, unable to contain its shock as a massive beast's head breached the doorway. The creature's head was larger than that of a lion, with two blood-red eyes gleaming in the darkness like searchlights, sending chills down the spines of all who were caught in their gaze. The monster slowly advanced, its colossal body resembling a small mountain, towering over 2 meters in height, barely fitting through the entrance that was just wide enough. Its length exceeded 4 meters. And as the creature fully entered the doorway, the light returned, revealing the true nature of this monstrous being. Volume 2, Chapter 75, A Dire Situation Initially. Many believed they were merely facing a mutated lion. However, as the light once again illuminated the creature, it became evident that it was a Tibetan Mastiff, an extraordinarily large one at that. Its coat, a tumultuous black, resembled that of a frenzied lion, and its wide maw revealed 4 elongated fangs, each approximately 10 centimeters long, glistening menacingly with a cold sheen. Its lengthy tongue hung outside its mouth, saliva dripping onto the ground, creating an eerie atmosphere in the otherwise silent underground mall, akin to the dripping of one's own blood. Its eyes, the size of ping-pong balls, shimmered with a sinister red and green light, exuding an air of malevolence. Anyone who met its gaze felt an unsettling chill, lacking the courage to engage in direct eye contact. Tibetan Mastiffs are inherently fierce and combative, often turning on their own masters. This one, having undergone mutation, became even more terrifying. All present, including Han Zhonghua, were gripped by fear, their legs trembling, on the verge of retreat. Yet, a final vestige of rationality compelled him to remain. The mutated mastiff emitted a low growl, its gaze fixed intensely on the individuals behind the frame, radiating an aura of primal ferocity reminiscent of ancient demonic beings. With each deliberate step forward, it seemed to tread upon the very hearts of those present, causing blood to rush backward in their veins. With every advance of the creature, the crowd instinctively recoiled, feeling no semblance of safety, even with the barrier in place. Fire! Fire! At that moment, Han Zhonghua, mustering the courage to suppress his terror, commanded the officers to shoot. He could no longer afford to wait. Lingering any longer would instill such dread in everyone that they would lose the will to resist. The cacophony of gunfire erupted, chaotic and disordered. The police, already tense, reacted to Han Zhonghua and Apo's order, some trembling uncontrollably as they fired indiscriminately. Their fear rendered their aim poor, resulting in only a few rounds striking the beast. Yet, what was truly horrifying was that the bullets, upon striking the mastiff and Apo's fur, vanished as if they had been shot into a thicket, leaving the creature unfazed, continuing its relentless approach towards the frame. Ah, the bullets are ineffective, a startled officer exclaimed, sending shockwaves of panic through the crowd. Their weapons felt useless. What could they possibly do now? With a sudden roar, the mastiff seemed to be incited by the earlier gunfire, unleashing a bellow that reverberated through the underground mall like a thunderclap. The sound waves rattled the cement ceiling, causing chunks of plaster to rain down. Many of the timid and frail were rendered unconscious by the sheer force of the noise, while those behind the frame were struck by the sonic onslaught, stumbling backward in disarray, clutching their ears in agony. After its thunderous roar, the mastiff crouched low, its limbs propelling it forward with tremendous force, shattering the concrete floor beneath it. As it charged towards the frame, the once sturdy iron beams splintered like dry timber under the onslaught of the mutated beast. The entire structure began to sway violently. The officers perched atop, unable to maintain their balance, tumbling down as the soldiers stationed at the side corridors hastened to retreat. Each collision with the frame resulted in several meters of destruction, and with every swipe of its razor-sharp claws, the iron bent and broke as if it were mere tofu. The framework shook more violently with each assault, the ruptured sections expanding as they neared the edge of the structure. At this moment, everyone stood approximately 10 meters behind the frame, faces etched with despair. The exit was breached, and there was nowhere left to flee. They leaned on one another, seemingly resigned to their fate. Han Zhonghua and Gu Zhongping appeared ashen, unable to fathom how drastically the situation had deteriorated. Just moments ago, hope had been within reach, only to be shattered so swiftly by the emergence of this fearsome, mutated creature. What had once seemed a victory now felt like a descent into hell. It's over. It's over. Gu Zhongping lamented inwardly, filled with regret. He cursed Han Zhonghua silently, wishing he had dismissed his suggestions. Had he known the dire consequences, he would have fought against them, but now it was too late. The line between salvation and doom had never felt so thin. A brief respite had been taken at the hotel, where they consumed some food and water. After a 10-minute reprieve, Di Ping, feeling the urgency of time, led the group out of the hotel once more. It was now midday, and he could not afford to waste any more time. The danger at the base needed to be resolved before nightfall. Just a few hundred meters from the market, with less than a kilometer to go, they suddenly heard the sharp crack of gunfire echoing from the direction of the mall. The sound was a rapid succession, as if a dozen firearms were discharging simultaneously. The chaotic noise tightened their hearts in apprehension. Something in Apo's has gone wrong, Yulai remarked, his expression shifting with alarm. Move, Di Ping commanded, his senses heightened by the unmistakable cries of animals intertwined with the gunfire. He gathered his companions, urging them to take up their swords and hasten towards the mall. With a resounding crash, the mutated mastiff finally breached the frame's defenses, advancing towards the crowd. All present stood frozen in fear, their bodies trembling, some even breaking into quiet sobs. Yet, remarkably, no one dared to flee. It was not a matter of choice, but rather an involuntary paralysis. Trailing behind the mutated mastiff were several other mutated canines, encircling the crowd with their blood-red, ferocious eyes, poised to pounce and tear into flesh at any moment. Han Zhonghua closed his eyes in resignation, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness and anguish. No matter how fervently he attempted to lead the underground base's inhabitants to safety, all efforts felt futile against such overwhelming power. Ultimately, all struggles led them straight into the jaws of despair. Volume 2, Chapter 76. The might of fire shakes the beast's soul. The mutated Tibetan mastiff slowly advanced towards the crowd, its deep, resonant breaths echoing ominously in the ears of all present, weighing heavily upon their hearts. The underground base was eerily silent, save for the creature and Apo's low growls, leaving everyone feeling like condemned prisoners awaiting their fate, having entirely surrendered their will to resist. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air at the entrance, followed by a man's flippant voice. "Hey, big dog, come and have a bone." At the sound of that voice, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Turning to the doorway, who could be so audacious as to provoke the mutated mastiff? Curiosity mingled with an inexplicable sense of hope and reassurance. As if the voice possessed a magical quality, the mutated mastiff seemed to comprehend the taunt, turning on its heels and letting out a furious roar upon spotting the human at the entrance. Beside the mastiff, a pack of around 10 mutated dogs responded to their leader's call, charging towards the audacious human who dared to challenge them. The man at the door was Di Ping. Upon hearing gunfire, he had raced to the square with 4 companions, only to find it devoid of any mutated dogs. While the entrance to the underground market stood wide open, ominous growls emanating from within. Realizing the mutated dogs had breached the base, he wasted no time and dashed inside. Upon encountering the mutated mastiff, he was momentarily taken aback by its sheer size. It was larger than a bull. He quickly employed a reconnaissance skill. Mutated Tibetan mastiff, bloodline level, D, talent skill, rage, enhancement level, first stage, second tier, skill, bite. Seeing this information, Di Ping felt a rush of trepidation. This was the first time he faced a mutated creature with a bloodline level. The designation of D led him to ponder that mutated animals might be classified similarly to humans, who are ranked by potential, while mutated creatures are ranked by bloodline. This mastiff, possessing a bloodline level, was undoubtedly more formidable than the previous giant python he had encountered. Doubts crept into his mind about whether he could withstand such a challenge. Yet, gazing at the colossal creature ignited a fierce excitement deep within him. Di Ping had always been combative by nature, and encountering a formidable foe exhilarated rather than intimidated him, stoking the flames of his warrior spirit. As the mutated mastiff broke free from its confines, showing signs of aggression towards the crowd, he knew he had to employ a taunt skill to divert its attention. If it attacked the civilians, they would stand no chance against it, and their fate would be grim. The mutated mastiff was incensed by Di Ping's taunt and roared for its minions to tear apart this challenger. "Gina," Di Ping called out sharply, stepping aside to reveal the figure cloaked in black behind him. This unexpected move left the people in the base bewildered, and even the mutated dogs paused, momentarily stunned. In that brief moment of distraction, their charge slowed. At that instant, Gina extended two delicate, alabaster hands from her black robe, radiant crimson light dancing across her palms. Incendiary art. Her voice rang clear and melodious, brushing over everyone like a refreshing breeze, warming their hearts and momentarily banishing the feeling of danger. They could only imagine the beauty hidden beneath the cloak. However, the very next moment shattered that illusion. Before her words had fully settled, dozens of fist-sized fireballs erupted from her hands, hurtling towards the advancing pack of mutated dogs. The fireballs, swift as lightning, etched crimson trails through the air before striking the center of the dog horde. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions erupted, flames engulfing the mutated dogs and splitting into countless smaller fireballs, creating a symphony akin to firecrackers in the confined space. The entire area seemed ablaze. As the fireballs detonated upon the mutated canines, blood and flesh were sent flying, their fur scorched and singed. The flames clung to them like a venomous curse, igniting rapidly and filling the air with the acrid scent of burning hair, accompanied by the pitiful howls of the mutated dogs echoing throughout the marketplace. At that moment, everyone stood in stunned silence. Was this truly the same enchanting woman they had just heard? Her methods were brutally ruthless. How terrifying it was that a mere push of her hands could transform the ferocious pack into such a state. As the crowd beheld the figure in black, any desire to unveil her was replaced by sheer trepidation. They feared that should the cloak fall away, they would not find a beauty, but rather a fearsome specter. Even the mutated mastiff appeared taken aback, its roar momentarily silenced as it gazed at the engulfed pack of dogs with a flicker of fear, retreating uneasily and emitting a low whimper. Animals inherently fear fire, and the flames that clung stubbornly to the dogs were particularly terrifying. The mutated dogs writhed in agony, rolling on the ground, unable to focus on attacking Di Ping any longer. Gina continued to push forward with her hands, her blue eyes reflecting an eerie glow in the flames, fixated on the pack until they were reduced to charred remains. As the flames gradually dissipated into the air, it was as though they had never existed. Only the remnants of blackened carbon sizzled on the ground, accompanied by the lingering aroma of roasted meat, confirming that the earlier events were no mere illusion. Volume 2, Chapter 77. The fiery battle against the beast. Not only did the onlookers feel a thrill, but even Di Ping was taken aback upon witnessing Gina wield this spell once more. It was even more visceral and terrifying than the previous encounter with the mutated duck. Flames engulfed the mutated dogs, and no matter how they rolled, they could not shake off the fire. The very ground they touched ignited as well. These ordinary mutated creatures were utterly insignificant in Gina and Apos' hands, and a twinge of regret for his earlier choices crept into his mind. The power of a mage was not only formidable, but also exuded an undeniable elegance. Just a gentle push from Gina sent countless fireballs flying, effortlessly extinguishing more than a dozen mutated dogs in a single move. If he had to charge in and hack away, although he could manage to slay those 10 or so, achieving such nonchalance as Gina was simply impossible, for he would inevitably be drenched in blood. At that moment, green orbs of soul energy, each the size of a ping-pong ball, suddenly erupted from the bodies of the mutated dogs on the ground. They ascended slowly, reaching a height of about half a meter before transforming into beams of green light that shot towards Dipping, piercing swiftly into his body. Having witnessed this spectacle multiple times, Dipping was no longer astonished. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. He had grown accustomed to this and automatically disregarded the information, only noting that he had acquired 152 energy points. His total energy now amounted to 164 points, including the 12 points remaining from his previous upgrade. And since leveling up required only 20 points, he could ascend several tiers with this energy. However, Dipping dared not act recklessly. He recognized that advancing too quickly would leave him unable to control his newfound power. Inwardly, he criticized the system, pondering why characters in novels could level up by 10 or more without consequence, while he faced complications after merely 2 levels. Was the system not robust enough? Ding. This is for the host's benefit. Rapid leveling cannot establish a solid foundation, making future growth more challenging. Just as Dipping was lost in thought, the system chimed again in his mind, startling him. He hadn't expected it to address his internal musings so abruptly. Perplexed, he found himself unable to comprehend this system. It would not respond to his queries, yet would interject during his contemplations, leaving him with no means to converse with it unless it deemed it necessary. Nevertheless, he understood the system's intentions. It sought to regulate his leveling speed, ensuring that he did not act impulsively and emphasizing the importance of a solid foundation. Dipping was not unwise. Upon hearing the system's words, he ceased his aimless speculations. Now was not the time for interaction with the system. He needed to focus on the battle at hand. The mutated Tibetan Mastiff, seemingly caught off guard by the turn of events, was enraged upon witnessing the corpses of its fallen companions. Although it harbored a fear of fire, its innate ferocity and stubborn nature compelled it to confront the situation head-on. A low, rumbling growl erupted from its throat, resonating throughout the underground mall, causing a palpable tension among all present. With its head lowered and blood-red eyes fixated on Gina, it strode toward the entrance, its fur bristling like a furious lion, poised to pounce at any moment. As Gina prepared to step forward, a hand intercepted her. Dipping emerged from behind her, his sword lowered at his side. His gaze locked onto the mutated mastiff. He advanced slowly, while Gina obediently stepped back, her hand resting over her heart, emanating a faint energy pulse. The mutated mastiff showed no sign of trepidation upon seeing Dipping approach. Its expression remained as cold and lifeless as death, steadily advancing with low growls rumbling from its throat. As the distance closed, the observers at the base regarded the young man walking toward the mutated mastiff with incredulity, questioning his sanity. He was shorter than the beast and dared to challenge it with a mere sword. They were acutely aware that even a pre-mutation mastiff was not a foe to be trifled with, let alone the behemoth it had become. Suddenly, the mutated mastiff let out a piercing growl, its body coiling before it launched itself with explosive speed, its powerful claws digging into the ground as it surged forward like a cannonball, a whirlwind of fury aimed at Dipping. "Charge!" Dipping shouted, his nerves taut. His blood surged with adrenaline, muscles tautening as he summoned his strength. With a powerful push off the ground, he propelled himself forward with astonishing speed, leaving only a fleeting shadow in his wake as he appeared 10 meters away. Flash! His voice rang out in the air, and a gleaming blade of cold light materialized above the mutated mastiff. The sound of steel clashing echoed through the mall, followed by a violent gust of air, as if a tempest had swept through. The clash between man and beast was akin to 2 trains colliding at full speed, their forms propelled back with unprecedented velocity. With a thud, the mutated mastiff landed, shaking its head in confusion from the impact of the strike. Dipping, on the other hand, was sent flying 3 meters back, stumbling several steps before regaining his footing. His hand trembled around the hilt of the sword, his heart racing as he fought the urge to vomit blood. Panting heavily as his energy surged chaotically, his hands tingling with numbness. A wave of shock washed over him. He had not anticipated that his full-strength strike would fail to penetrate the Mastiff and Apos' defenses. The slashing skill had proven ineffective. He glanced down at his sword, which had bent slightly from the force of the blow, feeling a sense of helplessness. This weapon had become entirely inadequate to keep pace with his growth. Volume 2, Chapter 78. A battle of equals shaking his slightly numb hands. Ping suddenly burst into laughter. He was not afraid. Instead, a fierce battle spirit surged within him, burning like a raging fire in his chest, with his blood surging tumultuously like a furious lake. Ha ha! Exhilarating. Bring it on! Ping bellowed, his vitality surging as he gripped his sword tightly, his legs tensed as he crouched slightly before springing forth like a coiled spring. The mutated Tibetan Mastiff, though not injured by Ping and Apos' sword, was dazed by the powerful impact, igniting its fury. It was incredulous that such a small human could inflict pain upon it. Upon seeing Ping charge at it again with a loud shout, it immediately responded with a fierce roar and lunged forward. Clang! The sound of steel clashing echoed as Ping and Apos' sword, poised to strike the Mastiff's head once more, was intercepted by the beast's sharp claws. Its formidable claws met his sword with a resounding clash, causing Ping's blade to veer off course while the Mastiff's gaping maw lunged toward his neck. This is bad. Ping's heart raced with alarm. He had not anticipated the Mastiff's cunning, avoiding a direct confrontation and instead attempting to bite him. Cursing silently, he dared not hesitate. The Mastiff's foul breath filled the air as its mouth aimed to engulf his head. Years of life-and-death battles had honed Ping's reflexes in a swift mental shift. He leveraged the force of the sword and claw's collision to sidestep the Mastiff's maw, driving his right knee upward to connect with the creature's jaw. Bang! A muffled thud resonated as the Mastiff yelped in pain, propelled sideways. Ping's strength was formidable. This blow was akin to 1,000 pounds, striking the soft underbelly of the Mastiff and Apos' jaw and sending it tumbling, blood beginning to seep from its mouth. Thud, thud. However, the strong recoil forced Ping to stagger back several steps. He felt a lingering dread. Had he been a moment slower, he would have met a gruesome fate. For the Mastiff's bite was terrifyingly powerful, making escape nearly impossible once caught. Regaining his composure, he examined his sword. The earlier clash had been deafening, leaving his ears ringing with a sense of unease about his weapon's condition. To his dismay, he found 3 massive gashes on the blade, inflicted by the Mastiff's claws. It was unimaginable that a refined Han sword could be outmatched by such claws. A wave of fear washed over him. Had those claws struck him, he would surely have sustained severe injuries. He could not afford to be careless in this battle. Gathering all his focus, he could only emerge victorious. With a gentle flick of his sword, he fixed his gaze intently on the Mastiff. The mutated Tibetan Mastiff was not faring well either. It had suffered greatly from the previous strike, evidenced by the blood trickling from its mouth, letting out a long howl that pierced the sky. The Mastiff seemed to enter a frenzied state, its fur bristling with energy as a powerful force erupted from its body. Dust swirled around them as if swept by a tempest, creating a crimson haze that enveloped it, its bloodshot eyes radiating a murderous intent. Frenzy. Ping realized immediately, alarmed. He recognized that the Mastiff had activated its berserk skill, a transformation of immense magnitude. Its combat capabilities surged, enhancing both its strength and speed, and rendering it impervious to pain. Engaging in a direct confrontation now would be folly. As the Mastiff lunged at him once more, Ping swung his sword. Flame enhancement. A surge of fire enveloped his sword, the intense heat radiating outward. Ping had activated the flame enhancement. A mere slash would not suffice to injure this formidable beast, necessitating the use of his fiery skill. Onlookers were left astounded. The mysterious figure in the black robe had unleashed what appeared to be magic. What was this radiant glow enveloping the mutated dog? And what of the young man moving with such speed, his sword ablaze? This was a reality shattering their understanding. Akin to something from a film or novel, what was happening in this world? At this moment, fear was forgotten, replaced by an overwhelming curiosity. Han Zhonghua and Gu Zhongping, 2 individuals usually at odds, exchanged a glance, a spark of unspoken understanding gleaming in their eyes. Yet, they quickly averted their gaze, their thoughts known only to themselves. The passage of time felt fleeting. The mutated Tibetan Mastiff, silent once more, charged at Ping, a whirlwind of ferocity. Its sharp front claws gleamed like blades as they sliced through the air, aimed at Di Ping's shoulders. With no time to spare, Di Ping sprang into action, pushing off the ground and swiftly dodging to the right, his sword slicing upward toward the mastiff's vulnerable abdomen. Damn it! The mastiff reacted with astonishing speed, its massive form twisting midair to evade the blade, while its hind legs propelled forward towards Di Ping's abdomen. Cursing inwardly, Di Ping retreated just in time to avoid the onslaught. A whoop! Before Di Ping could regain his footing, the mastiff, having landed, twisted back and charged at him with lightning speed, its gaping maw aimed directly at him. Bang! There was no time to evade. Acting on instinct, Di Ping raised his leg and kicked upward, striking the mastiff's jaw. Though it was a casual kick, the force was devastating. A whoop! Pain flashed in the mastiff's eyes as it let out a desperate cry, sent hurtling backward. Volume 2, Chapter 0079. In the moment of a misstep, everywhere seemed to be in a state of disarray. With a sudden burst of determination, Di Ping dashed forward, his sword slicing through the air with the swiftness of the wind, creating a fiery trail in the sky. As he landed, a flicker of panic crossed the eyes of the mutated Tibetan mastiff, yet it was too late for it to evade. The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed, and Di Ping felt a surge of joy in his heart. However, his expression soon shifted to one of dread as the mastiff, despite its injury, did not flinch. Instead, it violently swung its head and lunged at Di Ping's side. Caught off guard by the ferocity of the wounded mastiff, Di Ping swiftly ducked beneath its massive belly. The beast and Appo's powerful jaws snapped shut with a thunderous crash, the sound reverberating like steel clashing together, instilling terror in those who heard it. Had he been caught, it would have surely resulted in severe injury. Just as Di Ping managed to evade, the mastiff pivoted with remarkable speed, its right paw sweeping toward him like a lethal blade, its razor-sharp claws aimed directly at his midsection. Di Ping, realizing the imminent danger, propelled himself backward with all his might, narrowly escaping the deadly sweep. However, before he could catch his breath, the mastiff's hind legs coiled like a spring, and with a burst of agility akin to a tiger pouncing on its prey, it lunged at him again, its forepaws extended with glistening, menacing claws. In a moment of frustration, Di Ping cursed under his breath, acknowledging his predicament. He was entirely at the mercy of the mutated mastiff. Feeling utterly humiliated as it struck him repeatedly, he was certain that his strength exceeded that of the beast. However, his limited arsenal of offensive techniques, combined with the ineffectiveness of his sword against its defenses, left him feeling powerless. Untrained in any martial arts, his attempts at unarmed combat were futile, rendering him defenseless and overwhelmed. In a fit of resolve, Di Ping decided to abandon his retreat. Surrounding him were scattered pieces of metal. A misstep could lead to his demise. With no option to retreat, he opted to advance. As the mastiff's massive form bore down on him like a mountain, he summoned all his strength and activated his charging skill. With a surge of energy, he propelled himself forward, akin to a rocket. Just as Di Ping appeared doomed beneath the mastiff's claws, a flicker of ferocity and excitement ignited in the creature's eyes. Yet, this exhilaration was fleeting, as it soon transformed into sheer terror when Di Ping vanished before it. In the next instant, pain surged through the mastiff's abdomen as Di Ping's sword carved a deep, elongated wound. The creature howled in agony, its injury causing blood to pour forth, staining the ground crimson. The pain only fueled its rage, and disregarding its wound, it charged at Di Ping once more. The beast's fury was fully unleashed, its speed increasing as it raced toward him like a rampaging bull. The narrow confines of the passage offered little opportunity for Di Ping to evade, and despite his efforts, the mastiff relentlessly pursued him, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. With scratches from its claws peppering his body, Di Ping inhaled sharply at the sting of pain. As the mastiff lunged, a momentary lapse in focus cost him dearly. In a desperate attempt to fend off the beast, he swung his sword toward its jaw, hoping to repel it. Suddenly, the mastiff executed a swift maneuver, sinking its teeth into Di Ping's sword. With a resounding clash, sparks flew as the powerful jaws shattered his blade in two. Stunned by the unexpected turn of events, Ping found himself momentarily dazed by the loss of his weapon. "Watch out." He heard Gina's urgent voice as she prepared to unleash her magic. "Stop." Ping's commanding shout halted her, even as the fireball began to coalesce in her hands. Rising to his feet, he discarded the remnants of his broken sword and wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes ablaze with determination. Volume 2, Chapter 80. The frenzied assault on the mutant dog. Suddenly, with a fierce shout, Ping surged forth, his entire demeanor radiating an overwhelming aura. Akin to a tempest that swept up dust and debris, momentarily blinding onlookers. The mutated Tibetan Mastiff. Taken aback by Ping's swift rise and the fact that he had withstood its ferocious strike, emitted an enraged howl and lunged towards him. In response, Ping and Apos' form shifted like a humanoid behemoth, propelling himself forward with lightning speed that transcended the confines of space. His afterimage lingered while he had already reached the mutant mastiff. Before the beast could react to its airborne approach, Ping surged into its embrace, his shoulder striking with the force of a battering ram against its jaw. A thunderous crash echoed as the mutant mastiff let out a pained cry, hurtling backwards, blood spraying through the air. All spectators were left in awe. Was this still a man? He resembled a dinosaur in sheer power. An incongruity akin to witnessing a person send an elephant soaring through the air. They were oblivious to the fact that, in his furious state, Ping and Apos' strength could shatter 4,000 pounds. This single blow could have sent even a creature of such size flying. With the ferocity of a raging tiger, Ping unleashed another skill, channeling his entire might into a powerful leap, launching himself like a cannonball towards the still airborne mutated mastiff. Another resounding crash reverberated as he collided with the creature, akin to being struck by a freight train, propelling its massive form at an even greater velocity. Accompanied by the sound of bones fracturing, the mutant mastiff's colossal body crashed against a thick concrete pillar in the underground mall. It emitted a heart-wrenching wail, blood gushing from its mouth as though it were an inexhaustible fountain. Ping, now drenched in blood, uncertain whether it was his own or that of the mutant mastiff, was consumed by his frenzy, eyes bloodshot as he unleashed another assault. Despite the agonizing tearing pain coursing through his body, the madness had dulled his senses. He charged forth again, akin to a rampaging bull, colliding with the mutant mastiff as it began to slide downwards. A tremendous sound reverberated throughout the mall, causing the very ground to tremble, while the mastiff's bones audibly cracked. More blood erupted from the creature and Apos' maw, its once vibrant eyes now dull and lifeless, its body gradually sliding down the pillar. "I let you bite. I let you bite." Ping roared, resembling a man possessed. He seized the mastiff's long fur, forcefully pressing its massive head against the ground, his fists hammering down like a blacksmith's hammer. The sounds of his relentless strikes echoed throughout the underground mall, causing all present to widen their eyes in disbelief. With each blow, the onlookers flinched as if receiving the blows themselves. In his frenzy, Ping was far more terrifying than the mutated dog. Blood splattered across the floor and walls, staining Ping, with droplets even reaching the feet of the spectators. It was as if this blood carried a potent virus, prompting many to recoil in fear of contamination. "Master, it is dead." At that moment, a delicate hand rested on Ping and Apos' shoulder, and a gentle voice flowed over him like a soothing breeze, calming his raging spirit. As the last vestiges of rage dissipated, he became aware of his blood-soaked attire and the grotesque form of the mastiff beneath him, now a mere puddle of crimson. A wave of nausea washed over him as he realized the extent of his madness. Had it not been for Gina's timely intervention, he might have wreaked havoc upon those around him. Turning to express his gratitude, Ping met Gina's concerned gaze and mustered a reassuring smile, though he was unaware that his attempt at comfort was more akin to a grimace. A bottle of water was offered to him. Recognizing it as Gina's, he accepted it gratefully, washing away the blood from his hands and face. He needed no mirror. The disfigured body of the mutant mastiff was testament enough to his earlier ferocity. After cleansing himself, a soft hand proffered tissue to dry his face. As he observed Gina, Her complexion radiant and eyes filled with concern. A faint floral scent enveloped him, soothing his troubled mind. Gradually, he emerged from his earlier fury, noticing the maturity and poise that belied her youthful appearance. "Thank you, Gina." Ping smiled, gratitude evident in his eyes as he accepted the tissue from her. "Master, please do not say that. It is my duty," Gina replied, her cheeks flushing as Ping's fingers brushed against hers. In her flustered state, she averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes any longer. Volume 3, Base Rescue Chapter 0081. Soft as water, enchanting at this moment. The awakened Ping abruptly felt a surge of pain coursing through his entire body, a sensation that grew increasingly vivid and intense, as if every muscle were being ruthlessly torn apart. The excruciating agony caused his jaw to quiver involuntarily, producing a sound akin to cracking bones. With a sudden, violent crush, the bottle of mineral water in his grasp shattered, sending droplets splattering in every direction, yet he remained oblivious to it all. Wave after wave of pain overwhelmed him, robbing him of any awareness of his surroundings. His tightly clenched hands creaked ominously, the veins in his arms bulging like robust roots entwined upon his flesh. A muffled groan escaped through the clenched gaps of his teeth, and beads of sweat cascaded from his brow, soaking through the bloodied fabric of his garments. "Master, what has happened to you?" Gina, noticing the alarming state of Ping, rushed to support his trembling form, her eyes filled with concern. In that moment, Ping heard her voice, yet he lacked the strength to respond. He dared not release his clenched jaw, fearing that any such act would unleash a scream of agony. Gina, feeling the relentless tremors of Ping's body, seemed to grasp the severity of the situation. With a deep breath, she extended her right hand, and a radiant white light began to emanate from it, illuminating her delicate fingers with an ethereal glow. As the light intensified, it took on the appearance of a soft mist, and sensing the right moment, Gina gently pressed her palm against Ping's chest. The white light swiftly found its way into his body, as if it had discovered an entrance. The luminous energy surged through Ping, causing him to shudder at its arrival. The furrowed brow that had been twisted in pain gradually began to relax, and his expression smoothed into one of tranquility. He suddenly felt a refreshing coolness enveloping him, akin to the gentle breeze of a spring morning, caressing his body like tender waves lapping at the shore. Each pulse of his tortured muscles was soothed, and the pain began to dissipate. Seeing Ping's brow unfurl, a glimmer of joy illuminated Gina's countenance. Her magic, meant to restore vitality and magical energy, possessed a profound healing effect, capable of uplifting the spirit and purifying negative states. Observing Ping's previous torment and now his serene demeanor post-treatment, she understood the nature of his affliction. However, the refreshing sensation was fleeting, vanishing within mere seconds. Pain surged back like a relentless tide, prompting Ping to emit another involuntary groan. Gina's palm glowed once more, the sacred white light penetrating Ping's form again. With each influx of brilliance, his brow relaxed once more. Gina continued to channel her magic, casting her restorative spell 4 times in total, until Ping finally emerged from his torment. Yet, she was now drenched in sweat, her body trembling slightly from the exertion. The earlier battle against the mutated canine horde had drained a significant portion of her mental energy, and now, after forcefully casting 5 spells, her already feeble reserves were nearly exhausted. Had it not been for her indomitable will, she would have succumbed to her limits long ago. "Enough, Gina. I am fine," Ping reassured her, sensing the pain had lessened considerably, now bearable. He noticed Gina's furrowed brow, glistening with perspiration, her trembling hands poised to cast yet another spell. He grasped her hand firmly, halting her efforts. As he gazed into her slightly blurred eyes, his heart swelled with gratitude. With gentle fingers, he brushed aside her disheveled hair, tenderly wiping the sweat from her forehead. "Master, you frightened Gina." Exhausted, Gina leaned against Ping, her gaze softening as she looked up at him. Her voice a delicate whisper, as if each word required immense effort. A pang of sorrow gripped Ping's heart as he embraced her fragile form. Inhaling the faint scent that lingered around her, In that moment, all thoughts of concern for himself faded, replaced solely by his affection for Gina. He half carried her to the wall, gently lowering her onto the nearby sofa, adjusting it to a comfortable position for her to rest. Gina, take a moment to recover. Rest assured, I am well. Di Ping whispered soothingly in her ear, offering a comforting caress to her hair. Yes, master. Gina nodded obediently, slowly settling into a cross-legged position on the sofa to meditate. Yet, unbeknownst to Di Ping, her ears flushed crimson beneath her hood. She cherished her master's tender concern, finding it immensely comforting, though it also stirred a sense of shyness within her, prompting her to focus on her breathing to quell her racing heart. As Di Ping observed Gina in her meditative state, he straightened his posture and retrieved his broken sword from the ground, exhaling deeply. This Han sword, which had accompanied him through life and death trials, had reached its end. Although it no longer matched his growing prowess, he felt a pang of nostalgia. Reluctant to part with the blade that had served him faithfully, setting aside his sentiments, Di Ping approached the corpse of the mutated Tibetan mastiff, using his broken sword to search for the crystal core within the shattered skull. After a brief while, he finally unearthed a pearl, the size of a quail's egg, glistening with a pure, jade-like radiance. Emitting a mysterious and gentle glow, the pearl remained untouched by the surrounding carnage, resembling a pristine lotus emerging untainted from the mire. Captivating in its purity. Volume 3, Base Rescue Chapter 0082. A hand extended does not strike a smiling face at this moment. The individuals within the underground base quietly observed Di Ping's actions, as they witnessed him rummaging through the pulverized flesh. Confusion gripped them regarding the intentions of this terrifying young man. Could he possess some peculiar predilection? Such a thought sent a chill down their spines. Each time they beheld the shattered blood and meat stirred by Di Ping and Apos' broken sword, a wave of nausea surged within many, some managing to suppress it while others hastily retreated to vomit in a corner. However, Di Ping appeared oblivious to their reactions, engrossed in his task as he approached a dozen mutated dogs that had been incinerated by Gina and Apos' magic. One by one, he dissected them to extract their crystal cores, wrapping each in a cloth and placing them into his own garments. Only after completing this grim endeavor did he lift his gaze to the assembly of horrified onlookers in the hall. Digo! Suddenly, two figures entered through the doorway, calling out in unison upon spotting Di Ping. Their expressions were a mix of excitement and trepidation as they carefully navigated around the carcasses of the mutated dogs, hastening to Di Ping's side. Without needing to turn around, Di Ping recognized them as Yulai and Lu Han, realizing belatedly that he had forgotten about them in his haste to rescue others from the underground market. It seemed they had been hiding outside, observing the situation within before daring to step inside. Yet, Di Ping bore no resentment toward them. After all, they were merely ordinary individuals. The previous skirmish, though it felt lengthy, had only spanned a mere 10 minutes. Their courage in remaining outside without fleeing was commendable. Isn't that Yulai and Lu Han? Yes. It is indeed them. They survived outside. Indeed, weren't they said to be among those who perished? Their appearance sparked a ripple of commotion among the gathered crowd, as some recognized Yulai and Lu Han, exclaiming and speculating. Gu Zhongping, upon hearing the murmurs behind him, suddenly changed his expression, which quickly transformed into a broad smile, banishing the fear that had previously gripped him. He had been startled by Di Ping's frenzied demeanor and the formidable magic of the enigmatic figure in the black robe. Uncertain of who these two individuals were, whether they were earthlings or extraterrestrials, he had hesitated. However, seeing Yulai and Lu Han converse with Di Ping, a realization dawned upon him. These two were indeed humans from his base, capable of engaging with Di Ping, which indicated that Di Ping was not an adversary. This thought brought a smile to his face. As long as communication was possible, there was hope. He believed he could win over these mysterious individuals. This young hero, I am immensely grateful. I am Gu Zhongping, the head of the underground base, and I extend my heartfelt thanks on behalf of everyone here for your rescue. Having resolved these thoughts, the seasoned politician Gu Zhongping approached Di Ping with a hearty laugh, his countenance radiating warmth and friendliness as he extended his hands in greeting from a distance. Hello, Mr. Gu. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Di Ping turned to acknowledge Ge Zhongping, offering a slight smile as he extended his hand for a brief handshake. Though he had heard from Yu Lai and Lu Han that Ge Zhongping was not a man of integrity, he deemed it inappropriate to confront him at this juncture, opting instead for a measured response. Haha, mere reputation. It is you, young brother, who exemplifies noble virtue, having saved the lives of everyone at our base. We must reward you. Ge Zhongping laughed heartily, even as he downplayed his own notoriety. His smile suggested he took great pleasure in the interaction, transitioning from calling Di Ping a young hero to young brother with alarming rapidity. He expressed gratitude, while simultaneously elevating Di Ping to a pedestal of virtue, even offering an empty promise of a reward, oblivious to the higher authorities who might be unaware of such proclamations. You and Appos, re too kind, Mr. Ge. Di Ping raised an eyebrow slightly, harboring a measure of disdain for this outwardly virtuous, yet inwardly malevolent individual. However, his immediate priority was to ensure the safety of everyone present, deeming it unwise to complicate matters further. Greetings, Mr. D. I am Han Zhonghua, and I thank you for your valiant rescue. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. A booming voice resonated as a robust, square-faced man in his 40s approached Di Ping with alacrity, extending a hand warmly, gratitude and kindness evident in his smile. Di Gu, this is Mr. Han. Yu Lai whispered from behind, prompting Di Ping's realization. Hello, Mr. Han. No need for formalities. I believe humanity should assist one another, should we not? This was the Han Zhonghua that Yu Lai had mentioned, known for his strong sense of justice within the underground base. Di Ping felt an affinity for such individuals and promptly smiled as he clasped Han Zhonghua's hand. Haha, indeed. We humans must support one another. Mr. D, your magnanimity is commendable. Han Zhonghua laughed heartily, his gaze filled with admiration for Di Ping. He was enamored with this young man, appreciating his formidable strength coupled with a calm demeanor. In the face of his presence, Di Ping exhibited neither arrogance nor anxiety, further elevating Han Zhonghua and Appos' esteem for him. Volume 3, Base Rescue 0083, Finding a Way Out Amidst Food Scarcity. Ge Zhongping was displeased. He had hurriedly approached the formidable young man, Di Ping, in hopes of forging a favorable relationship, yet before he could utter a few words, Han Zhonghua had intervened. Moreover, it seemed that Di Ping exhibited a warmer demeanor towards Han than towards himself. Did he know of Ji's past actions? Who had divulged such information to him? Ji's thoughts sharpened as he glanced at Yu Lai and Lu Han, standing behind Di Ping. If Di Ping was indeed aware of his history, it could only have come from these two, as Di Ping had treated him with a noticeable coolness, devoid of much mirth, while showing marked amiability towards Han Zhonghua. This realization ignited a flicker of murderous intent within Ji's eyes as he scrutinized the duo. Di Ping struggled to conceal his dissatisfaction, his emotions betraying him despite his efforts. The earlier exchange had not escaped the keen perception of Ge Zhongping, the old fox, although he remained oblivious to the young man's sentiments. Yet, he felt no concern for someone like Ge, whom he had already condemned in his heart, vowing to show no mercy upon discovering an opportunity. At that moment, several others approached, and gradually, the fear dissipated, drawing more individuals towards Di Ping. Come, Mr. D, allow me to introduce you, Han Zhonghua exclaimed, cheerfully clasping Di Ping's hand and presenting him to the newcomers. Mr. Han, you may call me Xiao Di or Di Ping. There is no need for such formality. Di Ping replied, sensing Han Zhonghua's genuine warmth, and he allowed himself to be led along, smiling. Of course, I shall take the liberty of calling you Xiao Di then. Han Zhonghua laughed heartily, growing increasingly fond of the young man. However, not everyone shared this enthusiasm. Ge Zhongping, observing Han Zhonghua's enthusiastic interaction with Di Ping, felt his mood darken as he realized Han had usurped his role as the base's overseer by introducing the management to Di Ping. A tempest of rage brewed within him. Xiao Di, this is another head of the base, Lu Guoyang, Han Zhonghua introduced, pointing to the foremost figure among the group. Greetings, Mr. D. Lu Guoyang extended his hand to Di Ping with a warm smile, not seeking to assert any superiority. Hello, Mr. Lu. Di Ping reciprocated with a smile. He had heard of Lu Guoyang from Yu Lai and Lu Han, albeit with scant information. It was said that he belonged to the neutral faction and seldom involved himself in base matters, prompting Di Ping to observe him more closely. Lu Guoyang was of average height, around 1.7 meters, lean, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, and possessed a fair complexion accompanied by a gentle smile. Di Ping sensed none of the characteristic arrogance of bureaucrats emanating from him. Instead, he resembled a refined scholar. Yet, Di Ping was wary. Those who navigate the corridors of power are seldom simple. If he dismissed Lu Guoyang as merely a scholar, he would be the one to suffer. Following this, Han Zhonghua introduced the rest of the group to Di Ping, including Lu Hai, who left a rather unimpressive impression on Di Ping. Lu Hai spoke in a grating manner, exuding a rustic air wholly unbefitting a high-ranking official. With the immediate crisis averted, Di Ping could no longer contain his curiosity. Now that everyone is acquainted, what are your plans? He inquired, eager to address the pressing issue of food scarcity. Xiao Di, while the mutated canine threat has been resolved, the base's most significant problem remains, Han Zhonghua said, producing a cigarette and offering it to Di Ping, his tone turning somber. What problem? Di Ping accepted the cigarette, but refrained from lighting it, his expression grave as he observed Han Zhonghua. Food, Han Zhonghua stated, pausing to let the weight of the words sink in. Indeed, Xiao Di, our base has long run out of supplies. We currently have no food. And many are going hungry. Gu Zhongping interjected, echoing Han Zhonghua's sentiments, though Di Ping remained silent, lost in contemplation. He recalled how Yu Lai and Lu Han had previously mentioned the dwindling food supplies and the prolonged confinement they had endured. As night approached, venturing out for food seemed futile. The surrounding areas might have been thoroughly scavenged. To find sustenance, they would need to travel farther afield. Secretary Lu Guoyang sighed, adjusting his glasses and gazing at Di Ping through the lenses, his eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. Di Ping remained silent, acutely aware of the dilemma. Sending base personnel out to search for food posed grave risks. Should they wander too far, their safety would be compromised, effectively condemning them to peril. He pondered how much food he could gather alone, and with the day waning, he hesitated to linger outside. Returning late as darkness enveloped the city was fraught with unknown dangers. Silence descended upon the group, broken only by the sounds of individuals tidying up the area. Di Ping fiddled with the cigarette in his hand, the paper unraveling and the tobacco spilling forth. Food, food, Di Ping repeatedly murmured, his gaze drifting restlessly. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind as he glanced at the charred remains of the mutated canine scattered about. A flicker of hope surged within him. Before the apocalypse, dog meat had been a common fare. Could it still be consumed now? Some argued against eating dogs, claiming they had consumed human flesh. Yet, before the cataclysm, hadn't dogs also eaten excrement? Many still indulged in such delicacies. As hunger gnawed at him, he found himself indifferent to such concerns. The only question that preoccupied him now was whether the flesh of these mutated canines was edible and devoid of toxins. Did he need to find someone to test it? Di Ping and Apos, gaze fixated on the remains of the mutated canines, his mind racing with possibilities. Volume 3, Base Rescue 0084. The struggle for mutated dog meat suddenly. A spark ignited in his eyes as he recalled his ability to probe. How foolish he had been to neglect such a skill. Without further hesitation, he focused his thoughts and directed his probing ability towards a mutated dog. Mutated dog, status, deceased, flesh edible, contains weak energy, long-term consumption can improve constitution. A stream of information appeared before Di Ping, confirming that this carbon-like mutated corpse was deemed edible by the system. Indeed, it could be consumed, and fortunately, it bore no toxicity. This revelation filled Di Ping with immense joy, his face glowing with delight. He then turned his gaze to the massive corpse of a mutated Tibetan Mastiff and activated his probing ability once more. Mutated Tibetan Mastiff, deceased bloodline rank, D. Talent skill, frenzy, enhancement level, first stage second rank, skill, bite, flesh edible, rich in energy, long-term consumption can improve constitution. Upon reading this, Di Ping was overwhelmed with ecstasy, yet a pang of regret washed over him. He lamented the previous mutated creatures he had slain without preserving their meat for consumption. Such wastefulness gnawed at him. Had he known earlier, he could have fortified his constitution further through their flesh. How could he have overlooked the potential of his probing skill? Reflecting on his earlier reluctance to consume these mutated beasts, due to the sufficiency of food and a lingering discomfort regarding their predatory nature, he now found himself in dire straits. With hunger gnawing at him, the thought of consuming mutated flesh felt less repugnant. After all, was it not akin to the cycle of life, where the consumed became the consumers? Does Little D have an idea? Han Zhonghua queried, noticing the elation on Di Ping's face, his heart swelling with hope. I believe this matter hinges upon this. Di Ping raised his head, observing the eager faces surrounding him. With a slight smile, he pointed towards the distant mutated dog carcass. Ah, can we eat that? Lu Hai exclaimed in astonishment. Han Zhonghua, Guzhongping, and Lu Guoyang mirrored Lu Hai's incredulity, having been relentlessly pursued by these mutated dogs. The mere thought of consuming them had never crossed their minds until now. And Di Ping's words sent their expressions spiraling into a mix of fear and uncertainty. Indeed, I have verified that this meat is not only edible, but can also enhance one's constitution and increase strength and reflexes. Di Ping observed their doubtful expressions, knowing that without some convincing, they would remain hesitant. He elucidated the benefits of the meat. Can consuming it truly enhance our constitution? Little D, are you certain? Gu Zhongping's eyes sparkled with hope, his face illuminating with excitement. If this were true, could they not grow strong and powerful like Di Ping himself? I assure you, once you taste it, you will understand. Di Ping met the hopeful gazes of his companions, his demeanor turning resolute. Upon receiving Di Ping and Apos' affirmative response, the group erupted with joy, some already rising in haste to gather the meat. They were aware that each of the 30-odd mutated dogs weighed at least 1 to 200 pounds, and the enormous mutated Tibetan Mastiff likely exceeded 1,000 pounds. The total yield could surpass 10,000 pounds of meat, enough to satiate the entire base of 1,000 individuals. Moreover, the prospect of enhancing their physical prowess was irresistible. Having endured countless dangers and brushed with death, their yearning for strength in this apocalyptic world was palpable. Hurry, Lu Hai. Organize the others to collect all this dog meat for equitable distribution. Gu Zhongping, unable to contain himself, stood and urged Lu Hai with urgency. He aimed to gather as much meat as possible before Han Zhonghua could stake his claim. Understood. I will go at once. Although Lu Hai might have been somewhat inept, he was not oblivious. Upon hearing Gu Zhongping's command, he promptly stood to execute it. However, Han Zhonghua, taken aback by Gu Zhongping's swift response, felt a flicker of anger. As the leader of the base, Gu Zhongping and Apos' authority was unassailable, and he refrained from voicing any objections, though his eyes smoldered with indignation. Wait! A calm voice suddenly halted Lu Hai's actions, drawing everyone's attention to Di Ping, who appeared unfazed by the puzzled looks directed at him. Di Ping regarded Lu Hai with a placid expression. Though Lu Hai remained silent, a growing ire brewed within him. Who does this young lad think he is to issue orders here? You lie, Lu Han. Please assist Lu Director in collecting the meat, Di Ping stated. Disregarding the glances from the onlookers and ignoring Lu Hai's barely concealed fury, simply directing his gaze towards Yu Lai and Lu Han with a placid command. Volume 3, 0085. The allure of beauty and the boldness of the heart. Lu Hai stood momentarily stunned by Di Ping's words, a surge of anger swelling within him. Faced with the formidable presence of Di Ping, he was uncertain whether to depart or remain. At that moment, he could only cast a hopeful glance towards Gu Zhongping, seeking his guidance. Dear Di, you have endured a long journey and fought tirelessly. Surely, you must be weary. Such trifles can be entrusted to Lu Hai and his team. Gu Zhongping, taken aback by Di Ping and Apos' remarks, quickly grasped that Di Ping was wary of his potential treachery. Annoyance flickered within him as he noticed Lu Hai and Apos' hesitation, and he forced a smile, addressing Di Ping with renewed respect, reverting to the term Dear Di. Di Ping remained silent, merely lifting his gaze to meet Gu Zhongping's eyes. The coldness emanating from Di Ping sent a shiver down Gu Zhongping's spine. It was a gaze that seemed to perceive him as a mere corpse, chilling and lifeless. A suffocating sensation gripped him, rendering him momentarily breathless. The words he intended to speak were swallowed back, and he lowered his head. Unable to maintain eye contact with Di Ping, awkwardly chuckling a couple of times, "Well, let us heed dear Di's suggestion." As Ge Zhongping settled down, Di Ping turned his attention to Lu Hai, whose head instinctively bowed under Di Ping's piercing gaze. Even Ge Zhongping, known for his notorious dominance in the political arena, appeared diminished in the presence of this young man. It was evident that the very essence of authority had shifted. With two brothers assisting, our progress shall undoubtedly be expedited. Lu Hai quickly regained his composure, a sheepish smile adorning his face. "You two may proceed. Be cautious." Upon receiving Lu Hai's approval, he turned to Yu Lai and Lu Han, who had long been eager to depart, particularly Yu Lai, who was anxious to see his girlfriend. Upon hearing Di Ping's command, they readily agreed and hurried after Lu Hai. This unfolding scene did not escape the attention of those present. Although Di Ping had not directed his gaze towards them, the chilling aura that swept through the room etched itself into their minds. A primal fear of this young man had taken root, and it became evident that he was not easily deceived. His resolute nature brooked no opposition, exuding an unmistakable dominance that even the traditionally autocratic Ge Zhongping could not withstand. In that moment, a collective realization dawned upon them. The dynamics of this underground base had irrevocably transformed. Exchanging furtive glances, a silent communication transpired among the attendees, including Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang, who swiftly shared knowing looks. All of this transpired discreetly, unnoticed by Di Ping, who remained indifferent. He understood that true strength was the most potent currency, rendering any scheming futile in the face of absolute power. Meanwhile, Ge Zhongping, lost in thought with his head lowered, remained oblivious to the burning cigarette nearing his fingertips. No one paid him any heed at that moment. It was clear to all present that his authority as the leader of the base had significantly waned, overshadowed by the formidable presence of this young man, who would not tolerate any insubordination. "Master," a melodic female voice pierced the air, prompting everyone to turn. The mysterious figure in a black cloak stood respectfully behind Di Ping. "Gina, have you recovered?" Di Ping exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with concern as he turned to her. "Thank you for your concern, Master. I am well now. I merely needed a moment to recover from the extensive energy expenditure." Gina raised her face with a radiant smile, her beauty blossoming like a field of flowers. Her alluring expression reminiscent of gentle spring waters, captivating Di Ping's senses. A chorus of swallowed breaths echoed behind Di Ping. He need not look to know that Gina's enchanting visage had captivated those nearby. Her striking beauty was indeed rare, and combined with her sweet, melodious voice and charming smile, even Di Ping found it difficult to resist, let alone the others. "Dear Di, the lady has recovered. Let us retreat indoors where the dust is less pervasive." Han Zhonghua interjected, his voice breaking the spell as he observed the captivated expressions of the crowd. He feared Di Ping's wrath upon witnessing their foolishness, having previously witnessed the extent of his fury. "Indeed, I find myself somewhat fatigued." Di Ping, perceptive as ever, recognized the nature of the men's inappropriate admiration. He understood that it was not entirely out of malice, for Gina's beauty was undeniable. He bore no ill will towards them, merely nodding with a smile in agreement with Han Zhonghua's suggestion. The gathering, including Ge Zhongping, awakened to the reality of their situation. A cold sweat breaking out as they realized the precariousness of their predicament. They had indeed been entranced, harboring improper thoughts towards Di Ping's woman. With Han Zhonghua's timely intervention, a sense of relief washed over them, and gratitude for his tactfulness blossomed within their hearts. "Come this way." Han Zhonghua led the way, guiding Di Ping inward, with the others trailing behind, leaving Ge Zhongping languishing at the back. His face fluctuated between pallor and flush, for today, the leader of this base found himself overlooked and left behind, while those who typically followed him had chosen to disregard him entirely. This ignited a blazing fury within him, a desire to eliminate those who dared to slight him. Yet he understood that such thoughts were mere fantasies. Wiping his face in an attempt to steady his emotions, he ultimately resolved to follow suit. Volume 3. 0086. The malicious must be eliminated to soothe the hearts of the people. The underground market, though not particularly vast, spans merely 3 to 4,000 square meters. It consists of 3 passageways, each approximately 3 meters wide, lined with various shops selling clothing, accessories, shoes, and more. The inherently poor lighting of the underground market is exacerbated by the absence of electric lights, rendering it nearly impossible to see. Were it not for a few LED battery lights, navigating the space would be nearly futile. Through the dim illumination, Ping observed that each shop was densely populated. The ground was strewn with an assortment of items: straw mats, quilts, and tattered rags. Bodies lay haphazardly atop one another, a mix of men and women, their pallid faces and frail bodies betraying their suffering. Upon seeing Ping and his companions, their vacant stares bore witness to a spirit nearly extinguished, as if even the act of blinking demanded Herculean effort. Among them were children, their curious gazes fixed on the newcomers, their sallow faces caked in dust, leaning weakly against their exhausted parents. Witnessing this scene, Ping felt a tightening in his throat, a pang of sadness in his nose. He had not anticipated that merely days into this apocalyptic reality, such despair would strip these individuals of their vitality, rendering them akin to soulless husks. As he ventured deeper, meticulously inspecting each room he passed, he realized that had he delayed his arrival by even a day, the threat of mutated beasts loomed large, and hunger alone could spell doom for many. He noticed several elderly, frail individuals who appeared to be on the brink of death, some lying motionless, devoid of even the strength to groan. A heavy weight settled upon his heart, while the so-called leaders of this base remained oblivious, their appearances polished and glistening. It seemed that Yu Lai and Lu Han had indeed spoken the truth. The food was being hoarded for their benefit, creating a stark contrast that was difficult to comprehend. Ping cast a cold gaze upon this group of gentlemen, who seemed to find humor amidst the tragedy surrounding them. Their indifference sent a chill through him. How callous must one be to disregard human life so completely? In that moment, he yearned to strike them down, yet he restrained himself, knowing that such actions were ill-advised at this juncture. As he walked, Ping observed each individual's expression, including that of Han Zhonghua, whom he felt a semblance of trust towards. He did not doubt Yu Lai and Lu Han, yet his faith in his own observations prevailed. Every nuance of their expressions was absorbed by his keen gaze. Han Zhonghua walked silently, occasionally glancing around, his brow furrowed and face darkened, stopping intermittently to check the stillness of those sprawled on the ground, pain flickering in his eyes. In stark contrast, Secretary Lu Guoyang followed closely, making no sound, merely trailing behind with pursed lips and a neutral countenance, seemingly unaffected by the grim surroundings. However, Ping noticed the subtle gesture of him repeatedly adjusting his glasses, which was not merely an act of fidgeting, but an attempt to discreetly wipe away tears from the corners of his eyes, the tinted lenses obscuring the softness that lingered there. At that moment, Ge Zhongping, the leader, approached Ping, walking alongside him while enthusiastically discussing the situation, as if he were intimately familiar with the base. His words were laced with self-congratulation, claiming that the base had only reached its current state through his diligent leadership, implying that without him, the inhabitants would have perished from starvation. Ping remained silent, listening intently, his eyes narrowed as he scanned the faces around him, committing each one to memory. To those who truly understood him, this was the moment when Ping's ire was at its peak, yet the others remained oblivious, mistaking his silence for rapt attention. After traversing the passageway, the group arrived at a clothing shop that had been transformed into a meeting room, capable of accommodating a considerable number of people. Ge Zhongping eagerly gestured for Ping to take a seat on a nearby sofa, but Ping disregarded his invitation and boldly settled into the main seat. Ge Zhongping's arm hung awkwardly in the air, his face a mask of embarrassment and barely concealed anger. Little D, it seems you've made an unfortunate choice. That seat is rather hard and uncomfortable. He forced a smile, thinly veiling his displeasure. His implication was clear, yet Ping feigned ignorance, viewing Ge Zhongping as no different from a corpse. He refrained from taking drastic measures just yet, not wanting to inadvertently provoke misunderstandings among the others. In truth, Di Ping had contemplated incorporating these 1,000 individuals into his own ranks, yet his base was not yet fortified enough to accommodate them. Additionally, his current manpower was insufficient. Relocating such a sizable group posed significant risks over the treacherous 10-kilometer journey, and he had no desire to lose the very people he had painstakingly gathered to the clutches of mutated beasts. Thus, consolidating this base was imperative, yet he needed to avoid inciting hostility among the populace. Nonetheless, Gu Zhangping was destined to be removed. A man like him was a ticking time bomb, possessing both capability and the cunning of a seasoned bureaucrat. Most importantly, he had become corrupted. Having heard Yu Lai's description, Di Ping harbored no goodwill towards him. Keeping such a person around was akin to nurturing a venomous snake. His removal was inevitable, though the manner in which it was executed required careful consideration to avoid alarming the many inhabitants of the base. At that moment, Gu Zhongping remained blissfully unaware that his fate had already been sealed by Di Ping's resolve. Seeing that Di Ping had no intention of vacating his seat, he begrudgingly settled beside him, his eyes flickering with intense animosity, plotting to ensure that this insolent young man would meet a fate devoid of any semblance of dignity. Volume 3, 0087 Mission accomplished. Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang exchanged glances once more, both contemplating the formidable young man before them, feeling a twinge of displeasure. Although they harbored considerable grievances against Gu Zhangping, he remained a significant figure in their midst, and they, too, held esteemed positions of power. This young man, despite his undeniable strength, exhibited a blatant disregard for their authority by unceremoniously taking the seat of honor. They pondered whether his assertiveness would herald fortune or calamity for the base. A sigh escaped them, as they were acutely aware of their dire situation. Had they forgotten their plight? Like frightened dogs, they had fled from mutated beasts, narrowly escaping death until they found refuge in this underground marketplace, only to be ensnared by mutant dogs for days. Their lives dangled by a thread. Thoughts of power seemed utterly futile. Both men were astute, perceptive individuals. The sight of the colossal, despair-inducing mutated Tibetan Mastiff, along with the formidable and enigmatic powers of Gina and Di Ping, instilled in them a profound realization: the world had irrevocably changed. The era of the strong preying upon the weak had become even more brutal and stark. Without a shift in mindset, they, too, risked being cast aside. These two had ascended to their current positions through remarkable cunning, capable of turning even the slightest misstep into a strategic advantage. In a fleeting moment, they comprehended what needed to be done and exchanged knowing smiles before taking their seats with a sense of calm. Di Ping was not inherently domineering. His actions today served a purpose: to seize control of the base. He required trustworthy allies, yet he found himself without capable subordinates. Only Yu Lai and Lu Han, mere novices, were of little use to him. The individuals present were beyond their means to manage, and without a firm hand, establishing absolute authority would prove challenging. By taking his place at the head, he sought to gauge the reactions of those gathered, to discern whether they understood that the world had transformed into one where the strong reigned supreme and the weak succumbed to become prey. Upon witnessing Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang calmly take their seats, he felt a surge of relief, recognizing that some among them were perceptive enough to grasp the reality of their changed circumstances. Most others, however, exhibited displeasure, yet remained intimidated by Di Ping's might and the alluring, enigmatic figure cloaked in black who stood beside him. They were unwilling to face a fate akin to that of the mutant dogs, their expressions betraying their discomfort but daring not to voice dissent. They all took their seats, while a few others, having remained unperturbed, had already settled in. The latter group predominantly belonged to Lu Guoyang's faction, which held little sway within the base, rendering them indifferent to who occupied the seat of honor. One could argue that Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang understood the dynamics at play, so it was perplexing that Gu Zhongping, a seasoned political player, was seemingly oblivious to Di Ping's intentions. This was not surprising, however, as Gu Zhongping's political acumen surpassed that of both Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang, which explained his swift acquisition of authority within the base. Yet, today he felt persistently overlooked and humiliated by Di Ping, which incited a furious desire for retribution. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to eliminate this arrogant young man, leaving little room for contemplation of other matters, especially after reveling in the intoxicating allure of unchallenged power, where beauty was at his beck and call. He had grown accustomed to a life unshackled by the constraints of the pre-apocalyptic world. The prospect of losing such privileges to Di Ping was intolerable, his mind clouded by insatiable desire that precluded rational thought. Di Ping, seated at the forefront, closed his eyes momentarily, fatigued from the recent battle. He contemplated the issues he had inadvertently exposed during the fray, recognizing that although he was considerably stronger than the mutated mastiff, he had emerged from the encounter rather disheveled, having even broken his sword. This presented numerous points worthy of reflection. Leaning back against the sand, he began to assess his post-battle gains and losses, while Gina stood behind him, her azure eyes shimmering with intensity as they scanned the assembly before them. The senior members of the base were momentarily taken aback by Di Ping's nonchalant demeanor, closing his eyes as if to disregard their presence. Yet, witnessing his bloodied form and the stunning woman cloaked in mystery beside him, none dared to stir, opting instead to remain silent and wait. Gu Zhongping lit a cigarette and settled into the sofa, exhaling a cloud of smoke that obscured his face, lost in his thoughts. Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang exchanged a wry smile before extracting their own cigarettes, lighting them in unison. This was not a deliberate slight from Di Ping. Rather, he had merely sought a brief respite to gather his thoughts, intending to conclude his reflections in mere moments. However, he was unprepared for the sudden chime of the system resonating in his mind. Ding! Rescue mission completed. Rewarded with 500 crystal coins and a black gold war knife. Ding! System equipment acquired. Backpack function activated. Ding! Backpack activated, offering 50 slots. The black gold war knife has been stored, occupying 1 space. The cacophony of notifications reverberated within Di Ping's consciousness, reminding him that this rescue had indeed entailed a mission. With the completion of the task, he had acquired not only 500 crystal coins, but also a black gold war knife. A timely boon, as his sword had just been shattered. What thrilled him most, however, was the activation of the backpack system, a remarkable asset that would liberate him from the burden of carrying a pack wherever he went. Volume 3, 0088, a hearty stew of dog meat overcome with joy. I momentarily forgot the throngs waiting outside, only to calm my fervor after a while. Realizing that I was not alone in the room, I hastily opened my eyes and beheld a group of officials enveloped in clouds of smoke. I cleared my throat and, with a hint of embarrassment, spoke, "Apologies, everyone. I was so fatigued that I dozed off upon sitting down." "No worries. No worries. Comrade D must be weary," came the chorus of responses, as Di Ping's cough startled everyone awake, prompting them to extinguish their cigarettes. Some chuckled and eagerly chimed in. "How long did I sleep? Why didn't anyone wake me?" "Not long, not long." Gu Zhongping responded with a smile, though inwardly he had berated Di Ping's ancestors multiple times. Careful not to reveal his true feelings. "Commander Gu, to be referred to as base commander for discretion, I trust friends will understand. The meat from the mutated beasts is ready. What shall we do next?" At this moment, Lu Hai entered, flanked by Yu Lai and Lu Han. Upon noticing Di Ping seated at the head, Lu Hai hesitated momentarily before steeling himself to address Gu Zhongping. "Brother Di, what are your thoughts?" Gu Zhongping had intended to stand and direct Lu Hai, but recalling Di Ping and Apos as presence, he felt a chill and refrained from making any sudden movements. He turned to Di Ping with a smile and asked, "How much meat do we have?" A glint of cold light flashed in Di Ping's eyes as he cast a sharp glance at Lu Hai before shifting his gaze to Yu Lai and Lu Han. Lu Hai felt a chill run down his spine under Di Ping and Apos, as piercing gaze, nearly collapsing as he thought, his eyes are truly intimidating, akin to a sword piercing the heart. He understood that his previous report to Gu Zhongping had likely displeased the young man, and he dared not utter another word. "Brother D, we have over 7,000 jin of meat." Yu Lai stepped forward excitedly upon meeting Di Ping's gaze. 7,000 jin of meat. That's quite substantial. Enough for 2 days. Someone exclaimed with delight. "It has been ages since we've had meat. If we stew it in a large pot with some radishes until tender." "Ah, I can hardly speak of it without salivating." An official, caught up in his description, began to salivate, but no one laughed at him. Instead, they felt their mouths watering at the thought. It was not surprising, for although these individuals were better off than the average person in ensuring food supplies, many had not enjoyed a proper meal in a long while, let alone meat. The scant offerings of cold cuts in supermarkets were hardly sufficient to satisfy their appetites. Haha. Splendid. Today we shall prepare a grand stew of dog meat. They say dog meat, when boiled thrice, makes even the gods unsteady on their feet. Let us see if this mutated dog meat is even more delectable. Di Ping rose, chuckling heartily as he clapped his hands. He then turned to Han Zhonghua and others. Continuing, I propose we prepare several large pots to stew the meat, allowing everyone to savor dog meat and broth. What do you all think? I find it delightful. It reminds me of my childhood in the countryside, where whenever a family slaughtered livestock, they would gather everyone around a large pot for a feast. The aroma was simply irresistible, Han Zhonghua exclaimed, rising with a beaming smile, nostalgia evident in his expression. This is a wonderful idea. It has been far too long since we enjoyed meat. A hearty meal might help many of the frail regain some vitality. Lu Guoyang also stood with a cheerful demeanor. What does Mr. Gu think? Di Ping inquired, noting the enthusiasm in the room as he turned to the seated Gu Zhongping. Hiki. Quite good, quite good. Brother Di. Your suggestion is indeed commendable. Gu Zhongping, momentarily distracted, managed a stiff smile in response. Captain Lu, please arrange for a few large pots to stew the meat. Is that feasible? Di Ping asked, his tone calm as he turned to the awaiting Lu Hai after Gu Zhongping's reply. And no problem. Lu Hai's eyes darted to Gu Zhongping, who remained seated without a word, causing his expression to darken. Quickly, he plastered on a smile and responded, hurrying towards the exit. By the way, ensure each person receives at least a bowl of broth and 2 tails of meat. Those who participated in the battle can have an extra tail. Di Ping called out just as Lu Hai was about to leave. Understood. I will ensure it is done. Lu Hai replied, turning back before hastily departing. Though his steps were somewhat heavy, outside, several combatants heard Di Ping's words and immediately brightened, with one swiftly running off, presumably to relay the news. You two should go and lend a hand as well. Observing Lu Hai's retreating figure, Di Ping's lips curled into a knowing smile, and then, with a serious expression, instructed Yu Lai and Lu Han, signaling to Yu Lai with a glance. All right, Brother Di. Yu Lai, perceptive and astute, nodded in agreement and pulled Lu Han along as they hurried after Lu Hai. Just as the trio departed, 3 young and beautiful women entered, serving tea to the meeting room. After placing a cup in front of each person, they gracefully exited. Di Ping accepted the tea and glanced at the young women, noting their youth and beauty. Observing the officials nonchalantly sipping their tea, he felt a wave of dissatisfaction. Were these bureaucrats living too comfortably? It seemed unreasonable to be angered by this, so he resolved to find an opportune moment to address these individuals appropriately. Volume 3, 0089 details of the retreat incident. As Di Ping savored his tea, he engaged in pleasant conversation with Gu Zhongping, Han Zhonghua, and Lu Guoyang. At this moment, Gu Zhongping appeared to have forgotten all previous grievances, his radiant smile unwavering, and his demeanor devoid of any displeasure. He frequently exchanged light-hearted banter with the trio, occasionally discussing their perspectives on the apocalyptic world. These 3 individuals, all of high rank, should not be underestimated. The notion that officials do not indulge in humor is a misconception. The rarity of joviality stems from the disparity in status. In the empire, serving as an official demands not only capability and connections, but also the astute ability to read social cues and articulate one's thoughts. In this setting, the 3 men regarded Di Ping as an equal, perhaps even elevating him to a higher status, resulting in a conversation devoid of formalities. Di Ping, no naif, recognized the goodwill extended towards him, and thus, the 4 conversed with great ease. Though their dialogue was casual, it predominantly revolved around the events of the apocalypse. Through their discussion, they gleaned a clearer and more comprehensive understanding of the government's previous retreat operations. While the radio had broadcasted some information, hearing it directly from them provided a more vivid picture. The last retreat from the Zhoufu was initially shrouded in secrecy from the ordinary citizens. primarily focusing on evacuating high-ranking officials, a decision not made out of cruelty, but necessity. The military had dispatched an insufficient number of personnel for assistance, and the conventional security forces were equipped with only standard weaponry, rendering them incapable of ensuring the safe evacuation of a large populace. Consequently, Jofu issued a strict order to refrain from disseminating information. However, who does not have family or relatives? As a result, the news inevitably leaked. On the day of departure, an astonishing gathering of 50 to 60,000 people assembled at the provincial government, leaving the officials exasperated, yet unable to disperse the crowd. Although this number was considerable, it paled in comparison to the city's population of over 10 million. Thus, the large contingent set out, albeit with naive expectations. The throng stretched over 5 to 6 kilometers, while the military had sent merely a little over 300 personnel. How could such a meager force manage the safety of so many? Along the journey, sporadic attacks from mutated creatures ensued. Fortunately, the sheer number of evacuees deterred the creatures from launching outright assaults, resulting only in ambushes, and the casualties remained manageable. The group covered a mere 4 to 5 kilometers over the course of the morning, causing perspiration to bead on the foreheads of the Jofu officials, while the military leaders stomped their feet in frustration. Their original plan had been to traverse the city until they reached the highway, where they could drive away. Though dangerous, travel by vehicle would have significantly hastened their escape. Yet, at their current pace, reaching the highway before nightfall seemed a distant dream. The initial strategy had become impractical. Given the present numbers, organizing sufficient vehicles for such a multitude was a daunting task. If they were to walk the 70-plus kilometers to Bienjo at this rate of merely 10 kilometers a day, it would take 6 to 7 days, a duration requiring them to brave the wilderness for several nights. The dangers of nighttime in the wild were exponentially greater. If ambushes occurred during the day, how many more would arise after dark? The presence of mutated creatures lurking in the woods along the roadside hinted that they were trailing the group, seeking opportunities to strike, no matter how urgent the situation. The overwhelming number of individuals, elderly, infirm, and weak, hampered swift movement. The journey was rife with tears and lamentations. Merely making progress was a challenge, let alone quickening their pace. The officials of Jofu convened to deliberate on how to address their current predicament. Some proposed that a portion of the leaders, escorted by troops, depart early to rendezvous with the military forces stationed at the highway, facilitating a rapid journey to the Bienjo base. However, this suggestion faced widespread rejection. Many officials, genuinely concerned for the public good, felt such an action contradicted their duty to serve the people. A significant portion, motivated by self-interest, had family members within the larger group. The limited numbers of those departing early could not accommodate many, rendering the proposal untenable. Ultimately, this plan fell by the wayside. The meeting concluded in discord, revealing rifts among the higher-ups. By noon, the large group reached the shores of D Lake, exhaustion evident in all. A suggestion to rest was made, and thus the contingent paused. As the rear of the group gradually approached, the gathering grew larger, and the noise escalated. In their collective presence, a sense of safety surged, prompting many to engage in raucous chatter. Suddenly, someone noticed turbulent waters in the middle of D Lake, as if it were boiling. A massive wave surged forth, crashing upon the shore with a tremendous roar. The onlookers, unaware of the impending danger, pointed and laughed, oblivious to the imminent threat. The colossal wave collided with the concrete embankment, sending water spraying everywhere. Just as the crowd scattered to evade the splashes, a gigantic shadow erupted from the lake. The enormous creature leapt from the water and lunged onto the shore, its gaping maw snapping shut around 4 or 5 individuals, blood spraying forth as it feasted. The crowd stood frozen in shock, witnessing the unfolding horror. As they regained their composure, they realized the creature was a monstrous crocodile, towering over 3 meters and measuring 30 meters in length. It resembled a primordial beast unleashed from the depths, wreaking havoc among the fleeing masses. Blood and flesh were strewn in its wake, as it effortlessly devoured 3 to 4 individuals with each bite. With each swipe of its massive claws, several were sent flying, reduced to mere fragments, while its powerful tail could sweep away dozens in an instant. Volume 3, 0090. The terrifying mentality shift in this area. Tens of thousands of people were gathered, trampling and jostling against one another, resulting in countless injuries and fatalities. The crocodile surged through the crowd like a wild stallion, wreaking havoc wherever it went, leaving a trail of blood and carnage in its wake. Meanwhile, the mutated creatures lurking nearby, including mutant dogs, rats, cats, snakes, and larger predators like mutant tigers and leopards, descended upon the chaos. Humans, akin to frightened chicks, flailed about in a desperate attempt to escape, regretting their parents for not granting them an extra leg. How could they outrun these mutated beasts? In an instant, thousands fell victim to their savage jaws, while an immeasurable number perished beneath the colossal maw of the mutated crocodile. Blood saturated the earth, transforming the landscape into a crimson expanse, as the blood flowed into the lake, tainting its waters. In that moment, the lake churned with throngs of mutated fish competing for the corpses of humans that had fallen into its depths. The scene was akin to a hellish nightmare, filled with screams, roars, gnashing teeth, and the cries of beasts amidst the blood and severed limbs. The sheer brutality of the spectacle was beyond imagination, and even Di Ping, recounting these horrors, could sense the overwhelming terror that permeated the air at that moment. As he spoke, the conference room fell into an eerie silence. Many attendees trembled, seemingly trapped in the memories of that horrific event. Those present had been at the forefront, the first to flee the crowd and evade the relentless attacks of the mutated creatures, ultimately finding refuge in this underground base. They had witnessed the devastation firsthand. The military's bullets had proven futile against the massive crocodile, and a tank's 2 shells had failed to penetrate its armored scales before it was swiftly dispatched. Faced with this dire situation, the military had no choice but to retreat, with some individuals hastily following their lead, while many others perished or, like these survivors, managed to escape by sheer luck. They considered themselves fortunate to have evaded the onslaught of mutated creatures and found sanctuary in this underground refuge, unlike many who had not been so lucky. After hearing these accounts, Di Ping exhaled deeply, feeling an oppressive weight on his chest, as if he could scarcely breathe. He could hardly fathom the devastation that had unfolded. It was evident that with 50 or 60,000 people congregated, chaos would reign should a calamity occur, pushing and trampling one another, with the crocodile crushing everything in its path. It was indeed a stroke of fortune to have escaped. According to Han Zhonghua's description, casualties exceeded 10,000, and the majority of the crowd had scattered, leaving their survival uncertain. Thousands had fled with the military, while others, unable to keep pace, took refuge in this underground marketplace. Di Ping clenched his fists in a surge of profound anger. Humanity appeared so frail in the face of the apocalypse, reduced to mere prey for these mutated beasts, with no capacity to fight back, helplessly watching as one after another fell victim to their cruel fangs. Although he was not a self-proclaimed savior, the horrors he had witnessed ignited a deep sorrow within him and solidified his resolve to strengthen his power to save more of humanity. He yearned to carve out a sliver of hope for those struggling in this dystopia and recognized that he must strive harder in pursuit of this goal. Initially, his ambition was merely to enhance his own strength, locate his parents, rescue them, and provide a safe haven for his loved ones. Yet, with the powerful assistance of the system and the experiences of the apocalypse, his mindset gradually transformed. He resolved not only to secure safety for his family and friends, but also harbored greater aspirations to transform his fortress into a sanctuary for humanity, offering survival opportunities to countless others. The atmosphere in the conference room was chillingly somber, with all present, whether malevolent or benign, reduced to silence, their faces etched with genuine sorrow and despair. Each bore the weight of a tragic reality, pondering how long they might endure in such a bleak world. Suddenly, a loud knock resonated, startling the somber assembly. The door swung open to reveal Lu Hai, drenched in sweat, rousing everyone from their silence. Some hastily wiped away traces of tears from their eyes. "Mr. D, the meat is stewing. Would you like to take a look?" Lu Hai had learned his lesson this time, addressing Di Ping respectfully instead of looking at Ge Zhongping. "Haha, splendid. I've been savoring the aroma. Let us go and see," Di Ping exclaimed, rising with a hearty laugh and inviting Han Zhonghua and the others to join him. Upon hearing Di Ping's words, everyone quickly stood up, their noses twitching as they caught the tantalizing scent wafting into the room now that the door had been opened. Haha, it smells divine. Let us go and taste it. Young Di, after you. Han Zhonghua's boisterous laughter filled the air, clapping his hands in approval as he stood and gestured for Di Ping to proceed. Haha, good, let us go together. Di Ping replied, not one to shy away. Laughing heartily as he led the way, Lu Hai hurriedly stepped out to guide them, followed by a throng of people. Gu Zhongping lingered at the back, his expression dark as he cast a sinister glance at Di Ping and the departing group. Volume 3, 0091 gathering at the square for meat under the guidance of Lu Hai. Di Ping and his companions made their way to the central square of the underground mall. It was only then that he realized why the previously crowded rooms were now deserted. Everyone had congregated here. The central area of the mall spanned about 400 to 500 square meters, featuring a circular stage typically used for promotional activities. At that moment, 5 enormous iron barrels were placed atop the stage, each standing 30 centimeters high, with a fire burning beneath them, emanating steam. Surrounding the stage was a dense crowd of people, each wielding various dining utensils, their eyes fixed hungrily on the 5 large barrels, filled with a palpable desire and restlessness. On the stage, a dozen armed personnel maintained order, their dark gun muzzles aimed at the crowd. Otherwise, the ravenous masses would undoubtedly surge forward to seize the meat contained within the barrels. As the throng pressed forward, many people were jostled to the side. Some elderly individuals were pushed out of line, while children cried out for their mothers. We need to deploy more personnel. Ensure everyone queues properly. Di Ping frowned at the chaotic scene, recognizing the potential for disaster should the crowd continue to surge. He turned to Lu Hai. We must take action. Understood, Mr. Di. I will make the necessary arrangements at once. Lu Hai replied, promptly moving to organize the situation. Let me assist in organizing. Han Zhonghua, equally concerned by the tumultuous crowd, urged Di Ping. Very well. Please coordinate the efforts. Have all personnel, except those guarding the entrance, join us, along with the temporary reinforcements from the previous battle to help maintain order. Assure them that there will be enough food, and they can afford to wait a little longer. Di Ping suggested after reflecting on Han Zhonghua and Apos' request. Excellent plan. I will attend to it immediately. Han Zhonghua exclaimed, clapping his hands in approval as he hurried off to gather more personnel. After his departure, both Lu Guoyang and Gu Zhongping promptly volunteered for the task, to which Di Ping agreed. Soon, only Gina remained by his side. Remarkably, the efficiency of the assembled individuals was commendable. Han Zhonghua climbed onto the stage, urging the crowd not to push and to heed the arrangements. As a result, several team members rushed in from outside to begin forming orderly lines, with many young individuals, likely those who had previously participated in combat, stepping forward to assist in maintaining order. Within half an hour, the square was organized into 7 or 8 lengthy queues leading towards various exits, while over 30 team members and temporary personnel gathered around the stage, preparing to distribute food. At this juncture, Han Zhonghua and Gu Zhongping approached Di Ping, inviting him to address the crowd. Di Ping recognized the necessity of speaking and accepted their invitation without hesitation. Standing on the stage, Di Ping's gaze swept over the multitude before him, a sea of faces filled with curiosity and uncertainty regarding his identity. Many among the crowd regarded him with reverence, particularly those who had previously fought alongside him. Even the armed personnel looked at him with admiration, having witnessed his strength. Humanity has always revered the powerful. Brothers and sisters, you have endured great suffering. Di Ping proclaimed from the stage, bowing respectfully to the audience. As he straightened, his eyes glistened with emotion, and his heartfelt words prompted some in the crowd to quietly weep, their eyes reddening with shared sorrow. Indeed, they had suffered immensely, living in fear, lacking sustenance, with many already feeling faint from hunger. Di Ping's words resonated deeply, striking a chord in their hearts and evoking tears from those who could no longer contain their emotions. This world has changed. Humanity no longer reigns supreme. The mutated beasts roam freely, and our survival is at stake. I believe you all have felt this truth acutely. Upon learning of your confinement underground, I rushed here with all haste, hoping to rescue as many as possible. However, witnessing the dire conditions here has pained me deeply. I cannot fathom the trials you have endured." His voice grew somber as he spoke, surveying the crowd below. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he raised his voice several notches. Continuing, "I trust you have witnessed the might of the mutated beasts, yet do not lose hope. We, too, have been endowed with mysterious powers and will grow stronger than these mutated creatures. Many of you have seen that we can vanquish these beasts, consume their flesh, and gnaw on their bones, just as we did in the past. They shall once again grace our tables." At this point, Ping's demeanor intensified. He swiftly lifted one leg and delivered a powerful kick to a thick stone pillar at the edge of the stage, producing a thunderous crash. The pillar crumbled into dust upon impact, debris scattering in all directions, prompting those nearby to dodge for safety. Gasps filled the air as the crowd erupted in astonishment. None had anticipated such a display of strength. The sheer power demonstrated by Ping was staggering. Shattering the sturdy stone pillar with a single blow was a testament to his formidable abilities. Volume 3, 009. To the value of lost. Ping paid no heed to the startled cries of the crowd. He retracted his legs and addressed everyone with a booming voice. "You all too shall possess such formidable power. Do you desire it?" A multitude expressed their astonishment, though many young souls fervently shouted their eagerness. Ping then gestured towards 5 large iron cauldrons of stew, proclaiming, "As long as you follow me, you will surely grow stronger and have meat to eat. Tell me, do you wish for meat?" The crowd responded with an enthusiastic yes, although their voices remained a cacophony. "Do you wish for meat?" Ping shouted once more. Yes. At long last, the crowd reacted, erupting in a passionate and synchronized response. Particularly those who had fought that day, including the original members of the base, who raised their weapons in fervor, their eyes gleaming with both fervor and madness, chanting loudly in a fervent cheer. "Good. Trust me. United we shall overcome adversity and vanquish the mutated beasts. I assure you, today's feast is but the first, and certainly not the last. Do you believe?" Ping raised his right hand high, his voice imbued with fervor and inspiration. "We believe." The audience erupted into an even louder and more harmonious chant. Even those who felt weak exerted themselves to shout, especially the youth, who, having witnessed Gina's terrifying and mysterious magic and Ping's formidable power akin to a tyrannosaurus, felt an insatiable thirst for strength and blind admiration for him, shouting with fervent enthusiasm, "All right, let us eat meat." Ping surveyed the exuberant crowd with a satisfied smile. However, noticing several feeble individuals struggling to keep up, he refrained from saying more and waved his hand to silence the crowd, which immediately complied with his command. Gao Zhongping, witnessing this, felt a wave of despair wash over him. He realized his ambitions for power were waning, as the people's hearts were now aligned with Ping, especially those who had participated in the battle, who had come to obey him unconditionally. Regaining power would prove increasingly challenging unless, with that thought, a dangerous glint sparkled in his eyes, his fists clenched tightly. Meanwhile, Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyan exchanged glances, each reflecting shock and helplessness. They had not anticipated this young man's prowess, which had effortlessly drawn everyone into his fold. With his display of strength, the allure of immediate benefits, and the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat, how could anyone maintain their stance? They themselves had performed poorly, unable to offer these people anything, not even the basic assurances of safety and sustenance. So why would anyone choose to follow them? But let us not dwell on the inner turmoil of these individuals. At this moment, Ping was directing the staff to ladle the meat into bowls and place them on the prepared tables, the aroma wafting through the air, irresistible. Ping couldn't help but inhale deeply. The scent of the mutated dog meat was delectable. As the tantalizing aroma filled the air, all began to surge forward, eager to taste the feast. Fortunately, some restrained them, preventing anyone from breaking ranks. When the first individual received a bowl of meat soup with a few pieces of meat, they wasted no time and stood right by the table, reaching into the bowl to grab a piece of meat. Oblivious to the heat as they tossed it into their mouth, gasping from the scalding but unwilling to spit it out. One after another, people received their meat soup, hurriedly retreating to savor their portions, while those in line behind them stomped their feet anxiously, urging the front to hurry. Eventually, many savored their fill, tears of joy streaming down their faces, a poignant expression of happiness, as if this simple bowl of meat had fulfilled them deeply. In times before the apocalypse, such lives seemed unremarkable. Back then, they found the food unappetizing, life devoid of flavor. Yet now, a mere bowl of meat soup felt divine, evoking a flood of emotions. As more and more people received their meat soup, the underground marketplace fell into a hushed silence. Save for the sounds of breathing and the rustling of lips as they contended with the hot meat and broth. Each person was engaged in a battle with their bowls, with no time to converse. Those who had finished early were now gazing hungrily at others, their mouths watering in nostalgia. Half an hour later, everyone had received their meat soup, with many already having finished. However, each person was limited to one serving and dared not approach again, now regretting eating too hastily, having missed the flavors. Then, the base team members and Today and Appos, as combatants began to collect their meat, able to take more than the others, their bowls brimming with meat. They relished each bite, their faces radiant with joy, as if this meat surpassed even the finest delicacies, their happiness uncontainable. At this moment, Han Zhonghua, Gao Zhongping, Lu Guolian, and several others finally exhaled in relief. The scene had unfolded favorably without incident, and they returned to Di Ping's side. By then, bowls of meat soup had been brought over, and Di Ping, smiling, accepted a bowl, glancing at the others and proclaiming, "Come, let us feast. The aroma is irresistible." Volume 3, 0093. A bowl of dog meat provokes reflection. Ah, how delightful. This broth is truly aromatic. Let and Appos, indulge. Han Zhonghua chuckled as he accepted the bowl from the delivery personnel, and several officials eagerly followed suit. In truth, they had long been craving this dish. But out of respect for Di Ping, they refrained from rushing to eat until he gave the signal. They had all come to recognize the young man's assertiveness and cunning. Di Ping observed the bowl brimming with meat, remaining silent. This was merely a reflection of privilege, a universal truth, even within the animal kingdom. The alpha males of a pride feast first on the spoils of the hunt, followed by the lionesses. There was no need to dwell on such trivialities. Who among them truly aspired to ascend the ranks, to endure the burdens of leadership without any tangible reward? Without hesitation, he accepted the bowl and began to eat. At that moment, Lu Hai, who had brought the meal, finally exhaled in relief. He had feared that Di Ping might be the type to lose his temper over such trivialities, should he perceive an excess of meat in his bowl. Meanwhile, the other management members looked at one another, relieved to see Di Ping eat without protest, and began to enjoy their own meals. Just moments before, when they had first received their bowls and noticed the ample portions of meat, apprehension had stirred within them. They feared Di Ping might react negatively to the perceived inequality. Ge Zhongping, however, remained still with his bowl, a glimmer of smugness in his eyes. He anticipated Di Ping's outrage, convinced that this young man, with his idealistic tendencies, would indeed be provoked. He envisioned the discontent that would spread among the others, leading them to doubt their future alongside such a leader. In that moment, he could secretly rally them to his side once again. Yet, events did not unfold as he had hoped. The world is not solely populated by the astute. When Ge Zhongping witnessed Di Ping merely glance at his bowl and proceed to eat, he was taken aback. Fear crept into his heart as he realized he had misjudged this young man, who was far more complex and enigmatic than he had assumed. Such individuals, with their cunning and adaptability, are indeed formidable. Would they truly allow him to flourish? Contemplating this, he felt the weight of the bowl in his hands grow heavier, as if it bore 1,000 pounds. Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoliang shared his astonishment, momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events. They too harbored concerns about Di Ping's temper, fearing that his wrath could alienate them all. However, they were pleasantly surprised by his adept handling of the situation. They exchanged relieved smiles, realizing their worries had been unfounded, and raised their bowls to eat, driven by hunger and desire. Meanwhile, several team members furtively glanced in their direction. Upon seeing Di Ping enjoying his meal, they exchanged knowing looks, and with newfound ease, resumed their own feasting. The meat provided by Lu Hai was no ordinary fare. It was a scheme devised by Ge Zhongping, intended to provoke Di Ping and sow discord among the management and team members, leading them to believe that associating with him would yield no benefits. He wished to erode Di Ping and Apos' standing, only to draw the disillusion back to himself. Little did he know, his machinations would inadvertently bolster Di Ping's reputation, garnering him even more support. As he stared at the meat in his bowl, bitterness washed over him. Devoid of any appetite, Di Ping was no naive newcomer to the world. Years in business had enlightened him to many truths. Life is not merely a dichotomy of black and white, nor is it governed by absolute right or wrong. Differing perspectives yield contrasting realities. While he could choose not to rely on these individuals, the presence of humanity inherently creates hierarchies, a facet of human nature. Regardless of whether one views humanity as inherently good or evil, the existence of society precludes absolute fairness. There will always be those who rise above and those who remain below. Otherwise, society would merely disintegrate into chaos. The very essence of communal living is to consolidate strength in the face of adversity. Even primitive humans grasp this principle. Why do so many today naively believe in the existence of true equity? Di Ping vowed he had never tasted such exquisite dog meat before. In the time before the apocalypse, he had sampled it, and while it had been fragrant and enjoyable, it paled in comparison to the mutated variant before him. Each morsel was a revelation, tender and succulent, devoid of any undesirable flavors, imbued with a refreshing essence that evoked visions of lush greenery. As the dog meat settled in his stomach, a gentle warmth radiated from his core, spreading throughout his body. Di Ping marveled at his heightened sensitivity. Though subtle and almost imperceptible, he could still discern the sensation. After consuming a single bowl, he felt satiated, a sensation he had not experienced since his enhancements. Typically, he would consume 5 or 6 bowls of rice without feeling full, perpetually haunted by hunger. Yet, with this bowl of mutated dog meat, he found himself genuinely satisfied. Moreover, the warmth emanating from his stomach felt akin to a small sun illuminating his being, spreading a comforting glow throughout him. He sensed a buoyancy in his body, as if every cell were invigorated, every pore breathing freely, imparting an extraordinary joy. The fatigue of the day ebbed away, and the lingering aches in his muscles gradually dissipated, leaving him not only in better spirits, but also with a faint sense of enhancement. While this augmentation might not be overt due to his robust constitution, for the average individual, the benefits would be significantly pronounced, alleviating physical ailments. Elated, he realized that these meats truly possessed the potential to fortify the body and enhance stamina. If consumed regularly, they could undoubtedly be beneficial to him, and for ordinary people, they would be nothing short of a treasure. Long-term consumption could not only strengthen their bodies, but perhaps even awaken latent potential within them. Only now did Di Ping comprehend why he had felt compelled to eat so much before. As his enhancements progressed, ordinary sustenance increasingly failed to meet his physical needs. It was only through the consumption of these mutated animals or plants, rich in energy, that he could fulfill his body's requirements. Regret washed over him for having squandered such an abundance of mutated beast meat. Volume 3, 009 For the Beauty of Service was an indulgence difficult to resist. With a satisfied pat on his belly, someone soon approached to take the bowl from his hands. At this moment, everyone had finished their meal. Some leaned against the wall, lazily picking at their teeth, seemingly having indulged too much, while others had simply succumbed to slumber, their snores echoing in the air. The officials of the base had also concluded their meal, each wearing a look of contentment. Many of them patted their bellies. Although their bowls held significantly less than Di Ping and Apos', they were mere mortals, and digesting such rich fare required effort. Though not abundant, it was sufficient to satiate their hunger. Mr. D, how shall we dispose of the remaining soup? At this moment, Lu Hai approached Di Ping, gesturing towards a metal bucket. This fellow, with his protruding belly and grease-stained lips, clearly had feasted heartily. Following his gaze to the bucket, it was evident that nearly half of it still contained soup, with a few pieces of meat floating atop. Let us reserve some for those who are frail, elderly, or children. This broth is beneficial for the ailing and weak. Perhaps a good night's rest will restore their health. After a moment's contemplation, Di Ping instructed Lu Hai accordingly. Excellent. I shall attend to it at once. Mr. Di, you truly possess a heart of gold. Lu Hai exclaimed, his flattery evident as he gave a thumbs up. Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang, overhearing this exchange, exchanged satisfied smiles. Their gazes towards Di Ping filled with admiration. They found this young man increasingly enigmatic yet increasingly commendable, their own thoughts surging forth unbidden. Di Gu, Di Gu. After Lu Hai began to execute Di Ping's orders, Yulai and Chi Han approached him, a young girl trailing behind them. Oh, are you done? Have you both eaten your fill? Di Ping inquired with a smile. Indeed, Di Gu. We feasted well, they replied in unison. Lu Han even patting his belly to emphasize his full stomach. Di Gu, this is my girlfriend, Yang Lan, Yulai said bashfully, pulling the girl forward for an introduction. Di Gu, she stammered, a bit nervous. Yang Lan was a lovely girl, fair-skinned and slender, standing around 168 meters tall. Her shoulder length, glossy black hair framed her delicate, oval face, which bore finely balanced features. Although her beauty did not rival that of Yu Shujie or Lu Bingyu, she was nonetheless above average, indicating Yu Lai's discerning taste. The girl, feeling shy, kept her head down, her voice barely audible. Hello, Yang Lan. No need to be nervous. I assure you I am not a monster. Di Ping greeted her with a warm smile, then chuckled lightly, giving Yulai a friendly punch on the shoulder. Yulai, you have good taste. Your girlfriend is quite charming. No wonder you were so desperate for me to rescue her. If I were in your shoes, I and Appos, Di be sprinting too. Thank you, Di Gu. Yulai, realizing Di Ping was complimenting him, beamed with gratitude. Thank you, Di Gu. Yang Lan echoed, following suit. All right, enough of the thanks. Now that you're full, go and rest. Di Ping laughed, waving his hand to dismiss their gratitude. We shall take our leave then. If you need anything, just call upon us, Di Gu. The two understood that Di Ping was busy, especially with so many high-ranking officials waiting nearby, so they promptly bid farewell. Once the trio departed, Ge Zhongping, Han Zhonghua, and Lu Guoyang approached Di Ping, inviting him to take a rest. After a long day of labor, from constructing frameworks in the morning to engaging in battle at noon, everyone felt somewhat exhausted, and the satisfying meal had begun to make their eyelids heavy. Di Ping did not decline their invitation. He too was weary. After a hearty meal, he felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over him. Following their lead, he entered a tidy room that had been prepared. It was outfitted with a bed and a table, and a pot of tea had already been brewed. 2 small LED lamps illuminated the space brightly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the group took their leave, leaving only Di Ping and Gina behind. In the corner, a basin of water rested on a chair. Di Ping removed his shirt, which was stiff with dried blood. After a quick wash to remove the bloodstains, he noticed a set of men's clothing laid out on the bed. As he changed, he couldn't help but admire the meticulous preparation that had catered to his every need, bringing him a sense of comfort. Such talent was commendable. Feeling refreshed after the cleansing, Di Ping sank into the sofa and sipped his tea. Gina, I can manage on my own, he said as Gina approached to dispose of the dirty water, refilling the basin with fresh water before kneeling at his feet to remove his shoes. He attempted to stop her, but Gina, unwavering in her resolve, removed his shoes and placed them in the water. A rush of coolness enveloped his feet, offering a delightful sensation. Watching Gina tend to his feet, he felt an unexpected warmth. Now, Gina had shed her outer robe, revealing a low-cut blue linen top that accentuated her lovely figure. As she knelt before him, her graceful curves were laid bare, particularly the prominent peaks of her bosom, a sight that ignited a fervent heat within Di Ping's heart. Volume 3, 0095 Upgrading for greater strength. Di Ping gazed at the enchanting beauty before him, his breath becoming increasingly labored, a fierce fire igniting within his eyes. And a fervent passion surged within him like a wild stallion. At that moment, Gina, who was washing Di Ping's feet, felt her hands tremble slightly. The sound of his heavy breathing heightened her awareness of the potent desire emanating from him, causing her heart to race and her face to flush. Deep down, she harbored a fondness for her master, She found herself unable to refuse his unspoken desires, and in truth, she did not wish to resist. As she sensed Ping's breaths growing heavier, she awaited her fate with a peculiar mixture of anticipation and trepidation. A strange sensation crept into her heart, and her body began to warm. She found herself unexpectedly hopeful, yet fearful at the same time. With her head bowed, she concealed her blushing face, which would undoubtedly betray her true feelings. In a moment of distraction, her delicate hands were mindlessly fidgeting, awaiting the unfolding of a certain scene. Suddenly, she noticed that his heavy breathing had subsided. Confused, she looked up and realized that although her master was not gazing directly at her, the apprehensive glimmer in his eyes had vanished, replaced by clarity. This left her puzzled. Had she somehow angered him again? Tears welled in her beautiful eyes, feeling unjustly wronged as she pondered her previous stillness. In truth, it was not that Ping wanted to withdraw. That fleeting glance had nearly caused him to lose control. However, at the last moment, he managed to suppress his impulses. This abnormal state of yearning had raised his vigilance, and he swiftly regained his composure, forcefully repressing his desires. To his surprise, he found it relatively easy to rein in his cravings this time, regaining clarity and exhaling a long sigh of relief. Daring not to glance at Gina again, Gina seemed to possess a certain enchantment, a beguiling allure intertwined with an air of innocence. These two contradictory qualities coexisted harmoniously within her, igniting a fire of desire rather than creating discord. Fortuitously, he had managed to halt himself at the critical juncture, suppressing his tumultuous urges, which left him with a lingering sense of accomplishment. Gina gently finished washing Ping's feet and disposed of the water. After a prolonged wait, she was relieved that he did not pounce upon her like a beast, yet a tinge of disappointment lingered. Ping, however, was oblivious to these sentiments. He was genuinely fatigued and leaned back on the sofa to rest, simultaneously activating the system to assess his gains from the day. With a mere thought, a virtual interface materialized before Ping. He had successfully constructed a castle, a manor, and an inn, which now shimmered in vibrant colors. Within the interface, another icon illuminated, revealing a warehouse. Ping felt a wave of disappointment. What he truly desired to build was a market and a workshop. The market would provide essential items, including weaponry, equipment for enhancing strength, and survival necessities. Yet, he remained uncertain whether this market functioned like those in games, pondering what goods it might offer, which would only be revealed once constructed. The workshop was even more critical. If the inn served as the talent hub of the base, the workshop was its developmental heart. For a base to thrive, a workshop was indispensable, enabling the swift enhancement of the combat system. From weapons to potions to runes, a workshop was crucial for crafting, making it the most pressing need for him, as it directly influenced the base and Oppo's growth. Thus, the warehouse was not his immediate priority, but he still struggled to comprehend the construction order of the system. Resigned, he decided to proceed with whatever the system dictated. He clicked on the warehouse icon, which displayed the construction cost, 20 crystal coins. Ping felt a surge of dissatisfaction. He had not anticipated such an exorbitant price for the warehouse, leaving him with insufficient coins after accounting for hero recruitment. However, he had no choice but to construct the warehouse, as other buildings were unavailable. He would have to select a site for it later and dismissed the option with a casual click, turning his attention to the inn. The inn's interface still displayed 2 heroes without any changes, but the spirit energy indicated had increased to 194 points. Although tempted by the abundance of energy, he refrained from advancing too quickly, opting for a steady upgrade. Nevertheless, today he felt compelled to level up, as the recent battle had revealed gaps in his strength, particularly against the formidable mutated Tibetan Mastiff. With a resolute decision, he clicked on his avatar and selected the upgrade option. However, he was momentarily taken aback. This time, the upgrade required 30 points of spirit energy, an increase from the previous 20. What could this mean? Was the progression in reality different from the game? In games, energy requirements typically escalated after reaching the 3rd tier, yet here, even at the 1st tier and 4th level, there was already a change. Ping, perplexed, set aside his doubts and confirmed the upgrade. A surge of energy, as if summoned from the void, erupted within him, cascading throughout his body like a torrential flood. Each muscle and bone seemed to be enhanced and warmed by this energy, every cell rejoicing in jubilation, exuding vitality as his blood coursed rapidly, echoing like a rushing river. Moments later, the energy enveloped him, converging towards his lower abdomen, where it felt like a gentle stream of warmth infusing him. He experienced a sensation of expansion, accompanied by a slight tingling. Gradually, the energy dissipated, leaving no trace behind, as his formerly turbulent blood flow steadied. This upgrade was devoid of the previous pain. Instead, it brought a comforting warmth, banishing fatigue and leaving him feeling rejuvenated. Volume 3, 0096. A new hero emerges. Ping closed his eyes, allowing himself a moment to feel the changes within. This time, the enhancement of his physique surpassed the previous level 3 upgrade. His strength had significantly increased. Previously, a level 1 enhancement had augmented his power by approximately 200 pounds. Now, he sensed an increase of at least 400 pounds, double the previous gain. His physical resilience had also improved markedly, and he felt confident that a mere blade would scarcely wound him. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed the broken sword resting on the coffee table. He picked it up and lightly traced it across his arm, leaving only a faint white mark without drawing blood. When he applied a bit more pressure, he finally drew a shallow crimson line on his skin. It was evident that this experience differed greatly from the game. The energy required for the transition from level 3 to 4 had indeed escalated, yet so too had the effectiveness of the enhancements. Ping believed that as long as his strength was augmented, he need not dwell on the specifics. Gazing at his displayed information, he confirmed that he had ascended to level 4, Tier 1, which brought him a sense of joy. He was convinced that his power would continue to grow, and with the system and Appos' assistance, formidable foes like the mutated crocodile and the giant eagle would soon be within his grasp. Calming his slightly tumultuous emotions, Ping retrieved the crystal nucleus he had acquired earlier from his system backpack. Activating the backpack's function, he seamlessly stored the nucleus within, appreciating the convenience of the system that allowed it to vanish with a mere thought. Upon opening the small pack, he was greeted by a modest heap of jade orbs. Counting them meticulously, he discovered a total of 40. 6 he had previously kept, 33 he had obtained from the underground market, and 1 larger crystal nucleus from the mutated Tibetan Mastiff. He resolved to retain the largest crystal nucleus from the Mastiff while exchanging the others for crystal coins. As the nuclei seemed to serve only as currency thus far, and he was in dire need of crystal coins, this exchange would maximize his resources, and he speculated that the larger nucleus might prove useful in the future. Ding! Exchanging 39 crystal nuclei yields 48 crystal coins. The system chimed, and aside from the largest Mastiff nucleus, all others transformed into coins. Upon checking his profile, he noted that his total crystal coins had risen to 548. Having completed his task, he received an additional 500 crystal coins, prompting Ping to embark on a new endeavor, to utilize the legendary recruitment scroll. With palpable excitement, he anticipated recruiting an S-rank hero, confident that the 500 coins would suffice. Entering the tavern, he navigated to the recruitment interface, refreshed the page, and selected the option to use the legendary scroll. Once confirmed, a radiant white light enveloped the recruitment interface. The existing heroes began to fade into the brightness, which intensified until, after a few moments, it gradually diminished, revealing 3 new heroes within the frame. By the heavens! Ping exclaimed, his astonishment evident as he beheld the screen, his face alight with elation. Master, what troubles you? Gina, who had been meditating, was roused by Ping's exclamations and looked upon him with concern. Oh, nothing, nothing. Please, continue your rest, Ping replied with a smile, waving her off. Gina, still puzzled, cast a curious glance before resuming her meditation. What had so astonished Ping? Among the 3 heroes, he had not only summoned an S-rank hero, but also a B-rank hero. The appearance of the latter filled him with joy, while he chose to disregard the D-rank hero entirely, fixating his gaze on the S-rank warrior named Owen and the B-rank hero, a cleric named Mokles. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to recruit the S-rank hero first. It was not impatience that drove him, but rather a fear of wasting a legendary scroll due to insufficient coins. He clicked on Owen's icon and selected the recruitment option, only to grimace at the exorbitant cost of 500 crystal coins. What had initially seemed a substantial sum now felt woefully inadequate. Yet, for the sake of securing an S-rank hero, he steeled himself against the pain of expenditure, confirming the selection as Owen gradually vanished in a halo of white light. At that moment, in the tavern's third-floor base, the runes inscribed upon 3 prismatic pillars began to illuminate, slowly opening to reveal a radiant orb of light that pulsed outward. The central brightness intensified, forming a spherical luminous entity, while electric arcs danced within the space, conjuring an apocalyptic scene. The radiance persisted for a minute or two before erupting in a brilliant explosion, illuminating the third floor as if it were day. Violent bolts of lightning converged at the center, resulting in a thunderous detonation. As the light began to recede and the tempestuous energy dissipated, a clear humanoid silhouette gradually emerged from the electric display. The brilliant energy contracted swiftly, culminating in a definitive figure standing at the center of the 3 pillars. Initially dazed, the figure soon stepped forth from the confines of the pillars, coinciding with the appearance of Wuan, the tavern's steward, who beamed at the figure with a warm smile. Volume 3, 0097 Surprises Unfold. Di Ping was anxiously observing his hero leaderboard, his expression tinged with urgency. After a full 3 minutes, a new hero materialized on the list. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was the S-rank potential hero, Owen, and he finally exhaled in relief, feeling entirely at ease. What was in his bowl was indeed to his liking. Seeing his success, Di Ping promptly returned to the recruitment page, for there was still a B-rank potential hero awaiting him. However, when he clicked on the recruitment, he was taken aback. The B-rank potential hero required 50 crystal coins, and he presently possessed only 48, falling short by 2. With a sense of resignation, he exchanged the crystal core of a mutant Tibetan Mastiff, which he had initially intended to keep. Yet, to his pleasant surprise, the core yielded 8 crystal coins, significantly more than that of an ordinary mutant dog core. Observing the remaining 56 crystal coins, Di Ping reluctantly clicked on the B-rank potential hero, the cleric, Moke, feeling a twinge of pain over his dwindling coins, which now felt utterly insufficient. Nevertheless, B-rank heroes were exceedingly rare at this stage of the game. He was well aware of this fact. In his experience, the probability of encountering a B-rank potential hero in a level 1 tavern was a mere 5%, rendering them quite scarce. To his astonishment, he had stumbled upon one. He could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. At that moment, the tavern manager, Wuan, was preparing to descend with the warrior Owen when the prism in the center of the hall emitted a creaking sound once more. White energy began to overflow from the seams, signaling that the master was recruiting again. Wuan briefly informed Owen, and the two stood poised on the 3rd floor, awaiting the outcome. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the prism flashed with white light, and a substantial energy body contracted inward. A figure emerged once again from the midst of the 3 columns. The newcomer appeared momentarily dazed before stepping out into the space, greeted by Wu and Owen, who then descended the stairs in jovial conversation. Subsequently, Wu and Owen and Moke exited the tavern, arriving at the castle gates. At that juncture, the castle steward, Barton, awaited them at the entrance. After a brief exchange with Wuan, he escorted Owen and Moke inside. Wuan, on the other hand, made his way back to the tavern. Although the guards stationed at the walls noticed Barton leading 2 unfamiliar individuals into the castle, none dared to inquire further. Everyone understood Barton's authoritative position within the castle. Aside from Di Ping, no one would dare interfere with his affairs. Unaware of these developments, Di Ping felt reassured upon seeing Moke appear on his hero leaderboard and promptly closed the tavern. He sought out the newly activated backpack feature, scanning the screen for a considerable time before locating the backpack icon next to his profile picture at the top. Excitedly, he clicked on it, and a backpack interface materialized before him. The layout resembled that of the game, featuring small compartments, 5 across and 10 down, totaling 50 slots. All the slots were empty, save for the first, which contained a long knife. Di Ping recognized this blade as the black gold battle knife awarded for completing a quest. Its arrival was perfectly timed, as his Han's sword had just broken, and he was in urgent need of a superior weapon. This battle knife was precisely what he required at that moment. Yet he felt a bit disoriented looking at the backpack compartments, unsure of how to retrieve the knife. Just as he pondered how to extract it, the knife suddenly vanished from the backpack, and he felt a weight in his hand. Glancing down, he was astonished to find a sleek, black long knife gripped firmly in his grasp. The knife measured approximately 1.5 meters in length, with a width of 3 fingers at the blade. Its back was thick, featuring deep grooves on the side, and the tip slightly curved upward, the blade possessing a subtle arc. Its entirely dark surface gleamed with an ominous luster under the light, sending a chill down the spine of anyone who beheld it. The hilt, approximately 30 centimeters long, was designed for two-handed use, adorned with a bronze pommel shaped like a leopard's head, with exposed fangs that exuded an air of ferocity and dominance. Di Ping found himself increasingly enamored with the weapon. It was exquisitely functional. Weighing around 40 to 50 kilograms, it provided a satisfying heft, unlike the previous Han sword, which felt insubstantial in his hands. This new blade offered a tangible sense of power, allowing him to wield his strength to its fullest potential. He was confident that had he possessed this knife earlier, the mutant Tibetan Mastiff would not have lasted a single round against him. After indulging in the delight of his new weapon for a while, he reluctantly stored it away. With a mere thought, the battle knife vanished from his grasp, and a backpack frame materialized in his mind, revealing that the knife was now safely ensconced in the first compartment of his backpack. Di Ping had not anticipated such a feature. He could check the contents of his backpack without accessing the system interface, as if his consciousness had seamlessly entered the backpack itself, allowing him to view the information of the items contained within. His playful spirit ignited. He began to take the knife in and out repeatedly, thoroughly enjoying the experience. After a dozen attempts, he finally felt a bit fatigued and considered stopping, only to realize that the time had already slipped past 9 o'clock. He had not expected to lose track of time for so long. Feeling tired after a day of travel and battle, both his physical and mental energies drained, he stifled a yawn and made his way to bed, collapsing onto it without removing his shoes or covering himself with a blanket. Meanwhile, Gina remained quietly seated on another bed, meditating. Di Ping refrained from disturbing her, recalling her mention that she and her kind rarely slept, instead opting for meditation to rejuvenate themselves. This method not only facilitated their training, but also provided physical rest. As Di Ping lay down, Gina opened her eyes, observing him as he fell asleep on the bed, shoes still on and blanket untouched. It was worth noting that in this post-apocalyptic world, the weather was akin to autumn, far from warm, with a slight chill in the air at night, particularly in the colder underground temperatures. Volume 3, 0098. A sudden threat in the dead of night, as Gina gazed at the peaceful visage of Dipping in slumber. A smile graced her lips. She gracefully descended from the bed, gently removed Dipping's shoes, and covered him with a blanket. Standing at the foot of the bed, she examined his face intently. Moments later, a sudden thought caused her cheeks to flush, prompting her to swiftly return to bed, sitting cross-legged once more, eyes closed in meditation. Yet, the rapid rise and fall of her chest and the slight twitch of her eyelids betrayed her inability to truly enter a meditative state. Unbeknownst to her, Dipping was deeply asleep, comforted by her presence. No longer did he fear sleeping too soundly as he had in the past. The solace of companionship brought him peace. The night was eerily quiet, the underground market enveloped in darkness. Having satisfied their hunger, all but a few guards at the entrance succumbed to slumber, wary of mutant creatures breaching their defenses. The guards, having feasted on mutated dog meat, felt warm and drowsy, their eyelids growing heavy. Suddenly, 5 shadowy figures emerged from a room, cautiously scanning their surroundings before stealthily making their way down the corridor, each clutching a dark bag whose contents remained a mystery. They moved with careful precision, the occupants of the nearby shops lost in deep sleep, punctuated only by the occasional snore or murmured dream. The 5 intruders continued deeper into the market, their intentions unclear. After several minutes, they arrived at a shop, exchanging furtive glances to confirm they had reached their destination. They began retrieving items from their bags. In the oppressive darkness of the underground market, their actions went unnoticed. Had anyone been aware, they would undoubtedly have been startled. For this was the very place where Dipping lay asleep. Dipping, nestled in deep slumber, emitted soft snores, while Gina, having settled into a state of meditation, appeared to enter a profound state of calm. Suddenly, Gina's eyes flew open, a flash of blue light illuminating her gaze like a bolt of lightning against the night sky. She listened intently, her instincts confirming the presence of intruders outside. Quietly, she lowered her legs from the bed and approached Dipping, gently nudging him awake. Startled, Dipping opened his eyes wide. Though he had been in deep sleep, a recent habit had trained him to awaken at the slightest disturbance. Upon recognizing Gina, the tension in his face eased, his eyes conveying a silent inquiry. Gina, placing a finger to her lips to signal silence, pointed toward the door. Understanding her cue, Dipping rose slowly, straining to hear the unmistakable sounds from outside. A pang of guilt washed over him for having slept so soundly. Had he been more alert, he would have sensed the intruder's approach. Meanwhile, the 5 figures outside were busy unpacking their bags and positioning their contents near Dipping's door, as well as extending a wire. Suddenly, the door creaked open, revealing 2 silhouettes, one of whom brandished a torch that illuminated the area. Startled, the 5 intruders cried out and recoiled, dropping their belongings. The echo of their screams reverberated through the stillness of the night, akin to a thunderclap, awakening many from their slumber, particularly the guards who sprang to attention, fearing an attack by mutated beasts. Initially frightened by the sudden appearance of Dipping and Gina, the 5 soon revealed their aggressive intent, drawing firearms from their jackets, ready to fire at Dipping. Sensing their intentions, Dipping moved with lightning speed. The sound of bones snapping echoed ominously in the quiet night, sending shivers down the spine. The air was soon filled with agonized cries, louder than their prior screams, rousing those still in slumber. Panic ensued as people scrambled to find loved ones and prepare for escape, believing a mutant creature had breached their defenses. However, after a moment, only the sounds of the 5's moans were heard, and curious onlookers began to converge on the source of the commotion. Dipping had swiftly returned to his original position, having incapacitated the assailants before they could react. The commotion had awakened the market's denizens, who emerged in confusion, unable to comprehend the chaos that had unfolded. "Who sent you here?" Dipping demanded, glancing at the items strewn at the entrance. A surge of anger welled within him upon recognizing the bundles of hand grenades, 10 in total. Had they detonated, the underground market could have been obliterated, and he would have had little chance of survival. Grateful for Gina's quick thinking, he felt a wave of murderous intent wash over him, the air thick with his lethal resolve. Volume 3, 0099. The crowd's fury in a fit of rage. Dipping's killing intent surged, causing the temperature around him to drop noticeably, prompting those nearby to shiver involuntarily and retreat. I. The 5 individuals clutched their severed arms, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Upon meeting Dipping's fierce gaze, they trembled uncontrollably, their mouths opening in stutters, unable to articulate their fear. "What is happening? What is happening? Clear the way." A loud, urgent voice echoed from outside, parting the crowd as it made its way inward. Recognizing Han Zhonghua's voice, Dipping remained silent, his piercing eyes fixed on the 5, choosing instead to wait for the newcomers. He sensed that the situation was far from simple. These 5 lacked both courage and cunning, but he knew he had to eliminate the hidden threat. He had no desire to live in constant fear of treachery from behind. Moments later, several individuals rushed in, indeed Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang, followed closely by Ge Zhongping, Lu Hai, and others, all drenched in sweat, struggling to navigate through the throng. At that moment, someone switched on the LED lights, illuminating the area brilliantly. As the newcomers entered, they were met with a scene that sent chills down their spines. They saw Dipping and Gina standing at the entrance, surrounded by 5 bundles of grenades, with 5 handguns scattered on the ground, and 5 uniformed individuals groaning in pain, clutching their arms. The realization hit Han Zhonghua and the others like a thunderclap. In an instant, their hearts raced with dread, and sweat poured down their backs. It became painfully clear someone had attempted to assassinate Dipping with grenades. who possessed such audacity and madness, not realizing that if the grenades detonated, not only would Di Ping perish, but they would too? The explosion could very well collapse the building, sealing their fates. Was this person truly intent on ensuring everyone's demise? DD. Sir. Han Zhong was stammered, unable to even utter the name Xiao Di, resorting instead to address him formally, his words faltering in shock. Who could be so malicious? And what repercussions would Di Ping unleash in his fury? Well, now that everyone is here, you five tell me, why did you attempt to assassinate me? Who orchestrated this? Di Ping coldly surveyed the trembling faces of the five before him, his gaze piercing. Someone sought to assassinate Sir Di. Who could be so bold? Gasped one of the onlookers. Heavens, how could anyone dare to plot against him? If it weren't for Sir Di, we would have perished long ago. I will personally see to it that they are punished. Yes, punish him. Who is so wicked? Sir Di has just saved us. We were starving, and now we feast. Who is so cruel? Those who wish us dead must be found and dealt with. Protect Sir Di. The crowd, upon hearing Di Ping's words, learned of the assassination plot against their savior. News had spread throughout the base yesterday of how Di Ping had slain dozens of mutated dogs, saving everyone. Moreover, he had provided them with meat, revitalizing their spirits and health. Overcome with gratitude, they now seethed with righteous indignation, clamoring to punish the perpetrators. The five, eyes wide with terror, gazed at the enraged crowd, who had once regarded them with fear. Now, the very same faces seemed poised to pounce, eyes bulging in fury, causing them to recoil in dread until their backs pressed against the wall, trembling helplessly. Yes, they must be punished. Lu Hai, take these scoundrels out and execute them. They dared to plot against Sir Di. Is there no law left? Gu Zhongping suddenly stepped forward, pointing at the five with righteous indignation, sweat streaming down his face. You. The short, middle-aged man among the five glared at Gu Zhongping, his eyes filled with disbelief and hatred. Bring them out, Lu Hai commanded sharply, stepping forward to point at the five. You all. The short man looked astonished, his mouth trembling as he pointed at Lu Hai and then at Gu Zhongping, struggling to form coherent words. In that moment, five uniformed individuals surged from the crowd, swiftly surrounding the five. They appeared well-trained and skilled, delivering a powerful punch to the abdomen of the severed-armed men, causing them to double over and lose their ability to resist. As the five were restrained and led away, a cold voice rang out, halting their movements. They froze, eyes darting towards Lu Hai, paralyzed by fear. Volume 3. 0100 A dog bites another dog. Mr. D, look at these five who have offended you. To spare them would be to incite public outrage. Gu Zhongping smiled as he approached Di Ping, attempting to persuade him. However, Di Ping's icy gaze made him shiver, forcing him to swallow the rest of his words. Make a move if you wish to die. At this moment, the five seemed to receive some sort of signal from Lu Hai. Their expressions hardened as they tightened their grips around the necks of the other five. Yet, Di Ping spoke in a tone that was eerily calm, as if jesting, but the chill in his voice rendered the five frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. Han Zhonghe and Lu Guoyang, both seasoned in the political arena, exchanged incredulous and enraged glances. They understood all too well who orchestrated this treachery. They were astounded by the audacity of the two men, willing to disregard the lives of everyone around them for their own selfish desires. Such individuals could not be allowed to live. Release them. Di Ping remained still, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor unyielding. The five, fully aware of Di Ping's formidable reputation and the fire-wielding figure beside him, dared not act further and reluctantly loosened their grips. Once freed, the five collapsed onto the ground, coughing violently. They had been ruthless moments ago, nearly choking the life from their victims, and now the underground market was enveloped in a haunting silence, punctuated only by the sounds of their coughing. After a brief respite, they managed to regain their composure and rise. Speak. Who sent you to assassinate me? Di Ping's voice resonated with an unfaltering calm as he fixed his gaze on the five. Was it Gu or was it Lu? Do not blame us for being unmerciful if you are unjust. The five raised their heads, their eyes filled with venomous hatred directed at Gu Zhongping and Lu Hai. One among them spat through clenched teeth, turning suddenly to Di Ping, accusingly pointing at Lu Hai and Ge Zhongping. Mr. D, they are the ones who conspired against you. They summoned us last night, claiming you were a violent man who loved to kill. They said you declared that no women should be toyed with at the base and that all previous offenders must be eliminated. You lie, Mr. D. Do not believe their words. They are merely frantic and desperate. Ge Zhongping's face was a mask of terror as he urgently pointed at the five. I speak the truth. The other four can testify. A short, furious man interjected, gesturing towards his companions, who nodded vigorously in agreement. One of them pointed accusingly at Ge Zhongping, exclaiming, he also said that with your arrival at the base, our good days would come to an end, that resources would be prioritized for these worthless lives. We fight hard for nothing, and they're not even allowing us to enjoy women. Yes, he also claimed that once you were dead, we could have our way with the women and live in luxury with him. Another chimed in, pointing at Ge Zhongping and Lu Hai in a fit of rage. It's over. It's over. Ge Zhongping felt Di Ping's deadpan gaze pierce through him, sending chills down his spine. The hateful stares from the crowd felt like a pack of wolves in the night, ready to pounce and devour him. He knew the sins he had committed, and the people around him would not let him escape. An overwhelming dread filled his body, and his legs buckled beneath him as he collapsed to the ground, mumbling incoherently. Meanwhile, the five officers who had rushed in began to stealthily retreat, attempting to navigate through the crowd, only to find themselves ensnared by the furious glares of those around them. Each face bore a look of vengeance, and the officers trembled as they slowly backed away. Suddenly, a sharp gunshot rang out, causing everyone to turn in shock. They saw Lu Hai, gun in hand, pointing it directly at Di Ping. Smoke still curling from the barrel, evidence of the recent discharge. Fear gripped the crowd as they realized the gun was aimed at Di Ping, and panic surged through them. With such a short distance, what would happen if Mr. D were shot? Yet, as they turned to look, they were left dumbfounded. Di Ping stood there, unperturbed. His expression serene, one hand raised with two fingers extended, pinching a gleaming bullet between them. Lu Hai, too, was in disbelief. He had never imagined that someone could catch a bullet with their fingers. It shattered his perception of reality. He stood there, stunned, unable to react. Before he could recover, a fireball struck him square in the chest. With a thunderous explosion, Lu Hai was hurled back nearly a meter, landing on the ground as the fireball erupted, engulfing him in flames. The crowd recoiled in horror, retreating from the blaze. Lu Hai's anguished screams filled the air as he rolled on the ground, desperately trying to extinguish the flames, but the fire clung to him, growing fiercer by the second. The scent of charred flesh began to permeate the corridor. His screams echoed until he finally lay still, the fire crackling ominously as it continued to consume him. Volume 3, 0101 If Heaven Does Not Avenge. Someone else will. Gina glared with fury at Lu Hai, who had been reduced to a charred mass. Her palm remained outstretched, directing flames that licked hungrily at him, as if intent on turning him to ash. It was only when Di Ping raised his hand to halt her that she withdrew, though the resentment in her eyes lingered. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on the stunning woman in a black robe, whose blue eyes shimmered with a bewitching allure, akin to a primordial beast inciting terror in their souls. This woman was ruthless, having burned a man alive, yet her ambition was not sated. She sought to reduce him to mere cinders. The onlookers felt a palpable dread towards Gina. Di Ping, though outwardly composed, was tumultuous within. Moments prior, he had been observing the five men, never expecting the seemingly incompetent Lu Hai would audaciously turn and fire upon him. There was no time to contemplate. Gina was directly behind him, and if he dodged the bullet, she would certainly be harmed. His physical prowess did not equate to Gina's magical defenses, rendering him unable to evade. His reflexes were sharp. He noticed Lu Hai raise the gun, but it was too late to intervene. The bullet had already been discharged. After numerous enhancements, he could discern the bullet's trajectory as it shot forth, an uncanny clarity enveloping him. In an inexplicable twist of fate, he instinctively reached out to catch the bullet, his fingers closing around it with a practiced ease that belied the improbability of the act. The bullet, propelled by immense force, was effortlessly subdued in his grasp, though he had inadvertently crushed it due to the overwhelming strength he possessed. A thin sheen of sweat formed on his brow, for the act of catching the bullet had exceeded his expectations. He had simply acted in the moment, surrendering to fate, yet he had succeeded. The thought of failure loomed ominously. The bullet had been aimed directly at him, and he felt as though he had danced on the precipice of death. Gina's fury was justified. Her duty was to protect her master. An unanticipated assault had been launched against him, and though he emerged unscathed, the incident was a deep affront to her, igniting her wrath to the point of incinerating Lu Hai alive. Kill them. The stunned crowd, momentarily shocked, now erupted in a chorus of rage, their expressions contorted with fury. Yes, kill them. More voices joined in the cacophony, eyes ablaze with indignation, as some surged forward with reckless abandon. The shot aimed at Di Ping had threatened to extinguish their hopes, severing all avenues of survival. How could they not be enraged? With a resounding explosion, the tension detonated, igniting the crowd into a frenzy, a tide of bodies surging forth. The 5 men were ensnared in the midst of this tempest, their faces drained of color as they scrambled to draw their weapons. Yet before they could react, they were overwhelmed and pressed to the ground by the throng. It was as if a feral beast had been unleashed from within the hearts of the people, their bloodlust unabated. Some struck with fists, others bit with teeth. They had endured enough, silenced by oppression, and today, under Di Ping's influence, they finally grasped the chance for vengeance, their spirits aflame with exhilaration. Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang stood paralyzed in fear as the enraged mob surged forward, threatening to engulf them in its terrifying current. Suddenly, both men were jolted as they were yanked from the crowd, turning in astonishment to find it was Di Ping who had rescued them. They gazed at him with gratitude, for had they been swept away, they would have surely faced dire consequences. The general populace's resentment towards the elite extended to them as well. Ge Zhongping and his 10 companions were lost amidst the sea of humanity, and unlike Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang, the officials who had accompanied them were not as fortunate to be saved by Di Ping. They too were felled by the mob, cries of agony echoing as they were mercilessly beaten and bitten like a small vessel tossed upon a stormy sea. The crowd only swelled, a relentless tide of bodies crashing forward, intent on inflicting brutal retribution, with more pouring in by the second. Mr. D, this cannot continue. We are on the brink of catastrophe, Han Zhonghua implored, his face a mask of urgency as he surveyed the chaos. Di Ping recognized the rising tide of chaos. The pent-up fear and anger of the people had erupted, spiraling into a loss of control as some began to attack those around them, their eyes bloodshot with fury. Cease at once. Di Ping's voice boomed like thunder, resonating through the minds of the crowd. Instantly, all fell silent, pausing in their actions, gradually regaining their senses as the crimson glow in their eyes began to fade. Upon witnessing their bloodied hands and the carnage surrounding them, many were overtaken by horror, some even breaking into quiet sobs. Di Ping observed in silence, understanding that these individuals had suffered greatly, their anguish unspoken, and now, enveloped in overwhelming fear and hunger, they were teetering on the brink of collapse. Their release, though chaotic, was ultimately a necessary catharsis. The weeping persisted for half an hour before gradually subsiding, leaving the people appearing somewhat revitalized, as if a weight had been lifted from their shoulders. All is well, the principal malefactor has been vanquished, and the grievances that burden your hearts have been purged. Rest assured, such threats shall not arise again, and you will live in safety. Di Ping spoke in a calm, soothing tone, his expression warm and inviting, putting the crowd at ease. Grateful glances were exchanged among the people, and with mutual encouragement, they began to assist one another. Turning to leave, the aftermath of the chaos revealed a grim scene. Ge Zhongping lay unrecognizable, drenched in blood, contorted in a grotesque position within the pool of crimson, his features utterly obliterated. The other 10 fared no better, all lifeless amidst the blood-soaked ground, and Di Ping, upon a quick inspection, realized they were beyond salvation, many having suffered fatal injuries to their throats. Volume 3, 0102 The Energy Divergence in the Mechanism of the World. Please have someone tidy up, sighed Di Ping. reflecting on the harsh reality of life in the apocalypse where human lives seemed as insignificant as grass. Yet, he found himself powerless. Some individuals could only find their end through death, and it was futile to blame others. He then turned to the still-dazed Han Zhonghua and said, yes, I will arrange it immediately. Upon hearing Di Ping's words, Han Zhonghua snapped back to reality and responded hurriedly. By the way, if there are any more troublemakers, we should deal with them as well. Just as Han Zhonghua turned to leave, he was called back by Di Ping, who casually uttered a seemingly light remark. Yet it pierced through the air with an intensity that made Han Zhonghua and Apos' heart race. He halted mid-step and turned back to face Di Ping, who regarded him with an expression as tranquil as still water. At that moment, Han Zhonghua and Apos' heart pounded fiercely, a whirlwind of thoughts racing through his mind. He had not anticipated this young man to be so decisive, capable of determining life and death with such ease. Ge Zhongping was dead, yet Di Ping was not yet finished with some of his subordinates. However, upon further reflection, he realized that this was indeed the demeanor of a true ruler. Although Ge Zhongping had perished alongside a dozen of his men, several others, equally culpable, still remained alive. If those guilty individuals were allowed to escape unscathed, how could he justify this to the citizens of the base? Furthermore, they were ticking time bombs. What would happen if they caused further chaos? It was akin to leaving one's door unguarded against thieves. He refrained from offering counsel, finally recognizing the young man and Apos' formidable nature, both in method and intellect. Di Ping surpassed ordinary individuals, and he found himself in a position of inferiority, having indulged in unwarranted compassion. With this realization, his gaze toward Di Ping shifted. Where he had once been intimidated by Di Ping's strength, he now began to genuinely respect his capabilities and accept the shift in leadership, adjusting his mindset accordingly. Understood. I see now. With this newfound clarity, Han Zhonghua felt a wave of relief wash over him, his demeanor lightening. He nodded earnestly at Di Ping before turning on his heel and striding away. Brother Liu, many people must have been frightened tonight. Please do your best to reassure them. We will communicate further if anything arises. As Han Zhonghua departed, Di Ping turned to Lu Guoyang, calmly fixing his gaze upon him. All right, I will attend to it immediately. Without hesitation, Lu Guoyang nodded and hurried off. It seemed only natural for him to heed Di Ping and Apos' commands. Watching Lu Guoyang and Apos' retreating figure, Di Ping allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Guoyang had been observing closely, and upon hearing Di Ping's words to Han Zhonghua, a satisfied smile had appeared on his own lips. Thus, when Di Ping instructed him, he offered no resistance. Like Han Zhonghua, he too recognized Di Ping's rightful authority. Surveying the discarded weapons and 5 bundles of grenades on the ground, Di Ping, with a mindset against waste, collected them all into his backpack before returning to his room. Gina, with her keen eyes scanning the surroundings, followed suit and entered the room as well. Once inside, Di Ping found sleep elusive. He accessed the system, compelled to investigate a matter that had been troubling him, leaving him with a complex mindset. Just moments ago, after Gina had slain Lu Hai, he was taken aback to witness a green energy sphere manifesting from Lu Hai's body, though not as potent as that of the mutated Tibetan Mastiff. It was significantly larger and more concentrated than that of ordinary mutated canines. Upon its emergence, the energy sphere surged into his own body, followed by a notification sound from the system. Upon reviewing the system, he discovered that his energy value had risen from 164 to 179, an increase of 15 points. He recalled that previously, after killing Wang Delying and Bai Han, he had not received any enhancement energy. Why was it different this time? Confusion clouded his thoughts, accompanied by a vague sense of unease. The notion of absorbing energy from a human soul made him uncomfortable, as it felt contrary to his principles. He worried that he might one day resort to killing his own kind in pursuit of strength, a thought that clashed with his beliefs. Lost in contemplation, Di Ping sat quietly on the sofa, his eyes unfocused. Gina, sensing his turmoil, stood silently, her gaze filled with concern. Ding. The host is overly anxious. Whether from mutated animals or humans, All are merely forms of energy from the universe. Upon death, this energy dissipates to replenish the world. The system merely extracts this energy for the host's use. Does it truly matter whether this energy originates from humans or animals? As long as the host maintains a pure heart and refrains from unnecessary violence, all will be well. Just as Di Ping wrestled with his thoughts, the system's voice chimed in, providing an unexpected explanation of energy principles. System, can you hear my thoughts? Ding. Indeed. The system's cold, emotionless electronic voice responded. Then why didn't you reply when I called you earlier? Di Ping retorted, a hint of irritation in his tone. Ding. The host was too inexperienced. Engaging in lengthy discussions is a waste of emotional energy. Di Ping nearly choked on his own breath at this reasoning. Then why are you conversing with me now? He asked, his annoyance rising. Ding. My purpose is to guide the host towards strength and progress. Now that the host is facing a mental block, I must provide timely guidance. The system's chilling voice articulated its purpose once more. Will you respond if I pose more questions in the future? Ding. It depends on my mood. The system and Oppo's aloof tone echoed, leaving Di Ping exasperated. This system was utterly unpredictable. Conversing with it felt more like a burden than a help. Volume 3. 0103 Enlightenment, an understanding of power. As the system's voice faded into silence, Di Ping found himself brimming with questions, yet the system remained unresponsive, leaving him stimulated by its previous manner of communication. Engaging with the system could indeed lead one to a state of confusion. Nevertheless, he began to ponder the system and Oppo's words and realize their validity. Both humans and animals are essentially manifestations of energy. Upon death, this energy returns to the natural world. Is there truly a distinction between using this energy to sustain trees or to nourish living beings? Once humanity withdraws from society and loses the technological crutches that support them, they must return to nature and embrace its laws, adhering to the principle of survival of the fittest. In this stark reality devoid of compassion, one must grow stronger to endure the brutal tenets of nature. Perhaps he had been overly fixated on details. After all, Einstein's law of conservation of energy states that energy is neither created nor destroyed, merely transformed from one form to another. What, then, is the difference between slaying mutated creatures to absorb their soul energy and taking the lives of humans for the same purpose? Why should he entangle himself in the origins of this energy? As the system advised, maintaining a pure heart and refraining from mindless killings driven by the allure of power suffices. Those like Lu Hai, who deserve death, transforming into energy to be absorbed, could indeed serve as a means for them to atone for their past misdeeds. With this realization, Di Ping felt as though a light had ignited within him, illuminating his mind and alleviating the burdens he carried. It was as if a heavy shackle had been released, granting him newfound lightness. As he was washed in pure energy, he felt transparent and unblemished, his perception of the world blossoming into vibrant colors. The pressing anxiety that had previously consumed him dissipated, along with the looming threat of losing control. Unbeknownst to him, this state of clarity was called enlightenment. With an open heart, one can attain understanding. The Taoist philosophy speaks of achieving enlightenment through contemplation, suggesting that once one comprehends, they may ascend to a higher plane. While this ascension may not align with traditional notions of immortality, ancient texts often suggest that transcending the ordinary equates to becoming immortal. Thus, this form of immortality signifies the absence of worldly troubles. What else could it be? Though Di Ping could not literally ascend, this moment of clarity was indeed rare and transformative. It liberated him from the obsession that had previously plagued him. Now, he could level up again, provided he did not recklessly pursue rapid advancement without mastering the powers he wielded. However, he remained unaware of this. Without guidance, he would have to navigate this arduous path alone in the apocalypse. A relaxed smile returned to Di Ping's face. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had seldom smiled, perpetually caught in tension and anxiety, as if a taut string in his mind could snap at any moment. Now, having reached an understanding, he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, exuding a warmth akin to sunshine. Gina had been silently observing Di Ping's profile, her heart heavy with concern. When she finally saw his brow unfurl and a radiant smile bloom, one she had never witnessed before, her worries began to dissipate. With a gentle smile, she felt at ease, recognizing that her master had finally emerged from the shadows of despair. She preferred this version of him, brimming with vitality, as opposed to the somber figure he had been, shrouded in an air of hidden turmoil, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Di Ping remained oblivious to the tumultuous emotions stirring within Gina as he lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply and exhaling in swirling rings, before savoring a sip of tea. Leaning back against the sofa, he reveled in the moment, humming a contemporary tune. It had been far too long since he felt this relaxed, perhaps since Su Xiao had departed for overseas. Since then, he had been preoccupied with earning money, racing against time, and had not allowed himself a moment of leisure. At that moment, a pair of hands gently kneaded his shoulders. Without turning, he recognized it was Gina, her uniquely enchanting fragrance unmistakable. Letting go of distracting thoughts, he closed his eyes, resting his head against the sofa, and surrendered to the tranquility. Gina, you possess such skills. Quite impressive, he remarked, his eyes still closed, as he savored the sensation. My master, Gina was a maid in a wealthy household at the age of 10. She replied softly, her fingers applying pressure as she spoke, her tone revealing hints of emotional turmoil. Di Ping could sense that despite her lightheartedness, she had undoubtedly endured hardships. Being a maid at such a tender age was no small feat, so he refrained from probing further, instead gently patting her small hand twice before returning to silence. Gina's cheeks flushed, yet she did not withdraw her hand, relishing the intimacy between them. She felt a profound sense of security and warmth emanating from Di Ping. As she gazed at him, her eyes sparkled with tenderness. An orphan who had known the bitter extremes of life, she seldom experienced such genuine care and affection, which enveloped her in comfort. A warm smile graced her lips as she pressed more attentively. As Di Ping enjoyed Gina's soothing massage, the comfortable sensation lulled him back into sleep, while she continued to stand behind him, gently caressing his shoulders. Volume 3, 0104. The two find joy in submission. Knock, knock, knock. Uncertain of how long he had been asleep, Di Ping was abruptly awakened by the sound of 3 knocks on the door. Gina, how long have I slept? Di Ping suddenly roused, sensing Gina's small hand still resting on his shoulder, prompting him to lift his head and inquire. Master, you have only slept for less than half an hour. These people are quite bothersome. I wonder which fool has come to disturb us. Gina glanced towards the door, her expression less than pleasant. Huh. Thank you for your efforts, Gina. Let them in. Di Ping chuckled lightly, gesturing with his hand. Rubbing his face to shake off the remnants of sleep, he realized that his slumber had been brief, yet he felt remarkably refreshed and invigorated. Although Gina was somewhat displeased that the commotion outside had interrupted Di Ping and Apo's rest, she stood up to open the door. Standing outside were Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang, who, sensing Gina's displeasure, exchanged awkward smiles as they followed her into the room. Please, take a seat. Your late-night visit surely signifies a matter of importance to discuss. Di Ping rose with a smile to greet them, guiding them to their seats. He held a favorable impression of these two men and thus felt no need to adopt the same demeanor he had towards Ge Zhongping. Mr. D, everything has been taken care of. A total of 6 individuals have been dealt with. As they sat, Han Zhonghua wiped the sweat from his brow and spoke respectfully to Di Ping. Oh, excellent, Brother Han. You have worked hard. Come, let us have some tea. Di Ping acknowledged with a nod, maintaining a calm demeanor as he poured tea for the two men. He held little interest in the details of the process. If Han Zhonghua could not handle a few wrongdoers, his years of leadership would have been in vain. Mr. D, I have surveyed the marketplace, and everyone is quiet and asleep. There were injuries during the earlier conflict, but they are minor and not a cause for concern. The two men were clearly parched, having not had a sip of water for hours. Lu Guoyang quickly downed a large cup of cold tea, letting out a sigh of relief before turning to Di Ping to report on the completion of their tasks. Good. How did the combat personnel perform? Was there anything particularly noteworthy? Di Ping nodded, then produced a cigarette case, offering 2 cigarettes to the men while glancing at Han Zhonghua. Those who had been following Guzhongping and Lu Hai in their misdeeds were among those who perished in last night's conflict. Several others have also been dealt with. These individuals have long been accustomed to exploiting their position within the group, so when they fell, rather than inciting unrest, many applauded their downfall. Han Zhongguo excitedly accepted the cigarette from Di Ping. Haha, it seems Gu Zhongping's group is quite unpopular, Di Ping remarked with amusement. Haha, indeed. They say revenge is a dish best served cold. Han Zhongguo chuckled as he lit his cigarette. These individuals have always acted with impunity. Who among us does not harbor a deep-seated resentment towards them? Lu Guoyang, a clear smoking enthusiast, took the cigarette, lit it, and inhaled deeply. After exhaling a cloud of smoke, he spoke with evident disdain, revealing his long-held discontent with Guzhongping. How many combat personnel does the organization currently have? And what is the status of their weaponry? Di Ping did not linger on this topic. There was no need to discuss those who had lost their threat. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he turned to the two men for their insights. There are still 16 team members, armed with 22 handguns and 12 rifles. However, we have run out of ammunition. The militia comprises 320 individuals, all young adults aged 20 to 45, armed with homemade weapons. The situation is not optimistic. Han Zhongguo clearly had conducted a thorough assessment of the base and promptly reported the figures without hesitation. What is the status of our food supplies? Di Ping continued, not offering commentary on the previous data, but seeking further details. Many food supplies were hidden by Lu Hai, but we have just finished searching and recovered most of it. However, it mainly consists of bread and ham, and with prior stocks, it may suffice for everyone for a day if rationed. Han Zhongguo extinguished his cigarette as he spoke, pulling a piece of paper from his pocket to hand to Di Ping. Here's the inventory list. How much mutated dog meat do we have left? Based on yesterday's consumption, how long will it last? Di Ping waved his hand, indicating he did not need to see the list, then turned to Han Zhongping for further details. Yesterday, we consumed nearly 2,000 pounds of mutated dog meat, and we currently have over 4,000 pounds remaining. At yesterday's consumption rate, this will only last us 2 to 3 days. Han Zhongguo glanced at the paper in his hand and continued, however, based on my observations, everyone who has consumed the mutated meat reports feeling an enhancement in their vitality and finds it easy to feel satiated. It seems this mutated meat is rich in energy. If we maintain a consumption rate of 1,000 pounds per day, we can ensure supplies for over 3 days, providing us with a solid reserve of food. Han Zhongguo had indeed demonstrated his capabilities, managing to ascertain the consumption details of the mutated meat even at this late hour, and his predictions were quite astute. Di Ping regarded Han Zhongguo with satisfaction. While he might possess commendable business acumen, he recognized his shortcomings in personnel management and organization. These two men were clearly skilled, and if they could be put to effective use, the development of the base would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Volume 3, 0105, Reorganizing the Team for Power. However, Di Ping was acutely aware that although these two individuals appeared to be in agreement with him at present, their allegiance was primarily driven by his strength and their current circumstances, rather than genuine loyalty. After all, these two were once prominent city leaders before the apocalypse. While he was merely an ordinary citizen, and the disparity in their statuses was evident. If he wished for them to follow him wholeheartedly, it would be a long and arduous journey. Food supplies remained insufficient. Thus, I proposed to divide the militia into 3 major teams, integrating the existing members into these new formations. Each team will select a captain and 2 vice captains. Furthermore, each major team will be subdivided into smaller squads of 10, each with its own captain and vice captain. Starting tomorrow, I shall lead a team each morning and afternoon to search for food, while leaving 2 teams to guard the base. What do you think of this plan? Di Ping set aside his chaotic thoughts and shared his vision, then quietly observed the 2 men, awaiting their responses. Han Zhongguo and Lu Guoyang exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting mutual astonishment. They had already held Di Ping in high regard, but they were unprepared for the series of strategies he presented. The division of teams was a masterstroke. First, it disrupted the existing group cohesion. Second, it reduced the overall team size, thereby diminishing the risk of any one individual gaining too much control over the militia. Third, with Di Ping leading the search for food, these teams would soon be fully aligned under his command, solidifying his authority within the base. Although aware of Di Ping's intentions, the two men felt powerless to intervene. Moreover, why would they wish to impede him? They too aspired to wield power, yet they understood that in this changed world, strength was paramount. Even if one were to gain authority, what good would it do if they were chased by mutated beasts? In contrast, a person of Di Ping's formidable capabilities was the ideal leader to follow, unlike Ge Zhongping, who was blinded by desire and power. Mr. D, your proposal is commendable. Yet I have an additional suggestion. The base is currently fragmented, with many individuals feeling insecure, panicked, and fearful. It is essential to stabilize morale. We require a strong leader to reassure the populace. Additionally, while we have organized 3 militia teams, we still lack an overarching leader. I propose appointing a commander-in-chief. What do you think? Han Zhonghua, after listening to Di Ping, lowered his head in contemplation. After a moment, he seemed to reach a decision, suddenly extinguishing his cigarette. He turned to Di Ping and dropped an even more significant bombshell. Realizing that he could not thwart Di Ping's ambitions for power, he decided to give him a gentle nudge in the right direction. Excellent suggestion. I believe the position of Commander-in-Chief should rightfully belong to Mr. D. With your considerable strength and popularity, everyone in the base would surely welcome this decision. Henceforth, we shall refer to you as Commander D. Addressing you as Mr. D feels rather awkward. Haha. Lu Guoyang initially furrowed his brow at Han Zhonghua's statement, but quickly grasped the underlying significance, relaxing his expression as he joined in the applause, bursting into laughter. As Di Ping observed the two men, he felt a sense of assurance that they were indeed preparing to align with him. He had not expected such support so soon. He was genuinely moved. He had intended to win over the two, and now that they were inclined to pledge their allegiance to him, it was fortuitous. However, he did not naively believe they would wholeheartedly commit. He remained uncertain about the depth of their sincerity. Nevertheless, he was confident that they would not escape his grasp. It is said that everyone loves to admire a beautiful flower, but someone must lift it. Since these two were elevating his stature, he could not hoard all the benefits for himself. He must extend some goodwill in return. With this thought, Di Ping laughed heartily and clasped his fists in greeting. Very well. In these extraordinary times, we must undertake extraordinary measures. I shall accept this title, but I am still young and my capabilities may be lacking. I will need your guidance as we navigate the path ahead. Too humble, too humble. With Commander D's abilities and wisdom, we truly feel ourselves to be woefully inadequate to offer any counsel. They replied with warm smiles. My dear brothers, I am not jesting nor flattering you. In terms of capability and insight, I certainly cannot compare to you. It is because I recognize your potential and sincere desire to serve the people that I have the audacity to invite you to join me in forging a better path for our community and establishing a secure haven for all. Suddenly, Di Ping's expression turned grave, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as he locked eyes with the two men, his voice earnest. Commander D. Upon hearing his words, the two men were taken aback, hastily rising to offer explanations, only to be silenced by a gesture from Di Ping. He continued, What are your views on this apocalyptic world? Unaware of Di Ping's intent behind shifting the conversation to this topic, the two men shook their heads. What perspective could they possibly have? Merely surviving was a victory in itself. Then allow me to share my thoughts. Volume 3, 0106 Heartfelt Exchange for Genuine Trust. Di Ping observed that both individuals expressed no dissenting opinions and refrained from further inquiries. He offered them another cigarette, lit one for himself, and then spoke slowly. The world has undergone a cataclysmic transformation. Flora is flourishing uncontrollably. Fauna has mutated, and yet the rightful rulers of this earth, humanity, find themselves relegated to mere sustenance. A once insignificant mutated rat poses a formidable challenge to an ordinary individual, not to mention the various colossal predators that now roam. I trust that the information you possess is not inferior to mine. At this juncture, Han Zhonghua and his companion exchanged somber glances, nodding in silence. Di Ping paused to take a drag from his cigarette, exhaling deeply as if expelling the turmoil festering within him. After a moment of silence, he continued, "Global communications have faltered, and pathways have been obstructed. As the awakening of mutated creatures proliferates, the plight of humankind will only worsen. Our firearms are losing their effectiveness, a sentiment I believe you have experienced firsthand." Deeping's voice was soft, yet it pierced the hearts of the two men like a dagger. Their faces turned ashen, and they involuntarily trembled, their hands shaking as they clutched their cigarettes, seemingly haunted by terrifying memories. "I presume you have witnessed my capabilities?" Deeping suddenly inquired again, jolting them back to reality. They nodded woodenly in response. "However, en route yesterday, I encountered a colossal eagle, its wingspan surpassing that of a commercial aircraft. The sheer force of its presence rendered me breathless. I lacked even the courage to meet its gaze. 100 of me would stand no chance against it. How many such mutated creatures inhabit this earth? How do we contend with them? Shall we rely solely on our guns and cannons?" Noticing their dazed expressions, Deeping shifted his tone, presenting an even more unsettling revelation. "Director D, are there truly such terrifying mutated creatures?" Han Zhonghua asked, his expression tense. "Indeed, I have witnessed it with my own eyes," Deeping affirmed with conviction. What shall we do? Is there truly no escape for humanity?" Han Zhonghua appeared utterly defeated, slumping against the back of the sofa, his lips quivering as he muttered, while Lu Guoyang stared blankly, seemingly in disbelief. "No, there is a way forward," Deeping suddenly declared, his voice resonating with weight and authority, awakening the two men from their state of terror. They looked at him with wide, incredulous eyes, as if questioning the possibility of hope. "There is a way forward," they echoed in unison. "Yes," Deeping replied, his tone imbued with resolute conviction, instilling courage in the two men, who began to emerge from their stupor, though they regarded him with skeptical eyes. "With both flora and fauna undergoing mutations, do you not find it peculiar that, as a higher species, humanity remains unaltered?" Deeping offered a faint smile, then dropped another bombshell that left them reeling. "You seem to wonder if you have never witnessed such phenomena. What about me? If I were not mutated, would I possess such strength?" Deeping leaned back on the sofa, once more tossing out a shocking revelation. The two men were now utterly bewildered, their minds spinning from the barrage of revelations. It took them some time to regain their composure before they excitedly questioned Deeping. "Can humanity truly undergo mutation?" "Indeed," Deeping affirmed with a nod. "That is splendid news. Humanity has hope." The two men, elated by Deeping's revelation, erupted with excitement, akin to children receiving a cherished gift. However, the process of human mutation is not so easily achieved. "How many have you heard of or seen in this time?" Deeping gazed steadily at them, dousing their enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. They quickly realized this dilemma, their expressions dimming as they resignedly sank back into the sofa. "As it stands, I possess such strength, with 5 individuals under my command, and there will be more in the future." Deeping's smile returned as he glanced at them, yet again revealing an even more astonishing truth. In this brief exchange, he had unveiled 5 or 6 monumental pieces of information. 5 individuals? And even more? They exclaimed, jumping up in excitement, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they gazed at Deeping. He merely smiled in response, quietly smoking his cigarette. "Haha, D. Loudy, you nearly exhausted us with this roller coaster of revelations. My heart can scarcely endure such ups and downs. Thankfully, I have no heart condition, or I would surely meet my end." The two men, seeing Deeping's calm demeanor, exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting confusion. After a moment, their eyes brightened in realization, pointing at Deeping and laughing in playful reproach. "Haha, my esteemed brothers, I speak with utmost sincerity." Deeping joined in the laughter. "Very well. Since you have articulated your thoughts so clearly, I shall not hold back. I have come to understand that in this era of upheaval, we too must adapt. Henceforth, I entrust my life to you, D. Loudy. Even if it means sacrificing myself for the greater good, I shall not object," Han Zhonghua declared, slapping the table and standing resolutely. "Not just you, Lao Han. I too will stand by your side. If you do not mind, D. Loudy, I would be honored to serve as your advisor, contributing in any small way I can. Lu Guoyang also rose, his expression equally unwavering. Volume 3, 0107 United we weather the storm. Excellent. Absolutely splendid. Di Ping exclaimed, rising excitedly to his feet as he clasped the hands of his companions and laughed heartily. I must express my gratitude to both of you. From now on, we shall navigate these turbulent seas together, stirring the same pot. Indeed, together we shall sail. The trio joined hands, sharing a joyous laughter, while Gina, observing from behind, felt a wave of happiness wash over her, her face illuminated by a radiant smile. To be candid, my dear brothers, I have established a base, comprising over 100 individuals. The security there is quite assured. There are 3 others with comparable strength protecting the base. I arrived here in response to the message you sent. After they settled back into their seats, Di Ping revealed the purpose of his visit. Really? Brother Di, you have formed a base? Is it truly secure? The 2 men were momentarily taken aback. Then their expressions shifted to incredulity. It was no small feat to establish such a base. And the notion that Di Ping had managed to gather over 100 people and ensure their safety was hard for them to fathom. The safety there far surpasses that of this place. I would not dare to mislead you on that. Di Ping assured them with utmost sincerity. Are you suggesting we relocate everyone here? Lu Guoyang leaned forward, uncertainty evident in his inquiry. Yes, I wish to transfer everyone to the base. The conditions here are not suitable for a long-term stay. Di Ping nodded, confirming Lu Guoyang and Appo's speculation. Is there sufficient food at the base? What if everyone arrives without provisions? The consumption of over 1,000 people is no trivial matter. Can this be resolved? Lu Guoyang furrowed his brow as he posed 3 pressing questions. This is not a significant issue. I have discovered a method to cultivate mutated crops that mature once a month. I have already arranged for individuals to begin the cultivation process. As long as we gather enough food initially, we can ensure a steady supply. Di Ping spoke calmly, reassuring the 2 men. Goodness, crops that mature in a month? Is such a thing truly possible? The 2 men regarded Di Ping with a mix of disbelief and curiosity. My dear brothers, if mutated beasts larger than cows can exist, what else could be deemed impossible? Have you not witnessed enough wonders during this period? Di Ping smiled gently, though he refrained from disclosing that the seeds were a gift from the system, preferring to attribute it to the extraordinary changes in the world. Oh, yes, you are right. The 2 men suddenly realized their earlier excitement had led them to overlook the extraordinary nature of their circumstances. The primary concern now lies here. Firstly, the relocation distance is considerable and fraught with danger. We must make ample preparations to ensure safety. Secondly, we need to stockpile sufficient food here to prevent anyone from going hungry. We must guarantee that this place operates safely and effectively, which I cannot achieve alone. Therefore, I seek your assistance. Do you think this is feasible? After a moment of contemplation, Di Ping turned to the 2 men with a serious expression. Absolutely, brother. Whatever you command. The 2 men promptly affirmed their commitment. In that case, I shall take the role of commander. We will establish a logistics department responsible for the storage and distribution of supplies, as well as the daily needs of over 1,000 individuals. I appoint Brother Han as the minister. It is a significant task. I appreciate your efforts. With the 2 men's agreement, Di Ping articulated his plans without further ado. Very well. I shall accept this responsibility and ensure it is executed to the best of my ability. Han Zhongwa straightened his posture and addressed Di Ping earnestly. Brother Lu, I propose we create a staff department, and you shall serve as minister, overseeing the management of the militia and organizing wartime arrangements. In addition to the security patrols of the base, Di Ping gestured for Han Zhongwa to sit down before turning to Lu Guoyang. Rest assured, Commander, I will fulfill my duties diligently. Lu Guoyang responded with a solemn nod. All right, let us proceed without delay. Brothers, please mobilize the militia and the original team members, organizing them overnight. Tomorrow morning, I will lead the team to gather food. After assigning roles, Di Ping glanced at the time, noting it was already quite late. He decided not to linger any longer and instructed the 2 men. Understood. We shall begin immediately. The 2 men stood up in agreement. But Lu Guoyang turned back to Di Ping, asking, Commander Di, how shall we select the 3 captains? Will you appoint them, or let them elect among themselves? First, we shall divide them into 3 teams, then they can elect their respective captains, followed by forming smaller squads to choose their leaders from within. After contemplating Lu Guoyang's question for a moment, Di Ping responded, "Very well, we shall take our leave." The 2 men then bid farewell to Di Ping and hurriedly exited the room. Once they were gone, Di Ping stretched and sighed, feeling thoroughly exhausted from the day and Apos' events. With the 2 of them busy, he found himself with a rare moment of leisure. Noticing the time, he decided to indulge in a bit more rest. Di Ping returned to bed and drifted into a peaceful slumber, while Gina resumed her previous position, meditating to restore her energy. Di Ping enjoyed a deep and restful sleep, only to be awakened again by a knock at the door. Upon sitting up, he noticed it was already past 6 o'clock. The sun had risen outside. Gina appeared to have completed her meditation, and upon seeing Di Ping awake, she hurriedly brought over the prepared basin. Di Ping took a moment to relish the attentive service, quickly washed his face, and then opened the door. Volume 3, 0108. The initial formation of the 3 battalions standing outside were Han Zhonghua and Lu Liangping, their eyes bloodshot and dark circles prominent, indicating a sleepless night. However, their spirits were high, exuding a palpable sense of determination. Behind them trailed 3 others whom Di Ping did not recognize, but he refrained from inquiring and allowed them to enter. Once inside, Lu Guoyang briefed Di Ping on the situation. After a night of diligent effort, they had successfully organized the teams, with several officers distributed among the ranks. The 3 individuals behind him were the newly elected battalion leaders, whom he introduced to Di Ping one by one. The first was Su Sheng, the captain of the 1st Battalion. A native of the province and a veteran, he currently managed a business with 70 to 80 employees. In his 30s, he stood around 1.7 meters tall, with short hair and a square face. His thick eyebrows and large eyes conveyed a sense of reliability and vigor, and his well-toned physique hinted at regular exercise. Next was Zhang Liang, the captain of the 2nd Battalion. A northerner in his 30s, he was tall and slender, standing at 1.8 meters, with a prominent nose and wide mouth. Though his eyes were small, they sparkled with intelligence, and a gentle smile often graced his lips, radiating approachability. He managed 3 restaurants with over 100 employees, establishing himself as a successful businessman. Lastly was Feng Ziming, whose presence made Di Ping feel somewhat self-conscious. Although Di Ping was not unattractive, Feng Ziming's striking appearance set a high standard. He was tall and well-proportioned, exceeding 1.8 meters, with an obviously athletic build. His fair complexion, captivating eyes, and clean, well-fitted sportswear gave him an air of confidence and charm, evoking an instinctive admiration from those around him. Feng came from a wealthy family. His father was the CEO of a publicly traded company, with assets exceeding 10 billion. He excelled academically, devoid of the typical flaws associated with affluent offspring, and after studying abroad, he returned to excel in a foreign enterprise, quickly rising to regional general manager within 3 years. "Greetings, Commander." The 3 men approached Di Ping and bowed respectfully. They were already aware from Lu Guoyang that this base was under Di Ping's command. Despite their past successes, they now stood before him with a newfound humility, having witnessed his prowess the previous day. Their eyes reflected excitement and admiration. "Indeed, you 3 are exceptional talents, and I trust you will fulfill your roles with distinction. I entrust these 3 battalions to you." Di Ping expressed his satisfaction, shaking hands with each of them and offering encouragement. "We will not disappoint your trust, Commander," they responded in unison, their eyes alight with fervor. "Lu, please prepare a simple breakfast for the team to sustain them on our journey. The 1st Battalion will accompany me this morning, while the 2nd and 3rd Battalions will remain here." Di Ping glanced at the time, noting it was just past 6, and promptly issued instructions to Lu Guoyang. "Understood. I will arrange it immediately." Lu Guoyang, now fully in his element, responded eagerly and quickly exited with the 3 battalion leaders. "Commander Di, will breakfast be provided for the personnel at the base?" Han Zhonghua inquired after the 4 had departed. "Let us prepare some thin porridge. It is essential that everyone has something in their stomachs. We can assess the food situation at noon to decide further." Di Ping contemplated. wishing to ensure that everyone received at least a minimal meal. Got it. Han Zhonghua nodded and departed, understanding Di Ping's intent that while a hearty breakfast was not feasible, a modest meal was certainly achievable. Not long after Han Zhonghua left, someone came to summon Di Ping, prompting him to step outside with Gina. At this hour, most residents of the base were still asleep to conserve energy. The square was predominantly quiet, with only around 300 militia members present. In the center, a large pot simmered with porridge, and each member received a bowl along with a piece of sausage. Di Ping also partook, though it was insufficient to truly satisfy his hunger. Yet, given the current circumstances, it was all that could be managed. After breakfast, the 1st Battalion swiftly assembled under Captain Su Sheng and several squad leaders. Led by Di Ping, they cleared the debris blocking the exit and, under the watchful eyes of all, emerged from the underground marketplace, soon vanishing from sight at the entrance. Once the 1st Battalion had departed, Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang arranged for the entrance to be sealed to prevent mutated creatures from entering. We shall now shift our focus from the underground base to Di Ping and his team. As Di Ping led his group out of the underground marketplace, Gina closely followed, her keen eyes scanning the surroundings. The square was eerily quiet, as most animals had retreated to their dens to rest, marking this as the safest time to traverse the area. Satisfied with the safety, Di Ping signaled for his team to follow, and 100 individuals quickly disappeared around the street corner, following his lead. Volume 3, 0109, The Unruly Scramble for Food Early in the Morning. Di Ping sought out a team member familiar with the area to guide him as they searched for food sources. The vicinity of the shopping mall had already been thoroughly scoured, making it difficult to uncover any remaining supplies. They headed east towards a small food trading market located 3 kilometers away. Along the way, they encountered a mutated cat, 2 mutated dogs, and several bold mice foraging for food. However, before Di Ping could make a move, Gina swiftly dispatched them all. Frustrated, Di Ping, a warrior at heart, felt somewhat disheartened. After all, he hadn't even had the chance to unleash his fiery attacks before they vanished. While Di Ping felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, the originally anxious team members began to feel a surge of confidence. The first encounter with the mutated cat had left many trembling. But upon witnessing its swift demise at the hands of the mysterious woman in black, their spirits were notably lifted. As the mutated dogs and mice were eradicated one after another, their courage returned, and they became bolder, even daring to search supermarkets along the way. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the small food market, which, despite its name, was merely a modest community vegetable market. It primarily sold vegetables, with a few shops offering food items for local residents. The market was situated on the ground floor of a building, with the 2nd and 3rd floors dedicated to clothing sales. At that moment, the market's rolling shutter was tightly closed, indicating a lack of visitors. Di Ping felt a surge of joy and promptly instructed Su Sheng to arrange for someone to open the door while he scanned the area for potential dangers. A few eager young men, already itching for action, rushed forward with steel rods in hand at Di Ping and Appo's command. In no time, the shutter was forcefully opened, and the impatient youth prepared to surge inside. "Wait, let me check for any dangers before you enter," Di Ping called out, halting the crowd. He stepped inside, followed closely by Gina, while Su Sheng quickly instructed the team to remain vigilant. The market was not large, spanning around 40 meters in length and 20 meters in width. The central area featured open stalls primarily selling vegetables, while the sides housed shops selling grains and oils. A few cold food stalls were also present, and upon closer inspection, there were 7 or 8 shops selling grains and oils. Transparent glass doors revealed numerous bags of rice and flour on display, although the shops appeared modest, suggesting limited stock. Di Ping carefully surveyed the premises and found all the shops intact, devoid of any mutated creatures. He signaled Gina to invite the waiting team members inside. Gina stepped out to nod at Su Sheng before re-entering the market. Understanding the signal, Su Sheng was elated and beckoned everyone to rush inside. The group, famished and eager, was thrilled to see the shelves stocked with instant noodles, rice, and other provisions. Excitement surged as they began to pry open doors and frantically snatch up food. Observing their rash behavior, Di Ping felt a pang of regret. These individuals were clearly starving. However, as he witnessed food being carelessly dropped and trampled upon, he furrowed his brow, ready to speak up. "Everyone, stop. No need to fight over it." A powerful shout rang out, startling all into stillness as they turned towards the source of the voice. Confusion etched on their faces. Di Ping realized the voice belonged to Su Sheng, who was now visibly angry. "Look at yourselves. Is this any semblance of discipline? We are here to gather food, which must be shared and distributed fairly." Some individuals, chastised by Su Sheng's words, blushed and slowly placed their food down. Yet, a few continued to stubbornly clutch their bounty, arguing selfishly, "Why should we let go? We found this food. What is wrong with us eating first? Why must it be shared?" "Yes, you think you're some kind of saint, Su Sheng? Don't drag us into your ideals." "Exactly. We chose you to lead us, not to lord over us. We wouldn't have picked you if we'd known." "Fine. If everyone thinks like you, only looking out for themselves, what will happen to your family if you die? Who will feed them?" Su Sheng and Apos' face flushed with anger as he scolded them. "Captain Su is right. We cannot be so selfish. Let us put it down and share when we return." A few began to lower their heads, embarrassed, but 4 or 5 others remained defiant, still munching on their food, their crunching audible in the otherwise silent market. "I'm on my own. If I'm full, my family won't starve. You, Su Sheng, want to curry favor with the higher-ups. But don't expect us to sacrifice for that. There's no rule against eating. Why should we stop?" "Exactly. We're starving. We need to eat to have strength to carry things." These sentiments, though small, resonated through the crowd, and Su Sheng heard them all too clearly. His body trembled with rage, teeth grinding audibly, fists clenched tightly, as he contemplated confronting the offenders to vent his frustration. Volume 3, 0110. The unexpected plea for help on the return journey. Di Ping concealed himself in a corner, quietly observing, eager to see how Su Sheng would handle the situation. He understood that no one could excel in every aspect. Thus, the cultivation of managerial talent was of utmost importance, one of the very reasons he had assembled 3 teams. Throughout the journey today, he had sensed that Su Sheng was a commendable individual. His actions were methodical and composed, exuding the qualities of a true leader. Therefore, he wished to assess whether this individual possessed the aptitude to manage crises effectively. The captains of the teams served as direct administrators, their authority paramount. Their competence must be demonstrated through tangible results, which is why Di Ping chose not to intervene immediately, preferring instead to observe Su Sheng's performance. Su Sheng's chest heaved violently, veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyes burned with intensity, just as Di Ping anticipated that he might lash out. He was taken aback when Su Sheng suddenly closed his eyes, took several deep breaths, and gradually calmed his heaving chest. His clenched fist slowly relaxed, and when he opened his eyes, the fiery glare had dissipated. Di Ping nodded slightly at this transformation. "I failed to clarify earlier, and I take responsibility for that. While I shall not dwell on the past, from this moment forth, in the name of the 1st Brigade, I decree that no one is permitted to hoard or consume food privately. Violation of this rule will result in immediate expulsion from the team. Any grievances will be addressed with Commander D. Now, everyone, execute my orders." Su Sheng's gaze pierced through the crowd, his voice steady and commanding. Those who met his eyes averted their gaze, understanding that his selection as brigade leader was a testament to his capabilities and the respect he commanded, further amplified by his military background, which lent him an imposing presence. Perhaps triggered by Su Sheng's mention of Commander D, or perhaps realizing that they had lost the crowd's support and faced expulsion, the offenders' faces turned pale with fear as they furtively scanned their surroundings, quietly relinquishing their food. "Did you hear that?" Su Sheng's voice thundered again, his eyes flashing like lightning. "Yes." Over 100 voices responded in unison. Even the previous troublemakers echoed in agreement. "Good. Move swiftly. Gather the food at the entrance." Su Sheng breathed a sigh of relief as he witnessed everyone obeying his command, beginning to collect the provisions from the store. At this moment, Di Ping approached with a smile, observing Su Sheng with approval. Su Sheng had searched for Di Ping amidst the turmoil, but had failed to spot the commander, forcing him to resolve the situation independently. Now, Seeing Di Ping come near, he opened his mouth to explain, but Di Ping gently raised a hand to stop him, offering a reassuring pat on the shoulder and a look of encouragement before turning to leave. Feeling the appreciation and encouragement in Di Ping's gaze, Su Sheng's eyes glistened with emotion as he watched the commander's retreating figure, filled with admiration and gratitude. Strength lies in numbers. Within half an hour, every edible item had been gathered, forming a substantial pile. A few resourceful individuals even brought out electric tricycles, for in total, each large enough to accommodate considerable cargo. Di Ping, elated at the sight, immediately directed the food to be loaded onto the vehicles. However, the sheer volume of food meant that despite the high stacks, there was still much left unaccounted for. The group, determined, sought out large bags to pack the remaining items, each person shouldering a hefty sack until every morsel was secured. With Di Ping leading the way, the jubilant group headed back. It was no wonder they were elated. Their haul was indeed plentiful. Beyond the assorted food items, they had collected an entire 2 carts of rice and flour, amounting to nearly 100 bags, each weighing 50 pounds. This alone would suffice to sustain the base for several days. Having departed at 7 in the morning, the group, now nearing noon, had toiled throughout the morning and were returning triumphantly. While Di Ping shared in their joy, he remained vigilant, carefully monitoring their surroundings to ensure they could detect any imminent danger. "Commander Di, look!" Suddenly, Su Sheng exclaimed, pointing in a certain direction. Di Ping followed his gaze, startled to see a transparent glass window in a nearby commercial residential building where 2 individuals, one male and one female, held up a whiteboard that read, "Please help us." Although their expressions were obscured by distance, they appeared to be joyfully waving towards them. "Commander Di, should we assist them?" The group halted, turning their attention to the 2 above. Su Sheng's urgency was palpable. He seemed ready to spring into action, yet ultimately turned his gaze back to Di Ping. "What do you think, Captain Su?" Di Ping countered. "We are all human. If we can help, we should." Su Sheng responded without hesitation. However, he quickly realized that the decision lay with Di Ping. Thus, he amended his statement. "But of course, it is up to Commander Di to decide." Volume 3, 0111. The intrigue of rescuing from above. Di Ping cast a meaningful glance at Su Sheng and chuckled. "Oh, you truly heed my words? Aren't you afraid I might refuse to save?" Caught off guard by Di Ping's insight into his true feelings, Su Sheng felt a tinge of embarrassment and broke into a wide grin, exclaiming, "Hee hee. I follow the orders of Team Leader Di. If you say to save, I shall save, and if you say not to, then we shan't." "You." Di Ping playfully jabbed a finger at Su Sheng, chiding him with a smirk. "Don't let that seemingly honest facade fool you. You're quite the clever one." "Hiki. Team Leader Di, I assure you, I am genuinely an honest man." Su Sheng sheepishly scratched his head, chuckling like a novice fresh out of boot camp, despite being in his 30s. "Very well. You remain honest." Di Ping feigned a mock punch at Su Sheng, who stood still, wearing a goofy smile. Observing him felt reminiscent of the antics of a rotund fellow. The latter may jest, while this one feigns innocence, evoking a sense of patience in others. The team members watched with keen eyes, their faces adorned with knowing smiles. Sensing a more affable side of Team Leader Di, one that contrasted sharply with his fearsome demeanor when dealing with mutated dogs. In truth, those who had witnessed Di Ping in battle often harbored more fear than admiration for him, perceiving him as an untouchable powerhouse, best admired from afar. Yet, witnessing the playful banter between Di Ping and Su Sheng made him appear more relatable, dispelling the notion of his aloofness and lightening the atmosphere considerably. "All right, assemble 2 teams. We shall proceed." Di Ping was resolute in his mission to rescue. If he encountered the target, it would be unthinkable not to act. He promptly instructed Su Sheng without further ado. "Understood. Teams 1 and 2, follow me. The rest, remain vigilant and concealed." Su Sheng's demeanor shifted instantly upon hearing Di Ping's command. He saluted sharply and turned to issue orders to his team. "Gina, you stay back and ensure safety." Di Ping softly instructed Gina before leading the way towards the commercial residential building, with Su Sheng quickly following suit, commanding the 2 teams. Gina remained silent, halting her steps, while those left behind, under the guidance of the two vice captains, concealed the vehicles and supplies behind the roadside bushes. The building was not excessively tall, approximately 15 stories, with an entrance resembling a hotel's revolving door. As the group entered the lobby, they found it expansive, spanning over 300 square meters. Adorned with marble flooring and large crystal chandeliers, exuding an air of elegance, yet devoid of any presence. Once inside, reassured by the absence of immediate danger, Su Sheng signaled two team members to scout ahead. The elevator was out of order, necessitating the use of the stairs. They had observed the earlier positions of the individuals on the 8th floor, therefore, a trek up the stairs was essential. The two team members located the staircase and gestured for the others to follow. Cautiously, the group ascended the stairs, maintaining a slow pace to minimize noise. After an arduous 10 minutes, they finally reached the 8th floor. Diping had no means to ascertain the presence of others in the lower levels. Upon arriving, as they entered the corridor, they intended to locate the man and woman on that floor. Suddenly, an iron door 20 meters away swung open, revealing a woman who cautiously peeked out, scanning her surroundings. Her eyes lit up upon spotting Diping and the others, and she excitedly waved them over. Team Leader D. Su Sheng, noticing the woman, quickly turned back to seek Diping's approval, who nodded in acknowledgement. Su Sheng then hastily led a few members towards her, while Diping followed at a measured pace, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Upon entering the room, Diping observed Su Sheng and the others engaging with a man and a woman. The room was spacious, with a living area of approximately 70 to 80 square meters. Tastefully decorated, accommodating the 20 or so individuals without feeling cramped. As Diping stepped inside, an unpleasant odor assaulted his senses, causing him to frown. As an adult, he recognized the scent all too well. His discerning gaze swept across the room, although it appeared tidy. His sharp eyes detected dark red stains on the wooden floor and the sofa. However, he chose to overlook them, his gaze shifting to the two closed doors. A hint of disdain evident in his cold smile. The man and woman appeared distinct. The man, seemingly in his 40s, bore a slightly pudgy physique. His short hair meticulously styled, perhaps with gel. He appeared well-fed, not at all resembling someone struggling in a post-apocalyptic world, despite feigning fear. His eyes flickered with a cold glint as he bowed his head. The woman, in her 20s, possessed an attractive visage, her shoulder-length hair appearing unwashed for some time, yet still relatively neat. Clad in a revealing, tight-fitting skirt that barely concealed her rear, she showcased her fair, alluring legs, capturing the attention of the men present. At that moment, the duo was enthusiastically conversing with Su Sheng, their faces radiating gratitude as they repeatedly expressed their thanks. The middle-aged man even produced a pack of cigarettes, offering it to Su Sheng with an air of eagerness, his demeanor warm and inviting. Su Sheng, responding with a gesture of politeness, accepted the cigarettes. Volume 3, 0112. The unforeseen catastrophe. At that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. As Su Sheng reached out to touch the cigarette, the middle-aged man suddenly glinted with a cold light in his eyes. His hand, which held the cigarette, morphed into a claw that seized Su Sheng's hand. With a forceful tug backward, Su Sheng, caught off guard, was pulled forward, crashing against the backrest of the sofa. Su Sheng reacted swiftly. As he pressed down to rise, it was too late. A chilling handgun was pressed against the back of his head. The other members of the team were momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events. When they regained their composure, they shouted and rushed forward to assist him. "Stay still. If anyone moves, I will kill him." The middle-aged man, with a fierce expression, kept his gun trained on Su Sheng's head, barking at the bewildered team members who froze in place. Suddenly, a series of loud bangs echoed through the hall as several doors flew open on either side, and 5 or 6 individuals charged out. Simultaneously, 2 more figures surged in from the entrance behind them. Each person was a formidable presence, brandishing firearms, some with rifles, others with handguns, surrounding Diping and his team in a deadly embrace. The dark muzzles of their guns ominously pointed at them, emanating the chilling aura of death. The team members dared not move, their gazes shifting toward Diping. As the collective attention turned toward Diping, a chorus of guns pivoted in his direction. "Are you their leader?" The middle-aged man, still pressing the gun against Su Sheng's head, questioned Di Ping, seemingly incredulous that such a young man could be the leader of this group. He had initially believed Su Sheng to be in charge, but the situation now suggested otherwise. What is the meaning of this? Di Ping did not respond to the man's inquiry. Instead, he calmly kept one hand in his pocket while the other held a cigarette, scrutinizing the middle-aged man. Master Hu, why waste words? Have them bring the supplies. A burly bald man beside the middle-aged man shouted aggressively, aiming his gun at the group. Shut your mouth. The man known as Master Hu shot the bald man a glare, causing him to shrink back into silence. This young brother is Hu Biao from East City. Today, I seek only to procure provisions. I do not wish to harm anyone. In this harsh world, we all need to eat. I apologize for any offense. Simply deliver the food, and no harm will come to anyone. We will ensure your safe descent. Master Hu said, turning his gaze to Di Ping. What if I refuse? Di Ping scanned the bodies of the men around him, his eyes glinting coldly as he peered through the open door into the room beyond. If he refuses, brothers. He refuses. Hu Biao guffawed as if he had heard a tremendous joke, with the others joining in laughter, their eyes full of derision. It seems that in these years, many have mistaken my restraint for weakness. No one has dared to speak to me in such a manner. Suddenly, Hu Biao's demeanor shifted, his expression hardened. As narrowing as he stared at Di Ping, enunciating each word with chilling intensity. Now, it seems that has changed. With a thunderous roar, Di Ping's body surged with violent energy, releasing an overwhelming aura of ferocity. The men before him felt as if they were facing a fearsome beast, their bodies growing heavy with dread. Hu Biao too felt a stiffness seize him, as if frozen by the deathly gaze emanating from Di Ping. Boom! Di Ping sprang into action, propelling himself forward with incredible speed. The room erupted as if a tempest had swept through, followed by a cacophony of thuds as 7 or 8 armed men were struck by an invisible force, hurtling backward against the walls and furniture. When Di Ping reappeared before Hu Biao, the latter, now roused from his shock, was engulfed by a deeper terror. He raised his gun, his voice trembling. Are you human or a ghost? Di Ping approached him, his expression devoid of emotion. Stay back. I have a gun, Hu Biao stammered, his earlier bravado crumbling, resembling a toothless tiger, his hands shaking uncontrollably. In that instant, Su Sheng, who had been pinned to the sofa with a gun to his head, surged forward. He seized Hu Biao's wrist with a swift motion, twisting violently backward until a sharp crack echoed, dislocating the man's arm. With a powerful thrust, he forced Hu Biao to the ground. Su Sheng's face bore a fierce expression, his anger flaring at his earlier misstep. Applying relentless pressure with his knee on Hu Biao's back, rendering him immobile. The rest of the team finally reacted, charging toward the fallen men with a unified effort, swiftly subduing their arms. 2 members even wrested Hu Biao from Su Sheng, forcing him to kneel on the ground. The 2 factions were left aghast, never expecting that their intent to rescue would lead to such a covert ambush. Had it not been for the headquarters intervening, they might have faced disaster. Su Sheng, fuming at himself for allowing such an oversight, felt a deep sense of humiliation for having lost face in front of their commander. How could he not be enraged? Volume 3, 0113 in the Apocalypse. Human life is as cheap as grass. Director D. I apologize, it was my oversight. Su Sheng rose and approached Di Ping, his face reflecting a sense of remorse tinged with dejection. In this fallen world, where morality has crumbled, clinging to former beliefs will lead only to a dead end. Today serves as a lesson. I hope you can mature swiftly. Di Ping patted Su Sheng's shoulder and earnestly said to him, Yes, I understand. Thank you for your guidance. Director D. Su Sheng gazed at Di Ping with gratitude, his eyes filled with emotion, unperturbed by the fact that Di Ping was younger than him. In this moment, despite his years of experience in the world, facing Di Ping made him feel like a novice just embarking on his career. It was at this moment he genuinely respected this enigmatic captain. In his past military service, he had always been a sharpshooter, and after retiring, he ventured into entrepreneurship, achieving modest success that instilled a sense of pride in him. Initially, he had chosen to follow Di Ping as the captain due to his mysterious and formidable prowess. Although he admired him, he did not revere him. Now, however, he found himself genuinely in awe. He had not anticipated that this younger captain possessed such cunning maturity. Having already discerned the secrets of those around him while remaining silent, merely offering a reminder, which he found deeply impressive. Downstairs, Di Ping sensed something amiss. Though Su Sheng and the others were too far away to see, Di Ping's keen observation revealed the true expressions of the two individuals before him. Although they were animatedly waving their arms, their faces betrayed no excitement. Instead, their eyes glimmered with greed. At that moment, Di Ping realized it might be a trap. However, seeing Su Sheng's burning desire to intervene and noting the similar expressions of many others in the team, he understood that these individuals still harbored a semblance of kindness amidst the apocalypse, unaware of its brutal reality. If he were to remain resolute and refrain from acting, it might lead them to believe he was excessively cold-hearted and devoid of compassion, which would be detrimental to his future leadership. Thus, he decided to intervene. Intending to impart a lesson to his comrades about the harsh nature of the world they now inhabited, he initially wished to linger longer. But upon witnessing the murderous aura of Hu Biao, he recognized that this man had likely taken lives before and feared he might suddenly resort to violence against his team. Consequently, Di Ping acted swiftly to subdue the individuals involved. "Director D, look!" a team member exclaimed, terror etched across his face as he trembled. His eyes fixed on the room within. Di Ping was already aware. He had cast a quick glance and discerned the scene. A large bed occupied by two naked women. Fury ignited within him, prompting him to act decisively. Yet, the level of fear displayed by the team member seemed excessive. Rushing into the room alongside Su Sheng, Di Ping was momentarily stunned, his anger flaring once more, though he suppressed it, intending to hold these individuals accountable later. The room not only contained the two women on the bed, but also revealed two additional women on the floor, battered and bruised. Their bodies marred by bloodstains and bite marks. Their faces were pale and lifeless, their mouths agape and eyes wide open, filled with a haunting resentment, as though cursing the injustice of their fate. "Damn it, these beasts!" Su Sheng cursed vehemently, turning to storm out. Moments later, anguished screams echoed from outside, indicating how deeply affected he was. Otherwise, this man, with his military discipline, would not have resorted to such brutality. Di Ping refrained from intervening. Though he felt a twinge of regret for his earlier heavy-handedness, several had died from a single blow, a fate too lenient for them. They deserved to experience a more cruel treatment, to understand the torment they had inflicted upon others. Casting one last glance at the women on the floor, Di Ping felt a profound ache in his heart, yet he recognized the limits of his power. In this damned apocalypse, misery lurked everywhere. And how many could he truly save on his own? With a sigh, Di Ping exited the room, instructing his team members to rescue the two living women on the bed. The team members, tears in their eyes, dutifully complied. Upon leaving the room, Di Ping noticed that in another chamber, two more women had been rescued, appearing to be in better condition, likely having been spared the worst of Hu Biao's brutality. With Hu Biao's subordinates totaling 8, only 4 remained alive alongside him, while 4 had been killed by Di Ping's fists. These 4 now knelt, being mercilessly beaten and tormented by a throng of team members, fully aware of the horrors that had transpired in the room, each strike more brutal than the last. Their wails of despair echoing through the air. "Enough, let them have a swift end. They are not human. We cannot sink to their level," Di Ping declared, having witnessed enough. The team had vented their fury, but he could not allow their actions to distort their psyche, thus he intervened. Upon hearing his command, the team members ceased their assault. Su Sheng seized a sharp knife from one of the team members and approached Hu Biao, gripping his hair firmly. Do not kill me." Hu Biao quivered in fear, his body trembling violently, his eyes filled with desperation, tears and mucus streaming down his face, while a foul odor emanated from his soiled trousers. "Now, speak to the souls of those you tormented to death." Su Sheng's face twisted in disgust as he barked, plunging the knife into Hu Biao's back. "Ah!" Hu Biao shrieked, his eyes widening in disbelief at the fate that had befallen him. Su Sheng withdrew the blade, a torrent of blood gushing forth as Hu Biao collapsed to the floor, convulsing, blood rapidly soaking the ground beneath him until his struggles ceased. Volume 3. 0114 New changes in the base at this moment. The three subordinates of the formidable Tiger Biao, upon witnessing their leader's demise, were rendered pale with fear, desperately pleading for mercy. Meanwhile, three other team members, seeing Su Sheng strike, hardened their gazes and with a swift motion, plunged their daggers into the backs of the three men, withdrawing the bloodied blades as the trio crumpled to the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The three assailants, staring at the convulsing bodies, retreated 2 steps, their faces paling at the sight of the crimson-stained weapons in their hands. After several moments of stunned silence, they exhaled in unison, their expressions gradually softening. They wiped the blood from their blades on the sofa, the brutality of the apocalypse forging a newfound resilience within these ordinary individuals. What shall we do with this woman? At that moment, Su Sheng seized the hair of the woman who had lured several to their fate, dragging her from behind the sofa. He turned to Di Ping and inquired. "Ah." The woman cried out in anguish, her face contorted with terror as she pleaded, "I was coerced. Please spare me. I truly was forced." She was not coerced. I saw her gloating when Tiger Biao captured team leader Su. One of the team members suddenly accused her, pointing an accusing finger. "Release her, we must depart." In this apocalypse, there is no distinction between genders. Those who commit sins must pay the price. Di Ping and Apo's expression remained remarkably calm. He, too, had witnessed her smug demeanor, indicating her adaptation to this savage world. Di Ping had no desire to rescue such individuals. Saving a life without saving the heart was futile. However, he could not allow his team to become murderers. Leaving her behind was akin to ending her life. The only difference being that he would not be the one to deliver the fatal blow. "Let us go." Upon witnessing the demise of the four, Di Ping called to the others and led the 4 rescued girls out. "Please, take me with you. I can cook and do laundry. No, don't leave me. Ah, may you all meet a terrible end." The woman, upon realizing Di Ping intended to abandon her, rushed forward in a frenzy to cling to him, only to be kicked to the ground by Su Sheng. She then screamed wildly, her eyes filled with venomous rage as she cursed them when she saw the door lock behind the departing group. Yet, no one paid her any mind. The group swiftly descended the stairs, allowing her to howl like a rabid dog in their wake. When Di Ping rejoined his team with 2 squads and the 4 dazed women, many expressed confusion. Hadn't there been a man and a woman pleading for help? How had it transformed into 4 troubled women? As the journey continued and the events unfolded, a heavy silence enveloped the group, each member bearing a somber countenance. Di Ping's mood was equally grim. He remained silent. The road at noon was eerily quiet, and they encountered a pack of 3 mutated dogs, which Di Ping, in a foul mood, dispatched with brutal kicks. Witnessing such violence, the atmosphere grew even more tense when he returned to the group with an icy demeanor. This situation persisted until they returned to the base, where they were warmly welcomed. Laughter and smiles reappeared among the crowd, and Di Ping felt a surge of relief as he observed the enthusiastic gathering transporting food inside. Accompanied by Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang, Di Ping entered the underground base and immediately sensed a transformation in the atmosphere. If his first impression had been one of despair and lifelessness, this time it was vibrant and full of life, with smiles illuminating every face. Not a single room housed anyone lying inert. It seemed everyone had rushed to assist with the food transport. Soon, the food was swiftly moved indoors. When 6 mutated dogs were carried in by militia members, the underground base erupted in excitement. People surged forward to see the creatures, and dozens of children joyfully followed. A stark contrast to the earlier scenes of them lying still beside their parents, evoking a festive atmosphere akin to a holiday celebration. "What is happening?" Di Ping was perplexed. He could not believe that a mere few words from him could inspire such enthusiasm. Surely, it was not solely the influence of Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang, nor could it be dismissed as their doing. This left him feeling somewhat incredulous, prompting him to inquire further from the 2. "Commander Di, if we are to discuss the changes in the base, it is thanks to you," Han Zhonghua exclaimed excitedly, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "Oh, thanks to me? Pray tell. What do you mean?" Ping was initially taken aback. What had he done to deserve such praise? Perhaps his quest for food had contributed. Yet it seemed not entirely so, leading him to question them further. Haha, all right, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. I've finally realized that even Commander D has moments of impatience. Han Zhonghua chuckled, teasing Ping. Brother Han, you're merely toying with my curiosity. But if you choose not to divulge, I shall keep this delightful news to share exclusively with Brother Liu. Ping retorted playfully, producing a fine cigarette as he cast a mischievous glance at Han Zhonghua. Ah, Brother D, my apologies. I admit my fault. Please forgive me. Han Zhonghua's eyes lit up upon seeing the cigarette, reaching out eagerly to snatch it, only for Ping to deftly withdraw it from his grasp, leaving him empty-handed. His expression shifted to one of good-natured contrition as he chuckled sheepishly at Ping. Volume 3, 0115 Rebirth of Hope. Han Zhonghua. After so many years of working together, how did I not realize you had such a duplicitous nature? A single cigarette has bought your loyalty. You should have some backbone and never let me look down upon you. At this moment, Lu Guoyang remarked with disdain. Go to hell. You, with your petty habits, could never comprehend the struggles of someone like me. Han Zhonghua retorted, casting an annoyed glare at Lu Guoyang. Ping smiled, enjoying their banter. He relished the atmosphere, and before long, they had arrived at Ping's room. 2 team members were stationed at the entrance, and the corridor was illuminated by 2 LED battery lamps, casting a bright glow at the doorway. Captain. The 2 sentinels immediately saluted Ping, greeting him with respect before quickly pushing the door open. Thank you for your hard work. Ping smiled and nodded at them, then tossed a pack of cigarettes as he stepped into the room, leaving the 2 men beaming with excitement. Once inside, Ping instructed Gina to rest, and the 3 of them finally sat down. Unable to endure the 2's eager gazes any longer, he tossed a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. He could hardly bear to part with more. He had noticed them at a supermarket that morning and had casually placed a few into his backpack for himself. Giving each of them one was generous enough. Watching them eagerly unwrap the package, extract a cigarette, and swiftly light it, taking deep puffs and exhaling with satisfaction, filled him with amusement. Ping lifted his teacup and took a substantial sip. He had not had a drop to drink all morning and was parched. After finishing a cigarette, the 3 gathered to chat, and Ping learned of the recent changes at the base. It turned out that the miraculous effects of the mutated meat had led to a transformation. Everyone had consumed it the previous night, and astonishingly, those who were old, weak, or ill had remarkably recovered by this morning, each brimming with vitality. Some children were even more energetic than before. With improved health and the emergence of new leadership at the base, they no longer faced oppression. Hope had been restored, and their spirits were rekindled. Especially notable was the porridge they had for breakfast, an unimaginable luxury in the past. As the saying goes, a full stomach brings peace of mind. Without the previous urgency, smiles began to blossom on their faces when they saw the team members returning with mutated dogs and bags of rice and flour. They realized they no longer had to worry about hunger, which heightened their excitement. They were so enthusiastic that they rushed to help without needing any direction, as if celebrating a festival. In recounting these events, Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang both wore expressions of exhilaration. They were genuinely pleased. The base had regained its vitality, and the burdens weighing heavily on their hearts had finally been lifted. Ping's arrival had rid them of the corrupt official Ge Zhongping, restored order to the base, and ensured a substantial food supply for everyone, providing an unparalleled sense of security through his formidable strength. They felt their decision to follow him was vindicated. Only by aligning with such a leader could they find a path forward and realize their ambitions. Ping, too, was filled with joy, observing the desire and passion for life reflected in the eyes of everyone at the base, which no longer bore a lifeless demeanor. He felt his efforts had been profoundly validated. The adage that helping others brings joy resonated deeply with him at that moment. Subsequently, Ping shared the events that had unfolded outside with the 2 men, who were left in a state of disbelief. They considered Ge Zhongping to be quite villainous. But now, in comparison, he seemed almost benign. At least his methods were primarily motivated by greed. Unlike the sadistic cruelty displayed by others, he had shown some restraint, at least on the surface. Ah, it is often said that in chaotic times, human life is as fragile as grass. Today, I have truly grasped the profound meaning of this saying. Han Zhonghua sighed deeply, his tone somber. Indeed, just a few days, and humanity has collapsed to such a degree. It is truly disheartening, Lu Guoyang echoed, his face reflecting similar sentiments. As they delved into this heavy topic, a palpable weight settled over the trio, silently smoking their cigarettes until a team member approached Han Zhonghua to inquire about the lunch standards, breaking the silence. Captain D, how would you like to arrange lunch? Han Zhonghua turned to Di Ping after hearing the team member's query. Minister Han, you are responsible for logistics, so feel free to make arrangements. However, I have a suggestion. We must ensure everyone is well fed. Only then will they have the energy to work. Di Ping redirected the question back to Han Zhonghua, albeit with a note of his own recommendation. Understood. I will take care of it right away. Han Zhonghua nodded in agreement, then stood to take his leave. Lu Guoyang followed suit, acknowledging Di Ping before they both exited the room, leaving Di Ping and Gina alone once more. Once the door closed behind them, Di Ping leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes for a moment to rest. After a brief interlude, he opened his eyes and accessed the system. Having slain numerous mutated beasts that day, he was eager to see how many crystal cores and spirit energy he had amassed. Opening his backpack, the interface materialized before him. His inventory had expanded significantly. The first compartment held a black gold war knife, while the second was filled with an assortment of cigarettes, alcohol, and food, nearly filling the cubic space. The third compartment, however, contained only a handful of crystal cores, lonely in that cubic expanse. Volume 3, 0116 Gina and Amp. Oppos. S upgrade system. Di Ping clicked once, observing a total of 13 crystal nuclei, each varying in size. With a mere thought, he exchanged these nuclei, and with a beep, he received 15 crystal coins. His meager collection of 6 coins had now swelled to a respectable 21. He then opened the tavern interface. Noting his soul energy had risen to 264. Previously, it had been 179. Thus, he had acquired a total of 85 points of soul energy, sufficient for several level-ups. However, he hesitated. Di Ping had resolved to refrain from hasty upgrades until he fully mastered the power of each level. He felt it prudent to heed the system's counsel and fortify his base. Gina, is your level advancement reliant on meditation? Di Ping inquired, glancing at Gina, who was seated cross-legged on her bed, diligently meditating whenever she had the opportunity. Indeed, Master, we all cultivate through meditation, enhancing our spiritual level and attuning ourselves to magical energies. With each increase in our mental prowess, we can wield greater magical forces. Gina replied, her eyes fluttering open. Revealing a hint of confusion, she was puzzled by Di Ping's question. Gina, how long do you think it will take you to reach the first and second tiers through meditation? Di Ping pressed on, ignoring her bewilderment. Master, the time frame is uncertain. However, I sense that, at the quickest, it could be 3 to 5 days, and at the slowest, 10 days. I am confident I will ascend to the first and second tiers. Gina reflected before stating with conviction. Just as her words concluded, her entire being trembled. Her black robe billowed without wind, and her golden locks swirled as if caught in an unseen breeze. Sensing something, she promptly closed her eyes, formed a seal with her hands, and returned to a meditative state. Gina's brow furrowed, her expression pained as her body quaked slightly, her breath becoming labored, as though she were in distress, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. After 2 or 3 minutes, her trembling ceased, her brow unfurled, her breathing stabilized, and she seemed to find comfort, letting out a soft, involuntary sound. Master, this. After another 2 or 3 minutes, Gina suddenly opened her eyes wide. Leaping from the bed to stand before Di Ping, her face alight with excitement as she grasped his arm, her blue eyes sparkling with joy. Gina, how many more levels do you believe you can advance? Would you like me to elevate you by 2 more levels? Di Ping smiled, nodding at her before inquiring further. Master, no. Gina's face paled from shock, her eyes wide with fear as she instinctively stepped back, shaking her small hands. Master, I must first familiarize myself with this level's energy before I can upgrade again. If I cannot master the energy, it could lead to a backlash. Very well, Ping replied, a tinge of disappointment in his voice. He had hoped to elevate Gina further, to empower her, and seeing her ecstatic reaction to just one level up made him mischievous. Perhaps, with 2 more levels, she might throw herself into his arms. Yet, his hopes were dashed. Simultaneously, Ping validated a crucial realization. Hasty upgrades without mastering one's power could indeed lead to problems. Although he was not entirely versed in the intricacies of this, he understood that Gina's planet possessed a well-structured cultivation system. Despite her being only a first-year student, she had acquired a fair amount of foundational knowledge. Confirming his thoughts, Ping ceased his playful banter with Gina, comforting her after her fright, encouraging her to familiarize herself with her newly acquired powers. He then reopened the tavern interface, eager to see if any new heroes had been recruited. Upon accessing the system again, he noted that his soul energy had decreased from 264 to 254, as Gina's level up had consumed 10 points. For Ping, this was a minimal expenditure, easily manageable. Not lingering any longer, he opened the new recruit section. As the interface shimmered with radiant light, 3 heroes materialized in the frame. Perhaps his earlier fortune had been exhausted, as all 3 were of D-grade potential. Sighing resignedly, he refreshed the interface with a crystal nucleus, only to be met with the same disappointing trio of D-grade heroes. What could he do? Luck was a fickle mistress. After all, looking at the tavern's hero roster, he noted that he had 4 recruited heroes. At the top was Owen, the S-grade potential warrior he had just enlisted, followed by Moke, the B-grade holy knight, then Bujia, the C-grade barbarian, and lastly, Gina, his D-grade mage. He pondered about the state of his base, feeling a pang of longing. It had been 2 days since he had departed, and he was concerned about its well-being. Though 3 heroes were safeguarding it, he still harbored worries. Leaving before the base was fully established felt reckless, and he resolved not to repeat such a mistake in the future. As he contemplated these matters, preparing to close the tavern, the system interface suddenly transformed before his eyes. He widened his gaze, uncertain of what was occurring. Had something gone awry? After 4 to 5 seconds, the transformation ceased, and Ping was astonished to discover that the interface had shifted from 2D to 3D. Now, he viewed the interface from above, as if gazing down from the heavens. The castle, estate, and tavern were laid out before him in stunning clarity. From this aerial perspective, he could appreciate the castle's vastness, which encompassed the majority of the latter half of the community, resembling a colossal beast resting upon the earth, exuding magnificence. He could discern not only the details of each building within the castle, but also the guards patrolling the walls with crystal clarity. Volume 3, 0117. Peeking at a beauty's nap, to Ping's astonishment, the system's extraordinary transformation was more impressive than a satellite. It allowed him to observe the castle's surroundings from above, providing a clear view of the patrolling guards on the walls. It was akin to witnessing a live broadcast, evoking a profound sense of presence. As Ping shifted his gaze from the castle to the estate, he noticed that 2 additional plots of land had been cleared around the estate, which had previously been overgrown with trees and wild grass, now transformed into rich, dark soil. Rows of furrows brought him delight, and he could see little figures bustling in the fields, while a few individuals huddled together, gesturing and conversing animatedly on the ridges. Ping could only discern the tiny figures, but could not identify them. As he attempted to observe more closely, the screen suddenly zoomed in, bringing him right next to these individuals. Startled by the abrupt change, he instinctively recoiled, only to realize that he was now beside them, able to see their expressions clearly, accompanied by the sounds of their conversation. Among them were the estate manager Darren, Cheng Chao, the plump man, and old Luo, along with 2 unfamiliar men. They appeared to be discussing the cultivation of the land. After listening for a moment, Ping discerned no significant developments and, with a mere thought, returned the view to the sky. Like a child with a newly acquired toy, Ping excitedly explored every corner of the interface, astonished by the system's remarkable capabilities. This interface encompassed the entirety of the community, allowing him to zoom in and out of every area with ease, offering a more comprehensive view than he could achieve in person. As he surveyed the expanse of over 1,000 acres, his heart swelled with ambition. With such a powerful system at his disposal, he resolved to transform this community into a robust and secure base, a sanctuary for many. After playing with his newfound toy for a while, Ping and Apos' exuberance began to wane, and he suddenly recalled the alluring and mature woman, Yushujia. He wondered what she might be doing at that moment. As soon as he thought of her, the screen flickered and the scene shifted, seemingly arriving in a room where he instantly spotted Yushujia. Upon seeing her, his eyes widened, a rush of warmth surged within him, igniting a fire in his core, and his breath became involuntarily heavy. The image before him was of Yushujia, asleep with her eyes closed, lying on her side in bed, clad in a delicate, translucent flesh-toned nightgown. Her snowy skin glimmered beneath the sheer fabric, and a black lace garter clung tightly to her alluring curves, enhancing her captivating allure. Most strikingly, the ties of her nightgown had slipped open, revealing her soft, white bosom, which peeked enticingly from her attire, two distinct points clearly visible. Oblivious to the fact that she was being watched, Yushujia remained in deep slumber, seemingly haunted by a dream. Her long lashes fluttered, and 2 tears rolled down her cheeks onto the bed linens. Her body curled instinctively, arms clasped tightly together, and she trembled slightly, as if startled by something. Upon witnessing her tears, Ping felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. His heart chilled, and his breath steadied. Observing Yushujia's furrowed brow and the tears cascading like raindrops, he felt a sharp pang of empathy for this unfortunate woman. Overwhelmed by a desire to comfort her, he extended his hand gently to wipe away her tears, caressing her silky hair with tender affection. It seemed that Ping's touch had registered with her. Her furrowed brow began to relax, and her tightly embraced arms gradually loosened. Her curled body softened, and like a kitten, she emitted a contented hum, her tear-streaked lashes fluttering as her breathing deepened. The hum grew more pronounced as she began to stir, her legs rubbing against each other, a flush creeping across her fair complexion. Confused, Ping pondered her sudden change from trembling fear to this new demeanor. Just then, Yushujia murmured his name softly, a sound that reverberated like thunder, jolting Ping back in surprise, his hand retracting as if electrified. Goodness, he silently cursed, gazing at Yushujia as she writhed and murmured in her sleep. Wasn't she a modern woman living in the 21st century? The fact that she was fantasizing, seemingly about him, left him feeling inexplicably vexed. Though she was undeniably beautiful, the notion of being the object of someone else's fantasies was troubling to him. If only she would act on it, he thought with irritation. With a frown, he closed the system, unwilling to continue watching. As he shut his eyes, images of Yushujia's sinuous body and entrancing sounds danced in his mind. Fearing that he might lose himself in the moment, he hastily poured himself a glass of cool tea to quell the heat rising within him. Uncertain if his rapid breathing had attracted Gina's attention, he glanced back cautiously, nearly startled to find her wide-eyed and staring at him, her expression full of confusion. He quickly turned away, feigning calm as he lit a cigarette, acutely aware that Gina and Apos' gaze remained fixed on him. Volume 3, 0118 at noon. The tantalizing scent of food stirred the appetite, and it was only when a team member delivered meals to Ping that he was rescued from his awkward predicament. However, during the meal, Gina occasionally cast strange glances in his direction, leaving Ping feeling quite helpless as he buried his head in his food. The lunch was rather simple, consisting of meat soup with a hint of potato, something Ping had managed to bring back. A pot of rice filled him to satisfaction. After a brief respite, he glanced at the time and noted it was already 1 o'clock. He then stepped outside to prepare for the rendezvous with Team 2, as they were scheduled to embark on a food collection mission that afternoon. Gina followed closely behind him. Upon reaching the square, he found that the team had already assembled and awaited his arrival. Ping exchanged a few words with Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang before leading the team onward. In the morning, they had ventured westward. In the afternoon, he intended to explore southward. The eastern route was off-limits due to the presence of the mutated crocodiles near the direction of the Imperial Lake, an area he dared not approach without sufficient strength to confront such formidable adversaries. The afternoon proved to be fortuitous, at least that was Di Ping's assessment. Shortly after departing, they encountered a sounder of wild boars, one large boar accompanied by 3 smaller ones. Without hesitation, Di Ping sprang into action to handle the situation. Ever since he learned that mutated meat was not only edible but also a delicacy, he regretted allowing the previous 3 massive boars, each weighing several hundred pounds, to slip away. With excitement, the team rushed to load the boar onto the cart, influenced by the efforts of Team 1. Someone from Team 2 had ingeniously constructed 5 four-wheeled carts from the original shelving units, utilizing car wheels for mobility. Each cart, measuring 5 meters in length and 2 meters in width, featured handlebars for steering, and although rudimentary, they were quite effective for transporting goods, resembling the carts Di Ping had known from his rural upbringing. Thus, an unusual procession emerged on the streets, 100 individuals pushing 5 peculiar carts, silently traversing the road, their eyes flickering with vigilance as they scanned their surroundings, armed with an array of weapons. To an observer, they might have appeared akin to ancient couriers safeguarding a convoy. Fortune favored them today, as they had barely traveled 2 to 3 kilometers and turned down 4 or 5 streets before stumbling upon 5 small supermarkets, all of which had been completely emptied of food and water. The 4 carts were filled to capacity, while another cart bore the weight of 4 mutated boars, prompting Di Ping to lead the team back. As they passed a residential complex, they were once more met with cries for help. Di Ping, undeterred, approached and dispatched 2 mutated dogs, allowing the residents to emerge, 20 or so individuals, all of whom appeared haggard yet held a semblance of vitality. Upon inquiring, he learned that one among them was a food supplier who had rented a room in the complex specifically for food storage. Consequently, the residents had banded together under his leadership and managed to survive the apocalypse, still possessing a fair amount of food, though their water supply had long been exhausted. Despite their dire circumstances, none dared to venture outside, for 2 mutated dogs roamed the area. Di Ping had heard of 3 individuals who had succumbed to the temptation and dashed outside, only to meet their demise at the jaws of the ferocious beasts. The 20 or so survivors expressed their joy upon seeing Di Ping and his team, as if they had encountered long-lost kin, bouncing with excitement, alternating between tears and laughter. Their parched lips betrayed their desperation, and Di Ping signaled to Zhang Liang, the captain of Team 2. Understanding the situation, Zhang promptly instructed his team to provide these individuals with water. They eagerly accepted the offered bottles, gulping them down within seconds, clearly suffering from extreme thirst. By 5 o'clock that afternoon, Di Ping returned to the underground base with Team 2, greeted with the kind of hero's welcome reserved for champions. A jubilant throng assisted in unloading the bounty of food into the base. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch when a massive wild boar weighing over 1,000 pounds was hoisted inside, overshadowing the comparatively insignificant mutated dogs. Di Ping, equally exhilarated, gestured grandly to prepare a hearty stew, igniting a wave of enthusiasm among the base's inhabitants. Amidst their fervent cheers and applause, Di Ping, accompanied by Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang, retreated to his quarters. "Brothers, let us indulge in a feast tonight." As the door closed, Di Ping cast a mysterious smile at Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang. "What feast?" The two exchanged perplexed glances, utterly baffled by Di Ping's remark. "Haha, this feast." Di Ping chuckled heartily, reaching for the coffee table, where a bottle of Moutai suddenly appeared. "Moutai!" the two exclaimed, springing to their feet in disbelief, their eyes transfixed on the bottle. After a moment of astonished silence, they exchanged glances, then quickly turned away, their faces lighting up with sheer joy. "Oh my! Di Lao Di, you are a lifesaver. I've been craving this," Han Zhonghua exclaimed, grinning broadly as he thanked Di Ping. He feigned a cough, then reached out eagerly toward the bottle. "Hey, Han Zhonghua, that is not very sportsmanlike of you." Yet, just as Han Zhonghua's hand grasped at the bottle, it was snatched away by a quicker hand belonging to Lu Guoyang, who brandished the liquor with a teasing grin directed at Han Zhonghua. What do you mean I'm not sportsmanlike? Han Zhonghua shot back, glaring in indignation, his eyes fierce yet commanding. Volume 3, 0119 The aroma of wild boar soup. Lu Guoyang, unfazed by Han Zhonghua's fierce glare, cheerfully shook the wine bottle in his hand. My dear brother, has already mentioned an additional feast. Why have you come empty-handed, merely seeking to drink? Is that not rather selfish of you? My apologies, my apologies. I simply forgot in my haste. Han Zhonghua, momentarily chastised by Lu Guoyang, felt a flush of embarrassment. However, he possessed a thick skin, embodying the adage that those in power often have tough exteriors and hardened hearts. He chuckled, brushing off the reprimand, and promptly stood up, declaring, my brother, leave it to me. I shall arrange for a couple of side dishes. I must express my gratitude for the bounty you have returned with. As the logistics officer, I am now quite affluent. Hence, we cannot skimp on the appetizers. Without waiting for a response, he dashed out the door, leaving Ping and Lu Guoyang exchanging glances, followed by a hearty laugh. After a brief moment, Lu Guoyang also took his leave, as there were numerous matters to attend to at the base. With over 1,000 people to manage, Ping, being somewhat indifferent, left the responsibilities to Han Zhonghua. As they exited, their conversation centered around the wine. Both were astutely aware of Ping's remarkable ability to conjure items seemingly out of thin air. However, their surprise was not solely about the wine, but rather the extraordinary skill Ping exhibited. This was certainly no mere trick. They recognized it as akin to the storage capabilities portrayed in novels and films. They were well aware of Ping's enigmatic nature and his astonishing talents. Yet they were taken aback by the revelation of such mythical possessions. The enormity of this secret weighed heavily on them, and despite witnessing it firsthand, they dared not acknowledge their understanding. The two cunning individuals exchanged knowing glances, quickly redirecting their astonishment towards the wine instead. Those entrenched in the bureaucratic realm are acutely aware of the delicate balance of inquiry. Some truths, once uncovered, could lead to peril rather than fortune. They knew precisely what to inquire about and what to leave unasked, suppressing their burgeoning curiosity. After all, curiosity killed the cat, and neither wished to meet such a fate. Thus, Han Zhonghua excused himself to prepare the dishes, while Lu Guoyang also found a reason to depart. As Lu Guoyang passed the corridor, he indeed found Han Zhonghua waiting, smoking a cigarette. The two exchanged a glance, each discerning unspoken meanings, and nodded in silent agreement before departing together. Unbeknownst to them, Ping had no intention of revealing the full extent of his backpack's capabilities. He merely aimed to showcase the wine. However, the astuteness of the two men led them to surmise far more than he had intended, demonstrating that Ping was still somewhat naive. On the other hand, this could be seen as a positive development. The greater his abilities, the stronger their confidence in him would grow, leading to a more profound loyalty and, in a way, serving as a deterrent. That evening, the base was ablaze with lights. Although everyone was conscious not to raise their voices, fearing the attention of mutated creatures, their enthusiasm was palpable. At the square, 5 large iron barrels were crackling with flames, the contents bubbling with a savory broth. The aroma wafting through the air as chunks of meat surfaced intermittently. Nearby, 2 large steamers released clouds of fragrant steam, dispersing the scent of freshly steamed buns. The entire base gathered at the square, craning their necks to catch a glimpse, drooling in anticipation. Ping, accompanied by Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang, stood at the edge of the stage, observing as the 3 squad leaders busied themselves maintaining order, though it was hardly necessary, as everyone formed orderly lines encircling the stage. The team of cooks, with a loud shout, lifted the steamer lids, and a swirl of white mist dissipated to reveal perfectly steamed buns. Excitement surged through the crowd, their eyes gleaming with desire. Once the staff settled into their positions, all gazes turned towards Ping, and he, though accustomed to such attention, smiled and nodded at the group. "Begin," shouted a middle-aged cook, prompting the crowd to eagerly receive their bowls from the front of the line, each person receiving a bowl of soup and a bun. Ping observed as each bowl contained a generous portion of meat, combined with a large bun, sufficient to satiate their hunger given the energy from the mutated meat. Watching the orderly distribution of food, with no one pushing or causing a ruckus, he felt a sense of satisfaction. With Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang at his side, he returned to his quarters. Upon entering, he discovered the coffee table adorned with 5 or 6 plates of appetizers, spiced peanuts, roasted chicken, stir-fried meat with chili, pork stewed with vermicelli, and stir-fried bamboo shoots. The roasted chicken, chili, and bamboo shoots were all vacuum-packed items collected from the supermarket earlier that day, ready for tonight's feast. Haha, D, my brother. We have an abundance of appetizers. All that's left is your wine, Han Zhonghua exclaimed, pointing at the spread with a hearty laugh. Tonight, we have plenty of wine, Di Ping replied with a grin, waving his hand as a case of Moutai appeared on the table as if conjured from thin air. Excellent. With the wine and dishes complete, shall we begin? Upon witnessing Di Ping's remarkable feat once more, both men were momentarily taken aback, but quickly exchanged knowing glances and then separated. Han Zhonghua, with a hearty laugh, beckoned Di Ping to take a seat. At that moment, Di Ping suddenly called out loudly towards the outside. Volume 3, 0120, a toast to the rescuer captain. Do you have any instructions? At that moment, the door swung open, and 2 duty officers entered, bowing respectfully to Di Ping. Deliver these 2 bottles of wine to the 3 captains and inform them that I suggested they enjoy an extra meal, but they must not drink too much, lest it interfere with their evening duties. Di Ping packed a box of Moutai liquor, retrieving 3 bottles to hand to the 2 officers, who replied, Yes, Captain. Upon seeing the wine, the eyes of the 2 officers gleamed momentarily, but they quickly concealed their excitement, hurriedly accepting the bottles from Di Ping with utmost respect before turning to leave. All right, my friends, let the festivities begin. After the 2 officers exited, Di Ping beckoned Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang to take their seats. The 2 men offered no comment on the earlier scene, seemingly oblivious, and upon hearing Di Ping's invitation, they eagerly rubbed their hands together, grinning as they approached the table. Once seated, Di Ping invited Gina to join them. Initially reluctant, she eventually complied under Di Ping's unwavering gaze, albeit with a hint of shyness. In her culture, followers were deemed unworthy to dine alongside their masters, hence the unease she felt. However, she was deeply moved. Her master was truly different from others, treating her with exceptional kindness. As Gina removed her black robe, revealing her alluring visage and enticing form, Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang, both over 40, were instantly captivated, their mouths agape, eyes glazed over, oblivious to the cigarette that fell from their fingers. Han Zhonghua suddenly leaped up, realizing the cigarette had landed on his leg, burning a hole in his trousers and singeing his skin, causing him to yelp in pain. Embarrassed by the attention, his cheeks flushed. Lu Guoyang, startled by Han Zhonghua's exclamation, noticed his own cigarette had fallen to the ground, relieved that it hadn't landed on him, or else he would have been in the same predicament, feeling equally embarrassed. Di Ping was well aware of Gina's charm. Having anticipated their reaction, he chuckled at their astonished faces while Gina, sitting beside him, appeared increasingly flustered, her complexion radiant. Ahem. My apologies for the laughter. Han Zhonghua awkwardly chuckled, slowly resuming his seat, then turned to Di Ping with a hint of reproach. Brother Di, this isn't fair. You're making us the butt of the joke. Haha. Brother Han, don't feel embarrassed. I was once in a worse position than you. Really? Indeed. Haha. It seems all men are the same. The 3 erupted into hearty laughter. But truly, Miss Gina is exceptionally beautiful. I've never encountered anyone like her before. Han Zhonghua eventually stifled his laughter, gazing earnestly at Gina. Upon hearing this, Gina's face flushed even deeper. She gently bent her right arm across her chest in a gesture of gratitude, which Di Ping recognized as a customary sign of thanks from her culture. Although Han Zhonghua was unaware of the significance, he interpreted it as a gesture of thanks, prompting him to laugh heartily, clearly pleased. All right, Brother Han, if you keep laughing, you might lose your teeth. Don't embarrass Miss Gina. Lu Guoyang interjected with a smirk, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. You're just jealous. Han Zhonghua's smile faltered, and he shot an indignant glare at Lu Guoyang. Hey, Brother Di, this isn't fair. Why are you sneaking sips? As the 2 were about to indulge, They noticed Di Ping cheerfully pouring himself a drink, prompting them to turn their grievances towards him. Not to worry, you two continue your banter. There is no rush. I'll enjoy my drink first, Di Ping replied with a grin. No rush. If you don't hurry, the wine will be gone. Oh, it's not filled yet. Han Zhonghua, suddenly anxious, snatched the bottle and began pouring himself a drink, but before he could fill his glass, Lu Guoyang seized it away, causing Han Zhonghua to exclaim in frustration. Di Ping observed the two former high-ranking officials behaving like mischievous friends, bickering and snatching the wine, finding it quite amusing. He had thought that officials and common folk were different, but it turned out they were quite similar, sharing the same human nature. Come now, Brother Di. I'll finish this wine. Feel free to help yourself, Han Zhonghua declared, lifting his half-filled glass towards Di Ping, downing it in one gulp before reaching for the wine bottle again. Old Han, have some dignity. You're supposed to be a state official, Lu Guoyang remarked disdainfully, adjusting his glasses as he watched Han Zhonghua. Drinking is serious business now. If you don't want to drink, that's fine, it's all mine, Han Zhonghua boasted, pouring himself another drink with a smug expression. To you, Captain D, this toast is in gratitude for your arrival and for saving us from peril. Suddenly, Han Zhonghua set down the bottle, raised his glass with both hands, and stood up, his expression earnest and filled with gratitude. Brother Han speaks true. I too raise my glass to you, Captain D, Lu Guoyang echoed, also lifting his glass high, his eyes mirroring the same appreciation. You're both too kind. We are all humans. In the face of doom, we must unite to forge a brighter future. Thus, let us drink to a better tomorrow. Di Ping, moved by the sincerity in their eyes, stood and raised his glass to them. Cheers. The three clinked their glasses together, downing the contents in unison, before flipping their glasses upside down, exchanging joyful glances and laughter. Volume 3. 0121 Communication across distances becomes reality that evening. Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang were both inebriated, being carried away by a few team members, still calling out for more drinks as they left. Di Ping, having consumed over a gene, merely felt a slight buzz. He was well aware of his limits. Typically, he could handle half a gene, and under pressure, perhaps up to 6 or 7 taels, but beyond that, he would surely succumb to intoxication. Yet tonight, he had consumed at least 1.5 gene, yet remained completely lucid, feeling only a mild sensation of alcohol that was quite pleasant. However, Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang were in dire straits, having conspired to incapacitate Di Ping with drink, only to find themselves felled first, while Di Ping remained unfazed. It is worth noting that both men had considerable tolerance, each able to handle at least a gene. But they were no match for Di Ping. Once the two were escorted away, 3 women entered to tidy the table, bringing in hot water and preparing tea. Di Ping, after a brief wash, seated himself at the tea table, savoring the brew while contemplating. Today, he had ventured out to gather food twice, ensuring that the base would be well stocked for approximately 10 days. He planned to venture out once more in the morning to secure additional provisions for a fortnight's supply. His thoughts then turned to the issue of relocation. His primary purpose during these outings had been to gather food, but he also aimed to collect crystal cores and recruit more heroes to minimize casualties during the migration. He reopened the system to review his gains from the day. As the familiar 3D interface appeared, he found himself momentarily distracted by the image of a delicate figure swaying before him. Shaking his head to dispel the thought, he focused on the system. The interface had undergone some changes. Now, it displayed only the real-time conditions of his neighborhood. The character attributes and inventory remained in their original locations, but a new construction icon had emerged beside the inventory. Upon expanding this icon, he encountered a drop-down menu featuring several building schematics, including warehouses, workshops, and markets. The warehouse icon was illuminated, indicating it was ready for construction, while the others were grayed out, signifying they could not yet be built. This modification made the interface clearer. After a brief glance at the interface, he opened his inventory. Today, he had hunted 4 wild boars and several mutated dogs, acquiring several crystal cores in the process. In the city, mutated dog and cat species were the most prevalent, making encounters common, while wild boars were a rare find. Today's haul was fortuitous, yielding not only a substantial amount of mutated pork, but also several crystal cores. His inventory now held 8 crystal cores of varying sizes, which Diping promptly exchanged for currency, receiving 11 crystal coins in return. This increased his total to 31 coins, sufficient to recruit a C-grade hero. Closing the inventory, he entered the tavern, noting that his soul energy had risen from 254 to 319, indicating he had gained 65 points of energy that afternoon. Gazing at this energy, Diping felt a strong desire to level up once more. Yet, he restrained himself, uncertain if he had fully mastered his powers and wary of the chaos that might ensue from a hasty upgrade. The sight of Gina's frightened expression confirmed that uncontrolled power could be terrifying. It was wiser to proceed with caution. Now, he aimed to verify a thought that had occupied his mind throughout the afternoon. During his encounter with Yushujia, he sensed a response from her. Could it be that he could interact with the people in the base through the system? Might it be possible to communicate directly with individuals within the system? These questions had plagued him all afternoon, leaving him in a contemplative haze. He wondered if the system's recent anomalies were a result of his desire to connect with the base, possibly indicating that the system was attuned to his thoughts and adjusted accordingly. To test this hypothesis, he decided to contact Barton, the system's designated steward, whose trustworthiness was paramount. He did not wish to share such secrets with anyone else. With that resolve, he called upon the system to connect with Barton. The interface shifted, and the scene changed to reveal a room where Barton sat at a table, engrossed in a book. Barton, Diping thought, silently summoning him. Master? Barton suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with excitement as he rose, scanning the surroundings in search of Diping, though he saw no one. Confusion flickered across his face. Could it be that I long for my master too much? He mused, shaking his head and preparing to resume his reading. Barton, it is I. Diping was elated to find his suspicions confirmed. With this communication system, he could maintain constant contact with the base, alleviating his fears of losing information while away. After the initial joy, he found Barton's expression amusing but reminded himself to focus on the matter at hand. Master, is it truly you? Have you returned? Barton finally confirmed he had not misheard, standing in excitement, believing Diping was using the castle and Apos as communication system. I have not yet returned. How are things at home? Has anything gone awry? Diping inquired. Master, all is well at the castle. However, in recent days, mutated beasts have been roaming outside the base, but fortunately, they have all been dealt with by Bujia and the others. Barton's demeanor shifted upon realizing Diping was not back yet. But aware of the extraordinary possibilities of their communication, he composed himself and began to relay the situation at the base. Volume 3. 0122 The emergence of monsters is always caused by something. After communicating with Barton, Diping finally grasped the situation at the base. Although he now had a system that allowed him to view things intuitively, it had only been established today, leaving him completely unaware of events that transpired in the previous days. Following his departure, only Abuja was left to guard the base. Fortunately, the first day passed quietly. But on the second day, mutated beasts began to roam around the community. Fortunately, only 1 or 2 mutated dogs were dispatched by Budra. On the third day, the 2 heroes recruited by Diping, Owen and Moke, arrived, and the trio swept through the vicinity of the community, eliminating around 10 mutated animals, which restored a semblance of peace. Hearing that all was well at the base eased Diping's concerns. He then instructed Barton to arrange for Owen and Moke to clear a safe route extending 5 kilometers in his direction, facilitating the migration of personnel from this area. Having delivered his orders, Diping felt there was little more to discuss and bid farewell to Barton. Initially, he intended to check on Yushujia, but for some inexplicable reason, he felt a sense of unease and ultimately sighed, exiting the system. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already past 11. Originally, the 3 of them had planned to celebrate and enjoy drinks late into the night, but reviewing the system had consumed considerable time. Feeling fatigued, he stretched and stood up, preparing to rest on his bed. Just as he sat down, Gina appeared again, carrying a basin of water. Diping understood that Gina intended to wash his feet, and he knew he could not refuse. Moreover, he found the experience quite enjoyable. After his recent epiphany, He concluded that it was unnecessary to take everything too seriously. One should simply find joy in the moment. If Gina was willing to provide such care, why should he not accept it? Why suffer simply to maintain pride? As the saying goes, humans have a tendency towards laziness. After enjoying something once, the second time comes naturally. Let the landlord be a landlord, he thought, and found it rather agreeable. Perhaps he was becoming a bit indulgent, crafting excuses for himself. Under Gina and Apo's gentle touch, Ping felt drowsiness wash over him. After his feet were washed, he lay down and drifted into sleep. Gina poured out the water, closed the door, and then sat cross-legged on her own small bed to meditate. A night passed without incident. When Ping awoke, it was already 6 o'clock. He opened his eyes, checked the time, and then got up. Gina, who had also been meditating, quickly rose to attend to him as he got out of bed. At that moment, Ping truly felt like a lord. However, he could not deny that Gina's attentiveness was becoming increasingly thoughtful, even if he secretly relished it. Having finished breakfast, Ping gathered with Gina and the third team to prepare for the day's collection mission. To his surprise, the third team had borrowed 5 large vehicles from the second team and had even taken 4 three-wheelers from the first team, seemingly eager to outdo the previous teams. The charismatic leader of the third team, Feng Ziming, took the lead with a spirited demeanor, often exchanging jokes with his team members. Upon seeing Ping arrive, he eagerly welcomed him. "Good day, Commander. Our third team is fully assembled and awaiting your orders." "Excellent. Thank you for your hard work, Feng. Let us set off." Ping replied with a slight smile, his gaze filled with appreciation. He held a favorable impression of Feng Ziming. Despite their second meeting, he found him to be an admirable individual. Not only was he remarkably handsome, but he also exuded a positive energy that felt grounded and sincere. Feng Ziming greeted everyone with a warm smile and never lost his temper, a quality Ping envied. "Commander, are we heading north?" Feng Ziming inquired, walking beside Ping. "Indeed. We have surveyed the west and south yesterday. Today, we shall explore the north," Ping replied, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings as he spoke without turning back. He primarily aimed to scout the path back, gathering intelligence to better prepare for the migration, though he could not divulge these intentions to Feng Ziming. "Commander, I recall there's a large supermarket about 3 kilometers north, slightly to the west. Should we pay it a visit?" Feng Ziming's eyes brightened as he recalled this detail. "Yes, that sounds good. Please lead the way," Ping agreed, appreciating Feng Ziming's initiative. It was indeed more efficient to have a specific destination rather than wandering aimlessly. "All right." Feng Ziming responded excitedly, taking the lead. He had not anticipated that his suggestion would be readily accepted by Ping, which greatly pleased him. It indicated that Ping valued his input, filling him with enthusiasm. The journey was unusually quiet, as they encountered not a single mutated creature along the way, which puzzled Ping. This was inconsistent with his expectations. If mutated animals were so scarce, why were there no signs of life in the nearby buildings? It made little sense. Just the day before, he had spotted several wandering mutated cats along the same route, though he had opted to avoid confrontation and swiftly bypass them with Gina. Yet today, not a single creature was in sight. Where had all the animals gone? A series of questions lingered in Ping's mind, instilling a sense of unease within him, as if something ominous loomed on the horizon. "Everyone, stay alert. I have a feeling something is amiss," Ping whispered to his team. "Danger?" Feng Ziming asked, turning back with a look of concern. "It is hard to say. I just sense something is off," Ping replied, shaking his head and nodding at the same time, leaving Feng Ziming perplexed. However, noticing Ping's serious expression and his vigilant scanning of the surroundings, he felt a tightening in his chest and quickly signaled for all team members to remain cautious. Volume 3, 0123, a massive swarm of bees obscured the heavens. Ping drew forth his obsidian battle knife, his gaze fierce and penetrating. The tension among his assembled team members was palpable. They were all on high alert, their eyes darting around in a state of anxiety. They were not far from the large supermarket that Feng Ziming had mentioned, just a mere 500 meters westward, and a turn would reveal it. With hearts racing, they finally reached the corner, and the supermarket loomed before them, a towering edifice, the headquarters of a chain store. The ground floor housed dining establishments, while the second to fourth floors featured high-end goods, with a large comprehensive supermarket located in the basement. Ping had passed by this place before, but had never truly observed it. Now, the 13-story structure stood alone and desolate, the once bustling crowds replaced by an eerie silence. Upon seeing the supermarket, excitement surged through the group, momentarily banishing their earlier apprehension. Had Ping not remained silent, they would have already rushed forward in enthusiasm. The intact entrance suggested that no one had yet patronized the supermarket, leading them to anticipate a bounty of food waiting for them inside. They were determined to surpass the harvests of the first and second teams. Not only were the team members exhilarated, but Feng Ziming's breath quickened as well. Having witnessed the first and second teams gather substantial provisions, he felt the weight of pressure today, which was precisely why he had suggested they venture to this distant location, hoping for a rich supply of resources. Seeing that the supermarket had not been plundered, he breathed a sigh of relief, a smile breaking across his face. This haul could potentially rival the combined totals of the first and second teams, a thought that filled him with joy. Ping had established 3 large teams primarily for ease of management. With too many people, centralized control could lead to chaos. Thus, he had devised a method of subdivision. However, he had not anticipated that competition would arise so soon after the teams were formed. Where there are people, there is rivalry. "Captain, shall we proceed?" Feng Ziming urged, eager to advance, and the excitement among the team members was unmistakable. "Wait." Ping halted Feng Ziming, his eyes fixed intently ahead. His ears perked as if straining to catch something. Feng Ziming, observing Ping and Apos' serious demeanor, felt the tension rise, glancing around nervously, but saw nothing amiss. His fellow team members exchanged puzzled looks. Buzz. Suddenly, a low buzzing sound filled the air, startling everyone. They finally recognized the source of the noise. "What is that sound?" a team member inquired, tilting their head to listen. "It sounds like bees, but why is it so loud? It seems to be getting closer." Another member frowned, perplexed. "It does sound like bees. Oh, it's getting louder, as if they are coming this way." Yet another exclaimed in alarm. "Quick, into the building." Ping's sharper hearing had detected the ominous hum before the others. Growing up in the countryside, he immediately recognized the rapid fluttering of bee wings. As the realization dawned, his expression shifted to one of urgency, and he shouted, sprinting towards the nearby building, with Gina close behind. Quickly, follow the captain." The team members, initially taken aback, soon shouted in panic, rushing after Ping. "Hurry, get inside." Ping raced to the entrance, shattering the glass door with a swift strike of his knife, directing the now panicked team members to enter the building. "Fools, drop the cart and come inside." He barked at 2 individuals still struggling with their cart, a vein of frustration evident in his voice. The 2 finally snapped out of their daze, abandoning the cart to hastily join the others. The 100 or so team members, all young and agile, swiftly entered the building. Once inside, they concealed themselves, their eyes darting nervously towards the outside. Once Ping confirmed that everyone was inside, he slipped in as well. Inside, the team could distinctly hear the roar of engines outside, akin to that of helicopters. The noise was deafening, reverberating through the building, shaking the glass and causing alarmed expressions to spread among the team members, mirroring Ping and Apos' own concern. Buzz. Suddenly, the sky darkened as if a thick cloud had enveloped it, the buzzing intensifying, shaking the very structure of the building. Ping feared the glass might shatter at any moment. A scream erupted, but it was abruptly stifled as if someone had covered the mouth of the frightened individual. The others stared wide-eyed at the scene unfolding outside. Ping, though not as overly panicked as his team, was equally taken aback. A mass of dark clouds flew overhead, blocking out the sun and producing a tremendous buzzing sound that pounded against their eardrums. It resembled a flock of birds, but upon closer inspection, they realized these were not birds at all. They were a swarm of wasps, each the size of a sparrow. The sight of such large wasps was shocking. Ordinary wasps could instill fear, and a few stings could be lethal. The dangers were well documented in news reports of individuals succumbing to wasp stings. The toxicity of these creatures was already fearsome, and the thought of encountering wasps the size of sparrows was enough to deter anyone from testing their fate. No one believed their lives were expendable. Volume 3, 012, For the Moment of Vitality. My goodness. That giant hornet is truly terrifying. One team member trembled, struggling to suppress his fear. Be quiet. Do you wish to die? If you want to perish, do not drag us down with you. These creatures are cunning. Another member shot a fierce glare at the one who had spoken, whispering a harsh warning. Setting aside the team's fear, Ping was also drenched in cold sweat. He understood the danger posed by these formidable creatures, especially the mutated giant hornets. If they charged, he would surely be overwhelmed. The group huddled in the building, nervously watching the outside, not daring to move, fearful that even the slightest sound could provoke these dreadful beings. For reasons unknown, the hornets had seemingly entered a frenzy, hovering just outside the entrance, as if drawn by an unseen force. Each team member was now perspiring profusely, initially hoping that the swarm would soon disperse, only to find them lingering, circling ominously. What do we do, Commander D? Feng Ziming, hiding behind Ping, asked with a pale face, his gaze fixed outside, his voice trembling. Wait, Ping managed to utter, his mind racing. He had not anticipated that these creatures would gather here for such a purpose. From his vantage, he could clearly see the sharp stingers of the mutated hornets glinting with an eerie green light, sending shivers down his spine. He dared not move, fearing even the slightest motion might startle the swarm. His only option was to wait. If the hornets were disturbed, his survival was uncertain, let alone that of his team. He could not afford to gamble. Suddenly, a crash echoed through the hall, shattering the glass like a thunderclap, startling everyone. Ping felt his heart leap into his throat and turned to see that one of the team members, in his panic, had knocked over a glass lampshade leaning against the wall. The poor fellow stood frozen, his face ashen. Upstairs now. Ping and Apos' anger flared, but he had no time to dwell on it. A glance outside sent chills down his spine. The swarm had halted, all heads turning toward them. He bellowed, his voice trembling with urgency. Run. The team members, momentarily stunned, quickly understood and shouted in unison, rushing toward the staircase. One member seized the troublemaker and dragged him inside. However, the fire door only allowed 2 people to pass at a time, and in their panic, they surged forward, jamming together in the doorway. Gina. Ping felt a wave of sweat break out on his back. This was a dire predicament. Yet, there was no time for hesitation. The hornet swarm reacted, buzzing ominously as they surged toward the entrance. He shouted for Gina, who understood his intent and extended her hands. Fire ignition. With a fierce cry, dozens of fireballs formed in Gina's palms, shooting forth like fireworks toward the oncoming swarm. Boom. The explosive sound echoed, followed by a crackling symphony, as countless fireballs detonated, engulfing the hornets in a volcanic eruption of flames. Instantly, a chain reaction ignited, flames leaping up as hundreds of hornets were incinerated, tumbling to the ground like wingless birds. The swarm colliding with a wall of fire, buzzing. Yet the swarm was vast. While Gina's flames consumed thousands, they barely made a dent in the multitude. More hornets, enraged by the loss of their kin, emitted an even louder buzzing, rushing toward the fiery barrier like moths to a flame. Gina, hold on. Ping glanced back. The crowd had begun to disperse, but many were still outside, anxiously pushing forward. He urged Gina to endure a little longer. Yes, Gina, focused, maintained the fiery shield, acknowledging Ping with a simple as her delicate hands formed more fireballs that soared toward the barrier. Boom, boom. Another series of explosions erupted, the flames intensifying, completely enveloping the doorway. The few mutated hornets that had breached the flames collided with the fireballs, instantly transforming into fiery birds that plummeted to the ground. Ping, wielding his black gold blade, kept a vigilant watch over the entrance, determined to protect Gina from any hornets that might enter and disrupt her spellcasting. Commander D. After a chaotic moment, the last of the team members finally made it inside, Feng Ziming peering out from behind the fire door, calling out to Ping while waving his hand. Boom. Crash. Ping and Apos' heart leaped with joy, and he turned to instruct Gina to prepare for a retreat. However, Before he could utter a word, the glass on either side of the doorway exploded from the intense heat. Buzzing, the countless hornets outside, now finding an opening, surged in like a flood. Gina, retreat. Ping felt his spirit falter, cold sweat pouring down his body. Yet in this moment of peril, his mind remained remarkably clear. He shouted urgently at Gina, positioning himself protectively in front of her. Volume 3. 0125 Life and Death. In an instant, Gina gazed at the silhouette of Ping, standing protectively before her, a flicker of warmth illuminating her eyes. However, she soon appeared to make a resolute decision, her expression shifting to one of unwavering determination. With both hands forming intricate seals, she summoned forth a multitude of fireballs that coalesced in the air. Yet, her complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on her forehead like pearls. Gina, stop. Leave. Ping called out, turning to find Gina still rooted in place, fireballs reforming around her, her pallor alarming. He recognized her intent and, filled with urgency, shouted for her to retreat. Master, go? Gina firmly shook her head, whispering a few words before directing her gaze towards the encroaching swarm of wasps. A flash of blue light sparkled in her eyes as she propelled her hands forward, launching the assembled fireballs like cannonballs. Boom! The fireballs collided with the incoming swarm, erupting like bombs in an oil depot, unleashing a cacophony of explosions that transformed the entire space into a sea of flames. Countless wasps were consumed by the fire, their high temperatures vaporizing them upon contact, causing them to plummet like birds with severed wings. Gina. Ping was momentarily stunned by the magnitude of the fiery barrier she had conjured. Wasps fell from the sky like raindrops, their advance halted. And as he turned back to her, his expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to rush towards her. At that moment, Gina seemed to have exhausted all her strength, her body collapsing to the ground. Ping swiftly caught her in his arms, propelling himself towards the fire door. Captain, hurry! Feng Ziming peered in, witnessing Ping cradling Gina as he dashed toward them. Suddenly, his gaze turned to the space behind Ping, filled with terror, and he shouted in alarm. Ping, carrying the limp Gina, did not dare to look back, his pace quickening. He knew that at his current speed, 30 meters would be traversed in just over a second. And with a sudden burst, he slipped through the fire door. Bang! As soon as Ping entered, Feng Ziming slammed the fire door shut. Bang bang! The wasps followed closely behind, crashing into the door mere meters away. The sound of their impact echoed like bullets striking the door, relentless and furious. The fiery barrier had delayed the swarm for merely 2 seconds. Had Ping hesitated even slightly, he would undoubtedly have been overtaken. Quickly, upstairs. Thousands of wasps surged forward, the glass of the fire door beginning to crack under their relentless assault. Ping, astonished by the sheer power of these mutated wasps, shouted in alarm as he realized the glass could not withstand their onslaught. The team, initially frozen in fear on the staircase, stared wide-eyed at the cracking glass. Upon hearing Ping's urgent command, they snapped back to reality, turning to flee upstairs. Quickly, Feng Ziming shouted, equally alarmed, casting anxious glances back at the fire door. Bang bang! The wasps seemed frenzied, repeatedly slamming into the door, the cracks widening ominously. Fortunately, the team finally made it to the second floor, with Feng Ziming following closely behind as Ping rushed up, still cradling Gina. Boom! Ping thrust the door open, calling out to the panicked team members scurrying in the corridor, find something to block the door. This door was different from the previous one, which opened outward, requiring no barricade against the wasps. However, this door pushed outward, and should the wasps breach it, their formidable strength would surely force it open. Stop running around. Quickly, barricade the door. Feng Ziming, now frantic, lost his usual composure, scolding the disorganized team. He charged into an office, shattering the glass door with a kick, and swiftly grabbed a desk to bring back. Stop. Move. Block the door. Feng Ziming's voice rang out as he rushed, and fortunately, the team, having faced apocalyptic scenarios before, quickly regained their wits. Seeing Ping holding the door with one hand, and their captain moving to barricade it, they followed suit, rushing into the office to gather items. Buzz! Bang! At that moment, The wasps finally shattered the glass of the fire door, flooding in like a tidal wave, surging up the stairwell. These wasps possessed a keen sense of smell, instinctively darting toward the fire door, aware that Di Ping and his team were hiding within. Yet, they were a moment too late. The door had been secured, and Di Ping had tightly wedged the desk against the glass. After a brief struggle, realizing their futility, the wasps gradually began to disperse. Volume 3, 0126 The Dilemma of the Stranded Bees. Gina, how are you feeling? After securing the door, Di Ping led his team into an office, gently placing Gina on a sofa. He cradled her in his arms, concern etched on his face as he inquired softly, "Master, I am fine, just need to rest." "A little," Gina replied weakly, her complexion pale and her gaze feeble. "You foolish girl, weren't you supposed to run away? Why did you exert yourself so?" Di Ping tenderly caressed Gina's face, his voice laced with reproach. "Protecting my master is my responsibility," Gina responded, warmth glimmering in her blue eyes as she observed Di Ping's anxious demeanor. "Next time, do not act recklessly. You must listen to me. Understood?" Di Ping feigned a stern expression. A hint of color returned to Gina's ashen face, and she whispered in agreement, resembling a gentle murmur. She leaned her head against Di Ping's chest, closing her beautiful eyes as if succumbing to fatigue. However, her fluttering eyelashes betrayed that she was not truly asleep. Di Ping, cradling her, pressed a soft kiss upon her hair. As Gina basked in the warmth of Di Ping's embrace, his kiss ignited a blush upon her cheeks, causing her breath to quicken. She felt her strength wane, as if all vitality had ebbed away. Di Ping, lost in a moment of unconscious tenderness, did not perceive the rosy hue of her face. He assumed her unusual state was merely due to exhaustion, and his attention shifted to the world outside. "Have they retreated?" Di Ping remarked, listening intently as the sound of the bees seemed to diminish. "I will check." Feng Ziming, the most alert among the team, though terrified, retained his composure. He listened to Di Ping's words and then turned to him. "Be careful," Di Ping replied after a moment's thought, acknowledging the awkwardness of holding Gina. With Di Ping's consent, Feng Ziming cautiously ventured outside. 5 long minutes passed before he returned, his countenance pale and trembling. "What happened?" Di Ping observed Feng Ziming's distress and inquired with genuine concern. "Captain, we might not be able to leave." Feng Ziming approached Di Ping, swallowing hard as he scanned the surroundings, his voice tinged with dread. "What is going on?" Di Ping, perplexed by Feng Ziming's usual composure now shattered, questioned him. "You should go see for yourself," Feng Ziming suggested, shaking his head. "Master, you go ahead. I will just rest for a moment." Gina, closest to Di Ping, struggled to sit up and urged him. "Can you manage?" Di Ping asked, concern etched on his face as he regarded Gina's efforts. "I can, Master, do not worry." Gina smiled gently, assuming a meditative posture that suggested she was regaining her strength. Relieved, Di Ping felt reassured. "Let us proceed." As Gina closed her eyes and settled into her position, Di Ping addressed the still pale Feng Ziming. Once Di Ping and Feng Ziming departed, Gina quietly opened her eyes. Watching Di Ping's retreating figure, her gaze sparkling with emotion. Only after he vanished from sight did she close her eyes once more, her pale features suddenly blossoming with color. In truth, her overexertion of magic had drained her spirit. The ignition spell itself consumed little energy, yet maintaining the fiery barrier was taxing. Having cast 3 ignition spells while sustaining a powerful flame shield led to rapid depletion of her mental resources. The 3rd time, she had pushed through excruciating pain to cast the spell, resulting in dizziness from overexertion. Such fatigue required meditation to recover swiftly. Yet she relished Di Ping's concerned gaze and warm embrace, reluctant to part from him. However, upon hearing Feng Ziming's urgency, she, being a sensible girl, rose from Di Ping's arms, though a sense of loss accompanied her departure. As for Di Ping, unaware of Gina's inner turmoil, he followed Feng Ziming down the corridor. Buzzing before reaching the corner, Di Ping was met with a resounding hum, the noise penetrating even through the glass as if the bees had regrouped outside. Could it be that they had not truly departed? Observing Feng Ziming's pallid countenance beside him, Di Ping contemplated the possibility. Upon turning the corner, Ping finally beheld the situation outside, and his expression darkened, a storm brewing within as he silently retreated. Volume 3, As Crisis Strikes. Hearts are in turmoil standing at the doorway. Ping silently smoked a cigarette, while Feng Ziming observed him in silence, his expression dark and sullen. Let us return and deliberate further. Upon finishing the cigarette, Ping forcefully discarded the butt, extinguishing it with his foot, then turned to Feng Ziming and spoke in a low voice. The team members, witnessing the grim countenances of Ping and Feng Ziming upon their return, were left in a state of confusion. Could it be that even their formidable Captain D could not resolve the situation? An air of panic began to spread among them, leading to hushed whispers of concern. Look at Captain D. His face is grim. Something must have gone awry. What should we do? If Captain D is at a loss, are we not doomed? If I had known, I wouldn't he have come out today? The first and second teams are unscathed. Why are we the unfortunate ones? Silence. Feng Ziming, hearing the chaotic murmurs, immediately darkened his expression and admonished in a low voice. His authority commanded respect, and the members swiftly quieted, no longer daring to speak out of turn. Let us discuss this openly. Ping scanned the room and addressed Feng Ziming. Captain? Feng Ziming replied, astonished. Speak up. Perhaps together we can devise a solution. Ping smiled lightly, dismissing any concern. Seeing Ping's determination, Feng Ziming chose not to insist further and turned to the members whose eyes were fixed upon him, then recounted the events in detail. You won't believe what Ping saw below, such astonishment. It turns out the wasps did not leave upon failing to find us. Instead, they have constructed a nest on the glass platform in the building's entrance. From the second floor, Ping observed thousands of wasps busily entering and exiting, while a visible hive was rapidly taking shape. The entire street was alive with their buzzing, leaving no corner untouched. Venturing outside now would be tantamount to courting death. My heavens, they are nesting here. How are we to escape? What shall we do? How can there be such terrifying wasps? Does this mean we are trapped? What now? What now? It's over, it's all over. Upon hearing Feng Ziming's account, the team members erupted like a serene lake disturbed by a tempest. Their faces drained of color as panic gripped them. Enough. Silence. Ping surveyed the disordered room and spoke firmly. Brothers, do not fear. I am sharing this information to gauge whether anyone has any ideas. We must pool our thoughts. Simply fearing is of no use. Yes, we shall heed Captain D's guidance. Let us see if we can come up with a good plan. Feng Ziming echoed Ping's sentiment. Hearing Ping's scolding, the panicked members gradually regained their composure. However, when they realized that Feng Ziming was to propose a solution, many were left dumbfounded, their minds a blank slate. I believe we could use fire, one member suddenly suggested. Fire? How do you propose to deliver the flames? Came a swift rebuttal, as soon as the suggestion was made. The proposing member shook his head vigorously, embarrassed, and retreated to silence, leaving the room enveloped in an awkward stillness. Does Captain D have any strategies? My mind is utterly blank. Feng Ziming turned to Ping, a bitter expression crossing his face. Currently, we have no effective means to combat these mutated wasps. If all else fails, we shall retreat from the rear. Ping nodded in agreement, glancing at Feng Ziming, then pointed toward the floor-to-ceiling glass window in the office. Indeed, we are only on the second floor. If we break the glass, we can escape from the back and take an alternate route. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon all the team members, their faces brightening with hope. What about the vehicles in front of the building? A clear voice interjected, standing out amidst the jubilant chatter, capturing everyone in Oppo's attention. The vehicles? We need to prioritize our survival. The crowd turned angrily towards the source of the voice, some even shouting harshly. Ping looked up to see a slender, dark-skinned young man, appearing no more than 20 years old, fidgeting nervously under the collective gaze. The car is borrowed. Although the young man's eyes reflected fear, he stubbornly muttered under his breath. What does that even matter? A few dilapidated vehicles are of no consequence. Exactly. Our lives are far more important. If you want a car, go get one yourself. Don't you desire one? Hurry along. This remark ignited public outrage, and voices rose in protest. some appearing ready to confront him physically. Ping's piercing questions struck like sharp blades, wounding their conscience. We, as humanity, have descended from apex predators to the hunted in this apocalyptic world. Survival is fraught with peril, with countless lives lost each day. If we do not unite, cannot trust our comrades, and fail to assist one another, can humanity still have hope? Who else can we rely upon? Tell me. The barrage of intense questions cast a pall of shame over the group, many bowing their heads in humility, while some could not help but weep softly. Volume 3, 0128 striking at the heart with ingenious schemes enough. Silence. Are you all so frightened by this little danger? Ping observed the crowd, their anger directed at the young man, and a wave of irritation washed over him. He wished for a moment that these individuals would not resort to mutual blame in the face of peril. If everyone acted so selfishly, he believed it would be futile to save them. True humanity lies in the ability to assist one another when confronted with danger. In times of crisis, we must stand together, not flee at the slightest threat, nor think solely of ourselves. The young man is correct. The vehicle you borrowed comes with the understanding that it must be returned. Yet, when danger arises, your only thoughts are for your own safety. Just moments ago, you glared at his suggestion, and some even contemplated violence. Have you considered that he is your comrade, a teammate upon whom you can rely? Ping's gaze was piercing as he addressed them, his words unyielding. The crowd, swept by his intensity, bowed their heads in shame. If one can so easily shift the burden of danger onto others, can we not say, I can walk alone now? Why should I assist you? Why should I provide food for you? Why should I ensure your safety? Captain, we were wrong. Several team members, tears welling in their eyes, turned to Ping and then to the previously silent, slender young man, bowing and saying, Brother, we were mistaken. One by one, many team members rose to apologize to the young man, who was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he waved his hands in a gesture of forgiveness. A teammate stepped forward, clasping the slender youth's hand, and soon all members of the team joined hands, united in a circle, tears glistening in their eyes. They gazed at one another, shaking their arms with fervor and whispering, We are brothers. We entrust our lives to each other. Please believe in me. Watching this scene, Ping felt his own eyes moisten. This race is a remarkable species. At times they evoke hatred, and at others, love. Though they may engage in incessant internal strife, pursue personal gain at the expense of one another, and wage wars over power that claim countless lives, when faced with calamity, external threats, or national crises. They often display an extraordinary cohesion, rallying together to confront danger, willing to sacrifice their lives for family or even strangers. Such noble acts are abundant throughout history. Commander. At that moment, all eyes turned to Ping, voices unified in fervent respect, their gazes filled with admiration. Even Feng Ziming's eyes glistened with emotion, looking at Ping with awe. Excellent. You are all good brothers. Ping exclaimed joyfully, for these were the individuals he wished to save. The ones he was willing to risk his life for, embodying humanity's hope. What is your name? Once the excitement subsided, Ping addressed the slender youth before him. Reporting to the commander, My name is Wang Cheng. The young man replied, standing at attention, filled with fervor. Have you served in the military? Ping inquired, observing Wang Cheng's crisp salute. Yes, commander. I served in the infantry brigade of the Shenzhou military district for 3 years and have just transitioned to civilian life. Wang Cheng responded, standing tall and focused. Haha, no need to be so tense. I am not your military superior. Ping laughed heartily at Wang Cheng's formality. Hee. It's a habit. Wang Cheng chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Do you have any suggestions? Ping asked, a smile on his face as he regarded the bashful young man. Commander, I believe the previous brother was right. We could use fire as a weapon. Wang Cheng exclaimed with enthusiasm upon hearing Ping's query. Fire as a weapon? Please elaborate. Ping was intrigued, recalling that a team member had suggested the same strategy earlier, only to be dismissed. Now, Wang Cheng was bringing it up again, and Ping sensed he had a valid plan. Commander, during my time in the military, we dealt with wild hornet nests at night by dousing them in gasoline and igniting them. Hornets have poor eyesight at night, and are unlikely to scatter, making them easy to eliminate. Wang Qing eagerly recounted his experience. Di Ping's eyes brightened. He considered this method feasible. However, it would require waiting until nightfall. Initially hesitant about whether to retreat, Di Ping ultimately decided to eradicate the hornet nest. He felt a lingering unease as long as the hornets remained. Given their proximity to the base, who could predict the extent of their foraging range? The absence of mutated creatures in the vicinity indicated these insects were highly aggressive. If they were to invade the base later on, that would spell trouble, complicating any potential relocation. Thus, it was best to act while the hornets were still settling in. "Commander, I believe this is a viable plan." Feng Ziming chimed in, suddenly realizing the implications of their discussion. "Brothers, what are your thoughts?" Di Ping scanned the team, seeking their opinions. "We should try. Leaving these hornets here is a danger." The team members voiced their agreement, their spirits emboldened, displaying a newfound courage. "Very well, it's settled." Di Ping, sensing the determination of his comrades, concluded the plan for a night raid. He then turned to Feng Ziming and said, "Arrange for the team to search this building for any food supplies. I will go out and procure some gasoline. Tonight, we shall have a barbecue with the hornets." Volume 3, 0129, A Spectacle of Violence. Rest assured, Director D. Feng Ziming responded with a nod to Di Ping's instructions before turning to organize the tasks at hand. Before long, over 100 members of Team 3 began their sweep of the building, operating in smaller units, while Di Ping approached Gina. "Master." Gina, sensing his presence, opened her eyes and smiled brightly. "Gina, do you feel better?" Di Ping inquired, his face etched with concern. "Much improved. A little more rest, and I shall fully recover," she replied, gently brushing a stray lock of hair from her forehead. "That is wonderful news. Please continue to rest. I will go out to procure some gasoline." "Stay cautious here," Di Ping said softly. "Master, I wish to accompany you," Gina exclaimed, eager to rise and join him. "Do not move. Focus on your recovery. I will return shortly," he insisted, pressing her back down firmly yet gently. "Very well." Gina, subdued by his serious tone, pouted slightly, feeling a mix of disappointment and compliance. Di Ping, noticing her adorable pout and the slight wrinkle of her nose, found her irresistibly charming. In a playful impulse, he reached out and gently tapped her nose. Startled, Gina gasped softly, her cheeks flushing crimson like a ripe apple, her eyes sparkling with a shy allure as she gazed at him. Embarrassed, Di Ping quickly withdrew his hand, awkwardly chuckling as he made a hasty retreat. Watching him flee, Gina covered her mouth in amusement, her smile blooming like flowers in spring, illuminating the room with her joy. Fortunately, the team members had all departed, sparing them the scrutiny of the youthful and exuberant men who might have found it difficult to withstand Gina's captivating charm. Di Ping himself had fled from the intoxicating atmosphere, not wishing to reveal his own vulnerabilities before her. As he stepped out of the room, he observed his team members cautiously prying open the glass doors of various offices, searching for supplies. He had no time to dawdle. He needed to locate some gasoline. His mind was set on the underground parking lot below, where he anticipated finding plenty of vehicles. The challenge lay in acquiring containers for the fuel. Entering an office, he found it spacious, approximately 500 to 600 square meters. To his delight, he spotted several water jugs behind the reception desk and a few water dispensers in the office area, each topped with a full jug. Such containers were ubiquitous in any company, and Di Ping's own firm had numerous similar ones, as encouraging employees to stay hydrated was essential. Exiting the office, he noticed a small group of team members emerging from a nearby company and called them over for assistance. Under his direction, they emptied the water from the jugs and took the containers with them down another corridor toward the parking lot. Di Ping led the way, cautious of potential dangers lurking in the parking area. Fortunately, upon arrival, they encountered no mutated creatures. The underground parking lot was quite vast, spanning 3,000 to 4,000 square meters and housing around 100 to 200 vehicles. Elated by the sight, Di Ping directed the team to begin extracting fuel. However, after searching for a while, they found themselves at a loss, unable to locate any hoses. Recognizing their frustration, Di Ping decided to take matters into his own hands. In a display of strength that astonished his comrades, He flipped a car onto its side, exposing the fuel tank beneath. Seizing a 2-meter-long steel rod from a bewildered teammate, he forcefully pierced the tank. With a strength of 5,000 pounds, the metal crumpled as if it were mere cardboard, and as he withdrew the rod, gasoline gushed forth. A team member rushed to place a container beneath the stream to collect the fuel. Thus, Ping continued his work, flipping over vehicle after vehicle, puncturing each tank in turn. After a flurry of activity, the containers were filled to the brim. Exhausted from the labor, he finally paused to catch his breath. While the team completed their task of gathering fuel, once they returned upstairs, they found that some team members had already returned with food supplies. In one office, they had discovered a significant quantity of food, indicating that there was ample stock in the building. Within just an hour, they had managed to gather a considerable amount, filling a desk in a 20-square-meter room. As the teams continued to return, each carrying their share of food, the atmosphere resembled that of industrious ants gathering provisions. By midday, everyone had safely returned without encountering any dangers. This office building likely lacked 24-hour power supply, which meant no one had crossed paths with the mutated creatures. Finally, Feng Ziming returned with his team, their haul notably bountiful. They had stumbled upon an employee cafeteria on the 16th floor, presumably managed by the building's administration. There, they discovered several bags of rice, some flour, and a few root vegetables, though the leafy greens had withered and were no longer edible. After arranging everything, Feng Ziming approached Ping, his expression betraying a hint of anxiety. Volume 3, 0130 Waiting always phrased the heart. Captain D. I believe we can no longer stay on the second floor, Feng Ziming exclaimed, brushing the dust from his clothing while glancing at Ping. What's the matter? Ping asked, slightly puzzled. When I entered just now, I noticed that this swarm of hornets has built their nest far too quickly. I'm concerned that being so close will alert them. Feng Ziming replied, his expression laden with worry. That is indeed a concern, Ping acknowledged. But we cannot ascend too high either. If we resort to fire at night, the flames might spiral out of control, and if the entire building ignites, it would pose a grave danger. After contemplating, he realized the validity of Feng's concern, yet he too harbored his own apprehensions. What shall we do then? Feng Ziming asked, his brow furrowed in thought, struggling to devise a solution. I propose we block the passage with furniture. If we place a layer of reflective glass on the outside, the hornets will be unable to see inside. Adding another layer of concealment should suffice. Ping concluded, recognizing this as their best course of action. He then communicated his plan to Feng Ziming. Very well, we shall proceed with that. I will arrange for the others. Feng Ziming's eyes lit up with newfound hope as he swiftly turned to instruct his team to move tables and chairs to seal off the corridor. After all, there was another staircase available for ascent and descent. They could forego using this one. After a flurry of activity, it was already noon. Feng Ziming began organizing lunch preparations. But the office building yielded mostly snacks, which would surely not suffice to satiate their hunger. Resourceful as ever, he managed to bring down a gas canister from the 16th floor, alongside a simple stove. He prepared a dish of stir-fried potatoes and steamed rice. And soon everyone gathered to eat. Meanwhile, in the underground base, Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang exhibited signs of anxiety, pacing restlessly at the cave entrance. They frequently glanced towards the door, cigarettes clamped between their fingers, taking deep puffs as the ground accumulated a multitude of discarded butts. Could something have gone wrong? Han Zhonghua questioned, peering anxiously at Lu Guoyang. Don and Apos, speak foolishly. Lu Guoyang reproached him in a hushed tone, surveying their fellow team members before raising his voice artificially. Captain D's capabilities are unquestionable. He must simply be delayed by unforeseen circumstances. Oh right. Haha. I was just being overly anxious. Han Zhonghua, quick to read the room, laughed nervously in agreement. His moment of panic had slipped out, and he understood that if the base learned of any misfortune befalling Ping, chaos would surely ensue. Everyone knew that Ping was the linchpin ensuring their safety and sustenance. If he were to encounter trouble, it would feel as if the sky had fallen. The mere thought of such disorder sent shivers down Han Zhonghua and Apos' spine, and beads of sweat began to form on his back. Lu, my dear brother, Thank goodness for your cleverness. What shall we do now? Han Zhongguo whispered, leaning closer. For the moment, we can do nothing but wait. We must maintain the FAA that everything is normal, ensuring the base remains orderly until Captain D returns. Let us hope that nothing untoward has occurred. Lu Guoyang pondered before sighing helplessly. Agreed. I and Appos. LL keep the first and second teams steady while you arrange lunch. Han Zhongguo resigned himself to the situation, exhaling a soft sigh. As the hours passed, the evening arrived, and the atmosphere in the base grew increasingly tense. Many began to sense that something was amiss. It was unusual for Captain D, who typically returned from food-gathering expeditions within half a day, to be absent for an entire day. Some team members began to murmur their concerns in hushed tones. Daring individuals approached Lu Guoyang with inquiries, but he could only respond that Captain D had mentioned the need for reconnaissance today, which might take longer than anticipated. He dismissed them, yet he could see the lingering doubt in their eyes. He knew they were not easily placated. Fortunately, provisions were still plentiful within the base. Although curiosity and apprehension lingered among the people, the presence of food and the steady leadership of Han Zhongguo and Lu Guoyang helped maintain a semblance of stability. However, during dinner, an oppressive atmosphere settled over the group. Despite holding their bowls, many faces bore a lack of genuine smiles, their eyes reflecting a distant concern. A subtle tension pervaded the base, weighing heavily upon everyone. Even the children remained quiet beside their parents, unlike their usual playful selves. Han Zhongguo and Lu Guoyang vigilantly monitored the situation, acutely aware of the unease that had taken root among the inhabitants. This was merely the first day. If Di Ping did not return by tomorrow, the consequences for the base could be dire. They felt the profound impact of Di Ping's leadership. He was akin to an anchor, calming the spirits of those around him. In his absence, anxiety and confusion began to take hold. They sat in a room, silently smoking and sipping tea, the air thick with smoke, their minds adrift, lost in thoughts unknown to one another. Meanwhile, Di Ping was also waiting, anticipating the fall of night. The incessant buzzing of hornets filled his ears. The mutated wasps, the size of sparrows, flapped their wings with a sound reminiscent of helicopters, a noise that grated on the nerves. All morning, the din had not ceased, as the hornets flew in and out, their nest expanding at an alarming rate, now spanning 30 square meters. Yet, this was just the beginning. The growth showed no signs of slowing. If the hornets did not fully enter their nest, the efficacy of any fire attack would be severely compromised, and thus, he too remained in a state of waiting. Volume 3, 0131. The giant queen bee's retreat. The anticipation was almost unbearable. As midday approached, Di Ping found himself unable to rest, reflecting that his cultivation was still lacking, and his state of mind required further refinement. Struggling to keep his eyes closed, the silence enveloping the room was palpable. The office spanned nearly 1,000 square meters, occupying half of the floor, with team members scattered about, some seated, others reclined or sprawled across desks, each gazing vacantly in the same direction, revealing that few could find solace in sleep. Time trickled by, and as the sun began its descent, Di Ping, in a state of drowsiness, managed to doze off briefly. Upon awakening, he glanced at the clock, noting it was just past 4 in the afternoon. Summer nights were lengthy, and dusk was still far off. After splashing his face with water, he resolved not to linger in the room any longer. With a word to Feng Ziming, he departed the company alone. He yearned to see the hive's progress. The corridor leading to the hive on the second floor was blocked, so he ascended to the third floor via a different staircase. Heading towards the hive, standing behind the glass window, he observed the chaotic flurry of bees outside. Enormous mutated hornets arrived in droves, alighting upon the hive to build their nests, then departing again in search of materials. The hive had grown to the size of a room, with a diameter of approximately 5 to 6 meters, nearly filling the entire rooftop platform. Di Ping quietly watched from behind the glass. Fortunately, it was one-way glass, allowing him to see the hornets clearly, while they remained oblivious to his presence, offering him an opportunity for observation. The mutated hornets were ruthlessly ferocious. He occasionally witnessed some of them carrying chunks of bloody flesh into the hive, likely remnants of a slaughtered mutated creature. Mutated Hornet, bloodline rank, none, talent skill, stinger. Enhancement level, 0 tier 5, skills, none. Ping cast a detection skill to glean information about the mutated hornets. Astonished to discover they were all 0 tier 5 mutated creatures. Although he was unfamiliar with the concept of a 0 tier, the system and Oppo's display was undoubtedly accurate. He recalled that before the mutation, anything below tier 1 had been marked as none. Now, with the introduction of 0 tier, it seemed more reasonable, as mutated beings would indeed surpass the ordinary, and an indication of none for enhancement levels would be illogical. These diminutive hornets had evidently reached tier 5, nearing the threshold of tier 1 mutation, which explained their ability to shatter reinforced glass doors with ease. Moreover, possessing a talent skill like the stinger meant he had to exercise caution. Any contact with such skills could be perilous. After a while, Ping grew bored and was about to turn back upstairs to rest when his gaze caught sight of a vast swarm of hornets approaching from a distance. Among them was a shadow, exponentially larger than the ordinary hornets, surrounded by countless smaller ones. The swarm obscured his view, making it difficult to discern the figure at its center. Pausing, he leaned closer to the glass, intently observing the approaching swarm, which rapidly closed the distance. As they neared, Ping's heart raced. The sight before him sent chills down his spine. What had startled him so profoundly? It was revealed that at the center of the hive's guardians was an extraordinarily large hornet, a creature several times the size of the sparrow-like hornets. Resembling a large goose with a slender body and a hefty abdomen, stretching nearly half a meter in length. Its wings appeared to be underdeveloped, comically small, reminiscent of a human arm shriveled to mere inches, an awkward sight indeed. This must be the queen, Ping surmised. Typically, only the queen in a hive is larger than the average hornet, yet this one was so immense it could barely fly. Its rotund form suspended in a net woven by countless hornets, lifted into the air. As the swarm hovered above the hive, they began to enter through its opening. It was then that Ping snapped back to reality, hastily casting a detection spell. Just as he did so, the mutated queen was ushered into the hive by the swarm, revealing crucial information. Mutated Queen Hornet, bloodline rank, A, talent skill, mental control, enhancement level, 1 tier 9. Skills, mental piercing. By the heavens, Ping cursed under his breath, his expression darkening as he absorbed the information. He had not anticipated encountering an A-rank bloodline today. Though he commanded S-class potential heroes, those had come at a steep price for recruitment. Yet, this mutated creature possessed an astonishingly powerful bloodline, and the queen not only had a formidable lineage but also 2 skills, including a terrifying mental skill that could threaten his very life. His own potential level was only B, a full rank beneath hers, and her enhancement level surpassed his by 5 ranks. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Ping found himself uncertain of his capabilities. Initially resolved to eradicate this mutated hornet swarm, he now hesitated, apprehensive of the substantial risks involved. Suddenly, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding. A-class special bloodline detected. Killing it may grant you a powerful bloodline, useful for enhancing your potential level. The familiar chime startled Ping, even though he was accustomed to hearing it. Volume 3, 0132 Ma Zhuang still needed to ensure the Knight's forage was plentiful. However, upon comprehending the system's proclamation, he could only shake his head and smile wryly, realizing that the system was offering him no opportunity to retreat. Just as he contemplated retreating, the system presented an irresistible temptation. He understood the immense advantages that potential enhancement could yield. Although his B-class talent was not insignificant, it paled in comparison to A-class abilities. The level of potential signified the heights of future growth. An opportunity to elevate it was one he could not afford to overlook. Such chances are rare, and should this queen befall to some adversary, he would surely regret it. He felt as if his feet were rooted to the ground, internally lamenting the system for its relentless challenges. It seemed determined not to allow him any ease. Nonetheless, everything was prepared, save for the passage of time. The gasoline had long been readied. This time, he would use a greater amount. He was resolute in his belief that he could extinguish this mutated queen bee. If a fire were to consume her, he would count himself incredibly fortunate. With this conviction, Di Ping cast a fierce glance at the hive before turning and ascending the stairs. Upon descending, he encountered his teammates huddled in small groups, quietly chatting. He chose not to disturb them and pushed open the door to his room, where he found Gina already awake, seated in the boss's chair, gazing out at the view beyond the window. Seeing her so relaxed brought him joy, confirming that she had recovered. The worry that had weighed on his heart was finally lifted. Di Ping had not anticipated that in just a few days, Gina would occupy such a significant place in his heart. As she expended her energy to cast protective magic, he felt deeply moved, and when she fainted from exhaustion, it felt as though his heart had been torn asunder. From the very first day he had recruited Gina and her companions, he had gradually begun to see them not merely as system recruits, but as teammates, friends, and even family. Moreover, Gina's fierce dedication to protect him infused him with a profound sense of gratitude towards her and the other heroes he had gathered. "Gina, how are you feeling? Shouldn't you rest a bit longer?" Di Ping approached her with concern. "Master, I have fully recuperated and am ready for battle at any moment," Gina exclaimed, turning to him with a gentle smile, her beautiful eyes crescent-shaped, her voice soft as a whisper. "Still, you ought to rest more." Di Ping, still apprehensive, scanned her face, noticing the color return to her cheeks, which made her shyly avert her gaze. All is well. All is well." Observing her rosy complexion and evasive eyes, Di Ping realized he had perhaps been overly familiar, quickly averting his gaze and clearing his throat. "Master, I overheard them discussing a nighttime assault on the hive. Is that correct?" Gina, sensing his embarrassment, promptly shifted the conversation toward the planned attack. "Indeed, the wasps have blocked our exit. If we do not eliminate them, our escape will be exceedingly difficult." Mention of the wasp swarm reminded Di Ping of the queen, causing his brow to furrow with unease. "Master, every swarm typically harbors a queen. We must exercise caution, for they are generally formidable." Gina seemed aware of the queen and Apos' presence and her might, cautioning Di Ping to remain vigilant. "Yes, I shall be cautious," Di Ping affirmed, not disclosing the queen's rank, perhaps to spare Gina any unnecessary worry. As time progressed, the clock inched towards 7 o'clock, and the sky rapidly darkened. The mutated creatures stirred to life, their roars echoing from afar. Though distant, the reverberations were palpable. Feng Ziming had already arranged for the team to prepare meals, and the atmosphere was solemn. Everyone understood the gravity of the night ahead. As they dined in silence, Di Ping, feeling a twinge of apprehension, found little appetite. The last sliver of sunlight faded, plunging the world into true darkness. Di Ping stood before the window, gazing at the now desolate city, his emotions tangled. Once a city that never slept, now it lay enveloped in an oppressive silence. At 9 o'clock, Di Ping ascended to the third floor once more, intent on checking whether the mutated wasps had returned to their hive. If they remained outside, the effectiveness of his planned fire attack would be significantly diminished. He ventured down the dimly lit corridor, refraining from turning on the lights. Uncertain whether the wasps could perceive the illumination, a disturbance could jeopardize his strategy. He pressed forward in the dark, relying on his memory of the path. After some time, his eyes began to adjust, and he was delighted to discern faint outlines in the gloom. With his enhanced physicality, not only could he see further and clearer, but his night vision had also improved considerably. Now able to navigate more swiftly, he reached the end of the corridor on the third floor. Peering outside, he was relieved to see that all the wasps had returned to their hive. Although a few buzzed about, they quickly settled back down, producing a soft, rhythmic hum. With this reassurance, Di Ping felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as the wasps were nestled in their nest, he could proceed with the fire attack without trepidation. Elated, he turned and hastened back, moving with purpose. Volume 3, 0133 The Inferno and the Swarm. Upon returning to the room, all team members were fully prepared, including Gina, who had donned her mage's black robe and stood at the periphery of the group. Di Ping gestured to Feng Ziming, adhering to their prior plan. 10 individuals hoisted barrels brimming with gasoline, while another 5 surprisingly carried numerous watering cans, leaving Di Ping momentarily perplexed. What purpose do these watering cans serve? Di Ping inquired, gazing at the group in confusion. Chief, this is a strategy devised by Wang Cheng. He suggested that pouring oil directly would alarm the wasps. Using these watering cans will make them believe it is merely rain, rendering them unsuspecting. One team member enthusiastically explained, casting a glance at Wang Cheng, who was grinning foolishly while holding a watering can. Smart lad, quite resourceful. Di Ping responded, his eyes lighting up at the team member's insight. He had not considered this angle, and he admired Wang Cheng and Apo's quick thinking. However, he momentarily forgot that he was not much older than Wang Cheng, creating an oddly humorous scene. Yet, neither Wang Cheng nor the rest of the team seemed to mind. They looked at him with envy, as if receiving Di Ping's praise were a matter of great honor. Let us proceed. Night has fallen, and we must eliminate this swarm under the cover of darkness, Di Ping declared, leading the way out of the room, with Gina swiftly following and the rest of the team closely in tow. This time, Di Ping ascended not to the 3rd floor, but to the 5th, wary that the proximity of the 3rd might alert the wasps. He deemed the 4th floor somewhat precarious, opting instead for the 5th. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he knocked on the nearest door, and Feng Ziming illuminated the space with an LED lamp they had discovered. The team began pouring gasoline into the watering cans in an orderly manner, while Di Ping opened a glass window, peering downwards. Outside, the inky darkness obscured all visibility. Even with his keen eyesight, the wasp nest appeared merely as a shadowy mass. Yet, that was sufficient. Confirming its location was all that mattered. Soon, team members began delivering the filled watering cans, and as the window was narrow, only 2 could stand side by side. Hence, Feng Ziming and Di Ping positioned themselves together to pour the gasoline downward, the liquid cascading like a silent drizzle. Fortuitously, the weather was favorable, with only a gentle breeze. Otherwise, the gasoline might not reach the ground. As the gasoline fell like fine rain, the faint buzzing of the wasps below could be heard, akin to the sound of wings in motion, yet they did not take flight, perhaps genuinely believing it was raining. After several moments of buzzing, they fell silent once more. Di Ping continued pouring, saturating the entire 5th floor, and the glass floor became slick with gasoline. The volume was so excessive that the sound of gasoline dripping from the platform echoed, reminiscent of rainfall. Di Ping, not to be idle, hastened his pouring, aware of the gasoline's rapid evaporation, while Feng Ziming followed suit. After approximately 5 minutes, all 10 barrels were emptied, and the corridor was saturated with the pungent aroma of gasoline. Di Ping quickly pulled Feng Ziming back and whispered to Gina, "Gina, unleash a fireball." Upon receiving Di Ping's command, Gina stepped forward, glanced down through the window, and stretched out her hand. Instantly, a radiant sphere of light materialized in her palm, illuminating her hand with an ethereal glow. Yet, this beauty was fleeting. A fireball coalesced in her hand, seething with heat. With a swift motion, the fireball shot from Gina's palm, crashing down toward the wasp nest. Boom! The explosion rang out, piercing the stillness of the night, followed by a brilliant flash that illuminated the entire street. As the explosion subsided, the entire street ignited as if a volcano had erupted, flames leaping skyward, engulfing the building in a conflagration. The street transformed into a sea of fire, fueled by the abundance of gasoline that Di Ping and his team had poured. The flames surged uncontrollably, racing towards the 5th floor, where the glass surface was slick with oil. Di Ping dashed to close the window, only to witness a serpent of fire ascending. Had he been a moment slower, the flames would have breached the room. The sky blazed a vivid crimson, and the fierce flames appeared to trigger a chain reaction. From within the city, the earth-shattering roars of mutated beasts echoed, one after another, creating a cacophony. The tremendous roars seemed capable of shattering the heavens, reaching for the clouds, while the feral energy appeared to scatter the clouds, revealing a sliver of the moon, its pale light cascading upon the earth. Listening to the soul-shattering roars, Di Ping realized the extent of the hidden dangers within this city. The resonating roars weighed heavily on his heart. It was evident how ordinary citizens must feel. Observing the nearby team members clutching their ears and trembling revealed their fear. With a sigh, Ping acknowledged that this fire had unleashed a multitude of mutated creatures. Despite their transformations, it seemed their innate fear of fire remained. As the flames soared, numerous mutated animals expressed their terror through their roars. Yet, a shadow of dread crept into Ping's heart. The power of these mutated beasts hinted at the harsh reality of human survival. The weight of his responsibilities suddenly intensified, and he silently vowed to enhance his strength. In such a world, survival would not come easily. Volume 3, 013 for the thunderous roar of beasts boom. Suddenly, a series of resounding explosions echoed, reminiscent of firecrackers. It was the glass shattering under intense heat, fracturing into shards as flames rushed into the building. Thankfully, the corridors were constructed of cement or tiled flooring, preventing the flames from advancing more than a few meters. However, many rooms were adorned with wooden flooring, suspended ceilings, and fabric curtains, and as the fire spread ferociously, an entire side of the building ignited. The room where Ping and his companions were located also caught fire. Flames surged in, igniting flammable materials with alarming speed, causing a chill to creep into Ping's heart. The phrase "water and fire have no mercy" rang true in this moment. Ping regretted having ignited the flames. The blaze was overwhelming and difficult to control, putting the entire building at risk. The adjacent structures might also catch fire, and if that happened, the entire city would be in peril. With urgency, Ping led his pale-faced and trembling team members down the stairs, realizing they could no longer stay on the upper floors. If the flames swept in, escape would be improbable. They hurriedly descended to the second floor, only to find that the corridors near the outer wall had also caught fire. The glass was already shattered, and flames licked hungrily into the passageway, with smoke enveloping the area, making it difficult to see and breathe due to the intense heat. The second floor had become untenable. Gathering all the team members, they swiftly descended to the basement, where fire doors provided a semblance of safety as the flames were rising. The basement was relatively secure. Upon reaching the underground parking lot, Ping and his group closed the heavy air defense iron door, allowing them to exhale in relief, though they remained breathless. After a brief respite, Ping approached the entrance of the underground garage, peering through the slats of the shutter door to witness a scene of chaos outside. The night sky was ablaze with fire, and the crackling of flames resembled a cacophony of fireworks, with the inferno swirling like fire dragons. They remained there, silently waiting for the fire to diminish. Ping fervently prayed that the flames would not escalate too much. If the entire district caught fire, the consequences would be catastrophic. Despite the apparent tranquility of the area, he knew that countless individuals were hiding within, and while many had perished due to the attacks of mutated creatures, more were concealed. And if his fire spread, none would remain hidden. In the underground base, Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang had yet to rest, sharing a cigarette in a smoke-filled room, their faces marked by deep lines of worry. Suddenly, terrifying roars resounded from outside. The two men jolted upright, waking those who had been sleeping in the base. Startled, they huddled together, many children beginning to cry. The two men quickly exited the room to the entrance, where they could hear the dreadful roars more clearly. Other team members gathered, standing at the door, their faces pale as they listened to the terrifying sounds from outside. Who knew such horrifying mutated beasts lurked within the city? Was there still hope for humanity? Despair washed over their faces, their eyes dimmed, as if they had lost the will to survive. At that moment, their thoughts turned anxiously to Ping. Was he safe? Had something happened to him? If he were at the base, they would feel more secure. His presence was a beacon of safety for everyone. It was not only their thoughts. Many in the base were silently calling his name. In the tranquil Green Edge community, the castle's lights illuminated the surroundings as if it were daytime. Cheng Chao, Li Sheng, the fatty, old Luo, Yu Shujia, and Ningnan were gathered, sharing a meal. Their conversation inevitably revolved around Ping, pondering why he had not returned after these 2 days and whether he was in danger. Although Butler Barton had assured them of Ping's safety, their worries persisted. As the conversation grew somber, the food lost its appeal. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from afar, startling everyone, prompting them to rush to the castle walls to witness the fiery glow in the distance. The sky was ablaze with crimson light, but it was too far away for them to discern the details of the situation. They exchanged anxious glances. "Isn't that where Digo went?" Chung Chao remarked, realization dawning upon him. "Ah, does that mean Digo is in danger?" Yu Shujie exclaimed, her voice tinged with fear. "Impossible. Digo is incredibly strong. He will be fine," Fatty insisted, shaking his head. "It's all your fault, Fatty. If you hadn't insisted on sending Di Ping out, he wouldn't be risking himself." Yu Shujie glared at him, her frustration boiling over. Fatty's face flushed, his words caught in his throat as he lowered his head, panting heavily. "Enough with the blame. Digo is capable. He will be all right." Chung Chao interjected, calming the two. Yu Shujie, though still fuming, cast a worried glance toward the distant flames. A heavy silence fell over them as they stood on the castle walls, silently gazing at the flickering flames, their expressions betraying the deep concern in their hearts. Each one of them missed Di Ping profoundly. Volume 3, 0135. The fiery inferno throughout this night. All hidden humans in the central continent were filled with trepidation and anxiety, trembling in the shadows, their hearts shrouded in despair and gloom. Many, having exhausted their resources, chose to end their lives amidst the despairing roars of beasts, perhaps believing that death offered the only true liberation. At this moment, Di Ping and Apos' heart was also tumultuous. Outside, the furious flames roared like a frenzied multitude, and the explosive sounds echoed deafeningly, as if the very earth itself lamented in anguish. Di Ping's complexion paled slightly, realizing that his actions today had been recklessly impulsive. He understood that with the bizarre changes in the heavens and the surrounding wilderness, should this inferno spark a forest fire, it would spell catastrophic consequences, further deteriorating humanity's already fragile environment. Haunted by such concerns, he found himself constantly peering outside, unable to remain seated, let alone sleep. As time ticked away, the tumult outside showed no signs of abating, the intermittent explosions sending chills through the hearts of those within. The flames roared like a dragon unleashed. And despite Di Ping being a professional, he could not shake the terror that this fiery beast inspired. Its overwhelming presence was nothing short of soul-stirring. Would these wasps escape unscathed? This thought suddenly flickered in Di Ping's mind, only to be met with a self-deprecating shake of his head. To think that the hive could endure such a ferocious blaze was utterly preposterous. Fortunately, the situation did not spiral into the worst-case scenario he had envisioned. After 4 or 5 hours, the inferno surprisingly began to diminish, mercifully sparing the nearby buildings from ignition. This structure stood independently, surrounded by streets, with considerable distance between it and its neighbors. Moreover, fate favored them with a calm day devoid of wind. Without the breeze, the flames could not thrive. As the fire's intensity waned, the explosive sounds gradually faded, and Di Ping and his companions leaned against the exit of the underground parking lot. Thankfully, the fire doors held firm, preventing the flames from encroaching into the basement. Although some smoke infiltrated the space, it was manageable. Leaning against the door, it was not overly stifling. With the cessation of the fire, Di Ping finally felt his anxious heart begin to ease. He observed that many of his team members had either sat or leaned back, succumbing to slumber, while Gina remained seated in a meditative posture. He too, lulled by exhaustion, drifted into a light sleep. When Di Ping next opened his eyes, dawn had begun to break. He glanced at the time. It was already past 5 in the morning, and the sky outside had brightened enough to reveal the surrounding scenery, albeit still shrouded in mist. Listening intently, he detected no sounds from outside, as if tranquility had returned to the world. Noticing that everyone remained in deep slumber, he gently roused Feng Ziming, who was sleeping against the wall nearby. "Captain?" Feng Ziming stirred, his bleary eyes struggling to focus on Di Ping. "Let's wake everyone up. The fire has ceased. It's time to get to work," Di Ping announced, rising to his feet and wiping his face. "Understood." Feng Ziming finally shook off his drowsiness, springing to his feet and beginning to rouse the nearby team members. At that moment, Gina, alerted by the commotion, opened her eyes. Noticing Di Ping standing, she stretched languidly and slowly rose from the ground. By the time all the team members had awakened, several minutes had elapsed. Indeed, the fire had raged throughout the night, leaving few with the ability to sleep soundly. It was only in the latter part of the night, when the flames had subsided, that they managed to find rest. Many were still weary, struggling to awaken fully. At this point, Ping had little appetite for breakfast. He leaned out to survey the street for any signs of danger before effortlessly pulling open the rolling shutter door. With his strength, the lock seemed inconsequential, yielding easily to his pull. The underground garage exit was located on the east side of the building. Stepping onto the street, Ping raised his gaze towards the structure. The building was now unrecognizable, shrouded in darkness, stripped of its former elegance. The once pristine glass curtain walls had transformed into charred frames, with every pane of glass shattered by the flames, leaving not a single intact piece clinging to the building. Volume 3, 0136. The resilient Queen Bee. Observing the aftermath of his orchestrated chaos, Ping felt a twinge of guilt. This once prestigious office building, which had taken years of construction and refinement, was now reduced to a mere shell of a structure, a stark reminder that destruction is far easier than creation. His team emerged, their mouths agape in astonishment. They were not lamenting the loss of the building, but rather relieved that they had not remained inside during the inferno. The entire edifice had been consumed by flames, and even the second floor where they had sought refuge was not spared. The building now stood as a charred framework, intermittently releasing plumes of black smoke that danced in the wind. Ping, though momentarily reflective, did not linger. He was acutely aware of the purpose behind the blaze and directed his gaze towards the expansive terrace on the ground floor. There he spotted a massive, ominous object, the very target of his fiery assault, the mutated beehive. The hive had transformed drastically, resembling a charred lotus pod, with wisps of smoke still curling upwards. The ground was littered with the remains of mutated wasps, a grim scene that covered the street, numbering in the thousands, a truly awe-inspiring spectacle. Cautiously, Ping advanced, with Gina following closely behind in a state of heightened vigilance. Feng Ziming, eager to join them, was halted by Ping's outstretched hand. Reluctantly, Feng Ziming remained behind with the other team members, his eyes scanning the myriad of wasp corpses, his expression flickering with unease as the muscles in his face twitched involuntarily. Ping proceeded slowly, acutely aware of the potential threat posed by the mutated queen wasp. He was uncertain whether she had perished in the flames or managed to escape. The hive, immense and resembling a small house, had been reduced to charred remains, yet he dared not let his guard down. This queen was a formidable creature, a first-tier level 9 mutant, possessing an A-grade bloodline, an adversary not to be underestimated. He had no desire to meet his demise in an unforeseen manner. Upon reaching the base of the colossal hive, Ping found no immediate signs of danger. Gradually, he began to relax, concluding that the mutated queen must have either succumbed to the flames or fled. However, the likelihood of her escape seemed slim. After all, if the winged mutated wasps had not managed to flee the inferno, it was improbable that the queen, with her atrophied wings, could do so. Suddenly, a piercing screech shattered the air, akin to nails scraping against metal. Urgent and intense, the sound was sharp enough to penetrate the eardrum. Ping felt a sudden, excruciating pain in his head, as if thousands of steel needles were piercing his skull, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He clutched his ears tightly and sank to the ground. Writhing in agony, Gina too let out a pained cry, her face paling as she covered her ears, suffering visibly. The team members, situated several meters away, exchanged bewildered glances, alarmed by the distress of their leaders. Commander, Feng Ziming shouted, sensing something was amiss. He rushed forward, intent on assessing Ping's condition. Stop! Don't come closer, Ping managed to call out, one hand pressed against his head while the other gestured for Feng Ziming to halt, his voice laced with suffering. Mental piercing. Ping recalled that this was one of the skills possessed by the mutated queen. Despite his cautiousness, he had still fallen victim to her attack. The fact that she had survived the inferno was terrifying. At that moment, Ping felt as though his head was being penetrated by countless steel needles, and cold sweat drenched his body. Fortunately, the sharp sound lasted only 5 seconds. Had it continued longer, he feared he would not endure such torment. As the pain subsided slightly, he heard Feng Ziming's panic shout and quickly intervened. knowing that if he and Gina struggled, the rest of the team would fare no better. Suddenly, the now-charred hive erupted, exploding into a cloud of black ash and debris that enveloped the street in a thick haze. The acrid dust invaded Ping's nostrils and throat, causing him to cough violently, though he squinted through the haze, fixated on the hive's location. After a minute, as the dust settled, Ping finally discerned the scene before him. In the place where the hive once stood lay a massive mutated queen bee, half reclining amidst the wreckage. Indeed, she had not fled but remained within the hive. However, she appeared disheveled. Her once black and yellow fur had turned entirely black and curly, her antennae singed, and her already diminutive wings reduced to bare stubs. The mutated queen buzzed angrily, her bare wings flailing as she emitted frantic screeches. Volume 3. 0137 Triumph Meets Calamity. Ping gazed at the furious mutated queen bee, his expression cold and resolute as he drew forth his obsidian blade. This formidable creature was the most powerful mutant he had encountered to date, and although he felt uncertain about his chances in this battle, retreat was not an option. Ping was a warrior at heart. Now, faced with the queen bee, rendered alone and vulnerable, he could not afford to shy away from the fight. The thought of retreating was unbearable, igniting a fierce battle spirit within him, causing his body to tremble with anticipation. The obsidian blade hummed softly in his strong grip, as if yearning for combat. "Come, let us fight." Ping's heart surged, his blood boiling as he raised the blade with one hand, pointing it at the mutated queen bee, his voice ringing with fervor. Suddenly, a piercing shriek erupted from the queen bee as she unleashed another mental piercing attack. Ping clamped his hands over his ears, a cry of agony escaping his lips. Though this was his second encounter with her attack, the pain remained excruciating. Gina, who had just regained her footing, also screamed in distress, stumbling back a few steps, nearly collapsing onto the ground. "Gina, retreat." Ping barked through gritted teeth, his eyes fixed on the queen bee, sparks of determination igniting within them. The mutated queen bee, seemingly desperate, relentlessly waved her half-severed antennae, her shrill cries echoing in the air. Ping felt as though his head might split in two, yet he fought to endure the torment. Victory was imperative. He must not yield. Despite the pain etched across her face, Gina did not retreat. Instead, she looked at Ping and slowly shook her head, her expression resolute. Ping felt a pang of helplessness. She was undeniably a stubborn girl. The queen bee appeared to grow weary, her mental assaults diminishing in intensity. Come, bring it on." Ping, face contorted in agony, slowly rose, pointing his blade at the queen bee, his laughter laced with derision. The mutated hornet, incensed by Ping's mockery, unleashed another mental piercing attack, and Ping clutched his head, howling in pain. This was not a reflection of any masochistic tendencies, rather. He sensed that each subsequent attack was less agonizing than the last, as if he was gradually acclimating to her assault. Perhaps the queen bee's mental strength was waning, or perhaps his own was fortifying. Either way, it worked to his advantage. As the queen bee paused, he seized the moment to challenge her again, eager to validate his hypothesis. Indeed, while the pain persisted, it lacked the intensity of his first experience. He felt increasingly lucid with each encounter. This realization was exhilarating, and as he turned to look at Gina, he saw her gaze mirrored his own, her eyes reflecting the same understanding of the change. Emboldened, Ping taunted the mutated queen bee time and again, provoking her into repeated assaults. After the sixth attack, he felt as though he had merely been pinched by an ant. The pain was still present, yet it was now negligible. In stark contrast, the mutated queen bee appeared utterly depleted, her strength diminished, devoid of the energy to even wave her tattered wings. Not so proud now, are we?" Ping laughed heartily, stepping forward, reveling in the realization that this once mighty foe was now rendered impotent. However, just as he approached with a triumphant grin, a sudden, invisible force struck his chest like a phantom fist. An overwhelming power surged forth, propelling his body several meters away, crashing violently against the wall of a nearby building. With a resounding crash, the tiles of the wall shattered and flew in all directions. Ping spat blood, feeling as though his very being were fracturing. each breath stabbing at his chest like a knife. Volume 3, 0138 once again struck. Anger erupts. Damn it. I've been deceived. Ping exclaimed in fury, still unaware of the treachery that had befallen him. It was utterly foolish of him to underestimate the formidable nature of an A-level mutated creature. Clearly, he had misjudged the power of the mutant Queen Bee, which was several levels above him. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the Queen's explosive destruction of the hive, a massive structure shattering into fragments within an instant. This demonstrated just how powerful the mutant Queen Bee truly was. Yet, he naively believed that having endured several mental assaults, he could dismiss her capabilities. He had failed to recognize that the mutant queen possessed considerable intelligence, deliberately feigning weakness while employing mental piercing to incapacitate him, waiting for a moment of carelessness to unleash her true power. Such an intangible mental assault was nearly impossible to defend against, and in a moment of inattention, he had sustained grave injuries. Master. At that moment, Gina noticed Ping being thrown aside, her expression shifting to one of alarm as she rushed towards him. In an instant, a fireball erupted from her palm, hurtling toward the mutant Queen Bee. Boom. Just as the fireball was about to strike the queen, an invisible barrier manifested a meter in front of her, resulting in a deafening explosion that scattered sparks like fireworks, yet not a single ember reached the queen. Master. Gina cried out, racing like the wind to Ping's side, her face etched with worry as she supported him. One hand glowed with radiant white energy, which she pressed against his wounded chest. Ping felt a cool energy seeping into him, alleviating the unbearable pain that had plagued him moments before. As the white light faded, Gina conjured another milky energy from her hands and pressed it against his chest once more. Her small face had turned pale with concern. Beads of sweat dotting her forehead, and strands of her golden hair were dampened. Gina, be careful. Suddenly, Ping caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. The air in front of the mutant queen began to distort, as if the very fabric of space was warping. In an instant, he realized that he had just been struck by such a force. Initially, he had thought the distortion was merely the result of the heat from the scorched ground. But now he understood it was that invisible punch. Realizing this, his expression shifted, and with a mighty shout, he summoned all his strength, pressing down with both hands. A fierce pain surged from his chest, yet he paid it no heed as he propelled himself forward, shoving Gina aside. Bang! The sound of a fist striking flesh echoed, accompanied by the sickening crack of bones. Ping let out a muffled groan, as though he had been struck by a speeding automobile, his body jolting back before crashing against the wall with an earth-shattering thud. Pff. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, feeling his body weaken. This blow had been devastating. His previous injuries had not yet healed, and now he was wounded anew. Captain. From a distance, the onlooking team members finally snapped out of their stupor, their faces paling in shock as they shouted and rushed toward him. The span of time from Ping's first blow to the present was merely a few seconds, and the team members had been rendered speechless. Now, witnessing their captain's injury, they were compelled to rush forward, regardless of their own abilities. Stop! Feng Ziming interjected, blocking their path. Captain, the commander is injured. We must assist him. The team members gazed at Feng Ziming in disbelief, questioning him loudly. Volume 3, 0139 The frenzied rescue of the captain. The commander had just declared that we should not approach. Our presence would not only be unhelpful, but could also exacerbate the chaos. Feng Ziming's expression was grim, his once handsome visage now contorted with concern as he fixed his worried gaze on Ping, his arms resolutely shielding the team members. I will go, Wang Chung declared, pushing Feng Ziming aside with determination, his voice laced with anger. The captain is gravely injured. Our presence might at least buy him some time. He dashed towards Ping without hesitation. Wait for me. I will join you. We can assist Captain D, shouted another team member, followed by several others who echoed his sentiment, rushing towards Ping. Master, Gina exclaimed, only to be thrust aside by Ping as she fell to the ground. Confusion clouded her eyes. Upon witnessing Ping being hurled away by an invisible force, tears welled in her eyes. It dawned on her that he was sacrificing himself for her. With a piercing cry, she propelled herself towards him, using all her strength. Ping and Apos' vision blurred. He had not anticipated that even with his enhanced abilities, he would be unable to withstand the assault from the mutated queen bee. Each blow felt as though it weighed 1,000 pounds, rendering him powerless. Master, Master, please wake up, Gina pleaded, now frantic as she saw his vacant gaze. In her desperation, she channeled her energy, pressing her hands against his chest, releasing a stream of white energy that flowed like water into him. The cool energy alleviated his pain and gradually brought him back to consciousness. Suddenly, a harrowing scream pierced the air, and Ping's eyes widened with rage as he witnessed Wang Chung being sent flying by an unseen force, blood spraying through the air. Another 2 screams followed as 2 more team members who had chased after Wang Chung were also struck down, the sickening sound of bones fracturing echoing around them. Damn it! I want to hold back. I'm coming, shouted one of the team members, rallying others to join him. We are not cowards. Charge forward, brothers. Though 3 had fallen alongside Wang Cheng, their sacrifice ignited a fervor within the remaining team members. With eyes blazing, they rushed forward, shouting defiantly. Stop. Everyone, stand down. Ping's eyes were nearly bursting with fury, tears streaming down his face as he watched his comrades fall. His head throbbed as if it would explode. Seeing more than a dozen team members charging forward, he felt a surge of desperation and summoned all his strength to roar. Captain, we are here to save you. However, the team members, blinded by rage, continued their reckless advance, heedless of their own safety. With a thunderous crash, the first 3 were struck down as if by a speeding vehicle, their anguished cries filling the air as they were sent hurtling away, blood spewing from their mouths. Ping felt his head throb violently, his vision turning crimson as he fixed his gaze upon the mutated queen bee, his voice a fierce command. Upgrade now? A wave of energy surged within him, cascading throughout his body like a torrential flood, invigorating him and causing his blood to pulse violently. The wounds on his chest began to heal rapidly, and the sound of cracking bones echoed as his muscles and veins expanded, threatening to burst. At that moment, Ping resembled an enraged lion, his eyes ablaze with fury as he focused on the mutated queen bee. With another thunderous impact, 5 or 6 more team members were sent sprawling, blood spraying from their bodies. We charged together. As the remaining team members felt the heat of battle, their eyes turned crimson, consumed by madness, and they propelled themselves forward with reckless abandon, driven solely by the instinct to fight. Volume 3, 0140, Enraged Strengthening Good. Charge with me. Save the captain. Feng Ziming's eyes brimmed with fury as he witnessed his comrades being thrown aside one by one. With a thunderous shout, he led the remaining team members towards the fray. The mutated queen bee, seemingly caught off guard by the turn of events, had exerted considerable effort in her earlier assaults meant to intimidate. However, instead of instilling fear, her actions ignited the fighting spirit within the group, leaving her significantly drained. Now, as she observed the multitude charging towards her, a flicker of fear crossed her features, her half-severed antennae trembling violently. Come at me. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated through the air, snapping the frenzied individuals back to reality. They looked up to see Ping, wielding his battle blade, charging at the mutated queen bee like a furious rhinoceros. In an instant, he closed the distance of several meters, propelling himself forward with a powerful leap that sent him soaring 5 to 6 meters high, his weapon raised to strike with the fury of a tempest. Ping, having witnessed his team members injuring themselves in their attempt to save him, was consumed by rage, momentarily forgetting his reservations about leveling up. He ascended to level 5 of the first stage, expending 50 points of soul energy. His strength surged by nearly 600 pounds, yet he felt it was insufficient. He ascended again, reaching level 6 of the first stage, consuming an astonishing 120 points of energy, over twice that of level 5, and his strength soared by over 1,600 pounds. At this juncture, Ping's strength exceeded 8,000 pounds. As he sensed the rampant energy coursing through his body, confidence surged within him, and his fury reached its zenith. Witnessing his comrades being flung away, their fates uncertain, pushed him to the brink of madness. With a fierce gesture, he summoned his battle blade. Bellowing as he pushed off the ground, shattering the concrete beneath him, debris scattering in all directions as he propelled himself forward like an arrow. "Captain!" The team members, recognizing Di Ping, erupted in joyous exclamations. "The captain is unharmed. The captain is safe. The captain is magnificent." Their excitement was palpable, akin to children receiving sweets, and Feng Ziming joined in their exuberance. It was only then that the queen bee noticed Di Ping descending from above and gasped in alarm. Too late. Di Ping roared, his mind briefly pierced by a sharp pain, yet he endured it, hatred flashing in his eyes as he amplified the force of his strike. A formless barrier appeared before the mutated queen bee, but Di Ping, channeling all his might along with his slicing skill, descended like a meteor. The impact resounded with a deafening crash, sending the already fractured hive scattering as if swept by a tempest, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. With a crisp crack, the invisible barrier shattered under the weight of Di Ping's blow, unable to withstand even a second. The force of his strike was beyond measure. In an instant, the queen bee was cleaved in twain from head to abdomen, yet the power of the blade remained unabated. The blade struck the platform, fracturing it into countless pieces, steel shards raining down as Di Ping landed upon the ground. The mutated queen bee plummeted alongside the debris, and Di Ping coldly regarded the severed remains of the creature now lying amidst the rubble. "Ding! You have slain the mutated queen bee, gaining 50 points of soul energy. Ding! You have acquired the bloodline of the strong." At that moment, the system chimed, but Di Ping paid it no heed. He turned to approach those who had been struck down by the mutated queen bee. "Wang Cheng, how do you fare?" Di Ping inquired, kneeling beside Wang Cheng, who lay on the ground, face contorted in agony, blood trickling from his mouth. "See, Captain, I'm fine," Wang Cheng replied weakly, his voice faltering. It appeared that the mutated hornet had held back against these ordinary individuals, unlike the full force it had unleashed upon Di Ping. Volume 3, 0141. The ground is covered with hornets, yet no harvest after examining all the injured comrades. It was a relief to find that none had succumbed to their injuries. The most severely affected was Wang Feng, who appeared to have fractured several bones. The other 7 or 8 individuals, though wounded, had not sustained any injuries to their bones and were able to sit up with the assistance of fellow team members. It was only then that Di Ping felt a sense of relief. The mutated Hornet Queen had endured a night engulfed in flames, and to still possess such combat capability while facing Di Ping was indeed remarkable. One could hardly expect it to exhibit greater lethality. "Brothers, I am profoundly grateful to have companions like you," Di Ping expressed, gazing at his teammates who looked at him with fervent admiration. He bowed deeply in appreciation. "Captain, we cannot always rely on you to save us. We wish to contribute our efforts as well." One voice chimed in. "Indeed, Captain, it brings us joy to assist you. We fear not even death." Another added, "Captain, are we not brothers?" The team members echoed, showing an admirable lack of fear in the face of death. A palpable atmosphere of courage arose within the ranks, as if nothing could deter them, and they would crush all enemies that stood before them. Di Ping witnessed this spirit and felt a surge of joy. "Haha, yes, we are all brothers," he exclaimed, laughter filling the air. The atmosphere among them grew fervent, and under Di Ping's direction, Wang Cheng and a few others were lifted onto one of the small carts that had been left at the entrance. For carts remained, though a few had been too close to the flames and were rendered unusable. "Gina, do you still possess the spiritual energy to heal their wounds?" Di Ping inquired softly, glancing at Gina, who had also regained her composure. "Master, I can," she affirmed with a nod, stepping forward to treat Wang Cheng. A beam of white light emanated from Gina's delicate palm, shooting towards Wang Cheng's chest. The light, seemingly alive, penetrated his body, vanishing within. Wang Cheng, who had been gasping for breath, gradually calmed, his strained expression softening as the pallor of his face transformed into a healthy flush. Gina directed 2 more beams of light onto Wang Cheng's chest, and astonishingly, he managed to sit up, seemingly free of any lingering issues. Excitedly, he glanced around, drawing the attention of his teammates, who surrounded him with expressions of astonishment, marveling at the miraculous recovery. Di Ping was taken aback by Gina's semi-healing ability. realizing how potent it was for an ordinary person. In just a few moments, she had revived the gravely injured Wang Cheng, who now appeared vibrant and full of life. You ought to be cautious. Your bones are not fully healed yet. Avoid straining yourself, Gina admonished gently, lifting the hood of her mage robe to reveal her enchanting visage. Her smile as radiant as a blooming flower. Her melodious voice wafted through the air like a gentle breeze, igniting a rush of hormones among the men, who suddenly found themselves blushing and awkwardly turning away, bowing their heads in bashfulness. Di Ping, well aware of Gina's prowess, found amusement in the scene before him. It reminded him of his own past reactions to her voice. He shook his head with a wry smile, recalling how he too had been unable to control himself in her presence. Gina proceeded to offer simple treatments to a few others with more serious injuries, while Di Ping began to search for crystal cores among the remains of the mutated hornets. However, after a while, he found himself at a loss as he surveyed the ground littered with hornet corpses. Despite having dispatched over a dozen mutated hornets, he had yet to discover a single crystal core. It was perplexing that none of these creatures had yielded even one core for his efforts. He could only express frustration as he kicked the hornet bodies aside in disappointment. Volume 3, 0142 The Indomitable Spirit of Unity. The singularity of the mutated queen bee lies in its offering of a crystalline core, one that gleams even more resplendently than the earlier mutated Tibetan mastiff, promising a greater exchange for crystal coins, albeit now is not the moment for scrutiny. Gina has successfully healed 7 or 8 individuals, those with minor injuries requiring merely a single treatment to rise, seemingly unaffected. Yet, Gina herself appears considerably fatigued, her brow glistening with fragrant sweat and her complexion somewhat pale. Thankfully, she has managed to complete her task. At this juncture, Di Ping harbors a burgeoning anticipation for the sacred profession, contemplating the immense power that a dedicated healer must possess. Gina's skills are primarily aligned with spiritual cleansing, demonstrating a more pronounced efficacy in restoring mental fortitude, with healing merely being an ancillary function. Nevertheless, this supplementary ability is indeed formidable, suggesting the extraordinary prowess of a specialized healing class. Having undergone an upgrade, Di Ping feels invigorated, his physical ailments entirely resolved. Previously on the brink of demise, the enhanced healing capabilities he now possesses surpass even Gina's. Reflecting on the upgrade, a cloud of confusion envelopes Di Ping. Why is it that today feels different? It seems he has experienced no adverse effects, nor has he succumbed to rage. Remarkably, he has ascended 2 levels without incident. What is the nature of this system? Leaving him bewildered, he cannot help but query the system. Can you explain why ascending 2 levels has not led to any signs of instability? Suddenly, a voice resonates within his mind. Ding, it is because your realm has elevated. The unexpected response fills Di Ping with elation, astonished that the system has engaged with him. However, when the system mentions realm, he pauses, recalling references from novels regarding such concepts, which could also pertain to state of mind, though he remains uncertain of his understanding. Thus, he inquires, what is the meaning of realm? Yet, silence ensues, the system retreating into its usual reticence. He has never grasped when it might respond. If it chooses to ignore him, even a declaration of distress would elicit no reply. Di Ping, exasperated, resigns with a sigh, acknowledging the system's capriciousness. Without further contemplation on this unanswered question, he resolves to lead the group onward. After all, they cannot return empty-handed. Wang Qing, ultimately unable to walk, is forcefully seated in a cart by Di Ping, whose frantic gestures provoke laughter among the others. Through this battle, camaraderie has surged, the team growing exceptionally harmonious as they engage in soft banter while maneuvering several carts forward. Witnessing this, Di Ping feels a sense of fulfillment. The dedication of these individuals affirms that his efforts have not been in vain. In the face of peril that he himself could not confront, these brave souls charged forth, risking their lives to save him. Such a team instills hope within him. This is humanity. When the courage within is ignited, there is no challenge they cannot overcome. Di Ping's blood courses with fervor, while Gina, closely trailing beside him, senses his excitement and gently clasps his hand, feeling the softness of her delicate palm. He turns to meet her gaze, and they share a smile, their hands intertwining briefly before parting again. They resumed their forward march, yet a warmth blossoms between them. Two figures, one tall, one petite, one robust, one slight, casting elongated shadows beneath the sun's embrace. Volume 3. 0143 The Joy of Victorious Return. The large supermarket was not far from their location. Standing there, they could see the building clearly. After a brief 15-minute walk, they arrived at the supermarket's entrance, only to find the doors firmly shut, the glass intact, indicating that it had not been visited. However, the square was marred with bloodstains, suggesting that some incident had transpired, accompanied by long trails of blood, presumably left by Tola. It remained uncertain whether the blood belonged to humans or mutated creatures. Ping surveyed the area, discovering no signs of mutated animals, which prompted the team to force open the door. An enthusiastic group surged forward, and with a few swift movements, the entrance was flung open. Under Ping's guidance, they ventured into the underground supermarket. Modern supermarkets typically offer a wide array of goods, and as they descended into the darkness of the underground section, Feng Ziming had already prepared for this. Several team members switched on their LED lights, illuminating the space. Ping instructed his team not to begin collecting food just yet, for if mutated creatures were lurking within, it could spell doom for the ordinary members of the team. After a thorough exploration of the supermarket, Ping found the interior largely intact, though numerous food items lay scattered on the ground, not open, likely the work of mutated rats. However, the rodents themselves had vanished, and most of the food remained unspoiled. The sight of food sent waves of excitement through the team. Once Ping signaled, they rushed forward en masse to begin gathering supplies. Following their initial chaotic scramble, they had established a protocol that prohibited private consumption or hoarding of food, so the team focused on transporting items outside. Ping assigned Gina to oversee the process while he returned to the tobacco and liquor section. He collected the premium brands available, filling his backpack, while leaving the ordinary varieties behind, mindful to provide some perks for his team. In less than an hour, the group of around 100 worked with remarkable speed, filling 4 large trucks to the brim, stacked high and secured with ropes to prevent any spills. Ingeniously, they had devised a method to push dozens of shopping carts from the supermarket, linking them together to form a convoy, each cart brimming with food, water, and essential supplies. Even with such a haul, it represented only a fraction of what the expansive supermarket offered. The storerooms were still overflowing with various goods, but they could only transport what they had. Consequently, Ping ordered the doors to be secured once more, preventing any mutated creatures from infiltrating and wreaking havoc on their hard-won supplies. The journey back proved remarkably smooth, perhaps due to the lingering effects of the previous night and Apos' fire or the deterrent presence of mutated wasps in the area. They encountered not a single mutated creature along the way. Were it not for the abandoned vehicles scattered about and the desolate storefronts flanked by overgrown vegetation, one might forget that this was a post-apocalyptic world. As the underground mall's doors swung open once more, hundreds of people surged out, their faces alight with enthusiasm and exhilaration. The members of the third team were particularly animated, dropping what they carried to rush forward, embracing their comrades with shouts and jubilant leaps, reminiscent of a joyful reunion after a long separation. This time, the experience had been one of life and death, and they were nearly lost. Soon, Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang emerged, their spirits soaring at the sight of Ping, nearly moved to tears. The previous night had been agonizing for them. Approaching noon, despair had begun to creep in as signs of unrest among the base's inhabitants grew increasingly evident, alarming the two leaders. Had it not been for the restraint of their two captains, chaos might have ensued. While they were in a state of anxiety, news of Ping's return reached them. Initially stunned, they soon sprang into action, racing towards the entrance. "Commander D, my brother D, please don't scare us like that again. You have no idea how worried I was," Han Zhonghua exclaimed, shaking Ping as he lamented with mock indignation, his expression a comical blend of reproach and relief. As if he had been wronged. "I can vouch for that. This guy was genuinely on the verge of tears last night," Lu Guoyang chimed in, his eyes betraying a mix of excitement and relaxation. "Welcome back, Commander D. Your safe return is a cause for celebration." "Ah, That was merely an expression of genuine emotion. You wouldn't understand. Han Zhongguo retorted, unperturbed, casting a pointed glance at Lu Guoyang before turning back to Di Ping with a serious expression. Commander Di, how could you be absent for an entire night? Did you encounter any dangers? Volume 3, 0144, Clear Skies and Thunder Awaken the Forest. After walking for a while, let us return. First, let us secure the supplies. Di Ping merely nodded in acknowledgement of Han Zhongguo's words, gesturing toward the supplies behind him. All right. I will make the arrangements. Captain D must be weary. Let him return to rest for a while, and we will join him once we finish our tasks. Han Zhongguo understood that this was not an appropriate place for conversation, with so many people present and the large carts of food outside, which made him uneasy about leaving them unattended. Thus, he nodded in agreement. Captain D, Di Ping and the two others nodded. Then, accompanied by Gina, they made their way toward the base. Upon entering the base, Di Ping was taken aback to find the entrance crowded with people, all of whom wore enthusiastic smiles. As soon as they spotted Di Ping, they erupted in unison. Hello, everyone. Di Ping was initially stunned, then helplessly gazed at these excited faces brimming with hope. He felt a wave of emotion wash over him, his smile broadening as he waved in greeting to all. As he walked, people lined both sides of the path, and many peered through shop windows, their eyes filled with fervor, calling out for Captain D. Di Ping nodded in response to each of them. In their eyes, he perceived not only excitement and fervor, but also a sense of relief, as if they had survived a calamity. The reason these individuals awaited him, calling out his name, was merely to catch a glimpse of Di Ping, thereby assuaging their anxieties from the previous night. Each call was an expression of their uncontainable inner excitement. Di Ping smiled back at each person, sensing their sincerity, a heartfelt reliance and trust in him. Once back in his room, Di Ping felt his face ache from smiling, hastily rubbing it to prevent his muscles from stiffening. Gina, observing him from behind, stifled a silent chuckle. At that moment, Di Ping wished to think of nothing else. He collapsed onto the sofa, yearning for rest. Having scarcely slept the previous night, he had narrowly escaped a deadly encounter with the mutated queen bee that morning. Although his injuries had healed with the upgrade, the toll on his spirit was irreparable. He desperately needed a moment of repose to regain his composure. Before long, Di Ping truly drifted into slumber, emitting soft snores. Gina gazed at him with warmth in her eyes, gently draping a blanket over him from the bed. She then stepped outside to instruct the duty personnel at the entrance not to allow anyone in, before returning to her own bed to begin her meditation. She was quite fatigued as well. The mental strain from the recent events had not fully dissipated, but she refrained from voicing her concerns to Di Ping, seizing this opportunity to recuperate. Suddenly, a thunderous crack resonated, akin to an explosion ringing in one's ears, jolting Di Ping from his dreams. He sprang up from the sofa in alarm. Who is there? What is happening? Di Ping stood, his face pale, still dazed from sleep, fearing an explosion had occurred. Captain, it's thunder. It may rain. One of the duty personnel outside pushed open the door to inform Di Ping, his expression mirroring surprise, clearly startled by the thunderous sound. All right, I understand. Di Ping finally relaxed, rubbing his face to regain clarity, then gestured for the two to leave. At this moment, Gina, too, opened her eyes, startled by the thunder. Thankfully, she was not in a deep state of meditation, or the thunder would have surely unsettled her mind. Still reeling from the shock, she had not immediately responded to Di Ping, but upon seeing him awake, she rose from her bed and approached the tea table, preparing a cup of tea for him. Volume 3, 0145. This journey is not without game crack. Another thunderclap resonated, and though they were in an underground marketplace, the sound reverberated painfully in Di Ping's ears, indicating its tremendous volume. It seemed the rain was imminent. As Di Ping lifted the cup of tea handed to him by Gina, the thunder startled him, causing his hand to tremble. Fortunately, his strength was well controlled. Otherwise, he might have shattered the teacup. Gazing at the vibrant green tea leaves swirling within the cup, he sighed inwardly. Given the intensity of the thunder, this rain would likely be substantial. However, he wondered just how long it would last. This fleeting thought passed, and he dismissed it. It is said that when it rains, it pours, and no one can intervene in the affairs of fate. Thankfully, he had brought back ample provisions, enough to sustain the base for an entire month over the course of 3 days. He did not believe the downpour would persist for that long. Leaning back on the sofa, he lit a cigarette, a ritual he cherished while sipping tea, as it was during these moments that he felt most at ease. While indulging in this pleasure, he accessed the system. It had been some time since he had thoroughly examined the changes following the recent battle. Entering the system, Ping surveyed the transformations within the base, noting that the inhabitants were bustling about, moving various items into the manor, while the guards stationed atop the castle walls retreated, seemingly preparing for the impending deluge. Observing that everything was proceeding with a semblance of order, he decided not to linger on the base any longer. He then opened the tavern system, eager to see if any noteworthy heroes had refreshed today. However, as soon as he activated the system and cast a glance, he found himself momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. He discovered a significant alteration in his soul energy data. It had surged to 1489. He recalled previously possessing 319 points of energy, and after leveling up twice to confront the mutated Hornet Queen, he had expended 170 points, which should have left him with 149 points. How could there be such a substantial increase? He couldn't recall receiving soul energy from burning the mutated hornets. This left Ping perplexed. Glancing through the virtual screen at Gina, who was also sipping tea, a sudden realization struck him. He remembered that Gina had used a fire magic spell to incinerate a multitude of mutated hornets. It must have been then that he acquired this energy. In his panic, while cradling the unconscious Gina and fleeing, he had been too preoccupied to notice the events unfolding around him. He vaguely recalled countless glimmers of light shooting towards him. But in his rush to escape through the fire door, he had channeled all his strength into the effort, leaving him no reserve to pay attention to anything else. Reflecting on the matter, he realized that at least 2,000 to 3,000 mutated hornets had perished during that encounter. Each hornet yielding less than a point of soul energy seemed rather meager, yet the sheer quantity compensated for this. At that moment, Ping felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps he should not have incinerated them all in one go. Had he known, he could have gradually depleted their numbers, potentially harvesting 1,000 or 2,000 points of energy from the tens of thousands of mutated hornets. However, such regrets were futile now. It was too late to lament. Suppressing his sense of regret, Ping opened the recruitment interface. The screen flickered, revealing 3 heroes. Unfortunately, his luck continued to be lackluster, as all 3 heroes were of D rank, devoid of any promising potential. While D rank heroes were still satisfactory, he remained uncertain about how many heroes he could recruit, and thus he hesitated to use his hero slots indiscriminately. If the system only allowed for 10 slots, recruiting an abundance of D rank heroes would surely lead to despair. Determined yet disheartened, he refreshed the screen once more. The interface transformed again, presenting 3 heroes, yet again confirming his poor fortune. All 3 remained D rank. The tavern system seemed to have a disappointingly low probability of yielding high-potential heroes. Frustrated, he closed the system and smoked in silence, his demeanor reflecting his discontent. Gina, observing Ping's troubled expression, felt a sense of curiosity but refrained from questioning him, opting instead to sit quietly beside him. Volume 3, 0146. The rain poured incessantly, as if the Milky Way itself had tilted. Outside, the thunder grew increasingly intense, each clap resonating in a manner that vexed Ping. Rising from his seat, he stepped outside to assess the downpour. Upon exiting the underground base, he discovered that all the items from the vehicle had been moved inside and were being sorted. Several team members were securing the entrance. Ping approached a few of them, then proceeded to the cave's mouth, gazing skyward. The heavens were shrouded in thick, dark clouds, oppressive as if mountains were resting upon his shoulders. The sky had transformed into an inky abyss, resembling the onset of night. Jagged streaks of lightning danced among the clouds, while a furious wind howled, causing the trees in the street to sway violently, as if they might snap at any moment. Crack! Another thunderclap erupted, illuminating the sky. As a bolt of lightning, as thick as a water barrel, connected heaven and earth, casting brilliance across the landscape. It seemed that the rain had been brewing long enough. With a thunderous boom, it cascaded down in torrents. Initially, a few large drops fell, but soon they multiplied, becoming a relentless downpour that transformed the square into a shallow lake. At last, it has begun, Di Ping murmured, observing the torrential rain. Indeed, it has intensified. At that moment, Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang approached from behind, also marveling at the deluge. Many others in the base gathered at the entrance, peering out at the rain, expressing their astonishment. The rain was undeniably heavy, and within moments, the square had accumulated significant water. Fortunately, the entrance to the underground mall featured 3 steps, and its higher elevation prevented the water from flooding in. Otherwise, given the volume of rain, the underground base would soon be inundated. The rain poured down as if it were free, seemingly intent on cleansing the world of all impurities. While rain often brings joy, such a deluge instills a sense of trepidation and reverence. It is said that water and fire are merciless. Having faced fire just yesterday, Di Ping now confronted water, reminding him of life's unpredictability. Observing the torrential rain, Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang felt apprehensive, well aware of the city's drainage system, which seemed inadequate to handle such an extraordinary downpour. This relentless rain posed a significant test for the underground drainage system, prompting their concern about potential flooding. They instructed others to procure sandbags to seal the entrance and prevent water from seeping in. Half an hour later, the rain showed no signs of abating, while thunder continued to rumble, sending vibrations through their bones. Unable to remain idle, Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang hurried back to the base to inspect for any leaks, acutely aware that, without electricity, they would have no means to pump out any water that might intrude. Di Ping stood at the entrance for a full hour, observing the rain's unwavering assault. Realizing it was futile to wait any longer, he retreated, allowing the team to secure the entrance once more. Upon re-entering the underground base, he was greeted by the aroma of food. It was time for lunch. With ample supplies, the base ensured 3 meals a day, a stark contrast to the past when a single meal was a rare luxury. Although one could not indulge freely, a modest meal was a welcome change from the previous scarcity. Volume 4. Migration of the base. Since time immemorial, tobacco and alcohol have been inseparable. Di Ping had scarcely eaten since yesterday, and hunger gnawed at him. Observing that the inhabitants of the base had gathered in the square, eagerly awaiting their meal, he noticed children frolicking and playing once again. The oppressive atmosphere that had enveloped the base dissipated upon his return, replaced by a lively ambience. Upon returning to his quarters, it wasn't long before Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang returned as well, providing Di Ping with a brief update. Thus far, no signs of leakage had been detected in the underground marketplace. The construction of this marketplace was commendable, with an efficient drainage system that currently kept external water at bay. However, the entire city was experiencing a power outage, which rendered the drainage system ineffective. If the rain persisted, problems were inevitable. Di Ping felt a sense of frustration but recognized the futility of action in the face of nature. They could only wait and see whether the rain would cease. After all, while human endeavor is essential, fate ultimately lies in the hands of the heavens. The world is vast, but mealtime is paramount. Let us eat, he declared, producing cigarettes and tossing a pack to each of them while lighting one for himself. Indeed, Commander D is right. Let us fill our bellies first. Han Zhonghua responded with delight as he accepted the cigarette, eagerly lighting it. Lu Guoyang then rose, stepping outside to issue a brief command to the 2 guard members at the door before returning with a smile, teasingly inquiring, "Did Commander D return with no treasures from his outing?" "Ah, yes. Commander D cannot hoard everything for himself." Han Zhonghua's eyes sparkled with mischief at Lu Guoyang's words, turning to Di Ping with a cheeky grin. "Ha! How is it that I discover both of you possess the traits of bandits?" Di Ping chuckled, shaking his head in amusement as he observed the two. With a swift motion, 2 bottles of Moutai liquor and a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes appeared on the coffee table. Narrowing his eyes at them, he remarked, "There's but a modest amount of liquor. We can manage that for lunch. You 2 can divide the cigarettes amongst yourselves." "Excellent." Han Zhonghua's eyes gleamed upon seeing the offerings. Before Di Ping could finish speaking, he reached for the cigarettes, but another hand swiftly intercepted him, grasping the other end of the pack. "Old Han, Do you wish to indulge alone? Lu Guoyang teased, exerting significant pressure on his grip. Of course not. Han Zhonghua, initially intent on claiming the entire pack, now chuckled sheepishly as he realized the opportunity had slipped away. Di Ping, unfazed by the squabbling of these two shameless fellows, reclined on the sofa, delighting in their playful banter until 3 team members arrived with the meals, at which point the two finally relented, each claiming 5 packs of cigarettes. The meal was simple, without individual dishes, but there was plenty to share, accompanied by 2 cans of preserved food, a standard perk for management. Di Ping did not object. For the 3 of them, the 2 bottles of liquor were hardly excessive. A brief hour later, their meal concluded. Outside, the rain showed no signs of abating. The thunder had softened, yet the downpour continued unabated. After their meal, Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang lingered for a while, sipping tea before departing. While Di Ping could afford to oversee the management of the base, they could not afford to neglect their duties. Once they left, Di Ping found himself at a loose end. Though he had napped earlier, he was not tired now and decided to delve into the system, where he could see that the base was enveloped in torrential rain, with not a soul in sight outside. The castle loomed mysteriously and grandly amidst the relentless storm. Volume 4, 0148, each with their own thoughts at this moment. In the castle base, situated over 10 kilometers away, Cheng Chao, Li Sheng, the plump man, and Yushuji were gathered together, gazing silently through the glass window at the pouring rain, each lost in their own thoughts, oblivious to one another. Only Nan and appeared cheerful, scurrying about the room, while Ning Nan, Lu Hanbing, and Yi Lu seemed to exist outside this collective, huddled together watching the rain and occasionally whispering to one another. With such heavy rainfall, what could Digo possibly be doing? Yu Shuja murmured softly, her gaze still fixed on the curtain of rain outside, her face betraying no emotion. Upon her utterance, everyone turned their attention towards her, including Yi Lu, Ning Nan, and Lu Hanbing, who had been engaged in quiet conversation. Digu has been gone for 3 days. Why does it feel like an eternity? Yu Shuje continued, seemingly oblivious to the attention she had drawn. Mom, I miss Uncle D too. Where has he gone? Why hasn't he come to see me? Does he not want Nan-Nan anymore? Nan-Nan, playing with a small bear on the sofa, instantly abandoned her toy upon hearing her mother mention Di Ping, rushing over to Yu Shujia with a quivering voice, her eyes reddening with unshed tears. Uncle D has matters to attend to. He misses you very much. As long as you behave, he will return soon. Yu Shujia embraced Nan-Nan, cradling her in her arms, whispering comforting words. Yet, it was unclear if her reassurances were meant for Nan-Nan or herself. As her gaze remained fixed on the rain outside, tears glistening in her own eyes. Indeed, I too feel as though an age has passed. Without Digo, my heart is constantly unsettled. Cheng Chao sighed, gazing at Yu Shujia, his eyes drifting towards the window, his voice tinged with melancholy. Li Sheng, whose expression had already been somewhat stiff, grew more somber. He scanned each face in the room but said nothing, turning once again towards the downpour outside, enveloped in silence. Yi Lu cast a fleeting glance at her companions before disregarding them, maintaining her cheerful demeanor as she whispered to Ning Nan and Lu Hanbing. However, the two seemed to lack enthusiasm, their eyes wandering aimlessly. Once more, silence enveloped the room as everyone's gaze drifted to the rain outside. Meanwhile, Di Ping stood in the room, listening to their conversation, his eyes sweeping over each face, a warmth blossoming in his heart. It was comforting to know that these individuals still thought of him, igniting within him an urge to return swiftly in that moment. His heart felt as though it was already soaring back. Noticing the lull in conversation, Di Ping made his way to Barton's room. Barton was reclined in a rattan chair by the window, listening to the rain, engrossed in a thick book held in his hands. Barton was a studious individual. On both occasions that Di Ping had visited, he found Barton immersed in reading. As the camera zoomed in, it revealed that the book was a historical text from their homeland. Di Ping was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Barton would delve into literature from Earth, particularly history. Was he genuinely interested in this region's past? However, this was merely a personal preference, and Di Ping chose not to dwell on it further. He called out to Barton, "Master." At the sound of Di Ping's voice, Barton jolted upright from the rattan chair, his demeanor respectful as he replied. Volume 4, 0149. The relentless downpour continued unabated, as Di Ping and Barton exchanged insights regarding the current state of the base, which was progressing steadily and systematically. Barton adhered strictly to Di Ping and Apos' directive to clear the roads. Mach and Owen promptly commenced their orders to eliminate the mutated creatures in the vicinity of Di Ping, yielding commendable results. In the past couple of days, they had successfully dispatched over a dozen mutated dogs, alongside several mutated cats and wild boars. It was perplexing, as the prevalence of these mutated animals seemed to be on the rise within the urban area, with encounters becoming increasingly frequent. Owen and Mach not only returned with a substantial number of mutated creatures, but also advocated for the base to begin consuming mutated meat, claiming it to be beneficial to human health. Initially, Cheng Chao and a few others opposed this notion, yet ultimately, it was Barton who confirmed the meat's efficacy in enhancing human vitality, leading Cheng Chao and the others to reluctantly allow the incorporation of mutated meat into their diet. To their astonishment, the base's inhabitants quickly developed a fondness for the mutated meat, relishing its flavor and finding it satiating. It invigorated their bodies, hastening recovery from injuries and fortifying the weak. Thus, mutated meat transformed into a prized commodity. Upon learning that the base had commenced the consumption of mutated meat, Di Ping felt a surge of joy. He had intended to discuss this very matter with Barton, suggesting that the meat obtained by Owen and his team should not be discarded but utilized. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Owen had already taken the initiative to implement this plan, showcasing the remarkable capabilities and foresight that came with their S-grade potential. Subsequently, Barton proceeded to brief Di Ping on the situation at the base, revealing that Owen and his team had not only eradicated mutated beasts, but had also rescued dozens of individuals, bringing the base's population to over 100. Furthermore, Owen consistently collected food during each expedition, amassing a considerable stockpile that continued to grow. Although the cultivated land required more than 20 days before the crops would mature, the stored provisions were sufficient to sustain them for a month or two. With this news, Di Ping finally felt a sense of relief. Owen, whose origins remained a mystery, possessed not only exceptional talent, but also seemingly unparalleled capabilities. He resolved to engage in a thorough conversation with him upon their return. After conversing with Barton for a while, Di Ping exited the system. The rain outside showed no signs of abating. The sound of the downpour indicated that it would persist indefinitely, causing Di Ping to feel somewhat overwhelmed. In search of distraction, he began to exercise within his quarters. Having ascended 2 levels in strength, he found that he had yet to fully grasp his newfound power, and with this latest advancement, he would need ample time to acclimate to his increasing strength. He devoted the entire afternoon to his training. With his current strength, wielding a sword thousands of times left him merely fatigued. The impact of swordplay diminished significantly. Thus, he shifted his focus to strength training to better comprehend his rapidly augmenting power. Gina remained seated on the bed, meditating, while Di Ping busily moved about the room, alternating between swordplay and martial arts, fully engrossed in his exertions. As the afternoon progressed, he began to perceive his newly acquired strength with greater clarity, demonstrating improved control over it. Satisfied with his progress, he washed away the sweat that had accumulated on his body, instantly feeling refreshed. Around 6 o'clock, Han Zhonghua and another individual arrived once more, both bearing somber expressions, weighed down by unspoken concerns. Noticing their demeanor, Di Ping gestured for them to take a seat and inquired, "What troubles you? You both appear quite distressed. Has something gone awry?" "Captain Di, the situation is rather dire," Han Zhonghua replied gravely. "The rain shows no signs of letting up, and the accumulation of water has become alarming. It has already reached the 2nd step at our entrance." Di Ping understood that although this new district was dubbed the affluent area, being the most expensive locale in Zhongzhou, its underground drainage system was inadequately designed. Initially, it was claimed to withstand a once-in-a-century downpour, yet every time there was a moderate rain, several streets would flood, becoming a source of ridicule for many in Zhongzhou. Now, with the current deluge, officials would undoubtedly label it a once-in-a-millennium or even a once-in-10,000 years event, making street flooding an inevitable reality. Volume 4. 0150. A rare moment of leisure on a rainy day. Has it truly escalated to such severity? Is the underground mall flooding? Ping, aware of the situation, felt a pang of concern. Observing the expressions of the two men, he discerned that the outlook was grim. These two were the most familiar with the city's conditions. They were well aware of the consequences of flooding. Fortunately, water had not yet infiltrated this area. But he feared that if the rain persisted and the drainage system could not keep pace, the low-lying terrain would inevitably succumb to backflow. Lu Guoyang, wearing a worried expression, echoed this sentiment. Is there a viable solution? Ping inquired, his demeanor stern as he scrutinized the two. With thousands of individuals present in the underground mall, any incursion of water at this time would spell disaster. The best course of action at present is to seal all drainage outlets. This should mitigate the overflow to some extent, Han Zhonghua suggested after a moment of contemplation. Very well. Since there are no other feasible options, let us proceed in this manner. You two, make arrangements for the team to ensure every drainage point is effectively sealed, Ping replied, refraining from unnecessary words. Acknowledging his own lack of expertise in this matter and entrusting it to them. Understood, we shall act immediately. The two men responded promptly, rising without delay and hastily departing in opposite directions. Ping, unable to remain seated any longer, exchanged a few words with Gina before stepping outside to survey them all. A dozen team members were busily dismantling the barriers. As Ping emerged, he stood on the steps and surveyed the scene. Indeed, the rain had not diminished significantly. Although the thunder had lessened, the downpour continued unabated. The square had accumulated substantial water, resembling a vast lake, with water encroaching upon the second tier of steps, threatening to reach the third. The world around him was shrouded in a veil of rain, rendering visibility under 10 meters, the only sound being the relentless patter of raindrops. Ping turned back to the underground mall, where chaos reigned. Team members, under the leadership of Han Zhonghua, Lu Guoyang, and 3 captains, were scouring for materials to seal the underground drainage points. Ping assessed the progress. Fortunately, the underground mall, designed as a high-end establishment, had relatively few drainage openings. With over 300 team members mobilized, they managed to seal all outlets within 2 hours, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang demonstrated commendable skills, orchestrating the operations with remarkable efficiency, while all team members diligently attended to their tasks. As Ping observed for a while, he contemplated joining in but soon realized he was at a loss for where to begin, feeling increasingly restless. Eventually, he deemed it too tedious and retreated to his room. Upon returning, he found Gina still seated on the bed, deep in meditation, diligently honing her skills without a moment's respite. She utilized every spare instant to enhance her spiritual prowess and elemental sensitivity, aspiring to elevate her mage level. This dedication stirred a twinge of envy within Ping. Aside from upgrading through soul energy, he possessed no other means, and lacking a suitable technique to practice, he resorted to mindlessly performing basic exercises, which left him feeling quite vexed. After a brief period of restlessness, Ping found the monotony unbearable. He was not one to remain idle. In his room, aside from sipping tea and smoking, he felt at a loss for activities. After much contemplation, he resolved to utilize the powerful bloodline acquired from slaying the mutated bee queen earlier that day. Enhancing his strength was paramount. Only by becoming formidable could he survive in this apocalyptic world, venture further, and protect those he cherished. With this determination, he mentally summoned his backpack, and the system interface materialized before him. His inventory was sparse, containing only the black gold warblade and 2 compartments filled with an assortment of fine tobacco and liquor. Today, he had shared merely a fraction of these with Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang. Had they glimpsed the 2 compartments brimming with premium goods, they would undoubtedly have been incensed. Volume 4. 0151. The bloodline of the strong induces transformation in the 4th-dimensional space. Ping beheld a crystalline vial, with a mere thought. The vial materialized in the palm of his hand. It was modest in size, reminiscent of a potion bottle, its crystalline body transparent, allowing a clear view of its contents. Within the vial floated a droplet of blood, dark crimson in hue, emanating a hauntingly beautiful crimson aura that continuously morphed in form, exuding an alluring charm that captivated the mind. Is this the bloodline of the powerful? Just this single drop can enhance potential levels? Does it truly possess such remarkable efficacy? Di Ping held the vial, momentarily taken aback by the incredulity of it all. The bloodline of an A-grade powerhouse. It could be consumed by B-grade potential heroes to elevate their potential levels, boasting a success rate of 60. Furthermore, it could be refined into a potential activation elixir with an activation rate exceeding 90. It was advised that the elixir be consumed for optimal results. Di Ping deemed it prudent to employ a detection technique, for this substance was not to be ingested lightly. The dark red hue of the bloodline evoked an unsettling dread, and the thought of swallowing it was daunting. Upon activating the detection skill, a piece of information materialized, revealing that the enhancement was not guaranteed. It was contingent upon probability. Should it be refined into a potential elixir, the outcome would be significantly improved, achieving rates above 90. Yet, Di Ping scoffed at the notion. He currently lacked the means to refine such an elixir. A success rate of 90 was a distant dream, and he could only hope for divine favor that the 60 chance would indeed bear fruit. With a trembling hand, he unscrewed the vial's cap, suppressing the rising nausea, and took a gulp. To his astonishment, the flavor was not the foul stench he had anticipated, but rather a subtle fragrance, far removed from the unpleasantness he had envisioned. The taste, however, was somewhat unpalatable, leaving a dry, tingling sensation akin to unripe fruit. Upon ingestion, the bloodline seemed to awaken instantly. Without hesitation, it transformed into a torrent of warmth surging down his throat, cascading through his chest, belly, and intestines, ultimately rushing into his dantian. Suddenly, it erupted like spring rain, radiating outward from his dantian to the entirety of his being, reinforcing his meridians, bones, and flesh with each passing moment. Crackling sounds resonated as Di Ping distinctly heard the gentle pops of his bones, as if they were elongating. A tingling sensation enveloped his body. Boom! His heart thudded violently, akin to a great drum, threatening to leap from his chest. His blood felt as though it were boiling, surging through his meridians like a torrential flood. He could almost hear the thunderous roar of blood rushing through his ears, a sound reminiscent of a tempest or a stampede. As the energy within him spiraled out of control like a wild stallion, inciting a riot of energy throughout his body, threatening to burst his bones and muscles. In that moment, he felt as though his body was no longer his own, as if he had become an observer, detached from the transformation occurring within. Were it not for the searing pain emanating from deep within his bones and the frantic beating of his heart reminding him of his existence, he might have believed his soul had departed. The intense agony caused beads of sweat to roll down Di Ping's forehead. He gritted his teeth to stifle any sounds. His heavy breaths and rapid heartbeat nonetheless rousing Gina from her meditation. Upon seeing Di Ping slumped against the sofa, his body trembling slightly, she swiftly descended from her bed and approached him with urgency. Her heart raced at the sight of Di Ping's contorted face, glistening with perspiration. Her eyes were filled with terror and concern. She felt utterly helpless, standing there, her gaze laden with worry. What had befallen her master? Was he once again ensnared by the perils of his own power? Volume 4. 0152 Breaking free into a new realm. Gina gazed at her increasingly anguished master. Refraining from further contemplation, she swiftly raised her hands, and a more intense white light than ever before materialized between her palms. She then pressed it against the chest of the convulsing and trembling Di Ping, who was slumped on the sofa. The white light seeped into him as if water were meeting parched earth. Di Ping felt as though he were engulfed in flames. An overwhelming heat that rendered him nearly lifeless, particularly as the energy of his blood boiled within him, akin to a wild stallion inflicting torment throughout his being. His entire body turned crimson, resembling a lobster being boiled, contorted in spasms, with the veins in his neck protruding like robust roots, threatening to burst forth at any moment. It was a pain that penetrated to the marrow, nearly causing him to faint, his consciousness gradually blurring. Yet a voice urged him on, forbidding him from succumbing to unconsciousness, warning that if he did, this enhancement could fail. Thus, he persevered, clenching his teeth so tightly that they emitted a creaking sound, as if they might shatter any moment. Indicative of the immense strength he exerted, blood began to seep from his clenched jaws, trickling down the corners of his mouth, rendering him a fearsome sight. Just as Di Ping felt he could bear it no longer, a refreshing, cool, yet gentle energy surged from his chest, swiftly flowing throughout his body. It felt like a gentle spring breeze or the tender caress of a woman's hand, soothing all the tumultuous blood and flesh, as if they had encountered their nemesis. Gradually calming down, the ferocious energy subsided, seemingly returning to its rightful path, circulating through his meridians, fortifying his flesh. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, Di Ping felt his body tremble violently, as if some shackles within him had been shattered, bringing an immediate sense of relief. It was akin to a burdened individual releasing a 1,000-pound weight from their shoulders, experiencing newfound lightness and joy. Before he could fully savor this sensation, a formidable and terrifying power surged within him, making him feel as if he were a deity, capable of shattering the heavens with a punch and collapsing the earth with a kick. In that moment, he understood the grandiosity of the legendary hero Li Yuanba from the Sui and Tang dynasties, feeling a similar sense of boundless might. Was this not the pinnacle of strength? As the energy gradually dissipated, Di Ping slowly regained his clarity, opening his eyes to see Gina's anxious face hovering before him, her small visage glistening with beads of sweat. Her delicate hands pressed against his chest, radiating white light, her pallor alarming. "Gina, thank you. I'm all right now," Di Ping said weakly, his gaze filled with gratitude. It became evident to him that Gina had been his savior. The refreshing energy he felt earlier had indeed been the one she used to heal him. Had it not been for her intervention, he could scarcely fathom recovering from that excruciating pain, which felt as though his very blood were on the verge of exploding. Can one truly imagine such agony, akin to having one's bones and flesh stirred mercilessly? Truth be told, Di Ping wished never to endure such suffering again. "Master, what happened to you?" Gina asked, her eyes scanning Di Ping's body with deep concern. "I took a potion to enhance my potential and nearly could not withstand it." Di Ping felt no need to conceal the truth from Gina and spoke candidly. "Ah, my heavens! Master, how reckless you are!" Gina's eyes widened in horror, filled with disbelief as she looked at Di Ping, exclaiming, "You do not know how ferocious this bloodline energy is, do you? Very few people would dare to ingest it directly. It must be refined into a potion to balance the energy surge before consumption. Direct ingestion poses a risk of bodily explosion." "I truly did not know," Di Ping replied, rolling his eyes. He understood that refining it into a potion was preferable. But beyond that, he was unaware, and the energy's ferocity had not been revealed by his earlier probing technique, leaving him even more oblivious. "Master, you are truly reckless. How could you dare to consume it without knowing? We have seen many who, wishing to avoid the potion, resorted to direct consumption, only to become incapacitated, and some even perished from blood explosions." Gina looked at Di Ping as if he were a fool, her eyes brimming with incredulity. Volume 4, 0153 The Grand System delivers rewards. Could it be true? Would one actually perish? Di Ping was utterly taken aback. He had no inkling of such a possibility. Had it not been for Gina's timely intervention, he would have remained blissfully unaware. It appeared that the system's detection abilities could not be wholly trusted, as he had nearly met his demise. Just moments ago, he had felt as though he could not endure any longer. If Gina had not swiftly calmed the raging energy within him, he would have undoubtedly succumbed to this calamity. A cold sweat broke out on his back at the thought. Of course one can die. The energy is exceedingly volatile. It is difficult for an ordinary person to withstand, Gina asserted with conviction, handing Di Ping a glass of water. "Well, I truly appreciate your help this time, Gina." Di Ping wiped the sweat from his brow, accepting the glass with a grateful gaze. Yet, internally, he berated the system for its ineptitude, as it failed to relay complete information, nearly leading him to his end. Beep. The system recommends the consumption of a potion. If the host insists on taking it now, who can be blamed? Host, not only are you inexperienced, but your perception is also lacking. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in, and upon hearing its scornful words, Di Ping nearly choked on the water he had just sipped. Cough, cough. He coughed a few times before regaining his composure. This system was relentless in its retorts. It never missed an opportunity to counter his complaints. Usually, it ignored him completely even when he shouted at it. However, Di Ping resolved to maintain his composure and not stoop to the system's level. Is the water too hot, master? Gina assumed Di Ping had burned himself and hurried to take the cup to replace it. No, I just choked on the water. Di Ping waved his hand dismissively, unable to confess that he was ridiculed by the system. Master, have you successfully enhanced your potential? Gina inquired, her eyes filled with hope as she looked at Di Ping. Oh, let me check. Di Ping suddenly remembered he had yet to examine his status. He quickly opened the system to view his personal information, and his heart soared with joy. The previously blue B-level potential had transformed into a striking purple-red A. This A glimmered like a radiant sun, igniting a sense of exhilaration within him. After closing the system, he focused on his newfound strength, astonished by the sheer magnitude of the enhancement. His prior strength of over 8,000 pounds had surged to an impressive 11,000 pounds, an increase of nearly 3,000 pounds. With his current perception, Di Ping could distinctly sense the immense power coursing through his body. He had not anticipated such a significant disparity between A and B levels. He recognized that surpassing 10,000 pounds of strength had elevated his physical capabilities to a new echelon, enhancing not only his power but also his speed and perception. He felt that, with his current prowess, he could effortlessly overpower his former self with a single punch. The difference was staggering. Yes, it worked, Di Ping exclaimed, nodding at Gina, who was anxiously awaiting the outcome. Ah, that's fantastic. Gina gasped, leaping in delight, her expression a mixture of disbelief and envy as she gazed at Di Ping. Is it really possible for this to succeed? Master, your luck is truly remarkable. Hee. Di Ping chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat speechless. Was his luck really that bad? If it were, he would have faced dire consequences. Beep. Host's potential has been elevated to A level, rewarded with 100 crystal coins and a return scroll, now placed in your backpack for retrieval. Suddenly, another notification resonated in his mind. The melodious tone brought Di Ping immense joy. He had not expected such benefits from attaining A-level potential. Despite the system's occasional quirks, it was generous when it mattered. In that moment, any lingering resentment he held towards the system dissipated completely. Volume 4, 0154. The origin of the teleportation scroll. In a state of urgency, Di Ping hastily opened his backpack. From the space designated for blood vessels, a scroll-like object emerged. With a flicker of thought, a long, slender artifact materialized in the palm of his hand. It resembled a scroll, measuring approximately 30 centimeters in length. Crafted entirely from a hide-like material, intricately rolled up. The surface was adorned with complex patterns that captivated the viewer, while the central axis shimmered like crystal, translucent, and radiant. At first glance, it appeared to be an antiquated relic, substantial in weight, yet the softness of the leather was palpable in his grip. This was the return scroll. But how was it to be utilized? Di Ping examined the scroll closely, but it bore no resemblance to the teleportation scrolls described in games, those that could transport individuals. Although its appearance was enigmatic and archaic, he found himself at a loss as to its operation. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The detection spell. He recalled that, despite its occasional pitfalls, this skill was undeniably potent. The return scroll, level 1, could transport a maximum of 5 individuals over a distance of 5,000 kilometers. It could be activated simply by opening it. This time, the system had been quite generous, providing clear information not only on the number of people and the distance for teleportation, but also instructions on its usage. It seemed that although he had chastised the system earlier, it had taken his words to heart and improved the detection skill. Upon further inspection of the scroll, he noticed a crystal clasp at its center. It appeared that opening this clasp would activate the scroll, but Di Ping hesitated to do so. Activating it prematurely would waste the precious return scroll. Ah, a teleportation scroll? Suddenly, Gina exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at the scroll in Di Ping's hand. Gina, how do you know this is a teleportation scroll? Di Ping asked, puzzled. He had just acquired it and had yet to use it. Master, Our teacher demonstrated it to us back at the academy. I remember it looking exactly like this. Gina's eyes sparkled with excitement as she beheld the scroll. Do you know how to use it? Deeping inquired. Elated by the possibility that Gina's world might also possess such artifacts, and she might know their application. Of course, our teacher guided us. Gina replied, her small face beaming with pride and confidence. Then please, enlighten me on how to use this scroll, Deeping chuckled, amused by Gina's adorable enthusiasm as he handed her the scroll. Gina nodded eagerly, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. With great care, she accepted the scroll from Deeping, cradling it as if it were a delicate porcelain doll, fearful of mishandling it. Master, this teleportation scroll is typically crafted by rune masters using materials such as beast hides and crystals. It can record locations within the scroll, allowing one to teleport to those recorded points from afar, she explained, her delight evident as she examined the scroll as if it were a priceless antique. Do you know how to activate it? Deeping asked, now keenly interested in whether Gina's knowledge matched the scroll's method of activation. Absolutely. You see, Master, as long as you pull this crystal clasp and unfurl the scroll, it will automatically initiate, transforming into a hexagram teleportation array. Anyone within the array can then select their destination and be transported directly. Gina responded joyfully, presenting the teleportation scroll before Deeping and gesturing to illustrate her explanation. Volume 4, 0155. The underground mall flooded. Deeping understood that the scroll provided by the system was not unique to it. Rather, it was based on certain principles. This was advantageous as it allowed him to comprehend its usage. Gina reluctantly returned the scroll to Deeping, her gaze lingering as if she were loath to part with it. It was evident that she cherished it deeply, yet Deeping, having only one, could not bear to give it to her. Thus, he placed it into his backpack under her wistful stare. With a sudden movement, Deeping rose, throwing a few punches into the air, each strike producing a sound akin to a gust of wind, indicating the remarkable strength and speed he had attained. He felt confident that if he were to encounter a mutated giant Tibetan Mastiff, a single punch would suffice to vanquish it. In less than 10 days, he had grown immensely powerful, though he was aware that he still had a considerable distance to cover before matching the ferocity of a mutated crocodile. Although he had never faced one directly, the accounts from Han Zhonghua and others had imparted a sense of the crocodile's formidable nature. He also recalled the grotesque giant eagle encountered on his journey. Deeping admonished himself not to succumb to complacency. He must double his efforts. Clenching his fist and feeling the surge of strength coursing through him, he was filled with renewed confidence that he would one day bring down beasts as formidable as the mutated crocodile. Time passed swiftly, and as night descended, team members delivered meals. Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyong arrived together, sharing a brief meal and conversation. However, the furrowed brows of the two men hinted that the situation was far from favorable. Despite their assurances that the underground mall had not yet flooded, a palpable sense of concern lingered. Given the current rainfall, it was inevitable that if the underground passage overflowed, flooding would ensue. After dining, the two men hurriedly departed to inspect the conditions of the underground mall, hoping to address any issues promptly. Once they left, Deeping found himself once again with nothing to occupy his time, so he washed up and lay down to sleep, exhausted from the afternoon and Apos' exertions in enhancing his potential. Suddenly, a rapid series of knocks jolted Deeping from his slumber. Startled, he sat up in bed, while Gina, too, awakened from her meditation, quickly turned on the LED desk lamp, illuminating the room. What was happening? The knocking persisted with urgency. Deeping hastily got out of bed and rushed to the door, pulling it open to reveal Han Zhonghua, his face etched with anxiety as he mimicked the action of knocking, followed closely by Lu Guoyong and several team members holding flashlights, each dripping with sweat. Commander D, the underground mall is flooding, Han Zhonghua exclaimed, his voice thick with urgency. What? Flooding? Deeping was taken aback, realizing that his fears had come to fruition. What is the current situation? Is it severe? The water started at a minimal level, and we have sealed many openings. But it continues to rise, Han Zhonghua said, wiping the sweat from his brow in a rush. We can't contain it. Let us go see, Deeping urged. Not daring to delay, he stepped out briskly, with the others following closely behind. Han Zhonghua hurried ahead to lead the way. As they moved swiftly toward the passage under Han Zhonghua's guidance, Di Ping noticed that the residents in the surrounding rooms had also awakened, peering out through the glass windows, clearly aware of the unfolding crisis. Upon reaching the nearest drainage hole, Di Ping realized the gravity of the situation. The previously sealed drainage opening was now gushing water uncontrollably, and the floor was already significantly damp, with the wetness visibly expanding at an alarming rate. At this pace, it would not be long before this single hole could inundate the entire underground mall overnight. Volume 4, 0156. The deluge unveils a crisis. The incessant rain had transformed the situation into a dire predicament. Di Ping continued his inspection of several underground water ingress points. Discovering that each was similarly afflicted, water began to seep forth, dark and foul, permeating the entire underground shopping center with an unbearable stench. Was the rain subsiding outside? Observing the circumstances, Di Ping furrowed his brow in concern. If the water continued to rise, the entire underground mall would soon be inundated, rendering it uninhabitable. It was unreasonable to expect everyone to remain standing. While the current conditions were bearable for a short while, prolonged exposure would be intolerable. One could only imagine the discomfort of being submerged up to one's legs. He could only hope for the rain to abate or diminish, allowing the water to recede and alleviate the crisis at hand. Thus, he turned to inquire of Han Zhonghua. Alas, I have just checked, and there is no indication that the rain is letting up. The precipitation remains exceedingly heavy, and it is impossible to predict when it might cease. Han Zhonghua exclaimed, striking his palm in frustration. Upon hearing Han Zhonghua's words, Di Ping remained silent, his brow furrowing even deeper as he quickened his pace towards the entrance of the underground mall. He wished to ascertain the state of the torrential downpour outside. His skepticism towards Han Zhonghua's claims was not absolute, but rather a flicker of hope remained. With a team of over a dozen members, they reopened the doorway, and Di Ping led the way outside. Though the darkness enveloped them, the cacophony of the rain made it clear just how relentless it was, pouring down like a waterfall, with little change from before, save for the cessation of thunder. Listening intently for a moment, it became apparent that if this rain continued, not merely the underground mall but the entirety of Zhangzhou could very well be submerged. It had already been raining for several hours without any sign of diminishing or stopping. Should it persist in this manner, only time would reveal the extent of the calamity that might ensue. Receiving a flashlight from a nearby team member, Di Ping switched it on, illuminating the scene before him. The plaza had transformed entirely into a lake, the rainwater crashing against its surface like a cascading waterfall. The beam of light barely penetrated the curtain of rain, demonstrating the magnitude of the downpour. Previously, Di Ping had observed the water level at the second step, but now it had ascended to the third. Were it not for the flood barriers in place, the water would have surged directly into the underground mall. Witnessing this, Di Ping felt a prickling unease. The situation was more perilous than he had anticipated. A gust of wind swept through, laced with dampness and an unsettling chill, causing Han Zhonghua and the others to shiver. Even Di Ping, possessing a robust physique, sensed the unusual coldness of the wind, which felt far from the warmth of summer. Extending his hand to catch the rain, he confirmed its frigid temperature. It seemed that this relentless downpour heralded a sudden drop in temperature, evoking the essence of late autumn. Commander Di, what shall we do now? Han Zhonghua, noticing Di Ping's silence as he stared blankly at the rain, inquired with mounting urgency. Let us return and deliberate further. Di Ping replied, his expression impassive, turning to re-enter the building. After taking a couple of steps, he paused and, without looking back, added, summon the 3 team leaders. We will convene in the meeting room. In the underground mall's meeting room, for LED lights illuminated the modest space, making it exceptionally bright. Although referred to as a meeting room, it was merely a retail area furnished with a few sofas arranged in a circle. Di Ping took the seat of honor without dispute, while Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang, as second in command, occupied positions to Di Ping's left and right. The team leaders, Su Xing of the first team, Zhang Liang of the second, and Feng Ziming of the third, sat opposite on the sofas. In the room, the 6 men remained silent, each absorbed in their own thoughts, smoking quietly, save for Feng Ziming, who abstained from tobacco and was instead engulfed in a fit of coughs due to the smoke swirling about him. Volume 4. 0157 Urgent Discussions for Solutions. Let's not keep things bottled up. I believe everyone is aware of the current situation. Please share your thoughts. Ping was the first to break the silence. He extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray with a forceful motion, his tone devoid of urgency, as if the matter at hand were merely a trivial conversation. I shall speak first. Han Zhonghua responded promptly to Ping's call. He took a deep drag from the remnants of his cigarette before forcefully extinguishing it in the ashtray. Raising his previously bowed head, he surveyed the room before continuing. From my instinct, I feel that this rain will not cease anytime soon. If it continues through the night, the underground market will undoubtedly be flooded, making it impossible for us to remain here. He paused, noticing the collective gaze of the others fixed upon him, and then added, I propose we move to the upper levels of the market. There are more floors above, and we can initially relocate to the top. Once the rain subsides, we can devise a further plan. That is not feasible, Lu Guoyang interjected, despite his previous cooperation with Han Zhonghua. It was evident he held a differing opinion on this matter. Then please, enlighten us on why it is not practical, Han Zhonghua retorted, his irritation evident as he glared at Lu Guoyang. The reason we chose to enter the underground market was for its defensibility. If we move above and the rain stops, what will we do when the mutated creatures arrive? A large gathering of us would easily attract their attention. At that point, the underground market would be inundated, rendering it unusable for a considerable time. What then becomes of our safety? Lu Guoyang countered, unyielding in his stance. His assertion resonated with the others, causing them to nod in contemplation, and even Han Zhonghua's expression shifted to one of silent acknowledgement. I too advocate for moving upwards. The underground passage is already beginning to flood. If the rain persists, it will inevitably be submerged. Should the waters rise, we would face significant complications. As for the safety issue, spoke Feng Ziming, the captain of Team 3, his gaze fixed intently on Ping, suggesting he had a plan in mind. Please continue, Ping urged, reclining on the sofa, his expression neutral as he regarded Feng Ziming. Indeed, Captain. Feng Ziming responded promptly, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Clearing his throat, he continued, this building stands 5 stories tall, similar to our underground structure. We can all relocate to the top floor, which would suffice for our needs. And we can seal off all the staircases for added security. That won't work. The underground level has only 2 exits to the surface. One can be easily sealed, while the other pathways are equipped with blast-proof doors that can be secured, ensuring our underground base remains safe. However, the surface market has 9 access points, and we cannot seal them all. Moreover, the upper levels are predominantly glass structures. Any light would escape, potentially attracting mutated creatures. What then? Lu Guoyang immediately countered Feng Ziming's suggestion, clearly having conducted thorough research on the upper structure. His arguments prompted nods of agreement from the others, including a subtle acknowledgement from Ping. I have considered this matter as well. There are numerous home textile shops on the upper floors. We can completely seal the glass to prevent any light from escaping. Feng Ziming interjected, his gaze unwavering as he faced Lu Guoyang, revealing that he too had done his homework. Volume 4. General oversights of the proposals. Even if the light cannot penetrate, how should we seal the staircase? Lu Guoyang inquired, fixing his gaze upon Feng Ziming. I have also inspected the staircase, Feng Ziming replied. The 5 rapid exit routes can be easily sealed as they are equipped with fire doors, which can simply be sealed off. However, the 4 escalators may pose a bit more of a challenge. We could utilize display racks from the mall to obstruct them. As he spoke, Feng Ziming produced a sheet of paper, which astonishingly depicted the structure of the mall. While gesturing towards the marked passageways on the diagram, he elaborated further. Upon seeing this, Lu Guoyang could not help but cast a deep glance at Feng Ziming, realizing that this young man was quite remarkable, meticulous in thought, and had secretly undertaken significant preparatory work. The diagram was clear, logical, and well-supported, leaving Lu Guoyang momentarily at a loss for counter-arguments. May I interject? Suddenly, Captain Su Sheng, who had been quietly listening, rose to speak. Please, Su Sheng, go ahead. Since we are in a meeting, we should express our thoughts openly without reservation. Deeping encouraged with a smile. Indeed, Commander, Su Sheng continued, addressing the assembly. As many of you are aware, I grew up in the countryside. I recall that after heavy summer rains, an influx of birds, beasts, insects, and snakes would emerge to forage. If these mutated creatures share a similar instinct, our presence here, with so many people, would surely emit a strong scent that might attract them. Yes, I have experienced this as well. I also grew up in the countryside. And I remember it well. Han Zhongwu chimed in, nodding vigorously in agreement. This plan cannot proceed. If we ascend to the upper floors, we would become sitting ducks. Feng Ziming's expression revealed his confusion. Initially skeptical of Su Sheng's observations, he was swayed by Han Zhongwu's affirmation, realizing the validity of the concerns raised. With a hint of frustration, he settled back into his seat, and the meeting fell into a lull once more. I believe we should not confine our focus solely to the upper floors. Is there not a hotel to our left? That might serve as a suitable alternative, suggested Zhang Liang, the second team captain, who had been silently smoking until now. How did I overlook that? The hotel would indeed be quite appropriate, Han Zhongwu exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement as Zhang Liang's words sank in. Everyone's attention was immediately piqued. Even Feng Ziming cast a look of surprise at Zhang Liang, who had unexpectedly demonstrated insight into the surroundings while others had been at a loss. Captain Zhang, could you elaborate on the situation? Diping, unfamiliar with the hotel, prompted Zhang Liang for more information, as he had little knowledge of this area, being on the outskirts of the new district prior to the end of the world. Certainly, Commander, Zhang Liang responded, hurriedly extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray. Rising, he nodded at Diping before addressing the group. This is a newly constructed 4-star hotel, located merely 500 meters away. It stands 18 stories tall and just opened this year. There are ample rooms to accommodate everyone from our base, and it possesses only 3 access routes that can be effectively sealed, fully meeting our safety requirements. Do you have any objections? Diping inquired, observing the thoughtful silence of the attendees. He too found this proposal feasible, but deemed it prudent to seek everyone and Oppo's input. Volume 4, 0159 The Cataclysm of Nature and the Emergence of Insect Plagues. I find this method feasible, Han Zhongwu proclaimed, slamming his hand on the table in affirmation. I concur. Lu Guoyang raised his hand in agreement. I also agree. Feng Ziming, seemingly lost in thought, slowly lifted his head upon hearing Lu Guoyang's endorsement, his expression neutral as he raised his hand in assent. I too agree. Su Sheng followed suit, indicating his approval. At this juncture, only Diping had yet to express his stance, while Zhang Liang was undoubtedly in agreement. After all, it was his idea. After a moment of contemplation, Diping deemed the proposal reasonable and prepared to raise his hand in support. However, just as he moved, a sudden beep echoed in his mind, startling him. Beep. A friendly reminder. This rain is the first manifestation of the surge in vital energy. The essence contained within the rain will nourish all living things, accelerating the process of biological evolution. Once the rain ceases, countless mutated organisms will awaken, including many insectoid mutations. At that point, the external environment will become increasingly perilous, making human survival in the outside world exceedingly difficult. Upon hearing this alert from the system, Diping felt a jolt of cold dread surge through him, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his back. He was horrified to realize this critical information. Had it not been for the system's warning, he would have remained oblivious. He had intended to relocate back to the base as soon as the skies cleared. If he delayed the migration until after the rain, as the system indicated, the potential losses would be catastrophic. To have over 1,000 people traversing the outside world would be tantamount to delivering them to the jaws of mutated beasts. It was crucial to note that the current population of mutated animals was still relatively low, with many yet to awaken, particularly the insectoid mutations, which would now likely emerge in the wake of the rain. The very thought was terrifying. No wonder he hadn't heard a single chirp from insects recently. They had all been in a state of evolution, dormant. The mere idea of a swarm of mutated insects sent a wave of dread through Diping. He was acutely aware of their terrifying potential, having witnessed the horrors depicted in StarCraft. The most despairing aspect of mutated insects lay in their astonishing numbers. Such a vast population meant that once evolution was complete, it would herald disaster for humanity. No. Just as everyone anticipated Di Ping to raise his hand in agreement, he unexpectedly uttered a dissenting no, leaving everyone stunned. Commander, you do not agree with this plan? Han Zhonghua asked, his eyes filled with confusion. Before he could finish, Di Ping gestured for silence. We are not opposed to relocation. Rather, we must migrate. Di Ping straightened in his seat, addressing the group with a calm demeanor. Migrate? To where? Han Zhonghua, impulsive by nature, immediately inquired, his face reflecting bewilderment until suddenly, a spark of realization lit up his eyes. Indeed. Are we to migrate to my other base? Di Ping nodded, smiling at Han Zhonghua. Another base? Aside from Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang, whose expressions remained relatively composed. The three team leaders gasped in astonishment. Yes, another base. I possess another facility that is currently undergoing restoration. There are 5 combat personnel of comparable strength to mine there, ensuring a far greater level of security than here. I initially came to this location in response to a distress signal, with plans to migrate personnel over the next few days. Both ministers are aware of this. Di Ping explained, watching as the 3 leaders began to comprehend the situation. They were taken aback by the revelation that Commander Di had another base, and the fact that there were 5 individuals of similar capability there only heightened their astonishment. Volume 4, 0160 News spreads. Hearts tremble, Captain D. The rain outside is relentless. Is it feasible for us to migrate now? Lu Guoyang expressed his concern while gazing at Di Ping. Indeed. Captain D, why must we migrate in such heavy rain? Can't we wait until the skies clear? Han Zhonghua echoed, perplexed, struggling to comprehend Di Ping and Appo's insistence on migrating under such adverse weather conditions. The magnitude of the downpour posed considerable challenges. It was difficult for an average person to traverse, let alone the elderly and children. The cold weather raised further concerns. What if they succumbed to the chill? These were issues that warranted serious consideration, and he found it hard to believe that Di Ping had not contemplated them. Yes, Captain D, without compelling reasons. Many may refuse to migrate. After all, walking in such torrential rain is arduous, and the difficulties are multiplied for the young and old, Feng Ziming added, his agitation evident as he too failed to grasp Di Ping's motives for the immediate migration. Please sit down. I assure you, I will elucidate my reasoning. Di Ping replied with a smile, gesturing for him to take a seat. Realizing his own overexcitement, Feng Ziming complied and sat back down. Are you all puzzled as to why I insist on migrating in this downpour? Di Ping inquired, taking a sip of tea and placing the cup down, his gaze sweeping across the group. I understand your silence. Migrating in such heavy rain might seem somewhat irrational, yet I have my reasons. Observing the inquisitive expressions on their faces, he continued, let me pose a question. Have you felt that the world has been unusually quiet these past few days? Upon seeing the attentive gazes directed at him, Di Ping elaborated, quiet? What do you mean, Captain D? Han Zhonghua asked, bewildered by Di Ping and Appo's implication. Yes, quiet. Di Ping affirmed, his demeanor serious as he scanned the room, noting the confusion etched on each face. Aside from encountering mutated dogs, have you seen any other aberrant creatures? Do you not find the variety of mutated animals rather limited? And have you heard the chirping of insects or the songs of birds lately? Indeed, I often sensed that something was amiss, but it was only upon your mention that I recognized the profound silence. Han Zhonghua exclaimed, slapping his thigh in realization. Yes, yes. Captain D, I hadn't considered that until now. Lu Guoyang responded, his expression shifting dramatically, uncertainty creeping into his voice as he looked at Di Ping. Precisely. After this rain, the previously dormant mutated animals will awaken rapidly. It's not just animals. Birds and insects will also emerge en masse. The environment will deteriorate further, making human survival increasingly perilous. If we wait for the skies to clear before migrating, the dangers will be insurmountable, Di Ping stated somberly, nodding at Lu Guoyang. Is this truly the case? Feng Ziming and the others gasped, rising in alarm as they faced Di Ping, dread evident in their expressions. Captain D, is this news credible? Han Zhonghua and his companions stood, their eyes wide with horror, shocked by the gravity of the situation. Yes, The information is undeniably authentic. Di Ping responded gravely, his expression serious as he regarded them. Volume 4, 0161 resolute in decision, it was over. Upon receiving Di Ping's affirmation, Han Zhonghua felt as if struck by lightning. His complexion turned pale, and he muttered softly, his eyes vacant as he sank into the sofa, his body seemingly devoid of strength. This cannot be. Lu Guoyang also gazed at Di Ping with a look of terror, his focus lost. Su Sheng, Zhang Liang, and Feng Ziming were no better off. Their faces were ashen, eyes devoid of life. They had not anticipated such a turn of events. If, as Di Ping suggested, a multitude of mutated creatures awakened after the rain, the world would indeed become a realm dominated by these aberrations. The thought of a mutated crocodile scattering a crowd of tens of thousands, resulting in countless casualties, was chilling. Moreover, dozens of mutated dogs had trapped over 1,000 people in the underground mall, leaving them too frightened to venture out. Had it not been for Di Ping and Apos' timely arrival, they might have perished from starvation in that subterranean base. It was evident that if all mutated animals were to awaken, humanity would find no refuge. The mere contemplation of swarming mutated insects, flying aberrant birds, and the endless legions of underground creatures sent chills down their spines. They had all experienced the despair of being hunted by mutated beasts. The reality of such a scenario was unfathomable. Could humanity truly be devoid of a future? Therefore, we must complete our migration amidst this torrential downpour. Should we delay, once the rain ceases, we will lose our chance. Di Ping had little time to allow them to digest this information. Observing the silence among them, he suddenly raised his voice. Oh! The group was jolted from their stupor by Di Ping and Apos' outburst, awakening as if from a dream, staring at him in bewilderment, unsure of what to say. Captain D, if the situation is indeed as grave, will we be safe at the other base? Han Zhonghua stammered, lighting a cigarette, taking a deep drag, and exhaling slowly, seemingly calming his nerves as he looked at Di Ping. Indeed, Captain D, if a multitude of mutated creatures awaken, how can we ensure safety at the other base? Feng Ziming, his handsome face still pale, trembled as he queried Di Ping, clearly still reeling from the shock. I have already stated, there are 5 individuals with combat abilities like mine, and I assure you that number will grow. I cannot promise you absolute safety, but I pledge to exert my utmost efforts to ensure the safety of as many as possible. In this apocalypse, who can genuinely guarantee complete security? Even in times of peace, disasters and calamities occur, do they not? Di Ping cast a deep glance at Feng Ziming. He had initially held a favorable impression of him. Yet after witnessing his recent reactions, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Although Feng Ziming had performed admirably, he clearly lost his composure when faced with a significant crisis, falling short compared to Su Sheng and Zhang Liang, who, despite their earlier fear, had managed to stabilize themselves without such agitation. It is indeed a formidable challenge. Organizing so many people is a problem in itself, not to mention the vast quantities of food required. Lu Guoyang inhaled deeply, exhaling a cloud of smoke that obscured his features, yet his grave tone was evident through his words. Regardless of the difficulties, we must succeed. We must reach my base before the rain ceases. Di Ping and Apos' expression was serious, his tone resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Captain, what if there are those who refuse to migrate? Han Zhonghua interjected, causing everyone to cease their movements and gaze at Di Ping, their expressions filled with gravity and anxiety. Volume 4, 0162 The cruelty of the apocalypse is evident everywhere. Each individual chooses their own path, and each life is determined by oneself. We are not anyone's caretakers. Di Ping forcefully set his teacup down on the table, his gaze fixed on it with an air of indifference. A palpable stillness enveloped the room, as if everyone comprehended the essence of Di Ping's words, yet none dared to speak. Raising his head, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Those who wish to depart may do so. Those who wish to remain are free to choose. We cannot expect everyone to agree with our methods, nor are we saviors capable of rescuing all. We can only save our fellow travelers. We bear no obligation to turn back those who walk in the opposite direction. Upon uttering these words, a profound silence fell over the assembly. The crowd fell into contemplation, grappling with the weight of Di Ping's statement. pondering whether such a stance was excessively callous and devoid of humanity. Yet, simultaneously, they recognized the validity of his argument. Forcing those who do not wish to accompany you only breeds resentment rather than gratitude. Such is the nature of humanity in this world. Diping's words, though stark, resonated with truth. Are there any further questions? Diping anticipated the impact of his declaration. It was sure to shock some, garnering both agreement and dissent. However, he felt compelled to speak the truth. If one aimed to cater to all, then action would be futile. Time is of the essence, and none possess the luxury to linger in explanations. In tumultuous times, stringent measures are necessary. This is the principle at play. Commander D. I concur. Suddenly, Han Zhonghua stood, his voice resolute, as if he had made a significant decision, a flicker of anguish crossing his gaze. Diping looked up at Han Zhonghua, surprised that the person he had anticipated to oppose him was the first to express support. Yet, recognizing the determination and pain in his eyes, Diping understood that a person of Han Zhonghua's stature must be astute. Though he was principled and straightforward, he was not naive. The current circumstances left no room for trivialities. I agree. We must be firm when necessary. Lu Guigao also rose, speaking in a solemn tone. We concur. At that moment, the three captains stood together, exchanging glances before turning to Diping. Diping nodded. Initially, he had expected one or two dissenters, but it appeared that none were foolish. With unanimous support, he promptly declared, "Very well. It is now 2 o'clock in the morning, and our time is limited. We must depart by dawn. We cannot spend the night outside and must reach the base. Therefore, we must act swiftly. You are to go and make the necessary arrangements." The explanations must be clear to ensure everyone's understanding. His implication was clear. There would be no further clarifications for those who did not comprehend. Everyone could choose their path freely. Understood. We will make the arrangements immediately. Han Zhonghua and the others replied in unison. Bring all the food you can carry. If we lack vehicles, we shall construct more. Time is of the essence. We must depart by 7 at the latest. After emphasizing a few more points, Diping allowed the group to disperse. Very well. We understand. The individuals, aware of the urgency, did not linger and promptly turned to exit. Diping resumed his seat in contemplation for a moment before abruptly activating the system to call upon Barton. Master. Barton, having been asleep, was jolted awake by Diping's call, sitting up with a respectful demeanor in the empty space. Volume 4. 016. 3 people say that wealth and nobility are sought through peril. Barton, how is the rain situation at home? Will the base flood? Diping inquired thoughtfully. My lord, I just checked before falling asleep, and there are no issues. The castle has a comprehensive drainage system. It will not flood at all, Barton replied respectfully, relieved to hear Diping's voice, confirming it was not a dream. Good. Tomorrow, I will arrange for people to migrate to the base. You ensure that Bugi guards the home, and let Owen and Mo come to assist me, Diping said, unable to suppress a chuckle at the thought of such a robust system being overwhelmed by water. That would be an international joke. He proceeded to outline his arrangements. Understood. My lord, I will make the necessary arrangements at once. Barton responded with simplicity, not questioning Diping's directives, but responding with utmost respect. By the way, there are over 1,000 people here. Please discuss with Chung Chao and the others about the reception arrangements. Accommodating so many is a challenge. So figure out how to manage it, Diping continued thoughtfully. Certainly, my lord. I will communicate with Mr. Ching promptly. Barton paused, ready to turn but waited for Diping to finish. After a few seconds, he asked again, Is there anything else, my lord? None. You may leave to make your arrangements. Diping said, contemplating that there was nothing further to discuss, allowing Barton to depart as he himself shut down the system. Outside, the noise of people began to swell. Diping realized that the individuals at the base must have learned about the impending migration. Listening to the rising clamor, interspersed with the cries of children, he opted for silence. This decision was not one he desired. Yet if they did not migrate while it was raining, he feared for the safety of these people reaching the base. The system would not deceive him in this regard. Once the rain ceased, it would herald a cataclysm of biological evolution, rendering the outside world even more perilous. Traveling en masse would be akin to shouting with a loudspeaker, and the current cruelty was a means to ensure the survival of more individuals. Ding. Completion reward task. Successfully migrate and ensure over 80 personnel safety to complete the task. Below 80 will be deemed a failure, resulting in a deduction of 500 crystal coins. The fewer casualties, the greater the task rewards. Do you accept this task? Just as Dipping sighed and prepared to return to his room, the system chimed in his mind again. Stunned by the content, he momentarily struggled to process that the system had assigned him a task, the rewards of which were still unknown. Most importantly, failure would incur a deduction of 500 crystal coins, and he currently possessed only 131 coins, insufficient to withstand such a penalty. He felt conflicted about accepting the task. Damn it, let us go for it. They say wealth and nobility are sought through peril. Regardless, we must migrate. And my goal is to ensure the safety of more people. This aligns with my intentions and does not conflict with the task. As for the task and Oppo's completion rate, that will depend on my efforts. Dipping resolved firmly to accept the task. Though uncertain of the rewards, considering the penalty of 500 crystal coins, the rewards must be substantial. Relying solely on the mutated beasts he has slain for crystal cores was insufficient. Neglecting a task opportunity would be a waste. System, I accept this task. The words escaped Dipping's lips with conviction, not merely a thought, but a declaration of determination. Ding. Task acceptance complete. As soon as the words settled, the system confirmed that the task had been accepted. With this affirmation, Dipping felt a weight lift and resolved to prepare himself adequately. He needed to seize this opportunity to rest, for tomorrow held uncertainties, and he must ensure he was in the best possible mental state. Volume 4, 016 for the downpour continues. Master, I have heard from outside that tomorrow morning, everyone will be migrating to our base. Is that true? As Diping entered his room, Gina stood behind the door, straining to listen. Upon seeing Diping, her cheeks flushed, and her striking blue eyes looked at him inquiringly. Indeed, after the torrential rain ceases, life will awaken anew, and a multitude of mutated creatures will stir. If we wait until then to migrate, the dangers of the wilderness will be insurmountable. I cannot ensure the safety of so many, Diping replied, gently closing the door. His expression grew grave as he moved to the sofa, reclining wearily, his voice laden with helplessness, as if leaning back could alleviate the burden on his heart. I understand. Master. Gina nodded, demonstrating her complete obedience to Diping. She would never voice dissent against his decisions. Her earlier curiosity had merely been piqued by the commotion outside. Gina, you should rest well. Tomorrow may bring a fierce battle. Diping murmured softly, closing his eyes. Yes, master. Without further ado, Gina returned to her bed, sitting cross-legged and beginning to meditate. The room fell into silence, yet the clamor outside grew louder. Diping furrowed his brow but remained seated, with Han Zhonghua, Lu Guoyang, and 3 captains outside. Failure was not an option. In a haze, Diping drifted into slumber, the noise outside failing to deter his fatigue. Just as he began to dream, a cacophony of footsteps erupted from beyond the door, jolting him awake. Gina, open the door. Diping rubbed his face, realizing it was already past 6. Knowing it must be Han Zhonghua and the others come to summon him, he quickly rose. Gina, too, sprang from her bed and hurried to open the door. Upon opening it, only Han Zhonghua and Su Xing stood there. The others were absent. Han Zhonghua nodded at Gina and swiftly entered the room. Commander D, everyone at the base has assembled and is ready to depart at any moment, Han Zhonghua exclaimed, panting as he regarded Diping. Diping noted the sweat pouring down his face and the dampness of his clothes, indicating a night of strenuous effort. Thank you for your hard work. Was the process smooth? Diping inquired, smiling gently. Surprisingly so. Initially, many were resistant, but after our explanations, most came to understand. Only a few caused any trouble. Minister Liu and the others are still working to calm things down. The situation is manageable, Han Zhonghua replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. Good. That is reassuring. By the way, has the rain ceased? Diping exhaled, relieved. He was reluctant to resort to forceful measures. As they were all compatriots, thankfully, most had remained rational. Then he seemed to recall something and looked at Han Zhonghua. That is the issue at hand. Although the rain has not stopped, It has lessened slightly compared to yesterday. However, it still qualifies as heavy rain, which could complicate our travel, Han Zhongwa sighed, expressing his concerns. There's no option. We must proceed. Even if it means enduring hardship, we must go. Di Ping recognized the challenges posed by such downpours. Yet he knew he had no choice but to forge ahead resolutely. Let us go. Without waiting for Han Zhongwa to respond, Di Ping waved his hand and stepped into the corridor, Gina swiftly following. Han Zhongwa and Su Xing trailed closely behind. Upon opening the door, the noise outside intensified. Di Ping led the way to the square, where he discovered that everyone had gathered. It appeared they had formed into groups, each consisting of 40 to 50 individuals, with a contingent of militia leading the way. Though somewhat chaotic, there was an overall semblance of order. Volume 4, 0165 Who will save humanity in the apocalypse? Upon the emergence of Di Ping, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd, who fervently called out to Captain D. With a warm smile, Di Ping nodded in acknowledgement, eventually making his way to the center of the square and ascending the stage. The throng promptly fell silent, their gazes fixed intently upon him. I believe you are all aware of the reasons for our migration, Di Ping proclaimed loudly after surveying the crowd. We know, came the unified response from below. Very well, I shall not indulge in unnecessary words. I have but one request. Di Ping's smile faded, and his expression turned solemn as he addressed the assembly in an exceedingly serious tone. This request is that despite the hardships we may face today, I implore each of you to persevere. We must cover a distance of 15 kilometers before nightfall. We must reach the base. Can everyone manage this? 15 kilometers? That is quite far. And with the rain, it will be difficult. One and oppose. It? Indeed. Even on a good day, traversing 15 kilometers poses a challenge. It will be even more arduous now. What shall we do? Did we not hear Captain D say we must arrive before dark? As Di Ping and oppose, demands echoed. A cacophony of murmurs erupted among the crowd, many faces betraying uncertainty. Enough. Allow me to finish. Di Ping's brow furrowed at the sound of their concerns. He had not anticipated such weakness among the people. The thought that so many would deem the journey insurmountable was disheartening. He raised his voice, commanding silence. Listen closely to my words. The reason for arriving before nightfall is clear. You all understand the perils that lurk in the darkness. Therefore, we shall not pause nor wait during this journey. Falling behind the group could prove perilous, and I do not wish for anyone to be left behind. The moment his words left his lips, the murmurs intensified. Some individuals even questioned the humanity of Di Ping's demands. Yet, he chose not to respond, merely gesturing emphatically and shouting, "Let us depart." Without a glance back at the crowd's reaction, he stepped off the stage and made his way toward the exit. Now is not the time for declarations of benevolence or compassion. While he could voice such sentiments, the mutated beast would show no mercy. They lay in wait for any opportunity to seize flesh and blood. Di Ping could not risk the lives of the many for the folly of a few. Whether one chose to follow or remain was entirely their prerogative. He understood that his kindness could not be squandered indiscriminately. At present, several large vehicles were stationed in the passageway, evidently hastily modified overnight. It was impressive how swiftly these individuals had acted. As the vehicles were laden with food and covered in tarpaulins, the source of which was unknown. Upon hearing Di Ping's command, dozens of team members quickly unblocked the passageway. Di Ping led the way, followed closely by his companions who pushed the laden vehicles. Gradually, the crowd began to move from the square toward the exit. Although many still voiced their dissatisfaction, they ultimately had no choice but to join the procession. Standing at the entrance, Di Ping found himself momentarily lost in thought, gazing at the torrential downpour that seemed to merge sky and earth. A chill wind swept through, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Logically, at this hour, the sky should have been brightly lit. However, under the oppressive, ominous weather, it appeared rather dark. The rain, though less intense than before, continued to pour down relentlessly, limiting visibility to barely 50 meters. Volume 4, 0166 The difficult path. Di Ping exhaled deeply as he accepted a straw hat handed to him by Han Zhongwa. Plunging into the downpour, the rainwater in the square had accumulated to a considerable depth, reaching his knees, making each step laborious. Gina, enveloped in her mage robe, followed closely behind, hastening into the deluge. A multitude of individuals, pushing a large cart, soon joined them, and then, under the guidance of the militia, more groups ventured into the rain-soaked terrain. As they were drenched, everyone shivered uncontrollably despite their attempts to shield themselves with makeshift rain gear. The downpour was relentless, rendering umbrellas utterly ineffective. "Commander D, the rain is too heavy," Han Zhonghua called out, trailing behind Di Ping. The rain drenched him thoroughly, rendering his straw hat useless, and the icy water sent a shiver down his spine. The frail could hardly withstand such torrential rain. He hurriedly caught up with Di Ping, exclaiming, "We can only advance now. Retreat is not an option. You need to stay at the back to maintain order. We cannot afford to falter." Di Ping wiped the rain from his face and replied loudly, "Understood." Han Zhonghua, resigned to the truth of Di Ping's words, turned and made his way back to the rear of the formation. "Quickly, everyone, keep up. No noise." Han Zhonghua quietly directed the drenched throng, now resembling a flock of drowned rats. Before long, over 1,000 individuals emerged from the underground mall and surged into the rain. Many children, startled by the icy water, immediately burst into tears, only to be swiftly silenced by their parents, who hushed them gently. Everyone was acutely aware of the dangers lurking outside and tried to keep their voices down. Leading the way, Di Ping pressed forward. The rain had fallen throughout the night, leaving the roads deeply flooded, with most areas submerged to a depth of 5 to 6 centimeters, while the deepest spots reached up to the thighs. This made traversing the terrain exceedingly difficult, and the entire party moved at a snail's pace. They had set off shortly after 6 o'clock, significantly earlier than the planned 7 o'clock departure. However, by 7:45, they had barely covered 2 kilometers. Fortunately, the heavy rain had kept mutant creatures at bay, allowing them to maintain a relatively swift pace without the constant threat of ambush. Di Ping inwardly cursed. This was supposedly the finest new district, yet it had endured an entire night of rain, leaving such extensive flooding. Had it not been for this, their progress could have been swifter. Thankfully, the proportion of the elderly and weak was low, enabling them to evade the onslaught of mutant crocodiles and other creatures, as most of the party comprised agile youths. If not for this, how could over 1,000 individuals form a militia of 300 capable adults? There were fewer than 30 children, over 200 women, and merely 20 or so elderly, while the majority consisted of adolescents aged 14 to 15 and middle-aged individuals over 45. Thus, their pace remained manageable. The rain continued unabated, and everyone trudged through the water, heads bowed, silently following the main group. Each step was arduous, and within less than an hour, several elderly members began to wheeze and lag behind. Were it not for the militia members offering support, these elders would have likely fallen behind. Despite their exhaustion, everyone remembered Di Ping's earlier warning: those who fell behind would not be waited for. Consequently, each individual grit their teeth and pressed on, fearful of being the one to lag behind, a fate akin to death. Perhaps this was why everyone displayed remarkable resilience, refusing to voice their fatigue. The entire formation moved quietly down the center of the road, advancing slowly through the torrential rain. No one spoke. There was no commotion, just a collective, silent struggle. The streets had completely lost their former vibrance. Vegetation had encroached upon much of the road, leaving barely 3 to 4 meters of clearance in the center. The formation stretched at least 200 to 300 meters long, with no one daring to utter a word. Even the sound of splashing water was drowned out by the rain, as if a ghostly procession was making its way through the storm. At that moment, Di Ping was unaware that numerous individuals peered out from the upper floors of buildings, stealthily observing this peculiar group through glass windows. These people, typically adept at evading mutant creatures, appeared gaunt yet alive. They watched the strange procession with a mixture of astonishment and excitement, some even gesturing eagerly. But the din of the rain obscured their voices. No one below raised their gaze. Even Di Ping's eyes occasionally scanned the surroundings, yearning for a moment to look up. Volume 4. 0167. The trickle merges into a river, receiving no response. Some individuals began to curse with menacing expressions, as if all the grievances of the apocalypse had converged at this moment. Although they shouted, few dared to descend from the upper floors. Yet, as is often the case, there were exceptions. A number of bold souls gritted their teeth and rushed downstairs, pursuing the group ahead. Captain D. Ping, cautiously navigating ahead while scanning for dangers, suddenly heard his name called from behind. Turning around, he spotted Lu Guoyang jogging towards him, his glasses fogged with moisture, rendering them nearly useless. He had no choice but to hold them in his hand. What happened? Di Ping inquired urgently, noting Lu's breathlessness. He feared the worst. But Lu's demeanor did not suggest a grave issue. And no problem. We have some survivors joining our team. Lu Guoyang adjusted his straw hat and finally put his glasses back on, panting as he spoke. Survivors? Di Ping halted, his attention fully on Lu. Indeed. Survivors who somehow evaded the catastrophe. They've seen our group and come forward. There are already more than 10. Lu Guoyang steadied his breath and conveyed the details to Di Ping. They wish to accompany us. Di Ping was taken aback that, amidst the torrential rain, survivors would seek them out. Yes, I mentioned heading to the base, and these individuals requested to join us. What do you think, Commander? Lu Guoyang nodded and asked with a tentative tone. That's acceptable. Inform them that as long as they do not cause disturbances, they may follow. Di Ping wiped the water from his face and made his decision, then turned to continue leading the way. In the brief exchange, the rear unit had already caught up, and he needed to expedite their advance. Understood. I will make the arrangements immediately. Lu Guoyang replied with a nod and turned back to relay the message. Thus, Di Ping ventured ahead to scout the path, while more individuals steadily merged into their group. By 9 o'clock, after 2 hours, they finally reached the ring road. Di Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Being on the ring road meant they could avoid much of the rain. The area beneath the elevated highway provided ample shelter, and it was far more navigable than the previous streets, promising a quicker passage. Let us rest for 5 minutes before we set off. Once everyone had gathered beneath the elevated highway, spirits lifted as they could finally escape the downpour. The relentless rain had soaked them all, causing considerable discomfort. But this reprieve offered much-needed relief. Di Ping halted and issued commands to the team behind him. Excellent. At last, we can take a breather. I'm utterly exhausted. Quickly wring out your clothes, or you'll catch a chill. I'm utterly fatigued. I need to sit down. Weren't we told not to rest? It seems the commander does care for us after all. Indeed. Don't let his stern demeanor fool you. He is quite kind-hearted. That is obvious. The commander saved all our lives. Such feats are the work of deities. Upon hearing Di Ping's orders, the group erupted in joy, with many sitting down immediately to rest, while others began drying their clothes. Han Zhonghua, Lu Guoyang, and the 3 squad leaders did not rest. They approached Di Ping to discuss any pertinent matters. Brother Lu, how many people have joined us so far? Di Ping, wringing the rainwater from his clothing, turned to Lu Guoyang. Commander, as of now, a total of 113 individuals have joined us. 93 men, 15 women, and 5 children. Lu Guoyang quickly relayed the numbers without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Di Ping's expression darkened slightly. In this apocalyptic world, the survival of the elderly, women, and children was indeed far more arduous. The fact that only around 20 of the more than 100 newcomers were women and children underscored the harsh reality faced by the vulnerable in such dire times. Though he understood the grim nature of the situation, he felt powerless to change it. Volume 4. Encountering the perilous road again, how have these individuals performed? Have they adhered to the arrangements? Di Ping, with a sigh of contemplation, donned his wrung-out clothing and casually inquired. Well, they are manageable for now. They have generally complied with the directives. Lu Guoyang responded, while wiping the moisture from his spectacles, nodding in affirmation. Very well, as long as they can follow the orders. Let's take them along. If anyone causes a disturbance, we must be resolute. Di Ping nodded, then, with a sudden shift in tone, addressed the group with gravity. We understand. The others replied in unison, nodding in agreement. Then prepare yourselves. We shall depart immediately. There is no rain under the bridge. We need to hasten our pace. Be mindful to ensure no one lags behind. Di Ping reflected for a moment, deemed there were no further issues, glanced at the time, and spoke to the group. All right. We shall make arrangements at once. They all echoed in unison before turning to leave together. Let us set forth. Di Ping gestured towards the advancing convoy as he watched the group move away. Quickly, rise up. The commander has called for departure. Upon hearing Di Ping's command, the resting team members instantly sprang to their feet and relayed the order to those nearby, despite many feeling exhausted and fatigued. Seeing others rise compelled them to do the same. Once everyone was prepared, Di Ping led the way, with Gina closely following at his side. Casting a glance at Gina, Di Ping felt a wave of resentment. He was drenched as if he had fallen into a river, while Gina appeared entirely unscathed. Her mage robe seemed to repel water entirely, causing raindrops to slide off effortlessly. Truly an extraordinary garment. He found himself regretting not having chosen the path of a mage for his profession. As the expedition resumed, their pace noticeably quickened. The elevated bridge shielded them from the downpour. Although the water below reached their ankles, at least they were spared from the incessant rain above. It felt significantly more pleasant, akin to lightening a burden from 200 pounds to 100, immediately lifting one's spirits and making the task feel less arduous. In less than an hour, the group had traversed 2 to 3 kilometers, with 6 to 7 kilometers still to cover in the ring road. They had now completed nearly half the journey. Di Ping gazed at the still gloomy sky. The rain showed no sign of abating. His heart swelled with joy. If they maintained this speed, they would surely complete the elevated route before noon, leaving only 5 kilometers to the base thereafter, a distance that could easily be covered in the afternoon. Master, lost in thought, Di Ping was jolted back to reality by Gina's hushed exclamation, and he quickly turned to her. Mutated creatures. Without needing further clarification from Gina, he raised his gaze and spotted a group of mutated animals ahead, merely 500 to 600 meters away. It was clear that these creatures had also noticed Di Ping and his team, immediately becoming alert. "Ah, mutated dogs," shouted a team member from behind, panic evident in his voice. "Silence." Di Ping snapped back with a fierce glare. The terrified team member, realizing his mistake, quickly covered his mouth. However, his outcry had caught the attention of over a dozen individuals ahead, all of whom raised their heads to see the large pack of mutated dogs, their expressions shifting to alarm. Yet, upon noting Di Ping and the others standing resolutely, their faces relaxed, and they halted their advance. The group halted their pushcart, and the others followed suit, peering forward in confusion, unsure of what had transpired ahead. Volume 4. 0169 The Berserker Slays the Abnormal Hounds. Di Ping stood firm, gazing ahead. It turned out that 5 or 6 mutated hounds were nestled within the greenery, seeking refuge from the rain, while a few others roamed near the flower bed. The greenery, elevated above the ground, had yet to be inundated, remaining dry. The hounds, originally sheltering from the rain, rose upon spotting Di Ping's group, their blood-red eyes growing increasingly ferocious. "Allow me," Di Ping interjected, halting Gina, who was about to advance. He wished to test his current strength against these mutated hounds. Practicing on them would be advantageous. Woof, woof. Suddenly, the mutated hounds erupted into frenzied barking. "Ah, the mutated hounds." At that moment, the team behind finally heard the cacophony of barks, causing an uproar among them. Who among them was unaware of the ferocity of the mutated hounds? Upon hearing their barks, everyone instinctively trembled with the urge to flee. "Do not move," the team leaders shouted in unison, quelling the chaos among the crowd. Their leadership proved effective. They had all accompanied Di Ping on hunts before and understood his formidable prowess. There was no need to fear these hounds. Initially startled by the barking, they quickly regained composure, reassured by Di Ping's presence. Fortunately, each team comprised 30 to 40 individuals, and the deterrent effect of 10-person squads held firm. The crowd, which had been on the brink of panic, gradually regained its composure, faces etched with fear as they peered ahead. However, the distance was too great. Only the frontmost teams could discern the unfolding scene. Woof, woof. A dozen mutated hounds began sprinting towards them, their terrifying massive forms resembling a pack of feral tigers lunging forward, kicking up splashes of water as they charged, akin to a stampede of galloping steeds, their formidable presence overwhelming. Many individuals turned pale, unable to suppress their instinct to retreat. Boom. As the rampaging hounds surged forth, Di Ping's expression remained unchanged. Yet he forcefully propelled himself off the ground. With a resounding splash, water erupted, seemingly detonated by a powerful gust. Waves surged outward, and he shot forward like a cannonball, charging at the mutated hounds with the ferocity of a raging dinosaur. Battle blade. The hounds, swift as the wind, closed the distance of several hundred meters in an instant. Ping, not to be outdone, raced forward like a speeding rhinoceros, each footfall creating tremendous splashes. One man and a pack of hounds approached at an incomprehensible velocity. And midway through, with a sharp call, a battle blade materialized in his grasp. Thud! Howl! At last, the man and the pack of mutated hounds collided. Ping, gripping the blade with both hands, unleashed a series of dark arcs with his obsidian weapon. Countless blade shadows formed a curtain in the air, accompanied by a series of piercing sounds and anguished cries. When the man and the hounds finally parted, all onlookers stood in astonishment. Lying scattered across the ground were the fallen mutated hounds. Of the dozen or so hounds, only 6 of those on the periphery remained standing, while 7 or 8 lay in the water, their vibrant crimson blood swiftly staining the surface a deep red. Howl! As Ping turned, the 6 remaining hounds seemed to finally react, their bloodshot eyes locking onto him as they bared their vicious fangs, growling menacingly. Charge! Ping suddenly leveled his blade, issuing a fierce command, then propelled himself off the ground with tremendous force. His entire being resonated with energy, bones vibrating with a thunderous sound. As if propelled by an immense power, he sliced through space like a bolt of lightning. Thud! Howl! When Ping reappeared behind the mutated hounds, a wave surged forth, akin to a ship slicing through water, rising several meters high before crashing down like a waterfall, illustrating the speed at which he moved. As the wave cascaded down, the 6 hounds that had been standing collapsed in unison, none left whole, each severed in twain. It was only then that the blood seemed to react, gushing forth like a fountain, instantly transforming the ground into a lake of crimson. Volume 4. 0170 The unmatched power that shakes the heart. Ping turned around with a calm expression, shaking his battle blade, producing a resonant hum as if to rid it of any blood. In truth, the obsidian blade bore no stains, it remained smooth and pristine. Although Ping appeared tranquil, turmoil brewed within him. He had merely intended to test the effectiveness of his slashing attack amidst the chaos. But the outcome astonished him. His strikes were executed with such swiftness that he nearly failed to register them himself. The 6 mutated hounds met their demise before they could react. Their speed was eclipsed by the horror of his assault. At that moment, he realized that warriors could be as formidable as mages. When power and speed converged, the resulting lethality was astonishing. In mere seconds, he had dispatched over a dozen mutated hounds, an endeavor that would have taken Gina at least half a minute, provided the creatures were grouped closely together. How magnificent! Our captain is awe-inspiring. The squad members ahead were momentarily stunned, taking several seconds to react before erupting into exuberant cheers, their eyes alight with fervor. What is happening? What is going on? Those at the back, hearing the raucous celebration, were bewildered and apprehensive. The 300 militia members, armed and vigilant, were hesitant to move. Indeed, they are shouting praises for our captain. What could have transpired? The discussions among the rear ranks were filled with confusion, as they remained oblivious to the events unfolding ahead. Enough! Ping raised his hand, signaling the squad to cease their shouting. Gradually, they regained their composure, cognizant of the lurking dangers in the wild. Their earlier excitement had momentarily clouded their judgment. Captain D? At that moment, Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyong arrived from behind. Upon witnessing the blood-soaked ground and the several massive corpses of mutated hounds strewn across the water, their expression shifted dramatically. It's all fine now. You two return and reassure the crowd. We shall set off shortly. Ping smiled reassuringly, gesturing for them to continue their tasks of calming the populace. Oh. Though the two were perplexed by the situation, they complied with Ping's instructions, albeit with lingering uncertainty. Casting a final glance at the bloodied lake where the hound corpses lay, their faces reflecting a deepening astonishment. Gina! Ping signaled to her before stepping forward to cleave open the head of one mutated hound, extracting a crystal core. Gina promptly joined him, and soon the collection of cores was complete. Come, let us gather these mutated hounds. Ping instructed the team, pushing carts ahead. with a resounding cheer. The team surged forward, displaying no fear or revulsion as they eagerly began to handle the hound carcasses. They had accompanied Di Ping on similar missions before, and within 5 minutes, the hounds were neatly packaged and loaded onto the carts. The convoy resumed its journey, and gradually, those at the back began to receive information from the front. They learned that indeed, a dozen mutated hounds had appeared. But the revelation that they had been vanquished by Captain D in mere seconds was even more astonishing. Initially, many were skeptical, particularly the over 100 newcomers who had joined along the way. Upon hearing the hounds' growls, they had contemplated fleeing. Yet the guns pointed menacingly at them had quelled their instincts. They had inwardly cursed the squad members. Yet when they learned that the mutated hounds had been exterminated so swiftly, disbelief clouded their minds. However, as they passed the site where the hounds had fallen, witnessing the bloodied waters and the grotesque remains strewn about, including the savage heads of the mutated beasts, they could no longer doubt the truth. Indeed, it seemed that there were individuals in this world capable of slaying mutated hounds. Volume 4, 0171 compared to the present. Perhaps the recent incident involving the mutated dogs has invigorated everyone, hastening their pace on the journey. Unlike before, when team members needed constant urging to quicken their steps, now they moved swiftly. Remarkably, the road to the base was already in sight before it was even 11 o'clock. Di Ping felt a surge of excitement. Only 5 or 6 kilometers remained. Although the rain continued to pour, he was confident they would reach the base today. Captain D, do you think we should take a break? We will soon be entering the rain, and everyone seems quite fatigued. They haven't eaten anything this morning, and the women and children are starting to struggle, Han Zhongwa said, catching up with Di Ping, panting heavily. All right, let's rest for 10 minutes and allow the team to distribute some food, Di Ping replied, glancing back at the long line of weary team members, all drenched in sweat from pushing the carts. He recognized the arduousness of their journey and the presence of elderly individuals and children, so he nodded in agreement. Great. I'll make arrangements immediately, Han Zhongwa exclaimed with delight, eagerly turning to run ahead. His joy was understandable. They had covered a significant distance that morning. Over 10 kilometers in 5 hours, with a group of more than 1,000 people trudging through the flooded terrain. Remarkably, no one had fallen behind or suffered any casualties. A stark contrast to their earlier concerns, and it seemed almost too fortunate to believe. Having stayed close to the group, Han Zhongwa witnessed firsthand the determination of many individuals who pushed themselves to their limits for fear of being abandoned. It was a sight that stirred a sense of discomfort within him. At Han Zhongwa's signal, the team came to a halt. The members pushing the large carts were utterly exhausted. Upon hearing the word rest, they collapsed directly into the water. Soon after, Lu Guoliang arrived with 3 team leaders. Under Han Zhongwa's direction, they began to organize the distribution of food from one of the large carts, as everyone was both fatigued and famished. When the food distribution commenced, joy erupted among the team members. They eagerly tore open their rations, which consisted of an assortment of items: bread, ham, instant noodles. At that moment, no one cared about their preferences. They simply consumed whatever was handed to them. In such dire circumstances, who would dare be picky? Newcomers, having observed the food, were wide-eyed with hunger. They hesitated to step forward, fearing rejection. If not for their desperate situation, they certainly would not have dared to approach the group. In disbelief, they found themselves devouring their rations, often biting into the packaging without waiting to unwrap it. Seeing this, the team members distributing the food felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, upon reflection, they recalled their own dire straits just days prior. Had it not been for Captain D's arrival, they might have been worse off than these newcomers, perhaps even facing starvation themselves. Contemplating their current fortunes compared to those in the past, they felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Di Ping. In moments of comparison, dissatisfaction often arises within the human heart. Regardless of Di Ping's commendable efforts, some individuals still harbored feelings of discontent, reminiscing about their previous hardships. However, witnessing the current scene made them acutely aware of their relative comfort, with ample food and drink and the luxury of an occasional meat meal. Thus, at this moment, a profound reverence for Di Ping blossomed within their hearts, alongside a deep pride in being a member of the base. Volume 4, When the companions of Route 0172 met with misfortune, Di Ping took several pieces of bread, ham, and water from his team members, offering some to Gina while he indulged himself as well. Di Ping, feeling the pangs of hunger, devoured the bread with remarkable speed. Knowing that even if he could endure a day without food due to his stamina, it was better to eat than to starve. Each individual was hastily consuming their provisions, eager to satiate their hunger, as no one dared to squander time. They understood that when Di Ping declared it was time to move, they must comply. No one wished to be left behind. Just as over 1,000 individuals rested in silence, a sudden, thunderous roar pierced through the curtain of rain, causing Di Ping to spring to his feet, eyes fixed on the source of the sound. What is that noise? He thought, feeling a shiver run down his spine. How frightening. It's enough to make one's head spin. The crowd, startled by the deafening roar, stood up in alarm, their expressions shifting as they contemplated the possibility of encountering another mutated creature. However, unlike before, they did not exhibit signs of panic, reassured by Di Ping's presence. Di Ping focused intently on the main road leading to the base, straining his ears to listen, as the roar seemed to emanate from a nearby location, unmistakably originating from the direction of the base. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed, accompanied by a powerful shockwave that momentarily stilled the rain. Di Ping realized the sound was indeed coming from ahead. Standing at this intersection, he could not be mistaken, and he could hear distant shouts amidst the commotion. What has happened to Team D? At this moment, Han Zhonghua, Lu Guoyang, and the 3 squad leaders rushed to Di Ping's side, their faces etched with terror. Another earth-shattering roar erupted, seemingly closer this time, a formidable presence bearing down upon them. Di Ping discerned that the sound resembled a bellowing cow, though its intensity was akin to the roar of a primordial beast, sending chills through the crowd. Is the sound getting closer, Team D? Han Zhonghua, too, had recognized the sound, his expression one of dread as he gazed forward, as if anticipating the emergence of some monstrous entity. Stay with the team. I shall investigate. Di Ping's eyes remained fixed ahead, and after a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow and issued his command without turning back. Gina, having set aside her meal, stood resolutely by Di Ping's side. Understood. The others were momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the gravity of the situation. If a mutated beast were indeed present, they had little recourse, and with Di Ping present, it was prudent to ensure the safety of the group. After all, the majority were ordinary individuals. A panic could lead to chaos. Without further delay, they hastened back to reassure the team. Hurry, run. Suddenly, a frantic shout echoed from the front. That voice! Di Ping's eyes sparkled with recognition. It sounded remarkably like Li Xing. As he was momentarily lost in thought, the sound of hurried footsteps splashing through the water reached him. Approximately 300 to 400 meters ahead, a group of figures emerged from the thicket. Li Sheng? Fatty? Di Ping's keen eyesight quickly identified Li Sheng leading the charge, with Fatty trailing behind, his familiar, bobbing figure unmistakable. A group of individuals was hastily approaching, glancing back in fear as if something were pursuing them, while Li Sheng at the forefront urged, run faster. Li Sheng. Upon recognizing the two, Di Ping felt a surge of joy and called out, rushing forward while glancing back at Gina, instructing, Gina, stay here. Ah, it's Di Go. Li Sheng, who was sprinting at the front, was momentarily taken aback by the call. His expression shifted as he turned to see Di Ping, his face lighting up with excitement, revealing a rare moment of astonishment on his usually stoic visage. Volume 4, 0173. Watching the team challenge the mutant beasts. It is indeed Di Go. Upon seeing Di Ping rushing towards them, the team members exclaimed in unison, their faces alight with joy. Where's Di Go? The rotund member at the back, obstructed by others, could not see Di Ping. However, upon hearing his teammates shout his name, he too hurriedly joined in the calls. Di Ping shouted for Li Sheng and immediately surged forward, moving with the speed of a galloping steed, splashing through the water, sending droplets flying into the air. Upon noticing the disheveled state of Li Sheng and the others, he deduced they had encountered a mutant beast. Otherwise, they would not be fleeing in such a state of panic. Thus, he quickened his pace, slicing through the water like a swift vessel, a white streak trailing behind him. Within mere moments, he covered 300 to 400 meters. What has happened? Why are only you few here? Di Ping thundered to Li Sheng, who, along with the others, was still stunned by Di Ping's astonishing speed. Ah, it truly is Di Go. The rotund member finally arrived, panting heavily, and upon catching sight of Di Ping, he exclaimed in surprise, pushing through the crowd to embrace him tightly. Di Go, I thought I would never see you again. His voice quivered with emotion. Enough, let go. Fatty. Li Sheng, quickly explain what is happening. Di Ping, exasperated, pushed aside the chubby face of his friend and anxiously turned to Li Sheng for answers. Di Go. Li Sheng, his expression fervent, gazed intently at Di Ping, a rare display of excitement on his usually stoic face. Boom. Before Li Sheng could articulate his thoughts, a resounding crash echoed from ahead, close enough that the ground trembled beneath them, and even the downpour seemed to hesitate. Di Go. Owen and Mo Ku are battling the mutant beast. Owen is worried we might be caught in the fray, urging them to retreat further. Finally regaining his composure, Li Sheng hurriedly explained to Di Ping. Moo. The mutant beast appeared to have been incensed, its roars reverberating, accompanied by a thundering sound akin to colossal hammers striking the ground, causing Di Ping to feel the vibrations beneath his feet. Quickly retreat. Join up with the rear team. Hearing the sounds drawing nearer, Di Ping urgently instructed Li Sheng. Understood. Be careful, Di Go. This beast is exceedingly powerful. Li Sheng, aware of Di Ping's capabilities, refrained from further discussion, merely cautioning him as he turned to lead the despondent fatty back in the direction from whence they came. My goodness, that roar is terrifying. What manner of mutant creature is this? What shall we do? It seems the monster is heading this way. Let us flee. Indeed, that creature's roar is dreadfully frightening. Shall we just wait here to perish? Do not move. With DS team in front, there is surely no cause for alarm. Exactly, you timid souls. DS team is here. Even the most formidable of mutant beasts must yield. The resting members also heard the terrifying roars of the beast, each growl imbued with unparalleled might, overwhelming them, stifling their breath. Faces turned pale as they exchanged anxious whispers. Many clamored to escape, yet felt ashamed to move under the scornful gazes of others, especially with the stout defenders nearby. In truth, some team members felt fear as well. Yet having fought alongside Di Ping, they possessed an unwavering faith in their team. They believed wholeheartedly that Di's team would prevail against the threat, thus becoming the most steadfast supporters, resolutely holding their ground, weapons in hand, ensuring the group remained composed. Volume 4. 0174. The handsome heroes. The combat team members had gathered together, surging forward with great anticipation. They had witnessed Di Ping's bold charge and yearned to draw nearer, eager to glimpse the nature of the beast that lay ahead. Who were these individuals? They seemed to recognize the leader of the team, didn't they? Indeed. Look, Di Ping is conversing with them, and now they are rushing toward us as well? How do they know Di Ping? Where have they come from? Perhaps they are from the Di Ping base. As the team members observed Li Sheng and his group, they engaged in lively discussions. Though the fearsome roars of the mutated beasts sent shivers down their spines, their faces paled, yet their resolve remained unshaken. They even found the energy to speculate about the origins of Li Sheng's group. They believed wholeheartedly that Di Ping would safeguard them. If his team faltered, their chances of escape would be even slimmer. It was better to charge forward and fight with all their might. Inspired by Di Ping, each individual radiated an indomitable spirit, a fierce determination to face death without flinching. Unknown to Di Ping, during their last encounter with the mutated wasps, the third team had valiantly defended him, igniting a spirit of fearlessness among themselves, which they had since spread upon their return. Now, all the team members harbored an almost blind faith in Di Ping, coupled with a fierce willingness to battle. If this were an army, its morale would be formidable. There was a palpable cohesion, a powerful team spirit, with Di Ping as the very heart of it all. As Li Sheng led his team away, Di Ping turned back, preparing to assist Owen and Moke, his newly recruited subordinates whom he had not yet met, who were engaged in combat with the mutated beasts. Suddenly, a violent crash echoed ahead, and a powerful gust of wind swept through the area, flattening the surrounding grass. Di Ping then witnessed a figure hurtling through the foliage, crashing to the ground before him and splashing water everywhere. Owen, a voice exclaimed, as another figure swiftly dashed through the underbrush, rushing to aid the fallen individual. From a distance, Di Ping recognized the voice. The figure who had just landed was indeed Owen, and the one assisting him must be Moke. As the two men rose, Di Ping examined them closely. Owen appeared to be of Western European descent, with short reddish-brown hair, fair skin, and a chiseled visage that exuded determination. Clad in battered armor and wielding a broad sword, he possessed a robust physique, exuding a remarkable presence. However, his equipment was clearly in disrepair. The armor was severely warped, and the sword was bent beyond recognition. Yet he gripped it firmly, his sharp gaze fixed ahead. Moke, too, bore the traits of a European, with deep brown hair, prominent features, and a striking stature, dressed in silver armor that had also suffered considerable damage, with numerous cracks marring its surface. He wielded a small square hammer, reminiscent of a knight from the medieval West. As Di Ping beheld the pair standing together, a wave of admiration washed over him. These two exuded an undeniable charm. He inwardly lamented the system's choices, pondering why it had crafted such dashing male heroes when it could have simply adorned them with beauty like the women. Just as Di Ping lost himself in thought, a thunderous roar jolted him back to reality. Owen and Moke stepped back, their eyes fixated on the underbrush, weapons at the ready, oblivious to Di Ping's presence not far behind. The ground trembled beneath the weighty thuds of approaching footsteps, creating ripples across the water's surface, as if even the rain had diminished in intensity. Volume 4. Encounter with the rampaging water buffalo. Di Ping wiped the rain from his face, his gaze intensely fixed on the source of the sound. The unmistakable thuds of a colossal creature echoed in the air, filling him with trepidation. Just from the noise, he could envision the immense size of the beast. What on earth could it be? His senses heightened, he soon caught sight of a massive shadow emerging into view, causing his expression to shift to one of sheer terror. What manner of monster is that? My heavens! It's enormous. Is it an elephant? No, it's a water buffalo. Can't you see those horns? Came the realization. A buffalo, for heaven's sake. How can it be so large? The team members observing from afar were equally astonished, their startled cries filling the air, some trembling in fear. As the shadow moved through the grass, Di Ping confirmed it was indeed a buffalo, but one of such extraordinary size that it surpassed even that of an adult elephant. It stood over 3 meters tall, its body stretching more than 5 or 6 meters in length. Its legs were as thick as utility poles, and its hooves resembled small grinding stones, each step resonating with thunderous sounds and splashing water. 2 enormous, sharp horns jutted from its head, glistening ominously, while its blood-red eyes, akin to teacups, glinted with a ferocious light. The gigantic water buffalo emitted a deep, rumbling bellow as it approached, trampling through the underbrush. It halted, fixing its bloodthirsty gaze on Owen and his companion, its forelegs pounding the ground with deafening thuds that reverberated like thunder. You two fall back, Di Ping commanded. Perceiving the battered armor and the blood trickling from their lips, realizing they were struggling against the mutated buffalo. Though he had wished to gauge Owen's prowess as an S-class potential hero, concern for their safety prompted him to intervene. Master? Both men were startled to hear a voice behind them and turned to see Di Ping, their eyes lighting up with recognition. Having been implanted with loyalty to him upon recruitment, Di Ping's image was etched firmly in their minds. Greetings, Owen, Moke, Di Ping said, watching them wipe the rain from their faces. He smiled and instructed, you two should retreat for now. Allow me to handle this mutated buffalo first. Master, this mutated buffalo is formidable. We cannot breach its defenses, they exclaimed, their expressions turning grave. Fear not, just withdraw, Di Ping reassured them, his attention returning to the mutated buffalo, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. He had just surveyed the creature and Oppo's details, and after vanquishing several mutated dogs, he felt an insatiable thirst for battle. Since his strength had surpassed 10,000 pounds, he had felt a restless surge of power within him. The sight of the mutated buffalo ignited his fighting spirit. This creature was even stronger than a giant Tibetan mastiff, stirring a compelling urge to test his might. Mutated water buffalo, bloodline level, D-class, talent skill, great strength, enhancement level, stage 1, level 5, skills, Charge, trample. This D-class mutated beast possessed two skills, including the innate ability of great strength. Ping was eager to compare his own immense power against that of the buffalo. He stepped forward, and although Owen and Moke hesitated, they ultimately obeyed Ping's command and began to retreat. The buffalo, sensing their withdrawal, yet noticing Ping advancing, was filled with rage, perceiving the audacity of this small creature approaching it. With a thunderous roar, the mutated buffalo lifted its head, its hooves striking the ground, which groaned under its weight as it charged toward Ping like a mountain. "Come at me," Ping bellowed in response, his body sinking as his energy surged like a tidal wave. He pushed off the ground with explosive force, water splashing around him as if caught in a tempest, propelled forward by an unseen might. This was Ping activating his charge skill, eager to measure his strength against the mutated water buffalo. Volume 4. 0176. The clash of forces. Two figures, one large and one small, engaged in a fierce confrontation. The larger one, resembling a monstrous beast, charged with such force that each landing shook the earth, sending water splashing in every direction. In contrast, the smaller figure moved like a flash of lightning, cutting through the water's surface and creating a brilliant white streak, while behind it, towering waves surged to heights of over 10 meters, rendering the distance between them seemingly non-existent. With a thunderous crash, the man and the beast collided, akin to two celestial bodies colliding in the vastness of space. In an instant, the air was filled with a deluge of water, as if the heavens themselves had unleashed a thunderous roar, momentarily pausing the torrential rain. A powerful shockwave erupted, sending chaos through the surroundings, with wild grasses sliced as if by a razor, snapping at their midpoints and being swept away by the fierce winds like arrows shot in every direction. A collective gasp erupted from the onlookers, many instinctively covering their ears in shock. Owen and Moke, who had just retreated a short distance, were violently propelled backward by the force, landing with a splash in the water 2 meters away. With a resounding impact, a figure was flung from the curtain of water, soaring several meters before crashing down like a cannonball, sending water spraying everywhere. After staggering backward for several steps, they finally regained their balance. "It's the captain. It's Diggo," the crowd exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing the figure. Emerging from the tumultuous waters was Ping, who had not anticipated the immense strength of the mutated bull, which clearly surpassed 1,000 pounds. Despite his own forceful charge, he had been thrown back, barely managing to stand upright after several staggering steps, narrowly avoiding being knocked to the ground. Placing a hand on his chest, Ping felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and a surge of hot blood erupted, spilling forth in a crimson spray. Feeling a sense of relief, he lifted his gaze to behold the mutated bull, its massive form now visible as the water cascaded down. The creature, too, appeared disoriented, having been pushed back several steps, and now shaking its head as if dazed by the impact. "Master." Owen and Moke rushed to Ping's side, concern etched on their faces. "Huh, what a thrill." Ping laughed heartily, then turned to his companions. "No worries. I can handle this bull." The mutated bull, now fully aware of its surroundings, seemed to recover from the shock of the collision, its ferocity ignited. With a mighty roar that pierced the heavens, it bellowed defiantly, causing the dark clouds above to dissipate slightly, as if even the rain dared not fall. "Step back," Ping commanded, raising a hand to halt Owen and Moke. He knew that he was outmatched in strength, and any direct confrontation would surely result in injury. He was no fool. "Come forth, you great beast," Ping taunted, waving dismissively at the mutated bull. "Goodness, Diggo is truly fearless," the portly man exclaimed, disbelief evident in his eyes as he gazed at Ping. "Silence," Li Sheng snapped, his gaze fixed intently on the unfolding battle. With palpable anger, the mutated bull tensed its muscles, its massive hooves striking the ground as it charged towards Ping. "Prepare to be cleaved," Ping roared in response, sprinting forward to meet the beast head-on. The two figures moved with astonishing speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Just as they were about to collide, Ping executed a swift sidestep, shouting, "Slash!" In a dazzling display, a dark war blade appeared in his grasp, flames erupting from its blade, creating an image reminiscent of a molten sword. as the rain fell upon it. Sizzling sounds filled the air, enveloping them in a shroud of mist. With both hands gripping the blade, he swung it with immense force towards the bull's neck, cutting through the air with a sharp whistle. As if the very atmosphere were being torn asunder, the mutated bull, realizing it had missed its target, displayed a flicker of confusion in its eyes. Yet, by the time it registered the crimson arc of light, it was already too late. Though its massive form possessed great power, it simultaneously limited its speed. The blade, fueled by an overwhelming force, sliced through the air and struck the bull's neck with a resounding impact. The creature's colossal body was propelled several meters before crashing down like a fallen mountain, sending a torrent of water spraying into the air. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, instantly staining the water's surface crimson, while the bull's head hung at an unnatural angle, its neck severed, the wound bleeding profusely. Volume 4, 0177 The Rebirth of the God of War, as Di Ping gazed upon the mutated water buffalo, lying in a pool of blood. He secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. He had feared that the black gold battle knife would fail to pierce the creature's tough hide, which compelled him to employ his innate skill, flame enhancement. Fortunately, the black gold battle knife did not disappoint him with a single stroke. It severed half of the buffalo's neck. Although he initially encountered the creature's thick skin, he ultimately prevailed with all his might. After shaking off the remnants of the battle, the flames flickered out, leaving the blade steaming as the rain washed over it. He approached the lifeless form of the mutated buffalo. At that moment, the once trembling body finally stilled, and a ball of deep green energy, roughly the size of an adult's fist, floated up from the carcass before swiftly darting into Di Ping's body. Ding. Gained 60 points of soul energy stored in the system. Ding. Acquired D-class warrior bloodline, stored in the backpack for the host to collect. The notifications echoed in Di Ping's mind, and joy surged within him. He had amassed a total of 60 energy points from this encounter, and with the previous 127 points obtained from slaying a mutated dog, though he had not paid it much heed at the time, his total now reached an impressive 187 points. His overall soul energy had risen to 1676, and the most significant gain was the D-class warrior bloodline, marking a bountiful harvest. Captain D has triumphed. The mutated water buffalo has been slain. Cheers erupted from the crowd behind him, and many team members shouted in exhilaration. The news spread like wildfire, igniting excitement among all, their previously anxious hearts now at ease. Wow. Is Diga now a super scion? The plump fellow and Apo's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he gasped in astonishment, his mouth watering at the sight. Were Di Ping to stand before him, he might very well rush forward to take a bite. Digu is truly formidable. The few team members they had brought along wore expressions of sheer astonishment, mumbling in disbelief. Even Li Shang gazed at Di Ping with wide eyes, recognizing that his strength was growing exponentially, transforming him in Li Shang's eyes into a veritable god of war. The underground marketplace team members standing nearby were equally awestruck, their expressions brimming with fervor. Were Di Ping to command them to challenge deities, they would charge forth with fervent zeal. Owen and Moke both breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes reflecting a mixture of shock and awe. They had been concerned for their master and Apo's safety, but witnessing Di Ping and Apo's decisive blow against the mutated buffalo left them astounded. They had not anticipated their master's power to have reached such heights. Especially for Owen, an S-class potential hero, pride had always been a part of his identity. Though he had become a follower, he earnestly wished for his master's strength to surpass his own, validating his allegiance as an S-class follower. A genuine respect began to blossom in their hearts, not forced, but rather a sincere admiration for strength. Unbeknownst to Di Ping, he was now attempting to sever the head of the mutated buffalo to extract the crystal core. With each strike, he realized his earlier caution had been warranted. Without the flame enhancement, the buffalo and Apo's hide proved exceedingly difficult to cut. The blade left only faint white marks upon contact. Di Ping had no choice but to exert more force, striking 5 or 6 times before finally cleaving the head apart. The buffalo's skull was terrifyingly dense. Had he aimed for the head from the outset, even with skills, he might not have succeeded in a single blow. A crystal core, the size of a quail egg, materialized in Ping and Appo's hand. Its jade-like texture was exquisite and smooth, shimmering with intermittent glimmers that made it irresistibly captivating. With a mere thought, the crystal core vanished from his grasp, finding its place within his backpack. Volume 4, 0178 Joyous Reunion in the Rain. Owen and Moke approached their master, dipping, and, with a resounding thud, knelt on one knee in the wet ground, bowing their heads in respectful greeting. "Owen, Moke, rise. You two have worked hard," Dipping exclaimed, quickly stepping forward to assist them in standing. "To serve our master with unwavering loyalty." The pair, just rising, were so moved by Dipping's words that they nearly knelt again, only to be supported by Dipping's hand. "How are your injuries? Are they severe?" Dipping inquired, concern etched on his face as he looked at the two men. "Thank you for your concern, master. It's just a minor injury, nothing serious," they replied, gratitude shining in their eyes. "Excellent." Dipping observed the two with increasing fondness. Although they were both taller and more handsome than he took pride in being their master. They were his most loyal supporters, the very foundation of his strength in this apocalyptic world, and how could he not cherish them? Jealousy had no place in his heart. "Daij! Daij!" At that moment, Li Sheng and the plump man came running up, followed by a crowd of people, all of whom gazed at Dipping with excitement and fervor. "Brothers, you have worked hard." Dipping greeted the throng with a warm smile, nodding at each one. "It was nothing." A chorus of voices responded, their eyes ablaze with enthusiasm, which left Dipping feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He realized that facing such adoration required a strong mental fortitude, akin to that of a star amidst throngs of fans. "Daij squad! Daij squad!" Meanwhile, a group of team members from the marketplace rushed over, with Han Zhonghua, Lu Guoyang, and the three squad leaders leading the charge. They had witnessed the earlier spectacle and were utterly astonished. The fearsome beast had fallen before Dipping in but a single strike, leaving them in awe. Upon noticing Li Sheng and the plump man running toward them, they quickly followed suit, joining the fray. Good, good." Dipping greeted everyone with a smile, then turned to Han Zhonghua, saying, "Brother Han, these individuals are from my base. Given the time constraints, I shall not introduce them all now. We will do so once we arrive at the base." He gestured towards the colossal mutated cow on the ground, chuckling. "First, let us take care of this magnificent beast. It will sustain us for several days." "Understood, Daij. I shall attend to it immediately. This creature is quite substantial. It must weigh 2 or 3 tons. "Huh, we are fortunate indeed," Han Zhonghua replied, nodding in agreement with a smile towards Li Sheng and the plump man, who returned the gesture. Under Han Zhonghua's leadership, the three squad leaders joined in the effort to process the mutated beef. The faces of the team members were alight with smiles, some even drooling at the sight. However, the cow's hide was too tough for their small knives to penetrate. It was only when Dipping handed Owen the black gold war knife that they managed to carve up the massive beast. While Dipping conversed with Li Sheng about the situation at the base. Last night, Barton had met with Cheng Chao and shared Dipping's orders. After some discussion, they arranged for Li Sheng and the plump man to accompany Owen and Moke, as the latter two were unfamiliar with the route. The group set out early at 7 o'clock, but shortly after leaving the water area, they encountered a throng of over 300 individuals. These people had migrated from the urban area, seemingly aware of the base's existence, converging in the ring. Li Sheng, uncertain of how to handle the situation, ultimately decided they could not ignore these individuals. He escorted them to the base and handed them over to Cheng Chao for proper accommodation before returning to the task at hand. Volume 4, 0179 The heroes returned to the embrace of beauty. Arranging for a group of individuals to enter the base consumed a considerable amount of time. It was nearly 10 o'clock by the time they finally set out again, prompting everyone to hasten their pace. However, the more they rushed, the more mistakes they made. In their haste, they failed to notice a mutated water buffalo leisurely grazing in the rain-soaked meadow, resulting in a sudden encounter that left them unprepared. Nowadays, these mutated creatures exhibited extreme aggression, and upon spotting humans, they charged forth as if they had encountered an eternal enemy. Initially, Owen and Moke dismissed the threat, but they soon realized the inadequacy of their weapons to penetrate the buffalo's defenses. Faced with this predicament, Owen, despite being an S-class potential hero, found his insufficient rank and subpar weaponry rendered him incapable of harming the mutated buffalo, leaving him with no choice but to confront it head-on. The group was pursued relentlessly by the buffalo, while Li Sheng and his companion could do little more than retreat to the sidelines. Watching as Owen and Moke engaged in battle with the creature, this direct confrontation proved futile, as their strength paled in comparison to that of the mutated buffalo, resulting in injuries. By the end of the skirmish, both their armor had been deformed, and Owen's sword was bent. Had it not been for Moke's persistent use of healing spells, Owen would have succumbed to his wounds long ago. Fortunately, at that moment, Di Ping arrived on the scene. Upon grasping the situation, Di Ping felt helpless. He possessed only a dark gold war knife, and the heroes he had recruited were still inadequately equipped. It was imperative that upon returning to the base, they establish markets and workshops. Otherwise, the heroes' abilities would go to waste, squandering valuable resources. As time passed, the mutated buffalo, with Owen and Moke's assistance, was skinned and butchered, the meat transported onto a large cart that had just been emptied of provisions. The group, unbothered by the rain, eagerly scrambled to load the meat onto the cart, fearful of falling short. Finally, they managed to load all the meat, causing the cart to nearly buckle under the weight. It took the collective effort of over 10 individuals to move it, and had the cart not been sturdily constructed, it would have surely succumbed to the pressure. Once again on the road, they were oblivious to whether it was the downpour or the terrifying presence of the buffalo that kept the journey quiet. After 3 hours, they finally arrived at the gates of the base. Upon returning, Di Ping was astonished to discover that the community had undergone significant changes. The original electronic gates had been dismantled and replaced with a formidable iron gate, spanning over 10 meters in height and 5 meters wide, clad in steel, obscuring the view of what lay within. The once decorative archway had been repurposed into a fortified gate tower, from which 2 sentinels peered curiously in their direction. The villa community boasted impressive security, with 5-meter-high walls constructed of thick blue bricks, measuring 20 centimeters in thickness and reinforced with an iron barbed wire, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person, or even mutated creatures, to breach. The entire community had been transformed into a fortress, and Di Ping nodded appreciatively. He had not noticed such developments during his time with the system and had not anticipated such significant changes. Clearly, while he had been away for a few days, substantial progress had been made by those at the base. As Di Ping and his advanced team approached, the gate creaked open, revealing a throng of figures emerging from within. Before the gate had fully opened, a group of individuals rushed out. Di Ping immediately recognized them: Cheng Chao, Yu Shujia, Lao Luo, Ning Nan, Yi Lu, and Lu Bingyu. Their faces radiated excitement as they hurried towards him, undeterred by the torrential rain. Upon spotting Di Ping at the forefront, the group erupted in cheers. Yu Shujia, in particular, resembled a swan fluttering its wings, dashing into Di Ping's embrace, clinging to him tightly and refusing to let go. Her shoulders trembled as soft sobs filled Di Ping's ears. Volume 4. 0180 Memories as fleeting as smoke. At that moment, Di Ping stood there in a daze, utterly bewildered by the current circumstances. He never anticipated that Yu Shujia would exhibit such fervent enthusiasm. Without uttering a word, she rushed into his arms, leaving him momentarily flustered. He could hardly recall a time when he and Yu Shujia had shared such intimacy. "Wow, the captain is magnificent. Give him a kiss." The team members erupted in cheers upon witnessing a beautiful woman throw herself into Di Ping's embrace. However, as soon as Yu Shujia found herself in his arms, a realization struck her. She was not particularly close to Di Ping. Mortified by the public display, she blushed deeply and hastily pushed him away, covering her face as she turned to flee back into the castle. The rain-soaked shirt clung to her form, accentuating the alluring black ribbons on her back. As Yu Shujia dashed into the castle, she felt her cheeks burning with embarrassment. She was equally bewildered by her impulsive actions. The moment she laid eyes on Di Ping, an uncontrollable urge compelled her to rush forward, her mind devoid of any other thoughts, fixated solely on embracing the man who had stirred her concern. She had never been a woman of such abandon. In her university days, she was both the top scholar and a campus beauty, embodying the dream of every male student. Her popularity rivaled that of prominent celebrities, with suitors queuing from the university to the outskirts of Kyoto. Not only was Yushugia stunning and talented, but she also possessed a gentle disposition, her lovely face perpetually adorned with a captivating smile, and she spoke to everyone with warmth and kindness, epitomizing the ideal of a devoted wife and mother. Yet, it was precisely this allure that led to a multitude of admirers forming a protective circle around her, preventing any ill-intentioned suitors from approaching. Although many men adored her, few dared to confess their feelings. In her youth, she too felt the pangs of longing, desiring the affection and pursuit that other girls experienced, yearning to stroll hand in hand along the campus paths, whispering sweet nothings. One fateful day, a brave young man barged into her life. This boy not only dared to confess his feelings, but also endured several beatings, returning each day with a cheerful grin as he waited beneath her dormitory. The sight of this resilient boy, his face marred by wounds yet illuminated by a warm smile, touched her heart, leading her to accept his declaration of love. A person of unwavering loyalty, she subsequently embarked on a journey with this boy. Their relationship blossomed like any passionate romance, drawing the envy of all the men at the university. Despite their regret, they were powerless to change the fact that this flower had been plucked. She believed she would love only this boy for the rest of her life. After graduation, she forsook all promising opportunities in Kyoto to return to his hometown and work alongside him. Their bond flourished as they ventured into entrepreneurship together, and 3 years later, they achieved remarkable success. The young man established his own company, earning millions, while she climbed the corporate ladder to become an executive in a prestigious firm. Feeling the moment was ripe, they stepped into the sacred realm of matrimony, welcoming a delightful child into their lives a year later. She felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, blessed with a loving husband and a charming daughter. Yet, everything changed on that fateful day. Upon returning home to retrieve something, she opened the door to find the man who had professed eternal love for her entwined with another woman in her bed. In that instant, her world shattered, leaving her engulfed in despair, the sky above devoid of color. Volume 4, 0181. When a person dies, the light extinguishes and everything fades away. In that moment, she felt as though her very spine had been extracted, rendering her powerless and collapsed on the ground. Her husband, witnessing this, turned as pale as a ghost and leaped from the bed to lift the fallen Yushugia. Regardless of his desperate calls, Yushugia remained unresponsive, her eyes vacant and fixed. Indeed, the man she had once cherished, her devoted husband who had vowed eternal love, had succumbed to the temptations of a glamorous world, his success in career leading him astray. Though he still held affection for Yushugia, he could not suppress the overwhelming swell of his own ego. The following day, she chose to end her life, for love had been the essence of her existence. The thought of losing it was unbearable. Ultimately, her husband discovered her and rushed her to the hospital, where she was revived. Upon awakening and seeing her sorrowful daughter, she resolved against suicide, opting instead to work tirelessly for her child. Despite her husband's fervent pleas, she refrained from pursuing a divorce. They remained under the same roof. Yet she never uttered a word to him. Acknowledging his mistakes, he continued to love her deeply. Each day, he returned home, never staying out at night, preparing various delectable dishes for her, but she never touched a single bite. His silent suffering was palpable, yet he persisted in his efforts. 3 years slipped by, and their daughter was now 5, while Yushugia had reached the age of 30. Having been exposed to the complexities of society, she understood that life was rarely clear-cut. The world was not merely black and white. Although her husband had erred, his love for her and their child was genuine, and his endurance over the years was commendable. While other men returned home to the warmth of a loving family, he always faced his wife's coldness. Most would have succumbed to despair and sought divorce. Yet he remained steadfast. At 30, a man is typically in the prime of his life, yet he bore an increasing number of white hairs, and the lines on his brow deepened. Yushugia began to contemplate reopening her heart to him, planning to prepare a sumptuous dinner to express her willingness to accept him anew and nurture their daughter together. However, life is fraught with unpredictability. Before she could confess her feelings, the apocalypse descended, robbing her of the opportunity. In his final moments, The man perhaps believed he would never earn her forgiveness and chose to sacrifice his life for the safety of his wife and daughter. When she witnessed him being overpowered by a mutated dog, she was engulfed in disbelief, her mind flooded with memories of their romantic and tender past. In that instant, regret consumed her. Why had she not embraced him sooner, sparing him 3 years of torment? As she gazed into his eyes, filled with solace at seeing her and their daughter safe, she perceived his boundless love and profound regret. The weight of her loss settled heavily upon her. She felt as though she had lost everything: love, support, and hope. She believed her heart would never again harbor feelings for anyone, that she would forever reject the notion of accepting another man. Her husband's death had left her in shock, as he had exchanged his life for theirs, cleansing the stains of his past. Regardless of his previous transgressions, in that moment, he was a good husband and a good father. This was indisputable. And deep within her heart, Yushuchie had begun to forgive him. Volume 4, 0182. The beauty has departed. Leaving only fragrance in her quest for survival for the sake of her daughter, she chose to rely on Di Ping. Little did she expect that she would find herself falling in love once more. During their time together, she gradually developed feelings for Di Ping. Her once lifeless heart began to beat anew. It felt as though she had rediscovered a source of support. At times, she would dream of Di Ping at night, engaging in intimate acts that left her waking in a state of turmoil. Elation mingled with guilt, scolding herself for being shameless, falling for another so soon after her husband and Apo's death, feeling like a butterfly flitting from flower to flower. Yet, one cannot entirely blame her. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, women found themselves in an undeniably vulnerable position, compelled to seek a refuge for survival. The moment her husband fell, she lost all semblance of support. As a strikingly beautiful woman with a child, the struggle for existence became daunting. In this desolate world, relying on a man for survival was not a transgression. At 30 years old, she was no longer the naive girl she once was. Initially, her intention was merely to attach herself to this man she did not despise. Someone strong who could offer protection. She believed she had accepted everything for the sake of her child. However, Di Ping did not impose upon her. Instead, he showed genuine care and respect. After living together for a few days, she perceived him as a big-hearted boy, innocent and kind towards both her and her child. And gradually, she found his presence etched into her heart. In this apocalyptic reality, such feelings grew more explicit and intense. It was only after Di Ping's departure that she realized the profound loss of security and the overwhelming sense of helplessness that ensued. These past few days, she had longed for Di Ping, and upon seeing him today, she acted impulsively, throwing herself into his embrace without a second thought. Only upon realizing her overzealous action, as she found herself in his arms, did she become aware of the teasing laughter from their companions, causing her to blush and retreat in embarrassment. She concealed herself behind the castle door, her heart racing, fearing it might leap from her chest, her face flushed with warmth. The atmosphere erupted into joyful exclamations and hearty laughter, transforming the moment into one of warmth and camaraderie, with smiles illuminating every face. Li Sheng and a few others joined in the laughter, as if the rain had been washed away by their mirth. Di Ping, momentarily taken aback by the sudden embrace from Yushuchie, felt the softness of her form and the alluring fragrance enveloping him. Just as he reached out to reciprocate, she slipped away, leaving him with an awkward hand extended as the beauty vanished from sight. He could only shake his head in resignation, retracting his hand to touch his nose. The onlookers, witnessing Di Ping's awkwardness, erupted into laughter, creating a heartwarming scene. Di Gu, you have finally returned, Cheng Chao exclaimed, approaching with a smile and a group of eager companions, their eyes alight with enthusiasm. Indeed, I have returned, Di Ping replied, relief flooding through him as his companions alleviated his earlier embarrassment. He nodded in appreciation, extending his hand to Cheng Chao and Lao Luo, saying, Brother Cheng, Brother Luo, you have endured much during my absence. Di Gu, we haven't done anything. What hardship could there be? Cheng Chao replied, his excitement palpable as he clasped Di Ping's hand, his eyes brimming with warmth. Confident in his achievements as a businessman, though not a prominent figure in Zhangzhou, he held a sense of pride. While he had acknowledged Di Ping as his elder brother, he never believed he could accomplish anything without him. However, once Di Ping departed, he felt an unsettling emptiness, devoid of the tranquility that accompanied Di Ping's presence. It was in this moment he recognized Di Ping's significance. Without him, he was nothing. The prospect of survival became uncertain. And what aspirations could he possibly hold? Di Go. A chorus of cheerful voices called out, breaking the moment. Volume 4, 0183 in the rain. Beautiful women outshined flowers. Di Ping raised his eyes and was instantly captivated by the sight of 3 stunning women standing before him. The rain-soaked trio had their garments clinging tightly to their forms, revealing their exquisite figures and exuding an air of delicate fragility that stirred a sense of compassion within him. These enchanting women were none other than Yi Lu, Ning Nan, and Lu Bingyu, the 3 close friends whom Di Ping had rescued. The expressions on their faces as they gazed at Di Ping were varied. Yi Lu, seemingly indifferent towards him, appeared frightened. Her eyes avoided his gaze. And although a smile graced her lips, it lacked warmth. Di Ping felt a sense of helplessness and melancholy, realizing that the previous violent scene had left a lasting impression on the young woman. However, his spirits lifted upon noticing the other 2 beauties beside Yi Lu. Ning Nan, typically a composed and aloof woman, now looked at Di Ping with a spark of warmth in her eyes, her lips curving into a faint yet alluring smile that signified her good mood. In contrast, Lu Bingyu, the more delicate of the 3, gazed at Di Ping with eyes so enchanting they seemed to glisten, sending a wave of warmth through him. For a moment, Di Ping found himself entranced, his gaze wandering between the 3 radiant women. Their beauty was captivating, and the rain only accentuated their forms, highlighting their voluptuous curves. The proximity of Lu Bingyu intensified his feelings, and his heated stare elicited a blush that deepened on their cheeks. Di Go, Lu Bingyu playfully called out, snapping Di Ping back to reality, reminding him of his own lapse in composure. Ahem. You all should head back quickly. The rain is quite heavy. Don't catch a cold. Di Ping stammered, feeling embarrassed for having lost his composure twice in quick succession. Women truly could be a source of temptation. He dared not gaze upon them any longer and waved his hands, urging them to retreat. At his words, the 3 women exchanged bewildered glances before exclaiming in unison, covering their faces and dashing away. Their graceful figures, running through the downpour, were mesmerizing. The group of men behind them erupted in exclamations, their enthusiasm palpable as they beheld 4 women more beautiful than those seen on television. Some could hardly maintain their composure, their eyes wide with desire. Observing the apparent intimacy between Di Ping and the women, the men cheered, believing Di Ping to be exceptionally fortunate and bold in his pursuits. Are you all brimming with energy? Di Ping turned to the lively group, playfully scolding them. Our captain has energy to spare. The team replied in unison, laughter in their voices. Di Ping nearly choked on his own amusement. These mischievous fellows were relentless. As the trio of women scampered towards the entrance, their faces flushed with embarrassment, their hurried pace quickened at the sound of the men's teasing. In no time, they vanished behind the doors. The chorus of laughter from the men echoed through the rain, reaching far and wide. Even Yu Shujia, who had been hiding behind the entrance, could no longer contain herself. She stomped her foot in frustration, playfully scolding them before sprinting after Lu Bingyu and the others. Di Ping felt a mix of helplessness and warmth in his heart. It was as if they had all become one family, sharing laughter and camaraderie. Witnessing their swift recovery from pain brought him immense joy. Volume 4, 0184 outside is good, but home is where one finds peace. Di Ping exclaimed, Digo, how are these individuals arranged? At that moment, Cheng Chao approached, casting a glance at the line before the door and quietly inquiring. Oh, I nearly forgot the matter at hand amidst this commotion, Di Ping remarked, slapping his forehead in exasperation. He then gestured to Han Zhonghua and several others who were following him not far behind. Brother Han, come over here. I would like to introduce you to a few people. Hearing Di Ping's call, Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang hurried forward, accompanied by 3 squad leaders. Di Ping proceeded to introduce Cheng Chao and his companions to them, and likewise, he introduced Han Zhonghua and his group to Cheng Chao's team. Thus, the leadership of the 2 factions formally met. As the rain poured down, the introductions were brief, consisting of mere handshakes. Di Ping instructed Cheng Chao to take charge, while Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoyang would assist in settling everyone down quickly. It was not conducive for anyone to remain drenched in the rain. After a day of traversing in the rain, exhaustion was palpable among the group. Upon receiving their orders, the individuals began to take action. The main contingent was guided into the community, passing through the large iron gate into the internal area. Ahead, Cheng Chao had already arranged for team members to lead the way, continuously directing the incoming groups to the prepared accommodations. These individuals were assigned to buildings 1 and 2, both of which were currently unoccupied. Although somewhat cramped, they could still accommodate everyone. Half an hour later, all had entered through the gates, and Di Ping finally felt a sense of relief. His gaze swept over the vast forest before he turned and entered the base, with Gina closely following behind him as the heavy gate thunderously closed. The once lush greenery of the community had been significantly cleared, and the pathways were now entirely open, eliminating the need to wade through thickets. Occasionally, individuals hurried past on the paths, and the community seemed to come alive, buzzing with activity. Walking along the path, Di Ping felt quite pleased. Had it not been for the rain, his spirits would have soared even higher. He had not anticipated that in his absence, the team had accomplished so much, not only transforming the community into a fortress, but also clearing the pathways, which brought him great satisfaction. Standing once more at the entrance of the castle, Di Ping experienced a profound sense of belonging. A warmth and security enveloped him. After being away for several days, his heart had always felt unsettled, but returning here felt entirely different. Even the air seemed more fragrant than outside. "Welcome back, master." At that moment, the butler, Barton, who had been waiting with a bow at the grand entrance, stepped forward to pay his respects while holding a large black umbrella over Di Ping's head. "Barton, you've worked hard," Di Ping remarked jovially, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Barton. "Serving my master is my duty." Barton bowed even deeper, his smile broadening. "Please, master." Without waiting for Di Ping's response, Barton held the umbrella with one hand while gesturing for him to proceed with the other. "Haha, let us go home." Di Ping laughed heartily, waving as he walked toward the castle. He found himself missing the grand bed within the castle, while Gina, removing her hat to reveal her golden hair, smiled brightly as she followed Di Ping inside. The castle housed few residents. Currently, only Cheng Chao, Li Sheng, and a few others were present. The first floor hosted more than 50 team members, all busy accommodating the newly arrived personnel. Thus, the castle felt even quieter than usual. Di Ping made his way directly to his lord's tower, while Gina retreated to her room on the 3rd floor, feeling uncomfortable and eager to freshen up. Upon returning to the castle, she could no longer resist the urge to wash up. Led by Barton, Di Ping reached his chamber. Barton exited, and Di Ping promptly undressed. Rushing into the bathroom, he felt utterly uncomfortable in his wet clothes and desired a thorough soak. The bathing room featured a large tub filled with warm water, steam rising invitingly. Testing the temperature, he found it to be just right and, with delight, sank into the water, reflecting on how attentive his butler, Barton, was in his service. Volume 4, 0185. The beauty comes from her dreams. Warm, soothing water enveloped him, akin to the gentle caress of a lover's hand. Di Ping reclined in the pool, feeling utterly refreshed as his weariness gradually dissipated. This indulgence entranced him, for he had been exceedingly fatigued in recent days, and he soon drifted into a deep slumber. Time passed in a haze, and within his dream, he sensed delicate hands kneading his shoulders, gentle and tender, a sensation that was immensely pleasurable. The enjoyment was so profound that he nearly gasped aloud. Such a sensation was foreign to his reality. How could it manifest in his dreams? Yet, in that moment, he chose not to ponder further, preferring instead to relish the experience, reluctant to awaken for fear that this dream would vanish. As the small hands continued to stroke and press upon his shoulders and arms, they gradually glided over his chest, sending waves of comfort through him. In his slumber, his breathing grew slightly erratic, warmth blossoming from his abdomen, surging towards his head. Unbidden, his hand reached out toward the small hand. "Ah!" A startled exclamation escaped the lips of a woman behind him. "Who?" The voice roused Di Ping from his dreams, fully awakening him to the realization that someone was indeed at his side. If their intentions were nefarious, he could very well be in danger. With a fierce shout, he leaped from the pool, a dark blade materializing in his grasp, swiftly slicing toward the direction of the voice. "Is it you?" Upon rising, he discovered that the source of the voice was none other than someone he recognized. He hastily stilled his arm, the blade halting mere inches from her face. A moment too late, and blood would have stained the ground. The woman, wide-eyed and filled with terror, was none other than Yushuja. "Yujia, how is it you?" Di Ping retracted his outstretched blade, his heart still racing. "I nearly harmed you. Were you frightened?" Yushuja, still processing the shock, nodded dazedly, her eyes vacant as they fixed upon Di Ping. She was indeed terrified, for a gleaming blade had been poised at her face, nearly striking her. As she seemed to regain her senses, her eyes finally focused. But upon seeing Di Ping, she let out another shrill scream, covering her eyes with her hands, louder than before, startling Di Ping once more. He was about to inquire what was amiss, bewildered by her sudden fright. Seeing her cover her eyes, he was puzzled by her actions. It was then that he realized. In his excitement, he had forgotten he was entirely unclothed. "Damn it!" Di Ping silently cursed, hastily grabbing a towel from the rack to wrap around himself, his face burning with embarrassment. Standing before a woman with whom he shared no intimate connection required a certain audacity he lacked. That. Di Ping stammered, feeling awkward, his hands unsure of where to rest, at a loss for words. Yushuja, her cheeks flushed, finally dared to open her eyes upon seeing Di Ping wrap himself in the towel. She burst into laughter, a sound like blossoms blooming, filling the bathroom with brightness. Hiss! Di Ping inhaled sharply. Yushuja wore a pink nightgown, slightly translucent, and now damp from the splashes of water during his sudden leap. Clinging to her form and revealing her graceful figure, the wet garment became even more transparent, igniting a fire within Di Ping's heart. A surge of intense heat shot from his core to his head, his breath coming in heavy gasps, resembling a furious bull, his eyes ablaze with the potential for violence.